You, a blind person for 2.5 years, were actually slandered by a senior for peeping under her skirt, and even had the video posted online, leading to online harassment against you, which was further shared by a popular influencer with millions of fans, making it a trending topic. The senior even claimed that she developed depression because of this incident, which severely affected her mindset for the graduate entrance exam, and demanded that the school grant her a recommendation spot. She also swore that girls would never joke about their own innocence. This series of actions left you completely defenseless, and under the pressure of public opinion and threats from the school, you had no choice but to apologize. However, things did not calm down. Instead, the online abuse intensified. At this point, you were truly at the center of the storm, facing criticism both online and from school leaders. You thought that revealing your identity as a blind person would prove your innocence, but unexpectedly, it only brought more doubts and insults. At that moment, several uniformed security officers knocked on the principal's office door. According to normal procedures, the security office would communicate with the school as early as possible regarding cases within the school. However, this case had already been brewing online before they received the report, not only making it to the local hot search but also trending nationwide. A case that attracted public attention like this had to be handled with caution by the security office, which is why they dispatched several security officers, including a female officer. She is one of the few security personnel at the police station who has a very approachable appearance. She walked up to the senior student and inquired about the entire process of the case. After the senior sister's embellished description, the basic situation of the case has been clarified. The senior sister also added that this helmet man, here helmet man may have replaced a controversial term in the original context, so it is retained as is, repeatedly argued that he was temporarily blind and had applied a solution around his eyes in advance to deceive, attempting to pull the wool over everyone's eyes. The female police officer heard this information and did not turn her head immediately, but instead corrected seriously, "Classmate, before the case is classified, please avoid using such insulting terms. This classmate is currently just a suspect." Her words made me regard her with a bit more respect. Senior Lin Yu snorted coldly and did not respond. The security officer then turned his gaze towards you and asked, "You say you have temporary blindness, do you have any evidence to prove it? I can't see the other person's appearance, so try to face them politely." You replied, "Officer, I am indeed temporarily blind." Saying this, you took out 2 slips from your pocket. This is the diagnosis and examination report issued by the hospital. According to the doctor, I just need to apply the medication on time, wear protection, and rest to recover. The female security officer took the 2 forms, carefully reading the diagnosis and examination reports, which clearly stated the diagnosis of temporary blindness in both eyes caused by flame burns. Upon seeing the reason, she said, "What did you do?" You did not hide anything and straightforwardly said, "I rushed into a fire scene to rescue a little girl." I believe you security officers can verify this. You are a firefighting hero. My roommate Yu Huai exclaimed with wide eyes. "Wow, brother, you bravely rushed into the fire scene to save people, got injured in both eyes, and were slandered as a peeping Tom." As soon as these words were spoken, all the gazes that were originally focused on you turned to senior Lin Yu. Lin Yu was instantly speechless, but she didn't believe this was true. Nor did she believe that the graduate school recommendation that was so close at hand would just slip away like that. She looked at you, her neck stiffening. "Impossible, you must be lying. How could someone as timid as you be a hero in a crisis?" You frowned, your voice no longer as kind as before, and said seriously, "Lin Yu, right? I really overestimate you by calling you senior. Your words and actions just now have constituted personal attacks and insults against me. I hope that when we meet in court in the future, you won't cry too hard." Lin Yu coldly laughed dismissively. "Who believes your nonsense? Who knows if these 2 test reports of yours are forged? With someone like you, it's not surprising to do anything." You were too lazy to waste your breath on her and turned to several security personnel. "Security personnel, I am reporting now that someone is spreading rumors about me and causing a large-scale public opinion online. In addition, she has also violated my personal privacy by disclosing my personal information online, leading to me being cyberbullied. Although I am currently blind, it is certain that my phone number has been bombarded and flooded with text messages." Security Officer Chen Yun asked according to the procedure, "Do you have any evidence?" You signaled your roommate Yu Huai to open his phone. On the way to the principal's office, you also had Yu Huai save the evidence from the internet using screenshots and screen recordings. Both of them are law majors, so these matters are naturally familiar to them. Yu Huai immediately submitted the evidence to the security officer, and at that moment, you turned on your previously powered-off phone. As soon as it powered on, there were constant notification sounds, and even more absurdly, just after turning it on, someone called. After the call was connected, a voice filled with insults came through. "Helmet man, why aren't you dead yet? I've already sent a wreath to you at the address provided by Fairy Lin, and it will be delivered to you tonight." After the other party finished scolding, they hung up the phone, and those present gathered 2 key points from the content of the call. Fairy Lin, which is Lin Yuyu's nickname, and she leaked your address, leading to you receiving a wreath. Don't say you were framed, even if it's true. Lin Yuyu's actions have also violated the law. A few security personnel did not expect the situation to turn around so quickly, and hurriedly registered the case according to the procedure. The evidence was very clear, and it was quickly collected, and they even called the hospital that treated your eyes for verification. The only remaining uncertainty was the school. Whenever a case involves a school, the security office will handle it with caution. After all, students are the flowers and hope of the motherland. Chen Yun held your report registration form and said to Lin Yuyu, "Lin Yuyu, could you please sign your name?" After saying that, she handed her the pen. Lin Yuyu was momentarily stunned when she saw the report registration form. She opened her mouth, intending to refute, but suddenly burst into tears and said, "I don't think there's anything wrong with my suspicion that he was peeping, even if he didn't actually peep. Doesn't his sneaky behavior deserve my suspicion? I'm just a vulnerable girl, when I might be peeped at. Can't I bravely stand up? What did I do wrong?" Lin Yuyu, who had just been loudly scolding others, instantly turned into a tearful and aggrieved little girl. Although this acting can't be considered very good, it can at least outshine many female stars, but there are indeed people who fall for her tricks, which is really hard to understand. At this moment, the bald director was still standing by Lin Yuyu's side, saying to several security officers, "Comrades, we can handle our school's internal affairs ourselves, so we won't trouble you." But just when you were falsely accused of peeping, he didn't ask for internal handling. Instead, he supported expelling you from school and sending you to the security office for detention. Such an obvious double standard made you unable to help but laugh in anger. Even you, why? This straightforward guy couldn't stand it anymore. "Leader, you didn't say that just now. Jin Rong was slandered for peeping without any confirmation. You mentioned that it was handed over to the Public Security Bureau for detention, and there is now evidence proving that Lin Yuyu has slandered others, which clearly constitutes a violation of the law. Yet you want to handle it internally? I didn't expect that the dignified leaders of Linhai University would be so double-standard." The last sentence was said by you. You didn't want to get your brother into trouble and were worried that if Yu Huai continued, he would be retaliated against by the school leaders. The principal was publicly confronted by 2 students, leaving him speechless for a moment, but he secretly held a grudge against the 2 of you. As a school leader, it is too easy for him to deal with 2 students. A single word could prevent diligent students who have studied hard for over a decade from graduating smoothly. At this moment, Principal Lu finally spoke. He scanned the crowd present, and when no one dared to say a word, he slowly said in a deep voice, "Comrades of the security staff, we must follow the procedures and handle this fairly. Our school will treat every student fairly and justly. The next process is very simple. Lin Yuyu and you, Yang Jinrong, will both sign, seal, and register your ID information on the corresponding report registration form. According to the procedure, both of you should be taken back to the Public Security Bureau to wait for the subsequent verification of all evidence. However, because you are temporarily blind, special circumstances will be treated specially, and you do not need to be taken to the Public Security Bureau. As for Lin Yuyu, she should also be taken away according to the procedure. Lin Yuyu is already an adult and has criminal responsibility capacity. She is suspected of committing the crime of false accusation and framing others, infringing on others' right to reputation and privacy, as well as committing defamation, and she needs to bear corresponding criminal responsibility. This time, Lin Yuyu really cried. Her legs went weak, and she collapsed on the ground, crying uncontrollably, her face pale. I was wrong. I didn't mean to." At this moment, the dean of the art college came over to mediate. "Why don't we just let it go? Classmate Lin Yuyu didn't mean it. She is currently preparing for her graduate exams, and being a girl, she is inevitably a bit overly nervous and sensitive, and has wronged you. As a boy, be more magnanimous. I think it would be better to have Lin Yuyu publicly apologize to you, and our school can also issue a statement of innocence for you, making a big deal small and a small deal disappear. What do you think?" As soon as these words were spoken, not to mention you, even a few security personnel were so shocked that their eyes widened. Yu Huai was even more furious, his face turning red. He had never seen such shameless people in his life, but today he encountered several of them here. The bald director was also in cahoots with Lin Yuyu. He was just about to speak when you intervened to stop him. You wouldn't let him talk, but instead took a deep breath. Yu Huai's heart sank. This guy wouldn't be backing down at this moment, would he? He knew this roommate too well. He was just an exceptionally nice person, who could almost accommodate others in everything. To put it nicely, he was like a prime minister with a big heart. But to put it bluntly, he was just cowardly to the extreme. The firefighting hero was slandered as a peeping Tom and almost taken away by security personnel. Not only was his entire academic career nearly ruined, but his whole life was almost destroyed. Can he endure all this? Both of them, as law school students, are very clear that if they choose to forgive and sign a letter of understanding when reporting the case now, they will not be able to file a lawsuit or pursue responsibility later. Yu Huai did not want to see such a result in his heart, and as Yang Jinrong opened his mouth, just confirming this matter, taking a deep breath, he put on his sunglasses again and slowly said, "Since all the leaders have opened their golden mouths, then I can be generous for once. However, you must apologize and admit your mistakes as I asked. Remember, it's to do every single request I made. If you can't do it to my satisfaction, I reserve the right to prosecute you." "No." Yu Huai twisted his head in shock and looked at Yang Jinrong, his small eyes bulging. Not to mention him, but the several vigilantes, the policewoman Qin Yun, and the school leaders, all had their eyes wide open. Holy, the man! Surprisingly, you chose to forgive? Only the bald director sneered inwardly, secretly thinking that this Yang Jinrong was much more sensible than Yu Huai, and his emotional intelligence was more than a star higher. The idea that he had just risen to try to make things difficult for them vanished. Since Yang Jinrong cleared the suspicion of peeping, the counselor Quan Ji-wei, who had not said anything, also nodded his head slightly. Let the people be spared. Like Yang Jinrong, such a generous person who has no hostility. How rare and precious in this society. Yes, the director of the Fine Arts Academy's name was Yu Shi, and she gave Yang Jinrong a thumbs up as she beamed and praised. That's a good boy. Good temperament. Generous enough. However, if you do something wrong, you should admit it. She twisted her head to look at Lin Yuyu, who had already gotten up, and smiled kindly. Student Lin Yuyu, you did the wrong thing first, and even though it wasn't intentional, it almost caused a big problem. So now apologize to student Yang Jinrong in public and fight for his understanding. I'm sorry, Lin Yuyu, although her heart is not willing, but also really scared by Qin Yun's paragraph of criminal responsibility. She does not want to go to jail. Can only bow her head and apologize without any sincerity. Look, the little girl has apologized, and you have nothing tangible to lose. So let's end this matter here. Once again, Yushi acted as the good guy, as if nothing had happened. Insincere apology. I don't accept it. Yang Jinrong spoke up at this time. I will only accept the most sincere apology from the depths of my heart. If not, I will choose to continue to report to the police or prosecute. Yushi was slightly stunned, but after listening to Yang Jinrong's words, she felt that she couldn't refute them. That's fine. You say a standard for apologizing, so that Lin Yu can follow it. Yes. Yang Jinrong nodded. Yu Huai, you help me open the cell phone video. Let Lin Yu now apologize in public to record a video. The expression must be sincere. The attitude must be correct. It must be from the depths of the heart, truly cognizant of the error, and apologize. Although Yu Huai was a bit uncertain, he did as he was told. I forgive her for falsely accusing me of voyeurism provided she does. 1. Apologize in public and videotape it, and send it to Twitter and other platforms within an hour to admit your mistake. 2. Tomorrow, in front of the entire school, publicly apologize to me and admit your mistake. 3. Within 1 hour, delete the microblogging, and write a written apology letter of more than 10,000 words. And, inside the apology letter, you must describe clearly all the things you did to me, as well as admit that you broke the law. 4. To eliminate the aftermath of her cyber violating me, within 24 hours, she must have all the netizens who retweeted the tweet in which she falsely accused me of peeping. Delete the retweet and reply with an apology. 5. Before Yang Jinrong could finish, Lin Yu snatched the words with a sobbing voice. I can do the first, second and third, but, how can I do the fourth? Tens of thousands of netizens have forwarded it. How can I contact them? I can't do it. That's your business. If you can get them to retweet it, why can't you get them to delete it? Yang Jinrong ignored Lin Yu, but continued. 5. After doing the above 4, I can only forgive you for slandering me. After saying that, he turned his head and faced where Yushi, the dean of the Academy of Fine Arts, was. The latter, on the other hand, nodded, thinking that these 5, no, these 4, were quite reasonable. Yushi looked at Lin Yu. Lin Yu, can you figure out how to do it? She wanted to say I can't do it, but when she thought that if Yang Jinrong didn't understand, she might face a prison sentence, she gritted her teeth and nodded. I can find a way to do it and fight for Yang Jinrong's students' understanding. Anyway, promise to get the letter of understanding first. As for whether or not he could do it back there, what the hell? Could he force himself? Remember the 5 conditions I just made? Yang Jinrong didn't talk any more nonsense. In that case, Chenyun magistrate inwardly shook his head, but did not show it, took the report registration form. In the notes below, the parties to understand the words, please sign the 2 parties. Can the sheriff rewrite one for me? Help me put in the 5 conditions of understanding I just described. Yang Jinrong asked. Could be. Chenyun nodded her head as she wrote quickly, putting down all 5 conditions that Yang Jinrong had just said. Alright, I must remind you, once you sign the letter of understanding, you can't reopen the case. Do you know that? Yeah. Yang Jinrong nodded. The next thing that comes next is simple. Signed and drawn. The sheriff walks away. School leaders, too, have been relieved that, for them, it was nothing more than an extra shift, a meeting, and the rest as if nothing had happened. Director Chin, you draw up a public report to prove that student Yang Jinrong was misunderstood, and paste it in the school column tonight. In addition, you can contact the media platform to eliminate the negative impact as soon as possible. Principal Lu once again opened his golden mouth. Director Chin, also known as the bald director, nodded his head hurriedly. Leaders, we'll go first. Yang Jinrong signaled Yu Huai to take himself back to the dormitory. After the 2 left, the other leaders excused themselves and left. Principal Lu, on the other hand, smiled, revealing 2 gold teeth, this time just opening his golden mouth, did not speak again, and took a meaningful look at Lin Yuyu, who had not yet left, before turning around, leaving with his hands behind his back. I don't know if this smarty pants girl has heard the subtext in Yang Jinrong's words. He just forgives slander, rumor mongering. There is no forgiveness for cyberstorms, nor does it excuse the invasion of privacy, much less forgiven for the offense of assaulting him physically and insulting him. Lin Yuyu still wanted to recount her grievances to the bald director, but she didn't want to be glared at by the latter before departing, and she could only bite her lip and leave. Back in the dormitory, Lin Yuyu originally wanted to open the microblogging app, delete that rumor microblogging, but when she saw that her account has more than 100,000 fans, the hand that points to delete stopped. Inside inexplicably more than a touch of small smugness. I casually make up a microblog. Even the godly Principal Lu, who can't be seen or heard, had to urgently convene a meeting for me, and the security office had to send 4 vigilantes. Even if I did something wrong, slandered him Yang Jinrong, and almost succeeded in getting him expelled from school, and also almost got me to bail out of graduate school. In the end, it's just an apology that will do the trick. Women are sometimes so strange. As if what she does is very much worth bragging about, even if it's skewed and unethical. I won't delete the tweets. See what you can do to me. 008, Same City Express. Whose wreath? Sign for it? Jinrong, is everything okay? Just came downstairs and heard people talking about you. Just back in the dormitory. The other 2 housemates asked. Yang Jinrong couldn't hear that the 2 of them had a taste of concern, but he didn't count on it and shook his head, indicating that he was fine. Yu Huai, you should rest first. Want me to help you? No need. Yang Jinrong refused Yu Huai's help. He changed the medicine himself, washed up, and then lay down on the bed, ready to rest, not even having an appetite for food. The sky had already darkened down, and I don't know if it was a hallucination, but Yang Jinrong only felt that there was always someone talking about himself in his ears, like he was hallucinating. He was abandoned by his parents as a child, grew up in an orphanage, and had to be funded by good people to have the opportunity to go to school. He believes that most of the society are good people. Even if he has suffered countless stares, he has not done a bad thing. From not to be with people, prefer to suffer, to put it nicely called to look at it openly, to put it unpleasantly called to tolerate, hold back. Goat, what aggrieved you are to suffer yourself. Actually, it's okay if you think about it. He consoled himself with this from time to time. Lying on the bed, tossing and turning, Yang Jinrong also could not sleep. His ears always hallucinated someone talking about him. He had no choice but to take out his cell phone and put on his headphones. Yo, help me open the starting small app and play Sun Tzu's Art of War. Yang Jinrong usually reads Sun Tzu's Art of War when he can't sleep. But today, his eyes are blind, so he can only use listening. Sun Tzu said, where the rule of many is like the rule of few. The score is also, fighting the many is like fighting the few. The shape of the name is also, listening to Sun Tzu's Art of War. Yang Jinrong gradually fell asleep, and I don't know how long it took, but it was as if he had entered another space, and a voice rang in his ears. Ding! The host has completed the examination and meets the binding conditions of the True Positive Energy System. The True Positive Energy System is being activated. 100%! Congratulations to the host. Successfully activated the system and received a newbie gift pack. It's opening. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained a body strengthening talisman. Note, strengthening talisman can cure the host's current disease, according to the host's current physical quality to determine the degree of strengthening, equivalent to 10 times the host's physical strength, including strength, speed, reaction, persistence, strength, speed, reaction, durability, etc., being reinforced, blindness lifted, pain relief, strength enhancement, speed enhancement, reinforcement complete. The seemingly dreamlike feeling made Yang Jinrong feel quite unreal. A face of question marks. He wanted to wake up in the middle, but how could he not wake up? Just like a ghost pressurizing the bed. Until the final reinforcement finished beat past, he woke up from the dream. The sun's rays are strong and blinding to the eye. There was no one else inside the dormitory anymore, and judging by the harshness of the sun, I was afraid that it was almost noon. My eyes are better. This is Yang Jinrong's first reaction. The second reaction is that the whole body is smooth and painful. Thinking is even clearer. This is the novel, is not the skin and bones? Wait, this is real? The system? Yang Jinrong called out. The host only needs to call out with thoughts in his mind to talk to the system. It's true. Yang Jinrong was slightly surprised. System, you just said you're called the true positive energy system? What purpose do you serve? The system functions need to be explored by the host himself. Oh, is there anything else the host would like to ask? What time is it? Need the host to check it out by himself. Oh, Yang Jinrong no longer paid attention to the system, but got up to check his body, moved around a bit, and found that his body had really been strengthened, whether it was strength or speed or reaction. This discovery made him surprised and happy. Right at this moment, the system's beep sounded again. Ding! Checking for oddballs that may disrupt social harmony, successfully triggering a positive energy task. Please make a choice for the host. Option 1, think about it. If you can't afford to mess with the oddballs, you can't afford to hide from them? Pay no more attention to this incident. Reward, $250. Option 2, if you can tolerate it, you can't. If you can't, go to the door and beat her up until she explodes in gold coins. Reward, a gold bar. Option 3, transmit positive social energy. Utilize proper means and channels to punish oddballs that affect the health of society, so that the oddballs will be duly punished. Reward, 1 Daikarti Big Devil Superbike. The formalities are complete and legally compliant. Invoices and other formalities will be delivered to the host within 24 hours after the task is completed. What's that supposed to mean? Yang Jinrong's heart was stunned. He frowned slightly. His heart already had a rough guess. He found his cell phone, specifically downloaded a microblogging app. Once he searched for Peeping, the page that popped up was the retweeted microblogging of actress Zhang Yuqi. Lin Yaoyao didn't delete her tweets as per the terms of yesterday's settlement. And not only that, but when Kem Young clicked along with the retweeted message to go to her homepage, she rewrote a small essay. Doesn't being a girl give you the right to be suspicious of other people's voyeurism? The content is basically an indictment and not a single word is an apology. Yang Jinrong was completely exasperated and laughed. He retreated again and again, endured again and again. Originally thought that Lin Yu would know her mistakes and change. Never thought that this woman would be so unrepentant. Very good. System, I choose option 3. Option 1. This is the former Cam Young. Option 2. Comes with the attribute of breaking the law. Although Yang Jinrong really wanted to give her bonbon 2 punches, and the gold bar was extremely tempting, but a gentleman does not stand under the wall of danger. Yang Jinrong did not intend to let himself go to break the law. The host confirms his choice. Please complete the task. The system prompted one last time, and then there was no more movement. Yang Jinrong did not have any more hesitation. He collected the relevant evidence. Decisively open the microcourt small program, register and log in, fill in the identity card information, facial authentication, in accordance with the program, step by step to choose to file a case, write a good indictment, submit the appropriate evidence materials, apply for rapid acceptance, completion of online prosecution. After doing all this, it was already noon. Yang Jinrong washed up, changed his clothes, and was about to go eat. Before he opened the dormitory door, he heard a murmur from outside the door. Asterisk 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 so many wreaths? What's the deal? In memory of Peeping Tom Young Jinrong, early death, early survival didn't die now? Peeping Tom Young Cam Wing wreath, evil ghosts haunting and eroding? This Nima, didn't they just send out a school-wide notice that Yang Jinrong was misunderstood? How come the wreaths have been sent? Who sent them? The road is blocked. Yang Jinrong heard the sound, opened the door. Immediately there are several white wreaths leaning on the door. Fell down. He did not dodge, but reached out to hold the wreaths. Looked up, the corridor aisle, but all the wreaths, large and small, different shapes, at least 20 or 30, Many students also looked at young Jinrong who opened the door. Some recognized him, some did not, but also guessed. Everyone was about to speak. Suddenly a voice sounded downstairs. Same City Express. Whose wreath? Sign for it? 009, this operation. You're going to shatter me. Swish swish swish. This whose wreath? Sign for it. Instantly attracted the attention of all the students. A gaze was cast to the downstairs carrying a wreath of flowers tilting his head. Followed by all the gazes turned to young Jinrong almost synchronized. Who sent him a wreath? That's wicked, isn't it? MD. Growing up, the first time I witnessed this kind of strange thing, I guess it's that group of boxing on the internet, right? Poor Yang Jinrong, being slandered as a peeping Tom. Even after the school notice, he has to be sent a wreath. TSK, I don't know if young Jinrong is strong enough inside. If he's a bit fragile, he might really get depressed, right? Depression? No. I have a feeling that people who are a little weaker at heart might not be able to think straight and jump to their death. Shoo, you guys, don't talk so much. Can't you see Yang Jinrong's face has changed? He was slandered, and he had to suffer from cyber violence, and he had to be sent a wreath at the end of the day. It's pathetic enough. So let's not talk about it. Then why are you talking so much? Discussions continued to ring out at the side. Yang Jinrong couldn't help but smile. His face, which was more handsome than Dawn's, was filled with a warm smile, only to see him smile and wave his hand towards downstairs. My wreath, help me send it up. Once these words came out, the scene, which was still buzzing, instantly quieted down. It was as quiet as a pin drop. Everyone froze. What's the operation? At the time of everyone blindfolded, the same City Express small brother carrying a wreath, in a swift momentum, rushed up to the dormitory floor. When he saw young Jinrong dormitory door full of wreaths, but also could not help but froze for a moment. The mouth is open wide enough to be able to stuff down an ostrich egg. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Grow so big. The first time to see so many wreaths. You put it on the side. Yang Jinrong also did not need to sign for it. Waved his hand, signaling the little brother to put it down and walk away. Okay. The same city boy put down the wreath in the periphery, took out his cell phone, took a picture, completed this order, and then turned to leave. While walking, he sent a friend circle. Today, I delivered a very special express delivery. Wreaths, the texture of gray is very good. I feel like it's worth at least $1,000 or so. And these, I don't know who sent the wreaths. So many, worth quite a lot of money, right? I also don't know if I can receive so many expensive wreaths when I die. Attached a photo that had just been taken. After sending him also commented on his own circle of friends at the bottom, you do not say. This wreath is quite heavy. I also saw a few wreaths with LED display, which shall not be 1 or 2,000 a. Just this moment kung fu. There are 2 more fellow city boys carrying wreaths to deliver over. Just to rub shoulders with him. Do you know how? To dormitory 505-inch. Right up front. The same city boy, after sending a friend circle, pointed the way. Here, see? The 2 fellow city boys carrying the wreaths took a fixed look. And holy, so many wreaths. That's not all. One after another there are wreaths delivered. Some careful people counted, but there are as many as 60. Until Yu Huai came back ringing his meal. Jinrong, I brought you a boxed lunch. Who the hell put a wreath outside our dorm room? Mine. Ha? Yu Huai was enraged at that moment. He raised his foot and was about to kick the wreath away. It must be Lin Yuyu who did this. Let's go. Let's go find the school leaders. Don't break it. Yang Jinrong stopped Yu Huai and turned his head to reveal a mouthful of porcelain white teeth to the onlookers. Smiling sunny, everyone make way. Don't break my wreath. The original warm smile, reflected in the blue, red and white wreaths, became eerie, scaring many students to retreat, one by one, hurrying around the road. Students who were afraid of bad luck didn't dare to take pictures, while those who weren't superstitious took videos and sent them online, some to their circle of friends and some to the school forum. Soon, things festered. The internet is getting louder and louder. Naturally, it also reached Weibo, and those who sent wreaths were excited to tweet their celebrations. Lin Yuyu also saw it at the first time. Not only did she not blame herself half-heartedly, her face also showed a touch of triumph and cold smile. Humph, still presuming to make me apologize? Wait to keep collecting wreaths. The school leaders of the teaching office, once again, was alarmed. Originally was planning to eat lunch. Principal Lu saw these messages. Immediately in the school leadership group ate everyone. Immediately blockade the campus. From the immediate start do not allow takeaway courier and other personnel. Enter the school. Immediately interview Lin Yuyu. Wait for me to finish eating. As for Yang Jinrong's side, he waited for a while to make sure that no one would send wreaths again. So he took a video for evidence and opened the micro court applet. wanting to add a little more evidence, and found that the prosecution that he had just filed was accepted with godlike speed. That's good. Then I'll see you in court. What to do? Yu Huai was a bit overwhelmed with so many wreaths. He wanted to throw them away but was stopped by Yang Jinrong again. What a shame to lose it. Yang Jinrong opened the 69 Toncheng app, searched for funeral stores, inquired about a few, and finally found the most suitable one. Dialed the phone over. Hello, 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 this is Peaceful White Shop. I'm the owner Zhang Ling Tian. This store is 365 days a year without rest service. Provide funeral one-stop service, including professional. A man's voice came from the other end of the phone. Yang Jinrong interrupted his follow-up introduction, smiled and inquired. I'm the one who just inquired about the price of recycling wreaths in your store on 69 Toncheng. I've got quite a few wreaths here, so come over and recycle them? Zhang Lingtian paused before he chuckled. Okay. Based on the photos just now can only initially estimate the price. The specifics will have to wait for me to arrive at the scene and then confirm. No problem? No problem. Why don't you call a few people over first? The address is Linhai University. Yang Jinrong hangs up the phone. Yu Huai looked completely dumbfounded. This operation. You're going to shatter me. Wreaths are still recycled? It's worth a lot of money. When others sent him a wreath, Yang Jinrong was like a different person and didn't get angry, eating while waiting for Zhang Lingtian to come over. It was only after more than an hour or so of most time, and the lunch break was about to end, that Zhang Lingtian arrived out of breath. In the past, the security guards didn't stop people. What kind of drug did they take today? They wouldn't let me in, and in the end, they even wasted 2 packs of Furong Wang on me. Zhang Lingtian was white, tall and thin, dressed in a suit. He spat while lifting his head to take a serious look at the wreaths in the corridor, and suddenly let out an ouch. Good goods all good goods. Ouch. Isn't this my family's wreath? The price is 1888. So expensive? Yu Huai was surprised. How much is that recycling? Zhang Lingtian stroked his chin and grinned. Classmate, all of these wreaths, I will always recycle them according to the highest 60% discount. As you know, when I recycle them back, I still need to put them back together again. And I can't sell that many at once. Only 60% off? Yu Huai glared at Zhang Lingtian. Boss, you're too dark. Hey. Zhang Lingtian laughed. It's not a good business for brick and mortar stores right now, so be more understanding. Brick and mortar stores are doing poorly. What's that got to do with your white goods store? Can't someone else serve online? Yu Huai muttered and spat. Let's say 65% off. 1 bite, all in one piece. Yang Jinrong spoke. I can't say for sure, but I will cooperate for a long time in the future. Long-term cooperation? Zhang Lingtian was stunned. Was he? Is there such a possibility? No. I was so busy looking at the wreaths that I forgot to ask, how did you get so many wreaths? In the end, Zhang Lingtian still recycled all the wreaths at a 65% discount. The average price was at $1,200. 66 wreaths, 65% discount recycling, $51,480. Erased as zero, a total of $51,000. Transfer the money. Tell someone to move. The owner of the physical store is so black-hearted. Reverse erasure of zero. But also erased $480 at once, are enough for half a month of my food expenses. Yu Huai spat on the side, looking at the removed wreaths with heartache. The 65% recycling price seemed to make him quite distressed. Buy you crawfish tonight. Yang Jinrong smiled. Let's go. Go to class. Asterisk. Righteous father. I'll have the garlic one. 5 pounds. It was already time for class, and the other 2 housemates hadn't come back yet. So Yang Jinrong and Yu Huai both grabbed their red leather private international law books and went to class. The other side, Academy of Fine Arts. Lin Yaoyao happily walked into the open classroom. She took a literature class, focusing on a writing skills improvement. Soon, the students are there. The seats are full. The teacher arrives early, and the class begins. Just then, 2 commissioners, dressed in court uniforms, knocked on the door and one of them spoke. Who is Citizen Lin Yuyu? Here's a copy of the indictment. You need to confirm your signature. 010, who are you to sue me? In the large classroom, more than 100 students looked in unison at the court officer who appeared in the doorway. Who is Lin Yaoyao? No way? You don't even know about this one? Haven't you guys ever swiped through Weibo? It's on the hot search. Big star Zhang Yuqi even retweeted it. Asterisk. I remember. Is that the Peeping Tom? What Peeping Tom? You girls should watch what you say, okay? Obviously was slandered. The morning school not issued a notice. Misunderstanding, slandering, that is, the male student's generosity, otherwise this rumor-making behavior, are enough to send her into the detention center to reflect. Say, What did the courts just say? Citizen Lin Yuyu, please sign for a copy of the indictment. The court officer repeated. This time everyone heard it clearly. Copy of the indictment. Lin Yuyu heard her name and subconsciously stood up. But when she heard the copy of the indictment clearly, her whole body froze. What copy of the indictment? Swish swish swish. When she stood up, over 100 pairs of eyes fell on her in unison. The chatter still didn't stop. Lin had only felt his head buzzing with some uncertainty and bewilderment. Tap. Show us an ID. Or an electronic ID if you don't have one. The two staff members walked up to Lin Yuyu and handed her a copy of the petition, and took out another document for her to read carefully and then sign and press her handprints. What's wrong? Lin Yuyu was really scared. She grew up, or the first time to see the court, but also the first time to sign the pleadings in public. Sounds very scary. No need to be nervous. A staff member explained very patiently. The indictment only represents that you are being sued by someone else. You need to submit a defense to the court within 15 days. If you don't submit a defense, it doesn't affect the court session. 3 days before the court date, the court will notify you and the plaintiff and issue a public notice. The moment Lin Yuyu heard words such as indictment, trial, plaintiff, etc., she was shocked and shivered, and her spirit became highly nervous. She subconsciously asked, "May I ask who I am being indicted by?" The plaintiff, the defendant, the cause of action, etc., are very clearly stated in the complaint. The staff member glanced at Lin Yuyu in surprise, feeling a little surprised at her reaction. Looking at the description of the indictment, this female student named Lin Yuyu, all of whom can drive such a big rhythm on the internet and cause millions of readings, should belong to the type with a lot of guts. Plaintiff Yang Jinrong, defendant Lin Yuyu, insult, rumor, slander, physical assault, invasion of privacy. Lin Yuyu subconsciously opened the copy of the indictment and read out the contents. Wow! The students in the large classroom whimpered out. Really sued? This is going to be a court case. Many students have pulled out their cell phones and rushed to take a video to record it. I'm now very much looking forward to how this lawsuit will ultimately be decided. What else is there to say? The morning's notice you did not also hear it. People Yang Jinrong not only did not peep, but also a firefighting hero. TSK, this Lin Yuyu is a senior sister. I heard that in preparation for the graduate school of the Academy of Fine Arts. This time there will be a good show to see. Say, she's a senior. Why don't she go for an internship? I know a senior who is preparing for graduate school while interning. Why is she still coming to open class with us? Who knows? Maybe not enough credits? Maybe people simply like the class. Every word of the murmurings reached Lin Yuyu's ears, but at this time she ignored it, because the only thing in her mind was the fact that she was being prosecuted. Didn't he already sign an understanding with Yang Jinrong? Why does he still want to sue me? Haven't we already cleared the air between us? What gives him the right to sue me? This we do not know. He submitted the indictment and evidence and related materials are in line with our court's prosecution process. We have also reviewed. In addition, because this case involves students and has caused large-scale concern of public opinion, so our court decided, open a fast acceptance channel, maybe within 5 days for trial. You be prepared. The court's two staff said clearly, then took out a form. Check the good Lin have ID card information, let his signature and fingerprints, and then left to go. And Lin Yaoyao had no more intention of listening to this open class, and with a heavy heart, he trotted away from the large classroom, leaving behind the students in the classroom who are constantly discussing. Many students have begun to take the video that was just shot and send it to the short video platform, and the circle of friends naturally can't help but send a copy of it. A schoolmate rumors about a schoolmate, falsely accuses him of being a peeping Tom, and gets sued. The teacher of the open class, a professor who was already ancient, shook his head, muttered something about the world's trend, and then greeted his classmates and told them to continue listening to the lecture. Principal's office. Because of the wreath incident, the school leaders who were planning to hold a meeting just sat down for the meeting. Got the wreath has been transported away. One crying and laughing. Principal Lu was about to speak. Leader, you can do something for me. Woohoo! Before seeing him, he heard his voice, and it was only after Lin Yuyu's voice rang out that he appeared in a rush. Lin Yaoyao student, what's wrong with you? Yushi stood up and asked with concern. Lin Yuyu sobbed and complained. Yang Jinrong he's not a human being. He went back on his word. He's clearly signed a letter of understanding, and he still went to court to sue me. It shouldn't be. I feel that student Yang Jinrong is quite a good talker and doesn't seem like that kind of person. Yushi was a bit unconvinced. As far as we know, he's quite upright. You see, woohoo! Lin Yaoyao handed a copy of the indictment to the leader. Many leaders craned their necks to take a look. It's still true. A copy of the indictment of the court. It's written very clearly. Yang Jinrong, the plaintiff, and Lin Yuyu, the defendant. How can he look like this? Yushi got a little angry. Principal Lu, why don't you call Yang Jinrong over and ask him clearly? What the hell is wrong with him? Signing a letter of understanding and then backhandedly suing someone's little girl? This is not right. Immediately a leader contacted Cam Young. Yang Jinrong, who was in class, had expected that Lin Yuyu would go to the school leaders to cry for support the first time he received a copy of the indictment, and had been psychologically prepared. So he packed up, gave an explanation to Yu Huai, and then took leave to leave the classroom. It didn't take long. Yang Jinrong appeared in the principal's office alone, clutching a book on private international law. When Lin Yuyu saw Yang Jinrong, she stood up. She pointed at Yang Jinrong and screamed, "You've already signed the letter of understanding. Why are you still suing me?" 011, 1,000 accusations without end. Do not underestimate the pressure of public opinion. On what grounds are you being prosecuted? Yang Jinrong sneered. From the moment he was slandered as a peeping Tom, his heart was already cold. Not to mention, he had given Lin Yuyu the opportunity to admit her mistakes and reform, but she not only didn't cherish it, but also bit back. For people like that, Yang Jinrong didn't want to waste any more expressions. At this moment, his gaze was like a torch, like a judge, looking straight at Lin Yuyu. By the fact that you don't know how to repent, by the fact that you haven't apologized to me, by the fact that you haven't fulfilled the conditions of the letter of understanding, by the fact that you up until today at this moment, still not cognizant of your crime. These words were deafening, shocking Lin Yuyu to be dumbfounded and at a loss for words. Similarly, the leaders and teachers present were also shocked, especially the dean of the Academy of Fine Arts. Yang Jinrong did give Lin have a chance. Fellow school leaders, if today, there are still people who persuade me to give her another chance, then, if, at some point in the future, there is a victim like me, who is unable to prove his own innocence, how should you leaders decide? If, however, that victim was one of the leaders here, one of yourselves, what should you do? Victims should not forgive criminals over and over again. Rather, they should take up legal weapons to defend their rights and interests, and let the law judge and sanction the criminals. In this way, cut off second offenses by criminals. It is the law that should give criminals the chance to be rehabilitated, to go to prison to be rehabilitated, to step on a sewing machine to be rehabilitated. Instead of asking the victim to give that chance, Yang Jinrong said all the anger in his heart in one breath, disliking all the leaders. But Yang Jinrong wasn't finished. He still had something to say. He swept his gaze over all the school leaders. If any other leader that wants to stand up for her Lin Yuyu, this criminal stands up for her. You can confront me in the courtroom and go to her defense in front of the judge. After saying that, Yang Jinrong turned around and left. What has to be said has been said. As for what the school leaders should do, it was not something that Yang Jinrong should consider. When Yang Jinrong left for a long time, the large office was still so quiet that a pin could be heard. Wow! Lin Yao Yao let out a wow cry. She was really scared. Until now, she didn't realize that what she did wasn't a mistake. It was against the law. Take her away, Principal Lu said meaningfully, signaling the Dean of the Academy of Fine Arts to take the people away. When the Dean of the Academy of Fine Arts took Lin Yuyu away, the bald director then reacted. No, Principal Lu, look, what kind of person is this Yang Jinrong? How dare he chide all the school leaders in front of many leaders? He's eaten ambition and leopard's gall? Who gave him the courage? Principal Lu raised his eyelids. Bald director instantly mute. Do not dare to say half a sentence. The principal only then scolded. School because she Lin have one person. A short time, makes so much negative news, is not enough? Using public opinion to slander classmates for peeping and pitting men against women on the internet. Also humanizing classmates, illegally leaking classmates' privacy, and making a whole wreath incident. Such a nasty incident is quite explosive when looking at the entire university circle, seriously damaging the reputation of our school. If she is not dealt with according to the law, which male student will dare to enroll in our school in the future? The enrollment profile simply doesn't even need to be done. Just change it to an enrollment reduction chapter. As soon as Principal Lu got angry, all the leaders closed their mouths tightly, their eyelids drooped, and they didn't dare to breathe. Dismissed. Time flies like a shuttle, and 7 days passed in a flash. The court president contacted Yang Jinrong to ask if he could accept pre-court mediation, conveying the defendant Lin Yuyu's willingness to apologize and pay compensation, but was rejected by Yang Jinrong, having already been given a chance that she didn't appreciate. She definitely wouldn't waste any more time. Soon after, the Huaqiao District Court issued a notice to hold a trial in 3 days. This day, Yang Jinrong changed into a black suit, put on a tie, put on a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, ringed a copy of the criminal law appeared in front of the People's Court of Huaqiao District. Yu Huai, on the other hand, was holding two handheld gimbal stabilizers with a cell phone on top of each, ready to broadcast live. Before the trial, Yang Jinrong has applied to get the court's live trial concession, and today he is going to live trial Lin Yuyu. Yang Jinrong walked into the court with his head held high and faithfully, and followed the instructions of the court staff to be seated in the plaintiff's seat. Yu Huai was not present as a witness, but as a classmate observing and helping with the live broadcast, and Lin Yaoyao was sitting in the defendant's seat with a haggard look on his face. She didn't find a free assistance attorney. She didn't dare tell her parents. None of her girlfriends or friends would attend with her, and she was the only one sitting alone at the defense table. The trial began immediately. All the members of the panel, the trial judge in accordance with the legal procedures, to identify the plaintiff and defendant parties are present, announced the court discipline, checked the identity of the parties and the presence of the court, and asked whether there is any objection, declared the identity of the members of the court, told the parties to the litigation rights and obligations, and all the process is complete, and there is no objection. The trial judge called the court to order. Meanwhile, the licensed live stream of the courtroom was opened. Moreover, it is still a synchronized live broadcast on the two platforms of Weibo and Douyin. The live broadcasting room had already applied for permission, and the names were the same. Both called school sister falsely accused me of peeping, and cyber violated me, refused to apologize afterwards, forced me to meet in court. This headline didn't attract many viewers at first, but as time went on, the big data keywords matched to Lin Yuyu's initial tweets, as well as related hot words, and then began to push to those who had cyberstormed Yang Jinrong in the first place. Gradually, the people who entered the live broadcast room, more and more, whether it was Douyin or Weibo, the audience have brushed up the pop-up screen. Holy, Big Brother for real? Really suing? Families? Who understands? How dare the underhead man actually sue the fairy? Families. Report. Go, 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 upstairs Counter-Strike off. This is a court-licensed live broadcast. Let's be serious, people. When I first swiped to that hot search, I still felt strange. Why are there still people peeping these days? Is the female anchor of Shake Fish not enough horse fork bugs? Or is the female anchor of Tiger Ya not enchanting enough? Later I realized that this brother was slandered by the schoolmates. What bad luck. Last time, there was a male student in our school who was falsely accused of harassing his schoolmate, and he was finally expelled from school, while that schoolmate was guaranteed a place in graduate school. And then the male student was forced to commit suicide by jumping off a building, and we realized that the male student was wrongly accused. 1,000 accusations without end. Don't underestimate the pressure of public opinion. Not only is the audience in the live broadcast room brushing the pop-up screen, on Weibo, Lin Yuyu's fan family members also began to frantically bring the rhythm to brush the Weibo super talk. Who are you to judge us girls? Isn't that what he said about peeping? This man is so careful that he ran to the court to sue. This kind of careful man deserves to be slandered. Putting aside the facts, isn't he, Yang Jinrong, at all wrong? Goddess Yao Yao must resist the pressure. The judge will give you justice. Many unknown female fans are still adding fuel to the Lin Yao Yao incident, and some even continue to send photos of Yang Jinrong in an attempt to vent their anger. However, they are afraid they will not think that after Lin Yao Yao is sentenced, it will be their turn. 012, Confrontation in court. 3 views shattered. The rhythms of the internet don't affect the courtroom proceedings. After the trial judge allowed Yang Jinrong to read the indictment, he then allowed the defendant Lin Yuyu to read the defense. I don't have an answer. It's not that Lin Yuyu is not prepared, but until this moment, Lin Yuyu still feels that as long as she apologizes in court, she can be forgiven and be at peace. Lin Yuyu bit her lip. I don't think I'm at fault. Defendant, please use the correct words. The defense now is not whether or not there was a mistake, but whether or not there was a crime. The judge banged the gavel, glanced at the female student on the defense table and frowned. He inwardly sighed. Students nowadays, really weak legal awareness. This is still a college student. He also adjudicated a gang letter crime case last week where several college students didn't realize they were breaking the law until the silver bracelets were cuffed. Next comes the evidentiary phase. Kamyoung has been fully prepared for a long time, including Lin Yaoyao's initial sending of tweets falsely accusing him of voyeurism, the malicious comments underneath the tweets, the retweets and comments of the actress Zhang Yuqi, and the tirades on Weibo superlatives and hot searches. The foregoing are proof of the crime of slander and disinformation. There is also proof of assault, proof of invasion of privacy, and proof of insult. Will the defendant Lin Yaoyao please cross-examine? A deposition? Confirm what? Lin Yuyu's face paled. He's already signed a letter of understanding. We've reconciled. His prosecution is invalid. The trial judge shook his head. Naturally he was aware of the incident. but nonetheless followed the process of asking, "Plaintiff, is this true?" "Yes." Yang Jinrong nodded. Wow. The two major platforms' live broadcasts instantly sprung up with a large number of pop-ups, just like a tidal wave, rapidly brushing the screen. Why are you suing her when you've already signed a letter of understanding? This Yang Jinrong doesn't look like a good person at first glance. Flies don't bite seamless eggs. And obviously the male isn't a good person either. Looks like a man, but must be lewd inside. TSK, a big old man. By the girl said a word of peeping, and then the other girl sued to the court. On this belly, doomed to a lifetime of failure. Goo. Even boiling goat upstairs can't lick as well as you can. Even Black Xiaohu has to worship you. Get out of here upstairs. Is being a voice for us girls called licking? Yang Jinrong, this is the words are not trustworthy. Obviously has signed the letter of understanding. And still have the face to sue our family have. 2.13 face. Wait. People aren't done talking. Yang Jinrong naturally couldn't see these pop-ups. He just paused a little. And then his eyes were like torches. Looking straight at Lin Yuyu. His voice like a flood of bells. Questioning. I would like to ask the defendant Lin Yuyu. Do you still remember the prerequisites of the understanding? If you don't remember, I can read it to you again live. Yang Jinrong took out the letter of understanding issued by the magistrate at the beginning and reread the 5 prerequisites in court. I now ask the defendant, have you written a 10,000 word letter of apology? Have you tweeted to set the record straight? No. Not only did you not clarify the facts, not only did you not apologize, nor did you delete the one tweet that slandered me and caused me great harm, and wrote a new little essay to cyberstorm me yet again. So much so that I received 66 wreaths. Do you know how much one wreath hurts me? 66 wreaths piled up all over our entire dormitory hallway. It's blocking the boys' dormitory. I have suffered an unprecedented insult. Is there even such a thing? Both the trial judge and the jurors had a moment's pause. This one did not appear to have been submitted by the plaintiffs. Dang. The trial judge banged down his gavel. Defendant, is what the plaintiff just said true? Lin Yuyu's face was pale. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead. And for a moment, he didn't know how to retort. Presiding judge, I have proof of all this. Yang Jinrong took out several photos of the scene that had already been printed out, and held his hands up in the air, circling around so that everyone present could see them. The wreaths take up the entire hallway, and the meditative scene is quite a spectacle. The audience in the live room was blown away. Asterisk. It's vicious. It would take at least the passing of the village chief to receive this many wreaths. Not apologizing and deleting microblogging, but also using public opinion to send wreaths to the victims. This kind of person, hurry up and sentence. Let her go to prison to reflect on herself. Save her from wreaking havoc on others in the future. Mud. Not only is the defendant abominable, but all those who sent the wreaths are abominable to the core, and all those who sent the wreaths should be prosecuted and sent to jail. Right. Support Mr. Yang to do so. The pop-ups came out like crazy, and those who had sent wreaths, seeing these pop-ups, got a little scared. They were really afraid of being prosecuted. But when they thought about the 66 people who had sent wreaths, and that the law was not to be blamed, they didn't seem to be so worried. Spare a thought. Are you going to ruin a girl's life? Just. Almost there. Even up to this point, he didn't forget to brush a wave of support for Lin Yao. The facts are clear. The evidence is sufficient. And the proof is valid. The trial judge looked at Lin Yuyu and issued a final inquiry. Does the defendant have anything else to say? That's not me sending it. It's none of my business. It's them who had to send it. I didn't ask them to send it. If you want to arrest them, it's them who should be arrested. Don't arrest me. Don't arrest me. Lin Yao completely broke down and cried out. Presiding judge, you should have sent someone to arrest them. They're the ones who are going to be sentenced. It has nothing to do with me. Oh. The audience in the live room couldn't help but burst out laughing when they heard this segment. Not bad for a family member who has to sell out his family when it counts. And those Lin Yao's microblogging fans, the ones who sent the wreaths, were all furious when they heard that the blogger they paid money to support ended up biting back at them. Angry and scared at the same time. You're not really going to get caught, are you? Silence. The trial judge knocked down the gavel. A hammer. All the procedures that should be taken have gone through. The evidence is complete. The incident is clear. It is left to the final sentencing judgment. Considering that the defendant is still a student, this court, by the resolution of the panel of judges, may impose a lighter sentence on the defendant. Yang Jinrong, however, raised his hand at that moment. Plaintiff, do you have any objection? Presiding judge, I do not agree to a lighter sentence. Yang Jinrong stood up, his voice booming. Defendant Lin Yuyu does not have the qualifications for a lighter sentence. I have given her the opportunity to reform herself. I only need her to apologize, and I have even given up pursuing legal responsibility for her. May. Instead of recognizing the mistake and reforming herself, she just upped the ante by cyber-violating and second-victimizing me. And Yang Jinrong pointed at Lin Yuyu on the defense table and loudly questioned, Lin Yuyu, why didn't you go out for internship in your senior year and had to live inside the school? I'm preparing for graduate school. Lin Yaoyao was startled by the loud voice and stuttered his words. No, Yang Jinrong categorically said, as far as I know, your family conditions are not good. Other students with similar conditions as yours are all hardworking, diligent and hardworking, and you, even in your senior year, you still excuse yourself to go to graduate school, reaching out to your family, reaching out to your parents. You're lazy, you stay in school and never seriously prepare for exams. You're just simply greedy for enjoyment. Say, Yang Jinrong's last voice, like a thunderous explosion, shook his ears. Did you never even think of going to graduate school? No, I'm not. Lin Yuyu had her head buzzing from the shock. She subconsciously retorted loudly. It's not that I haven't thought about working hard for graduate school, I just can't work hard enough. Every time I pick up a test paper or a book, I get sleepy. I want to play with my cell phone, swipe on microblogging, swipe on dramas. Woohoo! I'm trying to get into graduate school. I falsely accused you of peeping in order to get into graduate school, and that's why I went crying to the school director, just hoping that I could bail out of graduate school by concocting a peeping incident. Ugh, obviously someone has bailed out just like that. Why can't I? Whoops. Everyone at the scene couldn't help but stare in disbelief when Lin Yuyu's words came out. The viewers of the two platforms' live broadcasts are all the more shocked, and their 3 views are shattered. 013, top-heavy sentence. 13 years for disinformation. Who would have thought that a few words from Yang Jinrong would explode a thunderbolt? Lin Yuyu admitted in court that he falsely accused Yang Jinrong of peeping with the purpose of keeping his graduate school. The nature is quite bad. To go and maliciously and falsely accuse others of peeping in order to preserve their own studies. Such a serpentine person must be heavily sentenced. I have never seen such a shameless person in my life. If you want to go to graduate school, you don't work hard to prepare for the exams and brush up on the questions, but you just think of some crooked ways. If he can't prove his innocence, does it mean that the boy will be expelled from school or even sent to the detention center? The boy has studied hard for more than 10 years, and his career has been ruined because of slander. A double first-class university, and there's trash like her. I was used by her before and even liked and retweeted for her. I'm sorry, I apologize to the victim. Rise and shine. Surprised to see the female apologizing to the male. Sleep some more. Ah, coo. At this point, more than just netizens flocked to the live stream to watch the courtroom. The school leaders of Linhai University were likewise on the air. In the principal's office, the huge screen was being watched live on a projector cast. The dean of the Academy of Fine Arts stared with a pair of big eyes, her mouth wide open. As the same woman, she had always empathized with Lin Yuyu, but how could she have never imagined that she had been deceived by a seemingly innocent student? The bald director was numb. He was the one who openly supported Lin Yuyu and demanded that Yang Jinrong be expelled from school. Gentlemen, if you have any comments or suggestions on this matter, you may speak now. Principal Liu swept his gaze across the many school leaders, his voice neither happy nor sad. My suggestion is to expel Lin Yaoyao from school. I checked. Lin Yaoyao is still a member of the party, and proposed that the party branch expel him from the party. She also received financial aid and recommended recovery. Several school leaders proposed. Just a few words. On behalf of Lin Yuyu, school registration, graduation certificate, degree certificate, party membership, no longer exist. There is also the recoupment of student aid. This time, there was no one to intercede for Lin Yuyu anymore. Acquiesced in the matter. In court, Yang Jinrong spoke again. I suggest that the defendant be punished at the top. The cost of slander and rumor mongering is too low, which has resulted in a large number of rumor mongering and slander on the network in today's society. Yang Jinrong is not only the plaintiff in this case, but also a citizen of society. I have the obligation and responsibility to make my own contribution to the progress of society. I ask the presiding judge to decide this case as an exemplary case. Contribute to reducing the incidence of social disinformation. I can cite far too many cases of zero-cost slander by rumor mongers, and the victims lose their jobs and their lives over a rumor. 2013. Jiangnan region. A warm-hearted cyclist man. See, the old man fell to the ground, unconscious, to send it to the hospital, to advance its medical expenses. The old man has been unconscious. Warm-hearted man, but the old man's family was slandered as he hit. The child suffered verbal abuse in the school. His wife and mother suffered in the neighborhood, but also $1 million in claims, which ultimately led to the man, for the sake of proving his innocence, jumped to his death. until the old man awake. Everything is the truth. Poor warm-hearted man and his family, and ultimately did not wait for the old man's family to apologize. In 2012, a 59-year-old teacher at a university was falsely accused of attempted QJ by a female student and was sentenced to prison. His decades of innocence was ruined. He lost his pension eligibility. He complained about the injustice for 10 years, and never stopped. And early last year, after he shouted out that 10 years of imprisonment, the crime is not mine, he died with the injustice. Last October, the female student who slandered his attempted QJ that year was arrested for selling Y, and only then told the truth about the unjust case 10 years ago. Judge, there are countless cases like this. I implore the presiding judge and the trial panel to give serious consideration to rendering a judgment that is most favorable to the community. Every word of Yang Jinrong's was like a thunderbolt, striking hard on Lin Yuyu's heart. This instant, Lin had a heart rate that reached a height never seen in this life. Unsteady breathing, feet are weak, the whole body trembles. Her whole body only felt the sky spinning, unable to stand upright, only to be paralyzed in the defendant's seat. After hearing Yang Jinrong's words, everyone in the trial group was shocked. Plaintiffs are correct. Isn't this society, with its increasing number of rumor mongers, because the cost of rumor mongering is so low? At best, it's a 10-day detention. It also requires that the target of the rumor be powerful. When ordinary people are victimized, it takes a lot of time, energy, money, and even lives to prove their innocence. Rumor mongering opens one's mouth, and dispelling rumors breaks one's legs. Trials also need to consider the social impact. After rigorous discussion and consideration by the trial chamber, the final judgment was rendered in court. The defendant Lin Yuyu is guilty of insult, rumor, short for slanderous rumor, defamation, personal attack, and invasion of privacy. The facts are clear and the evidence is clear. Aggravated circumstances, lack of remorse, risk of re-offending. The court imposes the following sentence on the defendant: 3 years imprisonment for insult, 3 years imprisonment for disinformation, 3 years imprisonment for defamation, 3 years imprisonment for physical assault, and 3 years imprisonment for invasion of privacy. The crimes are combined and the defendant, Lin Yuyu, is sentenced to 13 years in prison. Defendant Lin Yaoyao is not eligible for probation. Probation must be satisfied with both lesser circumstances, remorse, and no risk of re-offense. This case, closed. Boom. The presiding judge has not finished reading. Lin Yuyu only felt like a lightning strike. Scalp numb, breathing stagnation, cardiac arrest, eyes rolled over. The whole person fainted. The presiding judge immediately called for a doctor to revive Lin Yaoyao. This save to wake up is not as good as not saving, but instead let Lin have once again experienced the sense of pain of the ghost gate. She fainted once again. The doctor, unbelieving, woke her up again. It's okay, you keep fainting. I can still save it. Lin Yaoyao. The trial is over. Lin Yaoyao was handcuffed and taken away. And at that moment, the live broadcast was completely abuzz. Hiss. 13 years. It's horrible, isn't it? A 13-year sentence for making a rumor? It feels like the court sentenced a little too heavily. Heavy? Think about those who were falsely accused of jumping off a building to prove their innocence. Do you think it's still heavy? Not to mention these. The plaintiff was almost expelled from school, and his 10 years of hard study was ruined. Do you still think it's heavy? Asterisk 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 can't afford to mess with. Rumor has it that the plaintiff, Yang Jinrong, is a law school student, so who wouldn't it be good for Lin Yuyu to mess with? But to mess with the law school? No. Upstairs upstairs upstairs, are you stupid? If the victim wasn't Yang Jinrong, wouldn't he have been expelled from school? The audience was talking, and the female Weibo fans who had sent wreaths to Yang Jinrong were completely shocked. They, for the first time, I'm scared. For the first time, I felt so close to prison time. Some began to reflect. Others began to delete previously rumor-mongering tweets. Of course, there are still people who do not feel that they have done anything wrong. After all, they are not the ones who have been sentenced to prison terms, and a sense of fluke will always exist in the minds of some people. In the meantime, this live trial was also sent to the hot seat. At the end of the trial, the live stream was hot, at an all-time high. I don't know how many people flocked to the live stream. The attention of the live broadcast room also soared. Tens of thousands of viewers, because of this courtroom live broadcast, was sucked by Yang Jinrong. But the live feed, however, closed right after the trial ended. Who has a replay? I'm late. I didn't see such a brave process. I'm begging for a replay. I beg too. I beg the same. Even if the live broadcast is closed, the pop-ups are still like a tidal wave, and the people who are begging for a replay are countless. Soon, someone put up a replay. There are also bloggers who have taken the opportunity to edit short videos and send them to major short video platforms, Microvision, Douyin, Weibo, Barely Bear, and more, and quickly rushing to the top of the hot seat. And major lawyers have cited this case as a classic rumor-mongering verdict, analyzed it, produced videos, and even collected cases so that if they receive a rumor-mongering and slander case in the future, they can cite this case. On this day, the whole internet was abuzz. 014, the whole internet is abuzz. Randomly selected lucky viewers. I've read so many news stories about being slandered, and this is the first time I've seen a successful conviction for prosecuting a rumor monger. I remember News Sister did a video on this story too, right? I'm incontinent to also ask, are journalists allowed to post videos to bring up the tempo without having to investigate what happened? News Sis, just take a look. You guys didn't go to Weibo. It's even more infuriating over there. Look at Rukwon star Zhang Yuqi. Wasn't she the one who fueled the whole thing? Damn. I've been watching this Zhang Yuqi for a long time, and she's been antagonizing every day. Can the plaintiff brother take her to court? I want to see plaintiff's brother ruthlessly over Zhang Yueli. It's a bit difficult. After all, it's a big star. There's a lot of money. The power of the agency behind her can't be underestimated. If Yang Jinrong really sues her, the probability is that she'll be harmonized. Follow Lao's wave first. I'm looking forward to who Lao will send away next. Those who send wreaths can't be spared for sure. Let's be forgiving. The real rumor mongers have already been sentenced, so why go after the others? Holy, upstairs wouldn't have sent a wreath to the plaintiff's oldest brother, would it? I've taken a screenshot of the ID account. I'll send it to him later. The internet is abuzz. Both of Yang Jinrong's accounts have skyrocketed in followers. And of course some of these followers are fans of Yang Jinrong, while others are the people who are eating the food. And those who have cursed Yang Jinrong and sent him wreaths have followed him in order to be the first to know if Yang Jinrong is going to sue or not. This incident is still fermenting, and more people will follow. Unless there are other hot searches to dominate the list, the heat of this matter will continue for some time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and adding to the positive energy of society. Rewarded Daikarti Big Devil Superbike 1 will be within 24 hours. Notify the host to sign. The source of legal compliance. Complete procedures. The host does not need to worry about it. Yang Jinrong had just walked out of the courtroom when he received a system beep. He used to really like motorcycles, but he didn't have the money to buy one, so he could only envy it. Now that he finally had one, or a Ducati Big Devil, he was still a little excited when he thought about it. Looks like I'm going to have to get an e-license for that. Ding! This cybercrime case is not yet completely over. The host can make a choice for a follow-up mission. Option 1, the netizens involved in the cyberstorm are also somewhat mesmerized by Lin Has and will no longer hold others accountable. Reward, 1 premium VIP membership for .nymphets. Option 2, forget it. This cyber violence incident. The number of people involved is large. Want to defend the rights. Extremely difficult. So troublesome things will affect the school. Bear it and get over it. Reward, a green turtle pillow. Option 3, promote positive social energy and deliver truth. Randomly select 5 lucky contestants. Realize them, and let them be duly punished as a way to warn other Netstorm participants and contribute to reducing Netstorms in a small way. Reward, 50,000 RMB. Exclude option 2 first. A green turtle pillow. What does that mean? System, what are you implying? As for option 1, the moment Yang Jinrong decided to change himself, he was not destined to choose option 1 again. Decisively choose option 3. Yang Jinrong is thinking. Yu Huai came over and patted his shoulder. A face of excitement. Brother, you just too awesome. Really raised eyebrows. Body and soul. Then the body guy gel is also cool. Ah. Yang Jinrong whitened Yu Huai. You this guy. If you cannot compare, do not compare. God meow guide glue. But it is indeed very cool. Let's go. 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 Yu Huai hemmed and laughed. Just live in the courtroom. Our 2 live rooms received a full $6,000 of gifts. With the platform after 50 to 50, there are more than $3,000. Before opening the live broadcast you can say goodbye. Gift money are shivering crayfish. Silly, give the equipment back first. Yang Jinrong didn't have the heart to say, don't break the head. 2 handheld heads are looking for the next dormitory borrowed. Live cell phone on the contrary 2 of their own. The account is Yang Jinrong's real name authentication. Yu Huai suddenly lowered his voice, as if he was a thief, and came to Yang Jinrong's ear. Wait. Say, live broadcasting is so lucrative. Why don't the 2 of us engage in live broadcasting? Go, 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 let's go buy a gimbal. And when we don't have classes in the future, we can live stream to make money. Go, go, go. but also live broadcast to make money. Fire cannot make a few dollars? Study hard and be a useful person to society. Yang Jinrong interrupted Yu Huai's dream of Netflix. What kind of head to buy? Crawfish not eat? Goo. Mentioned crawfish. Yu Huai could not help but swallow his saliva. He wiped his mouth. I can still endure. We live and does not affect the study. After class live a little. When you have time, editing video. Maybe we will be read? I have studied. Short videos can be sent bared to make money. Live on the Douyin. There is a lot of traffic, but the tycoons like beautiful women. Alas, why don't you go and call on Lu Tsuaxia? ***** off. Yang Jinrong no longer continue to live this topic. It is not that he does not see the net routes. He just simply feel that the net routes this road is very difficult to go. Cannot fire all rely on luck? It is better to learn professional knowledge. Down to earth. As for Willow, the two were not related in any way. Not even friends. Yang Jinrong has not received any message from her even after so many days of the falsely accused Peeping incident. The two had a chat. The court is located in a more remote location. The two walked for 10 minutes before walking to the avenue, but also to the noon mealtime. But unfortunately there is no restaurant on the side. Only a few breakfast stores. Yu Huai's stomach rumbled with hunger and hurriedly pulled Yang Jinrong to the front of the breakfast store. Boss, is there any more powder? The boss didn't even look up. No more noodles. There are only a few dumplings left, and they're delicious. Want to buy? Yang Jinrong asked. Sweet or savory dumplings? The boss looked up at Yang Jinrong and laughed. You say coincidence. 2 sweet dumplings, 2 salty dumplings. Which one to eat? I'll have the sweet dumplings. Yu Huai let out a heated laugh. Give me both sweet dumplings. Alien. Yang Jinrong shook his head. Give me some chili sauce and 2 bottles of fatty happy water. How much is the total? Okay. Dumplings together $64. Coke $7. Charge you $71. Drop. Yang Jinrong scanned the payment. The boss peeled the dumplings and handed them over to the two. The two were indeed starving, and were eating them with a big mouthful when a woman's complaining voice suddenly sounded. Didn't we agree to find a place to take wedding photos? Why did you come to such a hole of a place? There's not even a place to eat. It's all your fault. I said to find a professional studio to take wedding photos. You have to say that you find a venue. Find a photographer to shoot. I cannot help. Linhai is so big. Looking for the wrong place. It is normal. And so on. The second voice, it seems to be female as well? Yang Jinrong and Yu Huai raised their heads almost synchronously and looked to the side. Surprisingly, they saw 2 females arguing over the wedding photos? Shoo! Yu Huai just wanted to speak, but he was stopped by Yang Jinrong, who made a silent gesture. Eat the melon. It's under the rice. Hey! The two of them eat melon and dumplings while sipping Fat House happy water. Zuga Lily, it's just the beginning of the wedding photos and you're getting impatient with me? No, honey, let's find a place to rest first. It's too hot in the middle of the day. Humph. After the woman named Zhuge Lily softened, the two quickly made up, and left after taking the car. Yu Huai had thought that the two would quarrel, but he didn't expect it to go out so quickly. Disappointed. Ugh. Lily quarrel? Instantly mute. No fun. Go. The two of them ate at light speed, and in a little while, they were done, took a cab, and headed back to school. There were no classes in the afternoon. Yu Huai went to play basketball and asked Yang Jinrong, who said he still had things to take care of. Hello everyone, I'm Yang Jinrong who majored in law at Linhai University and studied for 2.5 years. Yang Jinrong recorded a video in the dormitory with text and sent it to his account on all major platforms. All netizens who have previously forwarded posts slandering me are limited to deleting the posts before it gets dark today. All netizens who have previously sent me a wreath, before dark, write a 2,000-word apology letter, post it publicly, and chat privately to me. I can stop pursuing this matter. For both of the above categories, if there is no response before dark, I will randomly select several lucky viewers and we see you in court. 015, missing a pound? No, a pound short. Yang Jinrong finished posting the video, then did not pay attention to the things on the network, the evidence he has long collected, to give that group of internet rioters the last meeting. If they do not cherish, then waiting for them, will be silver bracelets and free meals. There wasn't much class today, so he hugged the criminal code and chewed on it a little bit. In his career plans, he went on to become a lawyer after graduation. It's just that his mentor didn't recommend that Cam Young pursue a career in a lawyer-related category. The reason is also very simple. He's over the top in his sense of justice. It's easy to offend. It is reasonable to say that people with a strong sense of justice are generally not very good at talking. But on the contrary, Yang Jinrong is also particularly good at talking. This character as a lawyer, doomed to go not far, but also cannot make money, and even more cannot be integrated into the circle of lawyers. Instead, it's good for teaching. The old dean felt the same way, but I didn't want to be a teacher. Yang Jinrong thought of the old director of the orphanage, remembering that he had not visited him for a long time. He could not help but miss him a little. Anyway, there is no class today, so why not go and visit the old director? Yang Jinrong belonged to the kind of person who did what he said he would do. He immediately changed into his clothes and headed outside. First, go buy some gifts. The old dean did not have any special hobbies. Just like shivering snails, Yang Jinrong went to the seafood market. Buy some small conch. Soon, you will arrive at the seafood market. What kind of seafood do you want? Handsome? Yang Jinrong just walked into the market, was enthusiastically called by the boss lady of a store. A head of golden big wave curls of the boss lady, generously called out, looks so handsome. With my family's seafood must be especially destiny. Come over and pick it. Surely there is handsome you like. This enthusiasm is too much, so that Yang Jinrong is a little uncomfortable. Whether it is a food market or shopping supermarket, he does not like the guide's enthusiastic sales promotion, and prefers to be alone to select silently. Give me a couple pounds of baby conch. Unable to resist the enthusiasm of the boss's wife, Yang Jinrong finally chose 5 pounds of small sea snails in this store, and bought 5 pounds of sea shrimps and 6 green crabs under the boss's wife's enthusiastic recommendation. Boss's wife, how do you sell this sea cucumber? Yang Jinrong saw the boxed sea cucumber on the shelf, remembered that the old dean's cardiovascular is not very good. Sea cucumber can protect the cardiovascular. Anyway, the live broadcast earned a little bit of money. Moreover, there is a reward for the completion of the later system mission. In advance filial piety to the old dean. Handsome guy has an eye. I've got top quality dried wild sea cucumber. $4 a gram. The boss's wife ruffled a big wave of curls, revealing a touch of warm smile. She stepped on tiptoe with her high heels and took down a box of sea cucumber. This is a good product. The best choice for gift giving. I'm a box of net weight of 1,200 grams, $4,800, and also send a gift bag. The authenticity of the product guarantee. The buy is to rest assured. It's cheap. It's too expensive. Yang Jinrong tries to haggle the price but gets a pua from the boss's wife and ends up buying it. Handsome. Don't worry. If you buy something from me and buy it once, you will definitely come back a second time. Mainly a returning customer. The owner's wife was quite happy and gave a self-congratulatory speech. After all, so expensive. Yang Jinrong is still a bit painful. Out of caution then asked, net weight enough, right? Don't worry about that. The boss's wife patted her chest to ensure that, and pointed to the small letters on the box. Sea cucumber net weight of 1200 g. That is, the package is sealed, or else unwrapped for you to weigh. One less than a compensation for 10. I absolutely do not bring frown. That's good. Yang Jinrong weighed it in his hand, felt that it should be about the same, paid the money, the balance is not much, and then opened the invoice, and only then carried the things to leave. Yang Jinrong worried that the old dean's family did not have ginger, garlic and small onions, and went to the nearby mini-mart. Small supermarkets do not have seafood, bought ginger, garlic and small onions. When weighing, he suddenly wanted to try whether the sea cucumber was enough to weigh or not, so he put it on the supermarket scale and weighed it. That's not true. The scale shows 1050 grams, with a box and still 150 grams less than the net weight. Am I experiencing a shortage? And expensive dried sea cucumbers? In order to verify, Yang Jinrong hurriedly removed the sea cucumber box carefully, and took a transparent plastic bag in the supermarket, and took out all the sea cucumbers into the bag with negligible weight, which was put on the scale. 730 grams. Handsome, Auntie reminded. This scale of mine is a fair scale certified by the Market Supervision Administration. Absolutely accurate. Thanks Auntie. Yang Jinrong took a deep breath. It says 1,200 grams net weight. It is also charged at 1,200 grams. The net weight turned out to be only 730 grams. A full 470 grams difference. An overcharge of $1. 880. Su Fei. Yang Jinrong remembered the boss's wife's previous promise of patting her chest, and immediately felt that he had been seriously defrauded. But adhering to the principle of preferring to believe that it was an accident and trying to avoid misunderstanding others, Yang Jinrong assumed that the other party had made a mistake. He packed up his things, paid for the supermarket, deliberately went to the supermarket surveillance to record a surveillance video of himself unpacking the sea cucumber package, and turned around to go back to the seafood market. Yang Jinrong also worried about his door. Will affect each other's business, deliberately waiting for the two customers to go, before walking into the store. Speak also as soft as possible to whisper a little. Boss lady, this sea cucumber net weight cannot be right. Is not a mistake? How? The boss's wife was originally still smiling. Once she heard Yang Jinrong's words, her face immediately changed. Her tone was aggravated for a few points, and she was not as polite as when she was shopping before. I've opened this store for more than 10 years, and it's fair game for all. It's always been that I don't charge customers a penny more, and I don't lack one or two scales from customers. How can I get it wrong? But my sea cucumber you sold me is 1,200 grams of net weight. I went to the supermarket to unwrap and weigh, but only 730 grams, a full 470 grams less. Overcharged me $1,880. Yang Jinrong said with a serious face. Little brother, meals can be eaten indiscriminately, but words cannot be spoken indiscriminately. The boss's wife's face flushed and said with an unkind expression, beware of the trouble that comes out of your mouth. The threat was unmistakable. Yang Jinrong's only remaining bit of goodwill had also dissipated at this moment, but he still maintained what little patience he had left. Explaining, boss lady, weigh it, is this enough for 1,200 grams? The box is invalid even if you've removed it and weighed it that way. How do I know you haven't hidden the dried sea cucumber yourself after unpacking the box? The boss's wife's voice had become shrill. If you leave here now, I can pretend that nothing has happened. Otherwise, don't blame me. Boss Huang, what happened? Someone on the side stretched his neck and asked, holding a piece of watermelon in his hand, taking a bite and chewing on it. Boss Huang is the boss's wife. Her full name is Huang Shangxia. She snorted coldly. A college student, who bought a box of dried sea cucumber from me, now unwrapped the box and came over to falsely accuse me of missing pounds and wanting to extort me. Do you think it's funny? Oh, student boy. The eaters craned their necks to take a look at Yang Jinrong. TSK, he's a good-looking guy. How did he do this kind of thing? I didn't slander her. Yang Jinrong took out his cell phone. Play the surveillance video recorded from the supermarket. Is his entire unpacking to weighing scale shows the whole process of 730 grams? Or high-definition quality? This video. Enough to prove that I did not slander her. Lack of caddy. Overcharged me 1,880. But also backbite me a mouthful. What monitoring or not monitoring? Huang Shangxia made a gesture to reach out to snatch Yang Jinrong's cell phone, and after failing to do so, she pulled out her cell phone to shake people. Not long after, a left blue dragon right white tiger, chest full of black hair of the pugnacious man arrived. His pair of copper bell eyes, open mouth to speak, like a bloody mouth open. Choose people to devour general. It is you in my store to cause trouble? Falsely accusing our store? Grab his cell phone. Huang Shangxia hinted in a low voice. 016, getting worse. Deception is too much. Requesting recommendations and favorites. Do you realize that what you are doing is illegal and criminal? Yang Jinrong loudly rebuked. He is righteous, like a righteous teacher who has no fear of the devil. He still tries to wake up the other party, tries to remind the other party to wake up in time and go astray. His voice is loud, solemn and powerful. If you guys stop right now, at best, it's just a lack of catty and commercial behavior. But if you take a step forward, you will step into the abyss, to the wrong way of crime. Yang Jinrong's reminder was obviously superfluous. Not only is it redundant, but it also makes the other party feel humiliated in general. The ferocious and hideous burly man sneers, his big palm raised high, aimed at Yang Jinrong, grimly laughing. A student is a student. Today, if you obediently delete the video on your cell phone and obediently bow your head and admit your mistake, I can consider not slapping you with this slap. Otherwise, today I'll give you your first lesson in stepping into society. It's not for you, a stinking student, to imagine what goes on in society. School is an ivory tower for students. If this student is in law school, it's a different story. Yang Jinrong gave the other party a chance, but the other party did not repent, but instead intensified. This makes Yang Jinrong blood surging, but see the other person tall, strong and fierce face, especially the tattoos. It seems to be a social mixing of people who licked blood. A guy like that, either don't offend him or him to death. Grab his cell phone. Huang Shangxia no longer had any concealment, bellowed and made a step forward, taking advantage of her man's intimidation of Yang Jinrong to snatch his cell phone. It was too late. Just at the moment when the opponent rushed over, a system beep sounded in Yang Jinrong's head. Ding! The true positive energy system has detected that the host has encountered negative energy, and has successfully triggered the mission. Option 1, endure a moment of peace and quiet. Take a step back, beg for forgiveness on the spot, bow your head and admit your mistakes, and beg the other party to let you go. Reward, aggrievement prize, a high-tech head produced by the system. The head is far ahead of the world. With all kinds of functions, it can automatically capture the live broadcasting screen. It can be handheld, strap-on, and can be placed Option 2, this person is a serious danger to society. As a positive energy ambassador, how can we tolerate each other so wanton? If you can tolerate it, you can't. Anyway, the system has strengthened your body, so you have to him. And even if you can't beat him, you have to knock out a few of his teeth and bite off a few of his flesh. Reward, the title of Ruthless Man. The winner of this title can emit a powerful aura, deterring all kinds of petty criminals. Option 3, transmit positive social energy and fight against injustice. However, the host's current power is thin and social energy is weak, so it is not possible to fight head-on. So please think of a foolproof plan on your own, i.e., to maintain social fairness and justice, and to punish the wicked, but not to put yourself in danger. Reward, proficiency in 8 Extreme Fist. Unable to spread out. Note, the 8 Extremes Fist is safer when used with the criminal code. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Please keep that in mind. Host. No selection required. In the face of the immediate crisis situation, in an instant, Yang Jinrong brained thousands of thoughts tumbling, evolving all kinds of feasible strategies. Simulation of the best plan. He dodged without trace to avoid the other hand. Suddenly tone a soft, slightly aggrieved cavity. I delete not okay? Humph. Huang Shangxia once again did not grab the phone. Would like to call her husband to do it, but do not want in the nick of time. The student in front of you even softened. Watch. I'll delete. Yang Jinrong said aggrieved, while his fingers crossed the screen, in front of the two people's face. The video will be deleted, which will put the phone into the pocket. Finger sliding, but pressed the recording button. He then looked at the tattooed strong man with a face of fear, biting his lips, to be more aggrieved. You guys, too bullying. Ha ha ha. Daughter-in-law, did you see that? Old man Zhao Changlong made this milquetoast student cry. The tattooed burly man shook his piggy belly, and the thick black hair on it vibrated out in waves. His name was Zhao Changlong, but he preferred to call himself Zhao Changlong, because he's shorter, yet very pushin'. Humph, what's with the shaking? Which time it's not just a couple shakes and you're done. Huang Shangxia whispered a contemptuous sentence, and then looked at young Jinrong. Classmate, early so sensible is not alright? However, you just yelled in front of my store. If you don't give me an explanation for this, today, don't want to leave easily. This movement naturally attracted a lot of watermelon crowd of spectators, but none of them stood out to help young Jinrong to speak. One of them is not concerned about their own high up, and young Jinrong heart has long been expected that the other side will get an inch. Their own performance of soft, the other side really intensified. Huang Shangxia, this is a pure threat. Yang Jinrong tilted his head, his neck stiffened, and he said angrily, you guys, what else do you want from me? I don't care about your lack of caddy, isn't that okay? Hey, that's funny, you student child, spitting blood and slandering us for lacking pounds and tails. A word of reckoning and you're done? Compensate for the money. Compensate us for the moral damages. Husband and wife are singing together, one on the left and the other on the right. A situation that threatens to kidnap and detain. I don't have any money. No money? Then borrow from your classmates. If you can't borrow from your classmates, then go for online loans. Nowadays online loans for college students are everywhere. You guys, you're breaking the law. Yang Jinrong took half a step back and said timidly, breaking the law? Zhao Changlong sneered. I just like to disobey. Pop. Huang Shangxia slapped him on the shoulder. Shut up. I'll talk. After saying that, she looked at young Jinrong smilingly, and her tone softened by half, and she put on her initial appearance of welcoming Yang Jinrong's seafood purchases again. Brother, like this, we won't make it difficult for you. We won't do anything illegal or criminal. Like this, if you purchase another 50,000 sea cucumbers in my store, this matter will be settled. And that's a good thing? Yang Jinrong's inner ecstasy, his eyes swept over the sea cucumbers on the shelves. Almost clear net weight 1,200 grams of the same specification package. Exactly the same as the one he was holding. He was worried about $4,800 cannot reach the $5,000 of the filing standard. Now well, the other side opened his mouth is $50,000, which greatly drops the filing standard, or the amount of huge standard. Isn't it true that when you fall asleep, someone brings you a pillow? 50,000? Yang Jinrong was resolute. I don't have that much money, and I can't borrow that much money. If my daughter-in-law says 50,000, then 50,000. Zhao Changlong stared at young Jinrong with his big copper bell eyes, snorting through his nose. No, I've changed my mind. 60,000. Today you must purchase 60,000 sea cucumbers from our store. If you say yes 1 minute later, I'll add 10,000. Yes. Yang Jinrong was aggrieved, suffocated, took out his cell phone, looking for people to borrow money, but borrowed a circle, and finally only borrowed 3,000 in yuan. The rest can only be through the flowers and chanting, as well as particulate loan payment. $60,000. If it were usual, Yang Jinrong's heart was dripping blood, and he definitely fought with the other party. But today, there was only a piece of coldness and abnormal calmness in his heart. Alright, I'm paying, give me the sea cucumber. Me, give it to him. Huang Xiangxia's face was blossoming with joy. She hurriedly pushed a big pile of sea cucumbers to Yang Jinrong in a brain, and even kindly gave him a big bag, and a smile like a chrysanthemum appeared on her face. Welcome to the next visit. Ha ha ha. Zhao Changlong laughed so hard that his belly churned. Kid, society gave you your first lesson. Did you learn it? 017, backhanded series of reports, begging for recommendations. Jinrong, what are you doing borrowing money here? Yang Jinrong carried a large bag, walked out of the seafood market, turned a corner, and received a call from Yu Huai. You won't be blackmailed, right? It's not like you can't say that. Yang Jinrong mused. It'll be taken care of later. Hang up the phone with Yu Huai. Yang Jinrong ran to the small supermarket before to verify the importance of the other sea cucumbers, and it is true that they are all very uniform 10-50 grams, and even his previous purchase of small conch sea shrimp are 7-2 scales. Walking out of the supermarket, Yang Jinrong is trying to dial the youngest 2-3 youngest 5. Suddenly the system's beep sounded again in his head. Since the host has not yet made a specific choice, the system will be assessed by the host's behavior. Congratulations to the host for completing option 1 and receiving a reward. The reward will be sent to the host's hand through express transportation within 20 minutes. Please pay attention to the host to sign for it. Crooked day? The moment Yang Jinrong heard the system beep, his entire body was bad. I threw. His original plan was to jam a system bug and sort of try to see if the system could be multi-selected. Synchronize options 1 and 3 to complete. First you give in, then you hit hard. Even if you don't end up getting the reward for option 1, you should still be rewarded on merit and get reward 3. It never occurred to me that this system was rated according to the host's current behavior. Blood loss. The only good thing about it, though, is figuring out the pattern of this aspect of the system, so that you have to make timely choices in the future. As for not getting the option 3 bonus, let's just say, pity. We can only wait to trigger a wave of follow-up missions from the system. According to the follow-up mission of the slander case, the system should have another extended mission. Yang Jinrong also no longer dwell on this issue, but took out his cell phone and dialed the youngest 2, 3, 5. Creating a national civilized city. Building a warm and beautiful home. After waiting for a few seconds, you will be automatically transferred to the human service. The phone came from the end of a voice line. Wonderful, pleasant voice. Hello, this is the youngest 2-3 youngest 5 command center. Please ask what can help you. I want to report a seafood restaurant that lacks pounds and is forced to spend money, seriously harming consumer rights. Address? 249 West Bridge Seafood Market, Linhai District. Name of the store? Xianxia Seafood Restaurant. The amount involved? 64,800. This is the product I personally purchased alone. Other consumers still need to be investigated by you. Real name registration, right? Well, Yang Jinrong informed the other party of his name and ID number. My claim? A refund and a public apology. As for fines and such, it was beyond the control of Yang Jinrong. The consumer complaint line is interfaced by the business sector. On weekdays, if you report mobile hawkers and the like, management is difficult. It is estimated that the relevant departments are lazy. But check this kind of brick and mortar stores. That cannot be simple. A check is accurate. What's more, the single amount involved in the case is as high as more than 60,000. This out of a mission. Not properly take it back to the news headlines. After registering the case, the operator of the Administration for Industry and Commerce immediately reported to the secretary. Coincidence is not. The secretary recently saw the other leaders of various departments of various honors. Is worried about nothing can be published in the newspaper to praise their own things. See a big opportunity to come? He buckled the teacup soaked with goji berries on the table. Will be the white shirt into the waistband of pants. A wave of the hand. Personally lead the team to set off. Ruining the consumer environment in my Linhai district must be severely dealt with. Yang Jinrong which can think of these. He hung up the phone, and then dialed another phone. Geo 6 youngest 9. Hello, I want to report the Linhai District Westbridge Seafood Market 249 Xianxia Seafood Store. The store does not have a fire initiative, and there should be no fire permit. Yes, my name. This thing is a hit and miss. In addition to restaurants, the vast majority of stores ignore fire protection. Yang Jinrong also in the second forced to buy sea cucumbers, made a point of checking the other store, did not find any fire equipment, and did not see the fire license hanging. This is a pretty quick call out. And fire investigations have always been 100% fine performance, so it's pretty aggressive. One more. Missy 366. IRS whistleblower hotline. The other party only invoiced himself once. And the second time, more than 60,000 only issued receipts, not invoices, which is not a proper tax evasion. The key is the tax issue. And also the fact that the fines are on the board at the drop of a hat. More coincidentally, the leader of the tax bureau heard that the leader of the business bureau personally led the mission, then put down the goji berry thermos, the two dead rivals for many years. No one is not convinced. He immediately instructed his subordinates. There is a slightly larger task. Tell him that he also want to go out on a mission in person today. Can't be worse than next door. This wave of Yang Jinrong hit right on the head. And, just as Yang Jinrong wanted to make another report, Yu Huai jumped out from the side. He tapped Yang Jinrong's shoulder. Brother, what's your situation? Bullied by a seafood restaurant? What does $60,000 mean? You were cheated out of $60,000? Taking another look at the bags of packaged sea cucumbers in Yang Jinrong's hands, he instantly came to his senses. Let's go. I'll take you to return the goods. Yu Huai couldn't help but pull Yang Jinrong towards the seafood market. No, wait. Yang Jinrong does not want to go so soon. He is waiting for the arrival of law enforcement officers from various departments to take the initiative to contact him, and then he will step in. But Yu Huai simply did not give him the opportunity to explain, seeing that he does not go, but also thought that he is used to being the good old man wrongdoer on weekdays, and does not dare to go. Yu Huai then himself a horse first, toward the seafood market imposing and go. People are almost gone. Before his voice, ironically Linhai locals, bullying our foreign students who come to school. Don't be afraid. I'll let him return the money today. Yang Jinrong hurriedly chased after him. He wasn't afraid of anything else, but he was afraid that Yu Huai would be hit by the other party and be sentenced to a mutual assault in the end. Damage something more on purpose, backhand a lawsuit claim. And everything you've just done is for nothing. Not to mention you'll have to hitch a ride for more. What's the point of being reasonable? Yang Jinrong didn't blame Yu Huai. After so many years, he only had this one sincere brother. Maybe after graduation, the feeling will fade and be gone. Yu Huai learned the name of the other store from Yang Jinrong's tip-off call, and in no time, he rushed to Xiangxia seafood shop. At this time there is only a head of wavy curls Huang Xiangxia. She is sitting on a chair. The beauty of the legs crossed to get high on melons. Looked up to see a rash young man came angrily. All of a sudden thought of the incident of Yang Jinrong. Spit out the shells of melons. He smiled and asked, "Yo, want to order what?" "Nothing," Yu Huai loudly questioned. "Is it you who pitched my brother over $60,000 to buy a sea cucumber? Little guy juice, don't you mess up." Oh. Huang Xiangxia didn't even take a proper look at her, and continued to kowtow to her melon. Rice can be eaten indiscriminately, but words can't be spoken. Slandering our store with no proof. I have the right to sue you for damaging our store's right to honor. Yuck. She spat out the melon shells and raised her eyes just in time to see Yang Jinrong walking over with a head in hand. 018, 0.73 kilograms. That's 1.46 pounds. 1,460 grams. Just now, on his way over, Yang Jinrong happened to receive a reward issued by the system. The courier sent it to him, and after signing for it, Yang Jinrong simply used it. It's just opened and viewers have been coming in off and on, because the heat from the last round is still on. A lot of people have come in and asked if it's time to start clearing up the Netstorm cases, but when the audience took a closer look, they realized that the title of the live broadcast, surprisingly, is Delivering Positive Energy, Real Lack of Catty Seafood Store. What the hell? I thought we were going to liquidate those wreath senders. How come it's running true to the lack of pounds? I don't mind looking at anything anyway. I hate lackluster bosses who lack pounds in my life. Right, you can sell it to me more expensively, but you can't go short. Gee, I seriously doubt this is scripted. No ability to reel internet stormers? Just find a random store to shoot scripts and want to rub it in live bandwagon? Who doesn't understand this routine internet? A script? Gee, it's kinda like that. Take off. Yang Jinrong also did not care about the pop-ups. He opened the broadcast purely because he wanted to try. People do not popularity. Take it off or not. He did not care so much. Jinrong, bring those sea cucumbers over here and ask the boss's wife to return them to you. Before Yu Huai finished his words, Huang Xiangxia had already opened her mouth with a sneer. What's the matter, handsome? You're not really planning to return such a good sea cucumber, are you? And get a selfie stick? Afraid that others won't know? No need to return it. Yang Jinrong wasn't in a hurry to have a conflict. He was worried that Zhao Changlong would come back and have a frontal clash, which would not be worth the loss. Yang Jinrong pulled a hand Yu Huai, gave him a wink, signaling that he has a backhand. Good thing that the two often double row. Still a little tacit understanding, the latter slightly stunned, and then immediately comprehended his meaning. Or your classmates know what they're doing. Huang Shangxia laughed, very social, changed a posture of legs, lifted a yellow big waves. Society is not like your school. Out of society. If you do not learn to be smart, rash, no one can protect your safety. Students, the loss, endure the past, do not tolerate, also have to endure. This is called society. Yu Huai silently recited the word patience in his mind. 249. That's the store. Just then, 3 law enforcement officers wearing uniforms from the Commerce and Industry Bureau walked over, the head of which was Director Qin, who straightened his hat. Xianxia Seafood Restaurant. Who is the owner? Leader, this is my store. Huang Shangxia hurriedly threw away the melon. Tong Di stood up, and greeted with a smile. I don't know that the leadership is here. Don't get close. Director Qin looked around the store, his eyes finally landing on Yang Jinrong and Yu Huai. We are law enforcement officers from the Administration for Industry and Commerce. My name is Qin Shizhong. Which one of you two is Yang Jinrong? Me. Yang Jinrong stood out. He also did not expect the Trade and Industry Bureau will come so quickly. The soldiers are very fast. Simply absolute son. Quickly and politely said, hello, is my real name to report this store? Fraudulent consumption. Lack of caddy. Forced to buy and sell. Don't you talk nonsense. Who's missing a pound? Huang Shangxia opened her mouth to curse, but in the way of the 3 law enforcement officers, she could only glare viciously at Yang Jinrong, signaling him to keep his mouth shut, or else he would have a good time. She immediately changed her smiling face again and looked at the 3 law enforcement officers as if to curry favor. Leader, drink tea, I'll make. For the 3 of you, don't pull this little stunt. Director Qin's old greaseball, as soon as he entered the store door, he signaled 2 of his men to stand in position. At this moment one had already held the store's scales, while the other was holding a professional photography equipment, following Director Qin. And at this time, the live broadcast room had been flooded with viewers. Older viewers are already deciphering the script. It's quite decent, even hiring a professional actor to play the role of a law enforcement officer of the Bureau of Industry and Commerce. Holy, don't law students even know that it's illegal to pretend to be a law enforcement officer? Hey, you don't say. It's really a bit like that. This fat-headed law enforcement officer looks like a leading figure sitting in his office drinking tea. So professional. It must cost a lot of money, right? Putting on a show? Commissioner Qin is not here for show. He's here for real. Director Qin's voice was low as he inquired. Yang Jinrong, you said the store was short on caddy. How? The net weight is only 730 grams of sea cucumber. She sold it to me as 1200 grams. I came to return the goods, could not. She also called her husband to threaten me, forcing me to buy more than 60,000 sea cucumbers, which every box is missing pounds. Yang Jinrong took out the unopened sea cucumber and handed it to Director Qin. Leader, have you brought a fair scale? One try will tell. Chang. As soon as Director Qin opened his mouth, the photographic staff member on the side was prepared. He took out a fair scale from inside a handbag, found a relatively horizontal place and placed it. Net weight. Then you have to take it apart and just weigh the sea cucumber. Director Qin took the box of sea cucumber handed over by Yang Jinrong and carefully looked at it, confirming that it was written that the net weight of the sea cucumber was 200 grams before he unwrapped it and poured the sea cucumber onto the fair scale. 0.73. Not waiting for Director Qin and law enforcement officers to open their mouths, Huang Shangxia had already preempted them, her voice full of dissatisfaction, her tone aggravated a great deal. 0.73. Where is it not weighed enough? Where's the hook scale at 0.73? You're charging me for 1,200 grams for every box I've ever purchased. Yang Jinrong glared at Huang Shangxia. This is clearly not enough to weigh. Why are you still so justified? Kilograms. Do you know what a kilogram weighs? Which knows that Huang Shangxia even more righteous. Stiff neck. Yelling and scolding. Loss, you or a college student. Read to the dog's stomach. Kilogram weighing 0.73 kilograms? Is not 1.46 pounds. 1,460 grams. As if she had caught the G-spot, she pointed at Yang Jinrong's nose and scolded in a roaring voice. Do you have any brains? Have you ever studied seriously? Elementary school students know it all, and you still have the face to slander me and report me? Rub. Yang Jinrong and Yu Huai were both dumbfounded at that moment. Goddamn, 0.73 kilograms is 1.46 pounds. Or 460 grams. A grade school kid knows it's wrong. And you're still arguing about it? Director Qin and the 2 law enforcement officers from the Administration for Industry and Commerce were also blindsided by Huang Shangxia's solemn roar. However, before the crowd could open their mouths, Huang Shangxia once again jumped the gun. She pointed at young Jinrong and the two of them. You two are young. You have hands and feet. You don't know how to find a decent job to make money. And you're learning how to play extortion and blackmail? I'm telling you, this isn't over. You've managed to piss me off. After cursing, she turned her head to look at Director Chin. Leader, I do business in an upright manner. Neighbors, other customers, can all testify for me. Now some people came to slander me lack of caddy. Want to take this extortion. If not to aggravate the punishment of them too, return me a fare. If I don't punish them more severely and do me justice, I'll be aiding and abetting the evil and discouraging all operators from practicing their trade. This movement has long attracted a lot of people to watch, have come over to the seafood market to buy seafood elderly women, but also in the vicinity of the store vendors. Some see the commerce and industry administration of the people has been secretly will be their own store scales replaced. At this time, among the onlookers and eaters, many of them nodded their heads and talked. Indeed, the other boss's wife is right. It's not easy for brick and mortar stores nowadays. Who would be okay with missing pounds and smashing their own signboards? That's right, 0.73 kilograms? Not 1.46 pounds. Young man, the boss's wife even gave you so many extra portions. Why are you still biting back? Several elderly aunts pushing their grocery carts stopped to eat melon and pointed at young Jean Rong up. Geez, student boys these days, they're so heartless. An urban beauty pushing a baby stroller baby mama also said petulantly, the other beautiful boss lady is right. I am a graduate of Shiguan University. 0.73 kilograms is 1.46 pounds. That is, 460 grams. Did not count wrong. An older woman was surprised. Wow, you're so young and you're married with a baby. And you're even a college student? Isn't it true that you got married right after graduating from college? Yeah. The urban beauty treasure mom ruffled her hair, straightened her chest, and said proudly, in my college days, I was also a little fairy school flower. Many people advised me not to get married and have a baby, but I didn't want to. They also say that a pregnancy is stupid for 3 years, but I won't. My husband often praised me for being smart. 019, behold my divine might. Invulnerable. Requesting recommendations and catching up on reading. The viewers of the live broadcast at this moment were all the more high. Clever, really big clever. Holy, there's not really anyone who thinks 0.73 kilograms is 460 grams. Is there? Are you crazy? It's a script. How can anyone be this stupid in reality? I'm sick of seeing stupidity. Don't tell me. This script is still quite funny. Just now that baby mama's line 1 pregnancy is stupid for 3 years. I'm not stupid almost gave me a laugh. My mom asked me why I was on my knees looking at my phone. I showed her my phone and shocked my mom for a whole year. This seems a little unscripted. If this isn't scripted, I'll go live and eat 2.5 pounds of xiang upside down. I, Wang Muba, am a man of my word. Yang Jinrong did not go to see the pop-ups. He heard the discussion outside the store. They could not help but freeze, and inwardly could not help but sigh. 9 years of compulsory education is a long way to go. Director Chin was even more amused as he looked at Huang Shangxia and laughed. You want me to punish them? Extortion? Right. Huang Shangxia bite. Never let go. Decisive. But also please leadership justice. This all amused young Jin Yong. Hey, that's funny. Looks like this family isn't bad. It's stupid and bad. Director Chin shook his head and signaled a staff member. Tell her 0.73 kilograms? How many grams is that? 0.73 kilograms? That's 730 grams. A kilogram is 1,000 grams. Got it? In other words, the law enforcement officers have long been on the hands of law enforcement, if not the presence of the leadership, which will be patient with Huang Shangxia science. He thought again. How to explain to the bull? Can only helplessly. Forget it. With you do not understand. I change into grams and weigh again to show you. The law enforcement officer pressed a button and the scale changed from kilograms to grams, showing 730 grams. Now do you know how many grams 0.73 kilograms is? Director Chin coldly looked at Huang Shangxia. Huang Shangxia froze. No, that's not right. How come it's not the same as your own math? 0.73 kilograms? Not 1.46 pounds. 1,460 grams? How come it's 730 grams? The baby moms and older women who were talking outside also froze. This is not scientific. What happened? A few of the vendors who were eating and watching the show were silently snickering. Some of the vendors secretly made a mental note of the urbanite-dressed baby mama they had just met, so that they could wind her up when they sold her something in the future, which was a little exciting to think about. Business license, health certificate, ID, give me that. Enforcement officers from the business administration stopped inking and started the process. The more Huang Shangxia thought about it, the more confused she felt. How come it's 0.73 kilograms, not 1.46 pounds anymore? Fiercely, she thought of the only possibility: these three so-called law enforcement officers of the Commerce and Industry Bureau were all actors hired by Yang Jinrong to clunk her and blackmail her. At the thought of this, Huang Shangxia indistinctly as if the earth awake. Instantly to temper, she rushed to the director of the Qin Roar. Wait a minute. I've never seen you enforce the law. I've never been to the Trade and Industry Bureau. I have a cousin who is an official in there. How come I've never seen you? You must be a fake imposter, impersonating a law enforcement officer. Director Qin raised an eyebrow. Isn't it normal that you haven't seen me before? How could I, the commissioner, come to work on a case in person if it wasn't because I wanted to be in the news and appear in front of the media lately? How dare you say that in public with a relative working in the Trade and Industry Bureau? Are you out of your mind? Can't you see I've got my camera with me? I've seen a picture. I've never seen a picture of relatives. As for being described as a hairy impersonator of a law enforcement officer, Director Qin was even more exasperated and laughed at. Who dares to impersonate me? However, in front of a large crowd, Director Qin showed quite a pattern as he took out his work certificate with his name, position, and a steel seal. Look carefully. I, Qin Shizhong, Director of the Administration for Industry and Commerce. Anyone who dares to impersonate me is welcome to report 24/7. Bureau Chief? Huang Xianxia's legs trembled. She was terrified inwardly, mainly because she was afraid that the other party was for real. Her face went pale for a split second, and her speech was a little sloppy. I didn't mean that. Honey, who's been messing with the store again? Just at this time, Goao Zhao Chanlong came back. He waist round body fat, tiger back bare waist, chest is all over the hideous and horrible tattoos, bare-chested walk over. See Yang Jinrong's first time, then haha laughed a laugh. Again you this student boy. It seems that before you let you lose in the 60,000 yuan, you haven't grown a memory. That statement directly sits on his crime of strong-arming. Yang Jinrong didn't say anything either, while Zhao Changlong swept his gaze over the three enforcers, slightly stunned. What is this? From the Commerce and Industry Bureau? His gaze toward Yang Jinrong suddenly became gloomy and horrible. This kid even knew no better than to report himself? Really looking for death. A student boy who is new to society really needs to be taught a lesson. Ding! Detecting that the negative energy event encountered by the host is still ongoing, triggering a side mission. Please be the host to make a choice. Option 1, a hobnail like the other party is not at all something a student like me can mess with. So hurry up and apologize. Tell the law enforcement officer it's a misunderstanding. And then slip away. Reward, a pair of Han Run brand running shoes. Option 2, when it comes down to it, never retreat. Even if the other party retaliates afterward, there is no fear of anything. Buddha said, I do not go to hell. Who goes to hell? In the pursuit of justice, even if sacrifices are made, they will not be hesitated to die generously. Reward, a pair of golden wooden fish. Option 3, as a positive energy delivery master, you must be superbly intelligent, both in terms of not standing up to dangerous walls and punishing oddball villains. So please be wise to the host. Reward, unlimited fighting, master level. Note, the unrestricted fighting sect mental law is the criminal law. If the host wants to fight in real life, make sure to learn the criminal law well. Here we go. The mission it's back. Yang Jinrong decisively and quickly analyzed this time. Option 1. Apologizing is not his character. Not to mention this reward. How strange. Option 2. While the rewards seem to be worth it, is not how Kim Young does things. Option 3. Great. Perfect fit. System. I choose option 3. After confirming his choice, Yang Jinrong had already begun simulating several scenarios in his mind as he walked over to Director Qin, following the other party's words and sneering. What's wrong with the student boy? See who this is? The director of the Commerce and Industry Bureau that I invited. How dare you try to touch me? How dare you question Director Qin as an imposter? I'm afraid you haven't paid too few fines on weekdays. You, Zhao Changlong held back his anger. If not for the presence of so many people, he really wanted to give this student boy a few big sinuses. Honey, Huang Xiaxian was afraid that her husband would be enraged by the provocation and make a move on the spot. That would be the end of it. She quickly pulled Zhao Changlong, winking as she said, let's call the police. Call the vigilante. Saying that, she dialed Demon Spirit. The operator quickly connected. Huang Shangxia hurriedly said, hello, I have someone here posing as a law enforcement officer of the Commerce and Industry Bureau. Right, the address is, hurry up. I'm afraid they've escaped. You called the police? Seeing the other party calling the police, Yang Jinrong's eyes lit up with a plan. He acted shocked and yelled with a weak heart and a stiff upper lip. Who are you to call the police? Why did you call the police? Sure enough, It's the imposter this kid hired. When Zhao Changlong saw Yang Jinrong's weak reaction, he was immediately certain that the three people holding up the camera were imposters, and were not people from any industry in commerce administration at all. He was enraged on the spot. "Brat, you're done for today," he shouted and punched Yang Jinrong. "Nay." Yang Jinrong reacted quickly and sidestepped the punch. Knock. Director Qin cannot have the reaction of young people. Solidly received Zhao Changlong this punch, or hit in the face. On the spot a wobble. The whole person collapsed. Director Qin. Yang Jinrong, quick as a flash, held up the fallen Director Qin, looked up and loudly scolded. "How dare you assault a law enforcement officer? You are guilty of obstructing official duties. It's punishable by imprisonment." "What obstruction offense? Isn't it just a few actors you hired? I'm doing the people a favor by cracking down on lawbreakers posing as public officials." Zhao Changlong bellowed and once again struck out at Yang Jinrong. The two law enforcement officers were terrified. Their chief was beaten. How could they dare to stand by and watch? Seeing the ferocious beast striking a second time, the two of them immediately pounced towards Zhao Changlong one after the other. Naiha, two people sit in the air-conditioned office for too long on weekdays. Lack of exercise. But was Zhao Changlong a left and a right? A punch one. Directly knocked down. It's not illegal to impersonate a public official and beat you guys up, and you get an Outstanding Citizen Award. The more Zhao Changlong thought, the more excited. Manic gas measurement leakage. Bang bang again, two punches on the two law enforcement officers. Old Qin. Right at this moment, several law enforcement officers from the tax bureau appeared, and one of them, a slightly older leader with a big back comb, saw the fallen Qin Shizhong and hurriedly shouted, "What's going on? How dare someone assault a public official?" Zhao Changlong was on a roll. He looked up and saw that there were a few more actors. He let out a yuck, spat a mouthful of thick phlegm, kicked the down law enforcement officers twice, and stared at a few people from the tax office. He stood up, like a god of war. "There are a few more headsenders. Look at my divine might. Invulnerable." 020, several offenses are punished together. And the bottom of the jail. Requesting recommendations. Seafood market is already mixed. Zhao Changlong perennial mixed in the market. Bullying and bullying things have not done less. The body of the hideous tattoos and scars is the best proof, in addition to the Korean drama, which will have what full of tattoos, but also gentle and kind uncle. Zhao Changlong took a look at a few more actors, already fighting on his head. He defaulted to the helpers invited by Yang Jinrong and rushed up to give them a fat beating. But this time, the law enforcement officers of the IRD, one of them is not bad, hard and mixed with the gray area of Zhao Changlong wrestling together. A few of the remaining law enforcement officers hung back and took advantage of the gap to sneak up on them as well. Bang on. The scene was quite chaotic. The fish tanks were shattered, glass shards mixed with water and seafood flying everywhere. The sea shrimp and crabs all took the opportunity to escape. The sea fish jumped about. The poor oysters and conch were trampled on and rotted quite a bit. The sea urchins were bursting with juice, and the ground walls and shelves were filled with water and offal. "Stop fighting. You guys stop fighting." As the sky was strewn with blood and water, Huang Shengxia advised the fight like an idle drama heroine crying in the rain. "Zhao Changlong, they're all real law enforcement officers. You should stop fighting." By the time Zhao Changlong's head cleared and he realized something was wrong, it was too late. He could only hold his head and take the beating, not daring to fight back. But where have the law enforcement officers of these two major units encountered this kind of humiliation today? Especially the two leaders. Wherever they go they are not offered up as gods? I wanted to be on the news today, but I somehow got a fat beating. It's just a strange shame. Even if Zhao Changlong held his head on the ground, curled up the body, only to be beaten not to fight back, the crowd did not have the slightest intention to stop. A few people crazy violent beatings, catching what with what. Anyway, do not hit the head. The rest of the parts of the hard to hit. What the coping net, mops, stools, pieces of wood, interrupted the round, and then replaced with kicking to a few people panting, exhaustion, and this is only gradually stopped. Leader, is everything okay? It's okay. The leader of the tax bureau is called Zhang Igua. He didn't take much of a beating, and when he supported his waist, he realized that his old rival, Director Qin, had already been helped to the side by a young man, and only then did he haha laugh. "Old Qin, you can't do it. How two thugs cannot be subdued, and also beaten by the thugs? Do you want me to call a demon 2-0 for you? Go go go." Qin Shizhong waved his hand and wiped the water stains on his face. His white shirt had already been stained with seafood entrails. His appearance was quite lousy. He glanced at Zhang Igua. "Old Zhang a few days have not seen your mouth of damaging people. How come it's still so nah? If you don't damage me a few times, you can't feel good in your heart, can you? Ha ha ha." The two of them looked at each other and couldn't help but smile at each other's wretched appearance, as if they were back in the days when they fought together side by side in the army. The store has been all messed up. The ground is jumping seafood. To you why are scared? Yang Jinrong is still calm, but also really never thought that this Xiao Chanlong so fierce. Even dared to one person to single-handedly challenge a group of law enforcement officers. Looking at Yang Jinrong couldn't help but secretly give him a thumbs up. True man. There really is a wrongly chosen name and no wrongly shouted nickname. Oh Xiao Chanlong, how are you doing? You won't die, will you? Huang Shengxia knelt beside Xiao Chanlong, cloaked herself and hugged him, crying and scolding. I told you not to hit. Not to hit. If you hit again, something will really happen. You just don't believe me. Why can't you ever change your impulsive character? This time it's over. It's all over. We've pissed off the officials. Hoo. I'm fine. Zhao Chanlong was covered in filth, but there were really no fatal injuries. His physique was already resistant to beatings, and the law enforcement officers avoided the main points. He was now purely and simply battered and sore. Sore all over, so sore that he grimaced and rolled around on the ground in pain. But he didn't dare to say that he was not okay, because he started it. Drip dirt drip dirt drip dirt. At this time, outside the seafood market, sounded the police car siren, followed by a few security officers came over, quickly arrived at the store. See, the store seems to have been smashed generally. A few security officers are slightly stunned, and then see a few tax bureau and the Commerce and Industry Bureau of law enforcement officers. A face more or less hang color some of the time, is more stunned. Bureau Qin, what's the situation? One of the vigilantes recognized Qin Shizhong and inquired with a concerned face. Chang, I'm fine. Qin Shizhong waved his hand as he signaled one of his subordinates. Tell us the cause and effect of the whole thing. Make it clear. Comrade Zhang Xin, here's the thing. The law enforcement officer of the Administration for Industry and Commerce covered his panda eyes, pointed at Yang Jinrong, and began to tell the whole story from beginning to end. Several sheriff's deputies from the Linhai District Sheriff's Office, on the other hand, began to take notes. After a brief recounting of the fraudulent consumption, the lack of pounds, to the fact that they were reported to come over to enforce the law, to the 0.73 kilogram dispute, it went on to describe in detail how Zhao Chanlong sneaked up on Director Qin, injured him, assaulted law enforcement officers, and unlawfully obstructed law enforcement by violent means. Finally, there is a brief description of the arrival of fellow colleagues from the sister tax bureau and their combined efforts to subdue the violent Zhao Chanlong. This can be described as perfect, almost a Zhang Igua whole will not, together with your injuries on a hard to describe, to us over, just a sentence to pass, right? At this time he is not good to attack, can only glare at the old Qin, the latter silent. Hey, get beat up as me. You come over to purely rob me of the camera, but also glaring at me? Click. The vigilante pulled out a silver bracelet and directly handcuffed Zhao Chanlong, who had been completely incapacitated. Huang Shangxia has been stunned, learning that her husband hit the director. How dare she have half a word of spilling the beans, can only half kneel on the ground, crying and begging, Leader, please, my husband is seriously injured. Hurry to call an ambulance for him and send him to the hospital for medical treatment. Please, woo, are you hurt? Qin Shizhong asked with a sideways glance as he covered the cheek where he received a punch. No, I'm a little, not a single injury. Zhao Chanlong came to his senses completely, and he even raised his hand and shook it for everyone to see, indicating that nothing had happened at all. How dare he say he's hurt, even if he breaks a few more ribs, goes on appeal, and tosses them. In the end his injury determination must be a 10th degree disability. To put it bluntly, it's a painless disability. He started the fight and the law enforcement officer was acting in self-defense plus reasonable law enforcement. One could only glance resentfully at Yang Jinrong. This revenge is credited to Yang Jinrong. Until this time, he still didn't feel that it was his own problem, his own fault, but held a grudge in his heart that all of this was because of Yang Jinrong. Lack of pounds, fraudulent consumption, this illegal under the business administration. Zhang Xin, the security officer, holding the report registration form, continued. According to Article 277 of the Criminal Law, anyone who obstructs a state organ employee from carrying out his duties in accordance with the law by means of violence or threat shall be sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment of not more than 3 years, detention, control, or a fine. According to Article 234 of the Criminal Law, anyone who intentionally inflicts bodily harm on another person shall be sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment of not more than 3 years, detention or control. The exact sentence will need to be determined based on the subsequent evaluation of the injuries provided by the comrades, at which time the public prosecution will be brought by the security office authorities, the sheriff, and the crime of forced trade. He forced me to buy his sea cucumbers. It was time for Yang Jinrong to step forward and say, according to Article 226, crime of forced transaction, of the criminal law, if the circumstances are serious by means of violence or threat, he shall be sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment of not more than 3 years or detention, and shall be punished by a fine or a single fine. You're bloodthirsty. We didn't force it. Ahem, I didn't. Huang Shangxia and Zhao Changlong almost simultaneously opened their mouths to retort. They were already carrying a lot of charges on their bodies. If they were to add another crime of forced trade, under the combined punishment, I'm afraid that they would have to sit in jail for the rest of their lives. Huang Shangxia pointed at Yang Jinrong and said, you have no evidence. It's slander. Who says I don't have proof? Cam Yun laughed as he, of course there's evidence. 021, a sword to judge the forces of evil and a shield to protect the safety of the people. Guys, this script doesn't feel right. Why does it feel a little too realistic? That's it? That's real? Who would dare to take action against law enforcement officers in reality? Even the owner of this seafood store has to nod and bow to law enforcement officers in reality. It's not scripted. So how dare he make a move? Drinking fake alcohol? No. Bro, are you really not brushing up on the news? Didn't a few days ago a vendor violently beat up a law enforcement officer? There were even a few stabbings. Still, reality is more magical than the script. Wait, brothers, I've found it. It's Qin Shizhong, the director of the Linhai Industrial and Commercial Administration Bureau in Linhai. It's really him. What the hell? For real? No, it's not. Is it? No one still thinks it's fake, right? The vigilantes are here. Who's the actor who dares to so blatantly pretend to enforce the law with so many departments? Is the prison food too good for you? The live audience was thoroughly ticked off when it became clear that this was not scripted. Anyone else who remembers the original viewer named Wang Muba, who was going to live stream a handstand and eat shang, hurry up and ate out. Inevitably, the rest of the audience laughs at the cheating of food and drink. Of course, viewers are most excited to see what will happen next to Cho Chang Rion, who assaulted a law enforcement officer. However, he didn't want to turn off the live broadcast at this critical moment, but Yang Jinrong barfed. This to the audience of the live broadcast the whole will not. What does it mean? What do you mean? Shut down the live broadcast without saying a word? You're an anchor. Anchor, get it? The audience is God. You have to beg for food from the audience. Beg online. And you shut down the show without even saying hello? Take off. Must be taken off. Brothers, give the anchor some reports. I'm afraid he's true to me. What are you afraid of? Didn't this anchor send out a video last time, threatening those who cyber violated him and demanding an apology? If he didn't apologize, he would sue them. Why haven't we seen any prosecution yet? Oh, I don't think this guy has any intention of suing, nor does he have the strength to do so. TSK, someone's taunting on here? I took a screenshot and sent it to the anchor privately. Sitting and waiting for upstairs to be made real. Such a personalized anchor. Decisively followed. Me too. Me too. Yang Jinrong naturally did not know that the live broadcast room has been divided into two factions inside. Bickering. He took his cell phone, opened the recording, chose to play. Inside came the recording of Zhao Changlong and Huang Shangxia threatening him, forcing him to buy 60,000 pieces of sea cucumbers. No money? Then borrow from your classmates. If you can't borrow from your classmates, then go for online loans. Nowadays online loans for college students are everywhere. Breaking the law? The old man just likes to violate. Today you must purchase 60,000 sea cucumbers from our store. And if you say yes 1 minute later, I'll add 10,000. Boy, did you learn the first lesson society taught you? The two couples who were originally clamoring to sue Yang Jinrong for slander were instantly dumbfounded. The evidence is in front of us. The two of them were no longer able to weasel their way out of the situation. One could only glare at Yang Jinrong. But Yang Jinrong is not the slightest bit fearless. He looked straight at the two men until their gaze changed from ferocious to abysmal. Only then did he turn his head to look at Sheriff Zhang Xin, and said very politely, Sheriff, they threatened me with their eyes. I studied psychology, and this gaze of theirs means they want to retaliate against me afterward. And it is clearly their fault, but they have no remorse. So please make sure to top them off with a heavy sentence. Zhang Xin looked at the two men, and sure enough, she noticed this, and immediately added a sentence on the record of the report. With a tendency to retaliate, not eligible for a lighter sentence. Before saying to Yang Jinrong, you give us a copy of the recording, and then what's your side's claim? Okay, Sheriff Shang, my claim is simple. Since the other party is missing pounds, follow the law and refund 1 for 3. Yang Jinrong was very cooperative and gave the sheriff a copy of the recording. We pay out. We'll pay for it right away. Can you? Huang Shangxia changed her face faster than turning a book, and immediately changed to a pleasing color, wanting to lose money in exchange for a light sentence. Nay, before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Zhang Xin. It's not up to you to compensate or not. It's useless for you to try to cheat. Your funds will be frozen at that time, and when the case is processed, the compensation will also be enforced by the court. Huang Xianxia's throat rolled, but she couldn't say half a word. Of course, refunds are not under the control of the sheriff, but under the control of the business administration. Click. Huang Xianxia was also put on a silver bracelet. So many co-workers? Just as Zhang Xian was about to close up his team and take the people back to the security office for further processing, another group of people came over. Comrade, we are from the fire management department. We just received a report that Xianxia Seafood Restaurant is suspected of operating without a license as well as having no fire protection measures for a routine inspection. Here, her name is Huang Xianxia, his name is Zhao Changlong, and the two are the actual operators of this seafood restaurant. Zhang Xian pointed at the two men who were handcuffed. Fire management is very curious as to why Zhao Changlong was beaten into this appearance, but when they saw the Qin director as well as other unit brothers' face color, they froze. What the hell? Fire came a few small staff. Although they did not recognize the two leaders of the Trade and Industry Bureau and the Inland Revenue Department, but they were able to feel the oppressive sense of belonging to the superior on the secretary. You check yours, check them carefully, and don't let any offenses go. Director Qin pointed to the cluttered store. Several fire law enforcement officers, hard-headed, began to review, from questioning Huang Xianxia to checking fire initiatives, fire permits, etc., and finally came to the conclusion. After verification, Xianxia Seafood Store, the store has no fire initiatives, and has not yet applied for a fire permit, suspected of operating without a license, will face closure, rectification, so fire inspection and acceptance before applying for reopening. The stores are closed. Huang Xianxia was completely flustered. Zhao Changlong is even more regretful, except that his regret is not regretting the illegal behavior of missing Caddy, but regretting being reported, regretting being caught and investigated. The side of the original there are some melon watching the traders. In the sea Xianxia Seafood Store was seized. Then sneak away. Hurry back to the store and close the door. Go home to think of ways to apply for a fire permit. Looking for people to buy fire initiatives. 90% of the vendors secretly switched their scales back to fair scales. The bolder ones just pushing the switch button, and the timid owners destroying their scales and replacing them with a brand new fair scale. Please, colleagues, come with us to the security office. In addition to the need for you to do an injury appraisal, Zhang Xian very politely invited. Old Zhang, let's go together for an injury appraisal? Director Qin smiled and joked. There you go. Zhang Igua couldn't put aside his face and refused. I won't go to the Law and Order office. Xiao Jiang, you go to the Law and Order office to cooperate with the investigation. I'm not injured. I'll go back to the bureau first. Zhang Xian looked at Yang Jinrong and Yu Huai again. The two of you, shouldn't you be students? Come back to the security office with us for a cooperative investigation as well. Yang Jinrong and Yu Huai both got into a police car, while Huang Xianxia and Zhao Changlong were escorted into another police car that had just been transferred over. Dirty drip. Sirens blared and the police car headed quickly toward the sheriff's office. It didn't take long. The group then arrived at the sheriff's office. When Yang Jinrong got off the bus, the national flag in front of the main door of the security office was in front of his eyes, like a sword judging the power of evil, and the huge police badge on the foyer of the security office building was the shield protecting the safety of the people behind him. This is the first time that Yang Jinrong has come to the sheriff's office as a victim. He had an inexplicable premonition. In the future he will be a regular that everyone in the policing world knows about. 022, time for liquidation. Prosecute them all. Begging for recommendations. Name? Didn't you know about the sheriff? Cut the crap. Name? Zhao Changlong. Speak up. Haven't you eaten? Zhao Changlong. Bang. Why are you yelling so loud? Behave yourself. Do you know that this is a police station? It specializes in punishing you social pests. Zhao Changlong was scared to shiver. His body wounds have not yet been treated. Was arrested to interrogation room. Interrogation room, a subtle cold breath, so that his already scaly body cannot stop trembling. His voice is mute, but the magistrate refused his application for water. He is now only looking forward to a quick interrogation. Finished. Gender? Male. Age? Sheriff. Can you hurry up? I'm in so much pain I can't stand it. Cut the crap. I ask you a question. You answer. Do you want to go out or not? If you keep talking nonsense? Think. Want to still answer? Age. 38. Give a detailed account of the crime. What? Can't think of anything? Want me to help you think? Sheriff's eagle-eyed gaze. Zhao Changlong, where there is half a point before the arrogant and domineering flames. At the moment he was like a lamb to be slaughtered in general. Shivering. Once he heard to help him to think, he shivered, almost scared to pee, and hurried to pour the tube. General all re-explained it again. Do not dare to omit half a point. He couldn't afford the weight of the great memory recovery. After interrogating for a full half hour, the vigilante brought Zhao Changlong out and handed him over to Zhang Xian. The situation is basically the same. I'll leave the rest to you. Hard work. Zhang Xian took the record file. Zhao Changlong inside the interrogation room was on the verge of passing out from the pain. Before he could wait for medical attention, Huang Shangxia was in a similar situation, locked up in another interrogation room, and didn't even need to be frightened by the great memory recovery technique to admit her various crimes. The two men were involved in crimes that included consumer fraud, forced sale and purchase, and obstruction. There were also tax evasion charges found by the IRS, which looked back several years from the beginning of the store and found that the two men's store had accumulated over $100,000 in tax evasion. A taxpayer who adopts deception or concealment means to make a false tax declaration or fails to make a declaration to evade payment of tax in a larger amount and accounting for more than 10% of the taxable amount. The penalty shall be fixed-term imprisonment of not more than 3 years or criminal detention, and a fine of 1 to 5 times the amount of the tax. Top punishment: 5 times, over $500,000 in fines. The Fire Management Department found out the crime of operating without a fire permit. The penalty is a fine of 30,000 yuan to 300,000 yuan. This is not a maximum penalty, nor does it involve a criminal offense. Under the extrajudicial leniency, only a fine of 150,000 yuan was issued. 10th grade, unified 10th degree disability. So Zhao Changlong also constitutes the crime of intentional injury. Does not meet the conditions of mitigating circumstances. Each count of the top of the sentence. Under the combination of several crimes, Zhao Changlong faces a sentence that directly breaks his imagination. 12 years. His wife, Huang Shangxia, cooperated the seafood store and also participated in the criminal act of forced sale, which was a combination of several crimes and did not qualify for mitigating circumstances, and was sentenced to 6 years imprisonment. The final sentence will have to await the indictment by the police station and the court's decision, but it's already a done deal. Yang Jinrong side has done the transcript registration and so on. Then you can leave. Processing results are also very clear and clear. Hyungha Seafood Restaurant was awarded a refund of 1 to 3. That is, a refund of $64,800 and compensation of $1,944,400. And small conch sea shrimp as well as green crabs, and 1,200. Yang Jinrong finally made a statement. Also added up. The same lack of catty. Return 1 to compensate for 3,600. Unfortunately, walking out of the door of the security office, Yang Jinrong looked regretful. Unfortunately what? Stumbling upon such a big case with his brother. Yu Huai was so excited that he couldn't wait to tell the world about it. But he found that Yang Jinrong looked depressed and couldn't help but ask curiously. Yang Jinrong straightened his collar and said in a serious manner, "Unfortunately, at that time, Huang Shangxia wiped a zero for me and undercharged me $11.50. And under the refund and compensation, it is equal to my loss of $34.50. Yu Huai, brother, you're really my real brother. You're making $944. 400 in blood money on this case, and you're feeling sorry for $30? It's not enough for a bowl of noodles." Speaking of food, Yu Huai felt a bit hungry, so he asked, "What's for dinner tonight?" "Your treat. Eat whatever you say. I'm not picky except for the sweet dumplings." "Why me? I don't have any money. The money is frozen. Waiting for the final results of the process, before I can pay me out. When the time comes, I'll treat you to crawfish. No matter what." "Makes sense," Yu Huai decided so happily. This trip today has really gone through a big storm, but fortunately it's fine in the end. It's also considered a great fortune. Chicken tonight? Chicken then. The two of them found a chicken store and enjoyed 2 chickens. Back to the dorms. Yang Jinrong opened his computer and was about to look at those spammers on the internet, whether they had deleted their posts and apologized, when the system's beep sounded in his head. Congratulations to the host. Mission accomplished. Awarded, unlimited fighting, master level. Warm reminder, the host must study and master the criminal code, and be cautious about using unrestricted fighting abilities before fully mastering the code. In this instant, Yang Jinrong only felt that his heavenly aura was like being hit by an electric current. His body trembled, and an inexplicable energy and knowledge was born in his body and brain, as if he was born with it, and was incomparably skillful. That feeling, the mystery and the illusion are so subtle that they can only be understood. Is it the ability rewarded by the system? Yang Jinrong felt very amazing. I want to find someone to practice on. His gaze subconsciously looked towards his good brother Yu Huai. Shui, Yu Huai, who was preparing to open a handful of pesticides on his bed, inexplicably sneezed, and with a violent body jolt, he grunted, "Holy, why do I feel a cool chill behind my back? Who's talking bad about me behind my back? Who would be that bored?" Yang Jinrong smiled. He opened the backstage of Douyin and realized that there were a lot of people cursing him underneath the video he had posted in the morning warning about cyberbugs, and then he opened his scarf to see more people cursing him. There were even many private messages scolding him. Douyin's news sis didn't delete that video with the beat either, and neither of Zhang Yuqi's two popular bibs on the bib have been deleted, let alone apologized. Why is it that people don't always appreciate the opportunity to reform themselves? Yang Jinrong no longer hesitated. He once again logged on to the mobile microcourt, began to prosecute. These days he is not idle, has already collected a large number of information about the cyber violators, cyber violence content, screenshots and other evidence, all uploaded. Prosecution. I also don't know if the 66 good Samaritans who sent me a wreath are inside the list of the indicted. Yang Jinrong felt some pity. If he could get the precise information of those people who sent wreaths, and prosecute them all and send them in, it would be better. 023, 8 Suites of Labor. Believe it or not, I will drive the Cullinan to kill you? Rock City, an urban village, in a rented house. The old fan rattled and shook its head, and a skinny, bony young man in a somewhat yellowed white undershirt was holding his cell phone, lying on his bed, charging it while playing King's Honor, his hands snapping frantically on the screen. Don't get me wrong, he's not operating, he's spewing. Wolverine Nima blew up? Not giving me the blue buff? What's wrong with 0 to 8? 0 to 8 is more useful than you. FWC Kongjun. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I have 8 suites in Pengcheng at home. How can it be the same as playing games with you guys? I'm playing a game to have fun. Labor 0 to 9. Labor happy. Reality stinks, brother. If you have the ability to come to Pengcheng for real, I'll call 100 brothers to hack you to death. I drive a Cullinan at home. If you have the ability to come to Pengcheng, believe it or not, I will drive a Cullinan and run you over. I have 10-figure savings at home. What are you barking at me for? Defeat. A few minutes later, the game lost. The youth put the finger that snapped the armpit, put it on the tip of his nose and smelled it. A fox smell went straight to his heavenly cap. He frowned and shook his hand in disgust. It stinks. MD. What kind of hellish weather? It's also only been 7 days since I've taken a bath. Why does it stink so much? There was a knock on the door and a ing voice came. Son, the next door neighbor came to ask you something. Are you studying? Oh, I'm reading. The youth shoved his cell phone into his blue book bag and pulled out a book in his hand, cradling it in his arms before he walked over and opened the door. Mom, what's up? When Auntie saw her son come out, she explained with a proud face, I just met my neighbor downstairs. She asked me if you have time to help tutor her son, who is preparing for the college entrance exams, and if you're willing to tutor him, you can give him $90 an hour. If you don't have time, forget it, not even $100. The youth resented it. And you want me to teach your son? There's no time. I'm not going. Okay, listen to your son. Inwardly, although she was sorry that she had not been able to earn this money from her neighbors, the older woman was still obedient to her son, who was her pride. I'm going to go back to reading. Mom, you're fine to leave me alone. Don't worry, son, you hurry up and go to school. When you graduate and are assigned to a corporate unit, we'll be in the limelight then. Auntie named Zhang Xiaofan, earlier in the year, disliked her husband's poverty, and left with her son. Although she received monthly alimony from her ex-husband, she never let him see her son once, and her son was hers alone, and the capital of her turnaround, and the only pride she had. Youth named Zhang Jialing, Pengcheng Technical Vocational University students, because not far from home, so no class will often go home. He returned to the room, did not continue to play the king, but opened the neck app, looking at the message bar 99+, suddenly grinned. Nowadays, women are really RZ. I casually make up a few words, and I can get their empathy. The sensation was more mesmerizing to Zhang Jialing than the guiding gel. His biggest hobby on weekdays is spraying people. Spraying people in the game. Spraying people in Douyin. Spraying people on the block hand. And his favorite is still spraying people on the neck. He hangs out on the fence all year round. And by spraying men, he has gained the attention and support of a vote of women. And although he doesn't have many followers, every time he sprays someone, he gets a few thousand likes. Why does he get high praise every time he sprays men? Because old man real name man. Men spraying men to get more support from women. This comment broke 10,000 likes. Zhang Jiaron looked at a scarf of himself angrily spraying a scarf named Yang Jinrong. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. He enjoyed this feeling of being like too much. He casually edited another scarf with a screenshot of a video of Yang Jinrong demanding an apology from the cyberbugger, and sent it out. Apologize? Why should I apologize to a peeping Tom? A school announcement? The police? You must have paid them off. In ancient times, people like you would be cut off and made eunuchs. Wreaths have been sent. I still say, come and get me offline if you can. Just after sending it out, Zhang Jiarong heard another knock on the door, and while complaining about the poor soundproofing of his rental room, he called out to the outside. Mom, who's knocking again? I'll get the door. Zhang Xiufen rushed to open the door and said, Who is it? Don't knock so loudly. You're disturbing my son's reading. She opened the door and found that it was actually a few magistrates in blue uniforms and a man in a black uniform suit, who took the lead in taking out his documents and followed by speaking. I'm a judicial police officer from the People's Court of Huaqiao District in Linhai, and behind me is the one from Pengcheng Magistrate's office. May I ask if Zhang Jialing is at home? What do you want with my son? Zhang Xiufen reached out and blocked the doorway, inquiring vigilantly. A few vigilantes saw this and knew that Zhang Jiarong must be at home and immediately pushed the door in. Zhang Xiufen couldn't even block it. Just as Zhang Jiarong also opened the door to his room and saw a few vigilantes that made him tremble inwardly. Zhang Jiaripple, you are suspected of the crime of abusing others on the internet, as well as the crime of insult and defamation, degrading other people's character, destroying other people's reputation. The circumstances are serious. Now the victim has filed a lawsuit with our court. Please cooperate with us to go back and investigate. No, In an instant, Zhang Jiaru only felt chilled. His body trembled, and cold sweat slid down from his forehead. You guys listen to my explanation. The facts exist. The evidence is sufficient. And if you don't cooperate, we will take coercive measures. Justice warned the vigilantes behind him to do it. The several vigilantes in Pengcheng immediately took out their silver bracelets. They were notified by their superiors to come and cooperate with the off-site judicial police in arresting people. And without the slightest hesitation, they clicked twice and put them on for Zhang Jialing. No way. This is my son. What has he done wrong? What gives you the right to arrest him? Zhang Xiufen reacted and hurriedly stopped in front of her son. Zhang Jiawen also panicked. Feeling the coldness at his wrist, he almost cried out. Mom, save me. He's a college student. You can't arrest him. Zhang Xiufen hissed at the top of her lungs. May, this is the arrest warrant. If you have any objections, you can file a lawsuit with the higher people's court. But for you to stop in front of us now is an obstruction offense. We can take you along and detain you for 15 days. The vigilantes are so used to seeing the lawlessness of the urban villages that it is a pure waste of time to reason with them. And it is only by speaking directly about what is powerful that they can communicate effectively. Sure enough, when these words came out, Zhang Xiufang was stunned on the spot and stayed in place not knowing what to do. What's going on? What's with all the vigilantes? Coincidentally, the neighbor just happened to be home at this time, saw the commotion, came over to take a look, and froze on the spot. Surprised. Xiufun, what crime did your son commit? Didn't you say he was a good student and was well behaved since he was a child? Woo! Zhang Xiufun cried anxiously. The sheriff didn't linger much longer and left with Zhang Jiawen. The neighbor was secretly glad that he didn't ask him to tutor his son, or he would have had to lead him down the path of crime. Such a scene, along with the passage of time, took place in several other cities and regions, but all the spammers who had real names were taken away. As for why they real name authentication, some are because they have opened a live broadcast, must real name authentication, some are because of accidental authentication, some are authenticated by their wives or girlfriends. Only Zhang Jialing's authentication reason is the most bizarre. Meanwhile, the news sister and the big star, Zhang Yuqi, have likewise received court summonses, but the two have an uncomplicated relationship and have not been taken away, and they still haven't even deleted the video, let alone an apology statement. Motorcycle license in hand at last. Yang Jinrong excitedly walked out of the driving license examination room. He could finally ride the Ducati Big Devil rewarded by the system. After completing the mission before, within 24 hours, he signed for the motorcycle delivery. After that, because of the lack of a driver's license, he had not been able to ride it, and it was parked in the school's parking lot, and now it was finally as he wished. No class today, so hurry up and skate around a bit. 024, favorite, Ducati Big Devil Superbike. Yang Jinrong went back to his dormitory first and picked up his helmet before heading to the parking lot. Yang Jinrong's cell phone ringtone rang. Using this strange ringtone because he lost a bet with someone sometime and was forced to use this social death ringtone. Picking up the phone, Counselor? Yang Jinrong, are you at school? There's a notice on my side for you to come over and sign for it. Oh, well, where is it? Come to my office. Soon. Yang Jinrong arrived at the office of Counselor Quan Jiwei, who was slightly startled to see Yang Jinrong holding a helmet and smiled and joked. How come you're not holding the criminal law and have switched to a helmet? I don't have class today, so I'm going to go out for a bit. Without explaining too much, Yang Jinrong asked very politely, what was the notification the counselor was talking about before? Quan took out a notice stamped with the official seal of Linhai University and handed it over. The school's decision on Lin Yuyu's final punishment is for you to read first. If you agree, sign it. Yang Jinrong was stunned. Why do you need to ask my permission? Normally, he is just a little soldier Zhang Jie. Where is his turn to have an opinion on the school's administrative decisions? You are the victim. After all, Quan smiled and said, by the way, the school's blind alleys will also be completely resurfaced in the near future, and the bidding has already been completed. In the future, no similar things will happen because of the blind alleys. The school takes this very seriously. Pretty good. Yang Jinrong lowered his head to finish reading the document. The content of a large part of the writing to show that the school attaché's great importance to the punishment of Lin Yuyu was placed at the end. The school expelled him. The party branch expelled him from the party. In addition, a formal school-wide announcement will be made, including but not limited to announcements on the school's radio, notices posted on the school's notice boards, notices on the top of the campus network forums, and notices on the top of the school's accounts on major media platforms. Overall, no problem. Yang Jinrong signed after wanting to leave immediately. But the result was again pulled by the counselor to inquire about whether to arrange for psychological counseling for him. Of course not. By the way, when will this announcement be made? Send it right away. Okay, I'll go first then. This back and forth delayed a lot of time. And by the time Yang Jinrong came to the parking lot, it was already lunchtime, and his stomach was starting to rumble. Yang Jinrong put on the helmet, riding the long for Ducati Big Devil superbike, accompanied by the engine like a muffled thunder-like roar. Handsome as the god of war like red and white Big Devil, for the first time driving out of the parking lot, the stunningly handsome bodywork immediately draws the attention of all passers-by. Yang Jinrong found himself completely in love with this Ducati de Demon superbike. Too handsome, and ride especially with feeling, like the evil spirit rider, too love. Let's start with a bowl of cassoulet and rice, and then we'll go skating around the outer ring when we're full. Yang Jinrong rode out of the campus, came outside in front of a restaurant, parked his beloved motorcycle in the motorcycle parking space, and couldn't help but wipe it down a bit, before holding his helmet and walking into the store to eat. Accompanied by the release of an all-network notice from the University of Linnaeus, the slandering incident is once again a hot topic on campus. The students who originally crusaded against Yang Jinrong have felt ashamed. As college students, they should have the ability to distinguish between right and wrong, and should maintain independent thinking, but they have been Lin Yuyu to bring the rhythm. It's almost become the voice of the brainless. The other two roommates in Yang Jinrong's dormitory were even more ashamed, and both of them felt that they had no face to see Yang Jinrong for a while. Why don't we apologize to Jinrong? He shouldn't mind. With his character, I guess he won't mind if we don't apologize, but it's better to apologize. When he comes back, give him an apology. The two acquiesced to Yang Jinrong's previous good old-fashioned personality and get along very well. The other students inside the class were equally ashamed. Girls' dormitory. Lu Kaitu shunned Yang Jinrong at first, and when things came out later, she didn't take the initiative to contact Yang Jinrong because she originally thought that Yang Jinrong would be as good to her as he used to be, without asking for anything in return. But when she approached Yang Jinrong for help yesterday, she was rejected. Hearing the notice again today, Lu Zhuxia's heart is not a taste, but she is not very concerned. She used to accept this spare tire simply because Yang Jinrong is handsome and nice. She is not as childish as other girls, talking about feelings and love. She only wants to talk about money. Being good-looking doesn't make you a meal. After Willow muttered, she stopped paying attention to this matter. After the announcement, not only is it generating buzz on campus, but on the internet, it's likewise generating quite a bit of attention. But it didn't make the hot seat, because netizens have always focused only on the happening stage of the story, slamming the hotspot they swiped. After spraying, 90% of the netizens will not pay attention to the follow-up, but that 90% doesn't include the people who are chasing after Young Jin-young's netstorm. Out of a story has started to circulate on the internet in the past few days about people being arrested by vigilantes at their doorsteps for spraying Yang Jinrong, and some being served with court summonses. Many of the netstorm participants were unable to verify whether this was true or not. That is, until a small blogger with a large following, Gonzo, was visited by vigilantes, who posted a message before running away. Brothers, the vigilantes are knocking on the door. It should be the Yang Jinrong incident. I'm going out to hide. It turned out that within a few hours, His family sent a message on his behalf. I hereby solemnly apologize to Mr. Yang Jinrong. I'm sorry. I'm wrong. I'll never curse on the internet again. I am so sorry for the harm I have caused you. I am in the police station and I cannot record an apology video for you. I am really sorry. I'm Kong Z's mother. I'm sending this apology on his behalf, asking Mr. Yang Jinrong to forgive my son. He's already been arrested and put in the security house. This matter has caused a great deal of panic, and combined with the notice issued by Linhai University, as well as the warning message previously issued by Yang Jinrong, it has caused a great deal of trouble for a period of time. Hurry up and delete what you called him before. MD. I've never seen such a serious person, but just cursed him a few times on the internet. Why still call the police to arrest him? Some people say that real name authenticated IDs have been caught. No? So serious? That's not right. Why hasn't Zhang Yueli deleted that scarf? Sister Douyin News. She's fine too. Delete it. They're big shots. They must have umbrellas. Even if something happens, they spend money to settle things. We can't afford to mess with them. Seems like one person deleted cursing him and got arrested too, in our neighborhood. I heard that the later will also target those who don't have real name authentication. He has already asked the cyber police to take action. What should we do? Some people are really scared and hurry to delete and also release an apology message. And after that they even log off their accounts. And some people are not convinced. I have deleted the words to scold him. What else does he want? Do you have to hold on to this little thing? Really careful. These people don't realize that they are on the internet. And with every additional message they post, they run an additional risk of being found out. Underneath Yang Jinrong's Doujinshi account, there are just as many more apologetic messages. Occasionally there are a few comments coming over from seafood events to catch up. I don't care about the slander case and I don't want to know about it. Whether the cyberbugs are arrested or not, it's none of my business. I just want to know if the seafood incident was scripted or not. It feels like a script, but the script is pretty good. Waiting for a Han Linhai official notice. And then no notice, the stone hammer script. I do hope that the seafood incident is real. The vendors who lack pounds are too abominable. If it's true, I hope the anchor can come to our market and straighten things out. Things on the network. Yang Jinrong did not care much. He is now all in his mind on his Ducati Big Devil superbike. Gulp down a big bowl of cassoulet rice. He cannot wait to ride his beloved motorcycle. Go out for a walk. Go out to enjoy the soul of the emptiness. But, just as Yang Jinrong was about to get up to pay, he heard a loud thud. Yang Jinrong's heart jumped. He turned back to look outside the store. It didn't matter if he didn't look. This time, his body tightened up and he was in a jealous state. His beloved ride, the Ducati Big Devil superbike that he had wiped down before leaving and for which he had worked so hard to get his driver's license, suddenly fell to the ground for some unknown reason. And from a distance, the mirrors flew off. Hiss! Yang Jinrong sucked in a mouthful of cool air, couldn't care less about the payment, and ran wildly towards the Ducati Demon superbike that had fallen on its side. 025, it's not that old people get bad, it's that bad people get old. Hey, wait, you haven't paid yet. The owner of the cassoulet came out after him and warned loudly. Nay, Yang Jinrong's speed was too fast, almost running wildly, and he didn't hear the sound behind him at all. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the Ducati, looking at his beloved Ducati Demon superbike, falling to the ground, with the body deflector even shattered and broken. Even the mirrors bent. This is Cam Young's beloved Ducati. Beloved family and friends. Brothers in arms. Never rode it once. The exhaust is all pink. Yang Jinrong even specifically wiped it down after parking it. And now, it just fell to the ground. Who knows what happened? Yang Jinrong raised his head and saw that the closest, there were only two people. One was a skinny old woman, almost skin and bones, looking sickly and shivering, like a walking stick in place. Her hair was pale, but her eyes had a fierce look, sunken eye sockets, like the old witch in the dark fairy tale from her childhood. It was very scary. By all rights, this old lady shouldn't be able to push a sports car as big as a Ducati, right? The other was a little boy of about 6 or 7 years of age, just as weak, with clothes that didn't quite fit and were very wide. He was crouching on the ground at the moment, hugging his knees and wiping his eyes. Looking at it that way, it's even less likely that the little boy can push it. Did the motorcycle fall over on its own? No, it's a Ducati. There are no design flaws, and it's parked securely in a professional motorcycle parking space. No tilting is possible. It was this old lady who pushed it over. Not far away, a passerby pointed to the old lady and said, I saw it with my own eyes. Yang Jinrong was stunned. Really? Can this skinny, bony old lady be that strong? But there's no need for a passerby to lie to himself, is there? If only there was surveillance. Yang Jinrong was raising his head, looking for the camera when the cassoulet owner panted and chased after him. He stopped to catch a few breaths before he said, "Little brother, you haven't paid yet." "I'm sorry," Yang Jinrong said very apologetically. He hurriedly took out his cell phone and asked the boss to give a collection code to pay for the meal. "Phew, no, it's okay." The boss looked quite strong, just a little bit weak. After receiving the money, he looked at the motorcycle on the ground, and then looked at Yang Jinrong. "This motorcycle is yours? How did you fall?" "I didn't see it either. That brother said the old lady pushed it down." "Boss, is there any surveillance around here? Isn't that right in front of my store?" The cassoulet owner was quite enthusiastic, but he suddenly froze, feeling that something wasn't right. "Wait, did you just say that this old lady pushed down? That can't be right. She's so old, she's so skinny. I feel like I can't even push down this motorcycle of yours. Can she? Is it possible that you're too weak? Watch out for moderation." Spitting on it, Yang Jinrong inwardly believed too much that it was the old lady who pushed it down. The cassoulet boss saw the old lady just standing on the side and not leaving, so he asked, "Old lady, this motorcycle of his, did you push it over?" It was just a casual question, but the old lady's answer made the two of them freeze on the spot. "Yeah, what's going on?" The old lady lifted her head, revealing a mouthful of open teeth, and said, full of concern, "What do you want?" "No." The cassoulet owner was a bit confused. He couldn't quite believe it, and purposely crouched down and reached out to try to pick up the motorcycle, but realized he couldn't make it work. It was too heavy. The boss blushed slightly and muttered, "Did you really push it over? Why did you push down such a nice brand new motorcycle?" The old lady shrugged. "I just don't like it. I think it's an eyesore, and I'm going to push it over." Hearing this answer, Yang Jinrong was shocked for 10,000 years on the spot. "I parked inside the exclusive motorcycle parking space. How come I'm in your way? I just think it's an eyesore. What's your problem?" The old lady came on even stronger, yelling with a straight face. She stretched out her neck and held her head up. Her eyes were fierce. "This posture, just short of a sentence. If you have the ability to hit me, believe it or not, I lay down on the ground. You have to dump your family? Not to mention Yang Jinrong, the victim." Even the cassoulet boss was so angry that his eyes widened. He couldn't believe his ears and eyes. What era is this? How can there still be such a three-dimensional explosion of the old man? A few poor old people would come to his store on weekdays, and he would charge them a few dollars less to ease their burden. And he firmly believed in that. We care for other people as we care for our own. And we care for other people as we care for our own. I hope that my own aging mom and dad will meet young people out there to help them as well. Able to. Why is this old lady in front of me so brutal? Does it really bear out the saying that it's not the old people who get bad, it's the bad people who get old? Brother, your car is quite expensive, isn't it? This bump, it is estimated that it will cost a lot of money to repair, or else, you'd better hurry up and call the police. All men love motorcycles. The boss is also a man of nature. He was a little heartbroken to look at the Ducati by Yang Jinrong help up. Side deflector, mirrors, and even the throttle handle are not light. I do not know the engine and so on. Whether there is no injury to the... Call the police? You guys hurry up and call the police. How do you know that before Yang Jinrong could open his mouth? The old lady opened her mouth first. She said brusquely, "It's not the first time I've pushed back a car. And the vigilantes can't do anything to me even if they come. And a repeat offender. What a lack of moral fiber. Completely relying on his status as an elderly person. He exploits the loopholes of the law and takes advantage of the leniency of the law towards the elderly to do whatever he likes." Yang Jinrong was truly enraged. He was about to speak when a system beep sounded in his head. Negative and strong social energies have been detected arising around the host. The host has successfully triggered the mission. Option 1, this old lady looks very difficult. Even if the police, in the end, will only be unsettled, there will be no result. In case the old lady is excited, there is a long and short. In the end, will also be the old man's family members to claim compensation. The trouble is constant. Why don't you just admit your bad luck? Be generous and tolerant. The negative energy of the world will not make you angry. Reward, a do autographed He Must Love You Very Much album. Option 2, keeping like her will only wreak havoc on more people and push down more cars. And if we don't teach her a lesson now, there won't be any standing motorcycles in this neighborhood in the future. And other old bad guys, if you learn, will trigger more social disharmony. In the face of, we should punch with justice. Beat her eyes to the gold stars. Beat her violent gold coins until. Fight violence with violence. Fight evil with evil. Same positive energy. Reward, $1 million medical insurance. Giving full reimbursement of treatment costs for the elderly. Note, the host can independently choose any insurance company. Option 3. There are many ways to pass on positive energy. The host can choose a more correct way. Please find a way for the host to use his own way to make the old man be duly punished and duly compensated in a reasonable and legal manner. Reward, 1 truth card. Note, the object being used, within 24 hours, will only speak the truth. 026, sky-high repair costs. Option 1. Young Jin Yon just ignored it. But if this old woman had been a bit nicer at first, he might have been soft and forgiven. But it turned out that this old woman didn't have any moral bottom line at all. He let her off this time. And next time, he didn't know who would be unlucky. As the system describes, there will be no standing motorcycles in the area. Whether it was for his own legitimate rights and interests, or for the sake of society and ridding the people of evil, Yang Jinrong would not choose this option. Option 2. For a moment, Yang Jinrong really thought about it. Especially when the old lady uttered the phrase, "The vigilantes came and couldn't do anything to me." Yang Jinrong really wanted to beat her violently. His beloved Ducati Big Devil Superbike, for which he took the E-Hood test, turned out to be an accident bike before he could ride it properly. Anyone who had this on their plate would have had their blood pressure skyrocket and be furious. What's more, the system thoughtfully sends millions of health insurance, at least economically eliminates the worries. As for the pit insurance company, this matter does not need much psychological burden. That is, Yang Jinrong's education and reasoning is constantly telling him that defending his legitimate rights and interests, ridding the people of harm, and removing negative energy from society can be done through more legitimate means. System, I'm going with option 3. Yang Jinrong didn't hesitate and confirmed option 3. He also knew how difficult it was to complete this choice, but he still chose to go down. If he, a law student with a system, is unable to properly defend his rights, then how can anyone else in society, who encounters such things as himself, be successful in defending his rights? After confirming the options, Yang Jinrong collected his anger, resupported the Ducati on the foot brace bracket, took out his cell phone, and dialed the demonic spirit. "Hello, I want to call the police. My motorcycle was intentionally pushed over and broken, and it was pretty badly damaged." Yang Jinrong deliberately emphasized the word intentionally, and then made the address clear, and only hung up the phone after getting an affirmative reply from the connecting police officer. Throughout the entire police process, the old lady watched coldly. She did not have the slightest fear, because she had previously pushed down other people's motorcycles. The other party had similarly reported to the police. The final result, she did not receive any punishment, and did not even contribute a penny to the repair costs. According to the experience of the previous few times, after the sheriff's deputies arrived, they would do nothing more than make a statement and then persuade the owner of the car to admit his own bad luck. A few $100s of car damage costs, at best, constitute a civil case, will not punish her at all, as long as she bites no money. The other side, even if it is tough, asking her children to come to pay compensation, she is a sentence, "My son and daughter will not come," and ultimately can only be respectfully sent away from her. That's something she knows well. So, she simply didn't walk, didn't run, just stood still and watched. That look was as close to writing the words, "No one can do anything to me, and the vigilantes can kill you even if they come," on his face. Little friend, what's wrong with you? After Yang Jinrong reported to the police, he made an after-sales call to Ducati Linhai Center and explained the situation. Then he noticed the other side, the little kid who was squatting on the ground and wiping his tears, and he walked over and asked with concern, I hurt. Am about 6 or 7 years old little boy, wearing loose ill-fitting but clean clothes, wax-colored face, bloodless, looks like long-term malnutrition caused by. There is a trace of cold sweat on the forehead. He spread the hand covering the knee. Surprisingly, a hand of blood. Your Yang Jinrong froze. He then saw the red deflector shards on the ground and instantly realized. You were cut on your knee by the debris splashing over from the motorcycle that just fell over? Ouch. The little boy's voice was weak. Surprisingly, it hurt an innocent passerby. Yang Jinrong on the old lady's lack of moral behavior. More hate. The heart is also more determined. Option 3 choice. Letting people like this go will harm more people. Let's see. Yang Jinrong hurriedly checked for the little boy. The initial judgment is not a big problem. Just cut the skin. But for small children, it is really painful. Yang Jinrong was also particularly afraid of pain when he was a child, and he could empathize with that. So he said, wait here for a moment. I'll go find some potion. I have it in my store. The cassoulet boss was so enthusiastic that he trotted back to the store, took out a small medicine box, and ran back again, panting, before coming up for air and saying, here, noodles, everything. There's everything. Yang Jinrong helped the little child to treat the wound, while asking with concern, little friend, what's your name? My name is. The little boy bit his lip, endured the stinging sensation from the disinfectant, and strongly introduced himself. Chen Xiaotian. Ir East Chen. Filial piety of filial piety. The sky that stands up to the sky. Woohoo! Such a cool name. Yang Jinrong praised. What about your mom and dad? Before Chen Xiaotian's little friend could reply, a thin woman in the distance ran over anxiously. Xiaotian, what happened to you? How did you get hurt? Does it hurt? It's mom's fault. Mom shouldn't have let you wait for mom here alone. The slim-framed woman wiped tears from her eyes as she spoke. Her face was pale, her frontal bone protruded, and her whole body was like a skin and bones kind of sick to death. Yang Jinrong noticed that in the position above her collarbone, there was also a short piece of syringe inserted, originally covered with clothes and gauze, probably because of the running just now. It was revealed a little. The thing is, Yang Jinrong hurriedly told the other party the general course of events. It's okay, a little skin wound. It's fine. The woman was relieved that she didn't spill her guts or demand compensation or even an apology. Mom, let's go home. Chen Xiaotian took his mom's hand and whispered. Aha! The woman was about to leave with her son, which gave Yang Jinrong a whole lot of trouble. You guys, can you wait a little longer? The security guards will be here soon. By then, Yang Jinrong wanted to say that he would ask the old lady for compensation when the time came, but without waiting for him to finish, the woman's pale face revealed a far-fetched smile. It's fine. This little injury and pain. It's nothing. Drip dirt drip dirt drip dirt. Just as the woman was trying to leave with her child, a police car drove up and stopped on the side of the road. Zhang Xian and another vigilante got down from the police car and saw Yang Jinrong, mainly because the latter was too handsome and unusually conspicuous. He was surprised and said to Yang Jinrong, "Why are you here too?" "I called the police." "Ha?" Zhang Xian was stunned. "No way. Such a coincidence that it was you who called the police again." Yang Jinrong smiled and pointed to the red and white Ducati on the side. "Sheriff, let's get straight to the point." The other sheriff's deputy turned on his law enforcement camera and pulled out the report registration form. "Tell me what's going on." "My motorcycle, parked in a dedicated parking space over here. Went to have a lunch. Then this old lady came by and pushed my motorcycle over on purpose." "What?" The two vigilantes obviously froze, and Zhang Xian pointed to the skinny and bony old lady on the side and asked with an incredulous expression. "You said, it was this old lady who pushed over this big motorcycle of yours?" "I pushed it." The old lady was quite temperamental, her wrinkled old face raised. The sheriff inquired carefully. Can you push it? You guys don't believe me? Then I'll push again?" The old lady said, walked to the Ducati Big Devil superbike in front of her, and was about to push it, but Zhang Xian was quick and stopped the old lady. Don't. This bike is not cheap. Push it down once more. It will be broken." The old lady was stopped and looked upset. She really wanted to push back again. "I have a surveillance camera in front of my store that can capture this side," the cassoulet owner said at this point. "That's just right." Zhang Xian nodded. "We'll pull the surveillance later as evidence. And another thing, not only did she intentionally damage my personal property, but she caused this little friend to cut his knee." Yang Jinrong pointed at Chen Xiaotian. "I just gave him a simple treatment for his wounds. My suggestion is to go to the hospital for a checkup." No, we don't need to check. It's fine." Chen Xiaotian's mom hurriedly waved her hand in rejection. "You'll still have to stay and cooperate with further investigation. If you can." As Zhang Xian spoke, he looked at the old lady again. "Please show your ID card." Then, Yang Jinrong, right? Yang, you also show your ID card. And you also need to call the third-party loss adjuster to come over and adjust the damage to the vehicle. I've called an after-sales specialist from the Ducati service center to come and fix the damage. The rest of the process went very smoothly. Zhang Xian went to the cassoulet restaurant, accessed the surveillance and confirmed the fact that the old lady pushed down the motorcycle, as well as the fact that when the motorcycle fell, the deflector's shield shattered and splintered out, cutting the little boy. It didn't take long. The after-sales specialist of Ducati Linhai Service Center arrived. He circled around Yang Jinrong's motorcycle with heartache, and after carefully inspecting it, the expression of flesh pain on his face became more and more intense. "Too bad. This is a big superbike that is absolutely rare in China. How did it get hurt like this?" Zhang Xian didn't know much about motorcycles, so she said, "Keep it simple. You tell me first, the cost of fixing and repairing the damage. How much does it probably cost?" "The deflector is shattered. The mirrors are bent. The sensors are presumably broken. The foot brace brackets are sparingly deformed. And the stabilization system needs to be The after-sales commissioner said a whole lot of possible damages in a meaty way, and finally estimated a fixed damage price that left everyone else present dumbfounded. Preliminary estimate. About $77,000. Maybe more. Maybe slightly less. 77,000? The few people present were stunned. Naya. They imagined that this kind of styled motorcycle is not cheap, but it's not so bad that the cultivation fee would cost $77,000, right? It's a standard Ducati Grand Demon superbike, Ducati's top-of-the-line superbike. The aftermarket specialist explained heartily. Not a crappy street car to compare. The difference between a street car and a sports car is that the sports car has more horsepower in the engine, better high-revving performance, is lighter and better equipped, has less front camber, and the whole car is wrapped in a deflector. L-twin engine, 1,285 displacement, 209 horsepower output, maximum torque of 140 Nm, top speed of more than 300 km per hour. 100 km acceleration can be completed in just 2.7 seconds, with a bare-bones price of $490,000 in domestic import shipping plus tax. It lands from $55,000. Ducati Motorcycles, whose products are known for their superior performance as well as their Italian-inspired design, was founded in 1926 and is headquartered in Bologna, Italy. Know what I mean? I mean, all the repair parts, the paint, they had to be flown in from Bologna. So, $77,000. I'm still conservative in my estimate. The old lady heard the price, originally still full of concern on the face, gradually became grave. In the past other motorcycles were pushed down by her. Hundreds of thousands of repair costs. The owners are afraid of trouble have chosen to recognize their own bad luck. But today, I'm afraid the $77,000 astronomical repair bill. The other side won't stop. 027, no money, no compensation. No criminal responsibility either. I don't have any money. With an expression of a dead pig, the old lady began to play a scoundrel. Don't think I'll pay for it. What's 77,000? 88,000. I don't have a dime. Ho Sofan. Zhang Xin, who had dealt with many similar incidents, didn't bother trying to convince the old lady to pay for the money, but instead took the old man's ID card and inquired, "What's your son's phone number?" "I don't know." Ho Sofan stretched out her hands. "I don't have any money if I want money. But I want my life. You arrest me. I won't live long anyway. It's just right that I die in your security office, and someone will help me with my funeral." Zhang Xin still wanted to speak, but was pulled back by another security officer, who came to Zhang Xian's ear and whispered, "This kind of difficult old man can't be detained, or else he'll be a hot potato, with endless troubles to follow. This old lady is so unreasonable and unreasonable. Her son must be almost the same. We'd better advise the other one to be more reliable." Zhang Xin was stunned. "What my coworker said is not unreasonable. Able to, shouldn't they, as vigilantes, have a greater need to distinguish between right and wrong? You can't just let one side of a conflict take the other side down on its own because the other side is messing around. Can you?" Zhang Xin refused her colleague's offer. "Yang Jinrong, Ms. Yang, please show me the invoice, tax receipt, etc. for the purchase of the car. That'll have to wait until I go back to school to pick it up." Yang Jinrong nodded. He did not worry about these formalities. The system produced had already arranged all the formalities. There was no need for the host to worry about being checked for sources and taxes. Even the insurance had been bought. At this time, it also attracted a lot of onlookers passers-by, regardless of any country. There is always a heart for eating, and many people stopped their cars and blocked the road to see what was going on. There were also a number of people who took out their cell phones to take videos. The neighborhood was surrounded by 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. The unidentified eaters on the periphery began to talk about it. "What happened? I heard it was a rich kid on a motorcycle who ran over an old man." "No, the old man looks fine. On the other hand, the child on the other side seems to be injured. Poor little boy. His mom is pretty poor too. She doesn't even have any decent clothes. It's the rich kid who hit the kid on his bike. That old lady is the kid's grandmother. Look at the family. How pitiful. They are all so skinny. TSK. Look at the rich kid's stance. It seems that he is not too willing to pay for the money." "No, that's cycling rich second generation. At first glance is Linhai local. That milk and grandchildren 3. Must be poor outsiders. Locals bully outsiders. Common thing. We outsiders come to Linhai to play screws. Are bullied by the local supervisor." Quite a few people were wrathful when they heard this analysis of the ton. How do they know that Yang Jinrong is the victim and the outsider? The rush hour is right around the corner. The 2 sheriff's deputies, seeing the congestion caused, immediately decided to take the people back to the sheriff's office so as not to be river crabbed, and all of the later articles are shelved, so we apologize, and then conduct a follow-up investigation. After the deposition, Zhang Xin then let Yang Jinrong First Ducati Service Center to tow the car back for repair. Repair costs, you can find insurance to advance, and so on subsequent recovery. Subrogation recovery. This was the only way Zhang Xian could think of to minimize the loss of the victim. Yang Jinrong. Yang Jinrong nodded his head in agreement. First issue a certificate of responsibility, and after both parties sign it, then I can look for the insurance company. This is of course no problem. Zhang Xian has long been ready. Soon the certificate of responsibility to get good, but let the old man signed, and encountered trouble. I do not know the word, and will not write. The old lady refused to sign. Zhang Xian kindly wrote down the 3 words Hosufan on another piece of white paper, and then pointed to the signature of the certificate of recognition. Here, follow these 3 words, draw, and you're done. No painting, the old lady grunted. I don't know how to read. Who knows what you have written on this paper? In case it's written that I'm on death row for murder. Is it true that if I sign it, I'll have to be arrested and shot? Several people present were exasperated by the old lady's words. Forget it, it's just as effective if you don't sign it. Zhang Xian handed Yang Jinrong a copy of the triplicate certificate of responsibility, signaling that he could call for insurance. Yang Jinrong immediately called the insurance company. According to the prompts, will be the scene of the accident photos, car damage traces of photos, the certificate of responsibility for photos and so on, are uploaded insurance small program, completed the insurance report. After he signed the paperwork with the after-sales specialist on site again, the Ducati Big Devil Superbike, which hadn't been ridden once, was handed over to them to be towed back for repairs. You go back and get the paperwork for the car, then come to the sheriff's office and deal with it. Zhang Xian finished talking to Yang Jinrong before walking over to the little boy and his mom. Both of you, come back to the security office with us to make a statement as well. No, don't bother. We're not claiming. Leave us alone. The boy's mom cradled her son's head and shook her head. We're going home. It's better to make a statement, in case the little one has other injuries, and get medical attention in time. Zhang Xian squatted down and asked with a smile. Little friend, what's your name? Hello magistrate, my name is Chen Xiaotian, ear east of Chen, filial piety, top of the sky. Chen Xiaotian twinkled his big childish eyes. He wanted to reach out and touch the shoulder badge on Zhang Xian's shoulder, but he was a bit scared. He asked nervously, Sheriff, can I touch your award? Oh, an award? Zhang Xian smiled, sidestepped his shoulder, and laughed. Touch it. This is called a shoulder badge, representing the honor of a vigilante. Chen Xiaotian contentedly touched the shoulder insignia, revealing 2 rows of teeth that lacked an incisor but were also white. I saw on TV that the armed police uncles also have this. It's just a different pattern. Zhang Xian rubbed Chen Xiaotian's head. That's a good boy. Little friend, the sheriff invites you and your mom, together, to our sheriff's office to make a statement. Is that okay? Mom? Chen Xiaotian tilted his head and asked for his mom's opinion. His mom finally agreed. Go. Zhang Xian took both the old lady Hosufan, Chen Xiaotian's mother and son into the police car and drove towards the security office. Sheriff's Department. Yang Jinrong arrived with the relevant paperwork. After Chen Xiaotian was examined and there were no serious injuries, and his mom finished her statement, she was able to leave. Big brother, Sheriff, my mom and I will go home first. Chen Xiaotian waved goodbye to Yang Jinrong. Bye. Yang Jinrong also waved his hand, and when the two left, he turned his head to look at Zhang Xian and inquired, Magistrate Zhang, the old lady intentionally damaged my personal property, and the fixed damage is over $50,000, which is a huge amount, so according to the law, it should be a criminal case, right? A criminal case? Before Zhang Xian could say anything, another vigilante in charge of the case shook his head and snorted. Little brother, do you think, she dash? He nudged toward the sickly Hosufan and asked rhetorically, is she criminally responsible? Sheriff, are you saying that if she insists on no restitution, she won't be convicted either, which equals 0 liability for her? Yang Jinrong was not meaning to argue. His tone was calmer. How old is this old lady? 74. Xin Zhang answered the question. Yang Jinrong said meaningfully, then she did not reach the age permitted by law to mitigate punishment, and should bear the corresponding criminal responsibility. There is no legal provision in the law that exempts an elderly person from the penalty for how old they are. It is only that if a person who has reached the age of 75 commits a crime intentionally, he may be punished in a lighter or mitigated manner. If he commits a crime by negligence, he shall be punished in a lighter or mitigated manner. When Yang Jinrong said this, Magistrate Zhang Xian didn't know how to reply for a moment. 028, Jinrong, come see. This rich kid looks exactly like you. Ugh. The other sheriff sighed. I understand your feelings very well. A brand new car in good condition, somehow pushed over and became an accident car. Whoever this is on will have grievances, will be upset. Society is a very complex structure. when you go out of society will know. Sometimes right and wrong, not so important. Such as you today this thing, if you can fight to get compensation, even if the sky is a great success. There was one more thing he didn't pick out. What's the point of talking about criminal liability when the odds are you won't get any compensation? The sheriff has a point. Yang Jinrong raised his eyes and said, then can you contact the old lady's family? Can. After returning to the police station, Zhang Xin and the others had already found the contact information of the two sons through the old woman's ID card and on the police station's intranet. Is it Wang Chengwen? Zhang Xin used the security office's landline to call over and explained the situation. This is the Linhai District Security Office. Your mother, please come over. What? The old thing pushed over someone's motorcycle again? You want to pay for it? Bah! I don't have any money. Go find her youngest son. Do. The caller, after hearing that he had to pay for the money, cursed and surprisingly hung up the phone directly. Zhang Xin raised her eyebrows and called her youngest son, Wang Chengwu, with the same result of being hung up on, except that the words were changed. Compensate for the money? I don't have any money. You guys find her eldest son, not to mention looking for the old lady's two sons to mediate in the security bureau. Zhang Xin called for the second time. The two men, as usual, directly hung up, and then call has become a busy tone. They all blacked out the sheriff's office. You saw the situation. The other magistrate spread his hands and said helplessly, this kind of family is just rogue to the extreme. Even if it ends up in court and the court decides, it will end up being dragged until the court enforces it. Maybe, other bad things will happen in the process. It's okay. Yang Jinrong at first did want to give the other family a chance. The other side as long as the compensation plus apologize. He really wanted to forget about it. But it is these people do not cherish the opportunity at all. But also let Yang Jinrong firm determination of this matter in the end of the real. He said with a smile, Comrade Security Officer, I apply for a criminal case. As for the final result of how to say when it is time to say, people like this family must not be spared, either in public or in private. Today Yang Jinrong doesn't care and lets them go. Tomorrow there will be the next victim. The day after tomorrow there will be the next victim. As the ambassador for spreading true positive energy, Yang Jinrong had no reason to spare them. Sure you want a criminal case? The sheriff was trying to persuade. There's no need to get into the mess when there's insurance subrogation. Zhang Xin, however, nodded her head and agreed. Since the victim asked for a criminal case and meets the conditions for a criminal case, then a criminal case will be filed. The rest of the program went very smoothly. The original civil case was changed to a criminal case. Willful damage to another person's property, as high as $77,000, is a substantial amount of money involved, previously modified. If convicted, the sentence will be a term of imprisonment of not less than 3 years and not more than 7 years. Ultimately, of course, it's up to the courts to decide. The old lady who learned that a criminal case had been filed against her was not only not afraid, but also intensified her efforts by making a lot of noise and clamor at the security office, yelling that she would die here and at the security office. But no matter how much the old lady scolded, she was still detained in the guardroom. Yang Jinrong, on the other hand, gets to go back to school. A certain urban village, in a low, old building, walls covered with newspaper, prefabricated ceilings covered with cobwebs, lights have to be turned on in broad daylight. Dim lights. Wang Chengwen, Wang Chengwu, two brothers, are getting together to discuss countermeasures. Big brother, the old thing has been taken in again. What are we going to do this time? How does it work? The same old thing. The police just said that the motorcycle is worth $400,000 to $500,000, and the owner is a student. So he's a rich kid. It doesn't matter if we release the man or not. We must make the old thing get sick and blackmail that student boy hard. Okay then. I'm off to work. Big brother, you still what shift this time as a rich second generation. How rare we have to think of a way to be able to extort more, directly and ruthlessly get a large sum of money, which still need to work, can spend to us this old house demolition, then can get a large sum of money for demolition, enough for you and me brothers to eat, drink and play for the rest of their lives. When Wang Chengwen heard this, he slapped his thighs. That makes sense. How much money do you get from working for someone? Entrepreneurship is the way to go. The two began to work out a detailed plan. On the web, someone will be recorded on the scene of the video, sent to the network. At first did not cause much attention. After all, ordinary people send video. Want a fire, do not throw a few thousand shaking plus, are not possible to realize. That is, until Big Like News saw the video and immediately discovered the traffic code, edited the video a bit and then hit it with a highly oxymoronic headline. The suspected second-generation rich man rode a motorcycle with over $500,000 and hit his milk and grandchildren. but he was not willing to pay for the money. Even the security guards were respectful when they saw the second-generation rich man. The video was deliberately edited by professionals. There is no original sound, deliberately with a heavy BGM. Originally should be the vigilante to persuade young Jinrong to give up the pursuit of responsibility, but the effect of the presentation. But it became. The two vigilantes were speaking very politely to the handsome-looking rich boy, ignoring the injured little boy, the grandmother who was brave enough to fight back against the struggle, and the poor, helpless mother. As soon as Big Like News released this video, it immediately drew a lot of attention, and the heat was like going on a highway, soaring wildly. The netizens are even more excited about the text and wrestling with the slam. It's Linhai again. There are so many Linhai hot searches lately. It's said to be a local from Linhai, bullying an out-of-town family with no power or influence. I hate them rich people the most. It's great to be rich. They just know how to bully us poor people. Is his motorcycle really worth $500,000? Is there any big hand who can recognize the model by a single screw to tell which one it is? Ducati Big Devil Superbike. Still top of the line. 48.9W naked. Pure import. Landed price over 50W. Hiss. A motorcycle is over $500,000. You're so rich. You hit a kid and you still don't want to pay for it? Strictly investigate. The rich kid's ancestors must be investigated severely for 3 generations. Let's see where he gets his money from. Absolute corruption and bribery. How come it looks like this rich kid looks a bit familiar? It seems like I've swiped through the news before, but I can't remember exactly who it is. The internet has no memory. Not to mention the schoolmates slandered the event video. Yang Jinrong also with sunglasses. To the follow-up clarification of the video, although the full face is missed, but did not go on the hot search again. The first time was not recognized. It is normal. Big Like News successfully exploited the netizens' hatred of the rich. Once again on the hot search. Traffic earned a lot of money. Yang Jinrong just returned to the dormitory. Yu Huai shouted excitedly, Jinrong, come and see. This rich second generation looks exactly like you. Could it be your long-lost brother? Didn't you say you were abandoned by your parents when you were a child? Quick, quick, quick. See if this is your twin brother or brother. Maybe you can find your real parents. When you become a rich second generation, don't forget about my good brother. No, if you are rich and powerful, do not forget each other. Righteous father, please accept little Yuzi's obeisance. 029, coffins blocking doors. Is there any rich kid as handsome as me? Yang Jinrong came over and saw the video on Yu Huai's cell phone screen, which was showing himself and the two vigilantes, and then took a closer look at the title and text of the video, and immediately raised his eyebrows. Can't this Big Like News just verify the authenticity of the video before posting it? With this kind of blue V self-published news with millions of followers, I wonder if the video he posted would have gone viral. Doubtful. Yang Jinrong was amused. This Big Like News is purely and simply a deliberate attempt to create conflicting topics and attract traffic. What are you laughing at? Yu Huai froze for a moment and compared carefully. No, how do I feel that the person inside this video is you? It's me. Yang Jinrong laughed. Do you look like me? Exactly the same. It's that he's richer than you. Yu Huai said in a serious manner. I really think that this is your blood brother, and they are all in Linhai as well. Do you want to try to find them? What if you're the son of a rich man in Linhai who abandoned him? Think about it. The plot should be like this. Some years ago your family was poor. Your parents couldn't afford to feed the twins, so they gave you away. Who knows that later on, your parents made a fortune and made a lot of money, and over the years, they also very much regretted abandoning you back then, and they are also looking for you. And, could you be any more outrageous? Yang Jinrong waved his hand and was about to speak when the other two roommates came back from playing basketball, and the sweaty Zhang Xiaohua threw the basketball under the bed and took off his sour-smelling basketball shoes while saying in surprise, Jinrong, how come you didn't go on a date with Lu Kai too? Yang Jinrong frowned slightly. Zhang Xiaohua was a bit surprised. When I met her at noon, she said she wanted to find you to attend the Cotillion Association's activities. Didn't you go? I have an elective tonight. Yang Jinrong opened WeChat and saw the message that Lu Kai-tu had sent over earlier. Yang Jinrong, are you free tonight? The association has an event that needs help. Come over and help out. Yang Jinrong was too lazy to reply. In the past, he was a good old man. Whoever asked him to help, he would help. Because of his character problem, he didn't know how to reject others. But since experiencing the Lin Yu slander incident, Yang Jinrong's mindset has undergone a great transformation. After casually blacking out the other party, Yang Jinrong took a book and turned around to walk out of the dormitory that was filled with the smell of sweat. What's your elective? Sign in for me if it's the same as mine. Yang Bin, who had already started flushing, shouted towards the door. The penal code. A wink. The next day came. Early in the morning, the road in front of the sheriff's office was blocked. It drew out curses from a number of passers-by who were stuck clocking in at work. Weekdays never see this road blocked. What's going on here? Could it be that the road repair and digging, running in front of the sheriff's office? The problem of traffic jams caused by road repairs and digging on weekdays is quite upsetting to everyone. And this is the first thing that comes to mind. No, road repair and digging cannot dare to come to the door of the security office. I heard that there are two brothers dragging a coffin to the door of the security office to ask for justice. What the hell? A coffin? A green plant. It's early in the morning. What bad luck. Who's so bold as to come to the sheriff's office and block the door? Did you catch yesterday's news? A rich kid's motorcycle knocked down a child. The old man demanded compensation, but was detained in a security center. What's that news? It's too much like the news. It's big like news. I swiped to it. TSK. Nowadays the rich for the rich is so disgusting. Just like our bosses. Every day they just think about squeezing our residual labor value. Overtime without overtime pay. CPU us all day long. Grizzly blocking the door is blocking the door. Why block the road too? A green plant his relative. Murmurs mixed with shouting and cursing rang out. Ahead. A pair of vermilion coffin, tied with twine at both ends, was placed on the main road in front of the gate of the security office. Vermilion paint still emits a pungent stench. Before and after the coffin stood people. It is Wang Chengguo, two brothers. At this time the two men are a person in the hands of a coffin lifting the logs, stood in front of the gate of the security office, shouting out the grievances. My 80-year-old mother. You died a tragic death. Should have enjoyed a peaceful old age, but was framed and arrested in the security police station. If you have a death, son, how can I live? Oh, mom, it's us who are unfilial. Our 80-year-old mother was taken to the police station by force, and we don't know what kind of abuse she will suffer in there. If she dies in the police station, we will be ashamed to see our dead father. The two brothers, who had previously been on the phone with a mouthful of old things, were bawling, and their cries shook the heavens and shook the earth, causing passers-by to stop and watch and talk. This acting, at least, beats most of the fresh meat. Some people took out their cell phones to record videos, while others spoke out to crusade against the sheriff's office for the two dutiful brothers. Hello, I'm Yang Xiaoli, the host of the program Xiaoli to Help, and I can help you. It so happened that a host of Xiaoli Come to Help passed by at work, and she hurriedly took out her cell phone and recorded a video while bravely walking towards the coffin and asking about the two brothers with concern. The two brothers took a look at the hostess who came over, and immediately brightened up. The old bachelor Wang Qingwen's gaze is even more unrestrained in the hostess body survey. The heart is secretly happy. This hostess is not pretty, but the body is still positive. In the tight jeans outlined under the curves of the fascinating, convex and curved. If you can. Ahem. The sober Wang Qingwu in the human world. One look at the eyes of his elder brother. He knew the dirty thoughts in his heart. Don't spoil the business because of a female. He hurriedly coughed, followed by pretending to wipe his tears. Hello, things are like this. Our 80-year-old mother accidentally rubbed her motorcycle against it when she passed a parked motorcycle because she was walking unsteadily, and we were not there at the time, so we did not know what had happened, except that my aged mother was stopped by someone who demanded compensation for 77,000 yuan for repairs. How could my elderly mother have so much money? Woohoo! And they did it to my poor mother. Took coercive measures. Shackled and locked up in the sheriff's station. Wang Chengwu sobbed and covered his face. What? Just bumping into a motorcycle and asking for $77,000 in damages? Yang Xiaoli exclaimed, furious. This is clearly extortion. What gives him the right to demand sky-high repair fees? And on what basis does the Public Security Bureau arrest people? As soon as this story came out, the people at the scene also felt injustice for them, and one by one, they cried out for the two brothers for the old lady, and cursed towards the magistrate's office. A statement must be made to the arrested elderly. What kind of Thai motorcycle demands $77,000 in damages for being touched? Isn't this bullying? What gives the sheriff's office the right to arrest people? Release them. He must be released immediately. Release and forget it? Ugh. The old man and his family must be given an explanation. The public's crusade was getting louder and louder. And inside the security office, the chief, who had come to work early, was catching Zhang Xin in a rage when he learned of the situation. 030, take them for a urine test. Zhang Xin. Who asked you to imprison an 80-year-old man? What did I teach you on a regular basis? Don't be too stubborn. Not everything has to be about right and wrong, black and white. Two sideburns white Wang director, how did not think, their most valued subordinates, even made this kind of low-level mistakes. Angry Wang director straight beat his head. He wanted to grab the desk cup of tea to drink a mouthful of tea, but also by the freshly brewed tea scalded a mouth. Bah, really confused by your anger. Zhang Xian pursed her lips and corrected. The suspect is only 74 years old. What's the difference between 74 and 80? Director Wang glared at Zhang Xian, knocked on the table, and said in a bad mood, wasn't the last lesson enough? Giving me the whole middle schooler back, and now the whole old lady. The last disciplinary action should have sent you to the traffic brigade to become a traffic cop. But, shouldn't we vigilantes follow the law? Zhang Xian muttered unconvincingly. Wang Shui educated. The law is dead. People are alive. The law is also nothing more than human feelings. As a good people's security officer, what we should do is to resolve conflicts, mediate disputes, and set points to stop disputes. Might as well make me a traffic cop then. Zhang Xian muttered, still unconvinced in her heart. You boys are so greasy. Wang Shui hated the iron, gritted his teeth, and criticized. If you continue to be deadhead, you may become a responsible vigilante, but certainly not an excellent vigilante. The vast majority of disputes that we vigilantes have to deal with are not done in black and white, much less as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. As a sheriff, if you are obsessed with black and white, you will only complicate the simplest of things. Chickens eating the neighbor's rice, pigs arching the neighbor's vegetables, children fighting with the neighbor's children. These are not necessarily contradictions, much less to be treated as enemy conflicts. If we have to get into a watery mess, not only will it be a great waste of police power, but it will also stimulate deeper conflicts. The tragedy of a neighbor causing a case of human life over a tree, a chicken or a word has been repeated more than once. Therefore, the most important thing for a good and excellent vigilante dealing with daily disputes is not to distinguish between right and wrong, black and white, but to settle disputes, mediate disputes, resolve contradictions and promote social harmony. Wang Shui Wang director's sermon in one breath for several minutes, said his mouth is dry, can only pick up a teacup, while blowing while drinking, which knew that Zhang Xian was completely in her left ear and out of her right. So? What so? Wang Shui was so angry that he blew his beard and eyes out. So, release the people, go and calm the family immediately. And then? What then? And then the victim's car was damaged for nothing? He has a right to sue the old lady for willful damage to property. Then let him go to court to sue. Did you not listen to a single word I taught you just now? To safeguard the victim's due rights and interests while also considering social conflicts, and to minimize the victim's losses without stirring up conflicts. Look at what kind of traffic jam is downstairs. Hurry up and fix the problem and clear the road. Wang Shui gave a splitting blow and eventually scolded Zhang Xian out. Soon, the old lady was released, and Zhang Xian personally took people out, unlocked the handcuffs, and also publicly apologized to the old lady and the two brothers, Wang Chengwen and Wang Chengwu. But the media has no intention of letting the matter go. It's so hard to come by a news sensation. It's natural to grab it. Yang Shili moderator caught Zhang Xian getting to the bottom of the matter, intentionally or unintentionally, with trap questions. How could Zhang Xian cope? Luckily, the traffic police arrived and cleared the road traffic. The office of the director of the security bureau, Wang Shui, through the window glass. The situation downstairs as far as possible. This time he is not angry. Slowly drinking tea. Opposite him, another vigilante ferried back and forth anxiously. No, my lord director. Director Wang, are you just going to stand by and watch Zhang Xian being bullied? This matter is clearly the old lady breaking the law and committing a crime in the first place. Her two sons dared to carry a coffin to cause trouble. We should arrest and detain them all. Wang Shui narrowed his eyes and revealed an old fox-like smile. Calm down. What did I teach you guys on weekdays? There are many ways to deal with problems. The tea is good. Turn around and buy me some more. Open an invoice and I'll transfer it to you. Tea grown by my grandfather in my hometown. I'll bring you more next year. Right now it's better to hurry up and help Zhang Xian out. You go down. I'm going down? Yeah. Go take the old lady's two sons to the testing department for a urine test. Ha? They sucked it up? How do you know that? Chief? Wang Shui laughed meaningfully. Suck what? I didn't say. Simply ask them to take a urine test. No charge. All the onlookers downstairs who want to do a urine test can be brought to the testing department. Free of charge. Hiss. The sheriff's deputy suddenly dawned on him and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Hi. It's really high. In front of the public and the media. Take two people to do urine test. This is to imply that everyone, they too sucked. As for the results of the urine test, is not the self-test department said? Besides, who cares about the final result? The public has long since put on tinted glasses when looking at the two brothers, so who would believe their words? Soon, the magistrate came downstairs and said in public that he would take the two brothers to do a urine test, and the elder brother, Wang Chengwen, still stiffened his neck and said, do it? Who's afraid of who? But was his younger brother Wang Chengwu pulled back? He was always mixed in the gray area. The heart knows the security this way, lowered his voice and reminded, "Big brother, we cannot go in. Go in will not be able to get out of it. Sucked no sucking is important? The results of the test are not all their decision? We go in is tantamount to throwing ourselves into the net." Hiss. Wang Chengwen a burst of fear, but also has to be the oldest brother smart. Or today really want to fold in the security office. What about it? Persimmons have to be soft. Go home. The two brothers accompanied the smile and immediately said that they would leave immediately and would never come back to cause trouble. The two brothers carried the coffin and left, not caring that the old lady was hobbling behind. Yang Shaoli's motherly heart broke out, holding up her cell phone to record the video while carrying the old lady to follow the two brothers, but did not want to walk out of 10 meters. Stepped on a piece of banana peel discarded by the onlookers. The soles of the feet slipped, fell headlong to the ground. In order to not let the old lady fall, forcibly tilted forward, and fell herself to tears. Expensive suit pants knees are broken. Painted delicate makeup face also broke the skin. Don't carry me if you don't have the strength. It's bad luck. The old woman stomped on Yang Shaoli to get up and walked away on her own, leaving Yang Shaoli who climbed up from the ground aggrieved with tears like beans slipping down. At this moment, it was as if her faith was broken. At the door of the security office, Zhang Xian looked at the old lady who left, as well as the evacuated masses. His heart was mixed, very bad taste, a sense of powerlessness swept through his body. At this moment, the belief in his heart produced a slight shake. It didn't take long. Yang Jinrong, who happened to be out of class, received a phone call from the sheriff's office informing him that the old lady had been released. Oh, okay. Yang Jinrong hung up the phone, not feeling surprised at all. This was all in his expectation, as well as the subsequent problems he also expected. Sure enough, it was just about noon, just as the college students were drying out their meals, when things came to me. 031, old lady hospitalized? Backbiting and claiming medical expenses. On the main road of the school, a group of students who were preparing to go to the third cafeteria for a dry meal saw the banner pulled by the two men, and one by one, they stopped to watch and talk. What happened? Yang Jinrong, the name on this banner, it looks so familiar, like I've seen it somewhere. Yang Jinrong you don't even know? It's that Peeping Tom from last time. No, it's the dude who was slandered as a Peeping Tom. The schoolmate who slandered him later was sent to jail. I heard that he was sentenced to 13 years, expelled from school, and expelled from the party too. TSK. 13 years for rumor mongering and slander? Dude deserves to be a human emperor. Too fierce. Go go go. You boys, why are you still gloating? It's just one rumor and it ruins a girl's whole life. Such a petty and stingy person can only end up alone for the rest of his life. Humph. No wonder you're causing new trouble. This came out of a girl's mouth, and the boys on the sidelines were actively avoiding it. There were also grumpy boys who poo-pooed. Even if I were single for 100 lifetimes and lonely for 100 lifetimes, I wouldn't look for one like you. Angry this girl dry eyes, but the boys are tall and strong. Fists like a hammer general big. The female dared to be angry, for fear of being punched to tears. Yang Jinrong, who was holding a copy of criminal law, thinking about which cafeteria to go to and what kind of food to eat, looked up just in time to see the two brothers in front of him pulling a banner and coming to find him in trouble, and he didn't avoid it and walked straight toward the other side. What are you looking at? When Yang Jinrong walked up to the other party, Wang Chengwen surprisingly didn't recognize him. We're looking for Yang Jinrong. Why? Do you know him? Yang Jinrong held the criminal law. He had already guessed the identity of the two in his mind, and couldn't help but reveal a sunny smile. I'm the Yang Jinrong you're looking for. You? Wang Chengwen froze. He looked at the big sunny boy in front of him. It was a little hard to believe. As the saying goes, reach out and don't fight. He was a little overwhelmed for a while. Brother, that's him. Wang Chengwu pointed at Yang Jinrong, his voice raised dozens of decibels, and towards the students and teachers passing by around him. He shouted, everyone come and help us judge. Rich kid Yang Jinrong is unkind to the rich, bullying my aging mother. When my mother accidentally bumped into his motorcycle, he teamed up with the security office, forcibly arrested my mother and demanded that she pay $77,000 in damages or else he would imprison my 80-year-old mother. My family is poor, living in a dilapidated slate house in an urban village. Where can I get the sky-high compensation? Poor my old mother, detained in the security house, suffered inhuman torture, and is now mentally deranged and overnight sick. Anointed blindness. Wang Chengwu doesn't recognize the word veterinary. Now my poor old mother, she's been hospitalized, and the doctor says. Wang Chengwen was filled with anger. His voice spread throughout the nearby area, attracting a student and teacher to stop and watch. He hypocritically wiped the corners of his eyes. this action and this look. It was indeed very much like an honest person who was suppressed and bullied by a rich second-generation man, provoking many people to show sympathy and empathize with him. He continued to point at young Jin-rong again and rebuked loudly. The doctor said that my old mother won't live for more than 3 days. Unless. Wang Chenggu didn't remember what to say for a moment, but he heard young Jin-rong add for him, unless it costs a high price. To treat her? Right. Wang Chenggu looked at young Jin-rong angrily. You must be responsible for all the medical bills for my old mother's hospitalization, and also, compensate us. Yang Jin-rong couldn't help but laugh. That's it? Is that all you got? He thought at first that the other side would come up with something to cause trouble. I didn't realize it was just pretending to be sick and hospitalized. But even if it's such a simple trick, there were also quite a few college students with intelligence glinting in their eyes who were deceived. And they opened their mouths in crusade against young Jin-rong. Yang, what's wrong with Rong? Being rich is a big deal. Can you bully the poor just because you're rich? Rich kids are unkind to the rich. Sooner or later they will play away their family's money. I'm not hating on the rich. I just simply can't stand to see a rich second generation like you. The same as a rich second generation. Why don't you learn from other people's Wang Tertsong? Yang Jin-rong turned his head in surprise, looked at the college student who said this, and said with a smile, Brother, do you plan to let me learn Wang Tertsong to whip you a big sinus and give you 2 million? I didn't. This college student was shocked by Yang Jin-rong's direct gaze. He subconsciously said no, but his body was honest, and he even sidestepped his cheeks, adjusting an angle more suitable for Yang Jin-rong to slap him. When the two brothers Wang Qingwen and Wang Qingwu heard this, they thought that the college students were trying to rob them of their business, and hurriedly stopped between the two, with Wang Qingwen yelling, Yang Jin-rong, hurry up and compensate for my mother's medical expenses. What makes you guys think I'm rich? Yang Jin-rong did not answer, but asked a rather curious rhetorical question. Wang Chengwu yelled, the motorcycle you drive is $500,000. What is it if you are not a rich second generation? Don't pretend to us, hurry up and pay the money, otherwise, you won't be able to leave here. Hiss, $500,000 motorcycle? What a rich kid. Many people couldn't help but gasp out in shock when they heard about the $500,000 motorcycle. He's so handsome. The girl who cursed young Jin-rong to end up alone is now looking at young Jin-rong with a face of infatuation, muttering to herself, so rich, if only he was my boyfriend, I could be his motorcycle. Bah, shame on you. Someone heard her talking to herself and spat in contempt. Wait, Yang Jin-rong, second generation rich, motorcycle. Someone exclaimed, isn't that the hot search? Big like the news one. No, people's big like the news report is, the rich second generation riding a motorcycle hit the grandson, the grandmother to seek justice but instead was arrested by the security office. Let's see. Someone opened Douyin. Before he could search, the big data even pushed this news automatically. Once he compared Yang Jin-rong, he was shocked. Emma, it's really him. What the hell is going on with this plot? How come one moment the rich second generation hit the old man's grandson, and one moment it became an old lady ran into a motorcycle being maliciously claimed for a sky-high price? You guys believe the big like news? One picture in the opening, and the content is all made up. MD, this is too magical. Now I can't even believe the words of these two brothers in front of me. Many people nodded their heads, agreeing with this point of view, and some fairies started to speak for Yang Jin-rong. I feel, such a handsome guy shouldn't be telling lies, right? Call the police. Let's call the police. Let the sheriff's department come and investigate. Some earthly sober college students immediately pulled out their cell phones and dialed demonic spirits. Wang Chengwu and Wang Chengwu, two brothers. As soon as they saw someone call the police, they were anxious. Turn around and settle accounts with you. Two people know that this group of college students can't be cheated. Hurriedly put away the banner. And skipped. You guys go slow. Don't fall. Yang Jin-rong saw the security guards arriving not far away and gave a very polite loud cry of concern. The two turned back and glared viciously at Yang Jin-rong, turned around and left, but did not want to come face to face with two security guards holding rubber rollers. Bang bang bang, directly to the two people dry eyes. Grab it. Linhai University's security guards are not the old man with missing teeth can be compared to. Are practiced. 3 times. Will Wang Chengwu and Wang Chengwu, two brothers arrested, twisted to the security room, previously by the two men to take advantage of the security guards to change the occasion to sneak in, but fortunately also did not cause too much impact. Otherwise the security guard position is not guaranteed, almost being harmed by the security guards, but also will be angry in the two brothers. In the twisting on the way. Bang bang a beating. Break it up. All of you. A teacher arrived late to keep order. Yang Jin-rong smiled, did not care about the surrounding comments, turned away, ate lunch, and then took a half day of classes in the afternoon, and waited until the evening, but did not want the trouble to find the door again. This time, not only did the two brothers Wang Chengwu and Wang Chengwen come, but also another group of people. The crew of Rays come to help, including host Ray, her assistants, and the cameraman. With great fanfare, the group went directly to the school leaders and demanded that Yang Jinrong give a statement. The two brothers had wanted to follow the usual means in the past, splashing paint, sending stool, throwing kitchen knives, threatening letters, etc., to deal with Yang Jinrong, forcing him to give the so-called hospitalization fees treatment costs, because he was scared after being brutally beaten by the security guards at noon. He changed his tactics and once again approached Ray. To help. 032, if you have money, you should be generous, begging for recommendations. Under the office building, Ray came to help the crew and blocked the office building door with great fanfare, drawing a crowd of students. Unfortunately, the senior leadership of the school did not come out, not to mention the principal, even the director and the dean of the law school did not come out, and only called Yang Jinrong, the counselor of their major, Quan Ji Wei. After both sides introduced each other, Yang Xiaoli was the first to ask a question. Teacher Quan, because of the inappropriate behavior of your school's student Yang Jinrong, the elderly Ho Sufan is still hospitalized in the hospital, and now the family has come to us for mediation, and they only want to get the treatment cost of the elderly. It's not too much, right? Yang Xiaoli held up the microphone and disliked Quan Jiwei's mouth. Her gaze was stern and aggressive as she forced the question. Quan revealed a professional smile and shook his head. First of all, I would like to correct one point. My student did not commit any misconduct, and whether or not the elderly Ho Sufan was hospitalized has no direct causal relationship with my student. The first time Quan was found by the other side, he approached Yang Jinrong to find out about the situation, and called the police station to inquire about it, and learned the truth about the whole thing. How can there be no direct causation? Yang Xiaoli looked straight at teacher Quan. Her voice raised a few decibels. Wasn't it because of your student, Yang Jinrong, that the old man was arrested and taken to the security office, and that there was an accident in which the old man fell ill and was hospitalized? No. Quan Jiwei put away his smile. His expression became serious. His gaze swept over the many students who had gathered around, and finally his gaze landed on Yang Xiaoli's face as he opened his mouth. His voice was loud and unmistakable, solemn and powerful. You are the media, yet you make a big deal out of it without knowing the truth of the matter, turning on the real victims, and instead of pursuing the truth, you are aiding and abetting those who have no moral boundaries, leaving the real victims in the dark, and mouthing off for a statement from the victim? If the purpose of your program coming to the school and blocking the door is to victimize the victims and help the bad guys, then I'm very sorry, and I will, on behalf of the school, call security and have you asked to leave immediately. Quan's voice was ear-shattering, and Yang Xiaoli was shocked by the series of rhetorical questions. Nonsense. My mother is the real victim, Wang Chengguo sophistically said. Your rich second-generation student deliberately parked his expensive motorcycle on the side of the road. My elderly mother was just passing by and accidentally bumped into it, and instead of looking for him to be accountable, we were instead asked by him to pay compensation. The motorcycle was merely bumped and he claimed $77,000 for the astronomical repair cost. I think the damage to his motorcycle is fake and the extortion is real. He was unforgiving to my mother, and even called the police to arrest my mother. Poor my 80-year-old mother was detained in the security center for the whole night. Being said so by Wang Chengwen, Yang Xiaoli also seemed to have more confidence. The old man is now sick and hospitalized. He is still lying on the hospital bed, and yet you are here to defend that unkind second-generation rich student in a dignified manner. Do you have any sense of public morality? Do you have any conscience at all? What do you mean by just passing by? What do you mean by accidentally bumping into it? Just at this time, Yang Jinrong came over. He took out his cell phone. Play the day copy of the surveillance to all present. The screen, the old lady, deliberately towards the brand new Ducati parked in the parking space. I do not know where she got the strength to forcefully push several times, and finally overturned the Ducati. You call that just passing through? My Ducati was parked in a parking space, not blocking any passers-by. Your mother purposely walked over and used all her strength to push my motorcycle over. You call that passing carelessness? And, what do you mean it's just a bump? Yang Jinrong opened another video. Is the scene of the Ducati damage looks, and the service center loss adjuster to give the repair order video. He held the phone high, around a circle. Decisive rebuke voice asked, is this called just a bump? This Ducati of mine, which I haven't ridden even once, was maliciously pushed down and intentionally damaged by your mother, and I'm only asking for compensation for the repair costs, not for depreciation, not for my moral damages, and you guys have the audacity to come after me? Especially your program. Yang Jinrong's gaze was like a torch as it landed on Yang Xiaoli. I will sue you in court for blatantly damaging my right to honor. The latter was shocked by Yang Jinrong's appalling gaze and subconsciously took 2 steps back. Many of the students on the sidelines also vocalized. I didn't realize that Little Lee's help, which I'd been following for so long, was such an unscrupulous program. It's so chilling to me. It's an insult to our Linhai that this kind of program can be on TV in a dignified manner. Do not go after the truth. Even go to help morally corrupt people, must have received money from people, or just think that our students are good to extort. And the old lady's son negotiated with the old lady's son, extorting the money. It will be divided equally. Take the commission dividends. I'll report this unscrupulous program to the relevant authorities later. Unscrupulous media, get out of our school. Get out of Linhai City. Many students took out their cell phones, cursing and recording videos at the same time, intending to send them to the internet to expose this unscrupulous program group. Pissed off the program team, a time some at a loss. The host Yang Xiaoli was scolded red in the face. Face or lost. Hate to find a crack in the ground. But she still tried to argue. Her volume lowered quite a bit, not as strong as before. But Yang Jinrong is so rich. Why would he grab the old lady's one mistake and count to the end? He can afford a $500,000 motorcycle. Surely he's not too bad about that 70,000 plus repair fee. But this money, to the old man, it's a sky-high price. As Yang Xiaoli spoke, she seemed to add another layer of undercurrent as she began to morally kidnap. You're so rich that tens of thousands of dollars in repairs are just pocket money to you. Can't you be a little more generous? You know that the old man can't afford to pay for the repairs. So why did you still have to call the police to arrest the old man into the police station, causing him to fall ill and be hospitalized? It seemed to be a very effective move, and even a number of the students around the room thought it made quite a bit of sense. $500,000 of motorcycles can afford to buy. Tens of thousands of dollars of repair costs are naturally a drop in the bucket. Although the old lady has done something wrong, but she does not have the ability to pay compensation. So why do you have to call the police to arrest people? You're rich. You shouldn't ask an old lady to pay for her life for a little pocket money. Wang Chenggu heard. Without a trace of a bright eye, he hurriedly wiped the corner of his eye, crying out loud, "Rich second generation to catch the poor people a mistake. Do you have to put the poor people to death? So bully our poor. You still have no public morality. There is no compassion. 033, old age is not a green light to do bad things. What the hell kind of logic is this? Because you have money you need to pay for your mom's transgressions? Because I drive a Ducati, I have to accept my own bad luck?" Yang Jinrong laughed. It was the first time he had seen such an unreasonable family member. It is true that there is a mother as well as a son. The old lady is rude and insolent, and the 2 sons are just like the same. He was righteous and his gaze was like a torch, looking straight at the 2 Wenwu brothers. When did being poor become a justifiable reason to break the law? When did doing wrong become an excuse for arrogance? Thinking that you are vulnerable and the whole world has to give in to you? This kind of self-centeredness is typical of moral kidnapping. Your mother maliciously pushed over my parked Ducati, which is called willful damage to another person's property. Not only are you refusing to pay for the repairs, but you're biting back, telling the media to morally kidnap me and demand that I pay for your mom's medical bills, which is called malicious extortion and blackmail. Yang Jinrong's words were incomparably deafening, shocking the 2 Wenwu brothers into speechlessness. Not knowing how to reply, shocked Yang Xiaoli, the eloquent host, was ashamed and somewhat groundless. Well said. Students around the room clapped their hands. Worthy of being the most handsome senior in the law program. Schoolmates will always support the senior. How dare they use the elderly for moral abduction? Such people are so shameful. So it was the old man who deliberately pushed down the motorcycle, and instead of paying for it, he bit back? Really bad people become old. Corrupted social morality of the old assholes. My mom always taught me, the old heart is not old. People are poor. Why do you guys do wrong but also backwards? The main fight a moral abduction. Think the whole world owes you? Because they don't have a mom. Nonsense. They obviously have a mom. The crusades continued. The students were all extremely righteous, and at this moment, infected by Yang Jinrong's words, they all opened their mouths and verbally attacked the Wenwu brothers and the program. How Yang Xiaoli never thought of it. Obviously they came to use public opinion to pressure Yang Jinrong, forcing the other party to pay compensation. But the result was reversed. They became the party that was verbally abused. At this moment, a few people were like street rats. Everyone was shouting at them. Even Mr. Quan couldn't help but glance at Yang Jinrong in surprise. He was amazed in his heart that Yang Jinrong had completely reversed the situation at the scene with just a few words. Was this the same wishy-washy, good old boy student he knew? This made him think again of the scene in the principal's office where this student of his was falsely accused of peeping by Lin Yuyu. as if everything had changed from that day. The scholar is not a man of the world. During this time, this student of his had really grown up, already had the mindset and determination to become a lawyer. Nope. It would be a shame for such a brilliant student to become a lawyer, wouldn't it? It would be better to recommend him to continue his education, go to graduate school, get a master's degree, and then take the public examination to enter the judicial system and become a righteous prosecutor. Mr. Kwan made up his mind and decided to talk to young Jinrong later, so that he could plan his career in advance and realize the value of his life. But my mom is sick and hospitalized because of you. If your scooter didn't stop there, my mom wouldn't have to push it. After a moment of frothing, Wang Chengwu once again showed his deadpan face. He looked at young Jinrong angrily with a reddened face, and sophistically said, "The doctor said that it's because my mom pushed your motorcycle that she flashed her back. After that, it was because you called the police to arrest my mom and imprison her for a day and a night that she missed the best treatment time and became more serious." Right. Wang Chengwen followed suit and shouted angrily, "Regardless of your morality or immorality, kidnapping or not, we only want you to pay for the money. Today you must pay up." Yang Xiaoli stunned. Before she came, the two brothers did not say their mom's waist sprained off. Before she asked the old lady in the inn where the injury, the two brothers stammered for half a day, did not say so, and now said it was flashed to the waist? Forget it, no matter where it hurts, you'll have to ask the rich kid to pay for it. Student Yang Jinrong, I know you have a point, but the old lady is really hospitalized now. If you don't pay for the treatment, she can only wait for her death alive. Are you so tolerant to see a living old lady die because of the lack of money to pay the bill? Yang Xiaoli switches sides and tries to play the sympathy card, using the old lady's life and death to kidnap young Jinrong. Nay, young Jinrong had already seen through these people's tricks. I'm afraid the old lady's hospitalization was a sham, let alone the specific injuries. In public and in private, Yang Jinrong would not let them have their way. Instead of crusading against criminals who break the law and bring justice, you are aiding and abetting under the guise of helping people. Have you ever thought about what you should do when one day you encounter the same thing I did? The old lady pushed over my motorcycle and many times before she pushed over my motorcycle and the victim suffered a lot. For such a recidivist, instead of crusading against her, bringing her to justice, and speaking up for the victims, your program is thinking of coming to morally kidnap me. Who is a victim? Old is not a green light to do bad things. Yang Jinrong smiled coldly and opened his mouth, his voice solemn and powerful, like a cannonball that blasted into the hearts of the program team and the Wunwu brothers. If old age makes it possible to break the law and be immune from the law, then when all of you here are old, will you also be able to do whatever you want with your geriatric criminal immunity in hand? Destroy social harmony. Destroy national harmony. Not only will I not pay for her treatment, I will file a court case to defend my legal rights. The scene was completely abuzz with these words. A stream of accusations mixed with invective fell on the head of the program team and the two Wunwu brothers. I didn't realize it was a repeat offender. Such an old lady, if she dies of disease, is still removing pests and dirt from society, and returning society to a clear sky. Thanks to the fact that I used to watch your program, shall we come to help? I never thought that you would be so devoid of moral boundaries, so unreasonable, ignoring the law for the sake of your so-called help. Heartbroken, the owners of those cars that used to be pushed down. Anyone else cannot withstand the pressure, have long given up the right to defend, but also thanks to the senior is a law major, can withstand the pressure. The senior is not only handsome, but he is a man of integrity and uprightness, and he contributes to the promotion of social progress. It is because of the senior's defense of his rights in the last Peeping incident that the school has rebuilt the blind alley. When the two Wunwu brothers saw the situation in front of them that had provoked the public's anger, they knew in their hearts that this time it was completely hopeless. You wait for us. Wang Chengwu put down harsh words and pulled his elder brother to leave, but he did not want young Jinrong to open his mouth again at this time. 034, become a security guard at the age of 20 and take 40 years less detours, asking for recommendations. Is Linhai University not a place for you to come and go as you please and willfully spread your wildness? Yang Jinrong's voice spread. The two Wunwu brothers who just wanted to leave immediately froze. Then the two brothers turned their heads and stared angrily at young Jinrong with a deadly stare. If this wasn't a school, if this was off campus, if there was no surveillance and no one else present, the two brothers swore that they would beat young Jinrong until he couldn't get out of bed, and make him spend the rest of his life half paralyzed and in bed. What they just couldn't imagine was that if they were really in a place where there was no surveillance and no one was around, as soon as they made a move to hit someone, the people who would be half paralyzed would be their two brothers. They should be grateful. I'm glad that young Jinrong reasoned with them instead of playing hooligan with them. When law students play the hooligan, there is nothing left for them who are hooligans. Coming to our school again and spilling your guts. A security patrol car accompanied by the sound of sharp brakes stopped in front of the office building. followed by the 2 security guards at noon, with 4 security guards getting out of the car together, and quickly surrounded the 2 brothers along with the program group. They had slipped in at noon while the security guards were changing shifts, and in the evening it was the program team that came in with the so-called media passes. But just now, the security team had received a notice from the school's leaders demanding that they be expelled. As soon as the 2 Wenwu brothers saw the 2 security guards at noon that had left a psychological shadow on them, they immediately spread their legs and tried to escape. But where can they outrun the security guards? In a flash, they were caught, and the 2 continued to struggle, trying to break free, and the young security chief was pushed to the edge, and directly pressed down on one knee, pressing Wang Qingwu to the ground with his knee. Another security guard followed suit and pinned Wang Qingwen to the ground on his knees. Ouch! 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 Wang Qingwen cried out in pain. I'm going to call the police. I'm going to sue. I'm going to sue you Linhai University for mistreating your visitors. Wang Qingwu yelled. Let go of me. Ah, let go of me. You're just a few stinking security guards. You have no law enforcement powers. Stinky security guard? Upon hearing this, the security chief immediately increased the force of his knees. I can't breathe. I can hardly breathe. Suck a nigga. Keep yelling and I'll make you suck ass. Let the 2 roar and struggle. A few security guards did not let go, and even fat security guards intend to sit on the face of the 2. Scared the 2 face purple. Do not dare to scream again. The security chief looked to be in his 20s as he said menacingly, 2 punks, you were given the chance to reform yourselves at noon, and you still dare to come to my territory to cause trouble? I became a security guard at the age of 20, in order to take 40 years less of a detour, but you guys came to the school twice and thrice to cause trouble, almost causing me to lose my job as a security guard. Tie them up and take them to the sheriff's office. With the order of the security chief Su Yang, several security guards immediately tied up the 2 brothers and pushed them into the patrol car, ready to twist and send them to the security center. You're the media, aren't you? Su Yang patted the dust stained on his pants leg and walked towards Yang Xioli and a few people from the program team. He was obviously young but had a pair of eyes that saw through the world. I've been on the internet for 20 years. I haven't seen you guys being so shameless as media people. A large number of vagrants outside needing help, and you guys turned a blind eye to them. Instead you came to help 2 hooligans bully the flowers of the motherland? I don't even believe you when you say you didn't receive any money. You. Yang Xiaoli was so disliked that she was speechless, so angry that her chest continued to rise and fall. She wanted to open her mouth to retort, but she looked pale and powerless. She was scolded silly today. She was scolded by Yang Jinrong in the beginning, and now she was even scolded by a security guard, and scolded so much that she didn't know how to retort. Now leave our school. You are not welcome in the school. Su Yang signaled the 2 security guards to keep an eye on Yang Xiaoli and the others and take them out. Then he looked at Yang Jinrong. A smile of his age appeared on his face. Brother, what you just cursed was really good. Well written and eloquent. My name is Su Yang, head of the security team. I hadn't noticed before. This young 20-year-old security guard, but he's the head of security? Hello, my name is Yang Jinrong. Yang Jinrong responded very politely. I'll escort them out. See you later. Su Yang came and went in a flurry of wind and fire, escorting the 2 Wenwu brothers and heading straight to the security office, while Yang Xiaoli also waited for other people, who were also driven out by other security guards. Clatter! Thunderous applause suddenly rang out, and under the office building, many onlooker students, both male and female, applauded and cheered for Yang Jinrong. Senior Bull asterisk. That was an awesome comeback just now. Senior, do you have a girlfriend? Cheers interspersed with jokes rang out across the open space. Upstairs in the office, Principal Lu was fiddling with the binoculars. We'll be downstairs all kinds of situations. As far as the eye can see, TSK, really young talent, clear logic, eloquent, rare character is not bad. He muttered. The old dean told me to find someone before, and now that I've found him, why haven't I come to thank him personally? The old dean in the mouth of President Lu was not the retired dean of a college of Linhai University, but the dean of the Procuratorate of Linhai City. Under the office building, Yang Jinrong waved his hand to the many classmates as a sign of gratitude, and was about to leave when he was pulled back by Counselor Quan Jiwei. Yang Jinrong, do you have time in the evening? Come to my office. I'll talk to you about something. I haven't eaten yet. Yang Jinrong was stunned. He came to college right away for 2.5 years and the counselor never approached him. What's going on today? Quan brightened up and said with a smile. That's just right. I haven't eaten either. Let's go eat together and talk while we eat. I'll rub it in. Mr. Quan wouldn't be a strict wife and have no money to eat, so he's deliberately rubbing me the wrong way. Would he? Yang Jinrong spit and spit. Should be treated still have to treat. Spend 48 pieces of ocean. in the school cafeteria to treat Mr. Kwan to a meal. It was only then that Yang Jinrong realized that the original counselor had approached him, telling him to prepare for graduate school, follow up with a prosecutor, and plan his future career. For graduate school, Yang Jinrong asked only one question: can you bail out of graduate school? That threw Mr. Kwan for a loop. Back to the dorms. Yang Jinrong carefully studied the criminal law and replanned this case in his mind. Have you eaten? Yu Huai came back from outside and casually asked. Eat? I'm going to work part-time this weekend. Do you want to join me? Yang Jinrong raised his head and laughed. Do you think I'll go? Yu Huai was a little embarrassed. Yang Jinrong saw through his little mind at a glance. Are you in love? The girl you know is going to work part-time? You're planning to go for a chance encounter? Wow. Yu Huai, you're in love? What? Yu Huai's girlfriend is pregnant? The other two housemates also happened to be back and were up in arms. Blah blah blah. Yu Huai poo-pooed it. If it spreads any further, he'll have to have 2 more big ones. He hurriedly avoids the topic, holding his cell phone and swiping the Douyin in boredom. Wait. Suddenly, he shouted. Jinrong, why are you hanging on the hot search by the self-media again? Let's see. The 2 Zhang Xiaohua men came over. Ri to help. Richie has no mercy. Yang Jinrong took a look, and in his deep eyes, a touch of coldness flashed. What a shady soul. After giving you guys a chance, you had to play dead. Yang Jinrong was considered completely enlightened. His lack of concern became a matter of indifference in the eyes of others. In that case, let's be more serious to the end. There was no talk all night. The next day, Yang Jinrong submitted materials and evidence to formally sue Yang Xiuli and the Xiuli to help program team. Today the course is still very full. Law students have slightly more courses than other majors. Other majors basically have no courses in their junior year. Yang Jinrong and they still have to go to class often. Late afternoon, the 2 brothers, Wen Wu, who were wrangled by security guards and held for 24 hours in a security facility, saw the light of day, and instead of repenting, they committed another act of death. With the previous 2 losses, this time, instead of going directly to Yang Jinrong, they went to the other party in the motorcycle case, the Chen Xiaotian. When he went to school today, his mom told him that the company had to work overtime today, so he could walk home by himself, and that there was a meal in the refrigerator at home that his mom had made ahead of time in the morning, so he could heat it up and eat it. 7-year-old Chen Xiaotian was well behaved and walked home by himself, but he did not want to meet the 2 Wang Qingwen. Big brother, that's him. Wang Chengwu took the photo and compared it. As soon as he saw Chen Xiaotian, he immediately brightened up, and the 2 of them immediately surrounded him. Wang Chengwu reached out and gripped his hand, about to grab Chen Xiaotian, which no Chen Xiaotian quick reaction. See 2 fierce-looking adults. No is not a good person. A sidestep to avoid the roundup. Body is short, slipped away, but the small body, carrying a large school bag, people dodge over. The school bag did not dodge over. Was Wang Chengwu caught up and grabbed the school bag? Originally Chen Xiaotian break free from the school bag, fled, but he thought of the school bag as the mother to save money to buy for themselves, and he plucked up the courage, turned his head back. Little Chen Xiaotian bit his lips, and with a bit of childishness and a bit of courage, he faced Wang Chengwu and weakly pleaded. Are you guys human traffickers? I'm not well. No one will buy me. Please, give me back my school bag. 035, The Art of War versus the Criminal Code. Supu Village. The dirty, dark alleys are filled with the smell of urine and feces from stray cats and dogs, and the area is about to be demolished, with some of the low-rise tile houses and buildings already collapsed, cracked walls, and broken signs, and belongs to a zone where no one manages, and almost no one passes by, not to mention the surveillance and so on. Not running? Wang Chengwu looked at Chen Xiaotian who was going and returning, and gave a bad laugh. Threatening, little brat, if you run again, I'll burn your school bag. What's the point of talking to him? Just kidnap him. Big brother Wang Qingwen stepped on a pile of dog during the chase. He pinched his nose and couldn't help but complain. This place is too stinky. The prosperous Grand Lin Hai. There's even this kind of place. It's even more dilapidated than the area around our old house. It's really Nima. You, put. Just between the 2 brothers talking, Chen Xiaotian haphazardly grabbed a handful of gravel from the ground and accurately threw it at Wang Chengwu's eyes in front of him, taking advantage of the chaos and grabbing the school bag with both hands and pulling it with all his might, turning around to skedaddle. Damn. Looking for death. Ba. Wang Chengwu eyes and mouth into the sand. He reached out and wiped away, but found a hand of sticky black stuff paste, also paste of face, accompanied by a disgusting stench into his nasal cavity. This stench straight to his ceiling. He felt a little salty and stinky in his mouth. All of a sudden his scalp numbness, vomiting sensation swept through the body. Asterisk. You. I'm going to kill you. You. Wang Xingwu's expression at this moment was even more exaggerated than Sister Black Garlic's, constantly dry heaving. You. Haichui. You. I'll go after him. Big brother Wang Chengwen hurriedly chased after Chen Xiaotian. However, he did not want Chen Xiaotian, although his body was thin and weak, but he was quite familiar with the neighborhood, and after 7 turns, he drilled into a dilapidated tiger stove, and the person disappeared. Damn it! Wang Xingwen was pissed off at the lack of success, and he couldn't help but feel a wave of retching and dry heaving when he saw his brother's face covered in blackened, farking squid. Wang Xingwu wanted to find a place with water to wash his face, but this ghost place, where to find running water? There is a stinking puddle on the side. He did not dare to go to wash, can only endure the nausea, with his hands to remove the dirty things on the face. You. This damn thing doesn't seem to smell like. It can't be yellow and human, can it? You. Go home. Hurry home. Mud. This isn't over. If I catch him tomorrow, I'll definitely break his legs. You. The little Chen Xiaotian, who was covered with pot-bellied gray, fled all the way back to his home at the end of another alley, which was more like a small, shabby utility room than a home. He confirmed that his mother had not yet returned home, which put his hanging heart down, hurriedly unlocked the door, put down his school bag, after checking it, found that there was no damage, which was a sigh of relief, turned to the small bucket filled with water to beat a pot of water, wash off the potting dust on his face and body, and then washed his clothes. After a while, Mom had only just returned. Chen Xiaotian warmed up the meal and waited for his mom to join him for dinner. He was afraid his mom would worry. I didn't dare to tell my mom about what happened today, so I just kept my own head down and picked up my food. But I didn't notice that my mom looked unusually pale today. There was no talk all night. Day 2. Little Chen Xiaotian finished the day's classes in a nervous state, waiting for his mom to pick him up from school. He didn't dare go home alone today. Finally, he waited for his mom to pick him up, but he didn't want to. Not far out of the school. See the 2 traffickers who caught him yesterday. Chen Xiaotian was so nervous that his palms were sweating, but when the mother and son arrived home, they didn't see the 2 traffickers do anything. When Wu 2 brothers, since yesterday's loss, had planned to come to arrest people today, but when they went home in the evening, they felt that it was too risky, so they changed their minds. The 2 sneakily took a lot of pictures of Chen Xiaotian, and took pictures of the place where Chen Xiaotian lived, and after returning home, sent these pictures, together, to Yang Jinrong's private messages on the platforms of Baird, Douyin, and Scarf, and with a side note, kid, if you don't pay up, the unlucky one will be this brat. Does it really work? Wang Chengwen was puzzled. It has to work. Wang Chengwu smiled smugly. This is something I learned from Sun Tzu's Art of War. This move is called, lure the snake out of the hole. Remember the day we met with Yang Jinrong? I saw in his eyes the clarity that only college students have. The kind of person who would not only be outraged at the injustice of society, but would also have heartfelt pity and sympathy for the poor people of society. Instead, he is not afraid of being threatened himself. We just need to capitalize on this, and Yang Jinrong will take the bait. Wang Chengwen said a long list, but his elder brother was at a loss. Sun Tzu's Art of War? Which Sun Tzu wrote it? Seeing his elder brother's ignorant look, Wang Chengwu not only didn't feel like talking to a cow, but also flaunted very proudly. Have you seen Mad Biao? Gao Qiqiang in it, relying on Sun Tzu's Art of War, went all the way from fishmonger to the peak of his life, and became a figure that only covers the sky in Jinghai City. In the future, the 2 of us brothers will also be able to achieve Linhai only. Wang Chengwu spoke in high spirits, envisioning future wealth and status. Anyone who has a dream is amazing. With a wave of his hand, he said solemnly and forcefully, and getting the money from Yang Jinrong today is not only our first bucket of gold, but it also represents the first step of our career. Linhai University, dormitory. Kamyong has been on fire for the past 2 days as well. He this time has sent wreaths of Netstorm participants, together with 69 same city platform, every group takeout platform, and sued, these days one after another by the court. Not only that, Yang Jinrong had previously sued the Scarf platform, as well as the Scarf's cyber violence against his fairies in a unified manner, and also received a reply from the court, cooperating with the Security Bureau, and from the platform side, got the information of the vast majority of cyber violators. The previous arrest of the number 1 cyber riot Zhang Jiabing will be officially opened in recent days, and Yang Jinrong also applied to the court for live broadcast of the trial, waiting for the approval process down, then can be live broadcast in court. These cases, Yang Jinrong did not hire a lawyer, intends to personally, as a real battle. Even so, he spent a lot of money. Ordinary people who are in a situation similar to that of young Kam Wing are expected to be deterred by the cumbersome procedures and long waiting time. as well as the unaffordable fees. It is also good that Yang Jinrong before a meal operation. The wreath sold to the white store, pure profit of $51,000. Otherwise the financial are quite difficult. And before the seafood lack of caddy incident, a refund of money, although there are as much as 190,000, but are frozen by the Security Bureau, the Trade and Industry Bureau and other departments. To wait for the relevant departments to close the case, he can only get the money. Also, he has also sued self-published media outlets such as Ray to Help, Big Like News, and News Sister, along with others. But the response he got was rather disappointing. Big Like News and News Sister, these two have an uncomplicated background, backed by mysterious capital. Yang Jinrong was quite sorry in his heart, so he could only take the net rioters first. Yang Jinrong was flipping through his backstage, thinking about whether there was any lucky viewer who would let him vent his anger, when he saw several photos sent by a person named Lin Hai Gaokikiang. This little friend is Chen Xiaotian? Yang Jinrong immediately recognized the person inside the photo. No wonder the Wang family brothers had stopped in the past 2 days, so it was to find Chen Xiaotian trouble. Yang Jinrong pondered for a moment in his mind. Roughly, he had already surmised his opponent's tricks, the way he thought of before, just so he could seamlessly connect this matter. Yang Jinrong immediately cooperated and replied to the other party. Why are you guys going to hurt an innocent little kid? You guys are breaking the law and committing a crime. Believe it or not, I'll call the police? Wang Chengwen, who received the reply on the other side, smiled openly. He was even more certain that Yang Jinrong would fall into his trap, and immediately replied, come to the alley of Su's Tiger Stove in Supu village. Let's meet. Remember, come alone. Yang Jinrong replied with a yes, and immediately took out his bank card and went to the other party's designated location alone. Unfortunately, because of the prosecution, spent a lot of money, and recently acquired some things, the balance in this card is less than $30,000? 036, a wave of twists and turns. The old lady dies violently. Before Yang Jinrong set off, he also deliberately practiced his hands, and brought along the alloy wrenches that he had purchased the day before in advance, and got off the car in advance when he arrived at Supu village not far away by taxi. Hike over. Yang Jinrong practiced his wrench attack method as he walked. During this time he often went off campus to practice no-limit fighting. Despite having a system-enhanced body and the unlimited fighting ability provided by the system, he still preferred the feeling of being in control. Being careful is a good thing. When dealing with people like the two Wenwu brothers, who are mixed up in society, you have to be well prepared. I've been studying the penal code for a while now, and I've practiced unrestricted fighting quite a few times, so today is the chance to put it into practice. Yang Jinrong swung the wrench, pumping a whimper through the air. Click! Bang! Yang Jinrong held a wrench and suddenly bent down. The wrench in his hand hammered on a stone slab, which shattered with a sound. I'm afraid that even the hardest bones can be cracked with this blow. Inexplicably, Yang Jinrong thought of his second system mission. One of the rewards was the 8 Extremes Fist. If he had gotten the 8 Extremes Fist reward at that time, I wonder how powerful it would have been. But too much power. But will give a sense of constraint. Afraid of a punch down. Kill people. After all, it is a society based on the rule of law, and there must be conditions for self-defense. Just as Yang Jinrong had made all preparations and was about to arrive at Supu village, the dimly lit, foul-smelling mouth of the alley, Wang Chengwen's cell phone ringtone suddenly rang. He connected to ask, but it is the hospital called. They, in order to blackmail Yang Jinrong, deliberately sent his mother to the hospital. After sending over for good hospitalization procedures, it is no longer asked. The money has not been paid, but also did not go to visit, and let their mom life and death of their own destruction. But I do not want to call the hospital at this time, said the old lady. Hosufan in the hospital trouble a few times, which is the ultimatum, requiring their families must immediately arrive. Otherwise, call the police to deal with it. Wang Chengwen was about to reply, when Wang Chengwu on the side grabbed his cell phone and scolded. You bunch of doctors are even more treacherous than merchants, eating people without spitting bones. Didn't you pay 2,000 yuan on the day you were admitted? I told you not to prescribe any medication, not to give any injection. Just stay. It's only a few days. The money is spent? Today? I put my words here. I don't want any money. If you don't care about my mom, she will die in your hospital, and then I will sue you, and sue you to lose all your money. After cursing, he hung up. Don't let this old thing's business spoil our big deal. Wang Chengwu was immersed in the joy of the upcoming harvest. What do you know? Not a moment later, a call from the hospital came to his cell phone. This time it was the old lady who spoke. I know what bad things you two brothers are doing. Now pick me up and take me home or I won't cooperate with the two of you anymore. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Wang Chengwu cursed and hung up the phone. Big brother, you go to the hospital first, pick up the old thing and go home. I'll wait for Yang Jinrong here. Get the money and go back to you. Wang Chungwen frowned, his heart quite unhappy. Why am I the one picking up the old thing at the hospital? Trouble, just let me go? You're waiting for Yang Jinrong here alone. Do you want to get the money and then keep it all for yourself? The two brothers seem to be in harmony, join hands to do the game. In fact, each heart has its own little 99, are wary of each other, money such things, only to fall into their own hands, only down to earth. All blood brothers must be accounted for. How many blood brothers fight over money? Fish out of water? Not to mention the fact that their two brothers weren't exactly on good terms on a regular basis. However, Wang Chengwen didn't show it. He said with concern, older brother, it's not me who said. Your small body, you may not be able to beat that student. You also saw him that day. He looks like a white boy, but in actuality, there are muscles on his body. I'll leave you here alone. In case you're stranded by him, won't it make you fall into a dangerous place? Wang Changwu? When did Big Brother care so much about himself? And so on. Big Brother is not concerned about him Wang Chengwu, but is afraid that he will take the money alone. Su the non. All right. Wang Chengwu nodded and said regretfully, then we can only ask Yang Jinrong to come back another day. Let's go back together first and deal with the old thing. Yang Jinrong never expected that he had already arrived at the village entrance, and as a result, the other party changed his mind and sent over a message indicating that the meeting was cancelled. GRD. Yang Jinrong sent over 3 letters and helplessly turned his head to go home. Nothing happened overnight. The next day, Yang Jinrong just finished the first class, received a notice from the People's Court of Huaqiao District. He previously sued the old lady pushed down his motorcycle case. The court has accepted. Based on the information in the case, the court made the recommendation that the parties first settle out of court, but it was rejected by Yang Jinrong, who would not accept an out-of-court settlement. He has given the other side numerous chances, and as a result, the other side has given him an inch again and again. And such elderly people and their families are not worth settling. Staying in society will only victimize more people, in public and in private. There can be no reconciliation. Since the plaintiff did not accept the out-of-court settlement, the court could only continue to accept the case, and after processing the internal procedures of the court, it was finally determined that the trial would start in 3 days' time, and a copy of the indictment would be served on the defendant today. I hope that the two brothers, Wang Chengwen and Wang Chengwu, will come back to trouble me after receiving a copy of the petition. Kamyun also felt bad for last night, and yet, I don't want to. The next morning, he received a call from the court and the sheriff's office. New trouble is coming. The complexity and difficulty of handling this case against Ho Sufan far exceeded Yang Jinrong's expectations, and even though he was prepared for everything, he was still taken aback by the content of the call. Ho Sufan is dead. Yang Jinrong never expected that the plot would, in the end, develop like this. Caught him off guard. Not to mention him, even Zhang Xin, who called to inform him at the security office, was very shocked, and he warned over the phone, you have to be careful of Ho Sufan's 2 sons, who will take advantage of the situation. Thanks for the reminder. It's really a godsend situation. One twist and turn followed by 3 more. He had prepared everything the night before, just 2 brothers to blackmail him a sum of money. $20,000 is also enough to send each other into the Wu sign with a companion. Pedal sewing machine for a few years. If you can stimulate the other party to strike, Yang Jinrong can also be self-defense. The 2 crimes will also be robbery plus intentional injury crime. The time to step on the sewing machine will be greatly improved. As a result, the 2 brothers suddenly cancelled their meeting that night, and only 2 days later, the old lady suddenly died violently. This is so fishy. Wait. Yang Jinrong suddenly woke up with a start. He thought of another even more frightening possibility, and hurriedly asked Zhang Xin, the security forces have not conducted an autopsy on the body of the old lady Ho Sufan. Conduct an autopsy? 037, Joint Multi-Agency Scale Bashing Operation. Hometown Buzz. An autopsy? Are you suspecting that the old lady is? Zhang Xin didn't seem too surprised, only pausing slightly for a second. He killed? Isn't it worth being skeptical? Yang Jinrong explained. In terms of their family's character, the matter of a mother's kindness and filial piety is not out of the question. Aha! Zhang Xin reminded again. Let Yang Jinrong attention, in advance to make psychological preparation, to prevent the other party to find trouble again. If really encounter trouble, you can be the first time to call him, but also deliberately left a personal number, which hung up the phone. Inside the Linhai District Magistrate's office, Zhang Xin is turning around, intends to find a colleague together to go to Ho Sufan's home a trip, to see if you can find some traces of his murder at the scene. If you find a problem, You can apply for a timely application of the unnatural death process. Apply for an autopsy on Ho Sufan. However, he didn't want to be called by Director Wang upstairs just as he turned around. Zhang Xin, come here. Director. Zhang Xin stood at attention and saluted. What are your orders for me? Come up when you're told to. Where's the nonsense? Wang Shui glared at this disciple whom he had favored the most and said without any goodwill, hurry up and come up. Zhang Xin went upstairs into the director's office. Wang Shui signaling him to close the door. This is a long speech. Recently settled down. The above is about to carry out an audit operation on the rectification of the security forces' abuse of power of the redhead document has been issued to me here. A meeting will be held tomorrow. I know you are all righteous, upright, but also because of this, it is easy to fall into the way of others, go astray. Answer the director. No need to worry about me. Zhang Xin once again stood upright and saluted. I will not abuse any of my powers, go astray in any way, not take a single needle or thread from the people, not favor anyone, and not spare any criminals, not forgetting my beginnings, remembering my mission, and keeping my oath in mind. Wang Shui, you want me to say it, don't you? Wang Shui was furious and blew his beard. He loved this disciple and appreciated this disciple even more. He had no choice but to wave his hand. Go. Hurry up and go out on duty, don't get in my way here. Director. Zhang Xin remained in the salute position. What else do you want? I'm going to file a case for the death of Ho Sufan. This wave really pissed off Wang Shui. He made a gesture to raise his hand to punch someone. Get lost. Gotcha. Zhang Xin was so happy that she hurriedly escaped with a smile. Chen, come out on duty with me. Listening to Zhang Xin's voice from downstairs, Wang Shui sighed. He held his old waist, glanced at the red wolfberry floating in the teacup. Not useful ah. As for Ho Sufan's death case, naturally, he had to find traces of an unnatural death in order to do so. And Zhang Xin had taken another vigilante out on duty in order to do just that. School. Yang Jinron was having breakfast with Yu Huai in the cafeteria, where the cafeteria TV was playing Linhai City's morning news. A few days ago, the city's Industrial and Commercial Management Department Qin Shizhongqin, led by the director, in dealing with the seafood market complaints law enforcement process, the occasional unexpected incident, unscrupulous businessmen using violent means of resistance to obstruct law enforcement, injuring the relevant law enforcement officers, finally bring the wrongdoers to justice. A long official broadcast with the background image of none other than Shangxia Seafood Restaurant. Holy, Jinrong, look, there's Ash. Bah, it's us, that seafood restaurant of ours. Yu Huai was so excited that his mouth dropped. What our seafood restaurant? That's a criminal seafood restaurant. Yang Jinrong corrected with a smile. Ah yes. Yu Huai's body trembled with excitement. We're on TV. Ah, righteous citizens, fighting against outlaws, TSK. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil. But when you read the whole story and didn't even see a close-up shot given to the two, the whole thing was bad. It's so hard to get a side shot, but it's mosaicized. Holy, why did he mosaic my handsome and stunning face? Yu Huai was so sad that the soybean milk donuts in his mouth suddenly stopped tasting good. After the newscaster finished his broadcast, the screen was given to an interview with director Qin Shizhongqin, who still had a band-aid on his face. Apparently a videotaped interview recorded on the same day. For such unlawful elements as Zhao Molong, I am determined to fight to the end to safeguard the rights and interests of the public and create a good shopping environment for the public. I will next join with multiple departments, launched a month-long smash-scale action, rectify the entire market's bad atmosphere, focusing on the investigation and punishment, lack of caddy, ghost hand, forced sale and other illegal and criminal behavior. Once detected, will be punished, a refund of 1 to 3, fines, suspension of business, serious offenders will be banned from business, deportation to the security organs, etc. Maintain the market order and give all dang operators a fair and just business environment. Return consumers a fair and equitable consumer environment, so that consumers buy with confidence and peace of mind. As soon as Secretary Qin opened his mouth, he spoke at length. His script was very well written, and he concluded with a solemn and forceful appeal. We also have to thank the one who found the missing caddy and the courage to stand out of the public. At the same time, calling on all consumers, found or encountered consumer injustice phenomenon, bravely take out their cell phones, and timely call our complaint hotline Missy 23 Missy 5, the whole population to monitor, and more promote the market to return to the benign, so that the lawless elements have nowhere to hide. Pop. This was so beautifully said that it gave Yu Huai a blank stare, and at the end of the interview, he subconsciously applauded. Well said. The students around them who were burying their heads in dry rice were startled, and one by one, They raised their heads in unison to look at the two of them, Yu Huai and Yang Jinrong. Yang Jinrong only felt this moment of complete social death. Couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. It's so humiliating. Yu Huai also realized this and blushed for a moment. At this moment he was suddenly glad that the news had just coated him. Otherwise it would be a complete social death. Thank you for our Bureau of Industry and Commerce Secretary Chen's interview statement. He let us see the city's determination to combat market malpractice and illegal behavior. To give consumers a peace of mind to rest assured that the consumer environment. The news continued and the hosts blah blah blahed for a while longer. The latter Yang Jinrong did not bother to listen to, because he hurriedly gulped down his dry breakfast and slipped away. I don't want to stay here and continue to die. Seeing this news, Yang Jinrong's heart is still quite happy, although the role he played is not particularly large, but it is also considered to advance the small progress of society. The school's blind alley was rebuilt because of him. The market's bad vibes have been rectified because of him. He has no lofty ideals, no too great dreams, just want to do well for themselves, do an old age when looking back at their younger selves, do not regret themselves. If you can do a good job in the process of transferring positive energy, to promote the legal system, society, or a little progress around you, why not? All morning was law school classes. Yang Jinrong studied carefully. The instructors of the double first-class university, many of whom are professors and associate professors, have an extremely high level of teaching, and Yang Jinrong listened to them as if they were mesmerized. During this period of time, he also found that after systematically strengthening his body, listening to the class, all became easier, and there were some raw and difficult specialized knowledge that he could quickly understand and dissect the knowledge points. Until classes end at noon, Yang Jinrong was about to go to dry rice, but Yu Huai called out in a hurry. Jinrong, you quickly open Douyin and look at the hometown hot search. 038, if the person dies and the debt is cancelled, does the bank not have to pay what it owes? Hello everyone. This is the Shaoli to Help program team. The rich kid motorcycle case that we reported on before has a follow-up today. In the video, Yang Shaoli wearing a professional outfit, long hair cape, deliberately put on black glasses, holding a microphone, standing in front of a dilapidated old house. Behind me, is the party Ho Sufan's home? The camera is given to the house at the back, an old street-side building, one of which has a mourning couplet pasted at the front door that reads in black and white, there is no cure for mother's pain in the world. And there is no one who breaks his heart by crying in front of the spirit. The camera followed Yang Shaoli up the stairs, into the dilapidated building, decorated with candles. There are no friends and relatives to send wreaths, only a painter bumped off some of the coffin. Do not know what wood production. Looks quite cheap. It is that day the two brothers to carry to the police station to block the door of that coffin. When Wu two brothers are wearing mourning. See the program team over. Wang Chengwu rushed to get up. He still holds a copy of the indictment he just received. He shook the copy of the indictment with force, full of anger and accusation. See, my mom is dead. And he, Yang Jinrong, that rich kid, still insists on suing my mother. My mom was killed by him. He should take full responsibility for my mom's death. If he hadn't parked the motorcycle indiscriminately, my mom wouldn't have tripped over it. If he hadn't insisted on calling the police to arrest my mom and hold her overnight, my mom wouldn't be in the hospital. If my mom hadn't been in the hospital, she wouldn't have died. Yang Jinrong, you murderer, you give back my mom. He pointed at the copy of the indictment again. My mom's corpse is not yet cold. Just now, I received the indictment from the court. Yang Jinrong, you rich second generation for the sake of being rich, do you still have some conscience? You are now suing my mom. Do you want me to carry my mom's uncold bones and go to the court to confront you in court? Wang Chengwu hissed towards the camera. The infectiousness was quite strong. Hearing Yang Shaoli couldn't help but wipe her tears as she spoke. So, what we're seeing now is the real situation in the home of Ho Sufan, who has passed away. Makes people very sad. An originally healthy old man, just so suddenly passed away with the world. She choked. Now the two sons of the old man are very unstable. The mother has just died, but received a court indictment. This is anyone else, will feel angry. What followed was a series of emotional cards, said that one with real emotion. The video ends by asking the two Wang Chengwu brothers what their claims are. Wang Chengwu shouted through the air. Yang Jinrong, you killed my mother. I want you to go to jail. I want the law to punish you. The elder brother, Wang Chengwen, then took over and angrily rebuked. My mother died. This is not over. You must compensate us for my mother's life money, medical expenses, burial expenses, and our mental damages. It's useless to pay the money. I want him to go to jail. He killed my mother. Wang Chengwu's acting skills absolutely killed a bunch of fresh meat. He was in tears, emotional indignation. A life against a life. My mom died. he also has to be sentenced to death. The video was posted and was quickly pushed to the same city's Hot 100, but when Yang Jinrong and the others opened the comment section to look at it, they were surprised to find that many viewers were actually supporting him. The show is clearly pulling its punches. Things are not at all what you guys are describing. It was clearly the old lady who pushed over the senior's motorcycle and refused to compensate for it, which led to the subsequent incidents one after another. We don't know what kind of person the old lady is, but the old lady's two sons have come to our school more than once to maliciously cause trouble, distorting the facts. How can Lin Hai have a program like yours? Support the seniors. Age is not a green light to do bad things, and age has no legal immunity. If the person dies and the debt is cancelled, does the bank not have to pay what it owes? Presumably because it hadn't been long since the release began. Most of the audience came from the same city, many of whom were students at Lin Hai University and had witnessed Yang Jinrong twice rebuffing the old lady's son and the media. That's why the comment section is overwhelmingly in favor of Cam Young. Able to. When Yu Huai refreshed the comment section again, he realized that all the comments on it were gone. Nishihachi. Yu Huai cursed in a low voice. They're controlling the comments, deleting all the comments supporting you. Fruity. In just a few moments, all those comments in favor of Yang Jinrong were gone. In its place were some sanctimonious comments that were quickly bumped up to the hot seat. And this video is no longer limited to the same city push. After the heat turned on, began to push the whole network. Many people who did not know the truth began to speak out to accuse and bash Yang Jinrong. It's inhumane. Isn't the old man just knocking down his motorcycle? I don't believe that a motorcycle fall can do anything. The motorcycle of my second grandfather's family, which goes up the mountain every day to haul goods, has fallen down many times, and it's all fine. Bah! This is still a rich man. A second-generation rich man? Are they really just bullying the poor? Catching the poor's one mistake and targeting them endlessly? Does he have to drive the poor to death to be satisfied? The death of a person is a big deal. The old lady has passed away. This Yang Jinrong even still hold on to it? Continue to sue? What a lack of compassion. It is a great sadness for the country that such people hold the wealth. Shally, you let the old lady's son get a fundraising account. We netizens donate to support them. We smash the pot to crowdfund the lawsuit. This comment was quickly topped. Lots of seconders below. Support. Give an account number. More or less. I'm going to sell the diamond ring my boyfriend bought me and support the old lady with all of it. Fight the forces of evil to the end. Go for it. Cheer up. I'm in the Americas. My dad just gave me $12,000. I'll transfer it to you as support. Yu Huai was dumbfounded as he brushed through the comments that destroyed his view of the world, and couldn't help but spit out. Are these people's brains out of whack? You're obviously a victim who suffered losses for no reason. How did you become an evil villain in their mouths? And you support the criminals? Support fundraising. Programs hurry up and arrange accounts. Which knew that at this time, Yang Jinrong even used his own cell phone and also left such a comment under the hot comments. Yu Huai happened to catch a glimpse of it, which filled him with confusion and disbelief. No, why are you still supporting them? He reached out and touched Yang Jinrong's forehead. There's no fever. Come on, come out with me. Yang Jinrong switched off his trumpet and exited Douyin, stood up and said with a smile, we've been passive lately, so it's our turn to take the initiative today. Said. He called the peaceful white store Zhang Lingtian boss who has not been contacted. 039, family members first live for justice. Hello, this is Peaceful White Shop. I'm the owner Zhang Lingtian. This store is 365 days a year without rest service. Familiar words rang out on the phone. Yang Jinrong interrupted the other party's introduction and inquired with a smile. Boss Zhang, have you finished selling the wreaths that were recycled last time? Oh, it's you. Yang Jinrong, I'm following you. Zhang Lingtian's memory was very good as he smiled and said, the sales are almost finished soon. Yang Jinrong felt very surprised. Business is so good? Thanks to you. Selling wreaths live on air has been doing a lot better lately. Zhang Lingtian laughed. What's wrong? You have, again, a wreath that needs to be recycled? No, this time to procure a wreath from you. A gift for family and friends? Not really, it's for an old lady I know. Just get by on the price. That's a deal. Give me the address. The store offers home delivery. Yang Jinrong informed the other party of the address, agreed to hand over on its floor, and he had to send it up personally. This address was known at the time of the initial statement in the police station. The follow-up also looked for Zhang Xin checked. It is true. The other side. In front of the hearth. The two Wenwu brothers were also swiping their phones after recording the program, and after watching the comments section fall back on them after the program team controlled the comments, it brought out a smile. I think the comments section is right. We could have a charity fundraiser and post my account. Wang Qingwen clicked on the comments in support of the donation collection, and somewhat itchingly urged, money is not taken for nothing. It's, Yang Xiaoli bit her lip, personal fundraising. It may involve breaking the law. At this critical time, it's better if we don't cause trouble. But, Wang Qingwen was a bit reluctant. What if the love donation is more than what we got from Yang Jinrong? It's not unheard of for such things to happen. How many individuals and organizations, in the name of making donations of love, wear watches, drive luxury cars and live in villas? Big brother, don't be hasty. Wang Chengwu agrees with Yang Xiaoli's statement. The most important thing now is to get money from Yang Jinrong, the rich second generation, and everything else is child's play. However, seeing the video released by the program group, reading more than 6 million, with more than 100,000 likes and comments close to more than 30,000, this heat and traffic also makes Wang Chengwu's heart move. Wang Chengwen looked at his brother and eagerly said, older brother, you have a good brain. Think of a foolproof plan. Wang Chengwu suddenly brightened up. Heat, live broadcast. We can start a live broadcast and let the viewers swipe gifts for us. Swiping gifts isn't illegal, right? Moreover, we can also live stream the crusade against Yang Jinrong. 2 birds with 1 stone. This is a good idea. Wang Chengwen made a sound of surprise, but he was worried. But, if we broadcast live, can anyone watch? Who said anything about wanting our accounts live? Wang Chengwu smiled and looked at Yang Xiaoli. Beauty, send the Buddha to the west. Help others to the end. We use your program's official account to broadcast live, so that we can increase the heat. We only need gift money. The heat is given to you, and we don't charge for the increased number of fans. Yang Xiaoli was a little hesitant. This seemed like a win-win situation, but in fact, it also shifted the risk to their program group. You ask the leader, Wang Chengwu said with a smile. It will definitely be agreed. Yang Xiaoli bit her lip and hurriedly went outside to secretly make a phone call, but instead of calling the program leader, she called another mysterious number. Hello, Human Rights Care Center. This is 957. Looking for Director Zhang. Well, I know what to do. Yang Xiaoli finished in a low voice, hung up the phone, and turned around to enter the room. Our leader agrees to this proposal. So we'll go live now. Really to the time of the live broadcast, Wang Chengwen and made a fear. I see other female anchor live. All have to sing and dance rap. I cannot. No need. All you have to do is kneel in front of the hearth and cry. Yang Xiaoli suggested. The more you cry, the more gifts you swipe. Wang Chengwen was even more difficult. But I can't cry either. Smell this, or failing that, eat it raw. Wang Chengwu did not know where to take out half an onion. The flavor is quite on the head. Peeled a few slices to his brother. Tears came out on the spot. A few people hurriedly poured over the live broadcasting equipment. And soon, the live broadcasting room was opened on Douyin with a highly controversial title. The family of the poor old man who was forced to die by an overpriced motorcycle broadcasts live from the funeral hall to seek justice. Because of the video's incredible heat, just right after the start of the broadcast, a large number of viewers flooded in, and the number of viewers in the live broadcast room quickly soared to 5,000, 10,000, and pushed right up to the 30,000 mark. The live feed may look plain and boring, but it is very powerful. The dim, cramped room, the dilapidated walls, the candles that seemed to be about to go out, the lone coffin, and the old man's son, who knelt in front of the hearth and cried his heart out. The scene completely confused the audience, many of whom wiped tears from their eyes as they watched. Is this the real situation in the old man's house who was forced to die by the rich kids? Such a shabby short building, dim and damp. It's too pathetic, isn't it? The old people's belongings live in such poor conditions. Oh, can't help but cry. Thinking of my grandmother. The young viewers who were kept in the dark in the live broadcast room were moved to brush up their gifts. The coffin is so small. The old man's home conditions must be very poor, not cared for in life, but also be sued after death. Hateful is that even after the old man died, that rich second generation still hold on to it, but also demanded compensation. To be able to afford hundreds of thousands of dollars for a sky-high priced motorcycle and yet be so narrow-minded as to make things difficult for a poor old man. It's abominable. I'm going to cyberstorm him right now. This is why I hate rich kids so much. Wealth shouldn't be in their hands. The audience was completely ignited. There were almost exclusively pop-ups supporting the old man and verbally criticizing Yang Jinrong. Even if there were a few skeptical voices occasionally, they would quickly be pulled and kicked out of the live broadcast. Seeing that the emotions were almost in place, Yang Xiaoli opened a small number, and sent out the content that had been prepared long ago with a continuous brush. Families, love donation gifts go a long way to support poor old ladies. Families, love donation gifts go a long way. Sure enough, it was very effective. As soon as these screen swipes came out, the other viewers were also taken on the rhythm of swiping gifts. Those with money charging money to swipe gifts, and those without money swiping to ask for gifts for the old man and other pop-ups of support. Kneeling in front of the spiritual hall, Wang Chengwen glanced down at the gifts of the live broadcast, roughly estimated to have broken 20,000. Suddenly his eyes are straight. Even after 50 to 50 with the platform, there are 10,000. It's only been a mere 7 or 8 minutes. It's true that it's better to make money fast with live streaming. What kind of job is that? Live is the real deal. He excitedly tried to tell his brother, only to be kicked by him. Stop playing with your phone and hurry up and cry. The two of them made another fake gesture of wiping their tears, and in just 20 minutes of live broadcasting time, the gifts had skyrocketed to more than 90,000. This excited Wang Chengwen, who was peeking down, so much so that he wanted to jump up and do an impromptu dance for the gift-swiping family members. However, just at this time, an untimely voice rang out from outside the door. Old Mrs. Hosu Fan, how could you die so quickly? I've come to bring you a wreath and visit you. 040, I simply came over to mourn your mom. Who? Wang Chengwen, who had already knelt until his feet were a little numb, took the opportunity to stand up and shouted towards the outside. He felt quite strange. Their family usually had no relatives who came and went. Who would come to mourn at this time? The viewers of the live broadcast also found it quite strange. Yeah, oh, I just realized why no one came to mourn the old lady when she died. Yes, how strange. Not a single relative? When my grandfather died, the village had over 60 tables. Can city people be the same as village people? Isn't it normal that every family in the village is related to each other, and city people have neighbors who are all different and indifferent to each other? Alas, the old lady had a good journey. I hope there are no motorcycles in heaven. Among the many pop-ups, a not so eye-catching pop-up drifted by, passing by and brushing up. May I ask what kind of live room is this? Someone passed away. Do you need a funeral one-stop service? I'll click a concern first. Feel free to contact me if I need it. The pop-ups were not viewed by anyone, and naturally, no one cared about this pop-up selling business, because at this time, Yang Xioli and the others also felt equally curious. She raised her head at the same time as the people in the room and looked towards the entrance. Before you see the person, you see the wreath. A blue and white wreath was the first to catch the eye, immediately followed by a face like Panin. Handsome over Dawn's face appeared in the crowd's line of sight. He held up the wreath, his voice low and hoarse, hearing the sad news of the old lady's death. It's really tearful for those who hear it, and sad for those who listen to it. His gaze fell on the old woman's two sons. My condolences to you both. Yang Jinrong. The visitor was none other than Yang Jinrong, who didn't let Yu Huai follow him over and entered the tiger's den alone. How dare you come to the door? With a brush, Wang Chengwen rushed to Yang Jinrong, but was pulled from behind by the quick-eyed Wang Chengwu. Wang Chengwu pulled his elder brother aside, and when he looked at Yang Jinrong, he was already in tears, and he complained loudly, fearing that the audience in the live broadcast room could not hear him. Yang Jinrong, my mother is dead. Aren't you going to let her go? It was you. You're the one who killed my mother. She's dead now. Her body hasn't been cremated yet, and her coffin is laid out here. How dare you come to our door to bully us? Do you really think we poor people are so easy to bully? These words were not said for Yang Jinrongs to hear, nor for the people of the program, but for the audience of the live broadcast. Fruity. With just a few words, the audience in the live broadcast room instantly boiled over. I can't believe it's that murderer Yang Jinrong. How dare he come to the door and bully the old lady's family just because he's rich? It's an abomination that the old lady is being bullied at her door before her bones are cold. Call the police. Hurry up. Let the sheriff's office come and arrest him. The pop-ups of the crusade against Yang Jinrong were like a tidal wave, filling the entire live broadcast page, and the gifts also flipped, and in this instant, the live broadcast gifts rushed up to the top 10 of the Douyin gift list, with more than $100,000 of water flow, and naturally, Wang Chengwu's roar drew the attention of nearby neighbors. Many neighbors stopped to probe and watch, and murmurs gradually rose in all directions. Mom, did someone in this family pass away? A little girl innocently looks up and asks her mom beside her. Her mom picked up the little girl as soon as she could. Well, let's go back. This kind of hilarity is rare. Is that the mean old lady who died? The little girl's mouth pouted as she said in a milky voice. She can be fierce. She can be fierce. She can be fierce. Last time, she even snatched my yogurt bottle, and I drank half of it. She pushed the castle made by Yi Luyen, and kicked Yi Zihang's air volleyball into the stinky gutter. I also saw her take a cute little kitten cat. Shoo, the dead are the greatest. No more talk. Her mom hurriedly smacked the little girl in the mouth to stop her from saying any more. The other neighbors were talking about the same things as the little girl, whose grandchildren were crying because she scared them. whose family lost a cardboard box, and so on. Inside the house. I simply came by to mourn your mom. Yang Jinrong sighed, did not get angry just because he was scolded. Even he had a faint sadness on his face. Very politely bent his waist, courteously said, there must be some misunderstanding between us. People can't live again after death. The two of you are sorry for your loss. I'm already not going to pursue her criminal responsibility anymore. Hearing this, both brothers frowned. Waiver of criminal accountability? No, my mom is dead. Hell is not under the court's jurisdiction. Did the college student really come simply to mourn? I've heard that college students are pure and clear and have a lot of sympathy. Is he for real? No way. Never. When they thought of that day at school, the scene where Yang Jinrong alone angrily rebuked a group of them, the two brothers shook their heads almost simultaneously, dismissing the illusion in their minds. Yang Jinrong, what exactly do you want to do here? What's the purpose? Is it to see us laugh? Wang Chengwen loudly scolded. Ugh! Yang Jinrong did not pay attention to Wang Chengwen's rebuke, but sighed, bypassed him, held up the wreath, walked to the front of the old man's hearth, politely put down the wreath, and put up 3 incense, and only after doing this, did he back away to the side? He looked at the stand that was broadcasting live and swept a glance at young Xioli, who was startled by his overly polite behavior and subconsciously took a half step back. Yang Jinrong's gaze finally landed on the two brothers. He was gentle and refined, scholarly and courteous, and said with a slight apology, the two of you mothers have passed away, and the criminal responsibility no longer exists. I also have no unresolvable grudges with the two of you. Those words had blindsided everyone in the room wholeheartedly. The two Wenwu brothers glanced at each other, and saw in each other's eyes surprise, amazement and incomprehension. At this moment, even the viewers of the live broadcast were dumbfounded by Yang Jinrong's actions. No, the promised battle-hardened rich kid, why do I get the feeling that he's not like that? Instead, he's more like a gentle and elegant gentleman? That's right. This face, this demeanor, this speech, this attitude, this face value, all do not look like a bad guy. I feel that he is the man of my dreams. Prince Charming. My ancestor was a face reader. I don't think this face looks like an evil person either. Could it be that we misunderstood him? Since there will be no criminal liability, let's drop the charges. What's not to like about something that's pleasing to all? The audience on the internet is such a wallflower. One second they want to judge Yang Jinrong. This second they turn into peacemakers. However, when everyone was baffled, Yang Jinrong's words turned. His tone was still gentle, but the words he said made the two Wenwu brothers furious. As for the Ducati's astronomical repair compensation, it has already been subrogated by the insurance company. If the insurance company files a lawsuit, you will just pay the insurance company, without anything else. I'll leave first. What? Still want us to pay for it? As soon as these words came out, Wang Chengwen became furious on the spot. He rushed to Yang Jinrong, blocking his way, and said angrily, if you don't give a statement today, you don't want to leave. 041, I'm afraid. Tetanus. Who would have thought that Yang Jinrong, who was polite and courteous 1 second, would say such a firecracker of a sentence that exploded the conflict on the spot in the next second? The viewers of the program's live broadcast also froze. No way? I thought Yang Jinrong was so kind that he paid for the repairs out of his own pocket. How come the poor old lady's family still has to pay for it? This man is truly hypocritical. Hypocritical. He looks like a human being, but he has no sympathy whatsoever. Why can this kind of person be so handsome? For riches indeed. Coming to mourn the old lady is fake. Coming to discuss the grieving family is real. Do you really think you're rich and powerful and can't do anything about it? So rich, can't you be generous for once? Do you have to bother with such a poor family? The viewers had a hard time changing their opinion of Yang Jinrong, and once again it turned into accusations and abuse, each standing on the moral high ground and furiously brushing the pop-ups. The popularity of the live broadcast room also quickly skyrocketed. The number of viewers quickly came to 100,000 plus. There are also more halfway to join the live broadcast room of the audience, unknown to the truth, began to follow the public to accuse Yang Jinrong. May, just when countless pop-ups were cursing with glee. Barf. The live feed was shut down. Douyin Live Room is also different from other platforms. After the anchor closes the live broadcast, the audience will automatically exit, and cannot buckle pop-up message, and there is no playback function, but it was taped by someone with a heart of gold. Some people are starting to make videos with recorded screens, and it won't be long before they're all over the web. And the narrow room. After Wang Chengwu turned off the live broadcast, he drove the program crew out of the gate again before unlocking the gate, turning to look at Yang Jinrong as if he were looking at a lamb to be slaughtered. There's a road in heaven that you don't walk on, and there's no door in hell that you don't want to break into. Kid, the account of you killing my mom, let's settle it now. What do you want? Yang Jinrong stared at the two men with a pair of big clear eyes. Vigilantly, you guys are breaking the law. Illegally restricting my personal freedom. I can sue you for illegal detention. What do we want? The two brothers, one in front of the other, blocked Yang Jinrong. Wang Chengwu sneered. Compensate for the money. My mom died. You must pay for it. It's still the same. My mom's life money, burial fee, and the mental damage of our two brothers. Yang Jinrong's neck stiffened and he contradicted. Why should I pay for it? Your mom died of natural causes. What's it got to do with me? Who said my mom died of natural causes? Wang Chengwu sneered as he twisted a rusty kitchen knife behind the door. It's not too late for you to pay up. Suffer less physical and mental torture and pain. You, on the other hand, are guilty of extortion. Yang Jinrong revealed a horrified expression. Although his acting was slightly pompous, the house was dimly lit and it was dark outside, so the two brothers couldn't even notice this detail. What extortion? We're taking back money that belongs to us, and you should have compensated us for it. Wang Chengwen also found a killing knife and approached Yang Jinrong. Yang Jinrong was forced to retreat, waving his hands in a hurry, panicking. Don't move the knife. I'm scared. Wang Chengwen laughed. Now you know you're afraid? Play money. Which knows that Yang Jinrong weakly said. You have a rusty knife. I'm afraid of tetanus. Asterisk. A green plant. You kids tricked us. Big brother Wang Chengwen has a hot temper and limited patience. A knife cut at Yang Jinrong. The latter a cat's waist right side step. Thrillingly dodged the knife. The heavy killing knife clunked. Cut behind the door. The knife is sunk in. Yang Jinrong's heart raced with fear and excitement. The excitement was naturally because, not only had he just verified his strength in unrestricted fighting, but also because Wang Chengwen had gone from the crime of extortion to robbery with this knife. Mud! How dare you hide? Wang Chengwen slashed again, making a gesture to cut down. Pay up! I'll pay! Yang Jinrong hurriedly called for a halt in alarm. He was worried that his acting skills were recognized by the other party. How did he know that the two brothers didn't pay attention to this at all? Then hit the money fast. But, I don't have any cash with me. Why don't you guys come with me to the bank and get it? Wang Chengwen brightened up and laughed. Then go now. Wait. Wang Chengwu stared at Yang Jinrong with a cold smile. I knew that your kid didn't have a good heart. Did you want to escape on the way to withdraw the money? Call the police? Wang Chengwen was also shocked and spat. College students are really bad. Cam Young. It's not. I didn't. WeChat transfer. Wang Chengwu took out his own cell phone, opened the QR code, and let Yang Jinrong scan the code to transfer money. Yang Jinrong pulled out his cell phone and scanned the code. Ding! $250 arrived on WeChat. Being teased once again, Wang Chengwen was completely enraged, completely losing his patience. He put a knife on Yang Jinrong's neck. You don't shed a tear until you see the coffin, do you? Yang Jinrong was trembling. He carefully looked at the coffin. I saw it. He didn't say this latter sentence, but pretended to say weakly. My WeChat limit. Is wealthy treasure okay? If you sneak around one more time, I'll go down with a knife. Wang Chengwen roared ferociously. Hurry up and transfer the money. Wang Chengwu opened the QR code of Zafubo. Can you keep the knife away from my neck? Yang Jinrong scanned the code with one hand and gently pushed away the knife on his neck with one hand. I'm really afraid of tetanus. Ding! To riches arrived at $29,895.5. Wang Chengwu frowned. This much to send off a beggar? That's really all there is. Yang Jinrong said honestly. He really can't wait to have 100,000, 20,000 more. Not much of a penalty. The standard for robbery is a large amount. The amount of the robbery is between $30,000 and $100,000 or more. The standards vary slightly from place to place. Linhai is a municipality directly under the central government and an international metropolis, so the standards are a bit higher. That's the penalty. Which knew that just at this time, Yang Jinrong suddenly received a bank SMS alert tone. Linhai Bank, your account with tail number 2585 earned 66 renminbi, 0.00, transferred from the Bureau of Industry and Commerce, at 1821 on April 12, and now has a balance of 66 renminbi, 0.00 yuan. Yang Jinrong was stunned. This amount is the last refund of 1 for 3 refund? How come it's at this hour? The banks are closed. Could it be a delayed arrival? Linhai Bank, your account with tail number 2585 earned 158 renminbi, 400.00, transferred from the Bureau of Industry and Commerce, at 1821 on April 12, and now has a balance of 224 renminbi, 400 yuan. Yang Jinrong was surprised this time. It's so timely, despite paying taxes. 198,000 became 158,400. But I pay my taxes with honor. What a coincidence. Just in time. Wang Qingwu turned his head over to look at Yang Jinrong's cell phone, just in time to see the words, current balance of 400 yuan. At that moment he laughed. And you say you don't have any money? What's this? Yang Jinrong pretended to be nervous and took 2 steps back, distancing himself from the other party. Someone else transferred it to me, can you not take it away? 042, justifiable defense. Wang Qingwen said impatiently. Transfer the money at speed. The 3 melons and 2 jujubes you had before are not enough compensation. Wen Changwu added. You also have to compensate for my mom's cemetery fees. Okay. Yang Jinrong took a deep breath. It's a deal. I'll transfer money to you guys and you'll let me go. Don't ink. Ding. To riches has arrived at $224,400. It is also fortunate that Blue Star does not have a limit. Otherwise it would not have gone so smoothly. Yang Jinrong transferred money over, and only then weakly said, can you let me go now? Wang Chengwen waved his hand. Not bad. Not bad. You can go now. Yang Jinrong turned around and was about to leave. Wang Chengwu noticed that Yang Jinrong's cell phone screen was lit up, and a look signaled his big brother to grab the phone. The elder brother, Wang Chengwen, understood in a second and took a big step forward, reaching out to snatch Yang Jinrong's cell phone. I thought Yang Jinrong would dodge as quickly as last time. Who would have thought that Wang Chengwen snatched the phone easily? He let out a heckle, acquiescing that the former was stunned, smiled triumphantly and said, not dodging? Yang Jinrong hurriedly took half a step back and stepped on a wooden root on the ground, making a clicking sound of breaking. He looked nervous and said, I've already paid the money. You guys, why don't you guys let me go? Delete his recording. Hey! Wang Chengwen took a look at the cell phone. Really in the recording. Paused and then directly deleted the recording. The heart secretly thought, this college student is really stupid brother in front of my brother. It's a stinky brother. Yang Jinrong took 2 more steps back in fear until he came to an iron object, which made him stop. You guys, it's useless even if you guys delete it. My phone has a data recovery function. Smash his cell phone and throw it in a bucket. Hey, little pussy, what a no-brainer. Wang Chengwen let out a hefty laugh. And then he heard Yang Jinrong shouting, don't smash it. This cell phone of mine is so expensive. More than $6,000. Upon hearing this, Wang Chengwen became even more angry. What grade are you in? I can't believe I'm using a $6,000 plus cell phone. Yang Jinrong a burst of heartache. This phone is his New Year's shopping in the supermarket lottery draw Huawei. Although it is 4G, but also worth more than 6,000 yuan. At that time he would have liked to be converted into cash, but the supermarket refused. The crime of willful damage to another person's property. Yang Jinrong's heart ached while he silently made a note for the 2 brothers in his heart. Only then did he raise his head and look at the 2 brothers indignantly. May I go now? Want to go? Wang Chengwu sneered. Big brother. Search. They, a bunch of college students, love to watch a few TV dramas, so they have the decency to learn how to hide a recorder in a TV drama. Search his whole body. Yes. Wang Chengwen carried a pig knife, just like looking at a lamb to be slaughtered. Looking up and down Yang Jinrong, face expression fierce cruelty, obediently their own undressing. Or I come to do it myself? You're bullies. Yang Jinrong grabbed the iron product at his feet. Surprisingly, it was an iron handle of a water press, probably stolen by the old lady during her lifetime and which well in the city village. Don't come over. If you come over again, I'll fight back. I'm self-defense. The 2 brothers looked at each other and laughed. It's been tacitly acknowledged that Yang Jinrong still has a tape recorder or something on him. The 2 flung their knives and closed in on Yang Jinrong. Do it. It's too late. With Wang Chengwu's words, Wang Chengwen took the lead and took a step forward, grabbing at Yang Jinrong's iron handle. The 2 brothers really didn't think about cutting Yang Jinrong, but the action, the stance, would have been a slash in anyone's eyes. Cam Young is no exception. He suddenly struck out, as fast as lightning, and swept the iron handle in his hand across to the other party's temple. Wang Chengwen had already expected Yang Jinrong to resist, and he raised a knife to slash out at the iron handle. Ding! The 2 iron weapons clashed together. Wang Chengwen was shocked to find that his wrist, which was carrying the knife, was shocked to the point of raw pain. What power? Aren't all college students smooth talkers on the surface, but weak and sickly in the end? Yang Jinrong this guy? How with his impression of college students? There are billion points. Not the same? The 2 brothers are always in the gray area, playing hooligan which is not fighting? Fighting and brawling, but the family routine, air only. 2 brothers, Wang Chengwen is responsible for force output and Wang Chengwu is responsible for advising. If it's 2v2, they can win battles all the time. Sure, others won't go 2v2 with them, so, they get swarmed a lot. To summarize, Wang Chengwen's fighting strength is not weak. May Yang Jinrong after the system to strengthen the body, and then get unlimited fighting. Civilized appearance. Hidden a heart to eliminate violence and peace. It was too late. Yang Jinrong's blow was just a false shot. He raised his foot and fiercely kicked out viciously, aiming straight for his opponent's crotch. Ow! Wang Chengwen was unprepared for this move. His lower body ate the pain. Screamed on the spot, out of instinct. Both hands to cover the crotch. The hands of the pig knife clang. Fell to the ground. The pain caused Wang Chengwen's cold sweat to flow, and his face instantly turned pale. But Yang Jinrong did not stop. Ha! Look at the fight. I do not know why. Yang Jinrong subconsciously screamed strangely, like a monster. The iron handle in his hand quickly swung upward, and an iron handle knocked on Wang Chengwen's chin. Click! As the sound of jawbone shattering rang out. With a bang, Wang Chengwen's entire body fell backwards in response. Straight down. All of this happened too suddenly. Just between a flash of lightning, from Yang Jinrong striking out to Wang Chengwen falling to the ground. It was only 2 moves. Big brother! Wang Chengwen shrieked in shock. His gaze towards Yang Jinrong became horrified. His intellect as a civil and military brother was frank. He immediately distinguished that Yang Jinrong was not a flowery fist. It was a real strength. It made him subconsciously think of a certain movie. Can't think about it enough to get out the door and talk about it. He raised his hand and threw out the kitchen knife in his hand fiercely towards Yang Jinrong, turned his head and went to open the door. Phew! In the meantime, outside the house, Zhang Xian finally arrived with another vigilante. He was supposed to arrive early, in order to prevent the 2 Wenwu brothers from weaseling their way out of the situation. The 2 of them purposely looked for the neighborhood committee to understand the situation, so they arrived a little late. When they came to the door, they saw Yang Xioli and a few people from the program who had been kicked out. Perhaps because Yang Xioli heard the commotion inside and was afraid of making a scene. She immediately explained the situation upon seeing the 2 vigilantes arrive. Yang Jinrong is in danger. Zhang Xian went to push the door, but it turned out that the door was unlocked, and already heard the movement of the fight inside. And as a vigilante, he chose the roughest and most correct way at the first time. Breaking goal. He called out to his co-workers, both of whom sidestepped their shoulders and readied themselves to speak in unison. 1, 2, 3, bang! Years of dilapidation of the gate was 2 people on the spot. Wood chips flying at the time, the 2 reached out to fan away the dust. Towards the house fixed eyes. Dim lights. The situation inside the house. But let the 2 originally worried about the safety of Yang Jinrong security officers. Frozen place. 043, I was terrified. First shift. Under the dim light was a handsome, shapely, angular cheek, with that heroic brow that added an extra sense of coolness like that of a nobleman. That's the way it is with a flamboyant gentleman, isn't it? Both Zhang Xian looked dumbfounded. Who's so handsome? Naturally, it's Cam Young, Officer Chang. Yang Jinrong revealed a bright smile. Who would have thought that this big sunny boy, who had solved 2 thugs 1v2 a moment before? What happened? Only then did Zhang Xian react. He felt that the door panel under his feet seemed a bit off, and saw Yang Jinrong pointing at the feet of the 2 vigilantes. 2 vigilantes, you guys stepped on him. Zhang Xian looked down. Ouch! There was a large, living person under the door panel that the 2 men were stepping on, and they hurriedly jumped out of the way. I'm sorry, we didn't mean it. We were careless. Little Chen, look at you. Why are you still stepping on people? Zhang Xian picked at Xiao Chen to hide her embarrassment. I'm sorry, Xiao Chen apologized, rushed to crouch down, lifting the old board door, trying to save the person under the door, which the wooden doorplate has long been rotten, fell down a board. Xiao Chen reacted quickly to reach out to pick up, received the piece, and fell another piece. Bang! Straight on the head of Wang Chengwu. Ah! Wang Chengwu screamed miserably. I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to. Xiao Chen hurriedly peeled the door panel away and picked up the person on the ground. His brain was almost flattened, his face was full of dust, and his mouth was bubbling with blood and saliva. Who's this? Zhang Xian hid her guilt and turned her head to ask Yang Jinrong. Wang Chengwu. Yang Jinrong explained, the 2 of their brothers beat me up, and in self-defense, I knocked one down, and the remaining one, just in time to be flattened by the 2 of you knocking down the door panel. The miserable and incomparable Wang Chengwu spat out another mouthful of blood when he heard this. He wanted so badly to open his mouth and tell the 2 vigilantes that Yang Jinrong was the devil, that he was beaten like this, not crushed by a door panel, but he could not speak, as if he was being ghosted. No matter how much he opened his mouth, he could not speak a complete sentence. All he could hear was mmm, ah. Zhang Xian turned her head sideways and asked Yang Jinrong, what did he want to say? He said to call an ambulance for him. Yang Jinrong spread his hands, looked down at Wang Chengwu with concern, and warmly asked, "Do you want me to call Demon 20 for you?" After saying that, he slapped his head. "Nope. My cell phone was all smashed by you guys on purpose, so there's no way for me to call Demon 20 for you." Alas. Need to call Demon 20? Who's hurt? I can heal. I'll do it. At this time, another security officer rushed to come. His name is Lu Zhancheng, just graduated from the police academy trainee security officer. Before work to see Zhang Xian out of duty, volunteered to take the initiative to ask for help. Followed, responsible for driving the police car, just downstairs to find a parking space. This moment just up the stairs, Zhang Xian was surprised. "Xiao Lu, not only do you know how to drive, you also have medical skills? It doesn't seem to be written in your resume." I taught myself," Lu Zhancheng said with some embarrassment. In fact, it is because his ex-girlfriend is the medical school, or from the mountain city of the tough girl. Every time angry, roared laborers shoot Ao Mountain, and then beat him, often suffered flesh wounds. He was afraid to go to the hospital to lose face. Self-taught, learned a handful of surgical medicine. People are forced out. Saying that, Lu Zhancheng asked Xiao Chen to put the person down as he began to clean the other person's face of dust, pulling out a simple healing kit from his pocket. "Why are you carrying a medical bag around here?" "Hey." Lu Zhancheng smiled awkwardly. Used to it. In truth, his ex-girlfriend came to him again last night. He hurriedly changed the topic and started to heal Wang Chengwu. Hiss. Ah. Accompanied by Wang Chengwu's cry of misery and pain. Several people present, without sphincter tightening, just listening to the sound is quite painful. "And what happened to that one?" Zhang Xian pointed at the other Wang family brother who had fallen to the ground. "Oh, he hit me. I was in self-defense, and in my panic, I grabbed this iron handle and gave it to him haphazardly, and he fell down. Too unbeatable. He must lack exercise on a regular basis," Yang Jinrong said very honestly, and pointed to the iron handle of the water press on the ground. Wang Chengwen on the ground suddenly physically jerked. Yang Jinrong glanced down and said with concern, "Awake?" Wang Chengwen continued to play dead. "Call an ambulance first." Zhang Xian signaled Xiao Chen to call an ambulance before taking out the file book, turning on the law enforcement instrument, and inquiring, "Tell me, what exactly happened? How did you end up here? And how did the gate get unlocked? What exactly is the situation with the two brothers?" "The thing is," Yang Jinrong began to describe the whole process. "When I heard the sad news of the old lady's death, I felt bad and bought a wreath to pay my respects. Who knew that the two brothers not only didn't know better, but also illegally detained me, and then, they robbed me." Zhang Xian was surprised. "Robbery? How much money was robbed?" "WeChat 250. Wealthy treasure in 2 strokes. The first robbed me of $29,895.5. The second robbed me of $224,400. All kept with evidence. Then, they grabbed my cell phone again and deliberately damaged it. And in the end, they wouldn't let me out and cut me with a killing knife. Unlawful detainment? Robbery? Intentional damage to another person's property? Intentional injury?" Zhang Xian recorded while sweeping over the two brothers lying on the ground with his afterglow, always feeling a bit strange. "I was terrified. Luckily, I work out a lot on weekdays and have good physical fitness, and thanks to the fact that the two brothers didn't strike at me at the same time, I had the opportunity to act in self-defense, and after defeating Wang Chengwen, I dealt with Wang Chengwu. Finally, you guys came as you came, and the door panel overwhelmed Wang Chengwu." After Zhang Xian recorded it, she was a bit incredulous and stared at Yang Jinrong with odd eyes, asking curiously, "They cut you with a pig-killing knife and you defeated them?" To be precise, Wang Chengwen used a pig-killing knife and Wang Chengwu used a kitchen knife. Yang Jinrong pointed to the exact location of the two knives. The pig-killing knife fell to the ground, and the kitchen knife was stuck on the coffin board. "If you don't believe me, you can take the evidence back. It has their fingerprints on it." This chopper was thrown out by Wang Chengwu at the end, slashing at Yang Jinrong, and after being dodged, it landed on the coffin. Xiao Chen has already called the ambulance. He got Zhang Xian's instructions, took out the evidence bag, put on the gloves, carefully avoided the knife handle area so as not to damage the fingerprints, picked up the pig killer knife, put it into the evidence bag, and went to the coffin to go and take down the chopper, put on the evidence bag. After finishing, he subconsciously wanted to pay homage to the old lady's coffin. When he heard Yang Jinrong said, "By the way, they also said their mom didn't die of natural causes." 044, death penalty starts. The moment these words came out, the hearts of Yang Xiaoli and the others outside subconsciously jumped, and they could not help but feel a pang of fear. Unnatural death? What do you mean? He killed? Who killed him? Could it be the old lady's two sons? If If that's true, then, hadn't she previously shared a room with a murderer? Killing. Yang Xiaoli's legs tightened, and her back went cold. She didn't have the heart to look at the follow-up, and hurriedly lowered her voice, telling the photographer, "Let's go. This place can't stay any longer." She wanted to leave, but was noticed by Lu Zhancheng. As he put down the halfway rescued Wang Chengwu, he couldn't care less about the miserable screams the latter was emitting, and rushed out to stop the several people. "You can't leave. As witnesses present, you must stay and cooperate with the investigation." Zhang Xian looked over, very satisfied with Lu Zhancheng's move, and gave him a compliment in her heart. "The few of you have to stay." Only then did he look at young Jinrong. "It is because of this that we have come this time. Cam Young was just an accident. The site survey was the main event." The body of Wang Qingwen, who had already woken up on the ground, trembled and tensed up. Wang Chengwu, who had once again fallen to the ground, also had a cold heart and secretly said that it was bad. Xiao Chen. Seal off the scene. Zhang Xian put the case record away, put on his gloves, and began to prepare for the scene investigation, looking for clues that the old lady might have died an unnatural death. As he walked towards the coffin in slow steps, Wang Chengwu struggled to get up. He held onto the wall, spat out the wood shavings and blood in his mouth, endured the piercing pain and questioned, "You, what do you want to do to my mom?" "Open casket." Zhang Xian replied very clearly. "Who told you to open the coffin? Our families don't agree." Wang Qingwen also climbed up and stopped with a pale face. He covered his crotch with one hand and his shoulder with the other. It was a rather comical action, kind of like a pigeon dancing. Zhang Xian turned his head and looked at the two brothers, revealing a smile. "I know you guys are in a hurry, but you guys hold your horses for now. You yourselves have said that your mom's death was an unnatural death, and that we, as vigilantes, have a duty and a right to do our duty of verification. Don't worry, we won't spare a bad guy or wrongly accuse a good guy." The two brothers also struggled to get to the coffin, trying to stop Zhang Xian. "We, the family, have the right to refuse an autopsy. My mom is already dead. Her bones are still cold. And you, as vigilantes, instead of punishing the murderer who indirectly killed my mom, you open the coffin and disturb my mom." The more the two brothers blocked the way, the more Zhang Xian felt there was a problem. For the so-called family's refusal of an autopsy, he had already been prepared. According to Article 129 of the Criminal Procedure Law, for corpses whose cause of death is unknown, the security organs have the right to decide on an autopsy, and the family does not have the right to refuse. "See this?" Zhang Xian took out the case filing form she had just made. "Criminal case filing." But Wang Qingwu stopped in front of the coffin and refused to let it go. The injuries on his body made his face twisted in pain and very hideous. "But, what is the connection between my mom and the case that was just filed? It's not a case at all." "Well, you're right." Zhang Xian had just been purely testing, and now that he had an answer in his mind, he didn't talk nonsense, put on his gloves, and was ready to start looking for clues from the old lady's room first, when he suddenly paused and turned back to smile. "Xiaolu, treat him again." Lu Zhancheng obeyed the order, took the medical pouch over, took out the gauze, smeared some iodine vapors, and put it on Wang Chengwu's wound. I'll sterilize it for you. Bear with it. It might hurt a bit at first, but it won't hurt anymore once you slowly get used to it. It's very comfortable." Downstairs, the neighbors who are watching have surrounded the area. Many melon people do not hear the sound inside too clearly, and do not know the truth, but only think that the police car is coming. Must be the Wang family brothers committed a crime. This old lady of the Wang family has just passed away. How come the Wang brothers have committed another offense? Don't say anything, don't tell anyone. I also heard about it. This house is going to be demolished soon. The Wang family brothers don't want a resettlement house for the old lady to live. They want to share the demolition money. Hiss. Someone sucked in a breath of cold air and exclaimed, "Matricide? This Wang family's brothers are too much of something, aren't they?" "Sure, that's what I heard. Why else would a police car come?" The brother hurriedly made a gesture of silence. His phone rang. It was his mother-in-law calling him home for dinner, and he rushed out of the crowd. It just so happened that a few more passing gourmets came to the side, and someone held up a cell phone to shoot a video while asking, "What's going on in there? How come even the TV stations are here? You guys keep it quiet. Don't tell anyone. I heard about it too." Inside the room, Zhang Xian really found suspicious traces under the old lady's pillow. He immediately photographed the evidence, followed by dialing the police station, applying for support from the police station, the old lady's body back to the police station, to the forensic pathologist to carry out an autopsy. It didn't take long. The ambulance was the first to arrive downstairs, and several doctors came up and treated the two brothers, Wang Chengwu and Wang Chengwen, on the spot. The doctor peeled off the gauze on Wang Chengwu's body, checked the wound, and called the nurse to change a piece of alcohol gauze to cover it. Wang Chengwu. The external injuries are not serious, just a couple of comminuted fractures of the bones. And, of course, there could be other internal injuries that would require hospitalization. The doctor seemed to know the two Wang Chengwu brothers. He looked around the room and swept his eyes over the hearth and coffin before he said unhurriedly, "But they won't die for a while. I'll treat their wounds first, then they can be brought back to the security office, and it's not too late for them to be transferred to the hospital afterward." The two brothers are suffering from old age. After being violently beaten up by young Jinrong in self-defense, he was tortured by Xiaolu and ended up in the hands of the doctor. Coincidentally, this doctor was the same doctor from the hospital where the two brothers had defaulted on their hospitalization fees and were scolded last time. It could be that the two brothers were unlucky, or it could be that Demon 20 adhered to the principle of proximity, and it was purely coincidental. It didn't take long for the two brothers to be tossed around and treated by the doctor, and for several police cars from the sheriff's office to arrive. Professional medical examiner directly on-site open casket autopsy. The preliminary judgment is mechanical asphyxia. The specific also need to transport the body back to the progress of an autopsy. It should be pillow muffled. Zhang Xian deduced that he had just turned over the old woman's pillow and found traces of blood mixed with saliva on it. The two brothers, who had just been treated to the point of almost passing out from the pain, completely panicked this time. Yang Xiaoli was also scared and turned blue. She covered her mouth and stared. She had really just shared a room with a murderer. Take it all back. A line of security officers came over, handcuffed the two brothers of the Wang family and took them out. They did not have an ambulance to ride. They could only take the police car. Several of Yang Xiaoli's people were also taken away. The body was then packed in a body bag and transported in an ambulance and transferred to the sheriff's office. Yang Jinrong naturally had to cooperate with the security office and was also invited back. But before leaving, Yang Jinrong whispered in Zhang Xian's ear. Zhang Xian froze. "You didn't tell me earlier if you had this evidence? The evidence is superfluous." Yang Jinrong shrugged. These two Wang family brothers, at the very least, it's a death sentence to start with, right? 045, Cyber Crusade. Unexpected results. Third shift. On the web. Because of the previous interruption of the live broadcast of the two Wenwu brothers, it was recorded by someone who had the intention to record the screen, and after some editing, while the heat was still there, it was quickly released to the short video platform, with a title that still attracted a lot of traffic. Follow up on the case of the rich young man's astronomical motorcycle repair bill on top of the poor, honest family members of the deceased old lady who were bullied at the door. The edited video was purposely made very short, pinched and out of context, with only the clip of young Jinrong delivering a wreath and mocking the two brothers, especially the last sentence, compensation for the sky-high repair costs to be recovered by the insurance company, which was purposely marked out in a large, eye-catching red font. Any viewer who swiped on this video was outraged. One by one, the likes are forwarded. The comments section is completely boiling. One by one on Yang Jinrong, not to analyze the authenticity of the video. One by one to vent their anger. Hate to put young Jinrong to death. It's abominable. The old lady is dead. Why should she be held responsible? For those viewers who haven't brushed up on the antecedents, the old lady accidentally pushed over this rich kid's motorcycle and balked at the astronomical repair cost of over $70,000. What motorcycle is so expensive? Is his motorcycle made of gold or silver? I think it's a Ducati, right? It's true that it's quite expensive, but the repair cost can't be that much. My friend has a Ducati, and it's only $70,000 to $80,000 to buy it back. I think this rich kid is clearly teaming up with the repair store, maliciously extorting and blackmailing the old man's family. This one has quite a high number of likes. After all, in most people's eyes, a motorcycle is worth only $3,000 to $5,000, and a BMW motorcycle is only $100,000 or so. Of course there are some regular cloud buyers who know the price of motorcycles, but they do not feel that Cam Young is right to claim his rights. Can't we just forget about it? You're so rich that you have to hold on to a little repair bill? Leaving aside the fact that the old lady pushed over the motorcycle, is the rich kid not at fault at all? Virtue is not worthy of the typical. I heard that he is still a student of Linhai University. I did not expect that Linhai University would appear such a scum. It is really a disgrace to our big Linhai. It is strongly recommended to expel the student before the old lady's bones are cold. This guy runs to someone else's house to taunt the family. Isn't this bullying the honest people? Linhai's brothers, can you go offline to really know him for a wave? I'll crowdfund $1. Screaming and cursing took over the entire comments section. The occasional comment questioning the authenticity of the video was quickly drowned in a sea of comments. That's not all. News Sister, who had previously retweeted the video of the young Jinrong peeping incident, recognized Yang Jinrong at first sight, edited the video at light speed overtime, and posted it soon after. The video, paired with her classic questioning lines, adds to the outrage. This rich second generation called Yang Morong. You know full well that the old lady died of depression because of this incident. What face do you still have to go to the door to discuss the families of the honest and good-natured? Do you have to mock the two family members who are still in the throes of losing their mothers after you've seized on a small mistake of the old man and put him to death? I can't help but wonder, don't you have grandparents? This video has even taken the heat of the matter and pushed it to unprecedented heights. The tirades all drew the heightened attention of the short video platform. Such tirades, not conducive to unity. The platform executives first decided to delete the post. Many auditors who were playing pesticides and LOL after work were called back to the company by executives to work overnight. One auditor was in the middle of a poker game with his brother's wife when he was called away by a phone call, exasperating his brother's wife with a sulky look on her face. This operation naturally made many reviewers resentful. Originally the executives only asked for the deletion of those comments with profanity. The reviewers got angry and directly deleted all the comments they saw cursing, and even blocked many accounts. This wave of messy killings has caused more viewers to be upset, all defaulting to the fact that it was rich second-generation Yang Jinrong who blocked them through power and means. Sure, there were also quite a few fans who had previously followed Yang Jinrong and swiped the two videos, and because there had been a previous experience, these people stayed on the neutral team. The main reason was that they did not dare to join the crusade against Yang Jinrong. I heard that a lot of the netizens who called him out on the last Peeping Netstorm incident got arrested. This is true. I know a Zhang Jiao Ripple. I heard from his mom that he's been arrested for a while now, and I guess the trial is about to start. His mom cries like a tearful person all day long. Really? Don't believe me, bro? Here's his account at law 2.5 years young, bro. You guys go watch the video he posted. This wave of exposing Yang Jinrong's account did not attract neutral viewers, but attracted those viewers who were dissatisfied with being blocked, and one by one, they registered new numbers and ran to Yang Jinrong's comment section to scold people. But when they cursed, they realized that Yang Jinrong had set fan comments only, and they had no choice but to click follow again. Between this bouncing around, Yang Jinrong himself didn't know that his fan base had risen to more than 900,000, almost accomplishing 1 million bloggers. And at this point, in the security house, it was well after 10 o'clock at night. Cell phones are smashed. Yang Jinrong naturally do not know what is happening on the network. He has just finished accepting the inquiry of the security office. I thought that the two brothers Wen Wu will be sentenced to death, but I do not want Ho Sufan's final results of the autopsy came out, so that people are shocked. Ho Sufan did not ultimately die from mechanical asphyxia, Zhang Xin said with a weary face. Yang Jinrong didn't feel disappointed. He just felt strange and couldn't explain it. Then what the hell is going on? Yang Jinrong clearly remembered that when Zhang Xin asked to open the coffin and examine the body, the two brothers that came from the depths of their hearts to look panicked. And how to explain the preliminary autopsy conclusions? Ho Sufan that conforms to the traces of murder pillow, and what is the matter? This can only be characterized after the results of the interrogation of suspects Wang Qingwen and Wang Qingwu. Zhang Xin wearily pulled a chair over and sat down. Brother Zhang, do you want the Red Bull? Lu Zhancheng held a few cans of Red Bull and handed one to Zhang Xin, but the latter waved her hand and refused. Zhang, Lu Zhancheng worried. Before he followed Zhang Xin to the scene, he could see with his own eyes that the director had a serious expression and called Zhang Xin to his office, and he had also heard the wind of the red-tipped document of self-correction within the security system. This time, Chang won't be taken as a typical, will he? The results of the trial are in. Xiao Chen came over quickly from the other side and said to several people in a hurry. The suspects Wang Qingwu and Wang Shengwen were interrogated separately, and in the end, both of them confessed. Several people all looked up at him, waiting for his following, but the result was that Xiao Chen paused for a moment, and smoothly pulled out a can of Red Bull from Lu Zhancheng's arms, and drank it all in one gulp before he gasped and spoke. According to the two people who confessed, 046, you don't really think I can't do anything about you guys, do you? First shift. According to the explanation of the two suspects, Wang Qingwen did have the means to kill his mother, Ho Sufan, by attempting to cover her with a pillow. However, Xiao Chen paused before continuing. It was stopped by Wang Qingwu. Wang Qingwu was still somewhat humane. Not only did he not participate in the act of killing, but he also stopped the party. Lu Zhancheng sighed at the human nature, but suddenly added, then aren't we doing something wrong? No. Xiao Chen, however, waved his hand at this time as he shook his head. According to Wang Chengwen's account, his younger brother, Wang Chengwu, after preventing him from killing his mother with a pillow, proposed to use the method of not feeding her in order to starve her to death. Cam Young, it's true that it's not a family, It's not a family. It's not murder, but attempted murder, and it's a nail in the coffin. Yang Jinrong, you can go home now. Zhang Xin glanced at the time. It was already past 10 in the evening. Initial case processing procedures have been completed. The follow-up is waiting for the court to sentence the two suspects, as well as returning the more than $200,000 that Yang Jinrong was robbed of. Compensation for repairs paid by the insurance company on your behalf, as well as Yang Jinrong subsequently proposed the motorcycle residual value of the depreciation fee, moral damage, loss of reputation fee, the latter three. Yang Jinrong did not put forward a specific amount. Anyway, in the end still need to file a lawsuit to the court, and wait for the court's decision. What Yang Jinrong didn't know was that the malice towards him on the internet had reached a new peak at this time. There are two sides to everything, and the harder the internet scolds Yang Jinrong, the more he can get for his mental and reputation damages, the more he can get. Of course, this was not Yang Jinrong's intention. Yang Jinrong stood up. By the way, what will happen to the several people from Shaoli Comes to Help? They should be suspected of collusion as well, right? For what it's worth, they can't be guilty of conspiracy when they do it for the purpose of helping the suspect's rights and without knowledge of the suspect's criminal behavior. Zhang Xin explains. Although their so-called rights are not legally supported, they are not illegal either. They just utilize moral abduction. Too bad. Yang Jinrong smiled. Anything else? Zhang Xin saw that Yang Jinrong did not leave and was puzzled. Please also ask Officer Zhang to send a police car to take me back to school. Yang Jinrong spread his hands. My phone was smashed. I can't take a cab, and I don't have any cash in my pocket. Lu, don't you like to drive? Zhang Xin nudged her mouth. You can send him back to school. Come on. Lu Zhancheng took the car keys and excitedly ran to drive. Xiao Lu may have experienced this kind of field mission for the first time, chirping and chatting along the way, like a child who has visited a playground, not realizing that he is a few years older than Yang Jinrong. Police car sent back to the school. Just met 20 years old when the security guards less 40 years of detours Su Yang. Yang Jinrong greeted. The former heart doubt. This student and what crime? How come you're either in a lawsuit or dealing with the sheriff's office every day? Yang Jinrong walked on the pathway in the campus, enjoying the light breeze of the evening breeze. The flower garden exuded a faint scent of flowers, and there were occasionally a few frogs chirping in the lotus leaves of the lotus pond. College life is late. The trail was filled with students coming and going. On the stone benches by the roadside and in the gazebo of the lotus pond, couples, radiating youthful hormones, embraced and kissed each other. What a wonderful college life. Yang Jinrong returned to the dormitory. Surprisingly, there was no one. After a day of experience, he was also tired. After washing up, he slept. And yet, I don't want to. At this very moment, more people on the internet joined the crusade against Yang Jinrong. Unconsciously, Yang Jinrong had been pinned with the label of rich second generation. Xiao Chen Xiaotian's home. Chen Xiaotian, who should have gone to bed early, couldn't sleep tonight, hiding his thoughts and smothering his head in the blanket. Hayatan, what's wrong? Something on your mind? Knowing a son is like a mother. Chen Xiaotian's mom, Zhuang Lu, sensed her son's abnormality at the first time and inquired with concern. Did your classmates bully you again? No. Chen Xiaotian stuck out a head and shook his head. My classmates are all very nice to me. Mom, there's something I want to talk to you, but I'm afraid you'll be worried. Hayatan is so good. Zhuang Lu rubbed her son's head. You can tell mommy anything. You won't tell mommy until you do so that she will worry more. Chen Xiaotian bit his thin lips and summoned up the courage to say, yesterday evening, Grandma came to see me. Aha. Dad's here too. Aha. Chen Xiaotian family relationship is not complicated. His mother and he suffered from an untreatable disease. In order not to drag down her husband, and not to break the fragrance of her husband's family, Zhuang Lu chose to divorce in the most difficult time, alone with her son to cure the disease and go to school. Dad and grandma are not heartless people. The two cannot bear to mother and child suffering, often send some food and tuition living expenses too. It's just that this amount of money is nowhere near enough to cure the disease. Zhuang Lu did not half blame. She chose her own path. Even if it is difficult, she will live. However, she didn't want Chen Xiaotian's next words to cause her entire heart to rise in her throat. Chen Xiaotian finally managed to tell the two traffickers, Wang Chengwen and Wang Chengwu, who kidnapped him. They are the same two people you just saw that news on your cell phone. The family of the old lady who pushed over the motorcycle? Zhuang Lu was completely flustered. The video she had just swiped, the little kid thought it was the news, was the very same one that the two Wenwu brothers were broadcasting live, with Yang Jinrong in it. The thought of those fierce two brothers' faces gave Zhuang Lu a pang of fear. Done. How can they mess with such hooligans when they're orphans? After all these years of being careful in every way to make ends meet and stay alive, She could never have imagined that just because of that accident, it would lead to her son almost being kidnapped by human traffickers. Be a good boy and go to sleep. But Zhuanglu couldn't show it and make her son even more scared. She wrapped her arms around Chen Xiaotian. There's Mom. Don't be afraid. Mom, I'm not afraid. Chen Xiaotian understood and behaved. He shrunk his head, worrying that his hair was sticking to his mother's neck. I'm awesome. I won't let them catch me. When Xiaotian grows up, he will be able to protect his mother like the armed police protects the motherland, and won't let the bad guys hurt his mother in the future. Mom murmured and waited for Chen Xiaotian to gradually sleep over, silently shedding 2 lines of silent tears, tossing and turning all night. Women are weak, but mothers are strong. It was almost dawn before she made up her mind in her mind and drifted off to sleep. In a flash it was dawn. Zhuanglu woke up early, made breakfast, ate breakfast, sent Chen Xiaotian to school, took an unprecedented 1-hour vacation, and came to the security office. Inside the sheriff's office, Director Wang Shui is going to call Zhang Xin to the office to criticize some. Met Chen Xiaotian's mother Zhuanglu, who came early to report the case. Did you just say that these 2 traffickers kidnapped your son? Your son was able to escape thanks to his familiarity with the environment? Zhang Xin received the police. He looked at the picture in Zhuanglu's cell phone with a surprised face. It is Wang Qingwing 2 people. He remembered what young Jinrong had told him earlier about extortion, and it suddenly dawned on him that these 2 brothers were adding another charge. Don't worry, they have been arrested by us and are being held in a detention room. In the future, won't have the chance to come out and break the law again. Zhuanglu's heart, which had been hanging in the air all night, was finally released, and at this point, Yang Jinrong also finally saw the video of himself being maliciously edited by the Newsys and other self-publishers after being told by his roommate. But it's really interesting, these few unscrupulous self-media outlets, provoking me over and over again, they don't really think I can't do anything about you guys, do they? 047, you're not still a virgin, are you? Second shift. Someone else is covering the legal fees anyway, so why not just get a lawyer this time? And an expensive one who specializes in the field of criminal law and has experience in winning defamation cases. Yang Jinrong did not intend to practice on his own again, plans to fully entrust the lawyer to deal with. Anyway, win and let the other side to pay. Just can also be a real-world learning once. Yang Jinrong on the internet to find the most powerful Linhai-related lawyers. The results jumped out a large number of advertisements. Pulled down a full 178 connections. Is still advertising, and even after turning the page, the front is still advertising. None of the results he wanted. I really want to give the Chateau search engine 2 big pussy roots. It was at this time that a call from the security office called Yu Huai's cell phone. Jinrong, your call. Why did you call my number? My cell phone was smashed. Yang Jinrong took the cell phone. On the other end of the line was Xiao Chun from the security office. Yang Jinrong? Last night's case moved forward very smoothly. To tell you 2 good news. Officer Chen, please. The first good news. All the money you were robbed of was refunded to the bank card you left behind. There may be a delay, so pay attention to checking. As for the cell phone damage fee, motorcycle discount fee, and mental loss fee that you requested to claim, you need to wait for the court to make a final judgment. Wang's house has been frozen and seized by the court, and there is no need to worry about this money. The second piece of good news. You should recognize Zhuanglu, right? It's that little boy's mother. She came to report the case this morning, testifying that Wang Qingwen and Wang Chenggu had committed kidnapping against Chen Xiaotian, and after we re-examined the case in a sudden manner, both of them confessed to the crime. That's pretty good news. Yang Jinrong thanked Officer Chen before hanging up and returning the phone to Yu Huai. What happened? Yu Huai inquired with concern. It's okay, it's all taken care of. Don't worry. Yang Jinrong smiled. The motorcycle case, it's finally over. All that was left was the prosecution case of the self-media rumor. No classes in the morning. Let's go to the benefit. Yu Huai said smilingly. You boys are really in love? Well, go. Her BFF is a good-looking girl. We'll be kissing by the time we get there. No go. I have things to do. What's more important than your life's work? Jinrong, you're not too old. You haven't fallen in love yet, have you? Yu Huai suddenly thought of something. He hemmed and hawed. You kid wouldn't still be a virgin, right? Go. Yang Jinrong blankly glanced at Yu Huai. I still have all my first kisses. Do you believe me? Yu Huai froze, then laughed. I believe it. Ha. Yang Jinrong ignored this guy's bad taste. Take the bank card. Out of the school. Looking for a Unicom business hall. Purchased a Huawei cell phone of the same model, and the previous cell phone number to make up for it. The cost of all the invoices. These money have to be Wang Qingwen Wang Qingwu out of the money. Get it all done. Only to take a taxi to Linhai CBD. he walked into a law firm called Junga. The firm is luxuriously decorated, bright and shiny, the lights are dazzling, the walls and floors are as smooth as mirrors. Yang Jinrong, who majored in law, has naturally heard of this law firm, which is one of the top firms in Linhai. Hello, welcome to the Juanhe law firm. The receptionist lady wearing a black professional outfit greeted very warmly. Hello, I need to find attorneys who specialize in the area of criminal law. Okay, is it convenient to disclose what aspect of the lawsuit you are looking to file? I can recommend the most suitable attorney in our firm for you. Suing big Netflix for rumor mongering. The lawyer's fee is not a problem. The problem is that my claim is not only for the other party to apologize and pay money, but also to be able to send the other party in. So, after listening to Yang Jinrong's words, the sexy and pretty receptionist lady was slightly stunned. Then she had a few recommendations in her mind. She dialed the internal phone and explained the situation briefly. Then she guided Yang Jinrong to the reception room and poured tea. Please wait a moment. Da da da. As he was talking, the rhythmic sound of high heels sounded. A beautiful lawyer walking with the wind came over. Yang Jinrong could not help but look up. She was wearing a professional knee-length skirt, outlining the charming curves, straight and slender legs covered with thin stockings. Her feet stepped on the red-soled black high heels. Her arms were holding the blue file. Her black hair was tied in a simple high ponytail, and her delicate face was wearing a pair of rimless glasses. Whether it's her body shape or face value, or temperament, can be called stunning. Yang Jinrong frowned slightly. It wasn't the type he wanted. He needs lawyers who can win, not a young vase. However, he saw the beautiful lawyer walk up to Yang Jinrong, stretching out her slender hand. Hello, I'm the second-grade lawyer of Juanhe Law Firm. Yen. A second-degree lawyer? Lawyers are categorized into assistant lawyers, fourth-level lawyers, third-level lawyers, second-level lawyers and first-level lawyers. Among them, assistant lawyers and fourth-level lawyers are primary titles. Third level is an intermediate title. Second level is a senior title, associate high, equivalent to associate professor and senior worker. And first level is a full senior title. I didn't realize that at such a young age, he was already a second-degree lawyer. It seems that I had underestimated the beautiful lawyer with my own preconceptions. Yang Jinrong put away the idea of switching in his mind. Hello, my name is Yang Jinrong. He reached out and gently shook the soft little hand that was cold to the touch, and then let go, just wanting to go straight to the point and open his mouth. But he didn't want to be snatched by the other party to open his mouth first. Yang Jinrong, more handsome in person than in video. I know about you. Yen reached out and signaled the receptionist lady to leave. Then she invited Yang Jinrong to sit down, and she sat down across from Yang Jinrong with her knees together. And only then did she put away her smile, and on her google-eyed face there was already a serious color. And she opened up the file book and began to record. I've brushed up to your video. Are you suing the two major self-media account subjects of the News Sisters and Shelley Come to Help? Aha! Yang Jinrong nodded his head. He liked this kind of thunderous action, man. No need for any other small talk. He added. There is also the Douyin platform. The platform has not fulfilled its responsibility of reviewing the authenticity of the news. My claim to the platform is very simple. Yen's beautiful eyes looked at Yang Jinrong, asking the platform to block the other party's account? Right. What are your claims against the two media outlets? Removal of the video, a network-wide public apology, attorney's fees, prosecution fees, and damages for loss of reputation? No, that's just a writer. Their behavior has been libelous, and my claim is that they be sent in. It's not difficult. Yen closed the file book, but I have confidence. Have you collected the relevant evidence? Or do you entrust our firm with full authority? Full power to you, including the indictment. It's all yours. Yang Jinrong naturally knew that this was a paid service. Anyway, in the end, all this money was paid out by the other party. It was just a good idea to take a look at the ability of this Juanhe law firm in the meantime. I can cooperate with you if necessary. No problem. You come with me. Get the relevant paperwork and contract. Signed. Yen got up and led Yang Jinrong towards her office. 048, I'll apologize. Women's Big 3, third shift. After entrusting full powers to lawyer Yang Jinrong was free, waiting for the commissioning procedure to be finished. Swiped the card to pay the fee. Also to noon, Yang Jinrong took out his cell phone, ready to find a place to eat, just to swipe the official notice of the whole network issued by the Linhai District Security Bureau. Suspects Wang Mowen and Wang Mowu, suspected of attempted murder of their mother, were formally arrested by our office. The two suspects, Wang Mowen and Wang Mowu, also committed the crimes of robbery, involving a huge amount of money, unlawful detention, intentional damage to other people's property, extortion and kidnapping of minors. The two suspects have been sent to the detention center by our office and are awaiting trial in court. Cam Young casually clicked on a retweet. A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. The hot news that countless netizens were concerned about yesterday has an official answer so soon. Isn't this Wang Mowon and Wang Mowu, the two sons of the old lady who pushed down the motorcycle? I even swiped gifts for them yesterday. What the hell? Attempted murder of a mother? My old swan. Jet out for a walk? I'm sorry. I apologize to Yang Jinrong. I shouldn't have mindlessly taken sides. Mud. I blame the news sister. When you post news, don't you verify the authenticity? I told you that the news sister is unreliable. She is purely and simply trying to rub the heat and eat the traffic, regardless of whether the case is true or false. There is simply no bottom line. The network public opinion reversed. Yesterday scolded Yang Jinrong's gang. This moment all one by one to find the news sister. Began to crusade against the news sister. I'm sure it's the same people who are cursing everyone. Good lord. Last night there were so many people spraying people all night long and crusading against Yang Jinrong. This day is a real slap in the face. This is not the point. The point is that the two brothers, Wang Mowon and Wang Mowu, have committed so many crimes? Is there a big hand to calculate how long these two brothers will probably be sentenced? Attempted murder, according to the relevant provisions of the criminal law, will be sentenced to less than 10 years of imprisonment. Robbery, the amount of money involved is huge. Worth more than 10 years of imprisonment. Unlawful detention, worth less than 3 years of imprisonment. Intentional damage to other people's property. I do not know the amount of money, but the minimum value of less than 3 years of imprisonment, extortion and blackmail, depending on the specific amount of money, kidnapping minor crime, generally worth more than 10 years of imprisonment or life imprisonment. No need to forget, the probability is life imprisonment. Holy, these two big brothers are really ruthless nah. The buffs are stacked. I'm afraid I'm understepping my sewing machine. Wait, don't you guys see a key issue? Yang Jinrong just positioned himself. Junhee Law Firm. Some attentive netizens have spotted the flashy spots. It doesn't matter if you don't say it. It freaks out the many netizens who have sprayed Young Jin Yong. Barbecue is up. Yang Jinrong is getting real. Last time he went down the net and sent still more spammers in. Rumor has it that one person was sent in for simply looking at the comments section. So horrible? Not afraid of fake, but afraid of real. Many netizens who sprayed Yang Jinrong on the internet yesterday were so scared that they hurriedly logged out of their accounts, and even disconnected from the network, for fear of being sent in by finding along the network cable. Those who don't want to cancel their accounts have also posted apology videos, some changing their homepage profiles to "I'm sorry I was wrong" begging for forgiveness from Brother Yang, while others have changed their names to the suffix "apologize to Brother Yang." Public opinion is completely reversed. Jets across the internet apologized. Jets watched the train run all night. Yang Jinrong's fanbase in the short video platform also rose with a wave, directly breaking through 1 million fans to 1,200,000 fans. The news sister, who was the instigator, was enjoying her lunch in a Western restaurant, and sitting in front of her was a balding middle-aged man with a greasy face, nibbling on a steak with a knife and fork. The English ringtone rang. News sister pinched her orchid fingers and smiled fawningly at the bald middle-aged director. "I'll take a call." She got up and turned around, picking up the phone. Well, I see. News sister returned to her seat, daintily approached the fat-headed, bald director, and said in a petulant tone, "Director, according to your request, in the past 2 years, we have dug up a lot of opposing news, and created opposing hot searches many times, and this time, we have been sued again. And in terms of funding, isn't it possible to go up a bit?" "Don't worry." The bald director finished his steak and wiped his mouth with a towel. He reached over with his big hand and grabbed the back of his news sister's hand. "Don't worry. The benefits won't be short of you guys. You'll be making dollars all year." Sister News allowed the other man to grab her hand lightly without pulling away. It's clear the two are very close, and when faced with this type of thing of spreading fake news and being sued, it's obvious that it's not just once or twice, and it's handled with ease and complete fearlessness. Yang Jinrong found a place to eat lunch before returning to the school. "System, I'm not done with this mission yet?" Yang Jinrong called out the system and asked in surprise. "It's all nailed down. It's just a matter of a final court trial, and what's punished will be punished, and what compensation you get won't be any less. System, please be patient host. The rewards will only be settled after getting the compensation." Strike that. 2. Not for a few days anyway. The reward is a truth card. This prop is a total trump card for a Jedi turnaround if used properly. The accidental death of the old lady and the two Wang brothers being sent in to step on the sewing machine are considered to be a way to rid society of evil and promote positive energy. After this incident, Yang Jinrong naturally became the man of the hour at school, and when he walked on campus, he would be recognized by other students who took the initiative to greet him. There are also a lot of schoolgirls who have a crush on Yang Jinrong and secretly make secret glances, but don't dare to confess because they are afraid of being sent in. Soon, the week's lessons were over. The weekend is upon us. Yu Huai falls completely in love, falling passionately in love with his schoolmates, and can't be found in person on weekdays, going to visit the old dean for the weekend. The last time I planned to visit the old director of the orphanage, I was delayed by the seafood incident. Yang Jinrong called the old dean in advance and told him that he would go back to visit them. The old dean could be overjoyed, estimating that from the time he received the call, he could be happy until Yang Jinrong left from the orphanage. This time finally nothing happened. Yang Jinrong and went to buy a lot of old dean-like things, and buy a lot of children love to eat snacks and small gifts. This time to buy things, no longer found ghost scales, lack of caddy, although the director of the chain agreed for credit, but it is also considered to be really practical. The market rectified to serve. Yang Jinrong, carrying a large bag, took the subway, then changed to a bus, and finally took a taxi for a while before finally arriving at the orphanage in the outskirts of the city. From a distance, I saw the kindly old dean, accompanying several children in their games. Brother Yang, little brother Yang. The children of the orphanage were bright-eyed, and the first thing they noticed was the approaching Yang Jinrong, and one by one they ran towards him with cheers and leaps of joy. Yang Jinrong was soon surrounded by a group of small children. He took out snacks and small gifts. Let the children themselves to share. The children are very understanding. UAIA. Do not argue. Evenly distributed. Ugh. Why did you buy so much stuff? Spend quite a bit of money. You're a big boy now. You need to have more money on yourself. The old dean saw Yang Jinrong back, full of joy, but worried about Yang Jinrong in order to come back to visit everyone. Weekdays to save money, he said in a serious tone. You should also find a girl, to fall in love. Don't always think about us. Don't worry old dean. I can make my own money now. Yang Jinrong found a reason to excuse himself, just as the other staff of the orphanage came out to greet him. Yang Jinrong laughed. I'm hungry. Let's go cook and eat. A large circle of people sat around, made lunch, chatted, and talked. After the meal, everyone gathered together to play games. Yang Jinrong gave every child, staff, all sealed a small red envelope, which gave everyone a small surprise. They don't even dare to accept the red envelopes, and they are still worried about Yang Jinrong doing illegal and disorderly things. After all, everyone knows that the shortcuts to making a lot of money are written in the penal code. Everyone hopes that everyone who goes out from the orphanage will abide by the law. Not to say that they will be useful to society, but at least that they will not be a danger to society. This amused Yang Jinrong, who could only explain that he studied law and went out on a part-time job once and made a lot more money than other majors, which allayed everyone's concerns. Before dinner, we made dumplings and sang together again. It wasn't until after dinner that the old dean found Yang Jinrong to talk alone. You don't actually have to buy anything for the institution. Recently Innocence donated to the institution again. 22 years as one day. Unfortunately, until now, we don't know Innocence is really who it is. Maybe it's some kindly rich man who doesn't want to be named. Yang Jinrong was grateful to this naive caring person from the bottom of his heart, and a large part of the donations for the orphanage to be able to function properly came from this caring person. By the way, an old friend told me in something a while ago, he has a granddaughter, 24 years old, and she's very handsome. The old dean looked at Yang Jinrong kindly. You are not young anymore. It is time to talk about love? Yang Jinrong was stunned. No, old dean. I'm still a student, and you're arranging a blind date for me here? If you don't fall in love now, will you have time to fall in love when you join the workforce? The old dean glared at Yang Jinrong, and said without a trace of anger, anyway, I've already promised people, so you'll go and meet their little girl tomorrow morning. Yang Jinrong resisted. What little girl? She's 24. I'm 21. This is all older than me. The old dean couldn't help but shove the woman's business card to Yang Jinrong, and left with his hands behind his back. There's her phone number and WeChat on it, so add her now, and make an appointment with her to meet her at the meeting place. Yang Jinrong looked down at the business card, but unfortunately there was no photo, so he didn't know what it looked like. Zhuge Lily? Yo, it's still a compound name. 049, why are your grandson's pectoral muscles so flamboyant? Yang Jinrong felt that the name Zhuge Lily had indeed been heard or seen somewhere, but he couldn't recall exactly where he had seen it. Could it be some internet blogger who has sprayed himself? Or the little black guy who got himself sued? Forget it, there are too many people suing and I can't remember every one of them. I hope she's not inside the list of those being sued. Yang Jinrong didn't bother. If the blind date was on the list of those being sued, that's even better. Just in time to recognize her for who she really is. The night of the orphanage is unusually quiet. the opposite of the lights and greenery of the bustling metropolis of Linhai. As if two worlds, Yang Jinrong enjoys this kind of escapism. Tired and weary of struggling in the big city, back to the quiet old home always led a person extra relaxation. Yang Jinrong slept especially well in the night. The next day sleep to nature. Get up and eat breakfast. The old dean which called Yang Jinrong, did you contact the other party last night? Forgot. Yang Jinrong still wanted to muddle through, but he didn't want the old dean Liang Shuahai to take out 2 tickets to the Happy Valley. Another old friend gave me 2 tickets. Ask her to go to the Happy Valley to play. Young people should all like excitement. Cam Young, my sweet old dean, I can't thank you enough. You've given this a lot of thought. The book says that the best choice for heterosexual dating is a tense and exciting place, such as roller coasters, sledgehammers, pirate ships, horror houses, etc. In the tension and stimulation, people will secrete a lot of adrenaline and dopamine. It is easier to make each other close and draw the distance. I didn't realize that the old dean was a man who knows how to fall in love. The old dean, Liang Shuai, urged, don't just stand there. Hurry up and add the little girl's WeChat and go on a date. Old dean, let me discuss something with you. Yang Jinrong suddenly lowered his voice and said mysteriously, what is it? Why don't I introduce you to an aunt, Linhai local, 8 sweets, or a square dance leader? You, for a twilight romance? Off. Liang Shuai was furious with Yang Jinrong and blew his beard. Hurry up and go. You have to treat the girl seriously. Her grandfather and I are very good old friends. Even if you don't have feelings, at least make a friend. Yes, Yang Jinrong promised on his lips, but in his heart, he muttered, let's just say what if I really send her in, your old friend and you won't break up, right? Hurry. The old dean glared at Yang Jinrong, added the woman's WeChat and agreed to meet at a restaurant near the Happy Valley before giving up and driving Yang Jinrong away. Yang Jinrong says goodbye to his friends, big and small, at the orphanage and is ordered to embark on a blind date, coming and going in a hurry. The scenery outside the bus windows flew backwards. Yang Jinrong admired the scenery along the way, but was interrupted by a phone call. Mr. Yang Jinrong? I'm the commissioner of the People's Insurance Company. I didn't get through yesterday when I called your phone. It turned out to be a call from the insurance company, and the person described the meaning of the call. The Ducati repair bill was paid for by the insurance company, and a lawsuit had been previously filed in court against Ho Sufan, which was later delayed due to the sudden death of the old lady, and the court scheduled a new trial for the following Wednesday, when the defendant was deceased, and will be represented and compensated by the legal heirs. The insurance company asked Cam Young if he wanted to attend. The insurance company advanced the repair costs in this case and has the right of recovery. The plaintiff is the insurance company, and Yang Jinrong may not be present, but Yang Jinrong has agreed to be present. Can I request a live stream of the trial? The court has not yet given a clear answer, because this case involves a deceased elderly person, relatively special, waiting for the final court notice. We can know whether to allow the hearing live. That's fine. Thank you. You're welcome. Hanging up the phone, Yang Jinrong fixed his mind. The case of the two Wenwu brothers is a separate trial from this case. The crimes committed by the two of them will be prosecuted by the security office. Not long after, the bus arrived at the terminal. Yang Jinrong changed to the subway, finally arrived near the Happy Valley, and walked into the restaurant. Agreed with the woman. It was already lunchtime. The restaurant was crowded with people, and the waiters were almost flying to serve. It was good that Yang Jinrong had booked a seat on his cell phone in advance. The restaurant environment is not bad. Yang Jinrong booked is not the hall of the card seat, is similar to the private room with rattan and other decorations separated seats. In the waiter's guidance, found the seat number. Is it little friend Yang Jinrong? Just at this moment, a kind-eyed silver-haired old lady with a handsome-looking young fresh meat walked over. The old lady was still holding a photo in her hand, and smiled kindly towards Yang Jinrong. I'm Zhuge Jiurong, Shuaihai's old friend. Hello Grandpa Zhuge. Yang Jinrong very politely stood up and shook hands. The old dean mentioned you to me from time to time. How is the old dean? In good health. Thanks for thinking of me. He's doubly well. Yang Jinrong finished with a smile, his gaze curiously looking at the young fresh meat beside Zhuge Jiurong. And this is? I'm his grandson. Before Zhuge Jiurong could speak, the handsome-looking young man beside him took the initiative to speak. My name is Zhuge Dali. Yang Jinrong was astonished. The name? Seriously? Zhuge Lily is my sister. Zhuge vigorously raised his English eyebrows. Nuo generously took the initiative to extend his hand. She had something temporary and couldn't come, so she asked me to come on her behalf to get to know each other. Okay, this is not just right, so that you don't have to go to the amusement park later. Yang Jinrong, heart happy, reached out and shook Zhuge Dali's hand, into the hand of the strange touch. Soft, Ice cold. This guy will not be a guy, right? Frightened Yang Jinrong hurriedly loosened his hand, looked at the other side of the eyes, cannot help but become odd. Looks are quite heroic, between the eyebrows filled with a touch of cold, giving a person a valiant feeling, is dressed quite strange, everyone is wearing short sleeves, he is still wearing a light gray sweater jacket, zipped, vaguely can be seen pectoral muscles are good, it does not seem to be like a guy. Zhuge Dali felt Yang Jinrong's strange gaze and couldn't help but frown her brow. Let's talk while we eat, or should we leave when we finish? It's dinner time, let's have dinner. Yang Jinrong retracted his gaze, the grandson of the old dean's friend. It's impossible that the mealtime has arrived. It would be too rude not to eat a meal. Waiter, let's order. Just a moment, please, it'll be right there. The waitress, who was darting about busily in the distance, responded. Oh, you young people talk, my old man has something else to talk about. Zhuge Jiurong smiled and carried his hand, and was about to leave when he bumped into the waitress who dashed over with the herbal tea. Grandpa. Zhuge Dali's quick eyes and hands held the old master. Put. But the teapot tilted. The tea splashed out and landed right between Zhuge Dali's neck, and the tea slid down his neck, clearing his jacket. I'm sorry. The young waitress was so scared that her face turned pale, subconsciously pulling out a few paper towels to swab Zhuge vigorously, but the other party slapped her hand away. I'll do it myself. Zhuge vigorously let go of his grandfather and hurriedly unzipped his jacket. The water stains had already dampened the white t-shirt inside. He hurriedly ripped off the round neck t-shirt with one hand and wiped it with a tissue in the other. Yang Jinrong, who hadn't yet had time to sit down, accidentally glimpsed a flash of white under his collarbone and was stunned for a moment. I'll rub it in. He hurriedly turned his gaze to Zhuge Jiurong. Old master, why is your grandson's pectoral muscles so pompous? 050, everyone is in line. What gives you the right to cut in line? Can Yang Jinrong not be surprised? He had just seen with his own eyes the still flamboyant sliver of a groove wrapped in white bandages inside Zhuge Li's white t-shirt. Not to be seen straight. One can only turn to see the old man. Zhuge Jiurong naturally felt Yang Jinrong's strange gaze, and the old man coughed dryly. That, Lily, pay attention to the image. Zhuge Dali, who was wiping the water stains on his chest, froze and then reacted, hurriedly pulling on his jacket to cover a piece of floating white on his chest, before raising his head and glaring at Yang Jinrong. No looking, it was a good thing that the seats were spaced out with decorations and no one else saw them, otherwise it would have been a shame. You're, Zhuge Lily? Yang Jinrong's sweating face. So you put me here in female disguise. Test me? You're testing the cadres with this? Which cadre cannot afford such a test? Forget it. No more pretending. I'm showing my cards. Zhuge Lily took off her soaked jacket, under her white t-shirt, even with bandages wrapped around it. It was just as spectacular. She held her jacket in front of her chest, raised her head greatly, looked at Yang Jinrong and said, I am Zhuge Lily. My grandfather had to force me to come on a blind date. That's why I wanted to bluff you in male attire. Ahem. The old man was embarrassed, felt ashamed of his old friend, and hurriedly changed the topic. That, you young people chat, eat a meal together, and then go to the happy valley around. Talk to it, it's no better. Talk not, but also considered friends. Zhuge Jiurong glared towards his granddaughter and smiled towards Yang Jinrong. She's just a bit more straight-laced, and she usually likes men's clothes and short hair as well, without a girl's dress. Don't you mind, huh? It's okay, I won't mind. Yang Jinrong smiled and waved his hand. He had also been forced to come by the old dean, just going through the motions, and his biggest task at this stage was to study well and plan his future career path. As for women, everything goes with the territory. The old man walked away with his hands behind his back. The waitress kept apologizing on one side. Zhuge Lily did not get angry. She handed the menu to Yang Jinrong. You order the food. I eat spicy. I don't eat sweet. You watch it. I'll go to the car to get some clothes to change. Okay. Yang Jinrong went over the menu and ordered a few that looked good. Zhuge Lily went to the car to get a change of clothes. Waiting for 10 minutes. Began to serve food. Zhuge Lily also changed to slim white sportswear, or men's dress, but looks more heroic. Giving the first impression is the kind of maverick, walking with the wind of the people. Generally women will pluck eyebrows and draw eyebrows, but Zhuge Lily is valiant. Do not see the slightest traces of the point of painting. Facial features are exquisite and beautiful, like carefully carved out of the general. Was born so good-looking, with her unsmiling cold expression, coupled with the deep and bright eyes, can make the vast majority of men far away from it. Sorry to keep you waiting. Zhuge Lily sat straight across from Yang Jinrong and initiated her slender and tender white right hand, reintroducing myself. My name is Zhuge Lily. Nice to meet you. Yang Jinrong gently shook her hand like a dragonfly. I still like to call you Zhuge Dali. Zhuge Lily, why? Cam Young, it's better to remember vigorously. The corners of Zhuge Lily's mouth rose slightly. As you wish. If you like. You can also call me Zhuge Lily. Gentlemen, the food is served. Please enjoy. The waiter reminded as he brought the last plate of food. The two were not polite and ate normally, like two old friends with a heart of gold, until they ate almost as much as they wanted, and Zhuge vigorously went to use the restroom. When Zhuge Lily returned, she was the first to speak. I'll be blunt. Actually, I don't like men. Well, see, adhering to the principle of not wasting food, Yang Jinrong ate the last piece of braised pork before putting down his chopsticks and nodding. And you're not surprised? Zhuge Lily stood with her brows furrowed. Not surprised. New age, men and women. I personally can't accept the same sex, but I can understand it. Yang Jinrong smiled as he took out the 2 tickets to Pleasant Valley given by the old dean. So are we still going to Pleasant Valley to play? Go on. Why not? I've already bought the tickets. What a waste if I don't go. Zhuge Lily's answer, however, made Yang Jinrong a bit surprised. She suddenly spread her face and said, I thought you would discriminate against lilies. I didn't expect you to be so open-minded. We should be able to become good friends. When I get married, I hope you can come. It seems that in normal times her orientation was opposed by many of her relatives and friends, and she didn't suffer much from the world's blank stares. It's gotten to the point where you're talking about marriage? Does your family approve? Yang Jinrong asked in passing. My grandfather didn't know. He thought I'd been single and that's why he introduced us on a blind date. Zhuge Lily pursed her lips and said with a big smile, my parents know about it, and they don't agree, but she and I have already taken wedding photos. And when we choose a good day and book a hotel, we will hold a wedding. Congratulations, best wishes in advance. And when you get married, send me an invitation and I'll be on time. Cam Young congratulated. Come on, let's go to Pleasant Valley. We've been so busy lately with the wedding. It's hard to relax. Zhuge Lily got up. I'll get the car. Yang Jinrong was ready to pay the bill, but he didn't want Zhuge Lily had already taken advantage of the time to go to the restroom and paid the bill, which made Yang Jinrong feel better. Zhuge Lily's car is a Volkswagen Tiguan. She drove. Yang Jinrong sat in the passenger seat. The restaurant is not far from the Happy Valley. Not a moment to arrive. Today is the weekend. The blue Pleasant Valley gates. Crowded. A steady stream of tourists, destined to do anything here to line up. Parking is no exception. Zhuge Lily went to find a parking space, agreed to wait at the ticket gate. Yang Jinrong took advantage of Zhuge Lily's parking time to buy 2 cups of lemonade. Zhuge Lily took it and raised her eyes to the end of the line at a glance. Thank you. It's a bit crowded. It's just going to have to get in line. Yang Jinrong sucked on his lemonade, and the two of them lined up together along the crowd for half an hour, only to end up about halfway there, being screwed over by the old dean. Yang Jinrong sighed in his heart. He dislikes queuing the most. If he had known, he would not have come to Happy Valley. As he was thinking, he suddenly saw 2 silhouettes crowding over in front of him, and Zhuge Lily shouted, Hey, how are you two going to cut in line? Why don't you line up properly? The 2 women who had cut in front of them ignored Zhuge Lily's voice and continued to chat with each other, not caring about the other people in the queue behind them. Hey! Zhuge Lily reached out and pulled the clothes of one of the women who had cut in line and said coldly, Everyone is lining up in an orderly fashion. You two don't cut in line. 051, we are not to be messed with. Do not drag, okay? Zhuge Lily was intended to remind each other not to cut in line. This drag is ignited the dynamite barrel. The other turned his head. Justified roar scolded. What do you do? What are you dragging me for? What right do you have to pull me? Zhuge Lily obviously froze for a moment. She did not expect the other party to cut in line with a mistake first, but also so justified. Could not help but frown and said, I told you not to cut in line. I cut in line and you can pull me? Who are you? A guy. To pull me? Who are you to make a move on me? The woman's face was red and her nostrils were on the verge of spitting fire. She called Cauldron Xiaoping. Today took her mother out to play. The weather is hot. The fire is also very big. Half a day of queuing has not been their turn. It is difficult to see the gap to insert a queue. The result is also a man pulling the clothes in public, which makes her feel humiliated. Just missing a place to take the anger. On the spot. Angry. How did I move my hands? Zhuge Lily sneered. She had seen more than enough of this kind of unreasonable woman and didn't budge in the slightest. I reminded you not to jump the queue first. You pretended to be deaf and dumb and had to ask me to drag you? Why am I playing deaf and dumb? You can pull me when I don't respond? Who are you to pull me? Who are you to pull me? Jia Dongmei forehead veins rippled. Red face. Emotional. Cursing at the time. Spit sprayed out. The other tourists around them were so scared that they backed away from each other, each shaking their heads and tooting. That's right. Who are you to pull us? Who are you? A guy. To make a move on us two girls? Answer me. Siley Xiaoping's mother was called Jia Dongmei, and she was clearly full of gray hair, but she was still able to stand on her tiptoes, pointing at Zhuge Lily, dancing with her hands and jumping up in indignation and excitement and cursing. Don't think that we, mother and daughter, are good at bullying. I'm telling you, we're not to be messed with. Siley Xiaoping even took out her cell phone and started disliking the video recording on Zhuge Lily and Yang Jinrong's face, while yelling hysterically, I want to show the national netizens that just these two men are bullying our foreign tourists. I can tell you, we are not to be messed with. I have more than 100,000 fans on my neck and more than 300,000 fans on my little blue book. I'll send you to the internet. Let you know that you've messed with the wrong people. Yang Jinrong was all amused. It's really a pocket knife to the ass. And it opened my eyes. Such an odd pair of mother and daughter, but also a not-so-big internet star? You laugh? What are you laughing at? Who are you to laugh at us? Catching Yang Jinrong's smile, Jia Dongmei was like having her tail stepped on and growled in annoyance. You too, don't think that just because you're men, we, mother and daughter, are afraid of you. Come on, let all the netizens of the country take a look. It's these two men. Seeing that we, mother and daughter, are easy to bully, they made a move on us. Siley Xiaoping held up her cell phone and aimed it at Yang Jinrong and Zhuge Lily, almost disliking the cell phone lens on the two men's faces. She was furious, her fingers gesturing while cursing. You men will bully the weak. Let me tell you, what I hate most is men like you who bully the weak and are afraid of the hard. Her mother, Jia Dongmei, also stared at her bulging eyes. Her white eyes took up most of her two eyeballs. Very horrible. Her face was even more hideous. Her features twisted together. Her fingers disliked Zhuge Lily and Yang Jinrong, spitting and cursing fiercely and viciously. What's the matter with us jumping the queue? By cutting in line you guys can bully us? Don't think that just because you're men, you can pull our hands. The tourists lined up on the side, all afraid of trouble, were overwhelmingly scared and backed away. Occasionally a tourist with a strong sense of justice tries to say something fair. Cutting in line would have been your fault. Who would have been better off if you came and cut in line on a hot day when everyone was in line? Which I knew ushered in a collective fire from both mother and daughter. What's wrong with us cutting in line? Do we have to be bullied by you guys for cutting in line? I'm most fed up with you bunch of bullies. You really think we foreign tourists are easy to bully, right? Come on, let's record you too, so that the national netizens can get to know you. The tourist was immediately frightened and took several steps back. Other tourists who still have a sense of justice are also pulled by family members and relatives, not daring to approach half a step, for fear of incurring a mess. Who's not afraid of trouble when you're out and about? Especially in a place like Pleasant Valley where you are supposed to enjoy yourself. No one wants to be in a mess without enjoying the pleasure. Don't even want to enter the door. Was scolded. What's more, look at this mother and daughter's posture. Is to send to the internet. Net stormed tourists. A time no one dared to approach half step. And these two mothers and daughters called him weak. TSK, that's really growing on me. Hush, keep your voice down. Don't get into a whole lot of trouble. Don't mess with this kind of person, or else the trouble will continue to flow. The most hate queue jumping, but on the contrary, there is no way to take this kind of people. Even if the scenic area staff come over, it is estimated that it is also unsettled. It seems that this woman is still a small netizen. The scenic area is also afraid of being net rage. Now whoever sends the video is justified. The netizens, where do they care about the truth? See the unhappy clip on the curse, on the net violence. Forget it, can't afford to mess with it. Let's go. Change the place. Can't afford to mess with me and still can't hide? This Happy Valley is not to be played. Save yourself from running into them again in the queuing program inside the Happy Valley. Many tourists have retreated. And this talk, naturally, also fell into the ears of the mother and daughter too. The two are burning with anger. The moment they hear these talk, become even more angry, even more furious. You're all working together to bully us mother and daughter. I tell you, we're not afraid. We'll fight you to the end. Siley Xiaoping cursed emotionally. What's going on? What happened? At this time, several security guards from Pleasant Valley rushed over to maintain order. Someone cut in line. Zhuge Lily opened her mouth and pointed at the mother and daughter. They both cut in line and cursed. How did we cut in line? You started pulling people in. Siley Xiaoping cursed hysterically and even burst into tears as she recorded the video with one hand and pointed at Zhuge Lily with the other, crying, "It's just not right for him to pull someone with his hands. What gives him the right to pull my clothes if he's a man?" As soon as a few of the security guards heard it, they already had a general idea of what was going on. Someone had cut in line, and when they were reminded of it, they went ballistic. Let's all calm down. Don't argue in the heat. A security guard hurriedly persuaded. Anger hurts the liver. Everyone calm down. Don't quarrel. Another security guard also persuaded. Yes, In the summer, we are all hot and sweaty in the queue here. Understand each other. It is naturally wrong to cut in the queue, but don't quarrel. Upon hearing this, the mother and daughter of the retort Xiaoping became even more agitated. Hysteria broke out, and the two women angrily cursed the security guard. One sentence after another. How did I argue? Do you think we want to fight? Did we fight first? How are we cutting in line? We're called panning. I was standing over there, and I'm panning over here. So how am I cutting in line? Besides, why should he, a guy, pull me? It's wrong for him to pull me. He must apologize to me in public today. I'm telling you, it's not over. 052, pulling down the quality of the nation on its own. Cutting in line and having the nerve to curse? Zhuge Lili is not accustomed to the other party in the slightest, her eyes gleaming, looking directly at the mother and daughter's eyes. I'll just pull you. What's wrong with you? Cutting in line and still cursing. Strong words, a cry. 2. Messing around. I'm most used to seeing people like you have no quality. And you're so old. With your cheeks and your chicken neck, and you're saying you're not to be messed with? Who started it? You're not from the same family, are you? With an unreasonable mother like you. It's no wonder you brought up a daughter with no qualities like her. What do you mean? Panning is not queue jumping? There are 2 teams lined up here. There are still 30 to 50 people in front of your team, and there are only a dozen people left in front of our team. So you're moving over. So what do you call it if not cutting in line? What do you call that? And I have to apologize to you? Really give you guys face? You should apologize to everyone behind our team for delaying them. And recording video on your cell phone? Are you done with us? Let's see how you're not done. Zhuge Lili's words, directly disliked the mother and daughter, were speechless, and for a while they didn't know how to respond. Yes, well said. Clatter. The other tourists on the sidelines clapped their hands. Zhuge Lili's words, but also gave everyone a head start. Many people on the scene could no longer hold back. They all opened their mouths to point at the mother and daughter too. As far as they're concerned, if they don't scold them today, they'll surely continue to cut in line somewhere else tomorrow. If everyone is like them to cut in line and also strong words to scold people, in the future, we do not need to queue up. Bring a stick to squeeze forward to finish. Who do not give to cut in line is a stick. What's the difference between this and the $0 purchase next door? There are still a lot of foreigners coming to play in the Happy Valley. You mother and daughter are really disgracing the face of the country and discrediting the quality of the country. If your mother and daughter's behavior is videoed by international friends and sent to international forums, you will inevitably be mocked by crooked people for our low national quality, pulling down the quality of the nation on their own. Exactly. They must be removed as an example to others. Many people took their cell phones and back-recorded the mother and daughter to do the same. The mother and daughter were attacked by the group, instantly breaking their defenses, especially the cauldron Xiaoping. She was agitated, with a sobbing voice, towards the surrounding angrily roared. You guys are bullies. You all ganged up on us and bullied us. What right do you have to scold me for my low quality? Jia Dongmei is like a lion roaring in the east of the river, flinging a head of white hair, teeth and claws, grimacing and roaring. What's wrong with jumping the queue? Who told you that cutting in line is low quality? I'll jump the queue, but my quality is not low. Several security guards see the situation. Our secretly finished calf? This thing, if it is a big deal, the scene must be mixed up into a mess. This is not the scenic area. Want to see the result. But several security guards do not know how to persuade. One side of the strong words, the other side of the reasoning, in case their words are not right, but also to provoke the anger of the people. That can be a really undeserved disaster. Call the police. I want to call the police. Chao Xiaoping took her cell phone and videoed towards the crowd while roaring. Mom, call the police. Call the police now. I still don't believe it. There is no king's law anymore. I'm calling the police. Jia Dongmei took out her cell phone and immediately dialed Demon Spirit, and after reporting to the police in an agitated manner, she pointed at the crowd and cursed. I've already called the police, and none of you want to run. As far as you're concerned, the police come and take you away. Zhuge Lili snorted coldly, and crossed her eyes at the mother and daughter. I've lived for so many years, and I've never seen such nonsense and strange people like you. Who are you calling odd? Like a cat that had its tail stepped on and was poked in the sore spot. Silu Xiaoping stormed out. She reached out and pushed Zhuge Lili. Who are you calling oddball? I'm warning you. Zhuge Lili shouted coldly. Don't move me or I'll fight back. You're the one who moved me first. What's wrong with me moving you? Chao Xiaoping didn't listen at all and continued to shove Zhuge Lili a few times. It's not over, is it? Zhuge Lili reached out and grabbed the other's arm, violently yanked it with force, followed by an over-the-shoulder drop, and with a thud, directly dropped it to the ground. Still pushing or not? Hit someone. Jia Dongmei saw her daughter being thrown down and ripped her voice out to cry. She twisted her features and glared. staring at Zhuge Lili and suddenly snapped, about to reach out and grab Zhuge Lili's face, but was stopped by an outstretched hand that backhanded her and directly pushed her out several meters away. Whoops, it's a fight. Murder. Mother and daughter simply both sat paralyzed on the ground, began to splash and roll. Retort Xiaoping even picked up the phone. Continue to record video. Hit us, I'll send it to the internet. Send your two stinking faces to the internet, so that the whole country will know that the two of you are beating up and bullying the weak and small. Jia Dongmei also cried out, you guys hit people, you two guys hit us. When the vigilantes come, they'll take you all in. What's going on? Make way. All of you. At this time, the vigilantes patrolling in the neighborhood was assigned by the demonic spirit to come over. Coincidentally not, the two vigilantes who came, one is Lu Zhancheng, the other is the one who went out to the police motorcycle pushing down the scene with Zhang Xin before, named Huaxi. Huaxi walked over with Xiaolu and recognized Yang Jinrong at the first moment. Xiaolu waved at Yang Jinrong. For his part, Hoshi raised an eyebrow. Why you again? What a coincidence. Yang Jinrong cub spread his hands. He was a little impressed with the peacemaker vigilante. There's always someone looking for trouble. I can't help it. Seeing the two vigilantes coming over, the mother and daughter of the retort Xiaoping screamed and shouted even more miserably. Comrade vigilante, you must do us justice. They are two big men, bullying us two weak women. Comrade vigilantes, arrest them and take them to jail. The other tourists on the side spoke up. The two of them cut in line and cursed. Or they started it. We can all testify. Stop. Hua Shi, as an old security officer, has dealt with countless such similar cases. The parties involved must be publicly justified, each in their own way. He frowned at a few scenic security guards. Tell me, what's going on? We also just learned about the situation. These two female tourists inserted the queue. These two gentlemen do not allow to insert the queue, and then made a scene. These two female tourists are too emotional, but also want to go to tickle people. The result was countered. The security guard gave a narrative that put things into perspective. Understood. Hoshi turned his head to look at the mother and daughter. ID cards for me to verify. After saying that, he looked at Yang Jinrong and the two of them. You two as well. Those who don't have their ID cards with them can use their electronic ID cards for verification. For people ID check once. Hoshi suddenly fixed eyes to Zhuge Lili. Surprised. You are female? I'm a female. What's so strange about that? Zhuge Lili hugged her chest and said lightly. Whoa, still really female? I just thought it was strange how a man could look so good. Preconceived notion that both of them are male. I didn't realize it was a pretty girl, and that over-the-shoulder slam just now was so cool. The sight of the tourists are amazed. Mainly Zhuge Lili still bandaged. Did not release the spectacular scene. Strangers really do not dare to conclude her gender. You stand up. Huaxi returned the ID cards to the four people and said toward Kaler Xiaoping. Is there any injury anywhere? Silly Xiaoping stood up and just wanted to say that she was injured and had to go to the hospital for a checkup. But she didn't want Huaxi to interrupt her. I can see that you're not injured, since no one is hurt, and it's just the small matter of jumping the queue. My suggestion is that since we're all at peace with each other, this matter should be left at that. However, he didn't want the retort Xiaoping and Zhuge Lili to open their mouths almost simultaneously. I disagree. 053, will God forgive them? We are not in God's hands here. They put their hands on us. They have to pay up or this isn't over today. Kai Xiaoping tilted her head. Unusually agitated jumped ahead and said, because she had just been thrown a over-the-shoulder fall, her glasses fell off and were held in her hand. Highly myopic, she could not see the people in front of her. She tried to put on her glasses, but because of the emotional overexcitement, or a few times did not wear stable glasses, she simply put the glasses in her hand and waved. We are not injured but also have to compensate for the money. Not $10,000. Today, this is a good thing. Want us to pay for it? No way. Zhuge Lili snorted coldly. You guys were in the wrong for cutting in line in the first place. If you don't apologize to everyone today, you can't leave. Stop. Huaxi frowned. He knew that Siley Xiaoping mother and daughter were difficult to deal with, so he simply didn't bother to pay attention to them, but instead looked at Zhuge Lili and Yang Jinrong, and lowered his voice. Both of you, after all, you took action against others. It's best to choose to reconcile, admit your faults, apologize, and let the matter rest, and let this matter go. If you have to make a scene, in the end, you will definitely suffer. At least you have to compensate for people's checkup fees to the hospital. They were in the wrong, so why should I admit my fault and apologize? Zhuge Lili said unconvincingly. What's wrong with doing it? They just need to be beaten up. Huaxi also no longer nonsense. Then take it back to the sheriff's office. According to their request, first go to the hospital to check the body. You pay for the examination fee, medical expenses. Right. Pay up. $10,000. This isn't over until you pay. When the mother and daughter heard Hwashi's words, they became even more aggravated. Just like eunuchs who had received an imperial decree. The tourists on the sidelines looked on in disbelief when they heard the mother and daughter ask for money. Never seen you guys so shameless. Obviously you did something wrong first. People came forward to point out your mistakes. You don't think you're ashamed but think you're honored. You even bit back and demanded others to pay for damages. You really have no sense of shame. Damn. I can't stand to watch. Let's crowdfund. I'll put up $250. Make it 10,000. And beat them up again. Sure, the sheriff's here. Don't make any trouble. Crowdfunding is sneaky too. I'm with 250. So do I. Many tourists have spoken out to accuse the mother and daughter of wrongdoing. And even crowdfunded the medical expenses to have to beat up the mother and daughter again. There is even a foreign friend. Blonde hair, big waves of mixed race beauty. She operates a mouthful of strange common hair. Curious to ask the side of the female tour guide. Oh my god. I simply can't believe my eyes. Ming Ming, they cut the queue. How can you ask to give money? This is the rudest Lin Hai people I've ever seen. The female guide folded her arms. Yes, that's right. They're just as obnoxious as those $0 buyers in your country. The mixed race beauty followed suit, folding her arms and tilting her head sideways as she asked, twinkling her big blue eyes, will God forgive them? I don't think so. Why? We're not in God's hands here. At this time the mother and daughter but did not care about the accusations of the surrounding tourists, clamoring for 10,000 yuan compensation. Hwashi secretly frowned. How did this matter still get bigger and bigger? You mother and daughter too, don't ask for too much. If you are really injured anywhere, go to the hospital for a checkup, and all compensation will be based on the hospital certificate. Hwashi frowned at the mother and daughter, and then looked at the two young Jinrongs. You two started it. It's just not right. It was just an ordinary queue jumping farce. But you guys made a move and it escalated into a fight. Who says we started it? Yang Jinrong, who had been keeping his cool, stood out at this time and let out a laugh. Sheriff Hoshi, we were acting in self-defense. It was the mother and daughter who started it. Only they were too weak and fell down at the slightest touch. If you don't believe me, you can ask other tourists in the neighborhood. Or you can call up the surveillance of the scenic area. As for the money? Yes, I can transfer $10,000 to you right now. No, if you don't think it's too little, I'll give you as much as you want. If you dare to take it? Yang Jinron looked at the two strange mothers and daughters in front of him with a cold smile. Zhuge Lily, after hearing this speech of Yang Jinron, could not help but throw him a really handsome look. Just now almost caught the mother and daughter too. Thanks to Yang Jinron was present. I'll take it if you give it. Jia Dongmei pointed at Yang Jinrong and screamed, but was pulled back by her daughter, Kaler Xiaoping, who lowered her voice. Mom, we don't want the money. This person definitely doesn't have good intentions. And if he turns around and sues us for extortion, it will be even more troublesome. After she finished speaking, she looked up at Yang Jinrong. We don't need you guys to pay for the money. Just think of it as a strolling and do alms to the caller. But you must apologize to us. In public. Jia Dongmei followed with a stiff neck. Right. Apologize in public. Who are you calling a barker? Zhuge Lili exploded. She pointed at Siley Xiaoping. Believe it or not, I'll tear your mouth apart. Stop. Hwashi finally experienced the feeling of a woman's quarrel scalp. He wanted to persuade, the fight could not persuade, and then make a fuss. I guess it will only be more chaotic now. Now can only take coercive measures. His eyes swept over the two sides of the people. All come with me. Go to the Law and Order said to go. We're not going. Which knows the retort Xiaoping again out of the blue. We are not right. Why should we go? Settle on the spot if you don't go. Horsey made it clear. Going or not? No go. Kale Xiaoping finally put on her glasses and glared angrily at Zhuge Lili and Yang Jinrong. They apologized to us. You're the ones who should be apologizing to everyone. The two sides argued again. Hoshi knew that things were almost done, and didn't bother to care so much. Brushing over the report record form. Come here and sign it. Things are just forced to settle. Xiaolu, who followed Hoshi out in the field for the first time, his eyes widened. This is okay? This way of handling the case is completely different from Zhang Xian style. Come on, Lu. Hoshi led Xiaolu away and walked to the police car before Xiaolu asked the doubts in his heart. Brother Hua, are we done with this? And what else? Hoshi urged. Drive. This kind of small case of chicken skin. Reconciliation is the best treatment program. The more serious, the more trouble. The follow-up may cause more conflicts. There is no absolute fairness and justice in this world. A small farce like queue jumping is not even considered a case. Well, for the second time, Xiaolu felt a slight wavering of the faith in his heart. The first time being when his former master, Zhang Xin, was punished, and in front of the Pleasant Valley gates. After the vigilante left, the other tourists once again launched their accusations against the mother and daughter. Even those tourists who initially held the mentality of it's better to do more than less and stay away from this kind of people were infected by Yang Jinrong's duo and joined the accusation team. A star can start a prairie fire. Sure enough, it takes someone to stand up against queue-jumping behavior for more people to follow. The mother and daughter couldn't stay any longer at all, so they could only flee in disgrace. Yang Jinrong, on the other hand, was pulled by Zhuge Lily and entered the Happy Valley to start the touring journey. Zhuge Lily had already begun to call Yang Jinrong brother and brother, with a mouthful of brother on the left and a mouthful of brother on the right, not treating herself as a woman at all. Give Yang Jinrong all the whole won't. This is really the granddaughter of the old dean's friend? Strange. Why didn't the system trigger the mission? Could it be that the negative energy isn't enough and hasn't reached the critical point? System, come out and take a couple steps. During the tour, Yang Jinrong also sent a question to the system, and the answer he got was that the negative energy was so general that he didn't need to trigger the mission. The other side, the mother and daughter returned to the hotel. The more they thought about it, the more angry they became. The retort Xiaoping decisively took out her cell phone, edited the video recorded at the scene and sent it to the scarf and the little blue book. She herself has a combined total of more than 300,000 followers on the two platforms, and intentionally edited out of context and pinched a bit to produce a male and female antagonism. Bullying the Week, traffic code content. Once released, immediately attracted many comments and retweets. The video continued to ferment, with the beginnings of a major fire. This made Caller Xiaoping look excited, and when she thought of Yang Jinrong and Zhuge Lily, she gritted her teeth and said indignantly, "I'll let you guys know that I am not one to be messed with." 054, oh, so she doesn't have a mom. Poor thing. Kai Xiaoping very heartily put the cover of the video. Make it a close-up avatar of Yang Jinrong. The content inside the video, but also mostly Yang Jinrong's footage. All the viewers who see this video, almost by default, is Yang Jinrong bullying women. There was a flurry of discontent in the comments section. Those two guys are disgusting. How dare you move your hands in public? If you were in a place where no one is around, I can't even imagine. Ping ping, let's not be afraid. Call the police. This kind of man is only bullying. Fans do not care about the truth of the matter, only that they follow the blogger. This video embodied in the blogger is aggrieved. One by one to hold for this. Seeing that someone had mentioned calling the police, Kai Xiaoping hurriedly knocked down her keyboard and replied, "Families, I've already called the police, but the people from the sheriff's office were conciliatory and inactive, and they came and left." This reply, once again, drew even more resentment from her fans. The security bureau is like this. The news is always justice and fair law enforcement. The reality is to make peace. What does not care? The last time I lost a battery car, after making a statement "let me come back," I asked to adjust the monitoring or not adjusted, and now it has been a few months. There is no half of the feedback. When it comes to this kind of injustice, we, the weaker side, will always have to hold our tongue. Does anyone know these two men's bibs? Or other platform accounts? Let's go cyberstorm them. Kai Xiaoping brushed to this comment. Immediately bright, she thought of another way. She immediately bought 1,000 pieces of traffic for each of her scarf and little blue book. The number of readers and likes really doubled up, and the number of fans also rose rapidly, by another 2,000 each in volume. Caperin Yaping weekdays have no habit of saving money. Our monthly light, this time out of the trip pure poor travel, but she saw her video and fan volume are soaring. A bite, brush credit card overdraft, and to the two major platforms to buy $2,000 each of the flow of traffic. $6,000 spent in a flash. The traffic grew by leaps and bounds, and more people came to like and retweet, triggering the platform's push flow mechanism to push the flow quickly. This time her video is completely on fire, getting closer to the hot seat. Very well, push me some more streams. I want them to be on the hot seat, in the headlines, and completely disgraced. Siley Xiaoping thought indignantly. Ping you go buy some food. I don't want to go out to eat at night. I'm not in the mood. Jia Dongmei walked out of the bathroom, stomped off her shoes, and just laid down on the bed and started playing with the brush video. Well, I'm going downstairs to get something to eat. With her video quickly rushing to the top of the hot search list in her mind, Kai Xiaoping looked down at her phone constantly refreshing while walking downstairs to a Pig's Foot restaurant. She looked up and saw that she had to queue up again. It's obviously only the afternoon now, so why is there a queue again? It's annoying. Cauldron Xiaoping was too lazy to stand in line, found a gap in the line, and plugged in. You, what's with you? Everyone's standing in line. Why are you cutting in? An older woman saw the scene and yelled, "I just like to cut in line? What do you want?" Siley Xiaoping stared angrily at the big mom. glaring at her as if she were a matricide hater. Scared, the older woman took half a step back. "I'm not eating." Big Mama was forced to leave. The scene fell into the eyes of the shopkeeper, who dared to be angry. "Mom, didn't you always teach me to be a decent person and not to cut in line?" An adorable little girl with a double ponytail at the back of the line childishly inquired about her mom beside her. The little girl's mom tugged on the little girl's shirt, signaling her to mind her own business. It just so happened that an older man, who had already packed his pig's feet in rice, looked back at the little girl with a smile as he walked to the door. "Your mom is right. But not everyone has a mom." "Oh, so she doesn't have a mom. Poor thing." The little girl was simple-minded and did not understand the meaning of the uncle, and said in a childish way. This uncle gave a thumbs up, and when he was finished, he left in a puff of smoke, leaving the retort Xiaoping furious, gnashing his teeth and stomping his feet. The little girl's mom rushed to hold her and keep her from talking more. Sai Xiaoping packed 2 pork feet rice, stomped her feet and left the store, and when she returned to the hotel in anger, she remembered that there was a moment without refreshing the video, and she hurriedly refreshed it, and the video was really on fire. Scarf read more than 1 million. Comments are more than 20,000. The little blue book also broke 1 million hits and 30,000 reviews. Why does it feel like the likes are a little low? Kai Xiaoping hurriedly flipped through the comments section of the scarf, and it turned out that the first one that was liked in the comments section was a comment that made her completely blow up and have a complete emotional outburst. What happened is not at all what happened inside the video. This video is completely pinched and edited. In fact, it was this blogger who cut in line, and a couple behind her reminded her not to cut in line, and as a result, the blogger and her mom inexplicably broke down their defenses and cursed in public, and I have a live cell phone recording of the video. A video link was posted later. When Vexia Ping clicked in to take a look, she heard the one where she cursed at the scene. "I cut in line and you can pull me? Who are you? A guy? To pull me? Who are you to make a move on me?" As well as her mom's bulging eyeballs, distorted features, and cussing. "What's wrong with us just cutting in line?" A lot of comments came in below, all accusing her of cutting in line. How could Chao Xiaoping not think that she was just going downstairs to make a meal effort, but attracted so many accusations of her people? Just swiped the credit card to buy $6,000 of traffic, but the result was to move a stone to stone their own feet. This made Cauldron Xiaoping hate her with a gnashing of teeth. She backhanded a delete plus permanent blackout to settle the comment, only to find more comments accusing her of cutting in. It broke her defenses completely. "Ah!" Chao Xiaoping screamed frantically, picking up her cell phone and frantically snapping words, replying to those who accused her. "What gives you guys the right to call me names? Who are you to bully me? I'm a woman. What's wrong with cutting in line? Can't you men just give in?" The comment really struck a chord, and her fans, who see it as their own and empathize with her, have been hitting back in the comments against those who put the truth out there. Men should give way to women, even if it's wrong to cut in line. You can't move your hands. It's wrong for you men to make a move. No manhood at all. And cutting in line has to be taken seriously? Stingy man. Disgusting. This kind of person deserves to be single for the rest of his life? What kind of man is it for 2 big men to bully a weak woman? But I didn't want to come back with another comment that exploded to kill them. Who said the person who reminded her to cut in line was a man? The person is clearly a valiant beauty. You fans, talking nonsense with your eyes open? Can't you see that they are a couple? Those who opened their mouths to say that men should give way to women were instantly dumbfounded and didn't know how to respond. Chao Xiaoping had wanted to bring the rhythm to confrontation. Her video from the beginning to the end of the video was aimed at Yang Jinrong. Even the video cover is Yang Jinrong. This moment was recognized, and had to reply with sophistry. "I didn't say they were both male. Even if one of them is a woman. You can't do it. It's just wrong to do it." 055, stacking buffs like crazy. The words of the retort Xiaoping were really recognized by the fan families. "Families, I've humanely found out the information of the stingy man. He's the Peeping Tom who was previously retweeted by the big star Zhang Yuqi." The comment was accompanied by a photo of Cam Young wearing sunglasses at the time. When Cortex Xiaoping looked at it, it was really him, and he hurriedly put this comment on top. It immediately drew countless comments from family members. "Surprisingly Peeping Tom? That's not right. Sisters, I remember following up with this Peeping Tom guy being vilified." The female blogger was even sent in at the time, and was supposedly sentenced to over 10 years. Vilified? Can't be. Besides, how can he be sentenced to more than 10 years? If you say it's 15 days of detention, it's still believable. But how can you be sentenced to more than 10 years of imprisonment for slander? It's too fake. I heard that this peeping man is still a rich second generation. The motorcycle was accidentally knocked down by an old man, asking for a price. Opening his mouth is more than 70,000 sky-high repair costs. It is rumored that the court will soon be in session. Families, there is definitely something wrong with this man. Once or twice he may have been wrongly accused, but this is several times. How can he be wrongly accused? Peeping? Blackmailing an old man? Small-minded man? So many times a problem? It must not be someone else's problem. It's his. Luckily, the internet has a memory. This kind of person is definitely the scum of society. Vertex Shapiro couldn't help but give these comments a shout-out. Watching the videos on her two platforms getting hotter and hotter, she couldn't help but have the corners of her mouth rise slightly. This time, she could definitely punish that young Jinrong and Zhuge Lily. The only thing that hurt her was the two videos that maxed out her credit cards. Thinking of running out of money, retort Xiaoping couldn't eat her meal. How can she get some money? She annoyingly opened the private messaging backstage to check the messages from her family members. Sister Ping, I'll help you to scold him. Go Pinkie Pie. The family will always help you. Let's form a group to cyberstorm that small-minded man. It was basically some private messages of comfort in going to cyberstorm Yang Jinrong, until retort Xiaoping saw such a private message. Hello, we are big like news. May I reprint your video? She immediately brightened up and was worried about money. She immediately replied, no fees? A price was also quickly given across the street. $2,000. A deal was soon struck between the two parties. Big Like News got authorization for the piece, and with no care at all for the truth, for right and wrong, it was immediately and carefully edited and released. Big Like News can have a full 10 million fans in Douyin. This release completely pushed the scenic insertion incident on the hot search. The original video of the person in question, retort Xiaoping, has more than 6 million plays and is heading straight for the 10 million mark. Soon, Vortex Xiaoping's backstage private message received many messages from MCN organizations inviting her to join the guild. Hello, we are an MCN company, focusing on the operation of the anchor. See that you have the potential to become a big netizen. May I ask you to add a contact information, and talk about the unionization problem in detail? Sai Xiaoping inside Happy Flowers, and then look at their own amount of fans, are rubbing up, but also feel fluttering, just she is in the way of no face value. If just empty live broadcasts, it is estimated that it cannot be done. She rummaged through the private messages and finally found one she liked. Hello, we are a local MCN company in Linhai, specializing in live streaming with goods. We are fully responsible for product supply, delivery, after-sales service, etc. You only need to appear live to get a high share of the remuneration. May I ask if you have the will to bring goods? Carrying goods is good. Caperinia Ping immediately replied to the other party and made contact. The other party told her to go to the live base, and the two sides reached an agreement. Mom, let's go to the live stream to bring the goods. What live bandwagon? Jia Dongmei was eating pig's foot rice and was a bit puzzled. Just follow me. Silly Xiaoping could not even eat, took her mom and went straight to the agreed location, and soon arrived at the live base. Everything went very well, but the other party asked to use her own account to broadcast live, and it is best to use the news as a live avatar and live cover, so that there is traffic. Sai Xiaoping didn't care about these additional conditions at all. She only asked to change the carryover commission to 25%. Originally, this dividend ratio is difficult to achieve even if the big anchor, but because the band selection are all some poor quality beauty, many of the cost of only a few dollars, you can sell dozens of hundreds of dollars, shaved off the courier packing fees, profit margins are more than 100%. The other party agreed to come down. Contracts are signed by both parties. Soon opened a live broadcast on both the Douyin and Little Blue Book platforms. The name of the live room is very simple and crude. Pleasant Valley Q assaulted mother and daughter live on air. The cover of the live broadcast is even more outrageous, directly using a photo of Yang Jinrong and Zhuge Lily, and on the photo P on the small-bellied man, beating man, bully, and other labels. Families, support Sister Ping. Sister Ping recommends this lipstick for you today. The two mother and daughter retort Xiaoping under the guidance of MCN professionals, began to live with goods, because there is news traffic support. The cover is also quite compelling. The live broadcast room influx of a large number of viewers. Even if the two retort Xiaoping and Jia Dongmei poor acting, the bandwagon talk stiff, but also because of the mother and daughter's weak persona, caused a lot of empathy for the family. The sales are rising rapidly. In the meantime, Yang Jinrong just separated from Zhuge Lily. The two played in the Happy Valley. It was already dark. Zhuge Lily was urged back by his girlfriend's phone call, and Yang Jinrong returned to the dormitory. He was about to review his major courses, but he didn't want to receive a prompt from the system. Ding! A high degree of fermentation of negative energy events has been detected, and the host has successfully triggered the mission. Option 1, send a video apology to put the matter to rest without affecting social harmony and stability, which is also a kind of positive energy. Reward, mysterious green soup. Drinking it has magical powers. Option 2, the righteous. Will fight to the end. Cowardly behavior. I will never condone. Comments section dislike network spammers. Send video fighting each other. Open live even weak positive hard. Positive energy main a real. Reward, a great car skills book, skills. To be able to skillfully drive all sizes and types of cars. In all kinds of road conditions. Extreme driving. Option 3, defend the social order. Take up the legal weapons. So that the relevant offenders will be duly punished. And add to the cause of paradise umbrella and lighter. Transmit positive energy in order to prevent those who come after them from emulating their bad behavior. And contribute to the improvement of the quality of the general public. Reward, master red guest skill. Note, hosts please do not use this skill to do illegal and criminal things. For example, downloading or watching bad videos. Sure enough, that mother and daughter didn't stop afterward and were at it again. As for these three options, Yang Jinrong first ruled out option 1. Apologizing to someone who broke the law? This was false pseudo-positive energy even if it was positive energy. Not to mention the reward. Mysterious green soup? Drinking it has magical powers? You can't close your eyes and see heaven. Can you? 056, no tears without seeing the coffin. Second shift. As for option 2, rage against spammers in the comments section? Send videos to fight each other? Open a live stream to connect PKs? Yang Jinrong always feel that these are some useless work. If the angry dislike is effective, at the entrance of the scenic area, the other party has already been disliked. The result is that the other party is completely not cognizant of its own mistakes. But the reward, great car skills? I wonder which one of the gods. 91 God? I don't know if that's the right kind of driving. Harnessing all types of, a ring of fat and a ring of thin? What about the various road conditions? It always felt like the reward wasn't very positive. Yang Jinrong didn't make a choice in a hurry. He intended to want to see what kind of demon the other party had done. He opened Douyin, only to realize that his background private messages had exploded, showing 99 plus. No need to think. Must have been cyberstormed. Basically all scolding him. He clicked on the magnifying glass and was about to search for something relevant when he saw the number 1 social hot search list. Hanging on the very same thing as today's scenic area queue jumping incident. Tap on it. One of the videos with the most likes is exactly the retort Xiaoping himself. And the second one with the second most likes is the one from Big Like News. The comment areas of the two videos are almost all denouncing Yang Jinrong and Zhuge Lili. And those comments that tell the truth about the scenic incident have all been deleted. It's really not seeing the coffin. Yang Jinrong was not accustomed to the other side of the kind of queue behavior. Did not expect the police to deal with the mother and daughter not only did not cognizant of their own mistakes, but also feel aggrieved, aggravated. Send a video net storm him. I can't believe it's still live? Yang Jinrong saw that the other party's avatar showed that he was in the live broadcast room, and took a closer look and found that the other party's avatar and the cover of the live broadcast room, surprisingly, were his photos, and were maliciously hit with a few labels with insults. That's good. Very powerful. Very nice. Yang Jinrong was still wondering how the system detected such a large amount of negative energy, but he didn't expect that there would be such an outrageous follow-up. System, I choose 3. The host confirms his choice. Please complete the task. Cam Young began recording screen evidence. Although the recording cannot be used as independent evidence for conviction, it can be used as corroboration and has legal effect. Plugging in isn't illegal. But you guys using this matter as a gimmick to hype up the event and attract traffic to live stream the bandwagon. But it's illegal. Especially using my picture for commercial purposes. Infringing on my and Zhuge Lili's portrait rights. As well as the labeling on the picture involving insulting portrait rights. Yang Jinrong quickly collect good evidence. After finishing, gave Zhuge Lili made a phone call. Told her these things, as well as their own to sue each other. Zhuge Lili expressed full support to cooperate. The only pity is that the recent girlfriend disturbed. She didn't have too much time, so it also said that the lawsuit won, the final compensation and so on, she doesn't want to, all to Yang Jinrong on the line. All this was an afterthought, and Yang Jinrong made another call to the lawyer Yan Yan. The phone connected. Yan Yan's slightly breathy voice faintly rang. Mr. Yang, so anxious about the progress of the case? Today is Sunday. Lawyer Yan, hello, I'm not disturbing you, am I? Yang Jinrong listened to the other party's gasp and said rather apologetically, I'm sorry, I didn't expect you to be busy at this hour. If I'm disturbing you, I'll contact you tomorrow during office hours. Disturbing. Yan Yan replied coldly, I was practicing yoga, and I'm almost done, and you called over and interrupted me, so naturally you disturbed me. Yang Jinrong sweated. He knew that many people had obsessive-compulsive disorder, OCD. They had to finish a whole set of exercises and would feel uncomfortable if they gave up halfway through. Probably lawyer Yen also had similar OCD. I'm so sorry. Cam Young apologized again. No need to apologize. Just wait for me for one song. Yen hung up the phone, put down the phone, split out a zigzag horse on the yoga mat, stretching and bending. The whole body is very flexible and bends down. The body is soft. The concave and convex posture, under the white yoga clothes yoga pants, is perfectly outlined. Then she did a whole set of difficult yoga poses, and finally wrapped up. After doing the follow-up yoga poses, that's when she called back Yang Jinrong's phone. Mr. Yang may not be so anxious to care about the progress of the case. Everything is in order. Just wait for the notice of hearing after the court accepts it. Yen poured himself a cup of coffee, took a sip, and continued. It feels like Mr. Yang isn't an acute person, and he's in such a hurry today. Is it because he wants to withdraw the case? Withdrawal? No. Yang Jinrong even said 3 no. Suing the news sister and Shili to help case. He will not withdraw the lawsuit. How to see how this lawsuit is 100% win, but also do not have to spend money on their own, but also observe and learn from the top lawyers on-site lawsuit teaching. How can withdraw the lawsuit? I'm calling to ask you to represent another new prosecution. Ha? Yen obviously froze for a moment, and she said with some uncertainty, you have other lawsuits that you need to entrust to me? Is it the case that was slandered before? The other side appealed? Or the old man motorcycle case? Obviously she had investigated Yang Jinrong, and the proper professionalism was still there. Neither. I'm running those 2 cases myself, Jin Young explained. New case. There's a new case? Yen's beautiful veiled face showed a touch of consternation. Mr. Yang, is this Lin Hai Conan? Oddballs come and go every year, but this year there are especially a lot of them, and they've all been staked out for me, and there's nothing I can do about it. Yang Jinrong smiled. I'll send you the material on WeChat. You'll know if you look at it. The 2 previously added WeChat. Yang Jinrong complete case after finishing, along with the evidence collected, as well as their own claims, and sent to Yen. It's the same old rule that all costs, including attorney's fees, are claimed from the other side. Cam Young pays first and claims last. The claim is also simple. Retort Xiaoping mother and daughter too. The use of hype and other means, published on the internet is not true, causing public opinion, leading net violence, constitutes the crime of defamation. Second, retort Xiaoping mother and daughter too. In the absence of Yang Jinrong and Zhuge Lily's authorized consent, the use of 2 people's photographs, as the cover of the live broadcast, in order to achieve the purpose of attracting traffic, live with goods, to seek undue advantage, infringement of the right to likeness. Third, the mother and daughter tagged the photos of Yang Jinrong and Zhuge Lily with insulting labels, defacing the image, which constitutes the crime of maliciously insulting the portraits of others. Both the moral damage and the portrait right compensation can wait until we have checked and tallied the overall profit made by the other party, and then we can finalize the exact amount of the claim. Yen flipped through the information while saying, simply put, the more the other party profits from the infringement, the higher the amount of my party's claim. Good. Yang Jinrong understood. Speaking of which, he couldn't help but want to encourage the family members of the retort Xiaoping to go to her live broadcast room to support a wave, while the 2 were communicating. Online opinion, once again, has reversed itself. Many tourists at the scene of the case during the day, after brushing up on the big like news and the untrue video of the retort Xiaoping, one by one cannot look at it. This world has such a brazen and shameless people. All of them have spontaneously released the video they recorded with their cell phones at the scene, and the 2 hideous faces of the retort Xiaoping and Jia Dongmei have gone viral even faster, and many netizens have even made emoticons to counter them. Many media outlets caught wind of this event, sensing the traffic behind it, and have retweeted it. For a while, there was a big battle between the 2 sides and a reversal of public opinion. The righteous and the follow-up media versus retort Xiaoping in big like news. The group rose up and attacked with a great momentum, quickly spreading to the comments section of the retort Xiaoping in big like news, as well as the live broadcasting room of the retort Xiaoping. 057, arrested in public on the air. Third shift. The netizens of this session were quite strong in battle. The comments of the big like news quickly fell, and the editors couldn't even delete them. The comments section of Tsai Li Xiaoping was even worse. The original fans who supported her family members were almost blindsided by the scolding. What do you mean by evil first? This is called the wicked first. After cutting in line so many times, I finally met a righteous person who dared to stand up and stop it. Brothers hit the public screen on protection. The righteous must be protected. First time I've heard plugging called panning. First time I've ever hated a person from their face. No. 2 people. The old mother's hideous face. The horrible look. The eyes that looked as if they were going to fall out. 2 hideous faces that the whole country recognizes. After watching these 2, I suddenly feel that Rong Mama is much more peaceful. I guess Rong Mama would have to be afraid of this mother and daughter when she sees them, right? The security guards and vigilantes should also be held responsible for making peace with the situation. It is not right to attack the looks of others. But this time the netizens surprisingly agreed. The attack is not the looks. The attack is the phase from the heart. The attack is the low quality of the two people. The original comments of those retorts Xiaoping's family members. The following were scolded thousands of floors. Scolded the person who sent the comment completely broke the defense. Took the initiative to delete the comment too. The live room of the retort Xiaoping also fell in the same way. The retort Xiaoping, who was live streaming with goods and explaining a foundation, was scolded by the Douyin live broadcast comments and broke his defense on the spot. May I ask the anchor if your family foundation can cover your two hideous ugly faces? I'm sure they can. If they can't, how do they have the face to broadcast? Can we get this mother and daughter on the national travel blacklist? Blacklisting scenic spots is not enough. Such people should be put on a list of defaulters and banned from public places. Shameless people never think they're shameless. They just think they're smarter than everyone else. I placed an order for 250 and will return it when it arrives. Sheesh, help her out. Families, get together and give the anchor an order to brush up on the return rate. At the beginning of the retort Xiaoping was able to endure not to have a seizure, but when she put on a foundation, it was empty in seconds, and then put on a makeup remover, it was empty in seconds again, and all the ones that were photographed were 250 copies, and the families that she originally wanted to harvest didn't have the time to photograph them, and then they were out of stock. Are you guys done? Cauldron Xiaoping completely broke the defense. This act of justice by the netizens completely made her unable to carry the goods. So angry that she slammed down the tester in her hand and cursed at the live broadcast. You bunch of scum. By what right are you bullying us? Mother and daughter? Why are you scolding us? A bunch of garbage. A bunch of lowly men. Your whole family has ugly faces. Your whole family is hideous. Cauldron Xiaoping broke her defense and cursed. She was indignant and wanted to continue cursing the audience angrily. But she didn't want the Douyin official to suddenly pop up a prompt. Your live room has been permanently banned. Reason for banning: abusing others. Violating the live broadcast convention. Why did you block my live room? It's okay for them to yell at me, but it's not okay for me to yell at them? Xiaoling Xiaoping watched the Douyin live room black screen off. The whole person is not good. She just wanted to open the Douyin backstage to counterattack those who scolded her in her comment section. But then she realized that her account was also banned by Douyin. Your account has been banned from posting works due to suspected violations. Your account has been permanently blocked from posting comments due to an alleged violation. Siley Xiaoping could only watch as others scolded her in the comment section, but she could not dislike them back, which infuriated her to the point that she was gnashing her teeth, but there was nothing she could do about it. Boom boom boom. Cauldron Xiaoping and smashed a few trial cosmetics. Has not yet been eliminated. The only left the small blue book platform. She can also live. Originally the small blue book did not have a few people scolded her. After all, play this platform is mostly girls, but suddenly the small blue book also influx of a number of new viewers. In her live room wildly dislike her. The steamer Xiaoping wanted to scold back, but was stopped by the staff of the live broadcast company, and then scolded. Even this platform live room cannot be kept. Siley Xiaoping can only be mute and unable to speak, and when she sees someone spraying her, she can only pretend to ignore it, letting her experience for the first time what it means to dare to be angry and not dare to say anything. For the love of money, I'll put up with it. Cauldron Xiaoping stifled her thoughts. She continues to carry the goods. It had been carrying until late in the day before the traffic tapered off. Live company accounting for this two platforms with good sales, surprisingly sold out up to more than 2,110,000 goods. Retort Xiaoping's live commission dividends, profit up to 52 million. Mom, we made $520,000 in one night of carrying goods. Hiss, this family's money, it's too good to be true. The mother and daughter were excited and jumped up and down in the same place. Although the Douyin platform was blocked, the money from the ban was able to be taken out. It was so cool. Mother and daughter too think about the future of the big plan to get rich. 52,000 a day. A week is 5,200,000. A month is 52 million. A quarter is 520 million. A year is 520 million. Mother and daughter were excited all night, until the next morning to drift off to sleep. Woke up already in the afternoon. The two hurriedly ate a few mouthfuls of rice, continued to come to the live broadcast base, opened the live broadcast. Families, we have a brand new benefit for you today. It's this one in my hand. A moisturizing lotion formulated with a variety of valuable herbs to improve skin problems. The mother and daughter of Retort Xiaoping were showing a moisturizing lotion to the audience of the live broadcast, but they did not want the door of the live broadcast base to be suddenly knocked open, and a group of law enforcement officers wearing uniforms and holding batons and shields rushed in and subdued a few on-site personnel who tried to flee. Both the mother and daughter, Kaipin Xiaoping, were baffled. What the hell happened? Nobody move. Put your hands up. The leader of the group turned out to be Director Chin of the Administration for Industry and Commerce, the Security Bureau, the Administration for Industry and Commerce, the Food and Drug Administration, and the Consumers Association, a multi-departmental joint law enforcement effort. You are suspected of several criminal offenses such as manufacturing, counterfeiting, and selling counterfeits, and you've been surrounded. The outside is full of our people. The two mothers and daughters of Chao Xiaopeng looked at each other and were completely stunned. They just live-streamed with a cargo. How did they attract so many law enforcement officers? How did they become lawbreakers? How did we break the law? We're just carrying a load. And counterfeiting has nothing to do with us. Kale Xiaopeng was still holding a bottle of moisturizer in her hand and tried to weasel her way out of it. Ka-ching! The camera snapped a photo of her holding the moisturizer, and a law enforcement officer from the Food and Drug Administration stepped forward wearing gloves and seized the cosmetics in the hands of retort Xiaopeng. I've already taken the evidence. You are suspected of manufacturing and selling counterfeit and shoddy medical supplies. What is going on here? Silly Xiaopeng's legs tightened and her body shook. Her mom tried to weasel out of it, but she didn't want a pair of rose gold handcuffs that gagged her. Ka-ching! Ka-ching! The two men, Kai Xiaopeng and Jia Dongmei, were handcuffed on the spot with a pair of rose gold handcuffs each, and all of this law enforcement process was broadcast live in its entirety, and the girls' live room was completely abuzz. 058, Yang Jinrong. It's true that you framed us. Witnessing the arrest of the anchor they supported, the families on the air were all frozen. A goddamn thing happened? Why would an anchor get caught with a load? Families? Who gets it? Mouse, I don't get it either. Are these people really law enforcement? Was this an arrest for bandwagoning or an arrest for cutting in line? Can someone give an explanation? In response to this question, I would like to express a little bit of my own opinion. First of all, I declare that I am not an expert in this area, and don't know too many theories, but I think that speaking freely is the most important thing in today's society, and I also have the right to express my own ideas. So after some careful consideration, I'd like to reiterate my point of view. Just like what I said at the beginning, I'm not an expert in this field. I don't know too many theories, and the final conclusion I got is that I don't know. Of course her live room is not all family members. There are a lot of people from the hot search and the melon people. See, the anchor was arrested. One cannot help but be happy. Lazy people began to play terrier in the live room, and soon dominated the live room pop-up screen. They rushed to record the mother and daughter's arrest live and share it on other platforms. This class of netizens are all talented, and they don't forget to add high-end titles to the videos. Shocked my mom for a whole year. Happy Valley Scenic Area queue jumping follow-up, mother and daughter live on the net. Is the arrest of a bandwagon anchor on the air a fall of humanity or a twisting of morality? Just because of a single queue jumping, the sheriff's department led the arrest. If a mother and daughter are arrested for cutting in line, who will dare to cut in line in the future? Shocked. This mother and daughter have openly done something so shocking to the world on the air. Headlines such as these have sent the live-streaming arrest of retort Xiaoping's mother and daughter surging up the hot search list. Who would have thought that what started out as a simple case of queue jumping would have rushed to the top of the hot seat 3 times? The 3 hotspots are still right next to each other. Brushing up to the follow-up was a real blessing, and all I have to say about this mother and daughter is that they deserved it. This mother and daughter are still using traffic to live stream bandwagons. God forbid they don't get caught. Already sent this news follow-up inside the family group. Send it to my relatives who like to be smart and jump the queue to take a look. See who they dare to jump the queue in the future? This time, thanks to the righteous people who have come forward, let the people who jumped the queue be punished as a warning to others. I believe those who usually like to jump the queue, when they see this news, they will tremble all over. And in the future, at least they won't dare to jump the queue so blatantly. At Small Yango with 2.5 years of law school, this blogger is the other owner of the queue jumping incident. Thanks to the blogger for standing up to correct the bad social customs at a critical moment. Followed. Oh, I'm the one who just forwarded it to the family group. The group owner kicked me out. The group leader is my dad, and he said he'd break my legs. The internet is abuzz. Yang Jinrong was also once again sent to the hot search. He himself did not know. His fan base in Douyin once again skyrocketed. The fan base has broken through 1 million to 1.5 million fans. Other platforms have also gained a lot of followers one after another. Inside the city's sheriff's department, multi-departmental joint law enforcement is very smooth. Shoddy products, sales lists, bills of sale, live band video replay, live base monitoring and other evidence are all together with evidence seized and brought back. The live base was also blocked. In the detention room, Kale Xiaoping, Jia Dongmei, and many employees of the Live Broadcast Guild were imprisoned together. Comrade Vigilante, we really didn't know that the sale was a fake. We're victims too. Siley Xiaoping begged tearlessly. We're really innocent. If we know those goods are fake, how are we going to break the law and criminalize bringing goods? Yes, Comrade Vigilante, my daughter and I are innocent. Spare us. Jia Dongmei followed suit and cried. It's all their fault for being a bunch of lawbreakers. If it wasn't for them, we wouldn't be selling fake goods even if we were dead. The mother and daughter also tried to struggle to defend themselves. Several law enforcement officers from the sheriff's department, however, ignored them. Whether there is a subjective sale of shoddy products, how to be convicted, how many years of imprisonment, how to be punished, and the follow-up are all one by one to find out. It didn't take long. The two of them, Yang Jinrong and lawyer Yan Yan, came inside the sheriff's department. Cam Young? They were greeted by a handsome and beautiful sheriff's deputy. You are? Yang Jinrong did not recognize the other party at first and said with some doubt. Chen Yun, the beautiful vigilante said with a smile. Oh, Yang Jinrong remembered. When he was slandered by Lin Yuyu and went to the principal's office to go out to the police, it was the female vigilante in front of him. He remembered that this Chen Yun, at that time, was still the grassroots of the sheriff's office. I haven't seen you for a while, but you've been reassigned to the city council? Is this a promotion? I didn't realize that the city council had acquaintances. Lawyer Yan Yan was quite surprised. She thought at first that Yang Jinrong was just an ordinary rich second generation, but she didn't expect to have acquaintances everywhere she went. Chen Yin felt Yan Yan's gaze and also subconsciously glanced at the beautiful lawyer, a flash of amazement flashing under her eyes. This is my retained attorney, Cam Young introduced. Aha. Chen Yin said hello, then went straight to the point. I was surprised why the name of the person who reported the case is the same as yours. I did not expect that it is you yourself. The sales of shoddy products of the Nest has been our net exhausted. Related shoddy product samples, also sent to the inspection section, basically has been determined to be inferior products. The sales amounted to over $1,900,000. This is already the largest case involving a large amount of money that we have investigated recently. Yang Jinrong nodded his head. His heart was quite happy. More than 1,900,000 sales. Retorts Xiaoping and Jia Dongmei too. How long will be sentenced? It depends on whether the two have subjectively sold shoddy products. If they do not subjectively exist, the sentence and punishment will be reduced accordingly, or even not sentenced, only confiscated illegal income and imposed a fine. Chen Yun was about to continue, when several leaders came down from upstairs. Yo, Jin Young. One of the leaders recognized Yang Jinrong at first glance. It was the director of the Bureau of Industry and Commerce. Jin, who smiled like a Maitreya Buddha, walked up to Yang Jinrong, and even took the initiative to stretch out his hand. Isn't it coincidental that we met again? Secretary Qin can be said to be in high spirits these days, and what is even more gratifying than having a son in his old age is to build up his career in his old age. The last operation to rectify the ghost scale in the seafood market made him a big hit in front of the media, and this time, the joint law enforcement investigated and dealt with this case of nearly $2 million, and there is still a possibility that the upstream industry chain can be found out by tracing the melon through the vine. This is a big case. The future is less likely to be recognized in the city. In Director Qin's eyes, Yang Jinrong was on the verge of becoming his lucky star, even if some people talk about him in the back of his greed, but he really did the facts. Investigated and dealt with a lot of criminals, not greedy for money, not greedy for sex, only a mouthful of merit, and not a good official? Director Qin, Yang Jinrong greeted with a smile. He understood in his heart that without Director Qin, it would not have been possible to get the money for the fake 1 for 3 so quickly last time. Other people, drag a year and a half, are considered lucky. Some even cannot get that money, was dragged into permanent. Director Qin even made a point of shaking Yang Jinrong's hand and praised him in public. Young and promising. Young and promising. It was only then that he whispered and laughed with a few of the leaders as they left together. When Chen Yun and Yan Yan saw this, their hearts were slightly surprised that this Yang Jinrong was so familiar with Qin, the director of the Industry and Commerce Bureau. It's a great relationship, especially Yan Yan the beautiful lawyer. She previously investigated the background of Yang Jinrong. The bright side of the orphanage grew up orphans, but after digging deeper, the more you dig, the more surprised you are. And finally Yan Yan did not dare to continue the investigation. Combined with Yang Jinrong's current performance, Yan Yan was already certain in his mind that he had a monstrous background. Yang Jinrong? In the detention room, retorts Xiaoping, who heard the commotion, vaguely heard the name, and she shouted toward the outside. Yang Jinrong? Yang Jinrong happened to want to go and take a look, so when he heard the call, he spoke to Chen Yun and the three of them headed to the detention room together. when the two mother and daughter, Kaipin Xiaoping, saw Yang Jinrong, they broke their defenses on the spot. Yang Jinrong, it's true that you framed us. Vake Xiaoping roared hideously. Comrade Vigilante, it's him who slandered us. 059, legally blind. Lin Yao Yao is about to have a second trial. The motorcycle case is in court. Be quiet. A policeman on duty came over with a truncheon in hand and stared menacingly at the mother and daughter of the retort Xiaoping. Be quiet. Mother and daughter were taken aback. They were so used to being rough on the outside that when they were imprisoned, they still wanted to be as rough as they were on the outside. Only then did they realize the seriousness of the problem, that this was no place for them to be wild. Comrade Vigilante, we're really wrongly accused. We wouldn't do anything illegal. Kai Xiaoping's voice of defense became much smaller. Her face had long since lost its original scowl. Only a face of aggression remained. It's all his fault. It's all his fault. He maliciously reported us. You mother and daughter are still unrepentant and still not cognizant of your offense? Chen Yun took the file sheet and scolded in a deep voice. Do you guys never look for problems in yourselves? Do you always think it's someone else's fault? That others have done you harm? Are you not at fault at all? Kale Xiaoping was stunned by the rhetorical question. But her mother, Jia Dongmei, still didn't think they had a problem. Nor did she think their behavior was a crime. And she continued to be righteous. Comrade Vigilante, what's wrong with us? We're not wrong in the first place. We're just selling things on air. What's wrong with that? We didn't produce the inferior products either. You should let us go. You guys are right? Yen Yen coldly looked at the mother and daughter. You used Mr. Yang Jinrong's photo as the cover of the live broadcast without his authorization, and used it to live broadcast with goods for profit, which is a violation of Mr. Yang Jinrong's portrait right. Your use of insulting watermarks on Yang Jinrong's photos for profit is a malicious insult to his portrait, defacing his image and damaging his right to reputation, and has constituted a violation of the law. Your posting of maliciously edited videos on the internet and inciting your fans to cyber-violate Mr. Yang Jinrong has constituted the crime of defamation. I forgot to say, I am the attorney entrusted by Mr. Yang Jinrong, and have filed a lawsuit against the two of you with the District People's Court. Your behavior, which has constituted a criminal offense. Not only will you have to compensate my client, Mr. Yang Jinrong, for the damage to his reputation and the moral damage, but you will also face a criminal penalty. That means jail. The mother and daughter, Siley Xiaoping, stared at once. No, how is posting a video a crime? We've scolded so many people on weekdays, but we haven't seen any of them say that we've broken the law or committed a crime. Have we? How is using a photo an infringement? That's a video recorded on our own cell phones. Can't we use it? In the past, Retort Xiaoping has posted other people's videos so many times in her own little blue book and Douyin platform. And there was no infringement, and damages for loss of reputation? Moral damages? And face criminal jail time? No, 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 never. Mom, what to do? Are we going to jail? There's no way we're going to jail. We're just posting a video. We're just bringing a load. How? The two men were quite unaware of the law. Pure legal illiteracy. This makes Chen Yun sigh in his heart that the task of popularizing the law among the general public is imminent and the road is long. Nowadays, there are a lot of popularization of the law, but there are still retorts Xiaoping mother and daughter of such legal illiteracy. It would be great to create a popular law section that everyone knows about. Go. Yang Jinrong did not stay any longer. He came to the security bureau to cooperate with the report of the investigation and make a registration. And not to see the mother and daughter joke. In Yang Jinrong's mind, to see the two jokes, it would be better to send the two people in earlier. The three men turned to leave. Don't go. Wait. Yang Jinrong, I apologize to you. We apologize to you. Yes. We apologize. We were wrong. We make amends to you. Please, don't sue us. We didn't know that was illegal. We were wrong. Okay? When the mother and daughter saw Yang Jinrong turn and walk away, they panicked and hurriedly apologized. There is no sincerity in their apologies. Nor did he apologize because he was cognizant of his transgressions and repented of them. They apologize only because they are afraid of losing money and going to jail. Didn't want to lose money and go to jail. That's why I apologized. It's like saying, I've apologized, so you should forgive me. Yang Jinrong has seen a lot of this kind of people, has long been immune to this kind of unrepentant apologies. For this kind of people, he will sue to the end. Absolutely will not withdraw the case. When Lin Yuyu falsely accused him of peeping, he had clearly given the other party a chance to repent. But what happened? The results chilled him completely. Also let Yang Jinrong completely make a change. That is willing to give a person once to reform the good old man Yang Jinrong. Has accompanied the Lin Yuyu case? Completely transformed. There is no need to show mercy to the unrepentant or to give such people a chance. To show mercy to them would be socially irresponsible. Giving them a chance will only victimize more people. This is a change in the mindset of young Jinrong and his growth. Seeing that young Jinrong didn't answer, Kaler Xiaoping hurriedly shouted again, "We'll pay you back. We've earned more than $400,000 from the live broadcast. It's already hit our bank card. We can pay you back. Is 100,000 enough? Is 200,000 enough?" Chen Yun coldly said, "All those illegal proceeds of yours will be forfeited." Ha! The cauldron Xiaoping is like a bolt from the blue. She still expects to get away with the money she got from bringing the goods after getting out of the detention room. Out come the proceeds of the offense, all of which are to be forfeited. There's still money. I have money for compensation. Kai Xiaoping gritted her teeth and hurriedly shouted towards young Jinrong, "I still have an old house in my hometown. I can sell it and compensate you for the money. Please, don't prosecute me. I don't want to go to jail." Oh, Caperinia Ping was really in a hurry. But young Jinrong did not pay any attention to the two of them. After following Chen Yun to do the registration, young Jinrong and Yan Yan, two people, left the City Security Bureau. The court has accepted the case, waiting for the court notice, and the mother and daughter against the court. As to whether the mother and daughter have subjectively sold shoddy products, it can be left to the Security Bureau and other relevant departments to investigate and examine. The other procedures of the prosecution were also fully entrusted to Yan Yan, who said, "The charges against the two people, retorts Xiaoping and Jia Dongmei, are already very clear. In court, there may be a point of contention, that is, the amount of infringement claims against the two. The mental damage of defacing the image can be claimed according to the other side of the profit situation. Simply put, the more the other side profits, the higher the amount that can be claimed. The figures we just got from the sheriff's office. The other party had sales of over $1,800,000 and a profit commission of over $400,000, which is the maximum amount we can claim. It's up to the court to decide how much compensation will be awarded in the end. Simply put, this time the case, not only need the other side to pay the lawyer's fees, litigation costs, etc. Yang Jinrong can also get up to more than 400,000 yuan of compensation from it. Damages for infringement of portrait rights are generally moral damages. In Article 10 of the Supreme Court's interpretation on several issues concerning the determination of liability for moral damages in civil torts, the amount of compensation for moral damages is determined on the basis of the following factors. I. The degree of fault of the infringer, unless otherwise provided by law. 2. The specific circumstances of the means, occasion and manner of the violation. 3. The consequences of the violation. 4. Profitability of the infringer. The financial capacity of the infringer to assume responsibility. 6. The average standard of living in the place where the court under appeal is located. Normally, the infringement of the right of portrait moral damages up to between 20,000 and 50,000, but this time the retort Xiaoping mother and daughter infringement profits up to more than 400,000, can be based on the fourth point, the amount of compensation not higher than the amount of infringement proceeds. The final judgment, of course, has to be made by the court. After Yan Yan finished speaking, he looked at young Jinrong. This case could earn a lot, but he didn't want young Jinrong to have too many mood swings. He nodded his head lightly, and then said something that made Yan Yan fall down. "I'll go back to the school first. There's still a large classroom open class in the evening. Yan Yan sometimes really can't see through this college student." "Okay, don't forget that on Wednesday, that is, the day after tomorrow, the motorcycle case will be held in court. This case you didn't entrust to me. You have to appear in court in person." Aha! Yang Jinrong said goodbye to Yan Yan and returned to the school when it was already very late. After the open class, another day has passed. The next day, Tuesday, Yang Jinrong was listening to a lecture when he received a notice from the Municipal People's Court. Lin Yuyu did not accept the verdict of the first trial. After repeatedly appealing to the Huaqiao District Court to protest the appeal is ineffective, finally succeeded in filing an appeal. The higher People's Court, that is, the Municipal People's Court, will be 3 days later. The second trial. Notify Cam Young to appear in court. Is it finally the second trial? Yang Jinrong smiled. He had prepared for it, and the second trial would not let Lin Yuyu have the opportunity to take advantage of it. There are not many classes on Tuesdays. All classes are done by noon. Jin Young, do you have any idea where I can get a permanent part-time job? When class ended, Yu Huai put his arm around Yang Jinrong's shoulder and inquired in a low voice. "It's been a while since I've been in touch, and I've been working less part-time the last 2 years to get a scholarship." Yang Jinrong asked with some surprise. "What's wrong? You shouldn't be short of money. Is it so expensive to fall in love? It's gotten to the point where you have to do a part-time job?" Why don't I transfer some to you and top it off? No no no. Yu Huai waved his hand. It's not me. My girlfriend. She has fewer courses and wants to find a stable long-term part-time job. And her family has recently had some problems and is also in a difficult situation. Then get a tutor. This kind of part-time job pays more money and is more stable. After Yang Jinrong finished his proposal, he asked, do you really not need my support? No thanks. I'll tell her to find a tutor. And if she can't, try an agent. After Yu Huai finished speaking, he flew away, not even looking for Yang Jinrong to join him for dinner, which made the latter smile and shake his head. Love during the student days. Although he had never met Yu Huai's girlfriend, he still hoped that the two would go farther. Time passes. Near the end of the afternoon, the Linhai District Court notified, before applying for the trial webcast, was approved, so that Yang Jinrong to get ready. Yang Jinrong was ready long ago. During the night, he took to a short video platform and posted a preview message. Tomorrow morning, a live stream of the court case of Ducati being pushed by an old man. Welcome to watch the live broadcast. Although the old lady, Ho Sufan, is dead, her two sons will appear in court as guardians. We have just arrested the mother and daughter of the scenic spot queue jumping, and then we have the trial of the case of the old lady pushing down the motorcycle. And this piece of news has immediately attracted a lot of netizens' attention when it was released, especially since Yang Jinrong now has more than 1.5 million followers. His influence has greatly increased. Quite a few people are squatting in court. Finally waited. Day 2. Wednesday morning, Yang Jinrong early to get ready. Bring the information. The sense of ceremony naturally cannot be left behind. He changed into his exclusive black suit, tied his tie, put on his gold rimless glasses, took the live broadcasting equipment rewarded by the system, and arrived at the People's Court of Linhai District, as directed by the court staff, in a fixed location. Set up the live streaming equipment and then sit in the plaintiff's seat. Wang Chengguing, two brothers, was also brought into the court by the bailiffs. Two brothers at this time are handcuffed, wearing a yellow prison uniform, and Yang Jinrong's suit formed an extremely sharp contrast. Finally the court is in session. A day I've been waiting for a long time. Top shelf testimonials. Day 10,000 manifesto. Ask for a furious $10 first order. It feels like a hell of a lot harder to write a book for the first time. The urban literature river crab beasts are heavily infested. And the first chapter was 404 foot D on the first day of posting the book, requiring a retread. For the second time, the first storyline in the opening was again 404 foot D, and the firefighting heroes were not allowed to write here, so it had to be changed to a later ambush. The third 404 was Mordor. No overhead. The editor greatly urgently informed me to rectify the whole thing. Overhead. Changed to Linhai. Then the comment area has a big brother told me. Linhai also real existence. Oh, I people numb. The fourth time I was banned was Zhuge Lily, a character I didn't set out to write. Once banned, I was forced to change it again. Bawling, wiping tears, continues crying. Then it came to the time of the shelves. My home editor greatly to me especially good. Here to thank the ReUCI greatly. Have to write the book idea of the readers of the old master. You can find the 4 groups ReUCI greatly. Speaking of shelves and a sad story, because our book readers greatly are from the outside station diversion to the new readers, and then VIP readers super less. This tragedy corresponds to the inability to advance to the next round of recommended position. Can only be forced to shelves. Woohoo! This whole thing was also mocked by another author in the group. It's so hard to swallow. Who the hell told them that they wouldn't pay for a subscription if they weren't VIP readers? Who are you looking down on? Come on. Grab our cell phones. Rage punch $10 and hit the public screen with a subscription, so that those who look down on our book's readership will open their eyes and see that we are willing to spend money on a subscription regardless of whether we are VIP readers or non-VIP readers. Let's punch this book's first order up a bit. As for after the $10 is spent, hey, they can't look at the numbers on the back end. I implore you all to charge $10 in anger, so that we can put the first booking high up in the air. You rage rushed 10 blocks. I do as the author of this book, naturally cannot drag behind. After the shelves commitment, daily update 10,000 words, 2,000 words a shift is 5, 5,000 words a shift is 2. I'm not sure how many more, but certainly 10,000 words will not be less. First booking, kowtow. My sister reported me for peeping? Sorry, I'm blind. Shelf testimonials, the 10,000 a day manifesto. Ask for a furious $10 first subscription. It's in the middle of typing. Please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. 060, the whole internet is abuzz. Moving the rule of law forward on your own. Trial results. 5, 000 words for first order. If you don't know what you're talking about, what kind of live room is this? Fresh imported grapes, fat and juicy imported abalone for sale in the front row. It's been too long a wait for a trial to finally come to court in the case of the old lady who pushed over a motorcycle. Anchor be strong, justice will prevail. Recently, Yang Jinrong's heat is quite high. The live broadcast quickly influx of a large number of viewers. Some people cheering for Yang Jinrong, some people play the role of cyber saints, and there is no lack of storage of black people. The old lady has died. The two sons have gone astray and gone to jail because of this matter. The old lady's family has paid a heavy price for this. Why does the anchor have to hold on to this matter? Can't you be a little more generous? Can't you be generous and let the family off the hook? The result of a trial. Is that important? Isn't this kind of rich kid pure bullying of the underprivileged? I don't understand why so many people pay attention to him. According to the relevant laws, shouldn't there be no more court hearings when the accused dies? Why do we need to do more today? Is not the second generation of rich people used the background relationship? Is this case a simple quest for results? It isn't. It is a battle of values that the anchor must win. It must also be won. Those who scold you, they'll do bad things like this when they're old. Yes, it can't be condoned. If the owner loses the case, the day I'm old, I won't have a standing parked motorcycle in my neighborhood. The anchor doesn't get any tangible benefits from winning the lawsuit now. So why does he still insist on it? Because it's pushing the legal system forward, pushing society forward, making other old bad guys tighten up a bit, deterring those old bad guys who do whatever they want just because they're old. I live downstairs. A row of motorcycles by an old man in the building to scratch the seat. Also has a surveillance. There is evidence. The old man also admitted. 10 days ago has been reported to the police. And now there is no news. I don't know if it will be dealt with later. Once the bad guys get old, they rely on criminal immunity to jeopardize society and disgust others. Support the anchor. Support the rights. For once the cyber saints didn't dominate public opinion. Because the world has been suffering old bad people for a long time. This time it was not easy for a person to emerge who stood up to the pressure of public opinion and stood up to defend his rights to the end. So how could people not support him? In court, counsel for HPC appeared at the plaintiff's table. At the defendant's table were Ho Sufan's two sons, the Wen-Wu brothers, and a free assistance lawyer. The two brothers had been held in the detention center for so long. Their mental state had obviously slipped quite a bit, but the way they looked at Yang Jinrong had become even more resentful. The kind of eyes that couldn't wait to skin Yang Jinrong. These kind of people really never feel that they have done wrong to cause evil, and always feel that it is because of someone else that they are in jail. Not worthy of sympathy, not worthy of pity. Yang Jinrong, you shall not die. When the brothers come out, you're dead. The two Wen-Wu brothers gritted their teeth and growled lowly, like two vicious wild dogs, staring ferociously and viciously at Yang Jinrong. I hope I can wait until the day you guys get out of jail. Yang Jinrong looked at the two of them indifferently. No waves in his heart, but the indifferent eyes contained killing intent. If he hadn't been worried about overstepping his bounds in self-defense that day, he would have wanted to send those two in to be reunited with their mother in front of her. The two brothers were shocked by the eyes that contained killing intent and didn't dare to say another word, because the look in Yang Jinrong's eyes reminded them of that day in front of their mother's spiritual hall, when they were countered in 2 against 1 and almost died. Both of their bodies had suffered varying degrees of internal injuries, and their bones still ached to this day. Silence. The presiding judge opened his mouth and the gavel hit the table with an ear-splitting thud. The trial is about to begin. The jurors began to follow the courtroom procedures, verified the presence of the plaintiff's party and the defendant's party, verified their identities, and then began to read the courtroom discipline, and asked if there were any objections when the defendant's assisting attorney applied to speak. In accordance with Article 16 of the Code of Criminal Procedure, criminal liability shall not be pursued in the event of the death of the defendant, and if it has been pursued, the case shall be dismissed, or the prosecution shall not be instituted, or the trial shall be terminated, or the defendant shall be acquitted. Our client has passed away, and the financial loss that should be compensated to the plaintiff will also be compensated by the guardian, i.e., the heir, Wang Chengwen Wang Chengwu, for the statutory compensation. May I ask the presiding judge if there is still a need for this trial? This is one of the most contentious points of today's session, both at home and abroad. In the courtroom, the dead are adhered to. It's not that once dead, it's that there will be no more criminal accountability and no more court hearings after death. For that matter, the court has already, before the hearing, explained. The presiding judge did not have any emotional reaction. The court accepted this case, certainly in line with all the processes. The plaintiff's side has been added to the defendant's heir Wang Chengwen as a defendant, and the plaintiff's side of the claim is not there to pursue the defendant Ho Sufan's criminal responsibility, but rather to require the defendant, Wang Qingwu, to apologize in court to the general public to clarify the truth. Besides, the presiding judge paused for a moment. His eyes swept over Yang Jinrong's live broadcast head, withdrew his gaze, looked at the defendant's lawyer, and slowly opened his mouth. This case is on the internet, widely spread, and has already caused a storm of public opinion all over the internet, which not only caused great distress to the plaintiff, but also accelerated the intensification of social contradictions. Our court is facing up to social public opinion, attaches importance to social focus issues, in order to alleviate the intensification of social conflicts, to the higher people's court to submit the relevant application, was allowed to be based on the truth, fairness, justice and openness. Live broadcasting of court hearings on the internet. As soon as these words were uttered, the defendant's assisting counsel was left without any counter-argument. These words represent the characterization of this case, no longer a simple conflict between plaintiff and defendant, but representing a deeper social problem, the nature of which has changed radically. Even today's trial has been sublimated. It is a special case with a special trial. This is also a question that many netizens were wondering about, and the presiding judge gave an answer that made many netizens suddenly feel justified. At the same time, everyone understood how difficult it was for Yang Jinrong to persist this time. Put it on anyone else and it would have to go away. It doesn't make half the waves at all. Go anchor. Sin will be judged. Your perseverance today will be a torch for us on the road ahead. You can hide in a corner and be silent, but don't denigrate and ridicule those who are braver than you, for the light they fight for may shine on you. By insisting on a trial this time, I think we're pushing for better laws. Old age is not a reason to see so many old people doing bad things based on their old age, and the police say they can't be arrested when they are too old. If we don't have a trial this time, it will only make the old bad guys more and more rampant in the future. Cam Young isn't fighting for himself now. He's tripping for anyone who comes across this kind of thing again in the future. Those internet saints who advise you to be generous. When it thunders, stay away from them, because sooner or later they will be struck by lightning. The internet saints in the live room, completely purged, can't hit the keyboard anymore, and have no reason to. Even some 1450s, at this moment, did not dare to make a strong appearance, for they feared being attacked by the group. In court, do the parties, counsel, have any further objections? The presiding judge questioned again. There was no objection this time. The juror continues to read the identity of the members of the court and informs the parties of their procedural rights and obligations. The process is finally complete. The trial has officially begun. Taking the lead, it was the turn of the attorney representing one of the plaintiffs, HPC, who stood up and said, "Presiding judge, we claim and demand that the defendants pay us subrogated $77,000 for the repair of our Ducati, pay us $11,550 for attorney's fees, pay $500 for litigation costs, and pay us $240 for our insurance premiums." When the attorney-in-chief finished, the presiding judge looked to the defense. The defendant may object? Isn't he the legal guy for the insurance company? Why even claim attorney's fees? When Wang Qingwu heard so much money, he immediately stood up emotionally and objected. Are you kidding me? Their little old house would be gutted even if they were compensated for demolition. Defendant, please stabilize the courtroom. One warning from the presiding judge. Wang Qingwu hurriedly sat down. He did not dare to argue with the presiding judge. The presiding judge looked to the attorney representing the HPC. Plaintiffs, please provide a reasonable explanation. The latter spoke evenly. Presiding judge, I am a lawyer acting for PICC, not an in-house legal employee of PICC. People's Insurance Company obviously stuck a loophole. The company has a strong legal department. Do not use. Have to send a proxy lawyer to the legal compliance of the defendant to pay more than $10,000. Not bad for a top vampire. Yang Jinrong secretly noted in his mind. If he fights with the insurance company in the future, he has to pay attention to this aspect. Pass. Legitimate card loophole. The presiding judge passed in court. He looked to Yang Jinrong. Please plaintiff Yang Jinrong to state the claim. Yang Jinrong stood up. He held up his golden rimless glasses. He was not nearsighted. He wore glasses in order to make himself more rigorous in every court hearing, which slowly opened his mouth. Presiding judge, my claim is, first, to demand that the defendant apologize in court, admit in court that the defendant Ho Sufan has committed a crime, and give an explanation to all those who are concerned about this case. Second, to demand that the defendant compensate me for the loss of my Ducati worth $400,000, 56,000 yuan, 50,000 yuan for my emotional distress, as well as 98,000 yuan for the loss of my reputation, and 500 yuan for the litigation costs, a total of $200,000, $4,500. What? When Wang Qingwen heard this $244,000, he stormed out on the spot. He stood up with a totter and shouted, Yang Jinrong, don't go too far. Your broken motorcycle. What's the depreciation fee? What mental damage have you suffered? And what loss of reputation do you have? How dare you open your mouth and ask for a claim of $24,000? Don't say that the two Wenwu brothers broke defense and stormed off. Hearing this claim amount, the proxy lawyer of the People's Insurance were frozen for several seconds. He looked at Yang Jinrong with astonishment, and sighed in his heart. This guy looks harmless, gentlemanly and serious, but he doesn't want to have a heart darker than him. Tough guy. It is said that this guy is also a junior law student. Only students so black heart, if it becomes a peer. Sheesh, can't imagine. The attorney representing the HPC can't help but be staggered that such a ruthless person should not be an opponent. Dang. Silence. The presiding judge bridged the gavel and chided Wang Qingwen. Defendant Wang Qingwen, please keep the courtroom quiet and stabilize your emotions. He looked to the juror at the side, who handed up one proof and then handed another in duplicate to the defendant's assisting attorney. The presiding judge then solemnly said, Plaintiff Yang Jinrong has submitted the case of the damaged Ducati residual value of the depreciation fee of the relevant information as well as the third-party certificate. After the court's examination and investigation, the certification materials for real, and in line with the relevant provisions of the law. The two brothers, Wang Qingwen and Wang Chengwu, looked at each other, and their assistant's lawyer read the material and handed it to the two of them as well. Don't even bother looking. The courts have vetted it all. You can't fake it. You can't fake it. Wang Chengwu unwillingly said, Judge, you see, Yang Jinrong's mental state. Where is the mental damage? The presiding judge looked at Yang Jinrong. Presiding judge, I have been retweeted by several media outlets after this victimization that the incident was taken out of context. Yang Jinrong opened his mouth, and he signaled the juror to take out another piece of evidentiary material that had been submitted before. Before he continued, for the first time, I was cyberstormed for that incident as a rich young man who was unkind to the rich and knocked down an old man without compensation. For the second time, I was cyberstormed as a small-minded person who specializes in making things difficult for the underprivileged for that incident. For the third time, I was cyberstormed for that incident as a poor, honest family member who came to the door to bully a deceased old lady. This one attestation has evidence of 3 instances of cyberstorms. One time it was screenshots of bad media press releases such as News Sisters Can't Help But Wonder, etc. etc. Another time is Wang Qingwu two brothers at that time to find Xiaoli to help to go to Linhai University to surround Yang Jinrong photos, videos and other evidence, as well as some abusive remarks on the network Yang Jinrong. The third time was caused by the two brothers' live broadcasts being recorded by someone who had the presence of mind to record the screen, take it out of context, and post it. The testimonials also show the number of people involved in the 3 cyberstorms and the scale of the cyberstorms. There is a direct causal relationship with the old lady pushing over the motorcycle. It also proves that Yang Jinrong has indeed suffered from cyber violence and severe levels of mental torture and shock. That's all it took to claim $50,000. It's a conscience. Plaintiff Yang Jinrong's claim for moral damages of $50,000 is reasonable. The presiding judge banged his gavel. The claim is adopted by this court. The defendant's aid counsel couldn't resist asking, what about the $98,000 in reputation damages? Presiding judge, look at this piece of evidence. Yang Jinrong will be quasi-good evidence material, submitted to the jurors, and wait for the presiding judge to get it. Then said, this is the defendant Wang Chengwu Wang Chengwen two brothers, using the heat of public opinion in the case, to carry out malicious webcasting. The title of the live broadcast contains my name, and in the live broadcast repeatedly maliciously denigrate me, in order to win sympathy, to obtain gifts and rewards, and to seek undue benefits. According to the relevant provisions of the Civil Code, the infringer shall pay full compensation for any consequences arising from the infringement of the right to reputation, and the fees and expenses incurred by the victim for restoring his or her reputation also fall within the scope of property damage, and the amount of my claim is based on the infringer's profits. I have just submitted evidence of the defendant's share of the live streaming gifts for that day, totaling $98,000. The above pleadings are in accordance with Article 996 of the Civil Code, Article 997 of the Civil Code, and Article 10 of the Supreme Court's interpretation on several issues concerning the determination of liability for moral damages in tort. After Yang Jinrong finished, he nodded slightly and courteously said, Presiding Judge, my statement is finished. The collegial court has already reviewed the newly submitted evidence. In the course of Yang Jinrong's statement, and it didn't take long to complete the review, the presiding judge opened his mouth and announced, the new evidence submitted by the plaintiff Yang Jinrong is in accordance with the relevant legal provisions and is valid. The two Wu brothers were furious. Yang Jinrong this 200,000 claims completely emptied their old house demolition money. The anger of the two brothers at this moment had truly reached the point of eating people and drinking their blood, and the four eyes of the two glaring at Yang Jinrong were spitting fire. If anger could be turned into flames, it could all burn Yang Jinrong. It was a pity that Yang Jinrong's eyes that looked at the duo were still as cold as ice. You should be thanking me that you didn't get the most expensive lawyer in Linhai for this lawsuit, or else you'd have to pay an additional expensive lawyer's fee. Yang Jinrong spoke coldly. Kill and kill. Put. When these words came out, the oldest Wang Qingguen was so furious that a mouthful of blood sprayed out. Ah! He roared angrily towards Yang Jinrong with his five senses twisted. Yang Jinrong, you! Wang Chengwu waved his handcuffed hands towards Yang Jinrong, his face grimacing and struggling angrily. Dang! Silence! The judge's hand gavel knocked down. The bailiff immediately stepped forward. Will be struggling Wang Chengwen, two brothers deathly pressed. In view of the defendant's party's large emotional fluctuations, this court decides to adjourn for 15 minutes, and after 15 minutes, to continue the trial. The presiding judge adjourned the hearing. The two brothers continued to be held down by death, but still dying. Bailiffs and the presiding judge's signal. Will be two people brought down. Let them calm and cool. As for the adjournment of 15 minutes on the two brothers, what will happen? Only they themselves know. The audience in the live broadcast room was completely boiling over this time. Netizens are even running around, attracting more viewers to the live broadcast to watch the trial, because Yang Jinrong forgot to lift the setting of only attention to be able to post comments. This trial has risen a lot of fans again. Straight to 1,800,000 fans. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw the amount of Yang Jinrong's claim, especially some of the self-published media who secretly watched the live broadcast of the trial. One secretly jumped. Don't mess with anyone but Yang Jinrong. This guy is really tough. And that's just the case of the old man who pushed over the motorcycle. Separate from the extortion case of Wang Qingguen and Wang Chengwu, some people thought of this and became even more headstrong, not daring to mess with it. Sure, Yang Jinrong's live broadcast was also inevitably attracting the attention of certain external forces. The old man's case to engage in division didn't work, and was beaten into a one-sided result by Cam Young. But they won't take any chance of dividing. They'll just up the ante. 15 minutes went by in a flash. The trial continues. When Wang Chengwu was once again brought to the defendant's seat, but his eyes were lifeless, and he completely lost the intention to struggle. After rigorous discussion and consideration by the full court, the final judgment was rendered in court. Defendant Ho Sufan, guilty of willfully damaging other people's property, shall not be held criminally liable due to his death, and his legal heirs and defendants, Wang Chengwu and Wang Qingguen, shall be responsible for the relevant financial compensation. The facts of this case are clear and the evidence is clear. The court imposes the following sentence on the defendants Wang Chengwu and Wang Qingguen. It's the first month for a new book, and monthly votes are super important. Please ask for monthly tickets. First month on the shelves for a new book. Monthly votes are super important. Please ask for monthly votes. If I can make it to the monthly votes list, I'll add one more update per day. That's 12,000 words. End of chapter. 061, pushpin ceiling. Second trial. Confrontation in court. Begging for subscription. Defendant is ordered to pay plaintiff Humanis $77,000 for repairs to the damaged motorcycle. $11,550 for attorney's fees. $500 for costs. And $240 for insurance costs. For a total of $89,290. The defendant is ordered to pay the plaintiff, Yang Jinrong, 56,000 yuan for the damage to his damaged motorcycle. 50,000 yuan for moral damage. 98,000 yuan for damage to his reputation. And 500 yuan for litigation costs. For a total of 204,500 yuan. Sentence the defendants, Wang Chengwu and Wang Qingguen, to apologize to the plaintiff, Yang Jinrong, in court and admit that the defendant, Ho Sufan, mother, intentionally damaged the plaintiff, Yang Jinrong, motorcycle in violation of the law. This case, closed. If the parties have any doubts about this case, they may appeal to a higher people's court. With the fall of the presiding judge's voice, it signaled the official end of today's trial. All that's left is to apologize. Wang Qingguen and Wang Chengwu both stood up and turned to face Yang Jinrong. Even if there was any more dissatisfaction in their hearts, they had to apologize at this time. The two of them bowed mechanically. I'm sorry, Yang Jinrong, our mother, Ho Sufan, intentionally pushed over your motorcycle, which constitutes a criminal offense, and we are willing to follow the results of the court trial and compensate you for the corresponding damages. With the voices of the two men ringing out, the old lady pushing down the motorcycle case, finally came to an end. And right now, the audience in the live broadcast room, on the other hand, cheered and boiled at this moment. Finally a win. Although I had predicted the outcome, the whole process, it was still very tense. On his own, he has pushed the rule of law forward, and from now on, age will no longer be an excuse to get away with it. Thanks to the anchor insisted on the truth in the end. Otherwise it really can only be mute to eat the yellow chain cannot speak of suffering. Self-recognition of bad luck. Justice may be late, but it will never be absent. Justice will prevail. Thanks to the anchor for delivering positive energy. The pop-ups were like a tidal wave, completely brushing the screen. Not only that, but viewers are forwarding this live recording to make this highly representative trial widely publicized. For a while, Yang Jinrong's victory in the lawsuit was once again on the hot search. This also made those spammers who had originally cursed Yang Jinrong even more alarmed and worried. The trial is over. The two brothers, Wang Chengwen and Wang Chengwu, were once again taken away by the bailiffs, and then handed over to the security bureau to be escorted to the detention center, awaiting the trial of their own case soon. Bull. Before the human insurance agent lawyer left, he gave a thumbs up towards Yang Jinrong. He said from the bottom of his heart, I really admire a ruthless person like you, a law student, and you can wield your power in the courtroom. And I'm ashamed to say that I'm not as good as you are. Thank you. Thank you. Yang Jinrong smiled and humbly said, your people's insurance company is also quite powerful. I've been taught. If there is fate in the future, when the court meets, I hope to be merciful. The corner of the HPC agent's mouth twitched. God forbid we should meet in court. It's better not to have this kind of karma. The lawyer thought darkly and waved his hand towards Yang Jinrong. Then he took his leave and left. He didn't breathe a sigh of relief until he stepped out of the court gate. This kid is designated to be a big trouble in the future. Don't let me fight him in court. He was terrified. He was not a particularly good lawyer himself, and the HPC had sent him here today because they were 100% sure of winning. Otherwise it wouldn't even be his turn. Yang Jinrong also took the live head and prepared to leave. As for compensation, the court has seized the old house of Wang Chengwen and Wang Chengwu, because the house involves the recent demolition of the problem. If the demolition is early, you can quickly get the money. If the demolition is too late, you can apply to the court for compulsory execution. The auction of the old house. The auction came from the money, and then used to compensate. Yang Jinrong looked at the screen full of pop-ups in the live broadcast. Earlier there were a lot of people spraying him. Now you hardly see anyone spraying him. And maybe there are still people spraying him on the internet. It's just that no one dares to do it on the air. Yang Jinrong holding PTZ. Out of the white court building, bright sunshine from the sky sprinkled down to earth, shining in the face of Yang Jinrong. He raised his head, into the eyes of a blue, clear sky, as if the miles of clouds are bright sunshine dispersed, and even his figure in the sunshine under the shadow of the sunshine appears to be great. The golden light shines, like a messenger of justice, sweeping away the earth's filth after the triumphant return in stride. Share the good news with everyone. Yang Jinrong was in a good mood as he laughed at the live broadcast. There are still 2 days left. That is, this week's Friday, the second trial of the case in which Lin Yuyu slandered me for peeping. The second trial is officially in session. The audience in the live broadcast room was surprised. I can't believe there's a second trial? Must follow the wave. Then the sister did not appeal. Before her parents did not come. This time I think her parents and relatives will come, right? She should have gotten a lawyer. 2. Don't say. The second trial may really be overturned. No way? Is the anchor going to flip in the second trial? Then why did the anchor say it was good news? It's so annoying. If this kind of thing were to happen to an ordinary student, it's likely that there wouldn't even be an apology, right? It's so hard to get a judgment. And then there's a second trial? Can the second trial be broadcast live? I want to watch the trial live. I want to see the anchor dislike the criminals in the courtroom. It's too much fun. Anchor, hurry up and ask the court if the second trial can't be broadcast live? Yang Jinrong glanced down at the pop-up screen, just in time to see that many people were concerned about the issue of live broadcasting of the second trial, and there were even some people who brushed special effects gifts to beg for a live broadcast of the second trial, and he smiled and shook his head. It's already rare to be able to apply for a licensed live broadcast of the first trial. The second trial of this case will take place in the Intermediate People's Court, so don't expect to be able to apply for a live broadcast of the trial. Yang Jinrong has already asked, and the Municipal People's Court normally does not allow live broadcasts of court hearings. His 2 live broadcasts of court hearings were approved. Firstly, because the case was special and involved internet public opinion. Secondly, the court also wanted to take this opportunity to popularize the law. And thirdly, it was because the hearings were held in the People's Court of the jurisdiction, and the policy was relatively lenient. The audience expressed regret. You can't watch the trial live, so you'll have to wait for a second trial. That's it for today's broadcast. Yang Jinrong greeted the viewers and then closed the live broadcast under the viewers' unwilling pop-ups. Yang Jinrong returned to the school. The time also came to the noon mealtime. In the cafeteria to eat. Back to the dormitory on the way. Just met Yu Huai. Is holding a small and exquisite girl hand. Jinrong? Yu Huai also saw Yang Jinrong. He smiled and waved to greet him. What did you do in the morning? I couldn't even find anyone. Hi. Yang Jinrong smiled and said, the motorcycle trial. It's a pity you didn't have time to go. This is our school's very famous lawman. Yang Jinrong. Yu Huai pointed at Yang Jinrong and introduced him, then sweetly looked at the thin, quiet little girl beside him and smiled. My girlfriend, Gung Gung. This name gave Yang Jinrong a whole lot of trouble. Hello, Gung Gung. Is that a nickname? No, my full name is just Gung. The quiet little girl smiled with two dimples. Quite good looking, and Yu Huai is a good match, but the face is a little white. Malnutrition look. She smiled lightly. Yang Jinrong Sr., I've heard a lot about you. Several of my roommates have been discussing you every day, saying that you are handsome. Thanks. Yang Jinrong laughed and didn't take it seriously, treating it as a joke. He couldn't even help but mentally spit it out. Take troubles to heart, idiom, brooding. You two were made for each other. By the way, this Friday, the second trial of the Lin Yao Yao case, do you want to go see it? Yang Jinrong remembered the second trial and asked casually. In the first trial, it was Yu Huai who accompanied him, and now in the second trial, it is reasonable to ask. Friday? Yu Huai sighed. I might not have time to go on Friday. We'll have to go part-time. It's fine. You don't have to accompany me. I'll just go by myself. Gung Gung was very understanding. She knew that Yu Huai and Yang Jinrong had a good relationship, so she laughed and said, I'm such a big guy. Can I still get lost? You're so nice. Yu Huai rubbed Gung Gung's head with a loving expression. You guys got a part-time job? Yang Jinrong asked curiously. Aha. The two nodded their heads almost in sync, with 5 stars of understanding, and glanced at each other when they were done. This gave Yang Jinrong teeth that were almost sour. I'll go back to the dormitory first. Saying goodbye to the two, Yang Jinrong hurriedly skipped off. Back to the dormitory. Yang Jinrong rested a little. There is no class in the afternoon. This bout is busy with all kinds of cases, and did not have a good quiet reading. He is ready to go to the library to soak in the afternoon. The library of the university is quite empty during the period when there are no exams. There are hardly many people, and occasionally you can meet couples who come in and out in pairs, showing their love in the library. Yang Jinrong read a book for the afternoon, immersed in the world of books. Without realizing it, it was evening. He then got up, closed the book, returned the book back to the bookshelf, walked out of the library. Outside has been completely dark. It's time for a dry meal again. It feels like the whole day is drying up. Yang Jinrong walked towards the cafeteria and picked up a campus card with a card case halfway there. There's a phone number on it. Yang Jinrong didn't think about it that much, took his cell phone out and dialed the other party, intending to call the other party to come over to get the campus card. I ended up hanging up twice when I called. This is so far from the janitor's office. Yang Jinrong was too lazy to hand over to the janitor's office, and he was hungry, so he sent a text message to the other party's cell phone number. Hello student, I found your campus card at school. Please come to the second cafeteria to get it back from me. After sending a text message, Yang Jinrong went to the second cafeteria to queue up for meals. Linhai University cafeteria food is really quite delicious, but also cheap and cost-effective. Tender and juicy braised pork, aromatic marinated pig's feet, golden color roast duck meat. These are Yang Jinrong's favorites. He ordered a full portion and was about to enjoy his dinner when his cell phone ding-donged and opened the text message. It was the other party who wrote back, but the content made Yang Jinrong look stunned. What's wrong with you? What's the time for such old-fashioned flirting tactics? Tell me, where did you get my cell phone number? If you don't answer your call, you send me a text message. How long are you going to keep pestering me? This all gave Jin Young a good laugh. He was not in a hurry to reply. First dry rice. The main meal is delicious. He is also hungry. A mouthful of burst juice of braised pork, soft and sticky, as chewing in the mouth quickly melt. The taste is simply not too good. Ding dong. But I didn't want to not reply to the other party. But the other party instead sent another message over. And Yang Jinrong ate while looking at his cell phone. Oh, you're really annoying. And you're learning the lustful trap? Asking me to go to the second cafeteria. Wanting to buy me dinner? Humph. I'm telling you, I have a boyfriend. So give up on that. Yang Jinrong couldn't even help but send 3 question marks back to the other party. It's not. Classmate, what's wrong with your designation? I picked up your campus card and asked you to come over to get it. Why are you still brainstorming so many dramas? What do you mean? Question mark? Yang Jinrong, it's meaningless. What I mean is that I picked up your campus card. So if you want it, come to the second cafeteria to get it. And if you don't want it, forget it. Oh, you're kind of male I have seen a lot. First about to the cafeteria to eat a meal, and then invited to go to the movies. After the movie said that you cannot get a taxi, find an excuse to go to a room. Yuck. Disgusting. Yang Jinrong was thoroughly amused. Isn't this pure push and Rocco man? Yang Jinrong, are you okay in the head? What do you mean? You've been poked and prodded and you start cursing? Let me tell you, I'm not one to be messed with. You're waiting to go up the campus wall. Yang Jinrong laughed badly. Really have not seen such an oddball. The world of countless oddballs. He is still the first time to see such a pushing female oddball. Even if you look at the entire internet, it is also the existence of the ceiling in general. Forget it. Don't bother with people like that. Hit mute. Yang Jinrong put away his cell phone. Continue to eat beautifully, adhering to the principle of not wasting. Dinner CD-ROM action. Yang Jinrong ate all the rice, and then the example of the soup, full of leaving the cafeteria. Before leaving the campus card that was picked up before the cafeteria's lost and found, Yang Jinrong walked on the campus path, enjoying the feeling of the evening breeze gently brushing his cheeks, and intended to take out his cell phone to brush the douyin. But he didn't expect to receive 6 or 7 text messages from the other party as soon as he opened his cell phone. You're the one who's sick in the head. Why don't you reply? You can't get me. So you're pretending to be cool? It's disgusting. Aha. What gives you the right to call me sick in the head? The information behind Yang Jinrong are lazy to see. Are the other side of the furious screaming? This small thing does not affect the mood of Yang Jinrong. Backhand a pull black. Right. Didn't the other guy say before that he was going to post this on the campus wall? Yang Jinrong simply took a screenshot of the chat from beginning to end and sent it to the Linhai University Campus Network Forum, and then ate the campus wall to get the management on the wall. What's it called? It's called preemptive strikes, striking first and suffering later. After doing this, Yang Jinrong did not bother. Back to the dormitory. After washing up, Yang Jinrong began to start preparing for the second trial-related matters. It's also the Chu Hui kid who actually found a schoolmate who was a natural match. 3 views are also correct. As Yang Jinrong was thinking, his cell phone received another text message. Hello, I'm the boyfriend of the girl just now. My girlfriend is having an emotional breakdown and crying because of your inappropriate remarks. What do you think about this? Yang Jinrong? Brother, I want you to apologize to my girlfriend. I usually don't let her cry, and you made her cry her heart out, and have an emotional breakdown. Yang Jinrong, no, dude, are you okay? I picked up her campus card, told her to come get it and she didn't come, and I have to apologize to her? Haven't you ever read your girlfriend's cell phone text messages? What a strange match. A match made in heaven. You two should hurry up and get married where you are and stop wreaking havoc on other people. Yang Jinrong was too lazy to pay attention to this guy, and was about to pull the blackout, when he received another text message. Brother, if you don't apologize to your girlfriend, this isn't over. Yang Jinrong, okay, I'll wait. I would like to see how a never-ending method. Yang Jinrong will be the other party's cell phone number to pull black. And this follow-up chat screenshot sent to the campus network forum. I have class tomorrow. I have to study hard. And the day after tomorrow is Lin Yao's second trial, so I have to keep my spirits up. Get an early night. In the meantime, previously, Yang Jinrong on the Peeping case and motorcycle case on his net violence to send wreaths, as well as malicious editing video slander him, reported. Recently the security department has also made substantial progress. The security department from the platform to get the relevant information. The early part cannot catch some of the real name authentication of the people. Recently for those who did not carry out the real name authentication of the net violence molecules, but also a breakthrough in the progress of the River City. In a tattoo parlor in a city village, a girl is holding a cigarette, lying underneath the instrument, letting the tattoo artist tattoo her back waist with the words, "Only love Zhengwei in this life." Her best friend was also wearing flip-flops and holding a cigarette, gulping down smoke. We'll go to the bar later to get high. Jian Lan Lan her man is buying. Good. The girl who was getting a tattoo was called Wang Yao. When she heard the word bar, she subconsciously shook her head. When the tattoo is done, take a picture for me. I'll send it to my friends. BFF spit her cigarette on the ground casually and took her cell phone and clicked it. Don't worry. I've already filmed it. I'll send it to Zhang Wei later. He'll definitely be touched to death. After all, there aren't many good girls like us. Before the words left his mouth, several plainclothes vigilantes rushed in, one of them pulling out a silver bracelet. This battle directly stunned several people in the store. The tattoo artist hurriedly stopped the action in his hands, stuttering and trying to speak, but he didn't want the vigilante to take the lead. Wang Yao, you're suspected of violating the law. You're under arrest. Wang Yao, who was getting a tattoo, was so scared that her face turned blue. She hurriedly dropped her cigarette and stood up to lift her hot pants. I am not high on drugs or powder. 4. Why are you arresting me? You are suspected of maliciously editing the video to defame others. Have violated the criminal law. Suspected of defamation and insult. Click. The silver bracelet was delivered. Wang Yao was completely shocked and confused. Where would she have thought that she would be arrested by the vigilantes on her doorstep for editing a video with a number that was not authenticated with her real name? Not to mention the fact that it's been so many days since that happened. In the next few hours, action was taken to close the net in several other cities closer to Linhai. There's the bride-to-be who goes to a bar the day before her wedding for a girlfriend's group bachelorette party and gets caught playing cards in the restroom. There have also been fake celebrities who have been arrested while rubbing their hands on trial dresses at luxury stores. There were also a couple of Ghostfire teens who were being arrested after stealing battery-operated vehicles and bringing them home, ready to show off their skills before selling them. These are the ones who have been cursed the most on the internet. The most outrageous thing is that in a hotel, 6 big men, in a room, were arrested, and at the scene of the arrest, a large number of empty bottles of Silk Mu and Yun Nai Sha were recovered. Several of the sheriff's deputies were shocked on the spot. The clock ticked down to Friday. The second trial begins today. Yang Jinrong changed into a suit, put on his glasses, took the information with him, arrived at the Municipal People's Court, looked up at the clean white court building, and then stepped inside. He just stepped into the courtroom. He saw Lin Yuyu, who had already been situated in the defendant's seat. At this time, her face was dull, her cheeks were thin, and her hair was only ear-length, messy, and oily and dirty. Behind her sat a few slightly older ones, presumably her relatives. When Lin Yaoyao sensed someone coming in, she looked up and the instant she recognized it was Yang Jinrong. Her whole body jolted awake and roared hideously. Yang Jinrong, you've caused me so much misery. Everything I am today is thanks to you. I won't let you go even if I'm a ghost. The few people behind Lin Yuyu also pranced and stood up, one after another glaring at Yang Jinrong, hatred permeating the courtroom. Yang Jinrong, however, was not the least bit fearless, facing the many hateful eyes. His gaze swept past these people one by one and finally landed on Lin Yuyu, before slowly opening his mouth without any emotional fluctuations. Lin Yaoyao, I thought you would recognize your crime in the detention center and repent for it, but now it seems that the sentence is still too light. 5. 600 words. Big chapter. Asking for subscriptions. Next chapter will have to be in the morning. Requesting recommendations. Please ask for a monthly ticket. Please subscribe. End of chapter. 062. Battle of the Tongues. Court battle. Lin Yaoyao adds a new offense. Requesting subscription. How can a 36-degree mouth say such icy words? Behind Lin Yuyu, a relative stood out, taking advantage of the fact that the trial had not yet begun. She pointed at Yang Jinrong and condemned with indignation. Look what you just said. My family Yaoyao just said a few bad words about you. The first trial sentenced to 13 years. You are still not satisfied, but still want to come and continue to hurt Yaoyao and our gang of relatives? She stretched out her finger to point at Yang Jinrong and continued to condemn indignantly. You've already ruined her 10 years of hard study and ruined her life. How do you still have the face to stand here and say such icy words? What do you mean she just said a few bad words about me? Yang Jinrong laughed. He looked straight at Lin Yu. You have a few people behind him. His voice solemn and powerful. She that is to say a few bad words about me? The court of first instance has ruled that she is trying to ruin me. Her hard work is hard work. My hard work is not? My life was almost ruined by her. And instead of educating her and reflecting on her own problems, you are blaming me. The victim? Yang Jinrong's voice was like a scalpel, cutting on Lin Yuyu's heart. From the moment you slandered me for peeping, you should be mentally prepared to be sentenced to jail. In addition, you can question my quality, but not my taste. Just like you, whether it's your body, or your looks, or your character in 3 views, you're not qualified to let me peep. The words disliked Lin Yaoyao's relatives so much that they were speechless. Exact. Yang Jinrong is handsome and upright. On the contrary, Lin Yuyu has a mediocre look and a body with no highlights. If not for the gender advantage, if not for the beauty camera, it is estimated that in the first place on the network will not be so many people believe her words. Why would you want to ruin a girl's life if you have to spare her? Lin Yu have another older relative behind him stood up. Thought he was fair and persuaded. She has cognizant of the error. Brought up the second trial. Simply want to reduce the sentence, but not admit the error. Why do you hold on to it? Between classmates. A little generosity. What's the harm? Don't label me. It's not me who ruined her life. It's her who ruined her life. It's not me who will judge her crimes. It's the law. Are you attempting to trample on the dignity of the law? Yang Jinrong spoke in a deep voice. There's always someone who likes to take the moral high ground and hold others to it, but never restrains his behavior? Law is the bottom line of morality and morality is the high standard of law. Lin Yaoyao's behavior is no longer morally immoral, but illegal and criminal, violating the criminal law. She, Lin Yaoyao, has trampled on the law, so naturally she should be sanctioned by the law. You have time to persuade me to be generous here. Why don't you listen to me? You go and buy a plane ticket to Shu. There's a place called Lesan, and when you get to Lesan, there's a big Buddha there, and you make him get up and you sit there. When these words came out, the one who had just spoken, with wide eyes, was speechless on the spot, not knowing how to retort. Silence. At this time, the presiding judge and several jurors walked in neatly and seriously. They wore black robes, wearing a gold-rimmed legal emblem symbolizing fairness and justice on their chests. And from the moment they came in, the large courtroom, the scene was silent, and no one dared to clamor anymore. The court is such a sacred occasion. If it is only a war of words between two parties, but not based on facts and the law to hear the case, then what difference is there between it and a quarrel in the market and a shrew cursing the street? Yang Jinrong no longer paid attention to Lin Yuyu's relatives, waiting for the second trial proceedings. The two bailiffs sitting beside Lin Yuyu couldn't help but look at Yang Jinrong one more time. The two bailiffs escorted Lin Yuyu to the second trial, and when they saw that Yang Jinrong came alone and didn't even look for a lawyer, they couldn't help but be a little surprised, because they learned that Lin Yuyu had looked for a lawyer with good strength. But after they silently listened to the argument between Yang Jinrong and Lin Yuyu's relatives, they were already admiring in their hearts that this seemingly elegant and easygoing student was indeed powerful. Tap tap tap. At that moment, a lawyer with black glasses walked into the courtroom without haste. Counselor Lee. The parents behind Lin Yuyu hurriedly opened their mouths in greeting. That's the only thing they're relying on to flip the second trial today. In fact, Lin Yuyu has repeatedly filed protests to the court of first instance, only to be rejected. Ineffective protests, and ultimately the lawyer Lee found Lin Yuyu parents, but also in the detention center to see the imminent deportation of Lin Yuyu, to fight for the deportation of the prison before the Intermediate People's Court successfully appealed to the Intermediate People's Court. And this is today's opportunity for the second trial. As for the origin of this lawyer Lee, Lin Yuyu himself did not know, and neither did Lin Yuyu's parents. Attorney Lee describes himself as a pro bono attorney, specialized pro bono assistance for women's lawsuits. When the presiding judge saw that both parties had arrived, he began to follow the court procedures, identifying the persons of the plaintiff and the defendant, among others. In the meantime, scarf on, under the willful manipulation of people with a heart, the second trial of Lin Yuyu's case has hit the bib hot search. It's just that this time around, the talk among the fence-sitters was significantly more rational. The initial batch of netizens who slammed Yang Jinrong, most of them have changed their views on the case, and when they brushed to the second trial hot search again today, the comments have changed from scolding Yang Jinrong to scolding Lin Yuyu. At that time this case can be said to be in a frenzy. Topped the whole network hot search. Lin has a small essay, so that the firefighting heroes reduced to Peeping Tom, but do not want to end up sitting in the defendant's seat. Breaking the law entails corresponding legal responsibility, and Lin Yaoyao is considered to have deserved it. Before thanks to me also help her to speak, only to know later is that she is actually in order to keep graduate school, deliberately defame people's younger brother, almost caused the younger brother to be expelled from the school. Today even let me brush to the case of the second trial hot search, but today the second trial for why there is no trial live? I remember when the first trial was broadcast live. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to get the results of the second trial without a live broadcast. I always feel that Lin Yuyu is quite wronged, although she was in the wrong first, but such a small matter, was sentenced to 13 years, or 2 wronged. Some people scold Lin Yuyu. Naturally there are also people who empathize with Lin Yuyu. The network is never short of sympathetic people. Of course, there are those who are simply ill-intentioned and don't miss any opportunity to throw a punch, to polarize and antagonize. Yeah, I can't imagine how a weak woman can spend 13 years in prison. It's horrible. I hope the sentence is reduced in the second trial. This Yang Jinrong is really small-minded, really downhead. If he does not count, Lin have to have no need to go to jail at all. Too hateful. This man has no style at all. Sisters, if you want to find a husband, look for the kind of Tong Jin Chang, so that men like Yang Jinrong, who have no style, can be single dogs for the rest of their lives. I like our Wang Yuan better. I want to marry him and wear a holy wedding dress for him. I want to wear a wedding dress too. I guess the people behind the scenes manipulating the hot search did not expect to pay for the hot search. In the end, even the comments section is crooked, all discussing wearing wedding dresses. Internet chatter doesn't affect the progress in the courtroom. The solemn courtroom. The presiding judge has already followed the court procedure and finished the process. And the next step is the defense procedure of both sides. Lin Yu grabbed the first to speak. Wearing handcuffs, a face of aggrieved shouting injustice. Judge, please, you must be my lord. I am only a moment of ghostly obsession. Just sent a false scarf. Even if the law is violated, should not be sentenced to me 13. Dang. Lin Yu didn't expect to be interrupted by the presiding judge before she could finish her sentence. Defendant, please stop speaking immediately. Lin Yu opened her mouth and tried to argue, but she saw the frowning expression of her defense attorney and hurriedly shut up. Lawyer Lee looked at Lin Yu and couldn't help but frown. How did such a stupid person get into Lin Hai University? What he doesn't know is that Lin Yao majored in art and is an art student. The presiding judge no longer pays attention to Lin Yu, but looks at Yang Jinrong. Plaintiff Yang Jinrong, your claim is to maintain the judgment of the first trial. In addition, do you have any additional claims that need to be added? It needs to be increased. Yang Jinrong stood up, standing straight and upright, like a sharp long sword, his eyes like a torch, swept through Lin Yu and his relatives and family members behind him, and finally looked at the presiding judge, courteously said, Presiding judge, I increase my claim and ask defendant Lin Yu to pay additional compensation. 1. I have suffered mental damage as a result of being slandered by him. Cyber violence. Having my real contact and identity information disclosed, having a wreath sent to me, and having been misunderstood by all the teachers and students of the school, and I ask defendant Lin Yu to compensate me for $50,000 in mental damages. Lin Yu heard the mental damage fee of $50,000. On the spot, she was furious. She stood up prancing. Her silver bracelet made a tinkling sound. She pointed at Yang Jinrong with both hands. Where do you look half a bit mentally damaged? Send a wreath? You backhandedly dumped all the wreaths to the white store, and reportedly made a profit. Dang. The presiding judge banged down his gavel again, interrupting Lin Yu's voice. His expression became more serious, and he majestically rebuked. Defendant Lin Yu, please stop your speech immediately. This is a courtroom, not a classroom. The subtext is very clear. I'm the presiding judge. I didn't ask you to speak. You're not qualified to speak. A rebuttal won't do. Me. Lin Yu bit her lips tightly. She only felt aggrieved that the judge would not allow her to refute Yang Jinrong. She turned her head to the defense attorney, only to see a raised eyebrow and a look that signaled her to shut up. In the courtroom, it is best to remain silent when the presiding judge does not give the floor. The presiding judge signaled, Plaintiff Yang Jinrong, please continue. My supplemental claim, in addition to the first one just stated for $50,000 in emotional distress. Yang Jinrong opening, the experience of this period of time, let him grow rapidly, is no longer the first trial that rookie, he is the judge's favorite way. Simple and clear statement of their own claims. There is also a second article. The defendant Lin Yu needs to compensate me for the tuition fees for the delay in my studies due to attending the trial twice. In total, there were 2 days of delayed major courses and 10 class sessions, each from 6 different associate professor instructors and professor instructors. I have consulted with the relevant instructors. According to the latest state regulations, associate professor instructors in school tuition, $2,000 a session. Professor instructors in school tuition, $3,000 a session. A total of 24,000 yuan in compensation. Here's the documentation for the school tuition fee. Cam Young presented the new evidence. This is only the price of in-school tuition. If it is out-of-school tuition, you need to hire an associate professor tutor or a professor tutor. And at this price, you can't hire one. For this amount of money, people are professors and associate professors and instructors, and they don't even take a look at it. The jurors took up the materials submitted by Cam Young and began to check them. When Lin Yu heard the second compensation, a blush appeared on her face, which was already pale with anger, as she gritted her teeth and stared at Yang Jinrong. Dare to be angry. She was afraid of being heckled by the presiding judge again. One could only curse Yang Jinrong's shamelessness in his heart. Presiding judge, there is a third additional claim, asking Lin Yu to compensate me for my transportation costs for 2 court appearances totaling $249, which is evidenced by the invoice for the cab ride. Yang Jinrong concluded with a claim that completely broke Lin Yao's defense. Lin Yu couldn't help but angrily rebuke. Yang Jinrong, you're just too shameless. You want me to compensate for the cab fare? Why don't you go to hell? Dang. Defendant Lin Yao. Warning for the third time. The presiding judge banged down his gavel and sternly rebuked. You have disrupted the courtroom order, disobeyed the courtroom discipline, and cursed the plaintiff's client in court, which constitutes the crime of disrupting the courtroom order. According to Article 309 of the Penal Code, a person who commits this crime shall be sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment of not more than 3 years. detention, control or a fine. Upon hearing the words crime of disturbing the order of the court punishable by up to 3 years of imprisonment, Lin Yuyu was completely stunned on the spot. She just felt aggrieved and wanted to refute Yang Jinrong. How does that make you guilty of disrupting the court? She looked at Attorney Lee with pleading eyes. The result was ushered in by Lawyer Lee looking at her like she was an idiot. Could you be any more outrageous? You've been warned twice, and you dare to insult the plaintiff in court? What's this? It's a death wish. Lawyer Lee was furious at the bottom of his heart. He came to reduce Lin Yuyu's sentence, but as a result, before it was the defendant's turn for them to speak, Lin Yuyu added a new charge for the sake of death. This damn thing, if it gets out, in the future, he won't be able to hold his head up in the circle of lawyers. It will only be reduced to an after-dinner joke in lawyer circles. The presiding judge no longer paid attention to Lin Yuyu, looked at Yang Jinrong, and asked, "Plaintiff, do you have anything to add?" Presiding judge, "I'm done adding." Yang Jinrong politely bowed slightly. This courteous little detail made the face of the trial judge, who was originally nearing the brink of anger, slightly ease a lot, and after he nodded in response, he looked at Lawyer Lee, indicating that he could speak. Defendant Defense Counsel, presiding judge, Attorney Lee rose, bowed slightly, and respectfully said, "My client, Defendant Lin Yuyu, due to his lack of familiarity with courtroom discipline, as well as plaintiff Mr. Yang Jinrong's unreasonable claims, which led to an emotional outburst, a momentary slip of the tongue, and slightly inappropriate words, I also ask the presiding judge to consider at his discretion to revoke the crime of disrupting the order of the court by my client." Lin Yuyu heard the lawyer defend her against the crime of disturbing the order of the court, and hurriedly cast a grateful glance. This crime she was so wronged. When she first heard about this crime, she was on the verge of crying in a hurry. Defendant's defense counsel is requested to refrain from defending crimes that are not relevant to the outcome of the first trial, which knows that the presiding judge simply ignored Lawyer Lee. He snapped, "If the defendant's defense attorney does not need to defend, this trial will maintain the crimes of the first trial, and add the plaintiff's additional claims for execution." Don't! Lin Yaoyao was on the verge of crying, but she really didn't dare to speak again, for fear of saying the wrong thing and having some kind of charge brought against her. Lawyer Lee could only send Lin Yuyu a look of looking at an idiot once again, and after a pause, he then began to defend Lin Yuyu. The first trial sentenced my client, Lin Yuyu, to 13 years in prison for several crimes, among them, insult, rumor, slander, and physical assault. The 4 counts, which were sentenced at the top, were based most heavily on the fact that the incident caused a massive public outcry on the internet, but was not caused by my client alone. The biggest cause of the incident causing a large-scale public opinion storm on the internet was caused by the retweeting as well as the comments of the big star Zhang Yuqi on the Scarf platform, as well as the production of the relevant video guide by the news sister on the Douyin platform, and the subsequent fermentation of the incident is beyond the control of my client. So I asked the presiding judge to reconsider the sentence for the 4 counts of the crime at his discretion. Yeah, why didn't I think of this line of defense before? Lin Yuyu heard the words of Lawyer Lee in her defense, and immediately brightened up. His sentence reduction is very promising, dumping the problem on the internet public opinion, on the big star Zhang Yuji, and the big Douyin blogger news sister, so that he himself becomes the least guilty one instead. If young Cam Wing is not convinced, let him sue Chung Yuki in Sister News. Lin Yuyu's heart thumped. This time it was great. She hurriedly cast a grateful look at Lawyer Lee. If she didn't still have a prison sentence on her, she would have been allowed to give her body in marriage, and, if she could plead acquittal, she would be happy to let Lin Yuyu give her body to her immediately. Yang Jinrong, on the other hand, raised an eyebrow. The other side really did come prepared for the second trial. This Lawyer Lee is not bad. If Lin Yaoyao wants to reduce his sentence, he will have to lower his sentence on several counts from the 3-year maximum sentence. Each of the 4 counts is punishable under the penal code by a term of not less than 1 year and not more than 3 years. The biggest basis for the first instance of the top punishment, at the time, was the public opinion storm that rippled across the internet. Lin Yaoyao wants to reduce his sentence. He can only start from this aspect. But, Cam Young was prepared for this. Presiding judge, Yang Jinrong stood up and requested to speak. Only after receiving permission from the presiding judge did he speak calmly. Presiding judge, the biggest consideration for sentencing Lin Yuyu to 13 years in prison in the first trial was not because of the internet public opinion storm, but because of something else. Attorney Lee frowned slightly. It can't be. He's been working full-time on this case since he was commissioned, looking for a defense to reduce his sentence. And that's the only loophole he's found. How did this loophole, in the plaintiff's mouth, seem to not exist? Lin Yaoyao was also filled with consternation. What kind of drug is Yang Jinrong selling? Is he cutting himself off? You just moved a rock and slammed it into your own foot? It shouldn't. Lin has an impression of Yang Jinrong. He is definitely not a muddle-headed person, much less a person who lifts a stone to stone his own feet to eat a boring loss. He belongs to the kind of vengeance, to the death of the enemy of the ruthless person. The few relatives behind Lin Yu also subconsciously looked at Yang Jinrong. Even the crowd of jurors in the panel, several bailiffs, looked up at Yang Jinrong. The presiding judge similarly placed his eyes on Yang Jinrong and waited for his later words. Yang Jinrong did not pause. After he swept his eyes over Lin Yu and his defense attorney, he immediately opened his mouth. His voice was like a thunderbolt, exploding in the ears of the crowd. Lin Yu has committed a crime, causing the greatest evil. The victim is not me, Yang Jinrong, but all women. I got up at 6 a.m. to write this, and I never thought that it would take me half a day to write more than 5,000 words. I'm so sorry. The next chapter will be around dinner time. I don't believe it. It's so slow. Finally. Subscription. Please subscribe. End of chapter. 063. Trial results that shocked the internet. Labor agents. Requesting a subscription. Lin Yu's greatest evil deed is not to slander me for peeping, but to maliciously write and publish the matter of slandering me for peeping as an article on the internet, deliberately utilizing the netizens' sympathy for the disadvantaged and for the female group to stir up a public opinion storm. Yang Jinrong's voice was resounding, like a metallic clangor that shook the ears. It's like the story of the wolf. When people learn that their sympathy has been exploited, they will certainly be outraged by it. And the next time, if there are really women who have encountered incidents of voyeurism, if there are really women who have been molested, and they come forward to ask for help at that time, the first thing people will surely think of will be the Lin Yu incident. When it comes to women who really need help, people don't and won't dare to believe anymore, because everyone has been lied to, duped and taken advantage of once. There is a subconscious refusal to believe when presented with a second incident of the same kind. The road to women's rights has since become difficult, and the court is advised to increase the penalty, not reduce it. Yang Jinrong pointed at Lin Yu. His voice was like a loud bell, pounding in Lin Yu's ears, shocking her eardrums, shocking her head. Lin Yu, blocking the path of real sexually harassed women to seek help. A great crime, a sinner of all women. That's the whole point of her being sentenced at the top. Boom! As Yang Jinrong's words fell, Lin Yu's entire being was like suffering from 3,000 lightning strikes. Her mind was roaring and buzzing. She had never envisioned that her own sins were so deep. No, I really didn't think about it that much. I didn't envision a single move I would make that would do anything to hurt women as a whole. Lin Yu attempted to open his mouth to retort, but to his horror, he realized that he couldn't say anything when he opened his mouth, because she was powerless to refute Yang Jinrong's words, much less know how to defend herself. Wow! Several male bailiffs on the side couldn't help but applaud after Yang Jinrong finished. They also have wives and daughters, as well as family and friends, and do not want to see the day when they have to deal with unpleasant things, and their female friends have no way to turn to them for help. Invisibly, they had an additional distaste for Lin Yu. Even several of the jurors who were members of the panel felt quite correct that Lin Yao's guilt was established. For a moment, even the few relatives behind Lin Yu felt that Yang Jinrong had a very reasonable point, and looked at Lin Yu with a more questioning gaze. And Lin Yao's parents tensed up. They had not thought that their daughter's demeanor had been so serious that, at this moment, they only felt that there was no hope for her to reduce her sentence. There's a good chance they'll even add to the sentence. How can this be? They helplessly look to Lawyerly, but do not want to at this time. Lawyerly is equally unsettled. His brows locked, his heart set off huge waves. He originally thought this lawsuit 9 out of 10, but did not want to be a student mercilessly pressed on the ground friction, on account of, he couldn't have found a better direction to go in his defense. Lawyerly looked deeply at Yang Jinrong, a hint of caution in his eyes. This guy was clearly just a harmless student, sleek in appearance, and not at all aggressive to look at, except for a bit of good looks. Never in a million years did he think that this Sven appearance had such ferocious strength. This guy is still a law school major. Future rivals. Lawyerly's mind is full of thoughts, inexplicably treating Yang Jinrong as a future enemy, losing today, and in the future, if he meets again in the courtroom and stands on the opposite side, he doesn't want to lose once more. Silence. The presiding judge's face was not expressionless as he spoke. The plaintiff Yang Jinrong's statement of incriminating evidence is valid. Defense. Is there any objection? Presiding judge. The plaintiff's statement, while it is true that the possibility would exist, is an exaggeration that infinitely magnifies the consequences of my client's behavior. Attorney Lee settled down and continued. The actual impact is necessarily not as exaggerated as plaintiffs state. The presiding judge nodded his head. He would not take sides and maintain a fair and impartial trial. He looked at Yang Jinrong. Plaintiff, the things you just said, although correct, they are indeed exaggerated. Do you, by any chance, have any objections? Yes. Yang Jinrong raised his hand. After receiving permission to speak, he took out a screenshot from the internet to save the printout of the comments. These printouts, he went to a notary to do real justice. Each comment has a notary's red seal, as new evidence, submitted to the jurors. These are the most authentic comments from netizens. And the number of likes for each comment is more than 10,000, with a maximum of more than 300,000 likes, which is enough to show that these comments come from the heart of netizens and are recognized by the vast majority of the public. Although these can't be used as direct evidence, they can corroborate the fact that Lin Yaoyao utilized the public sympathy to carry out slanderous deeds, and how much harm was done to the people, and corroborate the fact that I didn't exaggerate, and that what I said was all a statement of fact. The panel began reviewing the newly submitted evidence. Clearly all are accusing Lin Yaoyao, indicating that what netizens have in mind is the same as what Yang Jinrong had previously said. The reality of the story of the wolf. Yang Jinrong's previous statements were not half exaggerated, let alone amplified. The corroboration is valid. The presiding judge declared it valid in court, leaving Lin Yaoyao in utter despair. Even Attorney Li was silent. Yang Jinrong's words could be described as Galen out of a whisper, silence and broken defense. He couldn't find a better point to argue. Your Honor, I didn't. I just wanted to go to graduate school. I didn't mean any harm. Lin Yaoyao's speech became incoherent under the despair in his heart. Silence. But she didn't want the presiding judge to interrupt her once again. Defendant Lin Yuyu, disregarding courtroom discipline. Fourth warning. Lin Yaoyao's eyes went black. The whole person fainted and fell down softly. But the two bailiffs were quick on their feet, one on each side, and held Lin Yaoyao up. The court has heard about Lin Yuyu's fainting, and the doctor has long been ready to come up with an operation to save Lin Yuyu from waking up. Ooh-hoo. Lin Yaoyao woke up and kept crying and begging. The body was also trembling involuntarily. Cold sweat she continued to break out from her forehead and her back was chilling. Done. The second trial, which was hard fought, not only did not result in a reduction of the sentence, but the sentence may have been increased. At the thought of this, Lin Yuyu was so nervous that his face turned pale, his body trembled continuously, his tightly closed legs were shaking and soft, and his body muscles were weak. The full court has begun a rigorous discussion and consideration. The only sounds at the scene were Lin Yaoyao's cries and the sobbing of her parents behind her. It didn't take long. The court entered a final judgment. The presiding judge pronounced the sentence in court. The defendant Lin Yuyu. The evidence of the crime is conclusive. The facts are clear. The impact is bad. Serious damage to the public morality. Damage to social morality. Jeopardize the rights and interests of all women. The following judgment is hereby rendered in court against the defendant Lin Yuyu. Judge the defendant Lin Yuyu. Compensate the plaintiff Yang Jinrong, 50,000 yuan of moral damages, a total of 24,000 yuan of compensation for tuition, and a total of 249 yuan of compensation for transportation costs, for a total of 74,249 yuan. Sentence the defendant, Lin Yuyu, to maintain the original charge of the first trial, with a corrected sentence of 15 years and 6 months in prison. Defendant Lin Yaoyao has added the crime of disrupting court order and is sentenced to 1 year in prison. The defendant Lin Yaoyao is final and sentenced to 15 years and 6 months in prison. This case, closed. The plaintiff party and the defendant party, if they have any objections, may appeal to a higher people's court. The second trial didn't even work, and don't expect the sentence to be reduced by continuing to appeal. Yang Jinrong naturally did not have half an objection, even moody. People live to talk about an essence of smooth. If the heart is suffocating dull, gas is not smooth. Natural pain, depressed all day, live into depression. That's why so many people play for breath. Yang Jinrong is unrestrained, but Lin Yuyu is the moment you hear the verdict. The whole person like falling into the abyss. Cold. Fear spread every cell of her body. Unconsciously, a fishy hot flow from her pants legs. The bailiffs and doctors were prepared and waited for her to pass out and save her immediately. However, I don't want to. Lin, you have no fainting. Her parents behind her, but they have blacked out and fainted. Brother, sister-in-law, sis, Lin have to have parents around the relatives. Panicked, rushed to hold the two, called the doctor to help pinch people. When Lin Yaoyao's parents woke up, they were notified to pay the compensation. Their daughter, whom they have pitied for most of her life and raised with great pains, will end up in 15 years of imprisonment. What is the difference between this and the sadness of sending a dead person away? But there's no one else to blame. Yang Jinrong even gave Lin Yuyu a chance to apologize, but as a result, she not only didn't cherish it, but also intensified it. It was entirely her own fault that Lin Yao could end up where she is today. The formal sentencing of the second trial was completed. Yang Jinrong also received compensation. Before leaving the courtroom, Lawyer Li gave a meaningful glance at Yang Jinrong, and then turned his head and left quickly. When he came, he was spirited. The finale. But when he left, it was gray and faceless. Yang Jinrong stepped out of the courtroom door as the sunlight poured down on him, bathing him in light. Just at this time, a system beep sounded in Yang Jinrong's head. Congratulations to the host, completing the follow-up mission of the slander case and receiving a reward of 50,000 yuan. The system rewards are all legal and compliant. The host does not need to worry about any subsequent trouble. I didn't expect this side quest, but it was completed at this time. It looks like the operation on the sheriff's department side is going pretty well, too. The group of people who cyber violated themselves earlier must have already been arrested. And even if there are fish that missed the net, they should be scared to death and not dare to participate in any cyber violence in the future. It's kind of like contributing to cleaning up the online environment. 2. The main one conveys positive energy. ICBC, your savings card with tail number 2585 had a UnionPay entry on May 12 for $50.00 and now has a balance of $378.544.00. In a short while, Yang Jinrong received a reminder text message from the bank. Looking at the increasing balance, Yang Jinrong's face showed an odd expression. One seems to seem as if, a little bit, made money by fixing oddballs? Oh no! It should be passing on positive energy while making a little money. In addition to the money on the bank card, there is also a compensation payment of $245,000 for the family of Wang Chengwen, which has not yet arrived. Doing this math, Yang Jinrong already had $580,000 in savings. In addition, there is Jia Dongmei retorts Xiaoping mother and daughter lawsuit claims. Although the final amount of compensation by the court judgment now cannot determine the specific amount, but it will also be a large amount of compensation. Can't spend it all, can't spend it at all. Just at this time, Yang Jinrong's cell phone rang. It was an incoming call from Linhai Ducati Service Center. Hello Mr. Yang, your Ducati Big Devil Superbike has been perfectly repaired. You can pick it up at the store during office hours. You can also have the bike delivered to your door by this service center for free. May I ask if you need it? Yes. You guys can send me to the entrance of Linhai University. Just call me when you get to the campus entrance. Okay then. That's it. Thanks haha. You're too kind. So I'll leave you to it. Have a nice life. And goodbye. Yang Jinrong's lawn for Ducati was finally repaired, and he was in a better mood. On the web, the second trial of the vilification case rushed to the hot seat. There was no live streaming of the trial. So many people followed the judgment website in real time. The Linhai court is also aware of the universal attention to this trial on the internet. So after going through all the court process, then in the first time, the judgment, published to the official website of the court, and at the same time uploaded judgment documents network. When the results of the trial were announced, it sparked renewed internet debate. Not only did the second trial not reduce the sentence, but it increased it by 1 koan. Crooked day. Is this serious? Didn't Lin take the initiative to appeal? Why is his sentence increasing rather than decreasing? And what about the charge of disturbing court order? Is there a possibility that Lin Yao's retained attorney is a spy? No. The second trial is still playing werewolf? All kinds of discussion, but also the verdict of the second trial, pushed up the hot search list. More people brushed to the second trial verdict, all for it to suck cold air. The result of this second trial is beyond everyone's expectation. The fairies are trembling in fear. I can only say that Big Brother Yang Jinrong is as terrifying as he is, and belongs to the existence that absolutely can't be messed with. And I heard that a large number of cyberbusters who sprayed him before have been sent in again recently. Hiss. Terrifying as it is. Hurry up and kowtow to the young master. Offer your heart on no. Offer your knees for the young master. Those keyboard warriors who were previously jumping up and down and asking for Yang Jinrong's generosity have also completely disappeared. They don't want to be sent in. Genus is scared. Linhai City New District. The two of them, Yu Huai and Gung, sat on a stone bench by the side of the road with their heads hanging down. Two people today in high spirits from Linhai University all the way on the subway over to the city's new district to do part-time work, to help a home appliance sales company to do promotional activities. The results of the place was the other side of the temporary notice. Promotional activities do not want part-time staff. There was no advance notice, no apology or compensation, an arrogant attitude, a one-sentence dismissal, and a hang-up. This has devastated two students with no social experience. It's not hard to find a part-time job for a day or two, but it's really hard to find a part-time job for two people who want to find a long-term and stable job. A while ago Gung Gung's parents had a car accident, both seriously injured. Sold the house and the old family. Just barely enough to get the exorbitant surgical fees, hospitalization fees, but the late nutritional costs, Gung Gung's tuition, are not settled. Although the other party is fully responsible for the car accident, but the driver took advantage of the rainy night and darkness, escaped. The relevant departments have not caught the driver. The only result is that the driver drove a set of black car. It's okay, let's look on 69 homes, Yu Huai proposed optimistically. It'll have to do. I'm sorry. Gung lowered his head and said guiltily, causing you to accompany me on a trip for nothing. Fool. Yu Huai was happy to be there. He rubbed Gung Gung's head, opened his phone's 69 Toncheng app, and began to look for a long-term part-time job, preferably something like tutoring, which is usually long-term and has a relatively high salary. But the two heads together, flipping half a day, found that the 69 on the same city, all the advertising, promotion, brushing and so on, see scalp numb. There, we'll get a labor agent. Yu Huai had a flash of insight and hurriedly searched for labor agencies, picking an agency with a name that sounded good, Premier Human Resources Ltd. Yu Huai called over to inquire. There is no long-term part-time job suitable for college students, got the other side of the affirmative answer. The two young people just experienced failure. Immediately excited, the two rushed to take the subway, to the Excellence of Human Resources Limited Company. Two college students, right? When the two arrived at Excellence Human Resources Limited, the receptionist auntie received the two of them very enthusiastically, invited the two to take a seat on the sofa, and poured tea for the two of them. Inside the phone call, it said that you want to find a long-term part-time job similar to tutoring? Thank you, thank you. Yes, 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 we're looking for part-time work on a more permanent basis. The two were flattered and thanked them. Higher pay. Ha! The reception aunt was named Xiao Qiulian. She smiled as she surveyed the two of them and said kindly, seeing that both of you don't seem to be from poor families, is it because your family has suddenly encountered difficulties? Aha! Gung nodded. Understandably, you should be in desperate need of part-time work right now, and we have a partner tutoring center here that should be perfect for you. Xiao Qiulian smiled with satisfaction as she took out two forms. This way, you guys follow here and fill out the forms. Right. Do you have your ID cards with you? Give it to me. Bring it on, bring it on. Hearing that there is a suitable part-time job at the tutoring center, the two were pleasantly surprised in their hearts, and rushed to give their ID cards to each other, thinking that it was the other party who was going to take a copy, and then began to fill out the form with their heads down, waiting for the two to fill out the form. Xiao Qiulian moistened her throat. In this case, our company has a rule that we need to pay an agency fee of 1,000 yuan per person for full-time and 300 yuan per person for part-time first. Ha! Gung was visibly stunned. Do you have to pay the fee before the part-time job even starts? But she didn't want to lose this hard-won opportunity, so she asked carefully, can we earn a part-time job and then deduct it from our paychecks? No. Xiao Qiulian shook her head decisively, but I see that you guys are quite uncomfortable. Let's do it this way. I'll apply with the company and make an exception so that each of you only needs to pay 200 yuan in agency fees, and if you're still reluctant, then I'll have to apologize. Okay. Gung gritted his teeth and decided to pay. Yu Huai's brain was more than a little wary, but he was worried about being told off by Gung Gung, so he hastily said, I'll pay it. He took out his wallet from his pocket, took out $400, and handed it to Xiao Qiulian. Xiao Qiulian swept inside her purse out of the corner of her eye, and after she took the money, she opened two receipts and handed them to the two of them, and added, you still need to pay a deposit of 500 yuan per person, but don't worry, this deposit, after the part-time job is done for a full month, can be returned to you. As you know, a lot of students say they'll do long-term at first, but in the end, when we go through all the trouble of finding them a job, people run away without doing it for 3 days and can't take the pain. It caused our company to be complained by the other party. That's why the company has the rule of charging a deposit. I hope you can understand each other. You just paid 200 a person, and you want to pay 500 a person? Gung Gung's heart beat a drum of retreat. She hesitantly looked at Yu Huai, wanting to get back the agency fee and go find a part-time job herself. But I don't want Yu Huai misunderstood her meaning, thinking that his girlfriend had no money and was dryly waiting for his own rescue. He suddenly had an extra surge of heroism in his chest. I'll pay for it. Pull out another $1,000. Don't worry, there are no more fees. The deposit is refundable, and the agency fee is only $200, which you'll make back in 1 day. Xiao Qiulian said smilingly, PTA part-time jobs pay so well? Yu Huai's heart snickered. Finally he was able to solve his girlfriend's difficulties. Tell you what, you guys go downstairs and get a physical. I've already checked you in. Xiao Qiulian got up. I have other work to do. so I'll get busy first. Okay, you go ahead and get busy. Thanks. The two hurriedly stood up, still clutching a hot cup of tea in their hands, and soon came downstairs to the medical examination center to do a physical examination, only to find out that they have to pay another $180 per person for a medical examination. The arrow had to be fired. Yu Huai comforted Gung Gung and paid the fee. When both of them finished their physicals, they were told to just go home and wait for the notification. I'll give you the money. Gung Gung pursed her mouth, and transferred the agency fee, deposit, and medical examination fee to Yu Huai on WeChat, which was the only bit of living expenses she had, and she could only look forward to earning money on a part-time job. No, I'll get out first. Come on, you've impressed me enough to come with me to work part-time, Gung whispered. Yu Huai felt happy. The two of them pressed the road all the way to the subway station and took the subway back to school. Coincidentally not, just in time to meet Cam Young, who was waiting at the gate for the Ducati Center to deliver the car to the door. Yu Huai, Gung Gung. Yang Jinrong took the initiative to greet him. Did your part-time job go well today? It's a long story, but it went well, Yu Huai said with a happy face. Yang Jinrong smiled and said, you guys go into the school first, I still have things to do. That's a mouthful of dog food. Waiting for the two to enter the school. Yang Jinrong is still waiting for the service center to send the car over, but encountered a few uninvited guests. Surrounded Yang Jinrong. The leader of the first one is long and tall. He blocked in front of Yang Jinrong. It's you, kid. Caused my girlfriend to have an emotional breakdown. If you now go with me to my girlfriend to apologize face to face, I can consider forgiving you. Holy crap. I'm exhausted and starving. 6,000 words delivered. I haven't eaten dinner yet, and I've been drinking water to hold me over. So I'm sorry, but I'm really a bit slow. I'm sorry, but I'm a little slow. I'll do one shift at noon and one shift at night. The time set a little later. Woohoo. Beg for recommendation. Ask for subscriptions. End of chapter. 064. The whole school bursts into flames. Court. Planted in my hands. Kneeling for subscriptions. Yang Jinrong looked at the other few people in surprise. Brother, are you sure your brain not sick? What do you mean? Fei Yangyang stared at Yang Jinrong and said in a bad tone, it doesn't mean anything. Yang Jinrong is pulling out the criminal law from the bag. As the pioneer of the popularization of the law, he is ready to give the opposite a few people to the popularization of the law before the justified defense. The first courtesy is Yang Jinrong's consistently excellent style, but I do not want to this time wearing a casual dress suit. Su Yang just passing by. Security chief of him, not working today, purely passing by. He took a look at Yang Jinrong, and a strange look at Fei Yangyang. A few people. Yang Jinrong students, you, this is a fight? Captain Su. Yang Jinrong waved. He was quite fond of this 20-year-old brother who was the head of the security team, and smiled. Do I look like I'm fighting? Hey, doesn't it look like it? Su Yang said smilingly. He'd been in a lot of fights in high school, and he was all too familiar with this kind of scene. Between the two of them talking, Fei Yangyang was leading people to surround Su Yang as well, treating him as Yang Jinrong's gang. Most of the time on weekdays, Su Yang was lying flat in the security room reading the newspaper, and many students didn't recognize the security chief. How many of you, have you been drinking fake alcohol? Dare to fight in front of the school? Su Yang craned his neck and looked at Fei Yangyang with a sideways grin. I'll remember you, kid, which knew that before he could finish his sentence. Someone behind him suddenly kicked him in the ass. Ouch. What are you doing? Su Yang screamed miserably as his entire body fell forward. WQNMLB. Young men do not speak of martial virtues. Come to cheat to sneak attack, huh? Even Fei Yangyang froze for a moment. What are you waiting for? Do it. The few people Fei Yangyang called over took advantage of Su Yang's fall and swarmed up to him, one of them kicking Su Yang in the body. Fei Yangyang was completely dumbfounded. No, I didn't ask you guys to hit him. I just asked you to come here to scare him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. After those guys kicked the man, they didn't forget to curse Fei Yangyang, and a few of them turned around and skipped after them. These people are obviously not students of Linhai University. Do not listen to Fei Yangyang at all. It is estimated that PY Deal called, after beating people to run away, skillful movement, fast action, a smoke disappeared, leaving Fei Yangyang frozen in place. Winded. Ein yet. Su Yang climbed up from the ground, covered with shoe prints. Originally lazy and handsome face. There are more than a few shoe prints. Clothes and pants are stained with dust. He patted the dust while cursing. Who the hell kicked me? Do not want to live right. Seeing that the situation was bad, Fei Yangyang also hurriedly fled. Don't run. Su Yang had 10,000 grass mud horses running wildly in his heart and chased after him furiously. Eat a 5-link whip from the old capital. Su Yang approached Fei Yangyang's side, flew up and kicked Fei Yangyang in the buttocks. giving Fei Yangyang a fall, and just wanted to teach him a lesson with a 5-link whip, but he didn't want the guy to bone up and continue to flee at a high speed. He fled, he chased, he winged it. Yang Jinrong stared at the two in the chase. He was in a daze. Su Yang was beaten, just wanted to help. The other several people directly run away. This all happened too suddenly. Yang Jinrong only feel a little strange. You said you'd come after me. Why was Su Yang the one who got hurt in the end? Forget it. Yang Jinrong shook his head. Buy Su Yang a pack of cigarettes some other day. The melon-eating students who had stopped to watch around them were all wide-eyed, originally thinking that they could watch a wonderful fight for free, but it turned out to be a sneak attack. It's so unmartialized. The eating students inwardly condemned it. At this time a wonderful incoming call rang, and many students looked sideways at the owner of the cell phone. Yang Jinrong took out his cell phone and answered the call. It was a call from the Ducati after-sales specialist. It was about to be delivered to the entrance of the school, so that Yang Jinrong was ready to sign for it. Not a moment later, a tow truck with a perfectly restored Ducati drove up. Yang Jinrong signed forward and said thank you before mounting the long-sought Ducati. Not bad, not bad. I can finally go for a lap on the weekend. Boom! The engine roared, and the red and white colored Ducati, with a beautiful tail in place, then drove into the campus under the eyes of many envious eyes. So handsome. Handsome man and handsome car. Simply, hot pants. If I had a Ducati like that, what would I need a girlfriend for? The focus of the boys' discussion gathers on the motorcycle, while the girls' attention is all on Yang Jinrong himself. So handsome. I want to give him a monkey. He just looked back at me. Yeah. Does he like me? Don't be silly. If you don't look back at your tail, do you look up in the sky? Nishihachi. Inside the campus, Su Yang gasped and cursed. He then kicked Fei Yangyang, after which the guy ran faster than a rabbit, hard to escape from his hands, which made Su Yang angry. Decided to go to work tomorrow to call on the security guards under the hands to search for people. Sooner or later revenge success. Tick-tock. That's when his cell phone's WeChat alert sounded. Su Yang opened WeChat. It was a girl that he met a while ago. Sent over a WeChat voice with a whiny voice. I bought you a cold watermelon. Where are you? I'll send it over to you. Su Yang was annoyed when he saw this woman's message. He just wanted to lie flat, not to fall in love, not to get married, and even less to have a child. Home Linhai suite. No mortgage. Work to ride a shared bike. No car loan. This life pursuit is lying flat. Otherwise he wouldn't have become a security guard at 20, mainlining a path less traveled for 40 years. But this woman is really annoying and keeps trying to pick him up. The key is that this woman is not good looking even if she is not, but she is also a thief and confident. WeChat name is Succulent Fairy. Think he Su Yang Hall of 10 miles and 8 townships of the handsome young man. How could he agree? Refused several times. It is useless. Deleted WeChat a few times. People change small numbers to torture him. I'm not sure if you're bored or not, but I am. Just by a disturbed the vacation good mood, and again by your annoyance. You again send information to annoy me. We'll pull the black Girls' dormitory. Shang Pumei was furious when she saw this message replied by her male god. If she had not inadvertently learned that the security guard Su Yang has a suite of rooms in Linhai, or Linhai account, and handsome, she would not have resigned herself to chasing backwards for so long. It's not like this little fairy has no one to chase after. Shang Pumei beamed her mouth and thought sullenly, just in time to receive a tweet from her boyfriend whose note was #1 licking dog. Baby, I've already brought someone to teach that kid a lesson, so don't be angry. Okay? Seeing no reply to him, he sent another tweet not a moment later. I'll take you to a movie tonight to lighten your mood. Okay? Shang Pumei was getting annoyed, so she replied, get lost. Are you annoyed? I'm in a bad mood. The movie is on your own. Don't be angry. Okay? I know you like to eat dessert when you're angry, so I'll go buy you a cake, and you'll be in a better mood if you eat it. Love you, Mamacita. Hearing that there was cake to eat, Shang Pumei had been quite happy. But suddenly she thought that Su Yang had once said that he didn't like fat ones, and when she looked down at her own swimming ring, she became furious. Don't eat. Do you want me to die fat? Thinking of giving me sweets every day. I'm going to take a break. Leave me alone. Don't be angry. Baby, I was wrong. Fei Yangyang looked at the message he had already sent over half a day, and did not see his girlfriend reply, and could only silently bow his head and wipe his wounds. This wound was exactly what Su Yang fell out of after kicking him. I'd better get a cake. Fei Yangyang hurriedly went out from the south gate and ordered a pink strawberry cake, and waited in the cake store for more than an hour before Fei Yangyang got the cake and walked back. It was by chance that I met Shang Pumei, who was hugging a watermelon at school. Shang Pumei expressionlessly handed the watermelon to Fei Yangyang. This watermelon is for you to eat. It's a waste to throw it away. The words didn't come out of her mouth. Fei Yang but surprised and happy. He has not received a gift from his girlfriend for a long time. He rushed to solemnly hold the watermelon that has become hot in one hand in his arms, and then gave the cake carried in the other hand to Shang Pume. With a pleasing face, "I bought your favorite strawberry pink cake for you, and I specially wrote your name on it." Oh, Shang Pume took the cake with one hand. "I'm going back to my dorm." She just wanted to go and deliver a chilled watermelon to Su Yang, but it turned out that Su Yang simply ignored her, and the person was nowhere to be found, so she just threw the unwanted watermelon to Fei Yang in passing, only to be treated as a treasure by him. "I knew you loved me best." Fei Yang still wanted to give a kiss, but Shang Pume dodged it, and she casually carried the cake and ran away. When Shang Pume walked around the corner, she dropped the cake in her hand. On the trash can, the line "Pume, I love you" stood out on the strawberry cake. Yang Jinrong returned to the dormitory. There is nothing to do today, so in the dormitory to check up the comments on the major online platforms. The comments below his video that sued the cyberbugs were almost entirely apologetic. The private messages are even cleaner apologetic videos. Every single one of the internet users in this class is talented. Yang Jinrong looked through the private messages and found that the netizens had written a variety of letters of apology, all kinds, and quite interesting. A netizen called Deep Palace Explosion wrote privately, "I, Shamaya Explosion, have never had to explain my actions to anyone in my life. Only today. I was wrong. I'm sorry, little brother Yang. No, young master Yang. I, Shamaya Explosion, vow to apologize to you, before accidentally sprayed you with a sentence of too handsome, not like a good person. I didn't mean to do it. I've already knelt down on the keyboard to atone for my sins, and ask for understanding." He also posted a picture of two fingers kneeling on a keyboard. This amused Yang Jinrong. Idle is idle. Why not open a live broadcast? Give the netizens a wave of public execution. Yang Jinrong casually opened the Douyin livestream. The livestream quickly flooded with thousands of viewers. Anchor. The second trial result is really cool. Strong. Little brother Yang, you must show us the video of the second trial hearing today, or else snap. I'll beg you on my knees. Give me Kong. I want to see it too. Me too. Yang Jinrong laughed at the live broadcast. "I'm sorry, everyone, it's useless for you to beg me. I can't get the second trial courtroom video either." The live feed was a disappointment. I found quite a few interesting private messages today and the apologies were very sincere, so I'll give you a live reading of the private messages. Yang Jinrong laughed as he read out a private message of apology. This gave many netizens a sense of social death by public execution, especially those whose screen names are Send Pulp, Look at the Peak, and Stare at the Crotch Cat. They are all social deaths on the spot, to the amusement of the rest of the live stream. Jinrong, back so early? Yu Huai returned to the dormitory with an excited look on his face. A bag of oranges twisted in his hand. "The oranges I brought for you. These are the Wokens that were shipped over from Huepa. They're so sweet." Gung said, "Thanks to your offer, we found a part-time job at a tutoring organization." "You found it so quickly?" "It went pretty well." Yang Jinrong peeled a Woken, broke a few petals and put them into his mouth, gently biting, full of bursting juice. It's good. It tastes great." He doesn't know that Yu Huai and Gung are looking for an intermediary agency yet. "And blessed. I feel that Miss Gung is quite compatible with you, so cherish it. If you have any financial difficulties, you can talk to me. Hey, all difficulties are only temporary." Yu Huai made a gesture of showing off his muscles. In the face of adversity, thinking is all a question. Doing is the answer. There is no sooner or later for action, only when to set off. Go and act. Go and work hard. Go and live as you expect. Yang Jinrong, how come you've become a philosopher when you fall in love? The live broadcast was even more amused by Yu Huai's deep philosophical words. Yu Huai suddenly noticed the gimbal placed on the desktop. "Yossi, you're live?" Yang Jinrong peeled an orange. "Aha. Come on. Show me your face. Show me your brother's magnificent face." Yu Huai came to the camera and shook his head. "Handsome, right? However, I have to tell the young ladies in the live broadcast room that I already have a girlfriend. Don't be obsessed with brother. Brother is just a legend. Yang Jinrong's head was full of black lines. Usually this guy isn't like this. What the hell? You're in love and you've changed? By the way, it's very interesting to share something with the internet. Yu Huai suddenly took out his cell phone, pointed it at the camera, and said with a smile, "I just picked up an unopened cake on the trash can." He swiped the screen of his cell phone, which contained a picture of none other than a strawberry cake. "It just looks delicious, but I gave it to the sanitation ant. The cake looks good. Is there a possibility that the sanitation ants will pick it up themselves? Pumi, I love you." Yossi, this girl called Pumi threw the cake given to her by Lick Dog in the trash. It's such a sad story. Yu Huai did a good deed. The sanitation ant got a cake. Food that would have been wasted was utilized. And a world where only licking dogs get hurt was born. The audience was watching the fun. And one by one, they swiped their pop-ups. Yu Huai continued to talk to himself. I just posted this good deed to the campus network forum, calling on everyone not to waste food, cake. Just at this time Yu Huai's cell phone rang with caller ID Gung Gung. He hurriedly answered the call. A pair of lovers who had only been separated for a short while, surprisingly began to boil up the phone again. Can you believe that? In the meantime, Linhai University Campus Network Forum exploded. It was supposed to be a pretty boring college life. Everyone is paddling. 2 large melons popped up today. College students have started eating and talking. Both posts were quickly bumped up to number 1 and number 2 in the heat. The number 1 hot post, with a mediocre name, was called, "The Story of What Happened When I Picked Up a Campus Card." This post is a screenshot of the very chat that Jin Young posted. In total, there are just 2 screenshots. One from the female college student at Pushin and one from the boyfriend who claims to be her. The cell phone number is naturally mosaic. Students are buzzing underneath the post. Pose up. It turns out that the Pushing fairies on the internet are real in reality. Mom asks why I'm on my knees looking at my phone. The woman's letter can be explained. Why is the man so licked off? His girlfriend's emotional breakdown. They do not go to Cokes. Why come to scold the owner? A realistic case study of American sheep and boiling sheep? It's too confirmed. Why do we have such an odd couple at Linhai University? Isn't this a match made in heaven? May this pair never part and not wreak havoc on the other students. The post was topped by over 2,000 floors. The other hot post was one that Yu Huai hadn't posted long ago. Inside was the very same photo of the cake that had been picked up on the trash can. The content of the post is to urge students not to waste food and to remember that sweat drops of grain. All grains are bitter. Asterisk 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 me. I can't believe I swiped 2 pairs of heavenly fairies on the same day. What's going on at our school? Another lickspittle? Is it because of the severe gender imbalance in our Linhai University? Poo me. I love you. Look at the words on the cake. TSK, TSK. Imagine how sad the hero of the story will be when he learns that the cake he carefully purchased was casually discarded by the heroine on the garbage can. He should thank the classmates who posted this for helping him recognize the true nature of the goddess. Do you think there is a possibility that the heroes of these 2 stories are the same pair? Upstairs, don't get too big a brain. The brain wouldn't even dare to write like that. While the campus network was buzzing, the 2 stories, spread among the major dormitories. The name Pumi, which was unintentionally revealed on the cake, naturally became the hotly debated name of the day at Linhai University. A girls' dormitory. Shang Pume opened her cell phone and planned what kind of gift to give Su Yang to be able to communicate more deeply. The roommate beside her suddenly patted her shoulder and said in a delicate voice, "Pumi, the name on this cake, it's exactly the same as your name. Ugh. It can't really be you, right? What cake name?" Merchant Pumi turned her head to her housemate's cell phone. Ah! The screams instantly penetrated the dormitory and spread to several nearby girls' dormitory buildings, and many of the girls, thinking that an earthquake had occurred, got up and prepared to escape. Who sent that picture? Shang Pumi screamed and hurriedly grabbed her cell phone. Logging into the campus network forum, she had just opened the main page of the campus web forum when she saw 2 hot posts. Both hot posts are about her. Ah! Shang Pumi roared in frantic rage. The first hot post she instead didn't take care of. The second one made her angry and nervous. In the boys' dormitory, Yu Huai had just hung up when he received a private message alert from the campus network forum, and he opened it. Succulent fairy, now immediately, delete the picture of the cake you just posted. Why? Succulent fairy, that's my cake. I told you to delete it. Where's all the crap? Yu Huai, okay, if it's really your cake, I can delete it. I apologize to you again. My intention was to urge people not to waste food. Can you provide proof of the cake? For example, a purchase ticket or something. Succulent fairy, delete when I tell you to. Assholes, trash pickers, delete the picture now. Yu Huai also angry. He really did not notice the words on the cake. Picked up the cake, took a picture, and gave the sanitation ant. If the cake is really each other's, it is not like he does not delete, but the other up to curse. Temper again. Cannot endure. Yu Huai didn't want to argue with anyone and backhanded him. I didn't realize that after less than 3 minutes, another account sent a message. Yu Yang, bro, I bought the cake. Here's the list from the cake store. Yu Huai thought that the other party was here to complain for sending a girl a cake, only to be thrown to the trash can this kind of tragedy. Yu Huai is very sympathetic. He also kind of helped this brother to recognize the true face of the girl. Sympathy.jpg. Brother, don't feel bad. Heartbroken you for a second. The next one is even better behaved. Your brother Yang, you're heartbroken about your father? Hurry up and delete the cake. Did I let you pick it up? Ouch. You're still hurting me. Do you have a girlfriend? You poor trash picker. You should feel sorry for yourself first. My girlfriend just put the cake on the garbage can. Who asked you to pick it up? You still have the face to post a picture. Delete it now. Yu Huiren went numb. Sue the non. She's just putting the cake on the trash can for now. Look at that. What kind of talk is that? I helped you see the true face of your goddess. And you're not sober enough to spray me with foul language? What's wrong? Yang Jinrong had just turned off the live broadcast when he realized that Yu Hui was a bit off, so he opened his mouth to ask. I've seen so many years of my life, and this is the first time I've seen such a lowly-licking dog. Yu Hui handed Yang Jinrong the cell phone chat log to see. 6. Yang Jinrong couldn't help but laugh after reading it. Why do I have a feeling that this woman is nervous about the cake photo leaking out? Not for fear of being saddened by boiling goat seeing it, but for fear of being seen by pleasant goat. Makes sense. Yu Hui agrees with this statement. By this time the other two housemates in the dormitory had returned. The two were talking about the campus web forum. Yang Jinrong's cell phone suddenly rang. He answered the call and Fei Yangyang's voice came from inside. Hurry up and delete the screenshots of our chat records, or I'll go to the school leaders to complain about you. Didn't this guy get blackballed by me? Yang Jinrong glanced at the cell phone number. Oh, this is borrowing someone else's cell phone to call. You hurry up. It's best to ask your girlfriend to complain, so the effect is a little better. After saying that, he hung up the phone and blacked out the other party in the process. That post by Cam Young didn't give away anyone else's phone number. It was all coded. It doesn't constitute an offense either way. Fei Yangyang, who had suffered a defeat, could only lick his face and call Shang Pumei to apologize. I'm sorry, baby. I'll find a way to deal with it. Don't ever call me baby again. Shang Pumei let out an angry rebuke and cursed unhappily. If you weren't so incapable, how could I have been bullied by them? It's all your fault for being incapable. Yes. Fei Yangyang said coyly and tried to coax his angry girlfriend, but the phone was hung up. He couldn't swallow it. But I can't think of a good way to do it. For a moment, angry and anxious. At this time, Shang Pumei is also the same. Furious, she wanted to write an essay to send a scarf to fight back against Yang Jinrong and Yu Hui, but realized that her writing skills are too poor to write a small essay to stimulate emotions. I should have known to enroll in a literature elective. It was just that neither Fei Yangyang nor Shang Pumei had expected it. While the drama between the two of them was on fire at Linhai University, the cake that was thrown away, surprisingly, was also on fire, because a classmate was curious and checked out the same cake. Not only is it cheap and affordable, but buying it back and trying it out turned out to be extraordinarily tasty. It was also posted on the campus web forum. The cake was on fire that night. The cake store learns of this love story of boiling goat and beauty sheep and changes its name overnight. The cake of the boiling goat. For several days in a row, the sales of this cake climbed. A week passed. This week, Yang Jinrong are seriously studying the professional courses. Time. They go to the library to fill up all kinds of knowledge. Of course, occasionally will ride the Ducati out to brush circle. As for Fei Yangyang so-called looking for trouble, Yang Jinrong didn't find it. I don't know if this guy is a wimp or if he's holding back on bad ideas. During this period of time, the school leaders did not look for trouble with Yang Jinrong. The only time Director Bald contacted Cam Young and asked him to delete the post, because Lin has a slander case. Yang Jinrong did not have a single good feeling about this Bald director, did not buy the bill, and was too lazy to delete the post. As for whether this Bald director would contact the moderator to delete the post, Yang Jinrong did not go to the campus network forum to check. Don't bother with such trivialities. Time is about to enter the month of June. The weather is getting hotter and hotter. Linhai's recent ghost weather. Every day more than 38 degrees, the heat wave attacked the entire campus. Thanks to the dormitory air conditioning. Otherwise they cannot sleep. Final exams are also coming up. Every exam in the university is based on credits, and if you don't have enough GPA, you won't even get a diploma, let alone a degree. Yang Jinrong, I have good news for you. I finally convinced my parents to agree that I should marry her. On this day, Zhuge Lily sent me a tweet. Congratulations. After the two experienced the scenic insertion case, they have been in contact as friends. Yang Jinrong heartily congratulated Zhuge Lily, a woman who defied the world's eyes. Have you set a specific time for the wedding date? Tell me in advance. Give you a big red envelope. Not yet. Zhuge Lily sent over a voice reply. Her voice was crisp and clear, and her speech was not the least bit drawn out and clean. I'm still discussing with her family. I'll let you know in advance when the exact date is determined. Okay. Good luck with everything. That's fine. I'll get busy first. You guys seem to be approaching the end of the semester. so don't do too poorly on your exams. When I was in school, I was a real school bully. Don't worry, there won't be anyone else at the top of the profession. Yang Jinrong had just put down his cell phone and was about to go downstairs for dinner when he met the sullen Yu Huai. What's going on here? Yang Jinrong inquired. Recently, you and Gung have been going out to do part-time jobs every day, and seeing your tired and excited expression every day. Why did you come back today with a sullen face? Ugh, Yu Huai let out a long sigh. It's a long story. We looked for the labor agency to introduce us to the tutoring center. At the beginning of the labor agency and the tutoring center said, part-time wages, weekly settlement. As a result, when it came to the agreed payroll time, not only did not pay, but also changed their words. Once a month to pay wages. We went to the tutoring agency. People said, they signed a contract with the labor company. We belong to the dispatched workers. Let us go to the labor agency. Looking for labor agencies, people's attitude is not as polite as before. Even do not see us. It's hard to see people begging for wages. People just a sentence. The agency thousands of part-time employees. Wages are monthly, no weekly. Ugh, Yu Huai sighed heavily. Is there a contract? Yang Jinrong had roughly understood what was going on in his mind. Show me. No. Yu Huai spread his hands. The contract is in duplicate. One is with the labor agency and the other is with the tutoring agency. Yang Jinrong frowned. Isn't this obviously problematic? Yu Huai helplessly said. But people explained that part-time work, there is no contract. Part-time employment is part-time employment, mainly hourly paid, does not belong to the labor contract law, requires the signing of a written labor contract, but also legal. What's your plan? Yang Jinrong asked. It's all still up to the two to decide what they want to do. Gung urgently needs the money for her part-time job, and her mom and dad need to go to the hospital for a review, which hasn't been done yet. Yu Huai sighed. About how much? If it's just a review, 3,000 or so is fine. If you need to get medication or treatment, it's 10,000 or more. Don't worry about the money. Yang Jinrong smiled and comforted. I'll turn it around for you. Yang Jinrong transferred 20,000 to Yu Huai to go to Jifubao. Dude, thanks. Yu Huai did not know that Yang Jinrong compensation money arrived. He defaulted to Yang Jinrong live gift money, probably already all of the brother's belongings. His heart was touched, but his face did not show it. He grinned. More than that, I'll kowtow to my righteous father first. Roll on, roll on. Yang Jinrong blankly glanced at the guy. Remember to tell me first if something happens. At the end, he reminded again. Between us, it doesn't matter if we know our roots, but between you and Gung, you have to know in your own heart that you are now boyfriend and girlfriend, not husband and wife. Rather than questioning people. Rather, there is a long road ahead, long days ahead, too, long enough that no one knows what the future holds. Don't worry. Yu Huai patted his chest and said, this life is not Gung's. Yang Jinrong ignored the cutie. That's when the phone rang again. It's Mr. Yen Yen from Juanhe Law Firm. Lawyer Yen, any progress on the case? Yang Jinrong took the initiative to ask. You're still not comfortable with what I do. Yen Yan's voice is melodious with a cold and ethereal, the same as her high and cold appearance, always with a sense of confidence. Tell you a good news, two bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? What happened to the promised high and mighty? Yang Jinrong casually said. Let's hear the good news first. The good news is that the mother-daughter case of Jia Dongmei and retort Xiaoping. The trial will begin in 3 days, and the court granted our application for a live broadcast, so remember to prepare in advance. Okay, it's finally here. It's been quite a long wait. Why don't you ask what the bad news is? Yen Yen was slightly surprised and said. Yang Jinrong laughed. You will definitely say. Why do I have to ask? Okay. Yen Yen opened his mouth again. His voice more than a few minutes of cold. His tone became serious. The bad news is that the security department review the final results. Jia Dongmei Cauldron Xiaoping mother and daughter is not the subjective will to participate in the sale of shoddy products. The security bureau will not be prosecuted. That is, will not be sentenced for this, and only do the administrative punishment. If not unexpected, they will soon come out of the detention center. The second piece of bad news is that all of their illegal proceeds have been confiscated and they are being placed under a hefty fine by the security authorities. Yang Jinrong frowned when he heard this. The offense of selling counterfeit and shoddy products in itself has a great deal of room for maneuver, especially for non-subjective sales of inferior products such as those of the mother and daughter of retort Xiaoping and Jia Dongmei, and as long as they pay a large enough fine, the probability is that they will not be sentenced to prison. In a nutshell, the odds are that the mother and daughter paid a hefty fine in exchange for being spared jail time. This bad news means one may not be able to make a successful claim on one's own. Yang Jinrong inquired after a slight contemplation. Did Lawyer Yin find out about their property? With the capabilities of the Zhengde firm, it should be child's play to look into this. Checked out. Yen Yen on the other end of the phone gently pursed his sexy red lips. Jia Dongmei belongs to a divorced marriage situation. Mother and daughter have a set of 2-bedroom old house in their hometown of Shu City, with an estimated value of about $1.5 million. Then it's okay. Yang Jinrong flashed a smile, then hung up with Mr. Yen. Yu Huai on the side was dumbfounded as he said in surprise, "This female lawyer has a really nice voice. What's your relationship?" "The relationship between client and clientele." Yang Jinrong gave Yu Huai a blank stare. "What? You're thinking I'll find a girlfriend older than me? That depends on what's big." Yu Huai grunted. "You're very skinny." Yu Huai saw that Yang Jinrong didn't answer, and deliberately pinched his voice in a malicious manner. "Why Yue, stay away from me." Yang Jinrong blankly glanced at this guy and said without a good mood, "Hurry up and get lost to find your gung. Righteous father, don't you want your child?" Yu Huai slipped away with his ass in the air. Yang Jinrong, on the other hand, grabbed his helmet and, it's not going fishing. Instead, he went to run laps. He took the Ducati's keys with him, took his retainer bag with him, arrived at the parking lot, rode the bike out of the campus, and encountered Su Yang again as he passed the entrance to the school. "Dude, smoke." After Su Yang took a beating for himself last time, Yang Jinrong went to buy a cloud cigarette and kept it in his bag. He didn't need Su Yang and didn't give it to him, and when he caught up with him today, he threw the cigarette over from the motorcycle. Yossi, a security uniformed Su Yang, took the flying cloud of cigarettes, skillfully clamped under the armpit. "Good brother, so powerful. Last time those few boys, one did not run away. I find out behind. One by one packed a meal, to ensure that they do not dare to come back to Linhai University once in the future. It's still you." Yang Jinrong gave a thumbs up. "I'll go out for a run first. We'll talk some other time." "Okay." Out of the campus, the sound of the engine rang out. Yang Jinrong lightly twisted the throttle, and the Ducati drove out at an even speed. It was mid-afternoon. The streets were sparsely populated with pedestrians and few vehicles, and even if there were people, they were all rushing to catch up. Yang Jinrong came to a kiosk, bought a bottle of ice-cold Sprite and dazzled it off in one gulp before continuing to ride the car towards the outer ring. "Yo, there's even a bag on the side of the road here?" Yang Jinrong just drove out not much far, saw the street side of a lady bag, or a LV, just do not know if it is not water goods. Yang Jinrong does not understand this aspect. Yang Jinrong was about to call out twice about who lost the bag when he heard a cell phone ringing inside the bag, and he purposely turned on his cell phone to start recording before he opened the bag and answered the call. A woman's high-pitched voice came from the cell phone's microphone. "I am the owner of this phone in LV. Maybe the owner was in a hurry and didn't have a good attitude." Yang Jinrong didn't bother to care. He said, "Hello, I'm on College Road. Here it is, number 116, down the street. I can wait for you for a few minutes. Come and get it." The other party's voice was obviously a bit off. The woman said furiously, "I'm telling you, there are valuables inside my LV. I advise you, don't have a crooked mind. Hurry up and help me to send it over to me." Yang Jinrong frowned slightly. With a kind heart, he picked up this bag, and was willing to delay his own skid row to wait here for the other man to collect his lost property. As a result, the other party not only did not thank her, but also spoke out of turn, warned herself a bit, insulted her character, and in the end, even unreasonably demanded that she send her over? This kind of person, Yang Jinrong will never be spoiled. "Your brain, are you okay? You're the one who's sick in the head," the woman cursed, followed by a straight face. "I advise you to be honest. Hurry up and send me over. I live in Linhai University Teachers Apartment Block 1, Unit 2, otherwise, I will call the police." You have to call the police." Yang Jinrong hung up on the other party. He was about to call the police, but he did not want the other phone rang again. Caller ID husband 2 words. Yang Jinrong connected. No longer polite hey, had a sound. "Who are you?" The woman's husband on the other end of the phone, hearing the young man's voice coming from his wife's cell phone, immediately alerted angrily, issued a series of tortured questions. His tone was very unfriendly. "Why are you holding my wife's cell phone? She said she went out to play mahjong with her girlfriends, so why is the phone here with you? Where is my wife? Let her answer the phone." "Your wife can't answer the phone." Yang Jinrong's voice was very nice, with a hint of a faint magnetic tone, and from his voice, he could feel that he was young and handsome. As soon as he heard the other man's words, he knew there was something fishy going on between the couple. Just at that moment his eyes caught a glimpse of some dust on the Ducati's seat, which he casually slapped off with a pop sound. "What the hell are you guys doing in Gone Gods and Demons?" The man on the other end of the line went from nervousness to anger as he practically yelled at the top of his lungs. What did you do to my wife? What have you done to my wife? Wife. Huang Xiaoqin. You answer the phone. I didn't do anything to your wife. She did something to me. Yang Jinrong blandly finished and hung up the phone. The husband on the other end of the line let out a long, angry whistle. I didn't do anything to your wife. She did something to me. The words echoed in his mind like a magic spell. The torture made his head buzz. What does that mean? Did my wife seduce him? Or is it that Huang Xiaoqin, moving? He became even angrier at the thought and tried to call back, only to be hung up on mercilessly, which reinforced his suspicions. Huang Xiaoqin, I'm not done with you. Yang Jinrong did not mean this, but the other party was so determined that he put the other party's cell phone back into the bag. Wait, how do I feel this guy's voice? It's kind of familiar? I've definitely heard his voice more than once. Linhai University teacher's residence. Yang Jinrong suddenly remembered who this male voice was. He couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. It's really a narrow road. Hey, it's not just a coincidence. So it's you, old boy. It's sort of fallen into my hands today. 10,000 word update. 2 more. I've been writing all day without a break. My eyes are all bleary. Please subscribe. Please vote for me. Thank you. End of chapter. 065. There is a Buddha's light on his body. This breath can't be endured. Mandatory mediation. Requesting subscription. Linhai University. Faculty and staff apartment complex. Young Huang Xiaoqin, dressed in a yellow floral sexy high fork dress, holding a spare cell phone, stepping on slender high heels, twisting her waist, out of the district in a hurry. To the entrance of the district, she waited for a cab, while continuing to dial her cell phone number, only to find that his cell phone number was on hold. She dialed several times in a row and the person stayed on the line. This made her even more upset. Hit it again. When the other party finally connected, Huang Xiaoqin raised her eyebrows and cursed at the other end of the phone. Why are you calling with my cell phone? What gives you the right to use my cell phone? How can I contact the owner of a bag I found that doesn't answer the phone? Yang Jinrong let out a laugh. You don't have to come over to find the bag. I'm already on my way to the security office. Go to the security office and collect it yourself. Who told you to turn it in to the sheriff's office? Huang Xiaoqin's face was unhappy and her tone was unpleasant. Wait for me right where you are, or I'll call the police. You stole my bag. The warm-hearted people who pick up the gold and don't try to return the favor are slandered by you as the 10 evil and illegal bag thieves? Yang Jinrong, as a pioneer of legal literacy, naturally didn't forget to give the other party legal literacy. According to Article 246 of the criminal law, defamation of another person shall be punished by imprisonment for up to 3 years. Huang Xiaoqin heard this, slightly stunned. The crime of libel she is aware of. A while ago also brushed on the scarf. Linhai University. A female student slandered and libeled male students, and finally sentenced to 15 years in the second trial. What a stupid college student. That's the kind of cheap mistake one doesn't make. Ha! Huang Xiaoqin sneered, saying so much. Don't you just want money? Nowadays, young people are all as profit-oriented as you are. It's really the sadness of this society. Ha! Yang Jinrong returned a sneer to her. What are you, ha? You want money and you're acting high and mighty? Huang Xiaoqin said contemptuously. That's fine. I'm too grown up to bother with you. I'll give you $50. You wait for me at the same place. Satisfied? When she didn't hear Yang Jinrong's reply, Huang Xiaoqin thought he was too little and said, I'll let you wait where you are. But $50 is too little? You're so greedy. If I call the police, you won't get a dime. Still not hearing Yang Jinrong's reply, Huang Xiaoqin cursed. It's only $50. Love it or hate it. Humph. I'm warning you, when I get my bag later, if I find something missing or something damaged inside my bag, I won't spare you. Do. Before Huang Xiaoqin could finish her sentence, she heard the sound of the phone being hung up. So angry that she stomped her heels. She waited a while for a cab, finally waiting for one, hurriedly stomping her feet, getting into the cab, slamming the door with a thud. 116, College Road. The cab driver looked at his door with a heartbroken look. And if he wasn't worried that the female passenger would complain about him refusing to take the car on the grounds of UUU syndrome, he really wanted to kick the person out of the car. The cab started up and headed toward College Road. What Huang Xiaoqin does not know is that in the back of the cab, her husband Xie Kuan happened to drive his Lexus ES rushed back to the neighborhood, witnessed her stepping on high-heeled shoes, twisting waist, enchanting and anxious to get into a cab and go. If Yang Jinrong was here, he would definitely say it's really you, bald director. Why did my wife come out of the house? Could it be? Xia Kuan's heart breathes an ominous premonition, and he suddenly feels a green grassy plain on his bald head. The hatred in his heart continues to rise. his greasy face distorts. I'd like to see what's so urgent for you to go out in such a hurry. Stinky. He had always been suspicious of his young, beautiful and well-built wife, and the only reason Huang Xiaoqin had married her old, ugly, bald and greasy self was for money, and on the night of the wedding, his wife was not a virgin. And then Xia Cohen heard some gossip about his wife, saying that his wife had many abortions before she could never conceive a child. The more you think about it, the more angry Xia Cohen. A foot of gas, the Lexus ES engine roars, wail, a strong sense of pushback came, toward the cab chased out. Manhwa cab and Huang Xiaoqin's rude urging, traveling fast, the rear of the Xia Cohen throttle pedal to the end. The engine wail, can only barely fall behind, College Road. Yang Jinrong put the other person's cell phone into the LV lady's bag, which ended the video recording, and used his own cell phone to dial Demon Spirit. Hello? I picked up a point on the side of the road. No, picked up a bag. Oh, well, send it to the neighborhood sheriff's office, right? I don't know where there's a sheriff's office in the neighborhood, so I'm going to drive all the way over there right now and hand it over to whichever sheriff's office I see. Is that okay? Okay. Yang Jinrong hung up the phone, has reported to the demonic spirit. He will have no worries. Riding on the Ducati, a twist of the throttle. The engine roars famously. The Ducati as a phantom, rushed out, without speeding. Yang Jinrong went straight to the outer ring around the city highway. Start enjoying running laps. As for the found bag, didn't he just report to the demon spirit that he would turn it in when he saw the security office? He didn't see it this way, so he couldn't be blamed. After Yang Jinrong left, it took close to 20 minutes before the cab carrying Huang Xiaoqin arrived at number 116 College Road. As soon as Huang Xiaoqin got off the bus, she looked around for her bag, but after looking around, she didn't see anyone, let alone her bag. Where are the people? The mother told you to wait. Why didn't you? She cursed as she called, only to call several times in a row with no answer. Angry, she duang stomped her feet. Taxi. She turned around and tried to take the cab that had just come in, only to have them slip away long ago, so how could they possibly let her bang on the door again? Huang Xiaoqin could only move forward in anger. Rear bald Xia Cohen is parked on the side of the road, staring at his wife's suspicious behavior of looking left and right. His heart is angry and looking forward to the adulterer appeared, was caught by his own, but suddenly someone knocked on his car window. He put down the window, raising his eyes. He saw a monk in a gray and linen monk's robe. Xia Cohen frowned. What's your business? The monk had one hand coiled with Buddha beads, the other hand in front of his chest with one hand standing palm. Saluted. Amatba Buddha Sifu. I see that there is a Buddha's light on your body. In the next few years, you have good fortune. However, before your great fortune comes, you must guard against the three kinds of people around you. The eight-browed people, the snake's eyes, and the ones with hooked noses. Oh, Xia Cohen is catching adultery, which has the heart to listen to the words of the master. But his wife walked to the other side, just as the master favorably blocked his view. The master babbled on for another long time and finally pulled out a peace talisman. Scholar, you have a destiny with my Buddha. I gift you a peace talisman. You carry it on your body. It will keep you safe and allow you to catch your upcoming fortune. Good. Xia Cohen looked left and right and finally found his wife's back, walking into a hotel in the distance. He was in a hurry. How much? Hurry up. Anan. Scholar, that's where you're wrong. My Buddha doesn't ferry rich people, only those with destiny. The monk held out his old hand. No money, just dollars. $18,000. What the hell? $18,000? Do you think I'm shabby? I'm rich, not sick. Xia Cohen threw the peace talisman out of the car window, right on the monk's face. He yucked up a mouthful of old phlegm and spat on the monk's monk robe. A foot of the gas pedal stepped down. The car had already moved forward and drove out. He turned back to the rear and cursed. QNMD, QNMBD. Yuan was not melted, but also spit all over the old spit. The monk instantly tore his face, and rushed to the tail lights of the car to break the curse. Who knew the car's brake lights would suddenly come on and stop? The frightened monk pulled out his legs and ran. He was afraid that someone from the car would come down and beat him up. Xia Cohen naturally do not have the heart to get off the car to beat people. He got off the first time, rushed into the hotel, but he looked for half a day, but also did not find his wife's figure. Go to ask the hotel receptionist, but also to protect the privacy of the customer on the grounds of refusing to provide information. Shatter. Xia Cohen cursed, wanted to dial his wife's phone, but was afraid of spooking the snakes, and could only plan to wait for rabbits in front of the hotel, squatting on the adulterous couple, 100 kilometers away on the outskirts. Border Road Sheriff's Office. Yang Jinrong rode his motorcycle and came in front of a sheriff's office. looking at a low-rise security building with the words Byunggu Security Office written above it. Yang Jinrong couldn't help but be staggered. It's worthy of being a security office in the suburbs. The names are all so personalized. And the footside of the word road has fallen off with age. This really does not blame Yang Jinrong. Ran so far to, he went out is to run laps. Pick up the bag is purely accidental. Ran more than 100 kilometers. And did not see the roadside police station. Until he came to the outskirts of the countryside. Only to encounter such a comrade vigilante. I found a bag. Yang Jinrong walked into the side road sheriff's office. It's like this. He recounted the matter of picking up the bag on College Road. And incidentally simplified the previous phone call with the owner. The report with the demonic spirit. And the matter of not having time to wait for an anxious lap run. I've seen a lot of these selfish people. So don't take it to heart. The security office that received Yang Jinrong was a middle-aged comrade, who was really not surprised by the rude and impolite people. After he finished the registration, he smiled and said, "Young man, thank you for your zeal to do good for the society. According to the process, also have to register your name and ID number, contact information." It was all a legal requirement to turn in lost property, and Yang Jinrong registered it as such. He wasn't worried about the other party falsely accusing him of stealing the contents of the bag. Whoever prosecutes, whoever gives evidence, the other party wants to blackmail him, but also have to come up with evidence recognized by the court. If he can't produce evidence, he can sue for libel. Just at this time Huang Shaoqin called again. The vigilante comrade just connected the phone. Was the other side split face a scolding? Shut up. The middle-aged vigilante was not used to the other party either, and chided. I'm here at the Border Road Vigilante office. If you speak out of turn again and insult state officials, it's a violation of the law. So please be careful. Ha! Huang Shaoqin obviously didn't expect this. She hurriedly stopped talking. Someone has found your bag. Come and collect it from the suburban Border Road Sheriff's office and remember to bring your valid ID. The sheriff finished and hung up. Huang Shaoqin on the other side of the room visibly froze for a moment after hearing the name Border Road Sheriff's office. What kind of police station is this? She had lived in Linhai for so many years, but she had never heard of such a security office. She hurriedly opened the 1000 degrees map, and only after a search did she realize that this Border Road security office was more than 100 kilometers away from her location. Farking squid! Huang Shaoqin was so angry that she stomped her feet, the yellow floral dress on her body shaking and rippling along with her. The headlights swaying. On purpose. That guy must have done it on purpose. That's over 100 kilometers. A taxi there would cost several $100, and $1,000 round trip would be gone. The money is trivial, but this breath is too much to bear. Don't let me catch you or I'll get you. The more Huang Shaoqin thought about it, the more she was angry. The more difficult it was. Like a fish in the throat. The whole person was not good. In the security house. Young man, you may leave. The sheriff waved his hand. Bye. Yang Jinrong put on his helmet and mounted the Ducati, looking up at the sky. It was almost time to go back. Waiting for Yang Jinrong to return to school. Just in front of the school gate met the bald director who drove a Lexus ES. Opened the window of the bald director. Xia Cohen was full of sadness. He blocked half a day in front of the hotel. Hard not to block the adulterous woman in his imagination. After his anger, he felt very frustrated. It used to be other women who hit on him. Young people don't know that essence is precious. Then he went bald, got married, and has politely turned down several female students who have come to his door for their papers, in order to keep their dainty wives. It's just a shame. Still can't keep it. Even when his wife just called, he just hung up and didn't want to answer the phone. Cheating is like a paternity test, but the moment you get suspicious, the results don't matter. Either choose to tolerate it, either that or choose divorce. He can't afford to divorce, and if he does, he'll have to share the family fortune with her, so won't he lose out even more? But the divorce, Xia Cohen and difficult. He never believed that this aspect can be reformed. Cheating only zero and countless times, which is what the prodigal son, woman, back to the gold is not changed. This time tolerated. The future will not be riding on his head to, brought home to humiliate themselves? Once a seed is planted in the heart, sooner or later it will erupt in a terrible flash flood. The bald director and his young Stepford wife are destined for the abyss. How could Yang Jinrong not have imagined that his careless little move would cause such great heart damage to the bald director? Really? Tie pants hot. So handsome. Is this senior Yang Jinrong's Ducati? I heard it's $400,000 to $500,000. It's so cool. I want to ask senior Yang Jinrong to take a picture together. Shoo, don't you want to die? In case the ensemble pisses off the seniors, you'll be screwed if you get sent in. Unfortunately, it can only be seen from afar. Several schoolgirls met Yang Jinrong in front of the school, have taken out their cell phones, far away from the photo. Several schoolgirls want to take a picture and talk to each other. but afraid of being sent in. They do not dare to get close to young Jinrong. The time wobbles. 2 more days passed. Also finally ushered in the retort Xiaoping Jia Dongmei mother and daughter trial time. A.M. Yang Jinrong prepared early, arrived in front of the Linhai District Court, coincidentally met Yan Yan lawyer. She is wearing a black lawyer's robe today, wearing a red tie, towering chest wearing a lawyer's badge, serious and serious expression, comes with a cool and sluggish temperament. Good morning. Morning. The two were greeting each other and walked into the court, when they ran into a middle-aged man wearing a judge's robe, who took the initiative to move forward and said, "Hello, I'm the newly transferred vice president of the Linhai District Court, and my name is Lu Hao. Hello, Dean Lu." The two stopped in their tracks, and Yang Jinrong's gaze swept over the work badge on the judge's desktop, which bore the words Vice President Lu Hao. Today's presiding judge should be this Vice President Lu Hao in front of him. Yang Jinrong pondered a little and roughly guessed the other party's intention. He raised his head and looked at Lu Hao. "May I ask what is it that President Lu is looking for us for?" Lu Hao nodded slightly. "You are the plaintiff in this case. Yang Jinrong himself, right?" Yang Jinrong nodded. "On behalf of the Linhai District Court, I conduct pretrial conciliation between the parties in this case in accordance with the law." Lu Hao tilted his head, his tone more than a hint of majesty, more than a little oppressive in front of the solemn courtroom. "Please follow me this way." "Good." Yang Jinrong did not show any emotion, even if there was a commanding tone in this vice president's words. Followed by Yan Yanhart cannot help but think highly of Yang Jinrong a few points, not to marvel at what Taishan collapsed in front of the face without changing color and so on, but to marvel at this period of time since the contact, Yang Jinrong's changes and progress. Yan Yan's earliest contact with Yang Jinrong, obviously there are still a few tender. After a few contacts, more and more calm and collected. Soon, several people left the courtroom and went to the mediation room. The mother and daughter, Siley Xiaoping and Jia Dongmei, were sitting inside. Seeing Vice President Lu Hao come in, the two of them stood up and were just about to say a few curt words when they saw Yang Jinrong and Yan Yan, who was dressed as a lawyer right behind him. Cauldron Xiaoping's face changed slightly. Jia Dongmei, on the other hand, was instantly gloomy. The two still feel inwardly that it's all Yang Jinrong's fault, and that the huge commissions they originally earned were forfeited because of Yang Jinrong. Cutting off someone's money is like killing their parents. This kind of enmity could not be resolved overnight, even by a broad-minded person, not to mention the narrow-minded mother and daughter. Yang Jinrong swept his gaze over the two men and read their expressions. He couldn't help but let out a cold laugh in the bottom of his heart. These two even hated him? Sure enough, this time in detention failed to make either of them self-reflective. The parties have arrived, so I won't ramble on. Vice President Lu Hao stood in front of the large red table in the center, his majestic voice resounding. "I hope that both of you can shake hands as soon as possible, and that you can facilitate a reconciliation and complete the reconciliation process in the quickest way and with the most appropriate program." After he finished speaking, his gaze fell on Yang Jinrong. Obviously, the mother and daughter, Jia Dongmei and Siley Xiaoping, who are the defendants, had already been notified. Not only did Lu Hao Court's attention fall on Yang Jinrong, retort Xiaoping mother and daughter have also cast their cold gazes on Yang Jinrong. Yan Yan lawyer on the contrary, did not have any expectations. Knowing what she knows about Yang Jinrong, he would definitely refuse a pre-court settlement. Pre-court mediation? Yes. Who knew that Yang Jinrong had agreed to it in one breath? Yang Jinrong's next maneuver was even more eye-opening to Yan Yan, and his eyes almost fell out. My goodness. How do I write so slowly? There's another shift close to the early morning going on. Read it in the morning. Sorry, I'm guilty. End of chapter. 066, the grand finale of scenic plugging. Far-reaching impact. Serpentine beauty. Requesting subscriptions. Here's the pre-court mediation agreement I prepared. Yang Jinrong and the many surprised eyes watching, took out an agreement. Written in black and white pre-court mediation agreement, a few words. Unusually eye-catching. Yan Yan's eyebrows wrinkled slightly. In her heart, the Yang Jinrong she knew didn't seem like such a good talker. She can remember very clearly, when Yang Jinrong entrusted this case to her. Clear requirements. The other party to pay compensation in addition to the requirements must be sent to the other party to step on the sewing machine. In the name of Purify Society. The situation at hand is decidedly unscientific. Not only did he accept pre-court mediation, but he prepared the agreement in advance? What's the operation? Yan Yan looked at Yang Jinrong's eyes, have become odd. This guy, seems like he had already anticipated that there would be a judge to force this matter of pre-trial mediation. For their part, the mother and daughter, Siley Xiaoping, glanced at each other, and both of them saw the color of surprise in each other's eyes. He agreed to pre-trial mediation. This means that they are not criminally liable. It would be nice to fight for not having to pay out. Mother and daughter almost thought of the same thing. The bailiffs on the side were also stunned. It was not the first time they were involved in a case related to Yang Jinrong. Before Yang Jinrong had refused to mediate before the court. I didn't expect a direct yes this time. Only Lu Hao, the vice president of No Surprise, won to his first transfer to the Linhai District Court. The new official 3 fire. No, the new official High and Mighty is also really normal. And secondly, he used to be in other provinces' court. Did not pay attention to Yang Jinrong's past cases. Very good. Lu Hao nodded his head. He felt that Yang Jinrong was very much giving him face, and his face eased up quite a bit. Dean Lu. Yang Jinrong smiled. I can only accept what I have on this mediation agreement. The other plaintiff, Zhuge Lily, is a friend of mine, and I've already obtained her commission, and my views in this case represent her views as well. Yang Jinrong has long submitted a power of attorney. Zhuge Lily is busy with wedding matters, also did not come to participate in today's trial, fully entrusted to Yang Jinrong. According to her own words, win the case she does not want anything, lose the case she is willing to pay half of the lawyer's fee. The rest of the whole depends on Yang Jinrong arrangements. Tell me about this agreement. Lu Hao signaled Yang Jinrong to continue. This agreement of mine is very simple. Yang Jinrong slowly opened the agreement and said in a slow and orderly manner. First, compensate me for the damages I filed in the lawsuit. Second, admit all the crimes in my lawsuit. No more? Kai Xiaoping only felt incredulous. She even suspected that her ears had misheard. No need for a public apology or anything like that? No need. Yang Jinrong said lightly. I don't need any apologies. That's great. Chao Xiaoping couldn't help but let out a cheer. She looked at her mom with a face full of excitement. Mom, we're finally fine. We can go home. This time it's a complete scare. But the silver-haired Jia Dongmei still seemed a bit dissatisfied. And she mumbled, isn't it still necessary to lose money? Where did we get that much money? All the money we made from live banding has been penalized. Mom! Silly Xiaoping just wanted to interrupt her mother, wanting to say that not there is still the old family house can be sold, but was Jia Dongmei drank to stop. The house cannot be sold. Once sold there is not even a place to live. She bulging eyeballs to look at Yang Jinrong, full of rightful. You forgive us anyway, why not the good man to do in the end? The money also do not let us compensate. Anyway, for you, there was not any loss. Kai Xiaoping was scared. She is now afraid that her mom will be too greedy and say the wrong thing to anger Yang Jinrong and back out of the agreement. It will be a problem. This agreement has not been signed yet. However, when she looked at Yang Jinrong, she did not see any expression of displeasure on the latter's face. Could it be that there's drama? You sure you don't want us to pay for it? That's too delightful, isn't it? As for Yen Yen, who was on the side, after listening to the content of the agreement proposed by Yang Jinrong, the look he gave him became even more odd. This guy, what's with the humor? Lu Hao, on the other hand, glanced at Yang Jinrong and turned his head to the mother and daughter who were in the midst of their excitement. You're rejoicing too soon. Ha? Why did Dean Lu say that? Mother and daughter were a bit confused. There's nothing to read into the first one. Dean Lu Hao said expressionlessly. The meaning of the second article of admitting all the crimes represents the fact that you admit to breaking the criminal law, and you will also be sentenced to go to jail. Ha? Cauldron Xiaoping exclaimed. After Lu Hao Dean so explained, mother and daughter only then reacted to, together with Yang Jinrong's so-called pre-court settlement, is toying with the two of them. Yang Jinrong, what do you mean? Jia Dongmei pointed at Yang Jinrong's nose and cursed. You are deliberately digging a pit to frame us. Let us sign this laborious agreement of yours, so that we don't even need to fight in the lawsuit, and we are directly sentenced to jail? Aha! Yang Jinrong nodded. He was always straightforward and never hid anything. That's what I meant. President Lu, we refuse to sign this pre-court mediation agreement. We want a lawsuit. We want to take it to court. See you in court. A moment ago was complacent and gleeful retort Xiaoping. This moment has been lightspeed change face. Said angrily, it's not my fault. Yang Jinrong spread his hands. He could have agreed to pre-court mediation. I'm giving the court a lot of face. Nay, the other party does not agree. Do not give you President Lu face ah. Lu Hao glanced meaningfully at Yang Jinrong and put away his previously contemptuous view. Since both parties are unable to reach a pre-court mediation agreement, let's prepare for court. The mother and daughter, Sai Xiaoping, were taken away by the bailiffs, and the two of them, Yang Jinrong and Yen Yen, walked out of the mediation room and headed to the courtroom from the other side. In court, Yang Jinrong in accordance with the staff instructions, the live broadcast equipment placed in a fixed area, this time live, more comfortable. After debugging the angle, Yang Jinrong will be the title of the live broadcast room 2, scenic plugged in grand finale. After the last live broadcast, the number of Yang Jinrong's fans has reached 1.8 million, and the live broadcast has just been opened. A large number of viewers flocked to the live room. Looking at the title of this live broadcast again, the viewers got excited one by one, finally squatting to the big finish. I've been following the anchors since I went in and plugged in, and I've been wondering about the end result of that panning mother and daughter. This mother and daughter have a little something, but not much. I hope they can do some soul searching, and I hope more people will see that it's time to put the brakes on the bad social mores that have been carried away. Wait, wow. First time I've seen a defense attorney next to an anchor. First time ever. And it's a big girl. It's really true. I remember young master didn't look for a commission lawyer in the first two lawsuits. Could it be that today this lawsuit doesn't have the certainty of winning? Then it's over barbecue. If we lose this lawsuit, won't we have been looking forward to it for so long for nothing? It doesn't matter if you've waited for so long for nothing. The point is, after this lawsuit is lost, will the people who cut in line in the future be even more arrogant and unscrupulous? A world where only honest people get hurt is born. The moment the audience of the live broadcast room saw the beautiful lawyer, completely unlike in the other rubbing live broadcast room, that reaction, even if there is a LSP, this time, but also do not have the leisure time to go to the S. We only feel that this lawsuit want to win the difficulty of super big. Yang Jinrong naturally didn't bother to read the pop-ups. He was fully focused on the courtroom at this point. Lu Hao, vice president of the trial, is really the presiding judge. After reading the court discipline, check the plaintiff and defendant personnel information. This much anticipated lawsuit finally started. Plaintiffs, Yang Jinrong, Zhuge Lily, attorney at law, Yan Yan. Defendants in this case, Ms. Kai Xiaoping and Ms. Jia Dongmei. No attorney. The reason is that the mother and daughter, after the security authorities announced that the counterfeit goods case does not constitute a criminal offense, self-confidence is bursting, thinking that today can certainly be successful pretrial mediation, certainly do not have to go to jail, and then did not look for commission lawyers. Yang Jinrong entrusted the lawsuit to Yan Yan from Juanhe Law Firm. This is a lawsuit where Cam Young is watching the battle from a completely OB perspective, learning how lawyers from big law firms fight their cases. Yan Yan took the lead in making the client's claim. First, with regard to the defendant retorts Xiaoping mother and daughter, the use of the internet platform, malicious damage to the plaintiffs, Yang Jinrong, Zhuge Lily, reputation, constituting the crime of libel. Second, the defendants, mother and daughter, violated the plaintiff's portrait rights, profit-making, according to the profits, a total of 420,000 yuan of financial compensation. Third, on the defendant Cauldron Xiaoping mother and daughter, defilement of the plaintiff's image, proposed compensation for the plaintiff Yang Jinrong, Zhuge Lili spiritual loss of 50,000 each. In addition, the defendant is responsible for attorney's fees, court costs, travel expenses, and materials. The mother and daughter of Kai Xiaoping were naturally unconvinced. But how can their defense skills compare to Yan Yan, a fourth-grade lawyer? It's almost a one-sided crushing situation. The only point of contention in the case is the remaining $420,000 claimed for infringement of portrait rights, which constitutes infringement, but the amount of damages is in dispute. The mother and daughter cried in the courtroom. The live broadcast earnings were all forfeited. Where is the money to pay compensation? To sell their bodies cannot afford to pay, not to mention the 420,000 infringement compensation, even 250,000 moral damages. They do not have the money to pay, cannot maintain life. In the event of disputes over financial compensation, the court will indeed give comprehensive consideration to the basic livelihood of the defendant, which is humanization and the protection of basic human rights, and there is nothing wrong with that. But Yan Yan was prepared, not only took out the mother and daughter of the old home of the real estate evidence, but also even the specific value is clear, compensation for all the economic losses, but also the remaining more than 20,000 living expenses, ending the short-term rent, life problems, no pressure at all. Another defense. Eventually, Yan Yan managed to take it. Presiding Judge Lu Hao pronounced the sentence in court. The defendants, Xili Xiaoping and Jia Dongmei, constitute the crime of defamation and are sentenced to 2 years and 6 months of imprisonment, with 6 months probation. The defendants, Kale Xiaoping and Jia Dongmei, violated the plaintiff's portrait rights and awarded the plaintiff a total of 420,000 yuan in damages. The defendants, retort Xiaoping and Jia Dongmei, defaced the plaintiff's image and compensated the plaintiff for a total of 100,000 yuan in moral damages. The defendants, Vi Xiaoping and Jia Dongmei, are liable for attorney's fees of 41,000 yuan, litigation costs of 500 yuan, travel costs of 300 yuan, and material costs of 6,000 yuan, for a total of 47,800 yuan. This so-called material costs, that is, June he went to retort Xiaoping's hometown to collect real estate evidence of travel expenses, consulting fees and other expenses, all have the relevant bills, as evidence to support this case, closed. Both plaintiffs and defendants, if they have any objections, may appeal to a higher people's court. Dang! With the fall of the gavel, this trial was officially closed. Dean Liu, we're wrongly accused. We're not convinced. We're going to fight it. We're going to appeal. We want a lawyer. Oh, we want a lawyer to continue the appeal. The moment the mother and daughter of Tsai Xiaoping heard the final verdict, they had gone soft, and both of them cried and said that they were not convinced and asked for an appeal. The bailiff held the two men in place. Having already ended the court hearing, Vice President Liu Hao walked towards the two men, gently shaking his head. I will only express my personal opinion, and give you two a word of advice. My words may be a bit hard to hear, but the words of advice will not fall on deaf ears. I advise you not to waste your lawyer's fees. Even if you appeal the second trial, there is no chance to change the first instance judgment. The other side's evidence is too strong. You are completely defeated. There is no chance to turn the tide. Of course, you have the right to appeal. What should we do? Woo. The mother and daughter of the steamer Xiaoping cried on the spot in a hurry. Just because you cut in line at a scenic spot, you get such a horrible end. 2.5 years imprisonment, and sell the old house, the only residence, and lose everything. They couldn't accept the result no matter what. But is the law a child's play? The moment you break the law, you should be psychologically prepared to bear the legal consequences for the offense. Not to mention, the two will be where they are today, and it's not because of the scenic interruption at all. If the two people in the scenic area after the queue do not go to release a video malicious smear rumor attack Yang Jinrong and Zhuge Lili, it will not constitute the crime of libel, even if the two people in the live stage in time to repent. It is not so much as the need to sell the house to pay for the loss of money, but the two pushed themselves, step by step, towards the wrong way of crime. No one harmed them, they harmed themselves. The bailiff took the two men down. At this time, the audience in the live broadcast room had already been boiling over and furiously swiping pop-ups the moment the results were declared. Cool. I thought at first that this lawsuit was unwinnable, but I never thought that it would be a crushing victory. This beautiful lawyer is powerful. Something worthy of being the lawyer young master found. It was quite comforting to see this ending for mother and daughter. Just love to see this kind of gaga messy killing plot. How many oddballs has the young master sent in? No, I should say, how many have been sent in? Please welcome the next lucky winner. Brothers upstairs, can we expect something good? We should expect that no one can send in the young master, which represents the progress of civilization in our society and the high quality of our citizens. On the other hand, think about it, the more young master sends in, the greater the deterrent effect. The scum of society, oddballs, outlaws, and the more convergence, do not dare to make trouble, forcibly improve their own qualities. Gradually, this society is soon peaceful. The audience's idea is good, but where there are people, there will be a jungle. Where there is a jungle, there will be disputes about right and wrong. There is black and white, there is evil and good, there is compliance with the law naturally. There will also be illegal and criminal. Utopia, limited to a beautiful ideal. Even after the trial was over, the number of viewers in the live broadcast still kept increasing. Yang Jinrong's fan base, too, came to 1.98 million, heading straight for the 2 million fan mark. Along with the end of the trial of this case, the scenic spot queue jumping incident, but also in the end at the same time, once again in the network fermentation, so that those who usually like to queue jumping people, the heart of fear, dare not in the casual queue jumping. The outcome of this judgment has far-reaching implications for society. At the same time, a long-lost system beep sounded in Yang Jinrong's head. Ding! Congratulations to the host, completing the mission and receiving the reward. Master Red Guest Technology. System warmly reminds the host not to use the skill for illegal behavior, such as watching or reproducing bad videos. All are illegal behaviors. Hearing this reminder again, Yang Jinrong really didn't know how to spit it out. Am I like that? Do I need to watch that bad little video? It's not like I don't have a girlfriend. I don't really seem to have one. Buzz. Just as Yang Jinrong was inwardly spitting out the system, a flood of arcane, illusory, and mysterious knowledge was born in his mind, like an eternal memory, flooding out the knowledge, techniques, and operations of countless top Redditors. This feeling was even more esoteric and marvelous than the first time he strengthened his body. Master Redneck techniques. It should be considered to be among the global Reddit ranking level, right? Yang Jinrong couldn't help but smile as he thought in his heart. Yan Yan packed up his materials, walked over to Yang Jinrong and patted his shoulder. You're so happy after winning a lawsuit? It's not like your character. Of course I'm happy to win. Yang Jinrong laughed. This is of course counted as the happiness of winning the lawsuit, because the lawsuit was won before completing the system task. Go. Yang Jinrong put away his live broadcasting equipment and once again ruthlessly shut down the live broadcasting room, leaving hundreds of thousands of viewers dry-eyed. It's lunchtime. Yan Yan stretched out her watch, glanced at the exquisite lady's wristwatch, smiled like a flower and looked at Yang Jinrong, a pair of large beautiful eyes flashing, her voice as melodious as a silver bell. Aren't you going to invite me to lunch? But she didn't want Yang Jinrong to respond to her with a blank stare. Don't talk to lawyers about your feelings. This is my law major class. An old professor in the first class said the key knowledge. He asked everyone in our major to remember this sentence. Okay then. Yan Yan's delicate and beautiful face painted with light makeup revealed a touch of disappointment that was appropriate. And she lamented. In that case, you won't be able to know firsthand about the latest progress of the media cases against the news sisters, Xiaoli to help, etc. Which is really a pity. Yan Yan, you're not usually like this, are you? Highly aloof, and thunderous is how you act. Today it's, could there be fraud? Yang Jinrong alerted, the most poisonous woman's heart, not to mention the beautiful barrister, snake and scorpion beauty, said Yan Yan such, seeing Yang Jinrong's wary reaction. Yan Yan smiled sweetly. It was rare for her to show this relaxed smile in front of outsiders, and this smile was only short-lived before it was collected. I'd like to ask you a favor, and I was wondering if you had the time, or if you'd be willing to help? Yan Yan asked with a serious expression. 10,000 word update. Woohoo! Writing is so slow. Said I'd roll my peers to death. Almost rolled myself to death. 2 a.m. Good night and tomorrow. End of chapter. 067. Social sensation. New crisis. I kicked the door. What's wrong with it? Begging for subscription. Huepa City. Inside Luangsi bus station. This is the bus station with the largest passenger flow in Huepa City. And the travelers lining up to buy tickets are in a sea of people. At this time, the sound inside the passenger station comes out from the broadcaster reminding the travelers to line up in an orderly manner to buy tickets and not to cut in line. But there are still a lot of people cut in line, so that the back of the rules of the people in line. Complaints. But in this kind of fish and dragons mixed place, the rules of the people and dare not say anything, can only be held back and endure. Broadcasting room and the broadcaster Chen Huihui, from a monitor to see several windows in front of someone to cut in line, cannot help but clench their silver teeth. She pressed off the radio, turned her head to her colleague's indignation. First come, first served is a rule since ancient times, but some people always forget this rule, accustomed to the self-centeredness of having to cut in line, affecting others. Stop complaining and check out this video. Another broadcaster lady who was preparing to come over for her shift was holding up her cell phone, and an edited video was playing on the screen. The very image of retort Xiaoping's mother and daughter cutting in line. Still have the heart to play with the cell phone. Hurry to prepare. Hand over to you. I saw dozens of people in this half day to insert the queue. Anyhow I remind them, they do not respond. Ignore. Really angry with me. Beginning of the Society of Chen Huihui. The heart still maintains a trace of the pursuit of fairness of the heart. Also maintains the meat uneven a roar of the original heart, but also soon to be the reality of the poison beaten down. I'm done. Just look at it. I'm taking over. The video is forwarded to you. Alright. After the two broadcaster sisters handed over their shifts, Chen Huihui took out her cell phone and clicked on the link sent by her colleague, and the moment she saw the title, she was shocked on the spot. The most ruthless punishment for queue jumping in history. That is the final result of the scenic insertion of mother and daughter were sentenced to 2.5 years. She'd brushed up on the news of scenic queue jumping before, outraged by the behavior of the mother and daughter in the news. I didn't expect to see a follow-up today. I can't believe I got 2.5 years for cutting in line. Driven by her curiosity, Chen Huihui continued to watch the video, which was very simple, with a news broadcast about the mother-daughter queue jumping incident and the eventual outcome of the court trial. The narrator's voice, so that the listener for the indignation. The background video is the mother and daughter to cut in line screen, as well as ultimately wearing a silver bracelet by the presiding judge to pronounce the crime of the screen, accompanied by the end of the video. Chen Huihui all cannot help but clap for it. She hates these queue jumpers, and so on. Scenic plug? Cutting in line at the station? It's all about jumping the queue. There. Chen Huihui suddenly brightened up and thought of an idea. She immediately opened the Bluetooth function of her cell phone, connected to the broadcasting room playback equipment, and delivered this video into the player, ready to be played on one of the large LED screens in the station. Huihui, are you crazy? Her co-workers hurriedly stopped her. This kind of video must ask the leadership for approval before it can be shown. It's okay. I'll take care of it if anything happens. The fire that Chen Huihui had held in her heart for so long also exploded at this moment. I'm just not used to seeing those queue jumpers. Every time I see people queue jumping for no reason, I get annoyed. You say if you really encounter what urgent matters, need to catch a car to cut in line, at least with the people behind the team to explain the situation. We go out. We'll understand each other. Those who like to cut in line for no good reason must be warned positively today. Vivian Chen pressed play. Soon, inside the Luangxi station, a block of LED screens synchronized this video, and a voice came out from inside the stereo. The toughest punishment for cutting in line ever. The travelers in the station, hearing the sound, raised their heads and subconsciously looked at the LED screen closest to them. The travelers were dumbfounded as the clip video played. Yes, it was closely followed by a chorus of applause. Wow! Applause, like thunder, followed. Along with the applause, murmurs came out. 2.5 years for cutting in line. Shocked my mom for a whole year. Holy, this court is ruthless. Great pleasure. Those who jumped the queue in front. Did you see that? This is what happens when you cut in line. The video was aired in public, and those who had cut in line inside the station watched it, one by one, with their heads bowed in fear and shame. Many queue jumpers hurriedly covered their faces and left, fleeing in ashes. Some queue jumpers silently turned around and went to the very end of the queue, queuing up honestly. Chen Huihui, who saw this scene in the broadcasting room, finally revealed a smile. This video today had more effect than 1,000,000 of her reminders. She's not afraid of being punished by the leadership. Her father is the leader. This is not only the case at Luangxi Station, but similar incidents are also found at stations, in front of supermarket cash registers, and at scenic spot ticketing offices across the country. The interlopers have been deterred. The case of Yang Jinrong became the butterfly that flapped its wings, quickly causing a chain of hurricane effects. And this scene, naturally, also attracted the attention of the media. Many official media have broadcast this matter. The case of the impact of the more far-reaching, without special circumstances, queue jumping is a shameful behavior anywhere, and everyone should refuse to queue jump. And when encountering queue jumping incidents, they should also stand up and point out the other party's wrongdoings, so as to keep the society in order and maintain fairness. Here's the official media review. Gradually, those who originally chose to hold their breath after being cut in line for abiding by the rules also gathered courage and stood out to chide those queue jumping behaviors, and others around them also stood out in solidarity. The number of queue jumping incidents across the country, starting from this day, is rapidly decreasing, and queue jumpers are deeply cognizant of their mistakes, fear of being sent in, and the butterfly that triggered all this and stirred up the wings. Yang Jinrong himself had just stepped out of a building. Phew! Yang Jinrong exhaled a mouthful of cloudy air. He was dragged over by Yen Yen and originally thought it would be some kind of doggone fake boyfriend drama. But it turned out to be a companion to participate in a charity fundraising event held by the Disabled Persons Federation to give love to the disabled. The love fundraising of the Disabled Persons Federation. Yang Jinrong had heard about it long ago, and it was considered to be one of the cleanest pieces of love in the country. The orphanage that Yang Jinrong was in had also received many subsidies from the Disabled Persons Federation, and now that he had money, he naturally didn't begrudge it, and offered $20,000 of love, and received a certificate and a badge, which no Yen Yen this woman, all of a sudden donated more than 80,000, equivalent to Yang Jinrong. These two cases can earn the lawyer's fee together donated, counting the company deducted that part. She herself also subsidized the majority. Lunch was a simple meal here. The charity event is over. Before the two parted, Yen Yen also sent a private customized jade tablet to Yang Jinrong. Yang Jinrong didn't care. He walked out of the building, mounted the Ducati, and sped off in the direction of the school, and it didn't take long before he arrived near the school. A little thirsty, get a Coke. Yang Jinrong parked his car and walked into the kiosk. Boss, bring me 4 bottles of cold Coca-Cola. By the way, bring a bottle for the roommates as well. Good mile, the boss promised, but handed over 4 bottles of Pepsi, and drew a bag for it. $16, WeChat or Gfubao? No Coca-Cola? Yang Jinrong prefers the flavor of Coca-Cola. Only Pepsi. It's all the same. Where's Sprite? Does 7 Happiness want it? I'll stick with Coke then. There is no way out. Yang Jinrong can only choose Pepsi. Unscrewed a bottle of Dazzle a mouthful, which is put into the bag, mounted on the Ducati, is ready to start, but do not want to be at this time on the face of a monk dressed in grey linen monk robes. He reached out to stop Yang Jinrong and followed with a one-handed standing palm salute. Amitba Buddha Sifu, I saw the Buddha's light on you from afar. In the next few years, you will have good fortune. But before your great fortune comes, You must guard against the 3 kinds of people around you. Those with 8 eyebrows, snake's eyes, and those with hooked noses. There's a Buddha's light on you? Is this a reference to sending people in to purify society? Financial prosperity? Is this a lawsuit claim? Yang Jinrong carefully measured the senior monk in front of him. The top of his head was not as shiny as the bald director. 2 of the 9 ring scar points seemed to have lost their color. At first glance it was a counterfeit monk. The corner of his mouth rose slightly and he said, "Senior monk, I see that your nose has a hook." High priest, saying goodbye to reaching out. "Why are you picking on the smiley faces?" The schizo is joking. The senior monk revealed a kind smile. A trick he had tried time and time again. He was naturally good-natured, and as long as he revealed a smile, he would make people put down their guard. Scholar, Buddha speaks of karma. You are a person of karma. As soon as I look at you you're just bathed in Buddha's light. So the Buddha would like to make a connection with you. Bond with me? Yang Jinrong looked at the senior monk with a smile. How many yuan? Why are you stealing my lines? The senior monk was momentarily speechless. He simply pulled out a peace talisman tied with a red rope and was about to open his mouth to say yuan. But he didn't want someone at the back to greet Yang Jinrong. Yang Jinrong? Yo, it's really you. The visitor was none other than Zhang Lingtian of the peaceful white shop, who came slowly on a shared bicycle. And when he saw the monk, he said with a smile, "Monk, I've got a one-stop service here. Do you want to settle for yuan? Monks don't get close to women." The senior monk put away the peace talisman and saluted with a one-handed standing palm. "Since the monk's friend is here, then I will take my leave, and I will see you again in another day." With that, he stomped off. Yang Jinrong always felt that something was wrong. This asshole seems a bit afraid of Zhang Lingtian. Boss Zhang knows this. Senior monk? Yang Jinrong asked curiously. Met a couple times. Zhang Lingtian waved his hand and continued to ride his shared bicycle on the road. "I still have things to do, so I'll leave first. By the way, if you have any business needs lately, you can call for an appointment. I've been quite busy lately." Good. Yang Jinrong was slightly surprised in his heart as he looked at Zhang Lingtian who was heading towards the monk. When Yang Jinrong returned to the dormitory, it just so happened that Yu Huai and the 3 of them were there, and threw the chilled Pepsi to the 3 of them. "Righteous father, thanks a lot. Why not Coca-Cola? It would be nice to have 5 pounds of spicy crawfish to go with it." This last sentence was said by Yu Huai. Yang Jinrong sent him a blank stare. Where's the spicy crawfish in the middle of the day? Took a lunch break. There are no afternoon classes, but was notified by the counselor. Go to the grade classroom to listen to the speech. Everyone must be there. Sign-in students are given to add volunteer service hours. Did not sign in students. Counselor's course usual points deducted 10 points. Another 2 hours on the cell phone. Large classrooms are the most boring to listen to. Leaders get things done in the front and we play with our phones in the back row. The 4 of them talked as they made their way in pairs to the large classroom on the first floor of the mandated 5th academic building. By the time they arrived, the back row of the large classroom was full of students, leaving only the front row unoccupied. The 4 could only sit stiffly in the front row. The class president of each class will start getting people to sign in. Our class is all here. We're too short in our class. Faye, our class is here. The bell rang, and the leader of today's lecture finally arrived. What Yang Jinrong didn't expect was that it was the bald director. Today's bald director seems to be a little bit absent-minded, not in very good condition. Even the wolfberry thermos cup that usually does not leave his hand is not with him, and did not notice Yang Jinrong in the front row. He walked to the podium by himself, opened a publicity pamphlet, and then plugged in the teaching USB flash drive, turned on the multimedia projector, and appeared a picture of a student look-alike who was surrounded by several people with a stick to beat him up. Bald director Xia Cohen pointed at the photo with an infrared ray and said, "What's everyone's first thought when they see this photo? A distribution den? Fraud. Wire fraud. Right. It should be electrical fraud." The photo immediately aroused the interest of the students, who were still playing with their cell phones with their heads down. They all rushed to answer. Xia Cohen nodded his head in satisfaction as he began to state the topic of today's lecture. In accordance with the requirements of the higher authorities, today I will give you a special lesson on electric fraud and anti-electric fraud. I hope all students stay away from electric scams and cherish their lives. Xia Cohen flipped PPT, while a serious talk for a full session. Several times in the middle subconsciously want to touch the thermos to drink water. Found that he did not bring, can only continue to say, the university next door to us. A few days ago, there was a case of electric fraud. Several students were tricked into leaving the country, and suffered inhuman treatment outside. And in the end, the police arrived and only saw their corpses. A tragedy with a heavy heart. Today on behalf of the school, I am here to emphasize very seriously with every student here that one must not go to the so-called money-making, part-time jobs, online loans, to get in touch with the electric scam, and even more so to the so-called dream of getting rich, to go abroad. I don't want to see the tragedy that happened in my PowerPoint presentation happen to any of the students in our school. In the next period of time, the school will organize the Student Council for Secondary Education, so you can pay more attention to the Student Council information. That's it for today's lesson. Class dismissed. End of course. Shiken turned away wearily. Can any college student be scammed these days? Yu Huai laughed. Next door to the university is not the Fudan University. It can be inside all the talent. How they were cheated. I won't be fooled anyway. Even if I drop a kidney, I make the call. It will never be removed. Zhang Xiaohua and Yang Bin both said with a smile. Several people went back to the dormitory together. On the way, Yang Jinrong received a call from Yan Yan. He let several people go back first. He walked to the side and picked up the phone. Lawyer Yan, don't tell me what bad news has come again. When he walked out of the courtroom at noon, Yan Yan summarized with him the progress of the lawsuit against Sister News and Xiaoli to help. And after Jun He's investigation, came to the conclusion that the lawsuit can be won, but will not be able to get any compensation. It was only half a day ago that Yan Yan called again, specifying that there was no good news. You got me. Yan Yan didn't beat around the bush and said directly and plainly, the cases of retort Xiaoping and Jia Dongmei have encountered new troubles. It's not something that's been nailed down. And new trouble? Yang Jinrong frowned slightly. Tell me. Yan Yan paused for a few seconds before he said, your compensation, my attorney's fees, odds are it's all gone down the drain. Their old house. Something wrong with it? Yang Jinrong pondered for a few seconds, guessing the only possibility in his mind. Their old house. Rented out in advance? Brilliant. Yan Yan's tone had more than a hint of surprise. She didn't expect Yang Jinrong to guess this point, and immediately said, I also just got the news. The old house of the retort Xiaoping's mother and daughter. Rented out a day early, and the lease contract was signed for 20 years. In accordance with the statute of sale without lease, there's no way to get out of the lease on this house, even if it were for sale. In other words, no one would buy it. The house was determined to be in the name of the retort Xiaoping, and her father had long since died, much less operated by his father. Didn't you apply for property preservation in advance? Yang Jinrong was puzzled. We have long applied to the local court for property preservation, but for some reason, it never came down, and as a result, just now, we were notified that their house was rented out a few days ago. Yan Yan was also a bit puzzled by this. Their old house is off-site and far from Linhai, and such cases involving off-site locations are inherently risky. I don't suppose they could have come up with that idea with their mother and daughter. Could they? Yang Jinrong pondered for a moment. They have a high-ranking person behind them? It shouldn't. This mother and daughter don't look like they have a background in backing. Our law firm will continue to investigate. We're just telling you in advance that it will be hard to get your $520,000 in compensation, so you can be prepared. Yan Yan's voice is slightly apologetic. This is the first case she accepted Yang Jinrong's commission, and as a result, she won the lawsuit and couldn't get the money. But it's really shameful. If it's okay, I'll hang up now. Well, wait, the jade tablet I gave you at the charity meeting. Keep it. It's very expensive. Okay. Ending the call with Yan Yan, Yang Jinrong pondered for a moment, feeling that there was no solution for a while, thinking as he walked. By the time he got back to his dormitory, it was late. Just as Zhang Xiaohua rushed back with a bag of takeout, he shouted excitedly, Ah Bin, where's the wine you bought? Here. Yang Bin pulled a dozen beers from under the computer cabinet. 12, is that enough? Enough is enough. Zhang Xiaohua unlocked the door and opened the huge takeout box. A spicy and fresh aroma quickly filled the air. Red and fat crayfish, emitting a tantalizing fragrance. 10 pounds of spicy crayfish. Is that enough? Come on, sit down and eat together. It may be that the two of them feel that they have been estranged from Yang Jinrong and Yu Huai for a while, and they have specially bought crayfish and beer to ease their relationship. I'll buy you guys a barbecue someday. Yang Jinrong did not make any pretense and sat down to shiver crawfish and drink beer with his housemates. College life is great. A few glasses of beer down. The box has opened. Zhang Xiaohua and Yang Bin, too slightly apologetic, expressed the previous slander case. Should not care about Yang Jinrong, is there wrong and so on? Yang Jinrong didn't mind this either. He only felt that of these three housemates of his, only Yu Huai could be a deep friend. Several people were drinking beer and shivering crawfish when suddenly there was a violent knock on the door. That's right, it's the violent knocking on the door. Knock, 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 bam bam bam, bang bang bang, open the door. The student council is checking the dormitory. Open the door now. In this moment of concentration, The door was rattled and the wood shavings rustled and splattered. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Don't ing kick the door with your foot. If you do it again the door sucks. Yu Huai stood up and shouted indignantly. He walked behind the door, but he didn't know that he had just unlocked the door when there was a loud bang and the door was kicked open. Right into Yu Huai. I kicked the door. What's wrong with it? Before seeing his person first heard his voice. Extremely arrogant voice accompanied by the door was kicked open the moment. Sounded at the same time. Knocked half a day door. You do not open it, right? Do you want to force me to kick it with my feet? Next chapter will be late again. Holy crap. Special thanks to booklover0602 for the $19 reward. And many more rewards from readers. Thank you for your support. It's all thanks to everyone's support that I'm motivated to update 10,000 words a day. Punch punch punch. Please subscribe. End of chapter. 068, Violent Bedroom Check. Dormitory Warlord. Young people should not be too angry. Requesting subscriptions. Dang. Rather than reacting extremely fast, Yu Huai tilted his body backward to dodge while protecting his hands in front of his chest. He was also hit hard by the door panel, letting out a dull thud. Follow closely. 5 stout youths, dressed in black clothes and pants, walked inside the dormitory in turn, lining up on 2 sides. The last youth wearing a white shirt and black pants, unruly and untamed, walked in, his plate-inch head, the back of his head with a handful of pigtails, one hand in the crotch to pull out the movement. The expression of contempt slanting at the dormitory Yang Jinrong. A few people, extremely arrogant, said, the student council to check the dormitory. Ultimi obediently stood good to come. Yang Jinrong frowned slightly, his eyes swept over the 6 people who stepped into the dormitory, noting down their looks one by one, and finally his eyes landed on the dormitory door that had been kicked out of a gap, and he raised an eyebrow. Zhang Xiaohua thought that Yang Jinrong was going to have a seizure. He was afraid of a fight. 4 against 6 cannot beat. Not to mention the other 6 people have 5 people tall, strong and robust, endure for a while the wind and waves. He hurriedly pulled Yang Jinrong, and signaled Yang Bin to stop Yu Huai. The 4 were standing up when the young man in the white shirt with the thinnest frame swept his gaze over the 4 and the corner of his mouth quirked. You guys, do you know who I am? No. Zhang Xiaohua said cautiously, are you guys from the school's student union? He'd been in the law school student council his freshman and sophomore years, and he didn't remember any of the 6, it wasn't the faculty student council, so naturally it was the university student council. We're from the student council of the College of Physical Education. I'm Zhao Ruiqiang, the president of the student council. Zhao Ruiqiang said condescendingly, don't ask me why we're in charge of you law majors, because we're in charge of this dormitory building. Do you hear me? Zhang Xiaohua nodded. Understood. Why are you eating crawfish and drinking alcohol in your dorm rooms? Who gave you permission to do this in the dormitory? Zhao Ruiqiang pulled out his crotch while shaking the pigtails on the back of his head, signaling what a few people behind him should do. Beer and crayfish, all confiscated. Zhang Xiaohua got nervous. He saved his pocket money for quite a long time before he gritted his teeth and bought 10 pounds of crayfish for a treat, thinking of easing the relationship with Yu Huai Yang Jinrong. If it was confiscated at this moment, wouldn't it all be a waste of money? He hastened to curry favor. Don't, Chairman, we're paying too much for this. Don't confiscate it. You're making a deal with me, Zhao Ruiqiang? Zhao Ruiqiang said unhappily. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to offend these people. He forced himself to hold back the anger in his chest and begged, can we just confiscate half of it? We've only just eaten for a while. We haven't even finished a caddy. Zhao Ruiqiang stared back at Zhang Xiaohua. What kind of character are you that you dare to negotiate with me? Zhao Ruiqiang? Zhang Xiaohua bit his lip. Yang Jinrong took a slight half step forward. Yu Huai also quietly reached behind him, ready to grab the iron dustpan behind the door at any time. Yang Bin, on the other hand, was so scared that he took half a step back. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to answer, Zhao Ruiqiang became even more arrogant. He reached out and slapped Zhang Xiaohua's face, and said condescendingly, from now on, look at the faces of the 6 of us, and keep an eye on our work tags. In this building, except for the 6 of us, it's not good for anyone to control you, understand? All mute? The president asked you a question. You guys? No? The remaining 5 cadres of the sports college student union stared at the 4 Yang Jinrongs and opened their mouths to scold them. Understood. Zhang Xiaohua clenched his hands into fists. If he wasn't worried about his school registration and graduation certificate, these fists of his would have landed on Zhao Ruiqiang's beaten face. Just at this time, Zhao Ruiqiang out of the corner of his eye suddenly glimpsed Yang Bin secretly holding a cell phone. The camera aimed at him, which is secretly video. Zhao Ruiqiang forward 2 steps, came to Yang Bin in front of him. He reached out and grabbed the latter's arm. Will be hidden cell phone snatched over? I'll look really in the video. He did not go to delete the video, but said with a smile, buddy, this cell phone is still folding screen. How much money nah? Yang Bin weakly said, $11,200. Asterisk asterisk. Zhao Ruiqiang cursed. He wanted to pretend to take the money to smash this cell phone. Once asked that it was so expensive, he was furious. What grade are you? How dare you use a cell phone that is more expensive than mine? 12,000? This cell phone shell is made of gold. Or cell phone core is made of gold? With that, he threw his cell phone to one person. Delete the video. The man took the phone and started deleting the video while cursing. Just you kid is sinister. How dare you secretly record the video? Believe it or not, I'll smash your cell phone? Make a gesture to drop the phone. Yang Bin rushed forward to stop, to grab the phone. The results were People Sportsman a hand to hold down. Yang Bin can only bitterly begged, do not fall, I apologize to you guys. I'm this phone, just bought not long. Installment payment, please, don't fall. The more he pleaded like this, the more licentious the other few became. A few people laughed. Little pussy, now you know you're wrong? I thought how smart. How dare you play dirty with us and secretly videotape? Kid, learn more from a few of them, and bear with me if you have grievances. If you don't, you'll have to pay for it. This cell phone is quite pretty. It's still a folding screen and it's quite smooth to use. Why don't I keep it for you for a few days? The man with the cell phone at the end played with the phone, and then carried it to his pocket, while smiling and laughing, with the light of greed flashing in his eyes. My cell phone, you guys smashed my cell phone. You've gone too far. Yang Bin was in a rage and was about to rush up and fight with the other party, but was stopped by Yang Jinrong, who hadn't said a word, and he only said 4 words. Yu Huai, close the door. Yu Huai was leaning against the door, and when he heard Yang Jinrong's words, he immediately closed the dormitory door and unlocked it. The curtains and windows had been closed long ago because of the crawfish, and at the moment, the outside couldn't see the inside, and the inside couldn't see the outside. Several people from the student council scuffed up and stood together, each looking straight at the 4 Yang Jinrongs, waiting for a word from their president to immediately make a move. Both sides are at swords drawn. Yo, what do you guys mean? Shut the door and get your asses kicked? Zhao Ruiqian looked to Yang Bin. See, the other did not move. Disdainful laugh. Loss of your 5'8" big man, how a little bit of blood are not off? Really no interest. As Zhao Ruiqian was talking, he suddenly walked forward, grabbed the small table where the crayfish were placed with both hands, and with a fierce force, he lifted the whole pot of crayfish all over the ground, and the table was also lifted off. Grab a couple more beers. I still say the same thing. In front of me, Zhao Ruiqiang. It's a dragon that has to be coiled, and a tiger that has to lie down. What kind of person I, Zhao Ruiqiang, am? There's no need for me to say it myself. You guys will know sooner or later. Zhao Ruiqiang arrogantly and domineeringly smashed a bottle of beer in his hand on the floor. Beer and broken glass slag splashed all over the ground. Zhang Xiaohua looked at him in a rage and wanted to rush up and violently beat up Zhao Ruiqiang, but he was held down by several people from the student council on his shoulders. Young people should not be too angry. Zhao Ruiqiang looked at the pinned down Zhang Xiaohua with a smirk and reached out to slap the latter's face twice. Do you have the strength to fight with me, Zhao Ruiqiang? Cam Young keeps his hands on the other side. Once his opponent made the first move, he was able to all of these guys up, still in self-defense. Nay, the 6 people on the other side surprisingly didn't have a single person who made the first move. Even though Yang Jinrong told you why to close the door, the other 6 people still didn't make a move. You robbed my roommate's cell phone, which is worth more than 5,000, which has reached the criminal case standard and constitutes the crime of intentional misappropriation of other people's property. Yang Jinrong swept his gaze over Zhao Ruiqiang, and the other student council member who smashed the cell phone, and said coldly, according to Article 270 of the criminal law, intentionally appropriating another person's property in an amount exceeding 10,000 yuan shall be punished by a fixed term imprisonment of less than 2 years. Ha ha, kid, don't think that just because you guys studied a laborious law degree, you're opening your mouths to be sentenced to a few years. You think you're Zhao Ling ah? Zhao Ruiqiang stomped on his nose more and more, teasingly saying, still the same, brother will set everything right. For this guy's arrogance? Yang Jinrong didn't feel surprised and just raised his eyebrows slightly. This group, why don't you do it? Yu Huai took in Yang Jinrong's eyebrow-raising action. The two of them had cooperated many times, and when he calmed down, he immediately understood Yang Jinrong's thoughts. Yu Huai stepped forward and pointed at Zhao Ruiqiang provocatively. You look like such a pussy, and your still brother will take care of everything? I'll take care of everything. I think you're just Shakespeare without the sergeant. Arrogant nigga half a day. Have the ability to do it? Your grandpa you can crush you with one finger. I think you've grown your head just to make yourself look taller. I'm yet. When has he, Zhao Ruiqiang, ever been pointed at his nose and scolded in front of his many juniors? When have you ever been so angry? I bought a hiking bag last year. Super abrasion resistant. I'm yet. Him up for me, Zhao Ruiqiang roared. The 5 student union cadres of the sports academy were also irritated by Yu Huai's words, and had already been very upset. Hearing the president's words, 3 of the 5 of them struck out at the same time, one for each of their opponents, and their fists swung out, especially the one with the biggest and sturdiest body among them. He went straight at Yu Huai and raised his hand to throw a punch. The student council is beating up on people. I'm super hard-wearing. Yu Huai bellowed, grabbed the iron dustpan behind him, raised it violently, and smashed it fiercely on top of the big man's fat head. Duong! There was a thud and a straight-up dry hump to the other guy. Ah! The man roared in anger and raised a fist, hitting Yu Huai in the face, directly giving him a dry wall. Asterisk. Yu Huai cursed. This pusher's armor is too high. An iron dustpan just went down and didn't even dry him out. Hard to deal with. Yu Huai was still good. Zhang Xiaohua and Yang Bin were miserable. Each of them fought against one person, completely unable to beat them, and were pressed under the arm and punched. Ah! Suddenly the man who was holding down Yang Bin screamed miserably. He let go of the hand that was holding down Yang Bin, lifted up his foot and kicked the ladder, and with a duong sound, Yang Bin was kicked and flipped out horizontally, hitting the foot of the bed. Are you a ing dog? The man lifted up his pants and looked down. There was only a mouthful of teeth marks on the inner thigh, all bleeding. The skin and flesh were bitten off. This bite down. If the bite is on his little eel, it is estimated that he will have to go to the capital to serve the emperor. In a flash, the man's eyes were red. Yang Bin, who seems to be the most honest, is the most ruthless. He hadn't even been fully born with that thought when he heard a crunching sound. The sound of a bone breaking. He turned his head hurriedly to the other corner. That corner was where Zhao Ruiqiang was. Long before the fight started, Yang Jinrong took the lead and rushed to Zhao Ruiqiang. The latter took a look at Yang Jinrong's scholarly and elegant appearance and looked very good at bullying, and decisively punched Yang Jinrong. Student Council President Zhou Ruiqiang hit someone. Yang Jinrong body side, shoulder received a punch from the other side. After shouting, raised his foot and kicked the other side's crotch, followed by taking advantage of the other side's hands to cover the crotch, grabbed a helmet, and fiercely smashed Zhao Ruiqiang's head, straight up the other guy. Young people are not exasperated. At this moment, Yang Jinrong, like a quasi-bedroom god of war, still called young people? Unlimited fighting. The main fight is a surprise attack. In critical moments, you can use anything around you as a weapon to attack the enemy in any position. There is no chapter and verse to speak of. There is no logic feasible. There's only one goal. Take out enemies that pose a threat to wood themselves as fast as possible, in the shortest amount of time. The 2 people who hadn't made a move before, seeing the president being punched, immediately encircled over. One of them punched at Yang Jinrong, but they didn't want the latter to not talk about martial arts and directly blocked with his helmet. Hiss! The man's wrist was nearly dislocated from this vicious punch to the helmet, and he sucked in a breath of cold air from the pain. Holy! Bang! Before his words completely fell, Yang Jinrong grabbed the helmet as a mallet and ruthlessly smashed it on his head. Ah! The man screamed so hard he was almost concussed. The other person's fist fell, but pounced. Yang Jinrong reacted quickly, sidestepped and dodged away at the same time, bent down and reached out, casually grabbed a handful of crayfish scattered on the ground, and threw it out, accurately hitting the other person's eyes. This is spicy crawfish. Hot eyes. Pretty hot. Aha! The man covered his eyes and screamed miserably, but he didn't want Yang Jinrong to stop his attack. His helmet had already been knocked out, and he raised his hand and threw an uppercut, hitting his opponent on the chin. Click! The sound of a dislocated jaw rang out. The purpose of unlimited fighting. As long as the enemy can still pose the slightest threat to himself, he must be beaten to the point where he is completely incapacitated and loses his ability to threaten, in order to ensure his absolute safety. Of course, there are additional prerequisites of compliance and self-defense. If the opponent flees, we may not pursue. But right now, the other party was not running away at all. Yang Jinrong clicked a meal output. The 3 men wailed as he beat them. The student council member who had knocked over Yang Bin turned his head just in time to see the scene that left him dumbfounded. Holy, you're the ing real tough guy now. The 2 who were still dealing with Yu Huai and Zhang Xiaohua also locked their eyes on Yang Jinrong. The 3 of them looked at each other and decided to abandon their opponents and deal with Yang Jinrong together. The 3 of them immediately swarmed up to take care of Yang Jinrong first. Jinrong! Yu Huai shouted nervously and tried to stop one person, but he was slipped by the crayfish scattered on the ground and fell straight down. Zhang Xiaohua, who was blindsided, biting his lips and turning blue, was in a mess and didn't know what to do. And Yang Bin, who had been beaten the most, no longer dared to look or think about what would happen to Yang Jinrong. He subconsciously closed his eyes. Pray for Yang Jinrong in your heart. Outside the dormitory door. At this moment, it had already been surrounded by students who had heard the shouting commotion. The door was unlocked. They don't know what's going on in there either. Just know that the student council comes to check on the bed. Then a student council beat up someone. And another student council president Zhao Ruichang beat up someone were heard. And the rest of the commotion was duong. Bang, click, and screams coming from inside the dormitory. Over and out. Barbecue is up. The president of the student union, Zhao Ruichang, brought people to the door to beat up the students. I saw it. 6 of them, all tall, all wearing black clothes and black pants, with pigtails, more fierce than the gangsters, the brothers inside this dormitory. They won't be killed, right? I heard that those people in the student council are all from the sports academy. One by one, they all have flower arm tattoos. Their faces are as fierce as evil ghosts, and on weekdays everyone who sees them avoids walking away, not daring to look directly at them. What kind of student union is this? This is clearly the Black Shibuya Club, using the reason of checking the dormitory to commit vandalism. Why would we at Linhai University allow such an organization to exist? The students outside the door vociferously denounced the student council. Obviously student government is a negative organization in the minds of most students. Some students also called the police at the first opportunity, while others called the school leadership. This dormitory seems like Yang Jinrong lives in it. He won't be killed, right? Yang Jinrong, it is really him. I remember the last time to send a wreath is sent to this dormitory finished. This time Yang Jinrong completely finished. He can use the law to sanction others, but it is difficult to sanction the gang of the student union. I'm afraid this time, this legend Yang Jinrong is going to be finished. Have you guys heard? That student council president Zhao Ruichang is the crown prince of the Changjin group. Hiss, that's terrible. Didn't you guys just hear that? Zhao Ruichang in there said that he's going to smash this dormitory building because it was given to the school by his family. I heard it. And I heard him say that his chin was made of gold. And his underpants were made of gold. Why are panties made of gold too? How should I know? It's a rich man's specialty. No. What I clearly just heard was that Zhao Ruichang has a gun made of gold. Who would have thought that the students outside the door had begun to cross the line more and more with the blackmail? Dirty. The sound of a police car siren finally rang out downstairs, and several sheriff's deputies got out of their cars and rushed up the stairs to the dormitory door. Make way for all of them. At the head of the group was none other than Sheriff Hoxie, who bellowed and signaled the students to get out of the way. Sheriff Uncle, you'd better bring weapons inside. It's Zhao Ruichang inside. He has a gun. Golden gun. Right. The students were talking. When they heard that there was a gun inside, Huoshi immediately changed his expression. His foot, which had already been heavily raised and intended to kick open the dormitory door, was also subconsciously gently lowered, quickly retracted, and took out the baton at his waist and flung it, making a defensive posture. He swept his gaze over many of his classmates and asked suspiciously, "Can anyone tell what exactly is going on in there right now?" Inside, it's the student council president, Zhao Ruichang, with a gun and men, unlocking the door and trying to beat the 4 students inside to death. Yes. Zhao Ruichang is also going to use explosives and blow up the building. The more Huoshi listened, the more wrong he was. How did he feel that none of the words coming out of the mouths of the students at the scene were believable? Team Hua, I think it's better to open the door first. Along with them came Lu Zhanqing as well as Xiao Chun. Lu Zhanqing came to Huoshi's ear. Team Hua, from my life experience during my university days, none of the words of these students outside are reliable. It's better to believe it than not to believe it. Huoshi shook his head and said as the old captain, "Xiao Lu, you go knock on the door." Lu Zhanqing felt his scalp go a little numb, but he had to listen to the captain's words. He took a step forward. He knocked 3 times on the door and shouted at the inside. "Students inside, don't be impulsive if something happens. We're vigilantes. Open the door quickly." Lu Zhanqing vaguely heard a response from inside, but couldn't hear it. He pressed his ear against the door, and the more he listened, the more his brows tightened. "What's that noise in there?" Huoshi inquired. Lu Zhanqing lifted his head and seriously simulated. "The sounds inside are o-ah-ah-ah-m. The crowd was dumbfounded. "What's that sound? How it doesn't feel right." A few of the students who had just been rumoring about golden panties and golden pistols slipped away quietly while the crowd was still large. "All back off." Huoshi's mind had roughly made a judgment. He drove all the students away and signaled to Lu Zhanqing. "Force the door open." Lu Zhanqing's eyes widened. "It's me again, brother." I'm flesh and blood too. I miss the days of Captain Zhang Xin. Didn't ask you to come? Told you to keep an eye out. Hoshi glared at Xiaolu. His baton shielded in front of him as he snapped his foot up and was about to kick the dormitory wood out of the way with a vicious kick. Yikes! Just in the nick of time. The dormitory door was unexpectedly opened by someone inside. Then Hoshi saw a face he knew all too well. Yang Jinrong? How come it's you again? 10,000 word update delivered. Thank you for your support. Keep asking for recommendations and rewards. Woohoo! End of chapter. 069, stun the whole audience. Thieves shouting to catch thieves. Pigmates. Make peace. Kneel down and ask for subscriptions. Begging for catch-up reading. P.S. One change to the previous post to read that instead of smashing the phone, it was grabbed and attempted to take possession of it. Please subscribe. Ask for a catch-up read. Kneel for support. Sheriff Hoxie had a black color on his face. How many times has this happened? Every time you meet young Jinrong on a police call, nothing good will happen. But this guy is like a ghost that does not disperse. Every time he can be met by himself. Hoshi's face becomes more and more ugly. His face is close to writing a sentence. Yang Jinrong, can't you stop? You make it seem like our precinct has poor law and order. Sheriff Hua, long time no see. Yang Jinrong didn't care about its face. He was simply curious as to why the police had been called by Hoshi recently. And where had the former magistrate, Zhang Xin, gone? Call back and ask. Hoshi, long time no see? It's only been a few days. I don't want to see you. We got a call about a fight in your dorm. What's going on? Not wanting to waste time, Hoshi went straight to the point, reaching out and pushing the dormitory door open as he spoke. The scene that came into the eyes of the crowd dumbfounded everyone present. At the same time that a spicy aroma reached the tip of everyone's nose, they only saw that on the floor, on the walls, on the desktop, there were all crayfish, and in the messy dormitory, there were several people lying on the floor. The student council of the College of Physical Education. What's the matter with them? One by one, they're all lying on the ground screaming in agony? Is this a cosplay of the ship's new version? Idiot, can't you see that? It's obvious they've been beaten up. What kind of person is so strong that they'd beat up a bunch of sports academy people like this? The student who said this sentence did not finish his words. He subconsciously looked up to the only person in the room standing and opening the door. Yang Jinrong. The corners of his mouth involuntarily twitched, his eyes widened, and his voice became a little shaky as he spoke. Is he Yang Jinrong? All the boys outside the door who were watching and eating were staring at young Jinrong in the doorway with wide eyes. That handsome face. That dashing look. Don't tell me, he ed over the Sports Academy Student Council? Unbelievable. But, he's the only one standing in the whole place. Is there anyone else if not him? Too strong? Worthy of being the man of the hour in our law school. Like a god of war. Slugger, please accept my obeisance. Murmurs with shock constantly resounded in the dormitory corridor. A number of students took out their cell phones to take pictures and record videos, ready to send a circle of friends. Send do sound. Tell others, we law school people, as well as capable of writing and martial arts. As you can see, Yang Jinrong shook off his right hand. He had just thrown a few punches with his right hand, and felt a bit of pain in his fist. Also thanks to this group of people are Hulu waifs to save grandpa. One by one rushed up to send head. If a swarm, Yang Jinrong really do not have the certainty of victory. Of course, but also thanks to the dormitory of the other three brothers. Carry a little while. Yang Jinrong put his fist to his mouth and blew on it to ease the pain. He said expressionlessly, this group of black-clothed ones lying on the ground right now are from the Sports College Student Association. They rushed into our dormitory and smashed our belongings. They ended up robbing my classmate's cell phone worth $12,000. And they also started to beat up on people first, so I was forced to act in self-defense. Justifiable defense? Hoshi looked disbelieving. His eyes swept over the whimpering few people on the ground, and an odd look appeared on his face. Completely disbelieving Yang Jinrong's words, he pointed to a few people on the ground who were getting ready to get up. You told me they hit first. You defended yourself, and then you defended them like this? Yang Jinrong nodded his head and explained in a serious manner. It could be that they are too weak. They don't pay attention to exercising on weekdays, and their bodies are surplus to requirements. But that's not right. They're from the sports academy. There's no reason for them not to exercise, so there's only one possibility. Yang Jinrong paused. Hoshi looked over at him. The two trainee vigilantes, Xiaolu and Xiao Chen, also looked at Yang Jinrong. The students outside also had their eyes focused on Yang Jinrong, waiting for him to follow. That might be a little hard to say though. Yang Jinrong moistened his throat, but I still want to say that they may have jerked off too much on weekdays, resulting in their bodies being too weak. The crowd was wide-eyed. That's a lot of words. It hurts too much. Dang. Zhao Ruiqiang, who was about to climb up and sue. heard Yang Jinrong's words, slipped on the soles of his feet, and with a thud, fell to the ground again. Ah! He screamed in pain. I'm sure it's a lot of jerking off. Yang Jinrong made the bear show his hands, said with an innocent face, I told you how they were so weak. How does that saying go? Less jerking is good. Big jerking hurts the body. Strong jerking goes up in smoke. He kindly exhorted the many students in the room. Remember, don't do what they did and hurt your body. Quit jerking off what you need to quit. It will help your teenagers develop healthy bodies. You're bloodthirsty. Yang what Yang? Don't talk nonsense. You can attack my physical body but you can't insult my character. Ah, that's right. Don't you slander us hiss. Pain pain pain. The few student council members who were originally lying on the ground began to help each other and get up with difficulty after seeing the arrival of the vigilantes, and when they heard Yang Jinrong's words of public humiliation, they hurriedly spoke out to retort. But their retort didn't do any good, and the onlookers outside, the students who were eating the food, had already started to spread it in low voices, which made them all blush more than it killed them. They could vaguely still hear some of the chatter outside. No wonder this group of guys from the sports academies are so vegetable. So they're jacked up on blood. TSK, a girl I was courting before, and told me I was a good guy, but she only liked the sports academy. This is something I'll have to talk to her about high and low. The student union. These people look at a person tall and big. I did not expect all as empty of its surface of the false frame. Just now there is a sports college and the campus network forum threatened me to offline reel me. I now report the dormitory address. Let him come to compare. Beware of S. Zhao Ruiqiang. Several people easily helped each other up, then heard the murmurs outside, and hurriedly spread their hands to each other, for fear of being misunderstood as S. You guys, tell me what's going on. Huashi didn't believe Yang Jinrong's words as he looked up at the several people who had already struggled to get up. Sheriff Rule, I'm the president of the student council, and I'm leading our student council officers in a major inspection of this dormitory, in accordance with the university's notice. When we walked into this dormitory, Zhao Rui forced himself to endure the pain and began to compile. He pointed at Yang Jinrong and gritted his teeth. It was him. He took advantage of us checking the dormitory and suddenly sneak attacked us. He brought a few people from their dormitory, not speaking of martial virtues, and came to sneak attack a few of us sports students. We were defenseless and were sneak attacked by him. Ah yes, he's the one who took the lead, and he splashed us with crawfish. At that moment, down the corridor, two hospital leaders rushed over. The students were fighting, the sheriff's office was alerted, and the student council was involved. So naturally the school leaders had to be there. One is the dean of the School of Physical Education, and the other is the director of the division's student government. Zhao Ruiqiang saw the two recognized leaders to the scene, instantly rising momentum. The volume of speech have increased by a few points. Dean, we follow the school regulations to routinely inspect the dormitory. Their dormitory not only do not cooperate with the inspection, in the dormitory to eat crayfish, drink beer, but also take advantage of our inspection, to engage in a sneak attack. To us a big fight. You guys, drinking? The dean of the College of Physical Education was called Zhao Changhua. He had a country face with a serious countenance, giving the first impression of rigid dogma. His eyes swept over the messy dormitory, and then finally his eyes rested on Yang Jinrong. The word drinking immediately caught everyone's attention when it appeared. Drinking, in the vast majority of cases, is defined as a pejorative, negative behavior. Often, drinking is bundled with vicious words like fighting and assault. They were drinking. They were still drinking when we came in to check on them. We told them to stop drinking and they wouldn't even listen to us. Zhao Ruiqiang also grasped the key point. The drinking matter is infinitely amplified. Want to put all the fault on Yang Jinrong and their drinking? He continued to plead. Several of them do not know how much they drank, and when we persuade us, they take the bottle to hit us. Ah yes. Another student council member followed suit. They drank and committed murder, beating us. We were reluctant to fight back out of humanitarianism. Who knew they would get the better of us, forcing us to fight back in self-defense? That's it. A couple of them were laying into us and hitting us with their helmets on the basis that we didn't dare to get real, especially him. Several others have targeted Yang Jinrong, pointing at him and saying indignantly, especially this man. He strikes the hardest and is also the most insidious and cunning, engaging in sneak attacks. After being so upside down and misinterpreting right and wrong by these few people, it was actually quite like that. The abuser becomes the victim? At this time, in Yang Jinrong's mind, after many days, the system beep finally sounded. Ding! Negative energies that may pose extreme negative effects on students were detected, successfully triggering the task. Please ask the host to make a choice. Option 1, our students, head up and down. There is no need to make the relationship too rigid. Take the initiative to propose a settlement, to resolve the conflict, but also is not a good thing. Reward, king pesticide of your choice, any hero, any permanent skin A. Option 2, the other party is the president of the student union on campus, and his identity and background are not simple outside the school, so he should take the initiative to admit his fault and try to get the other party's understanding, so as to avoid deeper conflicts, and to maintain the stability of the campus, which is incumbent on the host. Reward, $100. 000 in cash. Option 3, for the evil forces that exist in the campus, the host should be fearless, never condone them, take up the legal weapon, defend their legitimate rights and interests, remove the campus bullies, pass on the positive energy, and return the campus to a clean learning atmosphere. Reward, a complete list of God-level driving skills. Note, by obtaining this skill, although you can drive all land-moving vehicles, the host should not drive illegally before obtaining the appropriate driving license. Is that even an option? Although Yang Jinrong was an aggro player, he did not have a high aggro degree, so this reward was not attractive to him, and he also needed to initiate a settlement, which was even more unlikely. Option 2 is even more outrageous, asking for forgiveness? Although the reward of 100,000 was an ordinary year's salary, Yang Jinrong was not yet to the extent of bending over for 100,000 pieces. System, I choose option 3. Yang Jinrong made a decisive choice, and at this point, Yu Huai and a few of them had also struggled to stand up at this time. Their injuries were far from being as heavy as a few people in the student union. It was that their defense was not as resistant to being beaten up as others, so they looked more miserable. Zhang Xiaohua was furious and gritted his teeth when he heard the words of the few people from the student council who confused right and wrong and shouted at the thieves. It was clearly you guys who started the fight. You guys wanted to snatch our crayfish and beer. You even insulted us, relying on your status as a student council member. You bullied us ordinary students, especially you, Zhao Ruiqiang. Who in this dormitory building doesn't know what kind of person you are? And he took my cell phone. Ugh. Yang Bin covered his stomach. He was kicked and his stomach still hurts now. But he's more concerned about his cell phone being snatched. My cell phone is still in their hands. They're going to take my cell phone. Take possession of it. I bought my cell phone for $12,000. They want it for themselves. May it be so? Zhao Changhua's face stared at Zhao Ruiqiang's several people and questioned. Me, the person who took Yang Bin's cell phone, pulled out the latter's cell phone from his pocket. He was momentarily speechless, but his side of Zhao Ruiqiang is the first to speak. Sophistry. We do not want his cell phone. Not to mention the existence of hijacking a statement. We just help him to keep a little God special meow to hold a cell phone for someone. I don't think even he believes this when he says it. The students who were eating around them couldn't help but laugh. Really think we're cuties, do we? Robbers, we didn't rob the bank. We just held the money for the bank. Ha ha. These comments naturally fell into the ears of the two hospital leaders. Both men frowned. I don't need you to keep it. Give me back my cell phone. Yang Bin gritted his teeth and gathered his courage and said. Zhao Ruiqiang gave a look, and the guy with the cell phone understood and hurriedly threw the phone to Yang Bin, who stiff-lipped. I didn't ask for your phone. Don't slander me, otherwise I'll sue you. Yang Bin got his cell phone and hurriedly checked it up. Luckily it wasn't damaged in the fight. He secretly celebrated a bit and thanked God. Dean Zhao. The 4 people in this dormitory have seriously broken school discipline and interfered with the student council's dormitory inspection. I still ask Dean Zhao to make a punishment for giving them. Zhao Ruiqiang still want to continue to reverse the right and wrong. He said, suddenly felt a burst of pain in his lower body, subconsciously reached out to cover his brother. Legs clenched, and his face also showed a touch of pain and distortion. I want to go to the hospital. Quickly help me call a demon 20-inch. He didn't dare to delay any longer. He had to hurry to the hospital for a checkup, or his brother would be finished with his life if he broke down. Ouch. I'm in pain too. A student council officer saw the president's maneuvering and shouted along. He covered his crotch with a pompous expression and acted. Pain, pain, pain. My koan is going to shatter. I have to go to the hospital for a checkup. Pay for the money. It's him dash. He pointed at young Jinrong and cried. He's the one who hit us. He must pay us back. Several other student union cadres saw this scene and also acquiesced to the president's call for them to perform together in preparation for blackmailing Yang Jinrong and the others, and several of them immediately cooperated with the president. Zhao Ruiqiang. To perform. Yeah, he's the one who hit me. I'm in pain too. My arm's going to break out. My head hurts. I feel like I'm going to die. I've got a concussion. It's over. Poor my parents raised me so well. I haven't done my filial duty to them yet. I can't get over my concussion without $100,000 or $80,000. My heart hurts. It's colicky. Call an ambulance. I want to be hospitalized. The acting of a few people is just not very good. A pompous lot. A stark blackmail performance. The students looking around couldn't help but laugh. This acting ability. Not bad for a sports academy. Zhao Ruiqiang stared wide-eyed. 10,000 grass mud horses ran wildly in his heart. I meow is really painful. Ah, you bunch of fools. Such a pompous performance. So that everyone thinks that all of us are acting. Ah. Zhao Ruiqiang really wanted to kick this group of pig teammates one by one. He was in pain. His legs tightly clenched. His features were distorted. His forehead was in a cold sweat. He felt he was finished. He usually spends a lot of money, but he hasn't enjoyed enough sex life. Ah. But no one believed him. Several other student council cadres saw the president's expression. They all praised in their hearts, worthy of being our president. Acting is good. More realistic than a professional subject actor. Too good. They secretly gave the president a thumbs up. Zhao Ruiqiang was even more furious when he saw their thumbs up. If it wasn't so painful that he couldn't move, he really wanted to slaughter all of these piggy teammates. Alright, stop acting. Zhao Changhua opened his mouth. He was too lazy to watch this kind of farce. That's it. Look at both of your gangs. There's nothing serious. Deal with it yourselves. He just took another leader with him. Gone. Zhao Ruiqiang saw the Dean Zhao who flung his hand and left, and was dumbfounded on the spot. Nima. Leader. Let you punish the 4 people in their dormitory. Ah. Not to mention expulsion. But at least a demerit? You just came to see it and left? But that's how college is. As long as things don't get out of hand. Schools don't even bother to pipe in. Unlike high school, there are penalties of demerits and demerits. Otherwise, inside universities, organizations like student unions wouldn't exist. Not only are there faculty student unions, but there are also school student unions, both of which are used to manage students. And because of this, they have given rise to the likes of Zhao Ruiqiang and his bully-like student union groups. Okay, you guys, stop acting. Sheriff Hoxie knocked on the door and said with an expressionless face, student fights can be minor or serious. You're all adults. Make your own choices. He didn't say so explicitly, but the subtext is clear to all. Either settle and the matter will be closed. Either there is no settlement. People on both sides are involved in breaking the law, mobbing and fighting, and since they are both adults, the minimum penalty is administrative detention. How do you choose? Huoxi's gaze swept over the several student council members led by Zhao Ruiqiang, and several of them lowered their heads, not daring to be arrogant in front of the vigilantes. Although they were arrogant and domineering, deep down they still had an innate fear of the security agencies. That's good. Seeing a few people lower their heads, Huoxi's heart was satisfied. He had so many years of experience in dealing with this kind of student fights, this kind of small and trivial, no matter who hit who, and no matter who was wrong and who was right. In the end, it is all reconciliation. In the end, his gaze swept over Yu Huai's few people and landed on Yang Jinrong, who had already been treated as a prick in his mind, but he didn't bother to pursue it. Huoxi looked at Yang Jinrong and said indifferently, if you choose to reconcile, no case will be filed, so just sign here and deal with it. If you don't want to reconcile, then take your housemates and follow me back to the security office for further processing. End of chapter. 070. The most frightening thing is not the arrogance of the bad guys, but the silence of the good guys. Extinction tragedy. Cheering for the college entrance exam. Hearing this, the corners of the student council's mouths twitched. They also knew that they were in the wrong first, but they just weren't convinced, and they all turned their gazes towards the president. Zhao Ruiqiang. Zhao Ruiqiang, who was turning blue from the pain, now thought about the performance of the several pig teammates just now. They all hated their teeth, and could not wait to give this group of rice buckets one person a big pussy root. I'm in excruciating pain, and you guys faked it like I did, and then you screwed up, and the dean got pissed off, so what do you expect me to do? Yang Jinrong sighed. Yang Bin and Zhang Xiaohua took the initiative to come up to Yang Jinrong. How about, let's just forget about it? Zhang Xiaohua lowered his voice. He also had a color hanging on his body, forcibly enduring the pain on his body and the anger in his heart. If the matter became a big deal, it would definitely do more harm than good to students from ordinary families like them. What's the point of going to the sheriff's office? When the time comes, everyone comes to administrative detention. Zhao Ruiqiang has a family background and can be released with a word, and will not even leave a record of administrative detention. And Zhang Xiaohua's few people were in big trouble, with a criminal record. You're not even eligible for public office in the future. This was a devastating disaster for the law students. I'm sure I won't pursue it. Yang Bin is more direct, although he was born tall, but has always been more timid and cautious. The phone did not break is already unfortunate in the fortunate, and then pursued. For him, no one objected. These two people's choices were also expected by young Jinrong. Jinrong, I'll do as you say. Yu Huai was firm in his stance. He subconsciously took half a step away from Zhang Xiaohua and Yang Bin, giving off a feeling that he didn't care to be with them. He gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "Have you not thought about the fact that by choosing to hold back and reconcile today, we are condoning Zhao Ruiqiang and the others, and they will only become more arrogant and intensify their efforts. There will be the next one of us to be bullied tomorrow, and another one of us to be bullied the day after that, and the day after that they will come back to bully us again. One of us being bullied, and the day after that they will come back to bully us again. Bad guys need to be punished ruthlessly, and being condescending will only make the bad guys more arrogant. In this world, the most frightening thing is not the arrogance of bad people, but the silence of good people. When a society into the world, human feelings, flattery, singing praises will become a unique culture. Integrity and honesty will be marginalized. Those who are originally simple and kind and speak with integrity are often viewed as deviants by most people. It seems that their behavior in the eyes of the crowd is very strange, but in fact it is right to reflect on this community. Wei, Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. He didn't know how to explain it. It was hard to make up my mind to buy crawfish and beer to ease into the dorm. It turned out to be such a mess. Not only did they lose a lot of money, but instead of easing their relationship, the relationship between the four members of the dormitory deteriorated even further. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua sighed in his heart. After all, with young Jinrong they are not all the way. The road is different. Sooner or later they will go their separate ways, so why should he force himself? I won't pursue the matter anyway, and I can't care about the gang from the student union, who they will bully in the future, and whether they will continue to do evil in the future. Yang Bin tightly tucked his cell phone and weakly said, I can't afford to mess with them and I don't want to continue to mess with them, and whether others are being bullied by them. I also don't have that ability to meddle. Everyone sweeps the snow in front of his own door, never mind the frost on the tiles of others. Yu Huai was about to have a seizure, but he was stopped by young Jinrong, who nodded. Everyone has everyone's way of life. Everyone has everyone's attitude towards things. I respect your choices. Jin Young looked to Sheriff Hoxie. Our three housemates have chosen to reconcile. Yu Huai froze. What do you mean? 3 housemates reconciled? Is this Jin Rong's way of removing him? Yu Huai, to face it alone? He hurriedly said. No, I didn't choose to reconcile. I'm with Jin Rong. You want to be serious to the end? Huoshi laughed. Finally shook his head. Advised. Yang Jinrong, I advise you to consider carefully. Today this matter, and you have encountered cases are different. If you have to be more serious in the end you may pay more and more, but cannot get anything. Not every time to be more serious are meaningful. Also not every time to be more serious can be victorious. College is only half of society. And when you're actually out in society, you'll realize that your so-called more serious attitude, the black and white attitude, doesn't make any sense. It was rare for Hoshi to say long words of advice. It's because he thinks Yang Jinrong is a decent person. He still didn't like people who preferred to bend and bend. In this society where all human feelings were learned, this kind of character didn't do any good, whether it was for himself or others. 100 harms but no good. Just like Zhang Xin. Those who are too strong are easily broken, but those who are good at being soft are undefeated. That's Hoxie's motto. Thank you for the kind reminder. Young Jinrong did not listen to his advice. After Huoshi frowned at young Jinrong, he no longer pays attention to him, but turns his head to Zhao Ruiqiang and the others. What about you guys? Do you want to go back to the security office with me to investigate? Or do you want to sign a settlement and mediation now? Reconciliation. Yes. We'll be adults and leave it at that. A few of us, being the officers of the student council, should have a pattern and be open to the students. So let's forget about this today. The magistrate has said. A few people do not dare to make a mistake. They are also afraid of being beaten up again by young Jinrong, a ruthless man in their hearts. They all have chosen to reconcile and mediate, but their mouths are not left behind, and one by one, they give themselves back their face. Lu, produce a settlement agreement and have them sign it, Hoshi said with an expressionless face. This agreement represents a non-filing. Turn around and issue a notice of non-filing and the matter is closed. Lu Zhanqing was a little hesitant. When he was a high school student, he was also often bullied by a group of evil forces in the school. He looked for teachers and leaders, and every time he was used as "we are all students in the same school" as a reason to make peace and put it off. I also told my parents, but every time they used the excuse that they were too busy with work and didn't have time, or that student kids fight with each other. It's no big deal to pass it off. He put up with the bullying until he graduated from high school and got into the police academy. That's why he hates two kinds of people in particular, those who lord it over others and those who make peace with it. What's the problem? Huoshi frowned and glanced at Xiaolu. From tomorrow onwards, you don't need to follow me out in the field. Study within the security office. Xiao Chen. You do it. Xiaolu's body shook. He tightened his lips. No rebuttal. And no sulking. Just for a moment, the faith in his heart wavered. Xiao Chen sighed inwardly. He patted Xiaolu's shoulder, took the file bag, took out a copy of the settlement agreement, and began to write, roughly combing through the case and writing it down. And in no time, he looked up at Zhao Ruiqiang and the others. Come over here to register your information and sign. A few people pushed and shoved, registering their personal information, and they all signed again in droves. Xiao Chen looked at the 4 Yang Jinrongs again. You 4, sign or not? Actually, it's the same whether you sign it or not. I sign. I'll sign too. Zhang Xiaohua and Yang Bin have both taken the initiative to sign and draw. This thing will never be about them again. Even if you get hit. Even if they are bullied. Even if the crawfish beer is smashed. Even if the phone has been robbed. They all chose not to pursue any further. You too. It's okay if you don't sign. Hoshi shook his head. I'll dispatch a notice of non-filing to you tomorrow. And if you two still want to continue, you can go to the sheriff's office to file a complaint. When he finished speaking, he also gave a meaningful glance at young Jinrong. Then he took Xiaolu Xiaochan and was about to leave. Comrade Sheriff Hoxie, are you sure you want to leave like this? As several people were preparing to leave, and as everyone thought that this would just be forgotten, Yang Jinrong suddenly spoke up and called out to Sheriff Hoshi. He had tried to understand this kind of peaceable way of going out to the police in a few previous cases, until today's case, when his attempts at understanding turned to utter disgust. Very much hate this kind of conciliatory approach to police appearances. The 3 Huoshi people stopped walking, and he even turned to look at Yang Jinrong. Yang Jinrong stood in front of the dormitory door, beside Yu Huai, flanked by Zhang Xiaohua Yangbin, behind him Zhao Ruiqiang a few people, opposite Huoshi 3 magistrates, and in the middle is a melon-eating students. Yang Jinrong gazed like a torch, through the crowd, looking straight at Huoshi. His voice is like a flood bell, which is transmitted into the ears of everyone. I've tried to understand that conciliatory way of dealing with you, Sheriff Hoxie, but I've never been able to understand it thoroughly until today, when I realized that I was wrong, and that I shouldn't have tried to understand it, because it was wrong, dead wrong. The conciliatory approach to law enforcement dilutes the winds of justice and fosters more cowards, thus crowning the shameless and bottomless as kings. It totally fuels the arrogance of the wicked and makes the bad even more arrogant. Yang Jinrong's voice traveled through the corridor, attracting more students. Even the students on the upper floors downstairs had heard the sound and ran out from their dormitories to look at Yang Jinrong. Under the gazes of hundreds of students, Yang Jinrong held his head high as he stepped forward. Law enforcers' unprincipled peacemaking not only harms the masses, but also puts the bad guys in harm's way. You seem to have helped in Zhao Ruiqiang today, but if he doesn't get a lesson today, he will dare to bully men and women tomorrow, and the day after that, he will dare to kill and set fire to people. The huge Linhai University, out of him Zhao Ruiqiang such a person, at least he is in the school a few years. The school will not be quiet. You say the other students depressed not? How can they study at ease? How can they work hard? If good has no support, evil will eventually run free. It was a moment that energized all who were listening. These shocking words infected hundreds of students. There are timid and cowardly students who secretly resolve to be brave. There are also students who have done bad things and are awakened, like a blow to the head, to the realization that if they don't correct themselves, they may go astray in the future into something even more horrible, which would be the abyss of the earth. Sure, there would always be people who were naturally nasty and scoffed at young Jinrong's words, disdaining them. Do not talk about the rules, put things to rest, which on the surface is to save trouble. In fact, the harm is infinite and the essence of mud is inaction. Is the connivance of the bad guys? Is the harm to the good guys? Is the corruption of the social atmosphere? Is the destruction of justice? Law-abiding people get hurt more. Bad guys fall harder, and society pays more. If every little treachery and evil is cleaned up in time, there must be a rise in righteousness and a fall in evil, and society becomes more and more harmonious. Wow! In the split second that young Jinrong's words fell, the whole dormitory building resounded with applause like thunder. I don't know how many students were shocked and baptized by it, and they recognized young Jinrong's words and agreed with his behavior even more. Today there is young Jinrong who stands up against all odds to stop the evil and bring about justice. If there is a tomorrow, they will also take the baton in the hands of young Jinrong, and the positive energy will be passed on, and more people will stand up against evil. Good. That's great to say. Worthy of our Linhai University's face ceiling, more serious ceiling, and law major ceiling, Senior Yang Jinrong, we will always support you. What's scary is not the arrogance of the bad guys, but the silence of the good guys. What's even scarier is the inaction and delusion of law enforcement. Zhao Ruiqiang and the others must be severely punished. Return our tranquility to Linhai University. Linhai University can do without him, Zhao Ruiqiang, but it can't do without senior Yang Jinrong. It's up to us ordinary students to unite and stand up to bullies. At this moment, I don't know how many students were infected and cried out what was in their hearts. Xiaolu and Xiao Chen both lowered their heads in shame. No face to the many students. Instead, Huaxi let out a cold snort. He gazed at young Jinrong, and with a distant glance at each other, he coldly said, "If you feel that this time is not handled properly, you can go to the security office to appeal, or you can also go to complain against me. Remember my security number and name. My name is Huaxi, 095107. Brat, don't know what's good for you." In the old days, there was the practice of holding the emperor hostage to order the world. Today, you, Yang Jinrong, still want to fan the emotions of the student body and use this as a means of holding the law and order hostage? Hoshi snorted coldly and whisked his sleeve away. After Xiao Lu and Xiao Chen returned apologetic glances, they also followed and trotted away. Young Jinrong looked at the back of the other party's departure. His heart became more and more determined that idea. He also thought that his words could change Huaxi, change his attitude and way of dealing with the case. But he did not want to. The other party is so contemptuous, so do not care. I'll appeal, and I'll complain even more. How can this case just end like this? Ha! Zhao Ruiqiang limped out with the support of several student union officers. As he passed by young Jinrong, he laughed. Look at you. Do you really think you're living in the war era? Engaging in a student uprising? Times have changed. It's a modern society now. Ha! And you. The day you get out of this ivory tower and step into the society, you will be ashamed of today's behavior. And the cruel society will let you know your behavior today. How childish and ridiculous it is. Zhao Ruiqiang led a few people and walked over step by step. The students on the scene were displeased and wanted to stop the evil student council, but no one dared to step forward. Yang Jinrong didn't say half a word more. He knows. Prove it yourself with your actions. Yang Jinrong took out his cell phone and dialed Yan Yan's number. What's going on? Got a new case so soon? Yan Yan was just a joke. But he didn't want the prophecy to come true. But Yang Jinrong had not approached her to commission a lawsuit, but something else. Only after getting Yan Yan's answer did Yang Jinrong hang up the phone. He dialed the phone number of the Lincoln District Sheriff's Office. Just to complain about Horsey? No. Yang Jinrong informed the Sheriff's Office of the highlights of the case that Huaxi had never asked about just now. I demand a criminal case. Okay, what you just said. Our office has already recorded it. It's already time to go off duty. You can come to the Linhai District Security Office first thing in the morning, to cooperate with the processing. Of course, you can also come now. We have on-duty security officers. Yes. Yang Jinrong hangs up the phone. Huaxi drove, and the police car quickly headed towards the Linhai District Security Office. This time, an urgent cell phone rang. Ringing. He was driving irritably and didn't have the patience to answer the phone. When the phone finished ringing, he didn't bother to answer it. And then Xiao Chen's phone rang. It was a dispatch call from the operator at the sheriff's office. Xiao Chen hurriedly turned on the outside voice. Railway Vegetable Market. A vendor and a customer got into an argument and argued so much that the customer called the police and is now asking for the police to come out, saying that if they don't come out, they'll smash the vendor's stall. Hua team, you are close. Run another trip. Yes. Huaxi finished with an expressionless face. Just as he passed the turning intersection, he crossed the corner as soon as he could and headed towards the railroad vegetable market. Even at the end of the day, he didn't complain. It's his work ethic. It didn't take long. The three arrived at the railroad food market, without even having to inquire. The trio had just stepped into the noisy food market when they heard the sound of a heated argument. This chicken of yours is just unlucky. I don't want it. Give me my money back now. You chose the chicken and you told me to kill it. So how was I to know that this chicken would suddenly lay an egg? Come on. The eggs are on me. Okay? I'll give you the egg and I'll give you $1 back. Okay? Shall not. Hoshi led the two, striding forward to the vendor's stall. It is a stall selling freshly slaughtered live chickens. A pungent stench of chicken poop surrounded, but could not stop the people who ate and watched. In front of the stall has long been surrounded. Make way. Make way. Xiao Lu hurriedly called out a path. The vigilante is coming. Someone called out, finally making way, and Hoshi took the lead as he walked over, his gaze sweeping. Who's going to tell us what happened? The vigilantes came just in time. Come, the vigilantes to comment. What is this called? I am now slaughter stall. He bought me a live chicken, carefully selected old half-day, but also $1.50 a catty of the price. so that I killed to him, and now killed. The hair are dealt with cleanly. He told me that the chicken slaughtered, laid an egg, inauspicious, asked for a refund. The tall, skinny chicken vendor owner, wearing an apron, grabbed Hoshi with an aggrieved look on his face and pleaded for judgment. It's supposed to be unlucky. I bought a chicken for my daughter-in-law to raise her fetus. A chicken that is dying and laying eggs. Can it be lucky? Isn't this a curse on my daughter-in-law's premature labor? The buyer of the chicken was a monkey skinny old man in his late teens, yelling emotionally and spitting all over the place. The two of them, Xiao Chen and Xiao Lu, couldn't help but frown as they listened to the arguing. Hoshi understood. This is a case of not wanting it anymore and just finding an excuse to back out of the chicken. This kind of chicken scratch is a pure waste of policing power. It's as annoying as the Yang Jinrong case. How much is the chicken? You give him a refund. Hoshi didn't bother to learn more, and said in a commanding tone, you can sell your chickens if you kill them anyway, but if you can't, take them home and eat them yourself. Ugh. The owner of the chicken vendor is also an honest man. Since the police officer has said so, what can he do? With a long sigh, count me out today. Here, $58.50. Hoxie was getting ready to prepare, close the case, and walk away. But I don't want the old man quit. He spit and yelled. What $58.05? I give you obviously is $98.05. The stall owner was instantly anxious. How $98.50? You gave me $100 plus 50 cents. I found you $50. 2 for 20. 1 for 10. How do you old man want to extort? That's $98.05. And you have to give me a refund of $98.05 today. The boss's emotions became more agitated. His hands and feet. You chicken dying to lay eggs. I haven't asked you for moral damages, and you still want to pit me against money? It's even more of a mess at the moment. The unidentified eaters on the side all spoke up as well. Gee, $98.50 for a chicken? And it's $1.50 a catty cheaper? How black-hearted this stall must be. That's right, isn't it? Bullying the old man with Alzheimer's? The vigilantes are here, and they're still trying to fool him? Everyone remember this stall. Don't even go to his house to buy chicken in the future. It's too shady. This kind of traitor hurry up and get out of this market. No, this kind of traitor should be fined tens of thousands of dollars by the Trade and Industry Bureau. Let him go bankrupt. Can't give him to continue to be a shady traitor and victimize consumers. The murmurs continued. Not a single word was missed into the ears of the boss. The boss was completely anxious. He was so angry that his hands were trembling. When did I ever charge him $98.50? I didn't have a black heart. I have fair scales. I slaughter live orchard chickens. I have a license. I have all the documents. How come I can't set up a stall? Hoshi interrupted the boss and stopped the boss from speaking. He looked at the boss. Do you have proof that you only charged him $58.50? He gives me $100 plus 50 cents. I get him 2 20s and a 10. Isn't that it? The murmurs continued, and the boss was shaking with anger. Didn't use Zhifubao or WeChat. Used cash. And there's no surveillance here. Xiaolu laughed bitterly and said helplessly. There's no way to prove it. The public says it's a good idea and the public says it's a good idea. Come on. You can't prove yourself. It's only a couple dozen bucks anyway. So hurry up and pay it. That's all. Again, Hoshi said in a commanding tone. The honest boss was really anxious. He even trembled all over and tried to grab the chicken chopper, only to shrink back after being glared at by Hoshi. Finally, in public, the boss managed to get $98.05. Let's go. Case closed. Hoshi turned around and left with a bewildered Xiaolu and Xiao Chen, leaving behind the trembling chicken stall owner and the many onlookers who were pointing around. By the time the 3 horsey men returned to the sheriff's office, it was after 8 o'clock in the evening. Unloading their gear, the trio were starving. The cafeteria had food, but it was getting cold. Neither Xiaolu nor Chen had an appetite. Hoshi was also in a bad mood. He was busy all day and came back with a complaint. He ate a couple of bites, left the dishes and went home. This night, Hoshi was obviously tired and mentally exhausted, but he was sleepy and disoriented. Early in the morning, just after 7 o'clock, the urgent cell phone ringing suddenly woke up Hoshi. He hurriedly climbed up from the bed. A look as Wang Shuyi, director of the call, hurried to connect. Director, so urgent to call me. Is Yang Jinrong in the morning to complain about me again? No. There was a fiery murder in our precinct last night. A family of 4, one of them a pregnant woman on the verge of giving birth, was killed at home. 4 lives, no survivors, a tragedy of extermination. Wang Shouyi's words instantly woke up all of Hoshi's sleep, but then Director Wang's next words, but also let Hoshi from the toes to the scalp as cold as numbness, the whole person like falling into the ice cellar. The murderer, who chose to commit suicide after the extermination, is the same vendor stall owner you responded to yesterday, over 6,000 words and begging for a subscription. End of chapter. 071, resignation. File a case for recourse. No one will help you anymore. The murderer's family also has a daughter in junior high school who will soon take her midterm exams. His wife died in a car accident at the beginning of the year, and his father has been paralyzed for a few years and has been in need of medication. The whole family relies on his stall to support themselves. Boom! Huoxi's entire body was like a thunderclap, his brain roaring. He had never imagined that his handling of the situation would result in such serious and terrible consequences. When he was young, he was also like Yang Jinrong and Zhang Xian, with a clear distinction between black and white. But gradually, after dealing with countless times of complicated and trivial things, his concepts have shifted, and he failed to forget his original intention. But over the years, he has handled the situation in a way that has made the precinct as harmonious as possible and avoided many unnecessary conflicts. Is it all wrong? Huoxi did not know how he hung up the phone. His whole person is as lost as the soul. Lost soul. The heart is more 10,000 self-blame. Regret. My fault. It's all my fault. If I had dealt with it seriously, if I had taken it more seriously, if I had looked into it to the end, if I had given him a fair deal, a tragedy for both families, neither of which would have happened. Huoxi, who was in a state of disorientation, only felt that his head was muddled, and he was like a walking corpse, not washing up, even wearing pajamas, and heading towards the security office. There were several near misses along the way, but he was oblivious. On the web, after a night of fermentation, Linhai University bed check incident, but also finally rushed to the end of the hot search list, caused a lot of netizens' attention. I didn't realize that there were such violent organizations inside the university. I always thought that only middle schools had them. This student council is too arrogant, isn't it? Anyone like that, put in our place, would have to be beaten to the point of not recognizing his mother. Isn't the most aggravating thing? Isn't it the sheriff's handling of the program? School leaders come in, do nothing, and just walk away? This is all pure indulgence in condoning violent organizations. I just want to know, in the end, will these student council members be duly punished or not? I'm afraid it's hard. This student council president is so arrogant. I guess the background is not simple, but the person he messed with was Yang Jinrong. Have you forgotten what happened to those who offended Yang Jinrong before? Not only is there a video of the full explanation of the incident circulating on the internet, but the same goes for Yang Jinrong's final, soul-stirring question. Yang Jinrong's sentence was praised by countless netizens. The worst thing is not the arrogance of the bad guys, but the silence of the good guys. That's a great saying. I feel like my whole being has been uplifted after watching Cam Young speak. In the face of school thugs, we should strike hard. If we don't crack down on them now, they will only cause more harm to society when they are out in the community. I most hate the violent elements inside the school. When the principal's son is our school's little bully, with a bunch of people bullying boys and girls, I almost white knife into red knife out that year. To click him. The brother upstairs fortunately did not do anything stupid. There is no need to take yourself in for this kind of person. Even if you want to confront, you have to go through the legal process. Looking forward to the final answer to this story. I'd like to know, how will Yang Jinrong handle it? +1. Yang Jinrong in the dormitory flipped through the comments on the network. He made a video last night to announce the whole thing in detail, but the result was that the video was uploaded last night, but it was reviewed by the platform, and by the morning, it had not yet been released. Go to the sheriff's office first. Yang Jinrong took the Ducati's keys and was about to go out when Yu Huai suddenly asked, "I'll come along too." "No need." Yang Jinrong patted his shoulder. "Don't you have a part-time job today? Hurry up and go." "Ugh," Yu Huai sullenly said. "Brothers want to carry it with you and you still won't let them." As for the part-time job, he didn't even want to talk about it. He'd been doing it for almost half a month and hadn't gotten a dime of pay yet. "Go away." Yang Jinrong smiled and headed to the parking lot to go for a ride. Just finished talking to Huoxi on the phone. Wang Shouyi, director, silently sighed. This case even he himself shook the belief in his heart. He thought of the words he had used to educate Zhang Xian earlier. What makes a good vigilante? The world is not all black and white. Wang Shouyi held the edge of the table and looked through the window to the people coming and going on the street outside, with mixed feelings in his heart. The other sheriff's deputies in the office had been dispatched to the scene of the extermination. After a long time, Wang Shouyi picked up the phone and dialed Zhang Xian's number. "Director? Come back and report for duty today." "Ha? I haven't reflected enough here. Wait. Someone ran a red light. I'll go." Wang Shouyi listening to the phone that came from the car hooter. The heart is even more mixed feelings. The last time because of Yang Jinrong's motorcycle case, Zhang Xian in the absence of approval before going out to the police, bring the body back to the autopsy. A few days after the higher authorities audit found this problem, Wang Shuyi dead under the protection, only to keep Zhang Xian's position, but in order to let him reflect on his temporary reassignment to the traffic police brigade. Well, director, what did you just say? Zhang Xian's voice sounded as if it was quite pleasurable. This guy seemed to be quite enjoying the days of being delegated to the traffic security brigade. Wang Shui said in a bad mood. Rabbit, almost got it. Must I put down an old face? Give you an apology to do? Zhang Xian, it's not impossible. Wang Shui scolded. Your kid's skin is itchy, isn't it? Hurry back to report. Before 9 o'clock. I want to see you report to the office. I've already helped you with the Traffic Security Bureau. I still have a DUI check here. I can't go back. I can't go back at all. Zhang Xian is in a very relaxed state. He seems to really quite like being a traffic vigilante. Wang Shui that depressed. He did not want to suffer from this brat's anger again. So he ordered. Before 9 o'clock back to report. This is an order. Must obey. Zhang Xian, who was standing on the sidewalk edge, listening to the busy tone in his hand. His heart was also mixed. He covered the sun on top of his head with his hand. Sweat slid down from his forehead into his eye sockets. The stinging sensation made him unable to resist reaching out and rubbing his eyes. And for a moment, it was as if he had seen the world mixed up in black and white. Just then, a motorcycle, red and white in color, stopped in front of him. Zhang Xian was slightly stunned. This motorcycle has too much guts, right? I'm such a big traffic policeman standing here, and you still dare to park on the side in front of me? Zhang Xian lifted the red stick-like object in his hand. Take off your helmet and come blow on it. The helmeted rider raised his head and removed his helmet, revealing a handsome face, none other than Yang Jinrong, who was surprised. Zhang Xian? Oh, Jin Young. Zhang Xian also recognized Yang Jinrong. He was in a daze. How come he had come to be a traffic policeman and still met this guy? It's true that the ghost is still there. There won't be another case this time, right? Zhang Xian thought as he subconsciously brought the red stick-shaped object towards Yang Jinrong's mouth. Even though we know each other, we have to blow a little. Yang Jinrong, a DUI is not a DUI. Yang Jinrong has never done anything illegal, but he was quite curious. What kind of routine was Zhang Xian doing? Checking for DUIs in the morning? Don't they usually check for DUIs at night? Who would drink in the morning? You're going somewhere? Zhang Xian put away the alcohol detector and casually asked. Go to your sheriff's office. Yang Jinrong smiled as he looked Zhang Xian up and down. Don't say. Your reflective jacket is quite handsome. This time it was Zhang Xian's turn to be speechless. He couldn't help but spit out. Why do you have so many cases every day? Conan is possessed. Our precinct isn't that disharmonious, is it? I'm a victim. Yang Jinrong shrugged. He put his helmet on, lifted the windshield mask, and rushed at Zhang Xian. Come on. I'm going to go file a report. You put it aside and slowly check for DUIs. Wait, give me a ride. Zhang Xian hurriedly pulled Yang Jinrong. He took off his reflective jacket. I happen to be going to the institute here as well. Give me a ride on the way. No extra helmets. Yang Jinrong refused Zhang Xian's request as he looked at the latter with a hint of caution. You're not fishing for law enforcement, are you? Zhang Xian. Am I that bad? Zhang Xian couldn't help but roll her eyes. Just then another traffic vigilante rode over on a motorized bike, and Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. Liang, borrow a helmet for a bit, and I'll return it to you in the evening. Gotta. Liang handed over the extra helmet and inquired, why aren't you wearing a reflective jacket? Thanks I've got to get back to the office. I've got a mission. After Zhang Xian finished speaking, she straddled the back seat of Yang Jinrong's Ducati. Let's go. Yang Jinrong had never seen such a self-centered one. This is my car. Can you at least ask my permission? Forget it. For the sake of an acquaintance, I won't get on your bad side. Boom! The Ducati engine roared, quickly traveling toward the direction of the security office. Through the curves, a beautiful tail, almost to Zhang Xian thrown out. Ah goo goo. Yang Jinrong, the wind is too loud to hear. While talking, he drifted another turn. Zhang Xian, goo 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 goo. All the way is 7 turns. Strange routes. Wait until the Linhai District Security Bureau. Zhang Xian from the back seat down. Feel a burst of lightheaded. The body is still floating. Dizziness and vertigo feeling attacked. He rushed to take off the helmet, ran to the corner of the wall to hold the wall, began to regurgitate, vomited half a dozen what did not spit out. Hard to get out of the way. Sheriff Shang, you have a weak kidney, Yang Jinrong said in a serious manner. Zhang Xian held onto the wall. I kidney. You. Zhang Xian, back? Wang Shui walked out from the security office building and looked at Zhang Xian with concern. Just said your kidneys are failing? I have an old Chinese doctor here. Recommend him to you. He is an expert in this area. A pair of medicine can make you alive for 7 days. Zhang Xian tilted her head back and looked at the sky, her face pale as she kept gasping for breath. It's a state that's more like a kidney deficiency. It's really yellow mud in the crotch. Not. Yang Jinrong was about to say that he had come to report a crime, when on the road at the back, the soulful Huishi numbly walked over. Hoshi. Wang Shui frowned and called out to him. This state just doesn't look right. Director. Huishi raised his head and looked at Wang Shui, his voice hoarse with frustration. I'm here to take the blame and resign if the law convicts me. I'll never refute it. With that, he held out his hands, which made it pretty obvious that he was waiting to be handcuffed. You come over to my office. Wang Shui beckoned with an expressionless face, followed by Yang Jinrong. For your case, let's leave it in Zhang Xian's hands. There will be other vigilantes to hand over to him later. Wang Shui walked in front, and Huishi followed like a walking corpse. What happened? Yang Jinrong was a bit surprised. That's not true. Wasn't Sheriff Hoxie in good spirits last night? Even if one complains about him once, it's not so bad that he has to resign, right? Then there must be a problem with another case. I don't know. Zhang Xian shook his head as he recovered quite a bit of his condition before he walked towards the gate of the security office, turning back and saying, "Follow me." Yang Jinrong found a parking space quite well and followed Zhang Xian into the security office building. Not for a while. Another sheriff came over with yesterday's report and processing information, and told Zhang Xian about the unreasonable way that Huishi and the others handled the situation yesterday. I know. In the reception room, Zhang Xian received the information and read it carefully before raising her head and looking at Yang Jinrong. It means that they used the name of checking the dormitory to enter your dormitory and carry out illegal acts such as vandalism. And out of self-defense, you fought a long battle and put them all down? Aha. Yang Jinrong nodded. Is there any video or surveillance? Zhang Xian took a pen, ready to record. No. My roommate Yang Bin had a video, but they deleted it. Yang Jinrong shook his head. Without any evidence, then the case is difficult to define. Zhang Xian analyzed. It does tend to be more of a mutual assault situation, and Huishi handled it with some flaws, but it can be explained. What's more, the rest of your dormitory has agreed to a settlement, so it will be difficult to pursue this case of yours any further. That's why I'm asking to reopen the case for recourse. Yang Jinrong said. Reopen the case for prosecution? Zhang Xian was slightly stunned. They willfully damaged my personal property, valued at $22,000, and are now requesting that a criminal case be filed against them. Yang Jinrong took out a recording pen, and took out the jade tablet that was damaged into 3 halves. This was given to him by Yan Yan after the charity donation event. At first he did not know the value. Yesterday he called Yan Yan, only then he got the price. This is almost like giving back the money that Yang Jinrong donated. If a person is suspected of intentionally destroying public or private property in one of the following circumstances, a case shall be filed for prosecution, causing a loss of public or private property of more than 5,000 yuan, destroying public or private property more than 3 times, gathering more than 3 people to openly destroy public or private property, and other circumstances of a serious nature. Yesterday Zhao Ruiqiang and the others accounted for the above too, and is of a larger amount, is punishable by imprisonment of not more than 3 years, detention or a fine. Yang Jinrong continued. When I called the police yesterday, I made a point of explaining this. Zhang Xian looked to the other vigilante, and after receiving an affirmative reply, Zhang Xian nodded as he took the recorder out and played it. Student counselor Zhao Ruiqiang hit someone. Ka-ching. No? Zhang Xian was stunned. This recorder was just 2 short voices? Nope. He hit me. I took a punch, and then the jade tablet shattered. Yang Jinrong explained. I was worried that the other party would find the evidence and destroy it, so I turned off the recorder and hid it. It kind of explains it. Zhang Xian nodded and asked again. You just said that this jade tablet of yours is worth $22,000? Can there be an acquisition invoice or something like that? Yes. Yang Jinrong glanced at his cell phone time. I guess it's almost here. The jade tablet was given to me by a lawyer friend. She has the purchase invoice and so on. Zhang Xian glanced at Yang Jinrong rather unexpectedly. What kind of person could give him such an expensive gift? Tap tap tap. It was at this time that Yan Yan, who was dressed in formal attire, gallantly stepped on her high heels and walked over. This way. Cam Young beckoned. The tall, youthful and beautiful Yan Yan, with a pair of slender and straight thighs, walked straight into the reception room, holding a small packing box in her hand. Zhang Xian couldn't help but glare at Yan Yan when she saw him. Temperamental beauty to send more than 20,000 yuan of jade cards. Yang Jinrong, this is a rich woman evening. This is the invoice and paperwork for the jade's acquisition. warranty card, etc. Yen Yen stretched out her slender hand and handed the exquisite box in her hand to Yang Jinrong. This was bought at the Jade Edge counter. Feel free to inquire. She took another look at the jade tablet that shattered into 3 pieces, and her heart was slightly lost. Thanks. Yang Jinrong took the box, opened it, took out the small ticket and invoice for the purchase inside, and handed it to Zhang Xin. The evidence is all here. I think we should be able to file a case. No problem. Zhang Xin began to fill out the case filing form. It didn't take long. Filing completed. Only then did Yang Jinrong and Yen Yen both leave the security office. Linhai University. Zhao Ruiqiang and the 2 student council cadres, walking in the school lotus pond on the side of the path. The hot days of several people are wearing a jacket, because the body hangs color, but also wrapped in gauze. Strong several people, do not want to be hospitalized in disgrace. They ran out of their own. President, isn't that the folding cell phone from yesterday? What's the name? Yang Bin? A few people were walking, when suddenly one person pointed to the location of the gazebo in the middle of the lotus pond in front of them and said, Zhao Ruiqian looked in the direction of his finger and saw Yang Bin. Go, catch up with him. A few people moved quickly, toward Yang Bin. Nay, the movement was too large. Zhao Ruiqian tore his balls. A tearing sensation came from below. He grimaced in pain. You guys catch up with him first. I'll be right there. Several people quickly blocked Yang Bin at the gazebo. When Yang Bin saw a few people from the student council, he panicked. He wanted to run, but there were people on both sides, blocking him. There was nowhere to run. You guys, what do you want? Yang Bin retreated to the corner of the gazebo. Kid, what happened last night? It's not over yet. Zhao Rui strongly braced himself and came over, his face showing a ruthlessness that, without that laborious Yang Jinrong around, it was impossible for anyone to help him. And Zhao Ruiqiang became even more unrestrained and arrogant. Ha Tue. Ha ha ha. Several people looked at Yang Bin with an unkind look one by one. End of chapter. Take a chapter off and a random request for a catch-up read. Bad condition. This state of writing will probably drop in the chase reading. Simply take a shift off and adjust. Let's see how much I can write tomorrow. Try to make up for it. I'm sorry. Knock knock. Give everyone a kowtow as an apology. My sister reported me for peeping? Sorry. I'm blind takes a chapter off and a random request for a catch-up read. It's being hand-typed. Please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. 072, missing persons. Scapegoats. Deeper into the crime. Revenge is coming. Requesting subscription. Last time you had Yang Jinrong to help you. This time I'll see who will help you. Zhao Ruiqiang mockingly looked at the timid and cowardly Yang Bin, which made him even more reckless. He kicked Yang Bin again. I told you to kneel down and lick it clean. Are you deaf? Ah. Yang Bin, unwilling to be humiliated, screamed like a madman, flung himself, jumped into the lotus pond, splashing a piece of muddy water. President, should we bring him back? The smoke that was exhaled, emitting a clear fragrance, did not float upwards, but instead spread outwards extremely smoothly, and many abnormal phenomena on Huanjuan Peak became normalized. Then he didn't know how long he would have to wait, so Lu Yu took up the role of an underling on the side, and without moving his head, he began to disassemble the golem. Lu Xia, you just finished surgery? How can you get up? Shuri rushed over to help Lu Xia lie down. Foamy Feng rushed to the wireless. Zhong Chuhong has already put on makeup, changed clothes, wear exquisite gorgeous jewelry waiting for him. Sherry Chung was born beautiful, with a kind of pure and simple natural atmosphere. Its charm naturally reveals, without pretense. Now under the dress, she is exuding an unstoppable charm. Now, he has 5 ways to go. Go to his grandfather. Will only bring them disaster? Such a thing, he cannot do. He had wanted to go to Yanlong Valley, but that was also impossible. Wudong can chase and kill himself, but also in line with Yanlong Valley? But we should find a way to restrain the submarines of the Chinese Defense Forces, or else we'll have to do it later, suggested Sionji Gongwang. Once the message was expanded and printed, a large, piercing golden character was suddenly emitted on top of the huge demon extermination order, and the news was instantly circulated. Then you guys can perk up your ears and listen well. Brother's singing voice is not something to be reckoned with. Wang Xianlong looked at Lu Shaoling and Lu Qing'er and laughed. But this moment Jin Wang private store was found, but also by the emperor's rebuke, was suspended for a year. The store was sealed. Even the Shu Fei was punished. Mother and son were both by the emperor's reprimand. The words did not fall. Wang Lord Chu lips not closed. The pupils of the eyes of a gold and a green two-color light suddenly skyrocketed. 2 rushing columns of light to meet the air, straight through the body of Wang Chuhuang Tiger Change. Last time something extra came out of the barracks. Everyone was very curious. but in the end no one dared to ask Du Jingyu. They all only dared to talk about it in private. The restaurant's facade is decorated in an antique style, which is very different from the pompous commercial style on the market, and looks particularly elegant. Hearing the shouts, Chen Yang shook his head helplessly and got up to open the door of the room, only to see a long-bearded Taoist man around 30, wearing a thunder scarf on his head and a bright yellow Taoist robe, patting his feet and lying outside the courtyard wall. This scene was all watched by He Qifeng in the back, only he wasn't aware of this family's operation. Maybe it's an illusion created by us being so hungry, a thin black old man said breathlessly. At first, when I heard that Zhang Ning lagged the knife to see Fu Qian, and Yu Mei's surface was calm, but her heart was turning over. Over the course of the afternoon, Shirin was grabbed by her second brother and scoped out the unreliability of interstellar men, successfully discouraging Shirin from wanting to try out a dog. Perhaps not accustomed to such an occasion, she was a bit squirming and nervous, her pace was a bit unsteady, and she nearly turned along. Shibuyu froze for a moment. She had thought about how Yan Shirin might react, but she didn't expect that his first thought would be her safety, because she had originally thought that in this situation now, having a few strong men like the Shao family around could be relatively safe. His attention was all on the action, but he forgot to call him girl, which made the side of the place Jay very upset. Probably this is called jealousy. The crowd at this time found Flower Xiong Elder's seed at this time mutated into stone powder. It seems that this old man is also the same as moved to real anger. But Flower Xiong after all, is the intersect elder level? Although the anger, but the reason is still grasped properly. 073, fixing computers. Wife 65. Son 9 years older. Old mare, I think. UING extortion Open your mouth and say $500,000. I see you look like $500,000. Pansy yelled. What a joke. A broken motorcycle, even if a little more handsome and good looking, at most 30, 000 to 50, 000 yuan. Not to mention that he purposely used a half-dry turd, in order to avoid damaging the car, caught to help wash it clean, pressed to lose money. His own behavior at most constitutes provoking trouble, administrative detention only. He kinda likes the detention center. Inside everyone is talented. Speaking good. It's just that the food is a bit poor, either diced turnip soup or fried cabbage, and the leaders only have meat when they make their rounds. You save that for my lawyer. Yang Jinrong had just sent a message to Yen Yen, briefly recounting what happened and authorizing her to be entrusted with the lawsuit. Ha ha, Pansik couldn't help but laugh as he shook his silver bracelet and scoffed. Student boy, have you watched too many TV shows? Talking to your lawyer? Who do you think you are? Strong Construction Group's Zhao Haiba? Yang Jinrong didn't pay attention to this kind of 250. He turned around and made a statement with the vigilante, and added, I'll let the Ducati After Sales Service Center do a good job of appraising the damage of the car, and then issue a damage report, which will be submitted to the security office afterwards. Good. The sheriff's deputies are kind of baffled. This car, is it really that expensive? Aha. Yang Jinrong nodded and added, the car damage is definitely more than 5,000. The specific 10 or 20,000 or 30 or 50,000. I'm not sure. We have to wait for the determination of the damage sheet. But his behavior, it has already constituted intentional damage to personal property, and the amount of money involved has reached the standard of the criminal case. Good. The two young magistrates are obviously newcomers, out in the field presumably because the grassroots security force is tense. He feels that Yang Jinrong is more familiar with the case filing process than he is, and dealing with hooligans is also skillful. Two sheriff's deputies immediately registered a criminal case. Pansy's heart raced and she tensed up. He can ignore detention centers, but he can't ignore prisons. He shuddered at the thought of prison. He'd suffered a lot the last time he'd been there for indecent exposure. Pansy subconsciously tightened his asshole. No. No, 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 I don't want to go to jail. I just took $2,000. I'll give you the money, don't let me go in there. He was in a hurry. It's really urgent. Pansy rushed to plead. I know you're in a hurry, but hold your horses. The young sheriff's heart was secretly happy. Those who had just joined the security work were more righteous, not paralyzed by tedium and corrupted by money. He took the recorded filing slip and coldly said to Pansiki, you come over here and sign first. Pansy was in a hurry. If you can confess to the mastermind behind this, you can have your sentence reduced. Another sheriff's deputy warned, but I really don't know. Pansy was on the verge of tears. That software is particularly good at protecting customer service privacy, and it can be said that 99% of the software on the market does not do as good a job as he does at protecting privacy. He was genuinely unaware of who sent the list. Then there's nothing to be done. Eventually, Pansiki was taken away and what awaited him was a minimum of up to 3 years in prison. Yang Jinrong notified the Ducati service center to come over to fix the damage, tow the car back, What should be replaced? What should be repainted? Poor Ducati. Yang Jinrong only wrote it a few times in total, and it was bad twice. Oriental Pearl City. This is the Strong Construction Group's own development of the villa area. Inside the residents are not rich or noble. Strong Construction Group in Linhai, this crouching tiger hidden dragon international metropolis. Not the richest, can only be considered to be the top of the rankings on the surface, especially in these years of real estate downturn. The group is heavily indebted. However, the group's debts are no more than that, and they can't affect Zhao Haiba. In the large, opulent villa, Zhao Ruiqiang to the room door flourish lock. He habitually pulled out the koan, sat down in front of the computer, opened the cloud disk to appreciate his masterpiece. Suddenly his computer popped up a 360 upgrade window. He smoothly want to turn off, but do not wanna how to turn off. The computer directly stuck. This damn computer, why is it stuck? Zhao Ruiqiang is in a rather bad mood. He annoyed the computer power cord unplugged. Reboot, still stuck, which makes him even more angry. Would have liked to smash the computer, but afraid of his father counted him. Strong Construction Group, everyone knows his father as the heir to training. Against his wastefulness, limit pocket money, do not allow him to play with women. Although he still has a lot of pocket money and women to play with for a change. These are all secret games, and on the surface he even has a cell phone that he bought for $9,000 a year ago. So he called a door-to-door computer repairman on 69 Tongcheng. It didn't take long for the computer repairman to come to the door. You can fix the mainframe here by yourself. I'm going downstairs. After Zhao Ruiqiang finished speaking, he went downstairs on his own. The nanny had already brought over the cut fruits, and he ate them casually, thinking about how to deal with Yang Jinrong. Painting isn't enough to get rid of it, and think of any damaging tricks. Yang Jinrong, raised in an orphanage. Zhao Ruiqiang played with his cell phone, looking at the information inside. He couldn't help but brighten up, sliding the address book, quickly finding a manager in the group who had been sucking up to him. Suburb. Yes, that what orphanage? Welfare Road. You check, we have no project over there. Can we demolish the orphanage? After the command, Zhao Ruiqiang pulled out his koan in a good mood. Not for a while. Computer repair master downstairs. Looks very honest one person. Still wearing shoe covers. He bowed to curry favor. Your computer repaired. Is 2 memory sticks bad? Replace Samsung 32G memory 2. A total of 3,800. Door-to-door fee of 200. Charge you 4,000. Are you kidding me? 3,800 for 2 memory sticks? Not to mention 3 stars. Even a 5-star Admiral isn't that expensive. Zhao Ruiqiang cursed, drew out $2,000 and threw it over. Here's 2,000. If you don't want it, get out. I'm rich, not sick. The maintenance master knew that he was in the wrong, and hurriedly picked up the money and left with an embarrassed smile. 2TB, just thinking about it is exciting. He looked up at the villa, and a crazy idea was born in his mind that made his heart beat faster and his blood boil. Become a lifelong food and drink. What's the point of repairing computers? Do it. He hurriedly started the Wuling Hongguang and drove towards the remote place. Villa. Zhao Ruiqiang opened the computer, admired his own masterpiece. The mood is happy. He returned to a few active about his sister, planning a new shooting program. Incidentally opened LOL, played a few Yasuo. Originally a great mood. Because of the super ghost Yasuo, the mood becomes not beautiful. Just at this time, I received a call from the manager who had previously ordered to investigate the orphanage. What do you mean? Can't even move a broken orphanage? We've demolished one before, but it's just a bunch of widows and orphans. Old men and dead kids. What's the difference? There's a background in broken orphanages? Asterisk. Zhao Ruiqiang cursed and hung up the phone. His heart on fire, is pulling out the koan downstairs, ready to go to the fire. Just in time to meet his dad home. How many times have I told you not to make that move? Zhao Haiba sat on the sofa. The sight of the nanny just made a good tea. He was reading the newspaper. His clothes were very plain. It was a simple gray short sleeve, 7 pants, a pair of brown sandals on his feet. His voice was thick and powerful when he spoke. Sit over here. Zhao Ruiqiang didn't dare to disobey his old man, and hurriedly and honestly walked over and sat down in a critical position. Dad, why did you come back? Pour your own tea. Zhao Haiba continued to look at the newspaper. When he finished reading it, he folded it neatly with his hand, a habit he had developed from killing pigs back then. Before he raised his head and looked at his eldest son. I heard that you have been arrested and sent to the Linhai District Security Office? Aha. Father knows this. Zhao Ruiqiang did not feel surprised. He answered truthfully. I was in charge of checking the dormitory in the school. With a little conflict, Henan said I broke his things. In fact, it is another student council cadre's broke. He has turned himself in, and took the initiative to plead guilty and admit to punishment. You can just take care of such a small matter yourself. Zhao Haiba nodded his head. He made his son a cup of tea and filled it up for himself. In the future, don't get involved in things like the student council. You're ready to start taking over some of the family's industries. Start with the small companies below the group. Say you want to take over the most? Zhao Ruiqiang flattered. He thought carefully. Real estate are now winter state, not moving tens of billions of debt. How dare he take over this hot potato? After thinking about it for half a day, only said, the import and export business of the port. The harbor business doesn't work. Zhao Haiba frowned, raised his head to give his son a meaningful look and changed the topic. Your brother will return home next month. When that time comes, you take him to familiarize himself with Lin Hai. Zhao Ruiqiang frowned darkly. What does father mean by that? That half-brother, back home, isn't going anywhere? Just then, Zhao Haiba suddenly received a text message. This is his private cell phone. The number is seldom known. He opened it and immediately frowned. His face became gloomy. After reading the text message, Zhao Haiba subconsciously looked up at his son who was still rambling. The text message was very simple. Just a picture and a sentence. Yang Jinrong didn't know that the P's paternity test photo he sent through his online virtual account, as well as the sentence Mr. Izhao can still remember what happened 21 years ago, made Zhao Haiba, the big brother, almost break his defense. By this time, Yang Jinrong had returned from the harbor. He went to the harbor run by Zhao Haiba and did not find any clues. Yang Jinrong is planning to rent an apartment near the school. It's really not convenient to live in a dormitory all the time. But after searching around for apartments, none of them felt quite right. It's just a pity that there's not enough money in my hand, or I'd just buy a house. Yang Jinrong thought. He only had 370,000 out of his hand right now. The set of houses in the old home of the mother and daughter of the cauldron Xiaoping was set by a hand of buying and selling without breaking the lease, and he still had to find a way to solve the trouble and get back the $520,000 that belonged to him. Wang Chenggu and Wang Chengwu, two brothers, that set of houses has not yet demolished. The court has not yet foreclosure. Their own 200,000 compensation has not yet got their hands. With all this money in hand, you can make a down payment in Linhai. Yang Jinrong went back to school. He also saw Su Yang from a distance at the school entrance. And coincidentally, there was another person besides Su Yang, whom Yang Jinrongs recognized, Shang Pumei, who was holding a watermelon and handing it to Su Yang. Yang Jinrong looked at Su Yang with an odd expression as he accepted the watermelon from Shang Pumei, who had a face of excited leaping. What kind of fancy plot is this? Yang Jinrong shook his head and turned around to go back to the dormitory. You wise few people also happened to be back. After the bed check incident, the relationship between the four had gone completely cold. How about going out part-time today? Yang Jinrong casually asked. Same old story. No money has been paid out yet. I really want to beat them up. Yu Huai said sullenly. How come it's so hard to make money? Money is hard to come by and is hard to eat. That's true. You don't feel it yet on campus. But when you graduate from college and get out to work, you realize it's really hard. Yu Huai complained while lying on the bed and playing with his cell phone. Swiped to a funny paragraph. Couldn't help but laugh. This person said he was 25 years old. Graduated from college. Deposits of 3 million. 2 Mercedes-Benz. Full payment of 3 suites. I thought he bragged about it. But what happened? Special meow, he said. His wife's 65. His son is 9 years older than him. Family harmony. The main a strong man never complain about the general environment. Yang Jinrong was speechless. You guys, you forget your troubles at the drop of a hat? Put it down for a giggle. Yang Jinrong shook his head, sat down at the computer table, and opened the computer. On his online virtual number, he received a reply from Zhao Haiba. How much do you want? The corners of Yang Jinrong's mouth rose slightly, deleting the message and logging off the network virtual number. Having that statement is proof enough that these two fathers and sons have a problematic relationship. The roommates were all there, and Yang Jinrong didn't operate. He turned off the computer, washed up and went to sleep. On campus, by the lotus pond, dim-colored lights. Stop pestering me. We're broken up. Shang Pumei shook off Fei Yangyang's hand and said with a determined expression, we are no longer possible. If you want to blame it on your incompetence, I was ridiculed by people posting forums. You can't help at all. You have no ability. And your looks are not handsome. What do you think I am following you for? But, I'm good to you. I have a heart for you. Fei Yangyang is heartbroken and tries to stay. He wants to hold Shang Pumei and persuade her to come back to him. Pop. Shang Pumei backhand is a slap. To Fei Yangyang are confused. He froze in place, obsessively looking at his wholeheartedly guarded girl. Incredible, cover the cheeks. Thought this is a dream, but the face of the fiery pain. But it is so real. Look at you. You're dressed all ground up. You're so old and still wearing back pants. Who in the whole school dresses like you? Shang Pumi cursed in disgust. Fei Yangyang looked down at the denim backpack pants he was wearing. Obviously you told me to buy it to wear. And you said last time that tie pants were hot. Why did it change after a few days? He couldn't figure it out. Are women really that fickle? Humph. Shang Pumi snorted coldly and turned around. Fei Yangyang reached out to grab it, but his grip was empty. He couldn't figure it out. Couldn't figure it out very much, and yelled at Shang Pumi's back. What the hell do you want me to do? So that I can make up? Can you give me a chance? Unattractive and incompetent. Shang Pumi turned around and sneered. Go make money. Don't make me look down on you. With that, she tossed her hair and left, leaving Fei Yangyang by the lotus pond muttering, make money. I want to make money. I want to make lots and lots of money. At this moment, Fei Yangyang is like a bewitched general. The brain only left the word make money. Crazy wanna make money. But make money which is so easy. He remembered that a senior from the next school had called him before and asked him if he wanted to go abroad together to make money. He refused at that time. And at this moment, he picked up his cell phone like a madman, looking for that senior's contact information. Day 2. Strong Construction Group Headquarters, Conference Hall. Many of the general managers, project managers, and directors who flaunted their power, waved their hands, and pointed the way outside. All of them bowed their heads at this time, and were admonished in a humble manner. The person who disciplined them was none other than Zhao Haiba. Just then, a blackmail letter handed over by Zhao Haiba's most trusted henchman, Lao Mo. He came to Zhao Haiba's ear and whispered the contents of the letter. Inside the letter was a flash drive, the contents of which were very unpleasant to look at, all of which were photographs of barebacking, with all kinds of female protagonists, dozens of them, and the male protagonist, who was his son, Zhao Ruiqiang. Zhao Haiba was shocked. The heart was even more furious. How could he not have imagined that this eldest son of his would secretly play such things? Recalling that message from yesterday, Zhao Haiba put the two things on one person, and in shock, he turned around and went back to his office. Lao Mo, do two things for me. He pulled an envelope out of a drawer with his and his son's hair in it. Get me a paternity test. Second thing, check for me this man who sent the blackmail letter. Bring him to the harbor, and tell him I'm buying him fish. Understood. Old Mare took the envelope and answered in a low voice. Second shift. Woohoo. Sleep. End of chapter. 074, Atonement. Video gate outbreak. The final closing of the net. Requesting subscriptions. The time wobbles. It came to evening. It is the time of the elementary and junior high school dismissal. Every road near the school are jammed. A traffic policeman wearing a fluorescent coat is clearing the congestion of vehicles, so that a bus, cars, electric cars, tricycles in an orderly manner through the road near the school. After a full hour or so, the congested traffic, at last, was relieved. Old Hua, hurry up and get off work. It's time. Another traffic policeman came over to hand over his shift. He handed Old Hua a bottle of Farmer's 3 Punches. I didn't get any ice water, so I'll make do with what I've got. You've been working too hard these past few days, haven't you? A few days in a row at the school intersection. Do not want to talk to our captain? A few brothers to rotate this area? No, it's not hard. Old Hua took the water, but did not unscrew the bottle cap, wiped the sweat on his forehead. I will be responsible for this area. This area has many cars, many students, the test of patience. You young people cannot stand. Okay, I'll go first. The young traffic sheriff gave a thumbs up toward Old Hua's back. Old Ho, that's Ho He, who resigned voluntarily from the sheriff's office. After Wang Shuyi persuaded him to no avail, he introduced him to the traffic police. Originally, Hua Shi didn't agree, but when he learned that he could be in charge of Wyoming Middle School, he unexpectedly agreed, and also took the initiative to ask to be transferred to duty near the school. At the beginning of June, even though it was dark, the temperature was still hot, and the heat wave forced pedestrians to speed up, and students, their parents, left early and quickly to run home to enjoy the air conditioning and ice cream. Wyoming High School janitorial office. A 15 or 16-year-old schoolgirl in a school uniform, alone with her back against the wall, eyes closed, fluently reciting an English composition. Hua Shi saw the girl from afar on his electric bike. He walked towards the front, heard the girl memorizing words, didn't disturb her, and waited for 10 minutes or so until the girl memorized 2 essays and opened her eyes to see him. Hua Shi then revealed a smile. Awesome. Thank you, Uncle Hob. The girl very politely bowed slightly and said with a slight disappointment on her face, today's mock exam was taken. I only scored 118 points in English, and I didn't write a good essay. The girl's name is Lu Yuqing, which is not based on the eponymous poem by a Tang Dynasty poet, but simply on the day her mother gave birth to her. When it rained and the sun came out, It's been great. Huoshi unscrewed the cap from the farmer's 3 fists and handed it to Lu Yuqing. Come drink the water. I'll send you home. Grandpa should be worried. Well, thanks Uncle Hobbs. Lu Yuqing was also really thirsty, and hurriedly drank 2 mouthfuls before sitting on the back seat of the motorcycle and putting on the helmet. Huoshi then drove the motorcycle towards Lu Yuqing's home. Is the homework finished? I've just written it in the janitor's office already. There's a midterm coming up and the teachers don't assign much homework. Aha. Uncle Hua, when is my dad coming back? I want to visit his stall. Hoshi paused for a moment. He didn't know how to answer. Lu Yuqing's father, the owner of the chicken stall, is the murderer of the family? After the crime, the guilt of Huoshi has been dead as ash, such as the Walking Dead, until he learned that the vendor's home and the upcoming midterm daughter, paralyzed father. So Huoshi to the government twinning poverty alleviation as an excuse to take care of his family's responsibility. The matter of Lu Yuqing's father had also been hidden from her, falsely claiming that her father needed to cooperate with the sheriff's office in an investigation of a case and had gone to an out-of-town city. Fortunately, Lu Yuqing has not been in the habit of playing with her cell phone and surfing the internet for the midterm exam, otherwise she would have been exposed. Horsey doesn't know what the future holds, so he's taking it one step at a time. Maybe after the midterm, Lu Yuqing would know about her father's case and about Huoshi's initial peacemaking, and Huoshi didn't dare to think about what would happen then. I just hope the little girl makes it through her midterm. Lu Yuqing is smart and clever. Her academic performance is always in the top 3 of her grade. She is also well-behaved and has a delicate mind, so she may find out soon. Hoxie redeems himself every day. Just ask him to redeem himself for a few more days. The world seems to be divided into 2 extremes. Some 3 generations of people who have fought for their lives, just to settle down, a few $1,000s a month, but also to support their families, while others, 3 generations of tobacco hereditary, pocket money of $200,000 a month. It's the lights that are the main theme of Linhai. In the strong construction group building, Old Silence handed a portable hard disk to Zhao Haiba. The person has been dealt with cleanly. The hard disk is here. I went to his house and checked it. No backup was found, and I destroyed all of his computers and phones. Aha! Zhao Haiba took the hard disk and smoothly put it into the drawer at the same time. Brought out a bunch of money. He threw the money to old Mo. You do something. I'm relieved. Recently it's estimated to be not peaceful. You keep an eye on the harbor more. Paternity test results. Old Silent took out another paper bag. I didn't read it. You can open it yourself. Okay, go ahead. Zhao Haiba took the paternity test document bag and put it aside. He suddenly said, by the way, you arrange for the one from the tax office tonight. Good. Old Mare took the money and retired in silence. Consistently thunderous Zhao Haiba, in the boss chair, sucked a whole cigarette. Also did not think through. In the end, do not see the paternity test. Just when Zhao Haiba they thought things were seamless. On the network, suddenly appeared a large number of video exposure. The male lead is even named Strong Construction Group Prince Xiao Ruiqiang. Videogate is festering fast. Rich kids, 100 girls, sexy videos, college students, a couple of buffs stacked on top of each other. The video exploded onto the internet at an unbelievable rate. Major news outlets, working through the night, writing press releases and releasing articles while the heat was breaking, pushed Videogate to a higher level of fervor. Shocked, the heir of Linhai City's Changjian Group is deeply involved in Videogate, involving hundreds of girls. Ruined, the extravagant life of the rich, the girl who had an affair with the crown prince of the Changjian Group, over 100 of them. Darkness is everywhere, and there are still such scum in a society governed by the rule of law. Do you really think that the security organs are just for show? Linhai Changjian Group heir, also a student of Linhai University, even did this kind of hurtful thing. I cannot help but ask, your group, your school, there is not a little responsibility? Once things have the heat up, there will only be more and more self-promoters sniffing around to follow, condemning, trolling, deep-sixing, rhetorically asking questions, being curious, and eating. Netizens have been involved in this Videogate with a variety of mindsets. Human-faced, scum of the scum. The heir to the Changjian Group not only forced hundreds of girls to have sex, but also made video threats. All male netizens, hurry up and compare the videos to see if there is a daughter-in-law of your own. Fairies, remember not to believe in the sweet words of the rich second generation. Must be clean, or it will be the abyss of 10,000 fathoms. Hundreds of HD videos. For only 19.9, you can also enjoy the hundreds of consorts of the Crown Prince of Changjian Group. This is a natural lie. The real gods who can get their hands on the video don't care about this cheap money. The elegant ones have already started doing the deep dives and comparisons. Soon, then some internet guru compared the results. The videos of 91 Yellow Medicine, which are highly compatible with these videos. The heir to the strong construction group is 91 Yellow Medicine. When the eye-popping news, which was picked up deeper, the internet was completely abuzz. Holy yeah, I've had the pleasure of witnessing the great work of 91 Yellow Pillars, and one of the most impressive soon-to-be married white-collar workers, who came out to play a bachelorette party the day before the wedding, got caught out by a Yellow Pillars. It turns out that Hwang Yukoshi is really a rich second generation. I always thought he was a fake rich second generation persona. Yeah, his clam fishing skills are top-notch. He just doesn't look too good. Gee, I wonder how the female owners of these 100-odd videogates would feel knowing that their videos have been uploaded online? I don't know how the heroines feel, but the heroines' families, husbands and boyfriends, must be murderous. Videogate did not initially come to the attention of the sheriff's department, but when things festered to the point where it was deeply revealed that Zhao Ruiqiang was the 91 god, it immediately drew the attention of the network security department. If shooting videos is an immoral act, then uploading them to the internet to share them constitutes a real criminal act, the crime of spreading silver obscene videos. In accordance with Article 364 of the Penal Code, anyone who disseminates obscene books, films, audio-visuals, pictures or other obscene articles under serious circumstances shall be sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment of not more than 2 years, criminal detention or control. Anyone who organizes the broadcasting of obscene films, videos and other audiovisual products shall be sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment of not more than 3 years, detention or control, and fined. If the circumstances are serious, he or she shall be sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment of not less than 3 years and not more than 10 years, and fined. Anyone who produces or reproduces obscene films, videos or other audiovisual products and organizes their broadcasting shall be subject to heavier penalties in accordance with the provisions of paragraph 2. Obviously, Zhao Ruiqiang, this belongs to the last article. The network security department reacted quickly, set up a relevant investigation team, began network forensics, tracing the melon, and, in synchronization, issued an arrest warrant, requiring the security bureau in Linhai to cooperate in the arrest of Zhao Ruiqiang. All this was not done by Yang Jinrong, but the one who repaired the computer. He knew that his extortion was extremely dangerous, so he set up a timed release in advance, and if he could get the money and come back unharmed, he would cancel the release. But he died. Tonight, there are destined to be many sleepless nights. For example, the many netizens who like to eat melon. Another example, Zhao Ruiqiang, originally staying at the school tonight. He got the news of the videogate at the first opportunity and was so scared that he rushed home, intending to turn on his computer and delete all the videos above 91 in an attempt to destroy the evidence. But he had just driven his car to the entrance of the Southern School District when he encountered trouble. The southern gate was unexpectedly blocked in the middle of the road by a motorcycle. Whose piece of motorcycle is that? Get the hell out of my way. Zhao Ruiqiang stuck his head out of the window and cursed toward the front. Believe it or not, I'll smash your broken motorcycle? But the man in front, wearing a helmet and riding a motorcycle, had no intention of moving. To Zhao Ruiqiang angry, he yelled toward the security room. Security, Naya bomb. Still do not come to move this broken motorcycle away? What did you say? Su Yang lazily walked out from the janitor's room. He pulled out his ears. Who the hell blew up? Grass. Zhao Ruiqiang cursed angrily and shrunk his head back into the car. Boom! Boom! The gas pedal was pressed to the bottom, and the engine erupted with a loud roar, like a roaring and hissing beast that wanted to break through the cage that held it captive. Going or not? Zhao Ruiqiang's gaze was grim as he issued an ultimatum. But I don't want to wear a helmet in front of the person. Down from the motorcycle, no intention at all to move the motorcycle. He even stood on the road, took off his helmet, revealing a face that made Zhao Ruiqiang completely angry. Yang Jinrong, and naturally, this commotion attracted a lot of onlookers from passing students. Since ancient times, it has been the nature of all human beings to eat and watch. In no time at all, a large number of students had gathered near the entrance of the school. That guy seems to be Yang Jinrong from the law department, the man of the hour in our school. It looks like Zhao Ruiqiang in the car? Zhao Ruiqiang? That's the heir to the Changjian group, the one who made over 100 blockbusters? Hiss. This guy hasn't been arrested yet? Shooting, producing, and distributing silver obscene videos? Isn't this a proper jail term? Boom. The moment Zhao Ruiqiang saw Yang Jinrong, he was already furious and evil. And when he heard the chatter around him, he couldn't help it at all. With a kick of the gas, his car charged toward the motorcycle and the gated fence, sending the motorcycle straight out. Knock. The Ducati, which had just been sent back from repairs, suffered again, and the bodywork fell out several meters away, falling to pieces. The access bar was also completely broken. The frightened students who ate the food dodged away, fearing that they would be injured by mistake. This guy is crazy. How dare he crash? What is there to be afraid of? He is the heir to the strong construction group, and he can even find more than 100 female leads. What else would he not dare to do? Being rich is good. You can do whatever you want to do, whatever you want to do. I hate this kind of rich second generation. I know him. He's also the president of the student union of the sports academy, and he leads people around to flaunt the city every day. Wasn't this guy educated by Yang Jinrong 2 days ago? The chatter, once again, made Zhao Ruiqiang break his defense, and he hated Yang Jinrong with a gnashing of teeth. Yang Jinrong, wait for me. I'll settle the score with you when I come back. Things aren't over between us. Zhao Ruiqiang turned around and cursed, and drove his car in the direction of his own villa, quickly traveling out. Yang Jinrong, on the other hand, took out his cell phone and sent a message to Yu Huai, who was at the East Gate, and then dialed the number to report the case. It didn't take long for Zhang Xian to come over with the police. Is this Ducati of yours cursed? Zhang Xian led Xiaolu out to the police. Xiaolu was in charge of taking photos and evidence, while he walked up to Yang Jinrong and looked at the latter with the eyes of a monster. How is it that time and again, someone deliberately damages your motorcycle? You may not believe me when I tell you. Yang Jinrong sighed. I also suspect that my Ducati has been cursed. Zhang Xian, did you just say that your Ducati suddenly stalled in the middle of the road, and then the other car drove up, cussed you out, and then crashed through your car and the access fence, right? Xiaolu refollowed Zhang Xian. Even the speed of handling the case became faster. After taking photos and evidence, he took out the report registration form and began to record it. Yang Jinrong nodded. Yes, that person I recognize as Zhao Ruiqiang. Zhao Ruiqiang? Zhang Xian froze. Got it. There must be something fishy in this, but the whole thing is all as Yang Jinrong said, and no fault can be found. The students who were eating melon around them were also able to testify for Yang Jinrong. That Zhao Ruiqiang, he seems to be filming silver obscene videos and is on the hot search. Xiaolu said indignantly, this guy is really lawless. Law enforcement officers don't carry emotions. Zhang Xian criticized. There are naturally relevant departments to deal with his matter, and he can't escape from our side of the case. Videogate is thoroughly making the rounds on the internet. You can hear talk about Zhou Ruiqiang all over campus. Yang Jinrong also called to the Ducati service center to determine the damage. This after-sales manager are familiar with. Just replaced the seat, as well as resprayed paint, and now the car is directly gone. Completely broken. There is no need for repair. Set a total loss. It's set at the price of the car. $500,000. The damage order is there. The rest is to notify the escaped Zhao Ruiqiang. Go to the police station to cooperate with the case on the line. By the way, before interrogating Zhao Ruiqiang, can you let me see him? Yang Jinrong inquired. Everything was going according to his plan and it was just a matter of wrapping it up. When the two meet at the sheriff's office, it will be the fatal blow of the entire case and the final surefire way to kill. Yes, you can come back to the sheriff's office with us and you can meet with Zhao Ruiqiang until the interrogation. Zhang Xian nodded. On-site forensics. Are forensics finished? The process is also finished. Yang Jinrong followed by taking the police car, together with the Linen District Security Bureau, and Zhao Ruiqiang's side. He drove back to the villa with the wind at his back. However, in the lobby of the first floor, he met Zhao Haiba, who was sitting on the sofa with a gloomy face, waiting for him to come back. Dad, you're up late? Zhao Ruiqiang asked as a thief. How dare you come back? Zhao Haiba's gaze towards his son became hazy and horrifying. This horrifying gaze made Zhao Ruiqiang's heart jolt. He had never seen such a horrifying gaze from his father. Explain to me what the hell a video door means? Ah! Zhao Haiba shouted angrily, frightening his son so much that he trembled and even his voice became shaky. Me. Your mom died early. I poured my heart out to you and trained you as an heir. You didn't want to go abroad. I didn't force you. I arranged for you to go to Linhai University. I told you to keep a low profile. Don't cause trouble. But I didn't spare you any food or drink. Is this how you repay me? Zhao Haiba was truly furious, not because his son made a video or screwed over 100 women, but because things fell apart. He, Zhao Haiba, personally took action, and eventually things fell apart. Where does that leave his face? He, the Zhao family, could be forgiven for doing anything bad, but things had to be kept secret and not be exposed. This is the principle of Zhao Haiba. Am I right? Zhao Ruiqiang lowered his head, didn't dare to look at his father, and was about to apologize, when the sound of a dirt-dripping siren sounded outside the door, followed by the doorbell ringing, and a few of the city's vigilantes walked into Zhao Haiba's villa. Mr. Zhao, it's so late. I'm sorry to disturb you. One of the leaders greeted Zhao Haiba first, and took out an arrest warrant when Zhao Ruiqiang thought he was one of his own people. Zhao Ruiqiang, You are suspected of a number of offenses. This is an arrest warrant issued by your superiors. Please come back to the city bureau with us to cooperate with the investigation. Zhao Ruiqiang's face instantly changed and he subconsciously looked at his father. Next shift is late. Check back in the morning. Wrap up plus the whole job. It's going to be great. Please vote. End of chapter. 075. Undefeated Golden Body. Man's nature is evil. Learn a foreign language. Requesting subscription for full order. Zhao Ruiqiang was arrested late at night. The news went viral, quickly festering on the internet. The netizens are talking about it, and they all find it unbelievable. The security bureau killed into the Zhao family villa late at night to arrest Zhao Ruiqiang. This feels a bit outrageous. The strength of the strong construction group. Can't they keep the air? Maybe just do a superficial play to give the netizens a tape and sneak it out first thing in the morning? After all, this world is the world of capital. Is there a possibility that public opinion on the internet will compel the sheriff's department to arrest someone? Perhaps a prison sentence? As for how many years the sentence will be, that's unknown. Don't fantasize. The world has long been gray. The powerful, even if sent to prison, ultimately, it's just a medical parole. Don't believe me? We'll see. Are you guys forgetting another thing? Zhao Ruiqiang's violent bed check incident. I can remember Yang Jinrong posting a video to fight the black forces to the end. Finally someone brought up the violent bed check. Many people feel that there must be a connection, especially the fans of Yang Jinrong. They all ran to brush comments under Yang Jinrong's video, hoping that Yang Jinrong would come forward at this time to explain a wave. This time Zhao Ruiqiang was arrested. Is there any direct relationship with the violent bed check? Will Zhao Ruiqiang be sentenced? But they did not wait for Yang Jinrong's reply. Zhao Ruiqiang's arrest. Does it have anything to do with Yang Jinrong or not? I'm 100% sure there's a connection. No one Yang Jinrong wants to send in has gotten away with it yet. I'm on to him. That said, rumor has it that Yang Jinrong's identity background isn't simple either. Does that mean that this time Zhao Ruiqiang's sentence is nailed on? But the strong construction group is not simple. Now the real estate's so bad. Strong construction group still live well. Even the stock did not fall. It feels like there is a big capital behind the strong construction group blood transfusion. Expect it to be over. Sit back and wait for Yang Jinrong's undefeated golden body to break. Yang Jinrong naturally did not see these comments. Instead of being at the Linhai District Sheriff's Office at this time, he came to the city sheriff's office. It's because the sheriff's department has joined the case of Chiu Shui Kung. The sheriff's department conducted a surprise overnight interrogation of Zhao Ruiqiang. However, this guy bites. Those videos are he shot, yes, but he did not circulate. He bites back as the computer repair master to take advantage of the opportunity to disseminate. Before he was taken away, his father Zhao Haiba gave him a message. That is, the master of the repair of the computer is dead. Dead without evidence. Zhao Ruiqiang more did not admit 91 Yellow Medicine Man is his own. As for how to pass up, he speculated that the computer was implanted with a virus. What's even more outrageous is that he flatly asserted that during the time he had sex with those 100-odd girls, they were all couples, and the principle of voluntariness in filming them for his own enjoyment is not a crime, is it? If it is true as he said, at the most, it would be a violation of the Public Security Administration punishment law and a few days detention. Tried a lonesome. As for crashing Yang Jinrong's Ducati, Zhao Ruiqiang pleaded not guilty to punishment. Compensation can be, but he balked. This is a traffic accident. But at that time he was driving a fighting car, did not control his emotions, hit Yang Jinrong's motorcycle and fled. He accepts full responsibility. However, there is no willful damage to another person's property. Traffic accidents. It's nothing more than losing money, not even detention. When Yang Jinrong learned of the results of this interrogation, he couldn't help but secretly give Zhao Ruiqiang praise. Worthy of being the crown prince of the Changjian group, dealing with the security department are so lightly. Yang Jinrong is the one who has the means to make him plead guilty. Yang Jinrong was a bit reluctant to give up. There's no rush. Yang Jinrong gathered his emotions. He still had one more trick left to use. It's a no-go for tonight, so we'll have to go home first. Yang Jinrong returned to the dormitory, received Yan Yan's WeChat message. The 2 jobs you entrusted to us. The first one is quite smooth. Our people below have found several female victims and obtained their power of attorney. The second job is really difficult to find. You gave the dozens of list of people, all in foreign cities, and in the countryside. There is no one in Linhai. Yang Jinrong entrusted Yan Yan to help with 2 things. The first thing is simple. It is to find part of the female protagonists inside the video door. Persuade them to report to Su Zhao Ruiqiang to force them. Jun He to help them to fight the lawsuit. Do not win the lawsuit, do not want a penny. Win the lawsuit to let Zhao Ruiqiang out of pocket. but also to get a sum of high-value compensation. Just this one has already let a lot of female protagonists heartbeat. What's more, after the exposure of Videogate, if they don't report that they were forced, it's the same as tacitly agreeing to do it voluntarily. So how can they marry in the future? As for their list, it was naturally Yang Jinrong who had utilized master Reddit techniques to comparatively pickpocket from within Zhao Ruiqiang's contact information. The second thing is harder. To find Cho Sui-kun's real father. Even if Yang Jinrong utilized master Reddit technology to enter the darknet database and perform face recognition comparisons to look for people who look similar to Zhao Ruiqiang, had come to Lin Hai, and whose age matched that of his father, he initially found hundreds of people, and ultimately screened out a list of dozens of people according to the condition of possibly crossing paths with Zhao Ruiqiang's mother. But these dozens of people are now in the field. It's hard to find at a moment's notice. Hard work. Yang Jinrong rubbed his head. For this matter, he also had a headache. He could only give Yan Yan back a hard time. Yan, you think also this is too perfunctory. Might as well invite me for coffee some other day. Young Jin Yong, I don't like coffee. Yan. After a brief chat with Yan, Yang Jinrong lay on his bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep, his mind like a light film, replaying the entire case. Still haven't found the breaking point. Can't sleep. Play with your cell phone a little. Yang Jinrong didn't bother to look at his backstage private messages. He took his phone and swiped through the news-type videos, and suddenly he swiped through a surveillance video that made his blood pressure skyrocket in the middle of the night. The video begins with a young girl, 7 or 8 years old, abusing kittens, breaking the limbs of innocent stray cats, throwing them into an abandoned well, and sticking her head in to see the struggling kittens in the well. That's not all. The surveillance video shows that a few days later, the 7 or 8-year-old girl pushed a 3 or 4-year-old boy who was playing with her into the well. The first time she didn't push it down. She pushed it 3 times in a row, and finally succeeded, and pretended to be fine afterward, and hopped away. Luckily the little boy was eventually found and saved, but this little boy will probably be shadowed for the rest of his life, with the body of the dead cat at the bottom of the well. Wait! Yang Jinrong suddenly had a flash of insight. Some people are born bad seeds and genetically bad seeds. Demons. People are inherently evil. If Zhao Ruiqiang really isn't Zhao Haiba's biological child, then his Zhao Ruiqiang's biological father must be evil as well. Yang Jinrong thought of another possibility. He had previously used the method of elimination to rule out those who could not possibly have crossed paths with Zhao Ruiqiang's mother. And among these people, there were quite a few who fit the born with bad genes. It's impossible to have a relationship with Zhao Ruiqiang's mother and yet have a relationship. QJ offender. Such a word popped into Yang Jinrong's mind. Could there be a possibility that Zhao Ruiqiang's mother, Zhu Xinjin, was QJ'd without Zhao Haiba's knowledge, then didn't dare to speak up and ended up giving birth to Zhao Ruiqiang? It's pretty ridiculous, but reality is often even more magically ridiculous than the TV show. Why did Yang Jinrong think of this? Because he remembered that when he first investigated the Changjian group, he had read on an old news article that Zhu Xinjin was originally a lively and cheerful elf princess, but after marrying her lover, Zhao Haiba, she suddenly became depressed. So wouldn't this just explain it? Yang Jinrong even suspected that Zhu Xinjin's death was not an accident. Of course these are speculations. True or false doesn't matter. It's important to have Zhou Ruiqiang break the defense. Yang Jinrong sent a message telling Yan about the new search conditions. Need to look for in the new list, people with previous convictions for theft, brawling, QJ, robbery, and hurting others. The worse they are the more eligible they are. Yan, you're looking sick with this offer. What do you think? Yang Jinrong didn't explain too much, and after briefly talking about the principle, he ended the chat. The matter in his mind was roughly resolved, and he soon fell asleep. But there are a lot of people who won't be able to sleep tonight. Zhao family villa. It's midnight. Zhao Haiba is still sitting alone on the sofa flipping through the recent fall did not finish reading the newspaper. He is used to using the newspaper to read the news. This is his earlier years to realize the truth. Want to get rich more to read the news. At this time, his cell phone suddenly vibrated. He lightly picked it up and connected it. An old Silence's low voice came from inside. Haiba. The computer repair guy's deeds have been exposed, and he's being watched by the cops. Hearing old Silence's change of address towards himself, Zhao Haiba froze for a moment, then slowly spoke. Don't be murderous towards public officials. His voice was still thick. He didn't bother to ask why he was defeated, nor did he bother to blame old Silence for his incompetence. Find someone underneath to take the blame, and the group will take care of his family, with no worries about food or clothing. Good. Old Silent hung up. Zhao Haiba but stared at the desktop of the phone screen. That is his beloved Zhu Xinjin life before the photo. 20 years. Has not been replaced, even if he is in the death of his ex-wife. Seamlessly married the incumbent. but his heart only his ex-wife Zhu Xinjin, the one paternity test that he didn't end up opening and reading. In fact, he had long suspected that Zhao Ruiqian was not his own, because the two are so unlike each other. They don't look like each other, they don't act like each other, and they don't have the same personality at all. But, so what? As long as Zhao Ruiqian is the child left behind by Zhu Xinjin, he, Zhao Haiba, will accept him and nurture him. As for dealing with a computer repair, why will be defeated? Zhao Haiba did not think about this. Strong construction group family is big, by how many pairs of eyes staring, being chased and bitten for how many years, do not care about this once or twice. After the computer repair guy died, the son's video door was able to erupt, so presumably the computer repair guy used similar tactics and reported it. None of this matters. Here's the thing. Tick-tock. Zhao Haiba's cell phone rang with a text message tone. The note message was Zhao Mingrui, his youngest son. Dad, I'm on the plane. In the harbor of the Strong Construction Group, Old Silence was in the shadows, watching as several police cars arrested several of his men while traveling away. Old Mo's cell phone received a handheld pop-up message. Brother Mo, the coast is rushing. People are dying, waiting for our goods to renew their lives. Do you want to go out to sea tonight? Old Silence opened the game. A well-worn legend. And he messaged a friend named back. Let's get that side to raise the price. Out. Good. Lao Mo hung up the game and thought about the other thing Zhao Haiba had ordered earlier. Arranging for the one from the tax office, which he had arranged long ago. Just, what Old Silent doesn't know is this. At this very moment, Aqua Manor, a subsidiary of the Strong Construction Group, has been surrounded by the authorities and even the signal has been blocked. Real in the net. With the leadership of the review team at the command, law enforcement officers quickly poured into the Bishop's Manor to start sweeping and arresting. Room after room was broken into, and a number of respectable characters were caught red-handed. Boo! With the sound of breaking the door, the top floor of the Supreme Suite door was slammed open. A strong flashlight illuminated live on the bed a pair of honest men and women on the body. The man's 50-something years old, belly bulging, at first glance is the face of the leader. The woman's blue eyes, blonde hair, big waves, winking eyes. What are you doing? Who let you in? The leader, who was in his 50s, hurriedly covered his body with a blanket and turned his back to the law enforcement officer and chided. Get out! Get out now! Director Zhang Igua Zhang, I didn't expect you to have fallen so far. A law enforcement officer recognized Zhang Igua at once and exposed him without mercy. You've mistaken me for someone else. I'm not any Zhang Igua, much less a director. I'm just a tourist. Tourists? Yeah, I'm just a mediocre tourist. What's a tourist doing with a foreign chick this late at night? Zhang Igua was dead set against it and tried to continue his sophistry. I'm learning a foreign language. Can't you learn a foreign language? Director Zhang, have you ever seen a bare ass studying a foreign language in bed? I am not Chief Chang, and I don't know any Chief Chang. Cuff them and take them away. Law enforcement officers no longer nonsense. Quickly control the person. For Zhang Igua put on the hood, has been the last trace of dignity left for him. If Yang Jinrong was here, he would definitely be surprised. Not only did he know Zhang Igua, but he had also met the blonde international girlfriend. Bayswater Manor closed the net successfully. Not only did they capture those in the private room, but they also identified the secret passage and found the gambling ground, which contained many more local public officials, and they were also eliminated. In the dormitory compound of the public prosecutor's office, a 30-something, but full of scruffy, unkempt prosecutor, after learning that the operation ended perfectly, a long breath, 5 years, finally found the opportunity to close the net. 5 years ago, you left a piece of human organ trafficking clues. You went to investigate the Strong Construction Group. Life not see a person, not see a corpse. Middle-aged prosecutor came to the mirror. Looking at the mirror in the unkempt that face, the heart of the 5 years of repression of the haze swept away. He lathered up, picked up a manual razor, hung off the beard. The whole person also became young with it. The only thing that worries him now is the existing evidence, which may not be enough to completely bring down the Strong Construction Group. The only thing he regrets is that the line of human organ trafficking is still missing. Soon, the night dispersed, the east fish belly white, gradually the rising sun. The sun rises, clearing the haze that shrouds the city. Between heaven and earth became clear. Today's opening. Strong Construction Group associated with 3 major listed companies. The collective fall. Big capital timely liquidation. Retail investors were harvested leaks. Those who are not willing to break their wrists today. Timely stop loss of retail investors. Will experience the cool breeze of the rooftop. Retail investors are doomed to woe today. A.M. originally thought that the custody of a knight will be fished out by his father Zhao Ruiqian. Did not wait for his father to fish him out, but waited for as many as 38 reports. Prosecution. 38 female protagonists, commissioned by Juanha law firm, reported and sued Zhao Ruiqiang for QJ or inducing QJ, and several of them complained that Zhao Ruiqiang forced them to have abortions after they became pregnant as a result of QJ. Zhao Ruiqiang's entire body was dumbfounded. He couldn't figure out how he had become a QJ offender for everyone overnight. I want to see my dad. I want to talk to my dad. Zhao Ruiqiang struggled in the detention room, yelling, "You can't do this to me. They framed me. They all volunteered. I didn't QJ. I Zhao Ruiqiang want money and have money. I want face value. How could I QJ them? I paid the money. At best, it counts as my PC. Uncle Kong." Zhao Ruiqiang suddenly recognized an acquaintance in the crowd, and he looked to a leader in front of him. "Uncle Kong, hurry up and release me." Ka-ching. Zhao Ruiqiang's words hadn't completely fallen. The leader, whom he called Uncle Kong, was then rushed over and handcuffed by several uniformed law enforcement officers of the review team. Auntie Chen. Zhao Ruiqiang's gaze went back to another female leader with gray sideburns who was about to retire. This time before he could speak, there was a loud clicking sound. Another one was handcuffed by law enforcement officers of the review team. The many officers of the sheriff's department cringed. The good thing is that the review team just arrested 2 people and left with them. Zhao Ruiqiang was completely dumbfounded. It's not scientific. Just at this time, a pair of tall silhouettes joined hands. The man was gentle and sunny and handsome. The woman was tall and youthful. Yang Jinrong. When Zhao Ruiqiang saw the visitor, his eyes glared roundly and he was in a rage. "It's all because of you. It's all because of you that I've been victimized." Yang Jinrong did not pay any attention to him, but submitted the appropriate evidence materials before walking towards Zhao Ruiqiang, smiling in a gentle and elegant manner. "Don't get me wrong. I'm here to help you." "You help me? Ha ha, weasels paying homage to chickens. No good intentions." Zhao Ruiqiang forced a laugh and feigned calmness, not wanting to lose face in front of Yang Jinrong. "Don't worry, I'll be fine. The group's legal affairs will come to ransom me out soon. None of those crimes you accused me of will stand. I'm really here to help you." Yang Jinrong took out his cell phone and opened a paternity test photo. "This is the paternity test of you and Zhao Haibao. Look, identification result, whether there is a biological parent-child relationship. No, as you all know, I am a positive college student, adhering to the philosophy of send Buddha to the West, help others to the end. I help you. Find your real father. Second shift. Don Woohoo." End of chapter. 076, Strong Build Collapse. Sentencing results. The whole network is in a frenzy. Gung begs for help, requesting subscriptions. "No way. Never." Hearing Yang Jinrong's words, Zhao Ruiqiang's entire face was deformed and twisted. He was secretly pointed out at a very young age that he didn't look like Zhao Haibao, and there were many people who talked behind Zhao Haibao's back about his seamless second marriage because Zhao Ruiqiang wasn't a biological child. But no one has ever dared to come out and say this explicitly. Cam Young was the first, or a public poke in the gut in front of so many people. Nothing is impossible. Yang Jinrong kindly persuaded. "I know you're in a hurry, but don't be in a hurry. It won't be long before you can meet your real father." Just last night, in accordance with the brand new program provided by Yang Jinrong, the people below Juan have found a person who meets the conditions, looks similar to Zhao Ruiqiang 9 points, named Ma1, has had a burglary, robbery, gambling and other bad criminal record, was found, is in the village of Linhai City, an internet cafe lying down, stinking, no money to surf the internet, a few days did not eat. According to the account of the internet cafe boss, Marvin, this guy wants anxious eyes, once bragged, 20 years ago QJ over the strong construction group boss lady. At that time everyone thought he was blowing awesome. To the strong construction group's ability, this guy if really did that kind of thing, I'm afraid that even the bone crumbs will not be left. Why would the internet cafe owner remember this incident? Because after Marvin bragged, he was beaten by a few ghost fire teenagers, and his head was opened, and then the police station came and arrested the ghost fire teenagers, and Marvin was still giggling and bragging that his life was worth it. As for how exactly he did it, I'm afraid only Marvin himself knows. When the procedures on the security bureau's side are completed, they can let Zhao Ruiqiang and Ma Wen recognize father and son. It didn't take long. In Yan Yan's maneuvering, the procedure is completed. The paternity test results also came out. The degree of match reaches 99.99%. The existence of biological paternity. Congratulations! Yang Jinrong cupped his fist towards Zhao Ruiqiang, who was wearing a silver bracelet, and congratulated him. It's not in vain for me to spend money to find someone. By the way, this money can be reimbursed to you, right? Zhao Ruiqiang's body trembled. How had he ever been humiliated like this? He was so angry that his breathing was heavy and his face was hideous. I'll kill you for S sake. But just at this time, The people from the security bureau walked over with a man who reeked of foul odor. And it was none other than Marvin, who at this time was also put on the same silver bracelet as Zhao Ruiqiang. Originally depressed Ma Wan, at the moment he saw Zhao Ruiqiang, instantly refreshed. He was shocked and happy. My son, ah, it is indeed my son, with my childhood looks the same. Simply a mold carved out, ah. Who the hell are you? Who's your son? Zhao Ruiqiang panicked, completely broken defense. He was like a maniac, roared. I want to see my father. My father Zhao Haiba. I want to see my father. My father is Zhao Haiba. Strong construction group Zhao Haiba. Son, I'm your father. Your own father. My good oldest son. Let daddy have a good look. Marvin rushed forward and tried to grab Zhao Ruiqiang's, wanting to scrutinize it. He had lived for dozens of years, had done many evil deeds, and had never married. Finally, he had flesh and blood, and at last he had not cut off his children and grandchildren. So how could he not be happy? But then Zhao Ruiqiang panicked, screaming and roaring. It's a good thing the sheriff's office is still very humane. Send Marvin into the interrogation room first. Conduct a new round of interrogation. It didn't take long. The results of Marvin's interrogation came out that he had sneaked into Zhao Haiba's house one night 22 years ago with the intention of stealing something, only to have his mistress Zhu Jinjin, who was home alone, wake up and discover him, since childhood, living in the ivory tower of Zhu Jinjin. How to know the evil of the human heart. Kindly said that will not call the police. Let him go on the line, and even gave him a few $100s. But Ma Wan is suddenly evil. Sweet-looking Zhu Jinjin moved evil thoughts. Zhu Jinjin to force on. She was also threatened that if she told, not only would she be disliked by Zhao Haiba for the rest of her life, but when he, Marvin, got out of jail, he would come and harass her. It is no wonder that the originally lively and lovely Zhu Jinjin suddenly became sullen and depressed. That was also when she got pregnant with Zhao Ruiqiang. Zhao Ruiqiang, who learned of the result, completely broke his defense. The case of Zhu Jinjin's rape, which she didn't choose to report back then, has long since passed its recourse period. The sheriff's department resumed the surprise interrogation of Zhao Ruiqiang. Want to strike while the iron is hot? Break through Zhao Ruiqiang's psychological defense. Let him admit all the crimes. The result is that Zhao Ruiqiang is really cunning. Die hard not to admit. Keep the same answer of the last round of interrogation. Still can't get a conviction. He still holds out hope that Zhao Haiba will come to his rescue, so he can't break through his mental defenses. Zhao Haiba has been captured. How can he save him when he can't save himself? Should we reveal this news to Zhao Ruiqiang to know, and break through his psychological defense? Several interrogators retried again and revealed the news of Zhao Haiba's arrest to Zhao Ruiqiang, telling him not to get his hopes up. But it turned out that the person was still dead set on denying it. So angry that several interrogators wanted to give Zhao Ruiqiang the great memory recovery technique. Of course, this is the disabled method. When Yang Jinrong learns of the news, he applies again to meet with Zhao Ruiqiang, and with Yin Yan's help, the application is quickly approved. The two met again. Zhao Ruiqiang is still wearing a silver bracelet. His face is twisted. He has a monstrous hatred for Yang Jinrong, and he wants to peel his skin and draw his tendons. When Yang Jinrong saw Zhao Ruiqiang's expression, he also made up his mind precisely to use the truthfulness card that he had been reluctant to use. The enemy put him to death. He naturally couldn't let the enemy go. Yang Jinrong first circled around and casually asked a bunch of questions, asking Zhao Ruiqiang to storm off on the spot. Yang Jinrong also mentioned several times that Ma Wenkai was his real father. Finally, he also talked about Zhao Haiba's youngest son, and the future of the strong construction group will all be Zhao Haiba's youngest son. This made Zhao Ruiqiang completely mad, and he couldn't wait to kill Yang Jinrong. But once Yang Jinrong inquired about the key issue, Zhao Ruiqiang would force himself to calm down, and this lightspeed reaction made Yang Jinrong have to admire. System, use the truth card on Zhao Ruiqiang. The truth card is being used on Zhou Ruiqiang. Expend a truth card. Effect, for the duration, the object used will only tell the truth. Countdown, 23 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. In order to bring down Zhao Ruiqiang's gang, Yang Jinrong has made blood money. Time was running out, so Yang Jinrong first tried to see how effective it was. He looked at Zhao Ruiqiang and inquired, "Is my Ducati something you ordered on an online platform and instructed others to paint manure?" Zhao Ruiqiang looked at Yang Jinrong like an idiot. "If you ask me that, I will answer truthfully. Dream on." Zhao Ruiqiang smiled coldly and spoke, "Yes, I'm the one behind the scenes, and I still have the DDT proxy AP in my spare cell phone." When Zhao Ruiqiang realized that he had said the wrong thing, he hurriedly covered his mouth and stared with an incredulous expression. "Impossible. This is impossible. How could I possibly say these words?" Yang Jinrong continued to test. "Is it true that you told Lu Nengliang to conspire and asked him to take the blame for you? So what if it is? I promised to help Lu Ningliang set things right and give him another $30,000. And he didn't even think twice about it. Zhao Ruiqiang was completely and utterly stunned. What he had just wanted to say was clearly not the case. How could he involuntarily tell the truth? Are you the 91st Yellow Medicine Man? That's right. The 91st Yellow Medicine Man is me. I love that feeling of being courted as a great god, and I love filming the footage of being that with them. That's good. Without the need for Yang Jinrong to ask any further questions, there were immediately a few interrogators who retried Zhao Ruiqiang again. This time, Zhao Ruiqiang said everything, not only admitted everything, but also shook out a lot of evidence about Changjian Group and about Zhao Haiba's illegal and criminal behavior. Inside the Security Bureau, while interrogating Zhao Ruiqiang, the Security Bureau will immediately send field officers to collect evidence as soon as they get clues to key incriminating evidence. Soon, several things were confirmed, and the Security Bureau was more and more sure that what Zhao Ruiqiang said was all true. Started to step up efforts to interrogate Zhao Ruiqiang, and also sent additional field officers to collect evidence, make arrests and so on. Under intense interrogation, Zhao Ruiqiang confessed to the following crimes. In order to clear himself of the crime of intentionally damaging other people's property, he conspired with Lu Ningliang to commit the crime of conspiracy and intentionally damaging other people's property, the Jade Tablet, involving $22,000, through the DDT substitute coding platform. The behind-the-scenes instructor intentionally coded feces, and the order taker was Pan Siki, which constitutes aiding and abetting another person to commit a crime, and is punishable according to his role in the joint crime. Intentionally crashed Yang Jinrong's motorcycle, involving $500,000, acknowledging that he is the 91st Yellow Medicine Man. Filming, production and dissemination of silver obscene video, constituting the crime of dissemination of obscene materials, belonging to the aggravating circumstances, shall be sentenced to imprisonment of not less than 3 years and not more than 10 years and shall be punished by a fine. It was likewise admitted that there was enticement, in part, to those 100 or so female protagonists, to commit the offense of enticement to QJ. Other crimes committed over the years were also named, most of which involved beating and forcing others. Acknowledging his father, adoptive father, Zhao Haiba, instructed Lao Mo to kill the computer repair master. The information revealed by Zhao Ruiqiang includes, among other things, tax evasion by the Changjian Group, transfer of benefits, involvement in casino operations, forced demolition, and forcing rights owners to settle. Part of the evidence, he knew, was in a safe deposit box belonging to his father, Zhao Haiba. Some of the witnesses are also known. There's a lot more about the criminal behavior of the strong construction group, but the only thing he didn't know was about the harbor. This was not asked about by the interrogators, and Zhao Haiba never gave Zhao Ruiqiang access to the port's import and export business. At the end of several interrogations, Zhao Ruiqiang revealed the biggest secret of his heart. He knew the cause of death of his mother, Zhu Xinjin. Back then, once by chance, he overheard Zhao Haiba talking to himself over a photo of Zhu Xinjin, vaguely revealing the shocking news that Zhao Ruiqiang's mother, Zhu Xinjin's death, was not a natural death. Zhao Ruiqiang suspects that Zhao Haiba killed his mother with his own hands. That's why Zhao Haiba didn't go for a paternity test even though he knew he didn't look like him for so many years, because he had a guilty conscience after killing Zhu Xinjin. Of course, these are all speculations by Zhao Ruiqiang. Zhao Ruiqiang shook out so much heavy information in a single brain, it left several interrogators stunned. Each of the charges against the Changjian Group and Zhao Haiba is so shocking that it makes one's head spin. At this moment, several interrogators are even more shocked that Yang Jinrong broke through Zhao Ruiqiang's psychological defense. They've worked so hard for so long, and the result is not as good as a few words from Yang Jinrong? You guys, that student just now, what was his name again? Yang Jinrong. Yes. How did he break through Zhao Ruiqiang's psychological defense? I don't know. Weren't you there just now? He asked a few simple questions, and the only difference from us was that he mentioned Zhao Ruiqiang's brother. Could this be where his heart is? No one knows exactly how Zhao Ruiqiang got his defense broken by Yang Jinrong. Just thought Cam Young was awesome. All within the sheriff's department went to analyze that video during Yang Jinrong's conversation with Zhao Ruiqiang over and over again. Draw a conclusion. It could be that Yang Jinrong himself let Zhao Ruiqiang break the defense. Soon, Old Mo, as well as many of the top executives of the Changjian Group, were all arrested. Old Mayor is suspected of multiple intentional killings, and the odds are that the death penalty will await him. The other senior staff of the Changjian Group, to a greater or lesser extent, are all guilty of different crimes and will all be sentenced to imprisonment. Zhao Haiba even less to think about. Directing the murder, according to the intentional homicide sentence, no accident, are the death penalty. What happened next would not require any further involvement from Yang Jinrong. His compensation, full power to Yen Yen to deal with. Do not have to worry about Zhao Ruiqiang is not Zhao Haiba biological son? Cannot get compensation, because Zhao Ruiqiang name also has a car house. Not to mention the adoptive father is also the legal nominal guardian. The compensation will not be less. No one expected that the behemoth-like strong construction group would collapse in such a short period of time. It's not just because of the evidence that Zhao Ruiqiang shook out, nor is it just the prosecutor's office that has long been on the radar of the strong construction group. There is a more important point. That is, the strong construction group in these years a lot of enemies. The wall fell down. A lot of strong construction group competitors have taken the opportunity to take advantage of the difficulties. The report of the report, to provide evidence of crime witnesses. The annexation of the annexation. Scraping the win strong construction group cake. TV shows are full of business warfare tactics, whereas in reality, it's often just a matter of waiting for your opponent to make a mistake and fall on your sword. Of course, the capital on the Shangjiang side has long since carved up the biggest cake of the Changjian group. The only ones who collapsed were Zhao Haiba and his subordinates, as well as some scapegoats of the Changjian group, and certain public officials who reached out. This day, Yang Jinrong was listening to a lesson in the classroom when he received a call from Zhang Xin. Here's a newsflash for you about Zhao Ruiqiang. The guy contracted syphilis and has secondary cardiovascular syphilis. Zhang Xin's words caused the corners of Yang Jinrong's mouth to twitch. No wonder when he first met Zhao Ruiqiang, he saw him doing the action of pulling out the kuan all the time, and the next few times he met him, he was also pulling out the kuan, and only after he was put on the silver bracelet, he didn't pull out the kuan. Turns out it's stained. I don't know if the leading ladies, who know about it, what would be the reaction? Cancer warts, plumb dead. Fortunately, Yang Jinrong has always been clean, never go to nightclubs, never ask someone to cut poker, and never pick up a corpse. There is another piece of news that will surely interest you. Zhang Xin, who had been a traffic vigilante since, gave a rare smile, and immediately gathered her emotions. Zhao Haiba's ex-wife, also known as Zhu Jinjin, died 20 years ago, and her death was not a natural death. Yang Jinrong asked curiously, so he killed it? Let me guess. It definitely wasn't Zhao Haiba who killed. You guessed it. It wasn't Zhao Haiba who killed him. He was deeply in love with his ex-wife. Zhang Xin stated the final result. It was 1.5-year-old Zhao Ruiqiang, pushed a small stool over, climbed up and pushed the hot water kettle over, making a loud noise, attracting Zhu Jinjin and another babysitter. The hot water led to a leakage of electricity, and the two people were electrocuted and killed. Yang Jinrong was full of consternation. No, 1.5 years old, will push a stool by himself and climb up to push the hot water kettle over? Is this serious? It's so fake, isn't it? 1.5 years old. Amount. It's not impossible that orphanages do have small children who can walk at 8 months and push a small stool at 1.5 years. Zhang Xin continued. Don't question it. Zhao Haiba still retains the surveillance from back then. And indeed, as he said, Zhu Jinjin's death was because Zhao Ruiqiang pushed down the hot water kettle. Yang Jinrong all felt a shiver run down his spine. Such people. Is that the legendary born bad? Born evil? Zhang Xin added. As for why Zhao Haiba was able to hide this knot in his heart and raise Zhao Ruiqiang for 20 years, according to what he said, Zhu Jinjin is the only person he loves deeply and still misses his ex-wife, while Zhao Ruiqiang is the only bloodline she has in this world. This time when he was arrested, he had nothing to hide, and gave an account of all his crimes, and according to his words, he could finally go and see his ex-wife Zhu Jinjin. Is this love? Yang Jinrong had to admire Zhao Haiba. He was able to raise Zhao Ruiqiang for 20 years knowing that he was the murderer, even if it was by mistake, of his wife. Knowing that Zhao Ruiqiang did not look like him, he did not go for a paternity test for 20 years. It wasn't until Yang Jinrong secretly sent him over a message that he made up his mind to find the truth. It messes with Yang Jinrong's belief in love again. Among the next few days, all kinds of negative reports about the strong construction group continue to emerge. The network, an uproar. Do not know how many melon-eating netizens for the boiling. Oh my god. What a big Changjian group. It collapsed just like that? Strong construction group associated with 3 listed companies is estimated to be delisted. The poor retail leaks. It is estimated that the life of the set in which alas, and remembered that the capital was set Lu TV shares. Go to Meow retort leaping. Said good next week to return to the country it. This melon is really one after another. It is said that Zhao Ruiqiang video door in those female protagonists. There are a lot of reports to prosecute him QJ, TSK, I'm afraid that this guy will have to sit through the bottom of the jail. Don't punch at a time like this. I'm on the heroine side of this wave. I can't see such a great video without them. Upstairs, let's borrow a movie. Who is the biggest winner? Yang Jinrong. This time Changjian group collapsed. The cause is entirely Zhao Ruiqiang violent bed checking incident. Now when I look back, I realized that young Jinrong's terror, even Xiangjian group can be brought down. Netizens have an endless supply of melons this time. Except for the crime. There is also the cuckolded melon of Zhao Haibao, founder of the Xiangjian group, whose son, raised for 21 years, turned out to be the seed of a QJ offender. In addition, Zhang Aigua's case of learning a foreign language, also released arrest video. Good guy. The network is directly boiling. I want to learn a foreign language too. Netizens have been flirting with the idea. Several of the hot search lists are about the strong construction group. Netizens have also followed Yang Jinrong's account on various platforms and left comments below the video of Yang Jinrong's declaration of war. Before the strong construction group came crashing down, no one dared to imagine that Yang Jinrong could really overcome everything. Send Zhao Ruiqiang in, and also instantly bring down the strong construction group. Yang Jinrong's fan base, too, soared rapidly, reaching 2.88 million followers. Brother, you're so fierce, you'll be my idol from now on. Sure enough, as long as the anchor is offended, none of them can escape the sanction of the law. The undefeated golden body is still there. No violent bed checkers in sight. Zhao Ruiqiang in prison, remembering what happened when he offended Yang Jinrong, will surely regret 1,000 times. 1,000 times should not have offended Yang Jinrong. He must be wondering, who is the young master in the end? I heard that someone who questioned a young master in the comments section was also sent in. So let's speak politely. Flirting to flirting. I still want to say a word. The anchor is awesome. The male god of law. Criminal law spokesman. Absolute son. The messages were also viewed by Yang Jinrong, though he did not reply. Subsequent verdicts regarding Zhao Haibao, Zhao Ruiqiang, the top management of the Xiangjian group, Ma 1, and so on, a series of characters, will be prosecuted by the Security Bureau as well as other relevant departments. Zhao Haibao and Lao Mo, among others, who have instructed or participated in the killings will be sentenced to death. Zhao Ruiqiang is about as good as a death sentence, and with the combination of several offenses, the odds are that he'll get close to 20 years in prison, plus a lifetime of syphilis. It could lead to death. And Pan Siki and Lu Ningliang are just as unable to escape the law. That's not all. Linhai University happened. Zhao Ruiqiang, such a sensational case, can be said to stand in the wind and waves. Naturally, there must be action. Otherwise it cannot be accounted for to the public opinion, but also cannot explain to the students. The school leader set up an inspection and investigation team to begin an in-depth investigation into those people or organizations that bully their classmates at school. Those cadres who had participated in the violent dormitory checks by the student council were all found out and punished one by one. In serious cases, they shall be expelled from school, expelled from the party, or sent to a public security institution. In less serious cases, they shall be given a warning. If they are already members of the party, the school party branch shall expel them from the party. If they have not joined the party, they shall be deprived of the qualifications for applying for membership in the party. Also, not only were these bad students who were making trouble in school investigated and punished, but also some teachers who did not act were warned and punished, plus performance pay deductions, as well as investigating and punishing several leaders who received benefits from the students, including the dean of the School of Physical Education, Zhao Changhua, who bore the brunt of the punishment and was expelled from the school before being sent to the Security Bureau for taking bribes. Yang Jinrong once again became the school's man of the hour, the idol that many students worshipped, especially the boys in Yang Jinrong's dormitory building. Fortunate enough to have heard Yang Jinrong's ear-splitting speech, and then saw that in the end, Yang Jinrong with his own strength, to bring down the only hand of the strong construction group, the boys completely. Yang Jinrong is a general belief in the existence of. Yang Jinrong's compensation payment was also obtained quickly with the help of Yen Yen, $500,000 for Ducati and $22,000 for Jade. Commission June He law firm spent a lot of money Yang Jinrong, but this money, under the operation of Yen Yen, ultimately counted to Zhao Ruiqiang head. Yang Jinrong just advance around, and back to his hands. Both Juanha and Yen Yen made a fortune in this case. The balance in the hands of Yang Jinrong also came to 90W. There is still the compensation of the two Wenwu brothers as well as the compensation of the retort Xiaoping, which has not yet been gotten. Congratulations to the host, for completing the mission and receiving the reward. The complete book of divine driving techniques. The long-lost system beep sounded. Yang Jinrong once again felt the birth of a metaphysical and phantasmagorical power in his mind. The body, hands and feet have followed a magical change, as if as long as he holds the steering wheel, no matter what kind of car, can be easily familiar with. Something doesn't feel right. Yang Jinrong had more strange postures in his mind. System, this divine driving skill of yours, is it decent? Pity. This was not answered systematically. Cam Young couldn't test drive it either. Things finally settled. Yang Jinrong stretched his waist. He also had time to look for a house to rent near the school. Just as he was thinking, the old dean who hadn't been contacted for a long time called. Old dean, did you encounter anything? No, just asking you if there's any contact behind the last blind date with my old friend's granddaughter? Old Dean Liang Shuehai asked with concern. Yang Jinrong answered. And we've chatted a few times on WeChat. Ahem. Liang Shuehai coughed a bit awkwardly. It's nothing. I'm just concerned about you. You're alone in school. Pay attention to safety. Try not to attract trouble. Do good deeds. Don't worry, old Dean. I'm a good old boy at school. Yang Jinrong was full of promise. But there's something in the old Dean's words. How do you feel? He seems to know about his affair with the strong construction group, and as if he didn't know. Right. I remembered. I do not have an old house. Recently idle. Intend to go back to live a few days, but the balcony and the bathroom are a little leaking. You're on vacation. Help me fix it. Yang Jinrong used to live in the orphanage. Hands-on ability. Up to repair TV, repair plumbing, repair floor tile, scraping putty, down to repair cell phone universal charger. Basically can do. The excellent child in the old Dean's heart. The old house leaks. The first thought is to let Yang Jinrong go to take a look. Okay, I'll be there over the weekend. Yang Jinrong agreed and cared about the old Dean's health again. In fact, ask or not, there is no difference. The elderly most of the time are afraid of children, worry and affect the study, will not say the truth. Unless really encountered, cannot stand the disease. He accompanied the old Dean for a bit of small talk before hanging up. Just when Yang Jinrong was in a good mood and ready to go to the library to read books and draw some knowledge from the ocean of knowledge, his cell phone suddenly rang. The caller ID is Yu Huai. Oh yeah, I haven't seen Yu Huai for a few days. What's this guy been up to? Yang Jinrong was busy fighting with Changjian Group, and really ignored Yu Huai. He picked up the phone, and wanted to flirt with his brother. Whether he had a girlfriend and forgot his brother when he saw the color. However, he didn't want to hear Gungdung's slightly crying cry for help from the phone. Brother Jinrong is in trouble. Yu Huai is in trouble. Yu Huai got into a fight with someone. There are many people from the police station, and all of them have been arrested. They've been arrested. They'll be sentenced to jail. What should we do? What should we do? The first chapter. Beg for subscription and read after. The editor said. Another 100 subscriptions. Will be on the recommended position. We have 1,000 readers. Just short of 100 readers. Brothers and sisters, go beg for a reader's please. End of chapter. 077, Passing the Light. Jailbait. Black and Black. My name is Yang Jinrong. Begging for subscription. It turns out that Yu Huai and Gungdung both went to a labor agency last month, and after paying various fees, they were successfully introduced to a part-time job. Originally said that the salary weekly. The results said that the contract signed monthly. But it is difficult to do a month. Counting. 2 people have more than 5,000 wages. Go to the tutoring center to ask for wages. People said they signed a labor dispatch contract. Their wages are issued by the labor agency, and there is no docking relationship with the tutoring agency. The general public may think that more than $5,000 is not a few dollars, but a while ago Gung family changes. The family pillar of her father not only lost the ability to earn money, but also need to take medication to recover. The money from this part-time job was not only her next living expenses, but also part of her tuition for the next semester. And when she took another summer job in the summer, she could just about make up the tuition when she did the math. But hard work every day to take advantage of the time when there is no course. Take the subway. Go all the way to do part-time work. A whole month. Whether it is the scorching sun, or rainstorms, rising water, or relatives came, did not take leave once. The two had very little left after paying the 200 agency fee, 500 deposit, and 180 medical examination fee, and had been saving their money for the month. I've been waiting for my paycheck. As a result, in the end, the paychecks are not paid when they say they are not. Who wouldn't be angry? Not only the two of them, but also a number of student part-time parties, were owed wages on the same grounds. The homeschooling agency said it was none of their business and to go to the head of the labor agency. Well, the crowd took the subway and ran back to the labor agency to demand their wages. As a result, the person in charge of People's Labor Agency, Xiao Qiulian, not salty sentence, are to press a month's salary. Next month to send last month's salary. Who can stand that? The deposit for the replacement that was promised to be refunded after a full month of employment also said that it had to be refunded after I got my paycheck. Yu Huai was so angry that his head went up, and he led a riot on the spot, demanding that his wages must be paid in a timely manner. Other part-time employees who were owed wages followed suit. But which one of the labor agencies is not an old rascal? Old foxes? How can a few college students play with others? Xiao Qiulian backhandedly dumped the pot on the tutoring agency, saying that the tutoring agency asked to press the wages, worried that you will run away after a month of drying. affecting the quality of teaching and spoiling the reputation of their agency, and it is useless to make a fuss in the labor company, and there is no way for them to do anything about it. It worked like a charm. All of a sudden the conflict shifted back to the employee and the homeschooling organization. The crowd took another furious ride down the road and returned to the homeschooling agency to demand a fair wage. But the tutoring organization not only didn't give a statement, but also bit back, scolding Yu Huai and the others for making trouble, damaging the reputation of their Golden Sun tutoring organization, scaring their students and parents, and demanding that Yu Huai and the others pay for the damages. Where have students ever suffered this kind of stifling? Coupled with the large number of people, someone in the middle of the line suddenly shouted, "Tear down the tutoring organization if you don't pay." The many part-timers who were already angry were sidetracked by this sentence, and one by one, they declared their emotions and began to shout and fight. The people from the Golden Sun tutoring organization are not vegetarians either. Both sides confronted each other. The scene became more and more chaotic, and the smell of gunpowder became more and more intense. Gung Gung was stunned on the spot. She only wanted her small part-time salary back. How could she have thought that things would come to such a pass? Yu Huai in the forefront of the team, he pressed no action, and even persuaded everyone not to impulse, do not let their own identity of the victim, forced to become the perpetrator of violence, stood on the opposite side of the law. Legal payroll became illegal vandalism, but the crowd pressed no one to listen to him. The crowd, suddenly someone rushed out, shouted, led the smashing, others followed together. The folks at Golden Sun PTA are starting to fight back as well. Yu Huai was in the middle of the chaotic crowd, and people panicked as he hurriedly squeezed in front of Gung Gung to protect his girlfriend. However, I didn't want to, but in the middle of the chaotic crowd, someone copied the bench and smashed Yu Huai a bit. Yu Huai had been holding back his temper, merely backhanding the bench and slamming it over, with his person still by Gung Gung's side, protecting her. But the other party refused to do so, and suddenly rushed over a few people, and without a second thought, they began to attack Yu Huai and Gung Gung. Yu Huai took the beating and fought for Gung Gung to escape, while he himself was forced to stay in the chaotic group. Within moments, several sheriff's deputies from the Star City Sheriff's Office, the precinct to which it belongs, arrived. The chaotic scene was finally brought under control. When the magistrate asked about the case, Yu Huai thought of explaining, but someone pointed at Yu Huai and said that he led the way, that he told the gang to vandalize and told the gang to demolish the tutoring institution. Yu Huai and Gung were both stunned on the spot, especially Yu Huai. He was kind enough to discourage everyone from being impulsive, but how did he end up being the one leading the vandalism? I'm Nima. Yu Huai wanted to find someone else to prove it for him. The result was that everyone was afraid of being the one to take the lead, and they all pointed at Yu Huai. What's more, they are afraid of being held accountable, afraid of being detained, afraid of compensation, and even more outrageously, it is Yu Huai who encouraged them to come from the labor agency to the tutoring agency to make trouble. Without Yu Huai's encouragement, it is impossible for them to come to make trouble. It is also Yu Huai who abetted them to make vandalism. Without Yu Huai's abetment, it is impossible for them to make a move at all. Yu Huai's entire body froze in place. I've brought people here to collect their paychecks with the best of intentions. Obviously, it was the people behind the team who shouted and fought, and it was also the people behind the team who took the lead in rushing over and hitting the people. And he, Yu Huai, was the one who passively protected himself and Gung Gung from start to finish. How did you become the culprit of 1,000 accusations? There was that one moment of sudden clarity for him. The heart was cold. These people, who are all cowards, are afraid that they will become the leader, because this matter is not big or small. But if the tutoring organization is more serious, at least the leader will lose the most money, and may also sit in jail for the longest time. The only thing that proves his innocence is the surveillance of the homeschooling agency. But when Yu Huai offered to check the surveillance, Ding Minhui, the head of the Golden Sun tutoring organization, told the sheriff that their surveillance was broken. No way. Of course Yu Huai did not believe it. When he first came to collect wages, he passed by the other side of the monitoring room, clearly saw that the monitoring is good. On the spot questioned, but when the sheriff went to check the surveillance, just before Yu Huai's group of part-timers came to cause trouble, the surveillance went down as if it was a jam. This time it's impossible to jump into the Yellow River. Yu Huai had no way of proving himself even though he was unwilling to do so. The head of the Golden Sun tutoring organization, Ding Minhui, even demanded a criminal case. Because of this vandalism, the tutoring organization damaged more than 20 seats, 3 pairs of paintings and ornaments, floor tiles broken a dozen. The value of these has been more than 5,000, and was damaged. Items among the most expensive is the wood carving flowing coffee table. Ding Minhui on the spot out of the purchase of the invoice, 98,000. It was impossible to find out exactly who smashed it. No one admitted it. And, once again, everyone's eyes, once again, looked at Yu Huai. It couldn't have been more obvious. You led the way. You must have smashed it. Yu Huai couldn't prove it. And no one was there to help Yu Huai as a witness. So the guilt was directly put on his head. And the Star City District Sheriff even characterized Yu Huai, raising a ruckus, provoking and disrupting the social order, flouting the law, playing the bully, and showing off. Intentionally damaging another person's property in a large amount shall be punishable by imprisonment for a term of not less than 3 years and not more than 7 years. With these few hats, Yu Huai really became an unforgivable man and would not be spared from imprisonment. No matter how Yu Huai and Gungung's two mouths tried to explain, the vigilante simply didn't listen to the explanation because all the witnesses pointed to Yu Huai. Yu Huai, along with many of the wage earners, were taken away by the vigilantes. Others may be detained for a few days at most, or fined. Yu Huai, on the other hand, could face a prison sentence of 3 to 7 years. Gung came out of the sheriff's office and crouched in front of the sheriff's office building, crying her heart out. In her mind, she was the one who had harmed Yu Huai. Had she known this would happen, she would have preferred not to have this salary. She would have preferred not to have come to work part-time, and she would have preferred not to have been with Yu Huai. Without these, it wouldn't have harmed Yu Huai. She didn't know what to do, and after searching all her contacts, she didn't know who to call for help. The security detention room does not allow cell phones. Yu Huai's cell phone was given to Gung to keep in custody, and in the panic, she found Yang Jinrong from Yu Huai's contacts. Yang Jinrong walked out of the school gate while stabilizing Gungung's emotions and asking Gung about the entire process of the whole thing. After being informed of the situation, Yang Jinrong's mind was already clear. The black intermediary company wanted to swallow the money, teamed up with the tutoring agency to make a game, broke the monitoring in advance. And then the labor intermediary company sneakily sent someone to mix into the team of Yu Huai and their payroll, and came out to lead the mess when everyone's emotions were suffocating to the maximum value, and then transferred the crime to Yu Huai's head. Ordinary black agencies usually use the 3 tricks of cheating, dragging and threatening to blacken the money of inexperienced graduates, especially part-time students. Obviously, this Excellence Human Resources Limited company that Yu Huai they found is not an ordinary segment. They not only black wages, but also provoke conflicts. Let the victims go to defend their rights, go to the payroll, and then secretly send people to mix into the team. And when the time is ripe, they will start to smash and rob and steal, and then plant evidence to divert the conflicts. Lastly, it is the tutoring organizations with which they are in partnership that misrepresent the damage. Quote tens of thousands of dollars or over $100,000 for something that is not worth anything, and not only ask for compensation for the sky-high price of the damaged items, but also take the opportunity to demand sky-high settlement fees, which will be claimed in the name of the loss of customers as a result of the disturbance, and so on, or else they will file a criminal case for a prison sentence. The aggressor is transformed into a victim. The tactics are brilliant. Let's get defensive. Not to mention people who are not out of the society, or just out of the society, even the veterans who are mixed up in the world. There are occasional times when they are hit. Black agents who are in partnership can be tutoring organizations or small factories and workshops. There are countless people who have been trapped. Yang Jinrong told Gung what he had analyzed, that the matter was not insurmountable, and told her not to worry, and to wait for him to go to the Xingqing District Magistrate's office to find out more about the rest of the situation. Yang Jinrong's Ducati was completely destroyed, and he had no choice but to take a taxi there. The Linhai district is quite far from the Star City, plus it's traffic jam time, so I guess it'll take quite a long time. And while Yang Jinrong waited for the car, on the web, the aftermath of Zhao Ruiqiang's conviction continues. Violent bed checks resonate with too many people. It's not only violent bed checks that exist on campus, but similar, and more often than not, incidents of bullying. Many people have taken to the internet to say that when they were students, they were and have been subjected to bullying experiences. It's just that there was no option to call the police at that time, much less to fight hard to the end. Cam Young's victory resonated with many. It has made many parents realize the importance of using legal knowledge to educate their children to deal with bullying and to protect their rights. It has likewise made many law enforcement officers of the peace finally waking up to the lifelong effects that bullying will have on children, and deciding to never make peace with dealing with such issues. It has also given a lot of people who are suffering from bullying a glimpse of the light. A commercial vocational school, Tang Xiao, who was thin and small, was holding a cell phone with a few cracks in the screen, tapped a subscription for Yang Jinrong, and then sent a comment. "Thank you, brother Yang, for your guiding light. I will fight bravely to the end." She gently covered her arm under her long sleeves, where a few smoke scar burns were, and the intense stinging sensation, instead of causing her to wince in fear, as it had in the past, gave her greater resolve. And after Tang Xiao dialed her parents' number first. She was beaten and bullied repeatedly by 4 female classmates, told her parents to come over to the school earlier, and after hanging up the phone, she dialed the phone number to report the case, choosing to report the case to defend her rights and rebel against the bullies. Tang Xiao didn't choose to tell the homeroom teacher, because she had told the homeroom teacher before. The homeroom teacher just talked to the 4 people who bullied her, and then she did not wait for a few people to apologize, but waited for the 4 people to intensify the beating and humiliation, blocking the toilet to humiliate and beat her, throwing her clothes into the squatting pit, pressing her head on the floor where there was urine and beating her, and also burned cigarettes on her arms. Not for a while, police cars arrived at the school. It came from a female sheriff's deputy and a male sheriff's deputy. The 2 vigilantes couldn't help but have their blood pressure skyrocket after learning the situation from Tang Xiao, and after the female vigilante examined Tang Xiao's bruises and smoke scars all over her body, she was even more heartbroken and at the same time, completely enraged. 2 sheriff's deputies apprehended 4 abusers on campus who were leaning against a fence smoking cigarettes. The silver bracelets were cuffed to the 4 men in front of many students. By the time the homeroom teacher arrived, the 4 had already been handcuffed, along with the homeroom teacher, and taken to the police station to cooperate with the investigation. Tang Xiao's parents rushed to the police station, the teacher on the sidelines to persuade. This matter, let it go. Make a big fuss about it is not good for anyone. The school impact is not good. The parents of those 4 abusers, likewise, arrived at the sheriff's office and asked for understanding. But the parents of these 4 abusers are completely unaware of the seriousness of breaking the law. They open their mouths. They're all classmates. It could be a misunderstanding. Kids are young. Who didn't make mistakes when they were young? Admit your fault. Apologize. Pay some money, and let this matter go. It's just that we want money. Our family has money. We'll pay you more. Okay? Put Tang Xiao parents angry on the spot storm. Almost in the police station hands to help her daughter to fight back. Our adults, breaking the law will have to bear the consequences of the law. I will not forgive. My daughter will not forgive. Even the sheriff's deputy who handled the case had a wild rush of blood pressure. And if it weren't for the outfit, he would have wanted to whip a couple of big pussy rooters out of each of these parents. Tang Xiao does not understand. The parents are even more adamant in their lack of understanding. The sheriff's office dealt with it very quickly, from start to finish, in less than half an hour, and the penalty was handed down in accordance with the law. 4 abusers were criminally detained, sentenced to 15 days of detention, and most importantly, the record will accompany them for life, even if they get married and have babies, and 3 generations are not allowed to take the public examination. The parents of the 4 families also need to pay compensation to Tang Xiao, the cost of treatment for injuries, medical expenses to remove scars, psychological treatment, emotional distress, nutritional expenses, as well as the cost of repairing the screen of the cell phone they broke Tang Xiao's, and the cost of torn clothes. On her way to the hospital for treatment, Tang Xiao opened her cracked cell phone again, and after changing her ID to Brave Bamboo, she sent a private message to Yang Jinrong. Thank you for letting me use my courage to fight back against the bullies. You're my faith forever. And with Tang Xiao similar things, in the next time, all over the country, major schools, high schools, vocational high school, university, etc., constantly occurring, even if some were not punished in time, when also let the victims bravely come forward, with the help of parents, rights struggle, and those who were brave enough to resist, without exception, became hardcore fans of Yang Jinrong. Yang Jinrong himself did not expect that his experience of defending his rights would affect so many people, and at this point he is. After experiencing the horrible traffic jam in Linhai, he finally arrived at the Star City District Sheriff's Office. It was supposed to be a 50-minute drive, and it took a full 2 hours of traffic to get there. If the Ducati hadn't been wrecked, I would have arrived at least 70 minutes earlier. After Yang Jinrong paid the money, he saw Gung, who was alone, sitting on the steps in front of the main door of the security office with her hands on her knees, her head buried between her knees and her shoulders twitching. Yang Jinrong was about to move forward to comfort Gung, when a line of people, talking and laughing, walked out from inside the Star City District security office. One of them, a middle-aged greasy man wearing a suit with big leather shoes, a big back haircut, and hair covered in hair wax, suddenly looked at Gung on the steps below, and spoke out to flirt. You're that what's-his-name Yu Huai's little girlfriend, aren't you? What's the point of sitting here and crying? Might as well go think of something. Either go raise the money or come and beg me, and in case you get me in a better mood, I may consider thinking about not holding your little boyfriend criminally liable or asking for less money from you guys. He gazed at Gung from above, his eyes flashing with greed. Gung was startled. She turned her head to look at Ding Minhui above her in horror. Perhaps it was the first time she experienced shock resulting in hypoglycemia. Her eyes went black and her body fell down towards the back steps. Gung! Yang Jinrong quickly stepped forward and held Gung, allowing her to regain her footing, before looking at the middle-aged greasy man on the ladder above him, and said with a wry smile, "Forget about begging you. My brother and I are not in the habit of begging. Why don't you beg me? And maybe if I'm happy, I can let you suffer a little less before you go to prison. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Yang Jinrong, a junior at Linhai University Law School. I hope you'll be happy to know me. Ask for a subscription. Oh, begging for subscriptions, begging for votes, begging for a catch-up read." End of chapter. 078, the reversal is slim. Yu Huai is ruined. He's Yang Jinrong, the lion's share, requesting subscription. Ha ha, so it's just another student boy. I thought I'd called in some character. Ding Minhui snorted as he looked down on Yang Jinrong and mocked. Yang Jinrong, right? Are you here to compensate your classmate? Linhai University law student. Yo, still a future lawyer. What's the matter? You're not planning to fight a lawsuit against me on behalf of your classmate, are you? A lawsuit would be unnecessary. Yang Jinrong looked at Ding Minhui with a smile on his face and warmly prompted. If Mr. Ding earns this kind of black-hearted money that pits the beaten workers, aren't you afraid of encountering a barefooted and ruthless person who will give you a couple of punctures? Ha ha, Ding Minhui laughed, as if he was teasing an elementary school student. Scoffing at Yang Jinrong, what do you mean by black money? Your classmate smashed my things. I made a reasonable claim. How is it that you falsely accuse me of pitfalls? Youngster, you can eat recklessly, but you can't speak recklessly. Otherwise, I can sue you for false accusation. Oh, he laughed and finished. Then suddenly his face changed and he looked at Yang Jinrong coldly. As for your so-called ruthlessness, I advise you to watch less TV dramas. Don't learn a few kooky words and come to threaten me. When Lao Zi was walking the Jianghu, you were still playing with mud. I'm just kindly reminding Mr. Ding, whether you listen or not. It all depends on Mr. Ding's personal will. Yang Jinrong also stopped talking nonsense. He took Gung, rubbed shoulders with Ding Minhui several people, and walked inside the security office. He was soon met by He Ji, the security officer in charge of handling the case. We've already contacted Yu Huai's parents. Let's wait for them to arrive and then negotiate compensation with the human family Ding boss, He Ji said with an expressionless face. You say you guys? You're all college students. How come you're all legally blind? Yu Huai's parents are from the countryside. Some years in order to provide Yu Huai study. Has been in the city to work in the factory. At first quite a surplus, and then older. The factory do not want older workers, forced to go back to the rural areas of their hometowns, and now it is not as good as has been in the countryside. The family's economic situation is not optimistic. Even if you get your parents to come, there will only be 2 more people to worry about. Of course parents have a right to know, and the vigilante's so-called college students' legal illiteracy, which is not at all to blame for Yu Huai, who pressed his hand at the beginning, and even persuaded the others to calm down, and as a result was forced to join in the middle of the fight. It's just a shame. There is no surveillance to prove this. Without dwelling too much on the matter, Yang Jinrong asked the sheriff's deputy, "Can I see a list of the claims from the tutoring organization?" Could be. He Ji took out the report registration form, very kindly reminded. I know you students' heavy feelings, but this time is not a small matter. The stall is a big deal. Here, let you take a look at this compensation sheet. Damaged items, compensation amount, all written clearly. People also have purchase orders, purchase receipts as evidence. Yang Jinrong looked at it carefully and asked again, "Can you show me the receipt as well? You'll have to sign this." He Ji hesitated for a moment, but finally took out the purchase receipt inside the evidence bag. Sign it first. After Yang Jinrong registered his signature, he began to check the purchase receipt. Not a single invoice? The wood-carving coffee table in this claim list, with a purchase price of $100,000, also has no invoice? There is no company that purchases $100,000 worth of items and doesn't invoice them. Whether it's the old sales tax or the current VAT, a business purchasing assets can be used to offset the tax. A $100,000 asset is almost a $10,000 plus tax deduction. How could he, Ding Minhui, not want it? No. He Ji shook his head. But if you guys really need it, you can ask the other party to go and make up the invoice when you make the compensation. That's good. Yang Jinrong memorized the contents of the receipt as he smiled again and inquired, "Can you let us meet with Yu Huai?" He Ji put away the evidence and the report registration form and nodded. "He's still in the holding cell at our facility. He can be visited now. Once he's sent to the holding cell, he'll have to write an application. Then I'll trouble the sheriff." Led by He Ji, Yang Jinrong and Gung soon met Yu Huai, who was being held in the detention room. The guy didn't have the same playful grin on his face. There's just a face full of tension as well as unwilling. Gung, Jinrong. When Yu Huai saw the two arrive, he didn't show joy, but instead became more worried. Ho Chi opened the door to the sheriff's office and reminded, "You guys go talk in the meeting room over there. As soon as possible, don't ink it." The three were quickly taken to the meeting room. Ho Chi backed away and closed the door behind him. "Has the sheriff's office notified my parents?" Yu Huai asked with a bitter smile. "Well, the aunt and uncle should be on their way already." Gung started wiping her tears again. She clutched Yu Huai's hand tightly, her fingers going to touch the silver bracelet at her wrist. "It's all my fault. I shouldn't have." "Shoo!" Yu Huai interrupted her voice. Only a wimp would stand by and watch his girlfriend suffer. He, Yu Huai, naturally wouldn't. What's more, his intention was not intended to violate the law to protect their rights. He just wanted to recover the wages that should belong to them. Just did not expect the other side of the road is too deep. Played him around. Not only did not recover the wages, but also became a criminal, facing huge compensation and prison. Society is complex and people are dangerous. Jinrong, for making you run, Yu Huai said with some guilt. He knew that young Jinrong had been busy with Zhao Ruicheng's case recently, and it was not easy for him to stop, but he had to trouble him again. "That's a big problem you have." To put it mildly, Yang Jinrong also knows what his brother's virtues. He does not even bring comfort. Said directly, "If you cannot think of a way to overturn the case, there is only one way to go. Pay up." Yu Huai sighed. "I know that the other party is definitely coming for the money. That Ding Minhui and Xiao Qiulian I've seen before. They only have money in their eyes." But, saying this, he revealed a look of unwillingness. "It wasn't my fault in the first place. Why should I plead guilty and beg to pay them money? I'm not willing to do that." This last sentence, Yu Huai almost spat it out through gritted teeth, but he was too aware of the difference between the two sides of the Tao. He couldn't even fight a student who has not yet graduated. No power. Taoism is also far inferior to others. In a case like this where there is a huge difference in strength between the two sides, he, Yu Huai, will only be hanged, and will not even have any room to struggle. To put it bluntly, if you fight with others, they can play you around, and in the end, you still have to lose money to others, so you can only break your teeth and swallow your stomach. Yu Huai was angry, didn't dare, so what could he do? The end result will be his parents smashing the pot to pay for it, him going to jail and doing time, and as far as schooling goes, forget about it. A dozen years of hard work and study, and one day the previous work is gone. When anything happens, always calm down first. Yang Jinrong reminded. Think carefully, what was there on that day? That was suspicious. Which people, or which things? Were there any details that were missed? Think back carefully. Then, from that, find places where the case might be overturned. Yang Jinrong, after so many cases down the line, has long since developed an unusually calm attitude in dealing with things. No matter what comes up, calm down first. No matter who you fight, you first have to stay in shape yourself. Yu Huai calmed down. Think back carefully on the events of the day, including some details that are suspect. I remember when we first traveled from the homeschooling agency to the labor agency. There were supposed to be 7 or 8 of us, but when we turned back from the labor agency, there were more than 10. Yu Huai thought back carefully. Sort things out a little bit. As expected, as analyzed by Yang Jinrong, the labor agency found people mixed in the payroll team, and after triggering everyone's emotions, the first people to vandalize were them. How is this going to get to them? Yu Huai only felt desperate. The surveillance of the tutoring organization was broken by Ding Minhui in advance. Surveillance, yes, Gung suddenly said excitedly. The surveillance of the tutoring center is broken, but we can find the surveillance along the way. We went back and forth twice to the labor agency, the tutoring agency, and the 2 trips of the people who don't match up are the people sent by the labor agency. Brilliant. Kudos to Cam Young. But what's to be done if we find them? Surely they won't stand up for us. Yu Huai's face, which originally had a hint of joy, became desperate again when he thought of this problem. What's more, to search for 2 people in the huge Linhai is like looking for a needle in a haystack. How easy can it be? You don't have to worry about that one. Yang Jinrong smiled. Think about the other details. There are no doubtful areas. Make multiple preparations to have a better hope of overturning the case. Both Yu Huai and Gung began to think calmly. Every detail that can be remembered about the people, things that happened, things that were said, and so on, before and after, are carefully recalled and brought up. After the 3 analyzed it, finally, something, tuk. It's time for you to go back. Ho Chi came over and warned. Under Gung's 10,000-yard stare, Yu Huai was once again brought into the detention room. Yang Jinrong Gung too, also then was brought out by Heji. He casually asked, "You three, discussed half a day. What is the result?" "The sheriff rules, and we find." Gung Gung was straight talking and was about to tell Heji about today's discovery, but was interrupted by Yang Jinrong. "Magistrate I have a question I want to ask." Heji responded. "Go ahead. Suppose we could accept compensation. I mean, other than the compensation for the property they damaged, Ding Minhui and the others, would they accept it? If we accept it, how much more compensation would we probably need? This, wouldn't know about them. If you guys have a good faith extra compensation and request that they drop the criminal case, I can ask for you. We are sincere." Yang Jinrong smiled and deliberately said, "You may not know, Magistrate that I'm actually very rich. Brother's compensation. I can pay for him." "Yes?" Heji shook his head and didn't care much as he turned back. Gung hurriedly reminded, "Let's go look for surveillance along the way." "Okay." Yang Jinrong nodded. Premier Human Resources Ltd. Penthouse. In the spacious tea room. "Mr. Ding, we should be able to make more than $100,000 net this time as well, right?" Half-aged Xiao Qiulian, deliberately changed into a pink French print bustier dress, inadvertently revealing thighs, vaguely very seductive, coupled with a pair of talking eyes, not to mention the middle-aged man Ding Minhui cannot hold, even if it is a young man, but also cannot help but stare at a few more eyes. She said with a big smile while very ceremoniously making Ding Minhui a good cup of tea. "This also depends on the other party's ability to compensate." Ding Minhui's gaze has not moved away from Xiao Qiulian, but in the bottom of his heart, he knows that this woman is not ordinary, limited to looking at a few eyes, not daring to blatantly take advantage of the situation. In short, or thank you for the help of Mr. Xiao, just according to the previous agreement. After getting the compensation, the finance will hit the money on your card. These days, who doesn't have over $100,000 to pay back? Isn't it possible to sell your house even if you're poor? Even in rural areas. If the court decides, the old house will have to be sold and used for compensation. There's always money to be had. Always talking about money, tacky or not. Xiao Qiulian's pair of peach blossom eyes glared at Ding Minhui in an angry manner. "There's a dinner party in the evening. Can Mr. Ding accompany me? Then I'll have to ask for permission from that tigress in my family to do so." Ding Minhui's words of rejection were leveled. "Come on, it's definitely not working." Xiao Qiulian and gave each other a cup of tea, suddenly said with some pity, "Today's case, the young couple strange poor. I heard that the girl's father in the family had a car accident. The other party is fully responsible for, but hit and run. So far did not find anyone. Male family is also rural. Are not much money. What? Is Mr. Xiao starting to pity the bottom?" Ding Minhui laughed in disbelief. "This is not like your character. Mr. Xiao thinks, which one of the people we pitched is not a poor person? Who has money and still comes out to do part-time jobs? Who has the ability and still needs to find a labor agency to introduce jobs? Those who have money don't need this type of hard work from their company. If you have the right, isn't work just a matter of words? Hang a job. Do not even have to go to work. The salary received for decades are fine, but also automatically increase wages. Mr. Ding really doesn't understand women's sentimentalism. Why don't you two stop flirting in front of us? That day is dedicated to Mr. Ding and Mr. Xiao to organize a bureau. You two make a good mess of knocking." A group of people were drinking tea and joking with each other, flirting with the bottom feeders who have been screwed over by them. A funny thing comes to mind. The boss of another factory suddenly laughed. "A few days ago there is a stupid fork 25. Dry for a month," said the family accident. "Quit. Also ran to my home to make trouble. Insisted that I give him to settle the $3,000 wages. At that time he all gave me a knee. Ha ha ha. They say that there is gold under the knees of men. Look at these bottom. $3,000. Not enough for us to pay for a meal. He can give me a public kneeling. Where is the gold under the knees of the men? Mr. Yao is joking. We can make over $100,000 at a time. Those people at the bottom, they probably can't even imagine it in their lifetime. I've got another one here who insisted that I forced him to take out a loan for training, demanded that I pay him back his loan, went nuts in front of my office door, and was forked out by me calling security. Ha ha, a few people couldn't help but laugh. How much money can you make from a proper factory? Getting money fast of course has to be a means to an end. Whoever is weak is out of luck. It's like a certain R-listed club that makes a profit purely on card contract lawsuits. Owing you wages is called non-malicious wage arrears. If you come for a paycheck, it's a bad faith paycheck. Spring flower autumn moon now. Ding Minhui's cell phone ringtone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID and laughed after connecting. So what kid's parents arrive? Ready to discuss the compensation? Guess it'll have to be tomorrow morning. A more serious voice came from inside the phone. There's a student named Yang Jinrong who might go looking for trouble with you, so pay attention to yourself. Oh, good. Ding Minhui hung up the phone. The crowd snickered. Mr. Ding, what's going on? Trouble? Ding Minhui laughed disdainfully at the crowd. There's a student boy named Yang Jinrong who wants to stand up for the kid who got sent in. Ha! Aren't all students like that? They're righteous. They think they're the best in the world. But in the end, don't they all kneel down and apologize to us? Ha ha! A few people were scoffing. Suddenly, one person frowned. Yang Jinrong? A student boy? Which school? Ding Minhui heckled. Seems to be from Linhai University. I met him in front of the security office. Said what? Studying law. He doesn't think he can fight us just because he's studying law, right? The final interpretation of the law is not in what he thinks. Wait. Suddenly another person exclaimed. Yang Jinrong, how do I remember? That case of the strong construction group was also a student named Yang Jinrong, who messed up. Rumor on the internet is that Yang Jinrong brought down the entire Changjian group with his own strength. Cut. Xiao Qiulian did not think. Linhai is so big. The same name and surname of a large number of people. You do not say what Yang Jinrong, Tong Jincheng, put me here to find a job. There are several. A few people continued to talk and laugh. They are all communities of interest. Between each of them, there is a partnership to utilize each other. The time wobbles. Soon came the next day. Yu Huai's parents, in a hurry from their hometown, rushed to the city of Linhai, all the way to the Star City District Security Office. He Ji received them. Gung happened to buy a meal for Yu Huai and ran into Yu Huai's parents. The old couple's eyes were red and swollen. Their faces were covered in dust, and their lips were dry and cracked. Uncle, Auntie, Gung bit her lip. She didn't know how to face Yu Huai's parents, with a big girl in front of them coming over to take the initiative to greet them. Yu Huai's parents froze. Yo, all in. Just at this time Ding Minhui with a few people, also after receiving the notice, arrived at the Star City District Security Office. He smiled and sat down on the stool in front of Yu Huai's parents, stroked his suit and tie. The two of you are the parents of that what Yu Huai, right? The two old men that had seen this kind of battle, especially Yu Huai's mother, Qiu Ling, was so nervous that she shrunk her thin body as she shed silent tears. Yu Huai's father, Yu Xiuzhong, was forced to take the initiative to beg, Mr. President, our family Yu Huai did something wrong first. Your status is noble. Don't talk to him as a student child. The compensation, we are all pots and pans, but also as soon as possible to pay for you. Can't you be generous? Don't let him go to jail. The old couple worked hard for more than 10 years to send their son to college, thought that when their son graduated, not to say enjoy the blessings, at least easy, at least the son's future prospects are bright. The results of now it's like a blow to the head. They are not afraid of losing money. It is only a debt, and the future will be a little more bitter. Their generation, what kind of suffering has not eaten? I'm afraid my son is going to jail. You can't keep your school record and you'll go to jail. What's the difference between this pain and the white hair and the black hair? The two old mouths had dried up their tears long ago on their way here, and their faces were still stained with dusty tear stains. Then let's talk about compensation. Ding Minhui revealed a hypocritical smile. I don't want much. You just have to compensate him for smashing my company's things at the same price. Just 12 or 13,000. He looked at Yu Huai's parents, and after seeing that the two of them were obviously relieved, Ding Minhui suddenly added, and then after compensating for the loss of my tutoring organization students who dropped out because of his disturbance and smashing of the company, this matter will be settled. That? Yu Xiuzhong nervously asked. Old boss. That together. About how much? Yu Huai's mother also nervously grabbed the man's clothes and waited for the old boss's answer. In the back of her mind she expected it to be compensation they could afford. Gung looked at Ding Minhui with the same nervousness. She had an uneasy feeling in her heart. Not much. Ding Minhui squared his body to make himself look more like a good person. He smiled and said, the loss of students dropping out of school. We've already tallied it up. Together. End of chapter. 079, Insatiable. Dark Enforcer? The rage is overwhelming. Requesting subscription. $135,673. Ding Minhui took out a list and said according to the amount on it. It is obvious that he came prepared, and had already prepared the appropriate evidence, and was not improvised. This, Yu Xiaozhong heart-shocked. He just started to hear 12 million compensation, but also feel bite the bullet, back home to find relatives to borrow, and then do not help to go to the agricultural loan. Maybe it will come together. But how could he not have thought that there was another 135,000 or so behind him? That's 260,000 in all. Where could their family come up with that kind of money? Even if you sell blood, you can't even come up with $260,000. Qiu Ling is even more scared face green. her honest farmer's wife, not to mention compensation for others. So much money. This life has never seen so much money at once. 260,000. It may be a month's pocket money for some people, but for a rural family who just sent their kids to college, it really is sky high. She couldn't even begin to imagine how on earth she was going to get the money together. Gung was also frightened. 260,000. She and Yu Huai worked part-time for a whole month for just over $5,000. Both people would need to work part-time for a full 52 months without eating, drinking or riding the subway. Isn't that just plain blackmail? But she didn't have the guts to stand up and say it. Yesterday, Yang Jinrong specifically confided in her. When you see Ding Minhui again, don't talk nonsense, listen more attentively, take more notes, but definitely don't talk nonsense. The rest will be arranged by young Kam Wing. You guys, it's not like you can't afford to pay for it, is it? Ding Minhui put away the previous hypocritical face. The whole person became gloomy and horrible. The tone of voice, all presenting a threatening meaning. If you can't get together so much money, it's okay. First put Yu Huai in jail. You slowly think of a way to pay back. That's a vicious thing to say. The money has to be paid back. People still go to jail. Mr. Ding, don't you often tell us that we should do good to others? Can't we also, this time, do good deeds? One of the people who came along with Ding Minhui pretended to open his mouth and deliberately advised Ding Minhui, Yu Xiaozhong, how to understand what set he honestly looked forward to. Thought Ding Minhui's companion persuasion. He will be exempted from part of the compensation. But I didn't want Ding Minhui to curse. That's the money I lost in real money. He scolded with a heartbroken face. It's not your money. It doesn't hurt, does it? More than $260,000. Every penny is my real money loss. Why don't you want them to pay back? No, I don't mean to make Mr. Ding lose money for nothing. I'm just doing it out of kindness, out of goodwill. And you're taking it easy. So, the one who traveled with Ding Minhui was also one of the heads of his tutoring agency. His name was Tan Qingzhong. He let out a sigh and said in a fake sympathetic manner, they can't afford to pay the compensation, and you won't be able to collect the compensation just the same. So why don't you help them come up with a compromise? You'll be able to get the money quickly, and they can pick up their son quickly. Wouldn't everyone be happy? Yeah. Yu Xiaozhong hurriedly agreed. He was never that fancy. Nor do I know the black-hearted tactics of Ding Minhui and the others. Just think if there is really such a way to save their son. As long as their son doesn't have to go to jail, their son can continue to go to school, and the debt they owe, they can slowly pay it back. Not until they are 60, then until they are 70. And if they haven't paid it off by 70, then by 80. Anyway, it will definitely be paid off. It's okay. Ding Minhui pretended to sigh. Who told us to be soft-hearted and couldn't see poor people suffer? So, I'll introduce you to a regular loan company. He paused. The premise said, you can go to the bank loan. Return the money to me. All the same, if the bank does not lend to you, you come back to this formal loan company that I introduced to you. You say that I introduced you. They will give you a loan amount. Borrowing 100,000 or so should not be a big problem. Of course, where you go to borrow money makes no difference to me. Ding Minhui and Tan Qingzhong both work well together. They have done this before. One sings the white face, the other sings the black face. Pitched several people to loan sharks to lend money. As to whether they can afford to repay the loan later on and whether they have thus stepped into the abyss, it has nothing to do with them, for they have not only got the money, but also the commission share of the loan sharks. Yu Xiaozhong and Xiu Ling, husband and wife, looked at me and I looked at you. Still a little scared to borrow money out there. They've been honest all their lives and have never borrowed money from anyone, let alone an outside lending company. More or less afraid of being cheated. We will go to the bank for a loan first, and if it's not enough, we'll go to the lending company you introduced to us, Mr. Lau, for a loan when the time comes. Yu Xiaozhong said somewhat cautiously. Gung kept an eye out. She who fell for it once. How could they let Yu Huai's parents get screwed over by Ding Minhui once too? She felt in her heart of hearts that Ding Minhui's group. Every cell was black. Every drop of blood was black. The so-called loan companies referred by the soft-hearted are definitely loan sharks. The kind of loan sharks that you never pay off. Gung suddenly realized a detail. That is, obviously Ding Minhui they said things. Clear-eyed people can see that involves usury. Involves illegal. But aside from the peace officer he but did not say a word. This person. There are questions. Gung made a mental note of this. Alright, you guys are willing to go raise the money, so I have nothing more to say. Ding Minhui stood up. He threw a business card of the loan company to Yu Xiaozhong, and then walked to the other side. Handing over the file bag in his hand to He, comrade vigilante, Inside here is the evidence that my company has been dropped from the class due to the reason of this incident, as well as the financial statistic of the loss cost breakdown. You can show it to them. I, Ding, have always been fair and just in my work, and I will only get back the losses that belong to me. However, he said, turning his head and looking at Yu Huai's parents, I'm busy. There isn't that much time to wait for you to slowly compensate. If you still want a chance to settle, you have to get all the money together and give it to me within 2 days. Otherwise, I'm not going to waste any more time considering dropping your son's criminal case. Ding Minhui snorted coldly and shook his suit. The stance looked like it did have that hundreds of thousands of dollars up and down in minutes big boss temperament. 2 days. Hearing this time limit, Yu Huai's parents were bitter in their hearts. You can't get a bank loan in 2 days. Even if you want to borrow money from your relatives, don't you have to be there yourself? Go door to door and beg them, and wait for them to take the money or transfer it face to face in order to borrow the money. This back and forth comes down. 2 days is never enough. Mr. President, could you, could you, Yu Xiaozhong just wanted to plead with Ding Minhui. Then he saw the other party's cold eyes, and he was afraid that the other party would backtrack now and directly refuse to withdraw the criminal case. So he hurriedly stopped his mouth and turned his head to plead with Tan Xingzhong. This old boss, can you help, plead for mercy, and give us a few more days of leniency? I'm sorry, I've already pleaded for you guys. The rest, you're on your own. Tan Xingzhong no longer hid it. I'm kindly pleading for you guys, and you have to say to go to the bank for a loan. So go to the bank for a loan. This, Yu Xiaozhong froze. Just now, I thought the old boss was quite nice to talk to. What's with the sudden change of face? Remember, within 2 days, I want to receive the money. Otherwise, I will not reconsider withdrawing the criminal case. And your sons, just wait to repent and reflect in prison. After Ding Minhui finished speaking, he was ready to leave. It doesn't take 2 days. Just at this time, Yang Jinrong arrived at the security office. He looked at Ding Minhui and said with a smile, you just said, how much money in total is needed for compensation to come? The damage to property together with $130,000 and the loss of class withdrawals and exclusions due to the vandalism incident totaled $135,673. Ding Minhui was about to taunt Yang Jinrong, but suddenly found that He Ji gave him a wink. He instantly realized that he had met a rich second little cutie. He hurriedly shut up. That's $265,673, right? Yang Jinrong picked up his cell phone and signaled the other party that he had money that he could transfer immediately. But just then, Ding Minhui, however, suddenly changed his tone and said, I have just omitted to count the same loss. 3 of my company's employees, because of the fear of another vandalism incident, worried about their own safety, chose to leave their jobs. They are not part-time tutors. They are all gold medal teachers that my company has spent a lot of money and a long time to train up, which is equivalent to a golden business card of our company. No need to bull **** so much. Yang Jinrong waved his hand. Bold Cloud Dry said, you directly say, want to blackmail us how much money? I paid it all. A one-time payment. Do not blame me for not reminding you. Today counted clear. Overdue. This move directly gave Yu Huai's parents a silly look. They were aware of Yang Jinrong, having heard their son mention it a few times before when he came home. But I didn't expect it. This classmate of my son's is so rich, so posh. Ding Minhui. Several people were Yang Jinrong this action. Amused. Not worthy of the clear and stupid college students. Exactly naive. They like to deal with this kind of people. Ding Minhui laughed. Each gold medal teacher training fee, $98,000. The cultivation time, I can be generous and not bother with you. With the 3 gold medal teachers leaving, the company loses a total of $294,000. This, $294,000. Suddenly there was close to 300,000 more. Together it came to over 560,000. Back home, it's enough to build a 4-story building. Yu Huai's parents were terrified, and the 2 honest couples were so frightened that their bodies trembled on the spot. Yu Xiaozhong was so scared that he couldn't even speak clearly. We can't afford to pay for it. Xiao Ling was even so scared that her body went cold. Her eyes blackened, and she almost fainted. Luckily, Gung Gung was quick on her feet and held her, smoothing out her breath while biting her lip and whispering in a soothing voice, Auntie, we'll find a way. I won't let Yu Huai bear the burden alone. Where else could Xiao Ling hear these words of relief? Her ears buzzed, and her whole body was struck by lightning, with the phrase $294,000 echoing in her mind. Together that's over $560,000. This, even if they were to sell their blood and kidneys, they wouldn't be able to get that much money. On the other hand, on Yang Jinrong's side, it was the system's beep that sounded once again. detected strong negative energy around the host, seriously affecting the social order. Triggering mission. Option 1, this is open and above-board extortion. Simply lawless. This organization is not enough to get rid of. Please host incarnate dark law enforcer. Justice darker. To change the organization to carry out a major liquidation. To make an example of the chickens. In order to deter other criminals. Reward, 8 extremes fist, beginner. Note, in literature, there is taiji to settle the world. In martial arts, there is 8 extremes to settle the world. After the host obtains this ability, make sure to keep full of justice. Roar at the sight of the road. And fight the world's injustice. Option 2, no compromise, no compensation, no settlement, no fear of anything, not a dime to the other side. Reward, fearless heart title. After obtaining this title, your courage is greatly increased, and you will be the first to rush to any critical matter. Fearless of any danger. Note, can be given away. Option 3, use your own means and talents to punish the other party and their accomplices, using the law as the cornerstone, so that all the wicked people involved in the incident will be duly punished, and they will all be sent in. Reward, a bronze treasure chest. Note, after opening it, you can randomly obtain a variety of mysterious items. The moment the option appeared, Yang Jinrong immediately felt the blood boiling in his chest, and the desire to kill was rising high, but he forced himself to calm down. Here in the real world, not the metaphysical world, the rewards are also very attractive. The reappearance of Baji Quan made Yang Jinrong move for a moment, but he knew better. Violence is not the answer. Once one chooses to go dark, will step into the abyss, from then on completely by the ferocious brutality of the control of the mind. Meet the injustice, will think of a simple and brutal killing spree. Then he will no longer be Yang Jinrong. He studied law, study of criminal law, not to kill, much less let yourself become a killing machine. Rather, it's about bringing to justice all the bad people you've encountered. I will use my own means to bring the wicked to justice, using the law as a cornerstone to send them where they deserve to go. That's the real Cam Young. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Yang Jinrong wouldn't mess around until he had to. As for option 2, it would be unwise, slightly wise, judging from the evidence so far. If the criminal case is not dropped, Yu Huai will 100% go to jail. Moreover, the decision of option 2, which is not up to you, requires the consent of Yu Huai and his family. Therefore, Yang Jinrong decisively chose option 3, reward bronze chest. This was the first time this type of reward had appeared in the system. It sounds very precious. Yang Jinrong had a premonition that the opponent he encountered this time was by no means simple. Whether it's a labor agency, or a tutoring agency, it's definitely not that simple behind these two. Otherwise, with the system's pissy nature, there's no way the reward would be this big. It's all a long story, but really, it's only in a very short period of time. After Yang Jinrong made his choice, he looked at Ding Minhui and coldly asked, "Is the math done?" He had thought that even if the man had asked for a lion's share of the compensation, it would not be so high as to propose such a high compensation. It's greedy to the core. Ding Minhui took out the so-called evidence to prove that his gold medal teacher left the company, proving that his company to train a gold medal teacher cost Yang Jinrong heart more certain. Ding Minhui has long been prepared for all the materials. He is just to see the person, depending on the situation, to raise the amount of the claim. Greed is insatiable. There is no bottom line, and which knows that Ding Minhui, after reading Heji's meaning, become more greedy. Once again the lion's mouth. And this smashing incident, the negative impact on the reputation of our company, a serious impact on the enrollment of our company. This loss must be compensated by you, according to the relevant laws and regulations, must be compensated for 100,000. Another 100,000. That's 660,000. 660,000. Even in a small town, that's enough to buy a small 3-bedroom house, calculated on the basis of an ordinary person's salary of 3 to 4,000 a month, without eating or drinking. It would take more than 200 months and nearly 20 years to earn it. Boom! When Ding Minhui's words came out, Yu Huai's parents and the two of them instantly roared in their heads as if they had suffered 3,000 lightning strikes. Yu Huai's skinny mother, even more so, had a black eye and fainted on the spot. Auntie, Deng squealed, nearly crying out in nervousness. The baby's mom, Yu Xiaozhong himself, couldn't stand steadily. The soles of his feet were weak. He was still attached to Yu Huai, his mother, and he pounced over to try to wake her up. Kahoku, Heji, who had been watching coldly, finally panicked and rushed to open his mouth, calling for a doctor from the security office. The doctor arrived quickly. The two oldest were rescued. Good thing it's all okay. It was only a case of shock and nervousness, and after taking some tranquilizers on the spot, there was no serious harm done. Come on, Stop pretending to be sick. Ding Minhui completely stopped pretending. Not even hypocrisy. Showdown. He coldly swept Yu Huai's parents. He laughed. Don't delay my precious time. Hurry up. If you have money, pay for it. If not, wait for the court summons. Wait for your son to go to jail. It's so cold-blooded and heartless. Auntie and uncle are fainting. Not pretending to be sick. Ding Minhui. Don't bully me too much. Gung Gung endured and endured. Time and time again. Time and time again. Helpless, but when she heard Ding Minhui's sentence, don't pretend to be sick, the emotions that were suppressed in her heart, completely erupted. Even if she is a weak girl, even if she has no one to turn to, even if her boyfriend is in jail, even if her father is hospitalized in a difficult family situation, even if the sky falls, even if she gives up everything, she has to stand up, and she also has to angrily denounce Ding Minhui. This group of devils who eat people and do not spit out bones. You are a bunch of demons. Demons who eat people without spitting bones. Ganging up on us. The so-called vandalism is you guys teaming up to set up a scheme to deliberately plant evidence and frame us. Gung Gung completely exploded. Her petite body, like a mad leopard. Her eyes staring at Ding Minhui with a deadly fury in her eyes. We retreated and retreated. But you guys are getting worse. You don't even give us a way to live. She wasn't having an emotional breakdown. She was angry to the limit. It was more like a horrible change after an extreme blow to her spirit. If her eyes could kill, then the Ding Minhui in front of her would have been broken into pieces 10,000 times over. Dung clenched her teeth and reddened her eyes. There's that, one day, I will take you all. Ask for subscriptions, yay. Ask for tickets, please. End of chapter. 080, take the pinch. Deliberate humiliation. The internet exploded. I was wrong. Requesting subscriptions. Quiet. She unexpectedly stood out at this time. With a stern gaze and serious expression. He stopped Gung Gung in a stern voice. This is a security office, not a food market. All be quiet. Can you reach a settlement agreement? He swept his gaze over the several people present, and said sternly, if we can't reach it, we'll go with the legal procedures. The person who should be arrested, we have already arrested. The two sides cannot reach a settlement. According to the criminal case penalties, the victim can submit the relevant evidence to the court to prosecute the claim. Mandatory implementation. He's words made Gung Gung forcefully calm down. Ding Minhui also took the opportunity to say, since you can't afford to pay out the money, let's go by the legal procedures. File a criminal case. I won't withdraw it. Can't afford to pay? Yang Jinrong shook his head. Not so much that I can't afford to lose. I lack everything. Just not money. Not to say how much. Your hundreds of thousands of dollars. I can certainly take it. But, your attitude makes me very upset. Since you like to go through legal procedures, then go through legal procedures. Still, Yu Huai is my brother. I can pay for him, but if you guys upset me, then sorry. I can only condemn my brother to go to jail. Even if you apply to the court for enforcement, Yu Huai's family doesn't have much money to pay you back. If you want money, don't think of yourself as a big man. Cam Young holds it with great precision. Ting Manaf AI and the others are doing black agents, opening black companies, taking sides, and playing all sorts of gray tactics. Aren't they doing it for the sake of money? Normally, they don't make more than a few tens of thousands once they top out. But today, Yu Huai this single, they will most likely earn a full 660,000. Even if a group of them share 1 point, they all earn a lot of money. 1 vote kills their usual dry 10 votes. Humph. If you say you're rich? Ding Minhui sneered. They stood on the high ground of certain victory. How could they bow down? You guys owe me money and you're asking me to make you feel good? Are you kidding me? He's really rich. Check it out. This guy is a big anchor on the internet. Tan Xingzhong came to Ding Minhui's ear and whispered. He has more than $500,000 for a motorcycle. So I guess his background is not simple. The collapse of the strong construction group is also related to him. The outsiders look good. The insiders look good. In Linhai Open Company mixed rivers and lakes of bosses are tacitly recognized that the real reason for the collapse of the strong construction group, not what air violent bed check, but the political struggle failed, was abandoned. The stream of Ding Minhui is no exception, but it doesn't matter if the strong construction group was brought down by Yang Jinrong or not. Importantly, it corroborates that Yang Jinrong has money. A motorcycle of $500,000 can come up with $660,000? Reasonable. Ding Minhui, who had just been hard-mouthed, immediately softened his temper, and he asked in a low voice, if I give in now, can he give money? Tan Xingzhong can. Not waiting for Tan Xingzhong to finish his sentence, Ding Minhui changed his face before. Take the face. Immediately changed his face to look at Yang Jinrong with a smile. Softened. Little brother. Before I was reckless. So let's do it. I'll give you the 0 are exempted. As long as you 66,000. Just not for the reparations. Big brother enough to be meaningful, right? Yang Jinrong thought that Ding Minhui would be like the hobnailed meat inside the TV series, never bowing down, but he didn't want to see that in the blink of an eye. This guy bowed down and admitted his mistake. Can bow and submit, or can stand tall, idiom, from Book of Changes, ready give and take. This kind of person is the last to be offended. Once offended, he must be ed to death and not be given the chance to burn in the wildfire and grow again in the spring breeze. What about that small change to pay off the callers? Yang Jinrong let out a laugh. Besides, I'm not that bad with that money. Still, you guys have upset me today. Don't try to take the money from my hands until I'm happy. Sorry. Ding Minhui also knows some of the rich second generation. One by one are high above the top. Extremely care about the so-called face. Sometimes in order to face, even the old man can be to the death of the pit. He defaulted to Yang Jinrong is also this kind of person. So hasten to make a false sympathy to please the color. I am here to solemnly give you an indemnity is not. I have just been reckless. In fact can be forgiven well. I was smashed by your brother's tutoring organization. The loss is heavy. The mood is naturally not good. The attitude of speech is a bit sharp. Sorry ha. Apologize to them. Yang Jinrong looked up and gestured to Gung and Yu Huai's parents. I'm sorry. 3 of you. I'm tongue-tied. So please bear with me if I've hurt you in any way. Ding Minhui bit out a sorry. But in his heart he was laughing coldly. He was very disdainful of this kind of childish tricks of Yang Jinrong. But on the surface he showed a humble smile. I told you that there is a fate of reconciliation between us. As long as the money arrives, I will immediately withdraw the criminal case. No, I will directly withdraw the case and no longer pursue any responsibility. This 180-degree reversal of Ding Minhui's attitude made Yu Huai's parents freeze in place, especially Yu Huai's mother. She just fainted and woke up to find that the attitude of the old boss. A shocking reversal, which you dare to believe. Gung's heart, however, was very unashamed of this guy Ding Minhui. The feud, even if he didn't have the chance now, sooner or later he would have to pay him back Ding Minhui. Alright, since both parties have reached settlement terms, then pay the compensation and sign a letter of understanding, after which my office will lower a notice of non-filing, and this case will be dealt with. He once again acted as the middleman, and when he finished, he looked at Yang Jinrong. Both Ding Minhui and Tan Xingzhong also set their eyes on Yang Jinrong, because it's going to cost him money. Naturally, it became the center of attention. Okay, I don't have time for you guys. Yang Jinrong said indifferently. Organize the list of all the payments that need to be compensated, as well as the evidence and materials involved in the compensation, and give them to me together. You guys figure out the money by yourselves. Don't miss a single penny. I'm not bad with your 3 melons and 2 jujubes. Row. Ding Minhui and Tan Xingzhong glanced at each other. Both saw disdain in each other's eyes. For this kind of frivolous rich second generation, how could the two of them give him a lesser count? Not a penny less. The two immediately put together a list of compensation, supporting documents, etc., all in order. That's a total of $668. 393. Ding Minhui finally gave the total amount of compensation. He looked at Yang Jinrong, and his heart rose in anticipation, and said with a smile, Mr. Yang, do you swipe your card, or Jifu Bao or WeChat? What's the rush? Yang Jinrong swept a glance at the information, and then said in a salty manner, you guys first take the damaged things and carry all of them to my warehouse, and they can't be damaged on the way. Ding Minhui frowned. He felt that Yang Jinrong was deliberately making things difficult for him. Damage is already worthless, and having to move it to a warehouse in Roche is not properly making them? You haven't paid for it yet. Those damaged things are evidence. Ding Minhui frowned and said. Before he could finish, Yang Jinrong shook his phone. I'll transfer it to you now. Ding Minhui's face was happy, and he immediately opened the collection code. With this 600,000 plus dollars in hand, I must first go to a few blonde foreign horses to learn a foreign language and enjoy some VIP treatment. Ding. Jifu Bao transferred $1,299,855. Ding Minhui didn't understand. What's that supposed to mean? How about 660,000? How did it become over 120,000? What's the problem? You fulfill my first condition before I will consider transferring you the second amount. Yang Jinrong raised his eyebrows and said unhappily. Yes. Ding Minhui gritted his teeth and spat out a word. He felt humiliated again. But for the money. Endured. The next step was that accompanied by a few security officers from the Star City District Security Office. The people went to the Golden Sun Parent Tutoring Organization. where Ding Minhui called for people to carry all the damaged items in his claim list to the warehouse that Yang Jinrong had rented in advance. Yang Jinrong didn't have the patience to wait for the moving process. After he clicked a few photos casually, he dropped a sentence. All these things are mine now. You guys don't damage them twice. If they are damaged twice, I have the right to make a claim. You guys take your time to move. Contact me when you're done. And then just strutted away. Gung Gung and Yu Huai's parents were also taken away together. What does he mean by that? Tan Xingzhong didn't see what Yang Jinrong was selling in this gourd, deliberately grossing us out and making things difficult for us. Ding Minhui spat in the direction of Yang Jinrong's departure and poo-pooed. Turtle-rich second generation. If the laborer is not in the face of money, early TM2 slaps rewarded you. It's your turn to be arrogant here. It's no wonder Ding Minhui felt that way. Yang Jinrong, that warehouse, pure and simple, a broken house. A look is temporarily rented shabby warehouse. Warehouse expiration, certainly even these things do not want. Together with the landlord. What's secondary damage to claim? Yuck. If you really cared so much about this, would you have found such a Thai warehouse? Isn't this an obvious insult to him, Ding Minhui? But Ding Minhui didn't dare to mess around yet. Got to keep bugging the movers to be careful and not damage it. Finally waited until after moving all the things. Have been to the evening. Ding Minhui, that gas cannot swallow this breath. He patiently to Yang Jinrong call. Informed him that the removal is complete. Asked to give all the other compensation. But do not want to wait for Yang Jinrong a sentence. I'm in the group. No time on your meow stupid fork call. Cause the capital also did not catch the blind monk R. Roll. Hurry up and roll. After a scolding, he hung up. Furious, Ding Minhui's eyes erupted with fire. Wait for me. Ding Minhui cannot be angry about Xiao Qiulian and others. Together to his home to discuss the countermeasures. His request is very simple. That is, to leave room for maneuver, but also out of a mouthful of bad breath. Mr. Ding, take it easy. Don't be general with the student boy. Wait to get the money, then find another chance to take it out. Xiao Qiulian comforted. That's right. Look at me. How leisurely I am. Wife, kids in a warm bed. Every day is comfortable and moist. Mr. Yao shook his head and said, then again, this person called what's his name? Yang Jinrong. We should kill his sharpness and let him know that people in the society are not to be messed with. Nishihachi. Ding Minhui staggered and cursed. I can't bear it if I don't take this breath. I must return the favor tonight. Mr. Ding, isn't this one called Yang Jinrong a network anchor? Let's utilize the internet as well, to disgust him a bit. And, with this solution of mine, I can also make him speechless and have to pay us compensation. Tan Xingzhong advised. Both of them looked to him. How? Tan Xingzhong laughed cheaply. Simple. Let's make a video and post it online. Explicitly and implicitly, alluding to Yang Jinrong, but without naming him. Like, in the video, put a photo of Linhai University with Yang Jinrong's back or a blurred figure. You can surely find it online. If you can't find it, just P1. Nowadays, netizens love to boast of contemporary Sherlock Holmes. Well, automatically based on the photos? A meal of blind a few analysis. Detection brainstorming Yang Jinrong related to this matter. I've thought of the title. It's called, Students of the prestigious university Linhai University, after smashing the tutoring center, refused to pay compensation. Tan Xingzhong spoke eloquently. No, Ding Minhui still couldn't help but worry. I'm not afraid to do this to anger Yang Jinrong. He has already given more than 120,000. Without blinking. The money behind will certainly also give. Just will make things difficult for us. I'm just worried that this video will be released. In case the other party responds with a video and exposes us, wouldn't we be lifting a rock and stoning ourselves? Don't worry about that. Tan Xingzhong laughed as he took a sip of tea before he slowly said, firstly, we can bask in the record of the report. Secondly, if they say we colluded, did we collude? Nope. Everything is subject to the results of the Law and Order Office's handling. We can directly set out this article in the video, as they how to reveal. We bite the bullet. The law and the official all ruled that they lose. If they reveal, that is a rumor. The netizens are definitely on our side. Looks fine to me. I think that's a good idea too. I'll have someone make the video right away and post it when it's done. Several people have agreed. Ding Minhui is more think this approach is superb. Hurriedly pick up the phone. Is going to dial the staff phone. Let the staff work overtime tonight to make the video out. Tan Xingzhong hurriedly reminded. Wait, Mr. Ding. Must call a female employee to do the video. The voiceover must also be a female employee. The content of the video can be simple, as long as a few smashed pictures, and then a video of a female employee angrily accusing the college students of not paying for the money will be fine. Yes. If it's a woman who posts a video accusation, She'll be able to win the sympathy of the general public. Mr. Yao also complimented. Worthy of being Mr. Tan. The solution he came up with is thoughtful. Makes sense. Ding Minhui think this idea is fantastic. He immediately called. Handed over a female employee. Just at home to do a complaint video. The content is simple. As long as the simple with a few smashed photos. The rest are all the content of the female employee's complaint. It didn't take long. Ding Minhui then received a video of the female staff working overtime to make a good job. That one screams vocal, emotional outrage, yin and yang staccato, and every word of the accusation is so capable of empathic rage. Yes, ha ha ha, hurry up and send it. That was fast. The video, which was crafted exactly as Tan Xingzhong proposed, asking for compensation from Linhai University students, was then sent to Douyin. A few people were sipping tea while waiting for the surprise that would come when the video hit the internet. But I don't want to. Sent out the video, after a long time, is still like a stone sinking into the sea in general, did not provoke half a wave. Single-digit number of views. Ding Minhui had been brushing the background of his phone, just waiting for the video to burst into flames and counter Yang Jinrong, but he didn't want to. He refreshed it dozens of times, and the result was this. Take it easy. Tan Xingzhong hurriedly consoled. Now posting videos are like this. Want to be brushed by the netizens? You must charge money to the platform. So you add $5 or $5,000 to the bucket to invest in the flow of it. Once the scale of the flow of traffic has risen, there is no need to invest in the flow of 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 the flow. Ding Minhui heard. I have not been pissed off, but in turn, he first lost in $5,000 to buy traffic? Forget it. You can't catch a wolf by giving up a child. This money must be spent. He bit the bullet and topped himself up with $5,000 for traffic for this video. When I refreshed it again, the video was definitely watched by a lot more people. Charge another $5,000. Seeing the effect, Ding Minhui immediately increased his investment. Together, 10,000 bucks dropped in and the results were awesome. The video also what he wanted. Views, likes, retweets, comments, all quickly skyrocketed. Followed by a number of self-publishing media smell over. Ding Minhui's backstage private message quickly received several certified self-media. Sent him a private message, asking him if he can retweet. Yes, of course. Ding Minhui begged to differ. Soon, a large number of self-produced videos have appeared on all major platforms on the internet in solidarity with the vandalized tutoring organizations. Shocked. A while ago the controversial Linhai University. Once again things, Linhai University students, smashing a tutoring organization. Weak and helpless beauty in charge. Online claim. What's wrong with the world? College students vandalized a tutoring agency because the head of the tutoring agency was a woman, was a bully, and refused to pay compensation after the incident. Women are weak. The female head of the tutoring organization, late at night to send a complaint. Linhai University, a student smashed the tutoring organization, not to fulfill the responsibility to pay compensation. Who are the illegal vandals? What is their identity? Obviously, the woman in charge has reported to the police, but no compensation. Is it because the smashers' background connections are deep? The truth behind this is worthy of each and every one of us to think deeply. Self-media outlets are traffic savvy, and every headline, full of controversy, provokes conflict and exaggerates oppositions. Each video wildly implies that the person who vandalized the tutoring agency is Cam Young, as they all feature him inside the video, and all accompanied by a report. The video's topicality and credibility are at an all-time high. Traffic is skyrocketing fast. Ding Minhui was overjoyed. Not a moment later, the famous Big V News sister also saw this news. She knew that the explosive video was right in front of her. She even did not bother to ask Ding Minhui. Directly turn on the camera, on the recording of a fierce rhetoric, sharp tone of the video. I can't help but wonder, are the students of Linhai University all legally illiterate? Vandalism of tutoring institutions, but also refuse to fulfill the obligation to pay compensation. Such a student, in the end, how to receive the education? If he is already doing vandalism while he is still in school, won't he pose a great danger to the whole society when he gets out of the society? I can't help but wonder. Linhai University, can't anyone control their students? Big Like News also posted this video almost simultaneously. The news. Sure enough it burst into flames. It quickly shot to the top of the hot seat that night. Underneath each video, there are almost always comments vocally criticizing Linhai University and supporting the woman in charge of the tutoring agency. How come it's Linhai University again? College students are adults, aren't they? Adults are criminally competent. Sheriff's Department, take them into custody. Why do I have the feeling that the person inside the video is young Jinrong, who rose to fame a while ago? That law school god? That's right. It's him. Isn't this man a self-proclaimed justice maker? How can he violate the law? Don't you know he's a rich kid? He's a rich kid. He's a good guy on the surface. But he's not doing anything behind his back. What kind of rich kid is a good guy? I've always hated this hypocrite. Yang Jinrong, speak out for justice. Support the beautiful person in charge of defending the right to the end. There were countless comments like this. And soon, Yang Jinrong's personal account, too, fell. I don't know how many netizens flocked under his account. As a result, because of Yang Jinrong's earliest setting of only fans can comment, the person who ran over to condemn Yang Jinrong was forced to click on a concern, and the number of fans inexplicably broke through 3 million without Yang Jinrong's complete knowledge. The video's hotness far exceeded the expectations of Ding Minhui's few people. Yes, looking at the satire and abuse directed at Yang Jinrong on the internet, Ding Minhui felt all relaxed. This move is too good. Cool indeed. In the future, Yang Jinrong should not dare to be arrogant again. Waiting to find him for money tomorrow. Ha. Mr. Yao and Tan Xingzhong have also been secretly happy. They are a group of people, and when they get the money from Yang Jinrong, they can all share a not so small amount of money. So naturally they feel doubly happy. I have to go home. My wife and kids are waiting for me. Mr. Yao glanced at the Cartier on his hand and smiled as he got up to take his leave. Mr. Tan, Mr. Ding, Mr. Xiao, you guys take your time to chat. If I don't go back, my son should miss me. Alright, my mission is done. Time to go. Tan Xingzhong also got up. He loosened his Hermes belt. Too much tea. Ha, let's go. Mr. Yao and Tan Xingzhong both left. In the large office, only Ding Minhui and Xiao Cholian were left. Mr. Yao drove a Big Ben, driving on the neon glittering road, enjoying the lights and greenery of Linhai. He suddenly received another text message from the worker who asked him for 3,000 wages before. Mr. Yao casually deleted, and then the phone to black. The bottom, there is the consciousness of the bottom. The dividends are enjoyed by our upper class. The bottom should be honest and hard-working. Otherwise how do I change the big G at the end of the year? Oh, it didn't take long. Mr. Yao drove the Mercedes-Benz into his villa, where Mr. Yao's wife and son heard the commotion and took the initiative to open the door. Right at this moment, in the darkness, a silhouette of a person came towards Mr. Yao with quick steps. Wang Ibing, who told you to come here? Just got off the car. Yao is contemptuous anger, but rushed out of the silhouette, without saying a word, straight to him. Yao suddenly felt a pain in the stomach, reacted to him, immediately felt a coolness straight to the sky. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Hubby, Dad, this chapter is 6,000 words. Take a chapter off, adjust the work and rest. Recommend a good LOL book, League, this player crosses the road. The whole network burst into laughter. End of chapter. 081, dizziness is normal. 3,000 short. Arrested in the institute. Ask for subscription. Request full subscription. Dirty. The police car from the Star City District Security Office, after receiving the report, immediately sent people to General Yao's villa area. He led the team, got down from the police car, and couldn't bear to look at the scene when he saw the tragic situation. The pungent odor of blood filled the air. The scene was unusually bleak. Several sheriff's deputies quickly pinpointed the killer. This murderer seems to be in his 30s, honest, with dull eyes and dark eye sockets. After committing the murder, he did not flee in flames, nor did he go to rob the property, but he sat dumbly in Mr. Yao's house and was dumbfounded. It wasn't until the silver bracelet was put on by He Ji that the murderer reacted. He twisted his head to look at General Yao's family who were flopping on the floor. His bleary eyes, when he saw the Cartier at General Yao's wrist, he couldn't help but pop out a few words from between his teeth. Damn it! Wearing hundreds of thousands of dollars in watches, but trying to screw him out of his $3,000 paycheck. Take it away. Ho Chi quickly escorted the man to the police car, and with the charge of intentional homicide, the guy will be facing the death penalty. Diwo. The sound of an urgent ambulance rang out. A white Iveco pulled up in front of the villa, and several doctors rushed down. Ho Chi, who called the ambulance? It's getting cold and you're calling an ambulance. Director Lin, it's still moving. An assistant doctor shouted in excitement when he saw the flopping general manager Yao move. Director Lin blankly glanced at the agitated assistant doctor beside him. Don't you know the depth of words? What do you mean the director is still moving? How come you're the unlucky assistant? Director Lin also didn't dare to delay the rescue, and with his assistant and nurse, he crossed over He Ji and came to Mr. Yao's house. A few people began to busily check it out. Coo. Mr. Yao struggled to move, trying to make a sound. His throat gurgled, but he couldn't make any sound. Are you asking me to save your wife and child first? The assistant who was about to give Mr. Yao a resuscitation attempt heard Mr. Yao's struggles and very kindly ran to check on the woman-child. Coo. Mr. Yao struggled a bit more, his eyes gradually tending to laxity. He's telling you to save him first and leave the wife and kids alone. The director deserved to be a director. Reading Mr. Yao's meaning at a glance. This one would be the son. And this one is his wife. Both out of breath. The assistant has finished checking Mr. Yao's wife and son. He returns to try to stop the bleeding while asking the director. Only he has a little bit of air left. Can it still be resuscitated? After a careful examination, Director Lin shook his head inside. 8 cuts. 7 knives avoided the vitals, but the 8th stabbed in the heart. This old boss actually still have a breath. Is simply a miracle of life? It's hopeless? The assistant regretted a sigh of regret. Kind-hearted. He comforted Yao. Deep breath. Dizziness is normal. It will be fine soon, don't be afraid. Goo. Mr. Yao seemed to struggle for a moment, blood coming out of his mouth. His eyes wide, as if he wanted to express, save me, I'm still saved, don't give up on the treatment. Yet he couldn't make a sound. Judging by the signs of vitality, he is an indispensable subject for medical experimentation. Director Lin sighed. Director, it's not a miracle of life. I think it's a psychic phenomenon. A whole family. The aide muttered in a low voice. Only one stab in his wife and son and they were cut off. But he was stabbed 8 times in one person. Yet he still has a breath left. Lin Yi. Just then, as if it was a flashback, Mr. Yao made a cooing sound from his mouth and seemed to say a name. Then he spat out the last mouthful of blood. His eyes rolled white, his head tilted, and he was completely cut off. What did he just say about spirits? The nurse wondered. He's talking about Lin Yi, probably the name of the protagonist of some book. At this time Ji suddenly interjected. The murderer is not called Lin Yi. Oh. The nurse nodded subconsciously. As for why this old boss was shouting out a protagonist's name at the end of his life, he probably heard the spirits in the doctors' and nurses' conversations as Lin Yi, and thought that they were chatting but not resuscitating him, right? Put away all the resuscitation equipment. We did our best. We didn't resuscitate them. Director Lin commanded. The assistant realized, and while packing up his things, he sidestepped his head and curiously asked Ji. Magistrate, the Lin Yi you just mentioned, which book's protagonist is it? I like it too. Recommend it. Director Lin felt really ashamed of this nagging assistant. Never take him out again. With him and without me. I don't remember exactly what it's called. I think it's called The Schoolgirls Some Kind of Virgin. Go search for yourself. Ho Chi muddled a sentence. Fortunately, this was a villa area, and it was the middle of the night. There were not many crowds of spectators, only a few scattered people. Ji did not need to worry about maintaining order. In the meantime, a small village that is the polar opposite of the bright lights of the metropolis of Linhai. A couple of low-slung prefabricated bungalows in the middle. Yellowing light. The 2 twin girls had finished their teacher-assigned homework and were waiting for their dad to come home for dinner. It's too late. I don't think Dad's coming back tonight. The child's mother was pasting a brand new award certificate on the wall with rice grains. Looking at the wall full of award certificates, the child's mother had a happy smile on her face. Her eyes gently looked at the 2 children. Soothingly said, let's eat first. After we eat, we'll take a bath and go to bed. Tomorrow morning when we wake up we'll be able to see Daddy. Oh yeah, my favorite potato casserole. Sister, let's save the meat for Daddy. He works the hardest. Well, I'll have 1 piece, and my sister will have 1 piece, and Mommy will have 2 pieces, and the rest will go to Daddy. So good. The child's mother turned her back. Under the yellowing light, she was teary-eyed, her hand on her injured calf. A few days ago when she went down to the field, accidentally cut by the plow. Just went out into the factory for a month when her husband learned of the news, and immediately resigned from his job. Came back to take himself to the town hospital for treatment. The hospital in town said it might have injured a nerve, and recommended going to the city's top 3 hospitals for a full checkup, or else it might leave sequelae and a limp. The rest of the family's savings came up a few $1,000s short of the hospital's estimate. The husband said. This time, the boss of the factory, again, did not pay wages. He went to ask for wages. In fact, there are several other factories and construction sites that owe him wages. If he is owed, all the wages are settled. The family can build a new house. He's been gone for 3 days and hasn't come back yet. She couldn't help but worry, and her mind was inexplicably flustered. Linhai University, men's dormitory. Yang Jinrong, who had been busy all day, hadn't gone to bed yet, and he was swiping the doujinshi when he swiped the video posted by Sister News. I can't help but ask. Linhai University. Yang Jinrong looked at News Sister's extremely annoying face and really wanted to give her 2 big pussy root rods. Inside the background image of the video, there's also young Jin Yong. Open her comments section. Sure enough, I saw a lot of people attacking Young Cam Wang, stoning him as a bashing person. Is this really going to be a problem with me? Yang Jinrong turned over the other videos of this news, without exception. The matching picture inside, are there Yang Jinrong? Explicitly and implicitly are implying that this smashing event is Yang Jinrong unintentional. Yang Jinrong opened the private messages, and sure enough, they were all asking him if he was the one who smashed it or not. Some of them went straight to the mouth and questioned Yang Jinrong if he was the one who didn't pay for the money after that lackluster vandalism. Some are inquiring, concerned. Of course there were some fans, concerned, who expressed their belief that Young Jin Yon would not do such a thing. There were too many private messages for Yang Jinrong to reply, and he continued to click on the comments section of his latest video. Sure is a lot of bandwagoning. If he didn't do it, why is his picture used in the background of all the news? Tens of thousands of students in the school used his back photo. I won't believe you if you tell me it's not. He must have been the one who smashed it, and if he wasn't, why didn't he speak out in the first place? One of the following is true. 1. I am the first emperor of Qin. 2. Yang Jinrong smashed up. 3. The national soccer team won the championship. I've realized that this guy, on the surface under the banner of justice, attracts traffic and harvests fans, but behind the scenes he specializes in doing dirty things. Yang Jinrong was all amused by these earthly sobering comments, one by one, with the posture of everyone is drunk and I am alone on the internet, pointing and waving, thinking that they are Sherlock Holmes, solving cases everywhere. Yang Jinrong took screenshots of all these people's comments and saved them, sent them back to Yin Yen, and entrusted them to the firm to sue all these people. As for the media outlets, News Sister and Big Like News, Yang Jinrong would definitely not let them go. He kept all the evidence. This kind of news that pointed to himself both explicitly and implicitly reminded Yang Jinrong of a certain article in the Squeaky Voice years ago that made something out of nothing, suggesting both explicitly and implicitly that a certain actor who was in the midst of his career upswing had abandoned his girlfriend halfway through the process, leading to her murder. Though not named, the Sherlock Holmeses on the internet saw the finger pointing at the actor, which eventually led to the actor being caught in a years-long public opinion spiral, losing out on acting opportunities, and fading out of the acting world, even if he eventually won the lawsuit, which was no longer helpful, and the author who maliciously wrote the article simply apologized. As for the internet Halmesians, don't even apologize. The cost of rumor mongering is so low. Make sure you get News Sister and Big Like News in there this time. Yang Jinrong closed his eyes and took a deep breath. His indulgence of them would only make them more and more rampant and unscrupulous. And, the person who released the video, Ding Minhui, you guys don't have much time left for you to enjoy your good times. At this time, Yang Jinrong was still unaware of what had happened in Mr. Yao's villa. After he quickly collected the evidence and sent it to Yin Yen, he closed his notebook. There was no talk all night. The next morning, *********, we have a murder case in Linhai. Zhang Xiaohua jumped up from the bed. Holy, a family of 3, all gone. Let's see. Yang Bin went over to see. His look at the comments section. The big boss owes his employees $3,000 in wages. No way for $3,000 to kill a family of 3 people? Isn't it a bit too much? Do not advise others to be good without their suffering. Zhang Xiaohua shook his head and crossed over this news. Forget it. Let's not read it. I hope we won't be owed wages in the future. There are no classes scheduled today. After Yang Jinrong finished washing normally, he received a call from Ding Minhui, telling him to go to the security office and settle the rest of the compensation. This time it went surprisingly well. Ding Minhui just arrived at the security office, found Yang Jinrong and other people, even early waiting here. He also intends to first compensate for some laughs, wait to get the money and then turn the other cheek. But I didn't want Yang Jinrong to take the initiative to call all the money. All money 668393. Not a penny less. Settle in the front. Ding Minhui was overjoyed. It was not sweeter than eating 10,000 Alps. He immediately withdrew the criminal case. Yu Huai was released. Yu Huai's 2 parents hugged their son and cried into tears. Gung also wiped tears from her eyes. When Yu Huai learned from his father that Yang Jinrong had spent $660,000 for him, his body stiffened and his face turned green. Jinrong, before he could finish his sentence, his gaze caught sight of the gleeful Ding Minhui on the side. Ding Min Fai. Yu Huai popped Ding Minhui's name out of his teeth, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. The few days he was held in the detention cell made him recognize the society and his psyche was turned upside down. Hey, congratulations, you're free. Ding Minhui happy just short of hand dancing, face written all over the color of excitement. This single down, and Audi Q7 to the hand. Well, we from now on do not owe each other. I hope to meet in the future. We can have the opportunity to work together to make money. Ha ha, Ding Minhui was too happy, even got a little carried away. Honestly, he's been playing this routine, pitting people for so many years, and it's the first time he's made so many cases at once. As for Yu Huai's murderous gaze, it was completely ignored by Ding Minhui. I know that human beings are not connected in their sorrows and joys, and at this moment you may be a little sad, but it doesn't matter after all. You have gained your freedom, and how valuable freedom is, right? Ding Minhui smiled smugly. Yu Huai's eyes revealed a murderous ferocity. Gung tugged on Yu Huai's coat. Ding Minhui is unconcerned. He thought to go back to the profit he got this time, divided into 1 point, to be divided to Yao total a few of them part, but always he Ding Minhui take the big head. It's very cool. He waved his hand. Okay, since I got the money, then I should also go. Where are you going? Yang Jinrong, who hadn't said anything, suddenly smiled and looked at Ding Minhui. Hey! Ding Minhui wasn't afraid of Yang Jinrong at all this time. He raised his head and was close to disliking the man with his nostrils as he spoke. What? Yang Jinrong, are you still planning to disgust me? With the money in hand, do you think I'll still put up with you and accommodate you? Just then, when he finally finished dealing with the villa murder case, he came over and whispered into Ding Minhui's ear. What? Ding Minhui's face suddenly changed from surprise to horror. Impossible. We drank tea together last night until dark. How could he? Tick-tock. Almost at the same time, Ding Minhui's cell phone rang. It was Tan Xingzhong's call. He answered it, and the latter's panicked voice came from inside. Mr. Ding. It's a big deal. Mr. Yao. Mr. Yao. He was stabbed last night. His wife and son were all killed. No. Ding Minhui also panicked. 1 second he was excited because he got the money. This second he heard that Mr. Yao's whole family was killed. His mood was like riding a roller coaster. Ups and downs. When he went to look at Yu Huai's eyes again, it just felt like a heart attack. Ding Minhui panicked. He harvested countless bottoms and gradually got carried away. Forgetting the words barefoot is not afraid of wearing shoes. The only thing that is fair between classes is that all people have only one life. No matter how rich you are, there are no resurrection coins. It's true. I've asked He Ji to confirm it. Ask him again if you don't believe me. Inside the phone Tan Xingzhong said in a hurry. I have to go somewhere else to hide. You know, recently, a few people who can't change their loans have been looking for me, so I have to take my wife out for a while. Then Ding Minhui was saying. Suddenly a group of uniformed vigilantes walked into the lobby of the sheriff's office. He Ji walked over and offered his hand. And you are? City Security Bureau. Zhang Hui. The head vigilante squared his hat and didn't bother to shake He Ji's hand. Instead, he pulled out a report acceptance form and an arrest warrant. We've received a report that someone is suspected of extortion, as well as rumor mongering and defamation. Please cooperate with us in our investigation. This, He Ji saw the name on the intake form. Ding Minhui? Me? Ding Minhui was filled with dismay. Take it away. Zhang Hui waved his hand, and 2 vigilantes walked over and controlled Ding Minhui, clicking the silver bracelet on. No, how am I blackmailing? Ding Minhui shouted his sophistry. That money was the compensation Yang Jinrong, gave me on behalf of Yu Huai, the man who vandalized my tutoring institution. Comrade vigilantes, you can't accuse me wrongly. Seeing that the city council's vigilantes didn't pay any attention to themselves, Ding Minhui hurriedly turned his head to look at He Ji. Magistrate help me with the situation. I really didn't extort anything. He walks on the edge of the law and made his fortune by rubbing it in. So how could he not know the law? This does not constitute extortion at all. A fellow city council member, Ding Minhui He Ji still wanted to plead for Ding Minhui, but he didn't want to be interrupted by Zhang Hui, who pulled out another sheet. He Ji, you'd better care about yourself. Someone reported you in real name. Embezzlement and bribery corruption. This is an investigation order issued by the City Bureau. Please go back to the City Bureau to cooperate with our investigation. He Ji stared wide-eyed. It's not. I didn't. Oh, my God. Click. Not waiting for He Ji's sophistry, Zhang Hui personally put on the silver bracelet. The crisp click fell into the ears of Ding Minhui, but it was so harsh. No way. Ding Minhui was completely flustered. It's a path he never envisioned. He had just been dancing around in excitement because he had gotten a huge fortune, but within just a few minutes, he received 3 major blows one after another, causing his overwhelming excitement to instantly fall to the bottom. Mr. Yao's entire family was killed. He himself was put on a silver bracelet, and even He Ji was handcuffed. Let me explain. I'm not blackmailing you. He still wants to try to weasel his way out of it, but the city's sheriff pressed on, ignored him. The director of the Star City District Security Office also stepped in, but in the face of the arrest warrant, he could only deliver he with a serious expression. He, you cooperate with the city bureau's investigation, and if there's really anything going on, be sure to confess and seek leniency. Ho Chi. At this moment, Ding Minhui was completely flustered. You can have a family member contact an attorney for your defense. Zhang Hui waved his hand. Close the line. Ding Minhui and He were both taken away. Yu Huai, Gung Gung, and Yu Huai's parents, all four of them froze in place, staring blankly at He who was taken away as well as Ding Minhui. Yu Huai was stunned as he turned his head to look at young Jinrong. Jinrong, this is first shift. End of chapter. 082, Public Apprehension. The Great Reckoning. Not a single one will escape. Requesting subscription. It's okay. Yang Jinrong patted Yu Huai's shoulder. Wanted to comfort a few words. Found that this kid, in addition to a bit of odor, actually did not lose weight at all, but instead became fat. A day without seeing, such as 24 hours apart. How do you kid in the detention room became fat? Really? Yu Huai pinched his face in a bit of disbelief. I don't feel it. He turned his head and questioned Gung Gung with a serious face. Gung Gung, look, have I gotten fatter? A little. Gung answered truthfully. It's not scientific. How can you get fat just by drinking water? Yu Huai muttered. Okay, first go back to wash and change clothes. Then take uncle and aunt to find a place to rest. Don't worry about the money and the lawsuit. Yang Jinrong comforted a sentence. Yu Huai's eyes are wet, holding back half a day, but did not hold back a sentence. Everything is in the words. He will remember Yang Jinrong's kindness for the rest of his life, and he will definitely pay back all the 2 sums of money he owes, and will not let young Jinrong suffer because of himself. Yu Huai's parents were also pulling Yang Jinrong and were close to kneeling down and kowtowing. Yang Jinrong informed the few people that he had something else to do and told them to go back on their own, and left. Premier Human Resources Ltd. Early in the morning, the door was already lined with people looking for work. Xiao Qiu Lian, who woke up early on purpose today, looked at the poorly dressed job seekers in front of her, and not only did she not show a look of disdain, but instead received them with a warm face. These people could be her lambs to the slaughter. Each person pays an agency fee of 200, a deposit of 500, and a medical examination fee of 180. It's still chump change. She introduced wage earners into Ding Minhui, Tan Xingzhong, Mr. Yao and other bosses of the company or factory, but also a ruthless black money, salary pressure for a month, or directly do not pay the salary. Encounter trouble is better, like Yu Huai, such as the small pits, a sum of tens of thousands of dollars, or hundreds of thousands of dollars. All of this money she can get a share of the dividends. It's just not cool. And this money is not yet Xiao Qiulian's real big head. She has another substantial hidden income. Even Ding Minhui and the rest of them didn't know. Only she knows. It's just that it's been a long time since the top has given her any funding. Hand in your ID cards. I'll arrange for someone to make copies for you later. Don't jump the queue. We have a lot of excellent labor cooperation units. Everyone can be placed in a job. Put 100 hearts. Xiao Qiulian yelled and started collecting ID cards. Her enthusiasm made many people who came to look for jobs report their gratitude, and they all felt that they had come to the right place today, and no labor agency had ever treated them so well. Xiao Qiulian collected more than 30 ID cards in one breath, and she could earn $30,000 from the fees alone in one morning, and there are still a lot of grievances in this case, which will make her earn more in the future. She took a few of her employees and was so busy together that she couldn't even take a sip of water, let alone watch the news. This feeling of making money is so good. Xiao Qiulian is gorgeous, looking at the front of the head of the little lambs to be slaughtered. The charm of her, the face that has played a few beauty shots, bloomed with a smile. Choose our excellent labor. You will never regret it. Right about this time, several uniformed vigilantes, separating the crowd, appeared in front of Xiao Qiulian, and the leader was none other than Captain Zheng Hui of the Municipal Bureau. A couple of sheriffs. This is, seeing the unfamiliar vigilante, Xiao Qiulian's heart skipped a beat. This is not right. She had only hit it off with the Star City District Security Office a while ago. There is no reason for her to be looking for trouble. Could it be that? I'm Zheng Hui from the City Security Bureau. Zheng Hui flashed his ID. You have been suspected of breaking the law and are under arrest. What? Xiao Qiulian's face was full of shock. Comrade vigilantes, are you guys mistaken? I'm a good citizen who abides by the law, never doing anything illegal or criminal. How could? Go to the holding cell and then weasel your way out. Zheng Hui signaled his men to cuff them. Click. A pleasant voice rang out. Xiao Qiulian was shocked and looked at the silver bracelet on her hand that reflected the light. For the first time she felt that the light was so blinding. Not only her, but the other employees of this labor company were also put on silver bracelets. The move blindsided job seekers who had just paid the agency fee and were waiting for a job, and one made a scene. Comrade Vigilante, she's nice. How did she commit a crime? Yeah, she just promised to get us jobs within 3 days. This is the first time I've come into contact with a labor agency head with such a good attitude. You can't arrest her. Quite a few even pleaded for Xiao Qiulian. When Xiao Qiulian heard this, she followed suit and pleaded for mercy. I really didn't break the law. I pay taxes and duties every month. How could I possibly break the law and commit a crime? Shut up. Zhang Hui chided Xiao Qiulian and raised his head, sweeping his gaze over everyone. This stern gaze caused many people present to quietly shut their mouths. What about the agency fee, the deposit, and the medical examination fee we just paid when you arrested her? Can you refund them to us? Suddenly someone raised the question and others followed. That's right. Hurry up and give us our money back. We'll switch to another labor agency. Yes, 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 yes. Refund, refund, $980. I'd have to work for 10 days to get that. So hurry up and get your money back. Zhang Hui was prepared for this, as he swept over the people present once again. Just stay here and don't move around. Line up quietly. I'll have the sheriff's deputies register them one by one in a moment. And after we've thoroughly investigated the case, you'll be contacted to go to the sheriff's office to receive your refunded money. And you have to go to the sheriff's office to get it? How long do we have to wait? At the rate your sheriff's department handles cases, we won't get our money for 3 or 5 months, right? Yeah, can't you just refund us now? I'm still waiting for this money to eat. Without the money, and with no one to organize jobs, how can I live? The crowd was up in arms. Everything has to follow the legal process. Every dollar collected by Premier Labor is evidence of a crime, so it can't be returned to you until the case is cleared up. Zhang Hui is not a rigid and dogmatic person. He also sympathizes with the difficulties of the grassroots workers. The statutory procedures are dead. People are alive. He thought for a moment and promised, "Don't worry. I'm Zhang Hui from the City Security Bureau. I give you my word that within 7 working days, I'll definitely handle this case and return your money. All of it, to you. In addition, you don't need to go to the City Security Bureau to get it. When you register your information later, fill in your bank card number. Remember not to fill in the wrong one. At that time, I will arrange for the security officers to return it back to you according to the card number. No problem, right? Yes. Listen to the leader. Okay, 7 working days, just bear with me." When it came to this kind of thing, the beat workers didn't dare to go too far in their demands, and they were already lucky to meet a vigilante like Zhang Hui. The crowd began to register their information. When the information was registered, the people were arranged to leave one by one. Zhang Hui led a few vigilantes to seize all the internal information of Premier Labor, and the computers and other equipment, all of which are evidence. Premier Human Resources Limited was also put under seal. Xiao Qiulian, who was brought to the police car, still struggled unwillingly. "You can't take me away. I want to find a lawyer. I want to sue you. You certainly have the right to an attorney." With a wave of Zhang Hui's hand, the police car traveled towards the City Security Bureau. It didn't take long. Just go to the city sheriff's office. Zhang Hui led the men to escort the many employees of Premier Labor, all of whom went in. Xiao Qiulian struggled and reluctantly called out, "You guys let me make a phone call. I want to make a phone call." "Okay." Unexpectedly, Zhang Hui agreed in a very humane manner, and he even returned the cell phone he had just seized to Xiao Qiulian. "You call in front of me." Me. Xiao Qiulian wanted to call the people above her, but when she was asked to call in person, she hesitated, and after hesitating again and again, she could only call Ding Minhui. Then, the familiar ringing of a cell phone and the bag of belongings that Zhang Hui was carrying. Loud. This? Xiao Qiulian people numb. How could she not think that Ding Minhui's cell phone would also appear in the evidence bag? What is it? Oh, you're calling that Ding Minhui, right? Zhang Hui pointed to the end of the corridor of the security office. See, that row are all detention rooms. Ding Minhui is staying inside. Come on, you don't need to call. I'll send him next door for you. If you have anything, you can talk face to face. Xiao Qiulian's slightly chubby body trembled. The arc of trembling in front of her body exaggerated. How did she not know when Ding Minhui was brought in? I'll make another call. Unwilling to do so, Xiao Qiulian called Tan Xingzhong again. Phone call connected. "Mr. Xiao, can you help me find a lawyer? I am now. I'd been arrested by the City Security Bureau. They said I'm suspected of violating the law. You won't be able to contact me later. You can only come to the City Security Bureau to look for me." This phone call is still a humane law enforcement officer. I was allowed to answer it. Xiao Qiulian was really dumbfounded this time. "What's going on? You called yourself and happened to be at the scene of Tan Xingzhong's arrest? No need for her to go to you. She's at the city sheriff's office now too."
Zhang Hui spoke for Xiao Qiulian. Tan Xingzhong on the other end of the phone froze on the spot.
Done. This time it's really barbecue. Is this the rhythm of all the arrests? A group of them. Were they wiped out?
Wearing a silver bracelet Tan Xingzhong.
But also the same people numb. He just wanted to take his wife and children out of the field in the morning to hide, lest they be stabbed at the door. It turned out to be a bit of a delay because my wife was grumbling about packing. He was then approached by the city sheriff's department and arrested on the spot. For a moment, he didn't know whether to be thankful or in silence. This time there is no need to hide. The detention room inside the security bureau is definitely safe and secure, and no one will dare to stab him inside the security bureau even if he offends more people. Merely, it's still a question of whether or not you'll be sentenced if you're caught. Xiao Qiulian hung up the phone in despair. She slid her phone. The address book appeared the name of General Manager Yao. She just wanted to subconsciously call over and take her chances. The result was stopped by Zhang Hui. Friendly reminder. The one surnamed Yao inside your address book, in last night, has been killed. Xiao Qiulian's scalp instantly tingled. Dead? Mr. Yao, he's dead? Xiao Qiulian's face was filled with horror. What the hell is going on here? It's not convenient to disclose the details of the case. I can only tell that his whole family was killed and the murderer has been apprehended. Zhang Hui reminded. If you don't want to find anyone else, give me your cell phone. Xiao Qiulian opened her slightly dry lips. She subconsciously returned the phone. The heart, on the other hand, was in turmoil. The four of them, the old bosses, just got together for tea last night. How a night passes. 1 dead. 3 captured? This thing, how it looks like a horror movie. Subsequently, Zhang Hui is very faithful to Xiao Qiulian detained in the detention room next door to Ding Minhui. Humanized service this. Even the other magistrates have to admire. Mr. Xiao, Mr. Ding. Across the iron fence, the two gazed at each other, their stomachs full of words, not knowing where to start for a moment. Not for a while. A few more were sent in. Tan Xingzhong is among them. This time we're kind of reunited. Tan Xingzhong let out a helpless sigh. Do you guys know what the security bureau has convicted us of? Ding Minhui said. I was told it was racketeering, perjury, planting evidence, and incomplete documentation on the tutoring agency's side. I was told that I was suspected of illegal profit-making and illegal disclosure of citizens' privacy. Xiao Qiulian sighed. Mr. Tan, did you get a lawyer? Ding Minhui asked again. Normally Tan Xingzhong has the best relationship in this area, so both of them are counting on him to find a better lawyer. Tan Xingzhong nodded. I've looked for one I knew before. An excellent lawyer who studied under the top lawyers in Shangjiang. Lawyer Li Weiqi. I'm sure he'll be able to help us plead not guilty. That's good. The hearts of several people hanging in the air were finally released. Xiao Qiulian's labor agency was seized. Ding Minhui's tutoring agency was naturally seized. And Tan Xingzhong's black-hearted factory, naturally, was no exception. The verdict that awaits them may be considerably more than they could have imagined. Yu Huai sighed. He had just returned to settle his parents and walk back to school with Gung Gungwen. Halfway there, he ran into several people who had previously gone to the tutoring center together to collect their paychecks. These people turned against Yu Huai halfway through and threw dirty water on him. At this moment, when Yu Huai saw them, a fierce light flashed in his eyes, but he quickly collected himself. This experience had made him grow up, and he was no longer the reckless and impulsive Yu Huai. Gung Yu Huai, why are you guys out? One of them also recognized the two Yu Huai and said in surprise, if we don't get out, are we going to spend New Year's Eve at the sheriff's office? Yu Huai let out a laugh. No, I mean, over at the tutoring organization. They didn't give you a hard time? I even swiped the video last night where they accused you of refusing to pay compensation. The man was also so tongue-tied that he talked about it to his face. His companion on the side hurriedly pulled him back. Ha! Yu Huai laughed. This morning, the tutoring organization withdrew the case, and not only did they not ask me to pay for the damages, they also sent me my salary. Ah! The men froze. Payday? Really? Did you find a connection? Can you ask for me? Our paychecks, when will they be paid? Yeah, we've been doing it longer. What about my 2-month salary? Still full-time, over 10,000. Me, also have 2 months salary and a full attendance bonus. Help me ask for it too. And when I get paid, I'll buy you guys some milk tea. Several people looked at Yu Huai expectantly, waiting for him to agree to help collect their wages. Yes, Yu Huai internalized all the sharpness and surprisingly did not take into account how they had treated Yu Huai before, but agreed on the spot to help them collect their wages. Even Gung, who was on his side, felt surprised, and she couldn't help but pull Yu Huai. It was implied to him that the group was no good. If they hadn't perjured themselves in the first place, Yu Huai wouldn't have been imprisoned. Wouldn't have let young Jinrong spend more than 600,000 yuan. The money.
Although Yang Jinrong said he didn't need to worry about it, but Yu Huai and Gung Gung, two people have already discussed.
After graduation we'll repay a little bit to Yang Jinrong.
And one of the culprits that led to all of this was these people in front of him.
Yu Huai even agreed to help them collect their wages. Yu Huai didn't respond to Gung Gung, but said with a smile, "You guys, can you contact anyone else?
The other people we worked together to collect the wages in the first place. It's best to get in touch and tell them all to come over here and uniformly tell the tutoring organization to pay the wages. Or else it won't be good in case the tutoring organization finds an excuse and refuses to pay the wages on the basis of not having all the people."
Well, we're all connected. We're in a group. The man hurriedly agreed. It's amazing they have a group.
A touch of ruthlessness surged in Yu Huai's heart. I'm afraid that this group is the group they used to discuss perjury together and victimize themselves in the first place.
Right? Not for a while. Several people were called all over.
Yu Huai was also on the other side of the room, finishing his phone call and smiling as he walked over.
Everyone wait a bit. You'll be paid soon. Thank you. Thank you Gung Gung and Yu Huai.
You guys are really great people. You don't care about your past grudges. And you even helped us get our wages back. Here are 2 cups of anti-Shanghai's Yangji ganache for you.
Several people were grateful.
And one person handed Yu Huai 2 cups of milk tea.
Gung doesn't go for it.
Why don't you drink?
It's on the house. Don't be so polite. Yu Huai smiled and took it. Just at this time, several magistrates suddenly appeared around them, forming an encircling situation. Several of you, suspected of violating the law and committing a crime. Immediately, all of you hold your hands over your heads and crouch down. The group froze on the spot. What's going on here?
They all looked at Yu Huai in droves,
wanting to ask for clarification. Boo!
But Yu Huai simply ignored them. He inserted a straw for Gung Gung and handed it over with eyes full of love.
Come on, anti-Shanghai's Yangji Ganluo. It's quite good.
Gung Gung realized after a moment's daze that all of Yu Huai's actions just now were for this moment.
The vigilantes have moved in, and none of them are going anywhere. Click, click.
With a sound of silver bracelets,
the few people who were called were all handcuffed, and in the bright sunlight, the silver bracelets reflected a heartwarming light at their wrists.
It was just that these light shadows fell into their eyes, but they were so blinding.
Yu Huai.
One of them struggled and questioned loudly.
What do you mean by that?
The group of people who had been arrested all stared at Yu Huai with hatred,
wanting him to give them a statement. Censored and deleted over
2,000 words, and it's become so late again. White adjusted.
Woohoo!
Asking for votes for comfort.
End of chapter. 083. Arresting the wage earners. Into jailbreak. Disappearance. Court. Requesting subscriptions and full orders. What do you mean? You've done it yourselves and you're asking me what I mean? Yu Huai sucked on the Yangji mana.
His face still maintaining a smile, his gaze swept over several people, full of smiles. According to Article 305 of the criminal law,
in criminal proceedings, witnesses, appraisers, recorders, and interpreters who intentionally make false certificates, appraisals, records, or translations of circumstances that have an important relationship to the case with the intent of framing another person or hiding incriminating evidence shall be sentenced to 3 years imprisonment or criminal detention for not more than 3 years. If the circumstances are serious, he shall be sentenced to imprisonment for not less than 3 years but not more than 7 years.
What?
How did we commit perjury? How is it perjury when all we did was not speak up for you? You think the criminal law is written by you? If you say we have violated the criminal law, we have violated the criminal law? There were people who were horrified. There were people who were puzzled. And there were more defiant people who struggled one by one, trying to break free from the silver bracelet in their hands, and screamed towards Yu Huai. For the sake of the Yangji mana, I'll give you a free punt.
Yu Huai said with a smile. You know very well that I did not participate in the vandalism from beginning to end,
and have been persuading you not to vandalize on impulse. But you are all heartless, ignoring your conscience, pouring dirty water on me, and at the time of the criminal case at the security office, one by one, in order to stay out of the case, planted all the charges against me, which is already suspected of perjury. Impossible. Sheriff, listen to me explain. We're not lying. All of us can testify that what they're saying is true. It's him, Yu Huai, who led the way. He led the way in telling us to go and collect our wages. Right. We can all prove to each other. Only he, Yu Huai, has no witnesses. Yu Huai, you're the one who's perjuring yourself now. You're the one who's slandering us. We can prosecute you for slandering and sentence you to 10 or 8 years.
Wait for the lawyer's letter. They who were exposed for their lies did not feel the slightest bit of guilt,
but instead, they screamed one after another. No tears until you see the coffin.
Yu Huai didn't get angry because of this.
He just laughed. You guys go inside the security office. When you face the hard evidence, Go argue with the security officer. By the way, if you guys need to send me a lawyer's letter, you have to hire a lawyer first. How about this? I know a few lawyers. Introduce them to you? You why? Don't get too carried away. Don't think you'll be fine once you're out. Later we'll go contact Mr. Ding Minhui Ding and ask him to continue to prosecute you and put you in jail. This group of people is really a dog that can't change its ways. They look small and bad, but their hearts are dark and bad. Even after being arrested, he still clamored for Ding Minhui to prosecute Yu Huai. It's true what they say. The brave are angry and draw their swords on the stronger. The cowardly are angry and draw their swords on the weaker. Obviously, they are both oppressed people at the bottom, but they choose to draw the knife on Yu Huai, who is also at the bottom, when they are being oppressed. To contact Ding Minhui to continue suing me? Yu Huai licked his lips. In this way, when you arrive at the detention room of the City Security Bureau, yell out Grandpa Ding 3 times and you can see him directly. And if you have anything to say, you can say it to him face to face. What do you mean? A few of the people who were caught froze. Yu Huai didn't continue to pay attention to them and completed the registration of the report under the guidance of the vigilante. The evidence Yang Jinrong had prepared long ago, just waiting for them to be convicted. Gung looked at Yu Huai. He's changed, really changed. Her mind was filled with amazement. Go. Yu Huai rubbed Gung's head. The two went back to school. The group of people who were arrested, completely panicked. Just let them struggle or plead. The vigilantes did not pay attention to them, escorted them to the police car, and took them all away. Over the next few hours, law enforcement officers from the city's sheriff's department made more arrests under the law for those involved. Warting Road. Yang Jinron looked at the lemon-colored appearance, brick and wood structure of the old house in front of him, somewhat uncertainly glanced at the positioning Yan Yan had sent over, and confirmed it once more before he walked forward and pressed the doorbell on the quaint gate. Yang Jinrong had gone to Juanhe law firm to find Yan Yan to talk about the merits of Yu Huai's case, as well as the progress of the news sister. They'd like news, Xiaoli to help several major self-media prosecution case, but also want to consult with her about something, as well as the retort Xiaoping mother and daughter of that set of houses. It should be ready to go to solve the problem. Turns out this big beautiful lawyer isn't even working today. It's only Friday, so you don't have to go to work? Finally received a message from Yan Yan, localized in this old townhouse, accompanied by a creaking sound. Yan Yan, who had his hair tied up and was dressed in aqua blue yoga clothes, opened the ancient and heavy door. Outside the quaint old townhouse, inside the decoration is unusually delicate and atmospheric. Luxurious furniture, like the nobleman's palace in the TV series. Come in and sit down. Yan Yan casually pointed to the sofa. I still have 2 yoga poses left to do. There's coffee, tea, and cool white water. Pour it yourself. Yang Jinrong's eyes oddly surveyed Yan Yan. Black beautiful hair, tied into a ponytail, tied behind the head. Forehead with a trace of crystal clear beads of sweat. Beautiful veiled cheeks, slightly showing a touch of redness. Between the white neck, a few strands of hair wet with sweat. Beads of sweat sliding down the clavicle. Below the aqua blue yoga blouse, her body perfectly set out. Full headlights, bright and blinding. Flat and smooth belly, water snake-like waist, without a trace of excess flab. The same light-colored yoga pants, outlining a firm curve. Straight and slender legs. Bare feet stepped on a pair of transparent crystal slippers. 10 such as crystal-like toes. No nail polish, but crystal clear. Small and exquisite. Very nice. Yan Yan did not pay any attention to Yang Jinrong. After saying that, she had already turned around greatly, leaving Yang Jinrong with a back. Under the light blue yoga clothes and pants, her back presented perfect curves. Her flat voice rang out, close the door, and don't disturb me before I do the complete set of yoga moves. Thank you. No. Yang Jinrong's focus of attention was obviously not Yan Yan's figure. Why are you practicing yoga at home in the middle of the day? This surprised him more than anything else. It's Friday and I only work 4.5 days a week. Yan Yan returned to her yoga mat, closed her eyes, and listened to the yoga instructional tones coming from the TV, as well as the faint light music, as she did the Pilates slimming waist move, stepping out with her right foot back, bending her left knee down, and stretching her hands upward along the top of her head. Want to change your shoes? No man has ever come in the house, and you're the first, so, no men's slippers. No shoe covers? No. I'm the only one who lives in this old townhouse, and I usually live in an apartment, so why would I need shoe covers? Yang Jinrong stopped bothering Yan Yan. He took off his shoes and came to the tea table. He did not recognize the tea leaves as good or bad, and randomly picked a tea and brewed a pot of tea, and the refreshing light tea aroma dazzled. Inhale, placing your chest between your elbows, chin pointing to the floor. Lean forward and extend your hips toward the ceiling. Yang Jinrong's ears also heard the voice of the yoga instructor on the TV. Chin on the ground? What kind of action is this?
Yang Jinrong's curiosity was piqued as he turned his head to Yen Yen on the yoga mat.
Amount. This position. How can I describe it? Queer. And, even more so, when the book is used, it is not enough.
Yang Jinrong realized that he still has a lot of postures to learn.
For example, right now, when he wanted to find a word to describe Yen Yan's action, he couldn't even think of an appropriate word. Yen Yan's yoga movements have been quite skillful. The body flexibility. All kinds of movements are very silky, such as boneless. A yoga action. The arc is appropriate and favorable. The curve is enchanting and charming. Yang Jinrong naturally didn't keep admiring her yoga poses. His eyes glanced around the middle of the 3-story high-rise old house, and found that although this old house had been redecorated, it still retained the previous owner's decorative style, like that of the White Flag country. Lawyer Yen, this old house of yours, when did you buy it? Yang Jinrong asked casually. Yen Yen took a deep breath and kept the last action. This posture is not difficult. The body is upright on one leg. The other leg is straight upward posture. The key hands can't hold the upward leg. The hands spread vertically to both sides. The whole person is like a cross. It wasn't bought. It was left by my ancestors. Yang Jinrong was stunned. He turned his head and looked at Yen Yen, who was maintaining the cross posture, and asked with slight surprise, "What is the relationship between your ancestors and the White Flag Kingdom?" Yen Yen closed her eyes. She didn't bother to pay attention to Yang Jinrong's gaze. She just faintly said, "Killed dozens of people from the White Flag country. Are you kidding me? Might as well say your ancestors bought this old townhouse back in the day." Yang Jinrong shook his head. He didn't believe Yen Yan's words. Even if you haven't studied history, you know that part of the past, not to mention killing dozens of people. Killing one would be a citywide scandal. Yen Yen closed her eyes and kept them closed for a full song before ending her yoga practice. She exhaled softly and wiped the fragrant sweat that ran from the corners of her forehead to her collarbone. Drinking tea in the heat? Are you weak? Yen Yen took a cotton light blue towel and wiped the beads of sweat from her body as she walked to the other side. Pour you a cappuccino. Not a moment later, Yen Yen came to Yang Jinrong's front, slightly bending down, and handed Yang Jinrong a simple cappuccino. Do you want to practice yoga with me? God forbid drinking tea is physically weak. Who taught you that? I'm a guy. What kind of yoga do I practice? I would really appreciate it. Yang Jinrong took the cappuccino. Last time you practiced yoga at home too. And this time you're practicing at home by yourself too. Why don't you go enroll in a yoga class? I don't like practicing yoga in front of other people. Yen Yen turned around, leaving Yang Jinrong with another backdrop as she walked towards the second-floor staircase. Raising the in her hand, "Wait for me. I'm going to take a shower and change my clothes." Wait a minute. You don't like practicing yoga in front of other people. What am I then? But think about it, seems to be right. In Yang Jinrong's impression, Yen Yen usually dresses, wrapped up quite tight. Even the professional short skirt is knee-length kind. Not for a while. Yen Yen wash and change finished downstairs. A light fragrance dazzle open. Black bright hair hanging shoulders. Just washed hair. Not yet completely blow dry. Loose white pleated pull sleeve sari. Inside is a white fit. The lower body a close casual pants. Very youthful and beautiful. She cradled the tablet in her hand. First, I have some bad news for you. No good news? No. Yen Yen sat on the sofa opposite Yang Jinrong, legs together, put the flat panel on his knees, delicate and slender white fingers, sliding the screen. After Strong Construction Group changed ownership, it changed its name. Now it's called Tian Shang Group. Is that bad news? Shouldn't be. Yang Jinrong looked at Yen Yen on the opposite side of the table, pleasantly waiting for her to follow up under the light scent of the light fragrance. But I didn't want Yen Yen to open his mouth. It was a lightning strike. Zhao Haiba's most loyal henchman, Lao Mo, escaped during the transportation to the prison. No way. Yang Jinrong's heart was shaken. The old silent can be caught by the security bureau. And where is the ability to escape on the way to escort after being tried for the death penalty? Not to mention, why didn't you see the news when a death row inmate escaped? Such a major accident? Yen Yen saw the doubt in Yang Jinrong's mind. Old Mo did escape, but it was after he was shot several times that he jumped into the river and disappeared, with a 90% probability that the body was washed away by the river or swept into the undercurrents, and it is still being salvaged. The sheriff's department prevented causing unnecessary panic among the public, so they didn't publicize it. So, how did you know? Even if you guys, Jungo, were more powerful, you couldn't possibly let the sheriff's department open the back door for you to reveal information, could you? Yang Jinrong was puzzled. I know what you're thinking. Yen Yen turned around and poured herself a cappuccino, and she walked straight back, sat down on the couch, and took a sip.
her little tongue licking the milk stains that stained her lips. I know the information from my personal sources, and since I was involved in the strong construction group case, someone told me about this potential danger in the first place, even though the old mare has less than 1% survivability. Aha! Yang Jinrong nodded. Yan Yan's identity and background is not expected to be simple. Do you need another drink? No, thanks. On to a couple other bits of bad news. Ho Chi, Starling City Sheriff's Office, acquitted. Ha? What the hell? Wasn't this caught in the morning? Acquitted in the afternoon? No way? Yang Jinrong can't really see through it this time. On Heji's performance, he's still not guilty? It's like, I said I am the first emperor. In fact, I am not dead. I now need 2,000 road tolls to gather the terracotta warriors and dig out the gold I buried back then. And I will share half of it with you afterwards. Do you believe that Heji, is innocent? Or do you believe that I am the first emperor? Inspector General of Police, what is there for you and me to question about the results of the review? Forget it. Ho Chi wasn't a dangerous person anyway. What other bad news? Yang Jinrong continued to ask. Don't come with me on another Zhao Haiba acquittal. If this was true, Yang Jinrong would even have to believe himself to be the first emperor. Xiaoli to help hostess Yang Xiaoli, mysteriously disappeared. Life without a person, death without a body. The family reported the case. The security department to investigate her, did not find any of her traffic track, disappeared out of thin air in general. Evaporation. What the hell is this? So I'm suing you in court and you're playing mysterious, right? However, it is also strange. In this era of information technology and big data, it is not easy for a big living person to evaporate. Let's just say that it doesn't have a huge impact on our case. We're suing the Little League to help it show in the main TV station. Yan Yan added, her fingers cupping the spoon as if stirring the cappuccino as if she were mixing water, and said slowly, there's one last piece of bad news. Say it. Yang Jinrong was already mentally prepared. Only Yan Yan, who had drunk his coffee, got up and walked to the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, and then said with great regret, it's lunchtime, and I have to eat on time and on point, but there are no other ingredients in the house. Only 2 eggs. She came over to me with an egg in one hand. Split one for you. Which one do you want? One is an egg, and so is the other. Yang Jinrong blankly glanced at Yan Yan. This one rarely made a joke. Or such a cold joke. If someone really married her and lived together, it must be very boring and cold. Yang Jinrong, thanks. I don't need it. I'm not weak and can resist hunger. Oh, but I can only have one. 2. Yan Yan said, putting one egg back in the refrigerator and the other in a pot. Boiling water to cook the eggs as she said. Also, this latest case, the court will be in session on Monday, which is 3 days from now. Pretty fast. But Yang Jinrong is used to it. And there are a few cases ahead of him that are on the fast track, and the court sits super fast. Yang Jinrong talked to Yan Yan about the case quite a bit more. Finally also deliberately asked, the progress of the prosecution of the news sister as well as the big like news, but also soon to court. All the preparatory work, have been completed. Just missing the court hearing. Nice. Yang Jinrong got up and thanked. Thank you Lawyer Yan for the cappuccino. I'll take my leave for today. Take your time. I won't see you off. I've got some errands to run out of the house this afternoon. Yan Yan revealed a smile as she peeled the eggs, the white and tender slippery eggs, very cute bouncy between her onion-like fingers, and then, swallowed in one bite by her. To Yang Jinrong are looking numb. Yan Yan's little mouth. So awesome? Bye. Yang Jinrong shook his head and said goodbye to Yan Yan. For the next 2 days, nothing happened. The heat on the internet is down though, but there are still a lot of people who are still paying attention. News sisters like news. The self-published media also did not remove the previous video that denounced Yang Jinrong. Yang Jinrong also did not spoil them, and backhandedly posted a dynamic on the whole platform. First, the vandalism has nothing to do with me, and it also has nothing to do with the people around me. Second, 2 days later, that is, on Monday, the court hearing, to see if the so-called Linhai University vandalized the tutoring institution and refused to pay compensation claim in your mouth can still stand. Third, I reserve the right to pursue the legal responsibility of all the people related to this incident. This dynamic, once issued, immediately reheated this event once again. The internet is buzzing. It's none of your business. Why are you talking about a court hearing? What's a court hearing? And you still reserve the right to pursue legal action? XSWL. I'd like to see how you're going to do that. Upstairs, I've sent a screenshot to Yang Jinrong. I advise you to turn yourself in. ***. You're a dog licker. Lawyer's letter warning. Some people are anti-Yang Jinrong and hurl brainless insults, while others are supportive of Yang Jinrong and all help Yang Jinrong out. And how could Yang Jinrong let go of those who scolded him?
Yang Jinrong sent another dynamic, the people who just scolded me.
I have all screenshots to retain the evidence.
And will then commission the Juinha law firm to pursue the legal responsibility of the corresponding commenters. This dynamic was posted out.
The comments section scolded his words, instantly deleted a large part of the words, but also all their own deletion.
The second wimp, but it's useless to delete it. It's already saved in a screenshot.
Even if Yang Jinrong didn't take a screenshot of it,
there are other netizens who thoughtfully took screenshots and gave them to Yang Jinrong in a private chat. These people also specifically send out comment notifications to delete comments. The gang. Don't delete it, guys. We've taken screenshots and sent them privately to the anchor. Who's a helpful person? No thanks. What? You asked what our names are? No need to ask. Doing good deeds without leaving a name is our motto. Monday came as promised.
The case of the black agents.
The trial starts today. There are many people involved, including Ding Minhui, Xiao Qiulian, Tan Xingzhong, and their employees who are suspected of being involved in the case, as well as the 2 people who were sent by Xiao Qiulian to mix with the payroll team to smash up the payroll team, and the payroll staff who participated in perjury. The amount of money involved is also exceptionally large. Yu Huai and Gung Gung, as well as Yu Huai's parents, will all appear in court, but Yang Jinrong hesitated. Today's course schedule is particularly full. In addition to the professional class, there is also a public class that Yang Jinrong deliberately took. This is embarrassing. Either skip class or take a vacation to go to court, or behave in class and not go to court. Jinrong, why don't you go to class and I'll call you first thing to let you know when the trial is over. First shift, asking for subscriptions and full orders, request for tickets. Thanks to. End of chapter. 084, CPUMI. Too handsome trouble. Positively hardcore. Slap the news sis to death. Begging for subscription. Kamyun did not ultimately choose to attend court for the hearing. Everything is well prepared. And with Yen Yen around, there should be no surprises. After Yu Huai and the others left, Yang Jinrong went to the cafeteria for breakfast by himself, ordered a bowl of noodles, and was about to start eating when he heard a couple at the next table arguing. Why did you order me noodles when I said no noodles, no noodles? The female yelled and cursed in public. How delicious the noodles are. The male seemed to be chastised in public and hated to lower his head under the table as he whispered, "Don't be mad. Do you like eating noodles that much? Don't eat it, and you're not allowed to eat noodles from now on either." The woman is still in a foul mood, loudly accusing her boyfriend. People fan teacher has said that eating noodles will make you stupid. Why do you just do not listen? Are you purposely trying to make me stupid? Then so you can CPU me? Okay, I was wrong. Let's dump the pasta and retype another breakfast. That's more like it. The 2 of them dumped the 2 bowls of untouched bites of noodles right into the trash can and ran to get back in line for breakfast. This operation, it made Yang Jinrong look dumbfounded. Fault. Eating noodles makes you stupid? Which Lupin master said that? Anyway, although young Cam Wing is a southerner, he occasionally chooses to eat noodles. And where does the sophistry come from that eating noodles makes you stupid? Yang Jinrong finished his breakfast, and while heading to the school building, he opened his cell phone, intending to see if the talents in the comments section had posted any magical comments. As a result, when I opened the comments section, it was full of questions asking why there was no live stream today. Young master, where's the trial today? Where's the live broadcast? Didn't every trial used to be broadcast live? Brother Yang, turn on the live stream so I can conk out. Shirbari.jpg//. Why isn't the anchor live today? Is it because the fans don't love them enough? What fan love isn't enough? Maybe there was no trial at all, and on Friday it was purely a case of bragging about how he was going to sue the Jets? Why don't you even dare to go on air today? The probability is that the heart is weak, so do not dare to open the live broadcast, otherwise to his Zhang Yang character. But where there is a trial, absolutely will not miss the opening broadcast. Today did not open the live broadcast. There are only 2 possibilities. The first possibility is simply not the so-called trial. The second possibility, that is, the anchor is the party being prosecuted. He is a thief. Do not dare to open the broadcast. That's right, it must be the second. You see, so many multimedia forwarding news video inside. Refuse to compensate the Linhai University with the picture. All have his figure in it. This is not a long time ago to show. He is the object of prosecution? Yang Jinrong was never expected. I didn't start the show myself because I had a lot of classes and didn't bother to apply for a live trial, but I was met with a bunch of skepticism. One is still analyzing the situation. Make it sound like it's really happening. Mega outrageous. But Yang Jinrong didn't bother replying to this group of people. He now couldn't wait for them to bring in some cursing, slandering, and rumor-mongering comments, so that he could just sue them without even having to talk nonsense. Anyway, fully entrusted to the Juanha law firm, they do not have to do anything. Advance a lawyer's fee in the early stage. The lawsuit 100% win. The lawyer's fee, the prosecution fee, etc., will be paid by the defendant. And in the end, you can also get a small amount of compensation. Yang Jinrong turned off his cell phone and arrived at the 5 teaching buildings in the southern district to find the corresponding classrooms. Follow the crowd into the classroom. Many students took the initiative to greet Yang Jinrong, and he responded one by one. The jade-like Yang Jinrong, as soon as he stepped into the classroom, attracted the attention of a large portion of the opposite sex. Being too good-looking can be an annoyance. In the morning, 2 classes in a row were private international law, and Yang Jinrong found a seat in front of him and opened his book. Before the bell rang, a girl in the class sent him a box of puffs and slipped him a small note. Yang Jinrong, this is what I ordered from Ganso, so you can eat it without worrying. It's all animal cream. Remember to eat breakfast every day. Otherwise it's not good for your stomach, and you'll have to eat soft food in the future. Carrot v carrot. Yang Jinrong just wanted to back out. The girl had already covered her face and ran away, going directly to the last seat in the classroom. That's not all. While Yang Jinrong froze, another girl from another class sent over a box of cashews with a message that was way off the mark. May what you eat grow. He. Recently Yang Jinrong was troubled. He was fed all sorts of little snacks and all sorts of fruit by the girls almost every day. Reddish cherries, dark grapes, pink juicy peaches. There are also a variety of platters, as well as watermelon, mango, apricot, sambal plum, prune. Other dried fruit snacks are plentiful. Can't get enough of it. It's simply too much to eat. It made the other boys in the class cry with envy. Jinrong, this is too good for you, having so many girls feeding on you every day. Alas, envy and jealousy nah, like I do not have this kind of trouble. You're quite self-aware. How can you be troubled when you look like that? Che, you're no better. The group of boys in the side seats joked. Yang Jinrong couldn't eat either, and he distributed the stuff to the others. The professor of private international law walked briskly into the classroom and the bell rang, officially opening the class as well. Yang Jinrong studied carefully in both classes and closed his book after class. The next class had to go to the 17 building in the North End for international economic law. A 20-minute walk between the 2 buildings. Just as a school bus passed by, Yang Jinrong sat on it, attracted a lot of girls dressed in flamboyance to squeeze into the car. The driver of the school bus were dumbfounded. He drove a school bus in Linhai University for so many years, or the first time to see so many girls for a boy so crazy scene, inwardly surprised at the same time, but also envious. He himself was jade and handsome when he was young, but it's a pity that later, the dream woke up. Yang Jinrong did not pay attention to this mess. He was idle and bored, and then opened his cell phone to scroll through the comments. There was no one to scold him in the comments section, except for the fans who left messages urging the start of the broadcast. The rest were just some skepticism. Yang Jinrong is planning to watch the video of the pervert talking about cars. Recently he is ready to buy a car. Without the Ducati, it is not convenient to go out. But the pervert talking about cars today is introducing Cadillac. You can't buy this thing. The navigation is faulty. Yang Jinrong casually crossed the past, did not expect. Suddenly a lot of people ate him. Yang Jinrong along the 8 out of the past. I didn't realize it was the news lady, the big host, who disliked the camera and opened her mouth with I can't help but ask, questioning Yang Jinrong throughout the video. One can't help but wonder why would the victim's homeschooling agency put your picture in the video if the bashing really had nothing to do with you? Can't help but ask too. You said last Friday, this Monday in court, questioning our questioning, cannot stand. You used to live fight the lawsuit. Why today you chose to pin it down? Indifferent? Is it a weak heart? Or a bluff? I can't help but ask 3. You reserve the right to hold everyone legally responsible. We as media people have the right to comment and question news events. This is the right given to us as journalists by law. If what we say is false, please sue us. The big 3 can't help but dislike Yang Jinrong directly and head-on. This video was posted just a second before. Clicking in to watch even has a bit of a card that looks like powder stuck in the face of the news sis. Not bad. Not bad. All daring to dislike me in a positive rage. In response, Yang Jinrong can only say 4 words, joyful, underneath this video by News Sister. The rest are almost all skeptical, except for the comments of 8 Young Jin Yong. Don't ask why no one is speaking up for Young Cam Wing because all have been blacked out and deleted by Sister News Team. The News Sisters were sprayed numb a while back and have been following through on the I'll delete bad comments tenet lately. This head-to-head, hard-hitting video created quite a buzz when it was released. There is still heat left in the event itself. The heat of the incident was reheated even more last night after Cam Young posted a dynamic.
Now that Sister News has chosen to go head-on and tough it out,
she has completely taken the heat of the incident and pushed it to a new peak. Views, likes, comments, retweets, skyrocketed at a rate visible to the naked eye. Sister News and her team, after seeing how popular the video was, went along with the extra push and released I Can't Help But Wonder 2.0. Another questioning. She knew that the second video was sure to generate even more heat, so she pushed extra ads at the end of the video to take advantage of the heat and make a killing on him. Fruity. Version 2.0 can't help but be hotter and quickly equalize the previous video by virtue of its sharper rhetoric. News sister team this wave of traffic hype up. Advertising by Stray Commission. Simply earn hemp. News sisters 2 in a row. Positively hard to Yang Jinrong. So far have not seen Yang Jinrong to reply to this. Many self-published media outlets have been quick to follow up on the heat and take a sip of soup while it's hot by posting similar videos. The News Sister 2 consecutive questioning also quickly rushed to the Douyin platform hot search list. News Sisters fans, even more excited, as if they had seen the dawn of victory. One by one, their little mouths wiped with honey, angrily disliking Yang Jinrong underneath the News Sisters video. At law 2.5-year-old brother Yang, please answer positively and stop being a shrinking violet. Don't dare to show your face? Oh, I'll just smile and keep quiet. You can't be too Yang Jinrong. For someone like that, why does he still have more than 3 million followers? I don't sisterly. Sisters, don't ET him anymore. I guess he sees it and doesn't dare to respond. You guys see even his fans? They don't dare to come to the comment section to take a couple steps. LOL. His fans are just like him. A bunch of wimpy coins. Yang Jinrong's fans couldn't help but stare at the comment. Did we wimp out? It's your master's special meow of AQ spiritual triumph. Directly to us to delete Gala Black. Who the hell is a wimp? When Yang Jinrong's fans tried to click in to send private messages to these people on the line, they realized that they were all private numbers. No private messages allowed. Genus Lord plays an AQ victory act, and is too scared to be right on the line, and fans of Yang Jin-young are running to his comment section to whine about it. Yang Jinrong was about to post a dynamic when he received a call from Yu Huai. A verdict so soon? Yang Jinrong asked casually. It's not even noon and the trial is over? Today's presiding judge is gosh darned efficient. Yu Huai said with a smile on the other end of the phone. A touch of excitement revealed in his words. I'll take a picture of the criminal verdict and send it to you. The result is very satisfactory. Okay, I have classes over here, so we'll talk more about it when you get back and meet up. Yeah. Yang Jinrong hung up the phone. He received the criminal verdict of this case. He casually glanced at it. The result was very satisfactory. Yen Yen really still has a few brushes. Just as he was thinking about it, Yen Yen's phone call came through. Results received, right? Yen Yen's voice, always with a faint touch of coolness. Only those who were familiar with her would not mind. Yang Jinrong answered. I just saw the criminal verdict. Then I won't repeat the results to you. Yen Yen continued. Speaking of a small accident, the lawyer Xiao Qiulian and a few of them hired. We had a courtroom last time. Such a coincidence? Yang Jinrong laughed. Don't tell me it's that defense attorney from Lin Yuyu's second trial. Yen Yen was astonished beyond words in her heart. She hadn't even opened her mouth yet, and she was guessed by Yang Jinrong? It's not scientific. Just now Yu Huai also called by her side, and did not say anything about this? Not to mention, the last time Lin Yuyu have a second trial case, Yu Huai pressed not to go, and have not seen her defense lawyer. How did Yang Jinrong know? Munged? Yen Yen curiously pursued. Was I right? Yang Jinrong smiled freely. When I investigated Xiao Qiulian last time, I learned that their gang was selling citizens' personal information. My first reaction was to think of Lin Yuyu, and coincidentally, the lawyer who defended Xiao Qiulian and her group in court this time was also that person. So doesn't that sideways corroborate another point? Yen Yen was slightly shocked. The pusher who was using Lin Yuyu's case behind the scenes to hype up the case is in cahoots with Xiao Qiulian and the people behind their scenes? Can't quite confirm it's a gang, but there's definitely a connection. Yang Jinrong seriously said. I can only say that these capitals, pervasive and ubiquitous, that this can all be stumbled upon by us, although it is purely coincidental, but it also shows that they are reaching out everywhere. Aha! Yen Yen mused slightly. Yang Jinrong suddenly said, by the way, Friday day is not to say, the prosecution of News Sister case, the procedure has been completed, today under the court subpoena well, issued, if you send a photo to me, sent to you later. Yen Yen answered, it just so happens that there's something I want to tell you about. I've taken on a pro bono legal aid case. Yang Jinrong was slightly stunned. He was not surprised that Yen Yen went to do pro bono assistance. He just felt curious as to why she would purposely talk about the case to herself. It's a bit related to me? There's a bit of a connection to this black agency case today.
Yan Yan made a long story short and briefly stated.
Xiao Qiu Lian and his group, one of them surnamed Yao, was the fiery murder case that happened a few days ago. The murderer was owed $3,000 in wages by the surnamed Yao, so he committed a murder and committed the crime. Don't tell me you're going to plead not guilty for a death row inmate? Yang Jinrong was shocked. As a second-tier lawyer, Yan Yan should be more aware of the stakes than Yang Jinrong. It's a surefire defense. To put it bluntly, it will certainly affect Yan Yan's career as a lawyer. Don't think so great of me. My last name isn't law. Yan Yan said tersely. I never fight battles I'm not sure of. I didn't go for the murderer's acquittal, but instead helped his family and proceeded to prosecute the bosses who owed the murderer wages. Oh. Yang Jinrong thought that Yan Yan was so thoughtless that he would go to plead not guilty for a death row inmate, but he didn't expect to go the other way. That Mr. Yao's family is all GA, and if he wins the lawsuit, can he still get his money back? Of course he can. He has a great family. Yan Yan smiled. Come on, hang up first. If you're interested, find some time. I can tell you about it in detail. After the two hung up,
Yan Yan sent Yang Jinrong a copy of the complaint against News Sister and Big Image News as well as a photo of the court summons.
It's a long story, but it really only happened in a matter of minutes. The school bus just arrived at the 17 teaching buildings in the North District. Yang Jinrong got off. The driver had thought that those girls who swarmed on the bus because of Yang Jinrong would get off together, but they did not want them to tense their bodies one by one and froze to keep a certain distance from Yang Jinrong. Yang Jinrong couldn't help but turn around and smile when he noticed this phenomenon. The little girls. Because of the contents of Yang Jinrong's 2 phone calls, he was scared to come closer. After the small interlude, Yang Jinrong opened his cell phone and edited a dynamic. Click send. Then it was off to find a classroom for the lesson. Yang Jinrong, as if he had done a very trivial thing, waved his hand and gently slapped out a slap, as if he had swatted a fly to death, finished the fight and called it a day, walked into the classroom and went to class. But this one dynamic between his raised hand has caused a euphoric wave on the internet. Those who had originally frantically ate Yang Jinrong and asked him to come out and take a couple steps had all turned mute after seeing this dynamic, especially the fans of the News Sister. After seeing the content of the dynamic, they were all surprised and closed their mouths at the same time. This one dynamic from Cam Young is just 2 pictures. One is a criminal judgment in the case of a black agency. It's long, shocking, and very criminalizable. The netizens were all dumbfounded as they watched. The other is a photo of a court summons in the case against the News Sisters, because the defendant News Sister and her team is out of town. After the court sent out the subpoena, it takes postal time. The News Sister has not yet received, so it is so arrogant to release the second company cannot help but ask. This frontal, hard-hitting reply from Yang Jinrong without any textual explanation completely slapped News Sister in the face. It's even going straight to the top of the Hot 100. The internet is completely abuzz. Yang Jinrong's fans, but also a raised eyebrow. This one just 2 photos of the reply. Hit the face hit simply not too good. Come. The little black men who were clamoring to come out and walk a little before. Now come out and walk a little for your master. No bull asterisk. I'm just asking, criminal or not? Cool. We now have a statement from Sister News and her family. Please post can't help but ask 3.0 in response to this. Don't you like to ask? Come on. I'm incontinent enough to ask. Does a court summons carry any weight? This one completely blocked the way for the News Sis to retort. Yang Jinrong so easily and comfortably sent the News Sister 2 in a row to counterkill, as if it was as simple as swatting a fly. This sudden uptick in head-on hardball caught News Sister and her team off guard. They didn't expect that Yang Jinrong's counterattack would be so fast, and also so simple and rough and hard-hitting. News Sister was still trying to figure out how to reply so she wouldn't look so embarrassed when the assistant on the side reminded Yang Jinrong's reply. The hot search is number 1. We become the target of the entire internet's verbal attacks. The News Sisters and their team, who have cyberbombed so many people, are truly experiencing what it's like to be cyberbombed from this moment on. I've been writing until 3:30 again, so let's give you all a kowtow. Knock knock. Nick Wan is so cool. End of chapter. 085, Tough Talk. Influencing legislation. The entire internet is open to public courtroom video. Requesting subscriptions. Sister News froze as she looked at the 2 pictures on her cell phone screen. These 2 simple photos not only topped the Douyin hot search, but also similarly rushed to the hot search in all major online platforms. It's attracted millions of reads. I wonder how many netizens are in an uproar over this. But the News Sister is still hardened, not even willing to delete the video. This video, just 10 minutes, let her profit hundreds of thousands of dollars. Which would not want to delete the video? It's because she hasn't deleted the video that has also led to some of her diehard fans who steadfastly believe their idol is not at fault, to mouth off on the internet. We believe that sister news will never wrong a good person. That's right. For someone like Yang Jinrong who has a bad track record, maybe the court summons and judgment papers are all peas. That's right. I know how to pee. I can even picture directly with a beauty camera. These days, who doesn't know how to picture? We firmly believe in sister news. In the meantime, see, the Office of Human Security at the higher level. A meeting is being held on a very simple and brutal topic to solve the problem of employment difficulties. The solution proposed by the leaders remains the same old. Steady as she goes. Hall Changsha Ruijing patiently listened to the whole thing, and in his mind labeled this group of people as unable to keep up with the times. He turned his head to look at the youngest one in the leadership team. Xiao Lu, tell me, why is it that nowadays it is obvious that a lot of job seekers can't find a job, and yet a lot of enterprises can't recruit people? Director Sha's gaze was like an eagle, staring at Xiao Lu. Don't give me those old words and techniques. I've been listening to them for more than 10 years. You're the youngest in the team. You have to keep up with the times, and your insights have to keep up with the times as well. Okay. Xiao Lu picked up the information he had prepared earlier and flipped through it, his eyes sweeping over the many older leaders. Leaders, I have recently been following a case that has been very hot on the internet and has made it onto the hot searches. I believe that all the leaders must have some knowledge about it. The other leaders in the room had their mouths twitch imperceptibly. Where do they care about internet buzz? All at the age of goji berry soaked rice, 2 more years of retirement, and would rather do nothing than make a mistake. Some of them secretly took out their cell phones and hurriedly turned on the hot search, improvising. Some of them nodded their heads pretending to know what they were talking about. Xiao Lu, who is 0, doesn't care so much, he said bluntly. The case is about a claim from the Golden Sun Tutoring Organization in Linhai City and the Excellence Human Resource Company. On the internet, netizens uniformly call this case the Black Intermediary case, because the whole case was triggered by the Black Intermediary Excellence Company. I also tentatively call it the Black Intermediary case here. In this case, the Black Intermediary Excellence not only charged the job seekers high intermediary fees, deposits, inspection fees, but also siphoned off a large portion of the wages, and in the end, even joined forces with the Golden Sun Tutoring Agency to do the job. The Golden Sun Tutoring to all kinds of reasons for salary arrears, and ultimately under the joint efforts of the two families, with planting evidence to set up a frame-up, making perjury, misrepresentation of the losses and other black tactics, leaving job seekers with hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt. Maybe my presentation is not clear enough. I made a PPT and put it for the leaders to view at once, so that they can understand the whole case. Lu turned on the projector and played the PPT he had made these days. The PPT was very comprehensive, with not only analysis but also quite a few photos. There is a dark history of Premier, including charging high brokerage fees, taking high draws, and joining forces to do things. The case of Yu Huai was described in detail, refusing to pay wages, sending people to provoke conflicts, stirring up clashes, vandalizing, robbing and stealing, planting evidence, misrepresenting losses, and producing perjured evidence have made wage earners, who are supposed to be the victims, the perpetrators of violence, who not only face huge compensation at the level of dumping their families, but also face imprisonment. The whole case creates a perfect criminal closure, putting job seekers on the defensive. Hiss. Many leaders couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air after reading the PPT. This shocking case of bottoming out was something they had never seen or thought of before. What lawlessness and lawlessness! A leader couldn't help but get angry. He slapped the table and said, such a company should be banned, immediately, and the legal person should be sentenced. Yes, it should be punished severely. Another leader fumed. Xiao Lu, you cite this case? Is it universal? Leadership insights. Xiao Lu nodded. Black intermediaries like excellence are common in the society. Leaders, you say, just such intermediaries exist in the society. Do job seekers still dare to seek employment? $988 was charged before I even got a job. Finally introduced to a job, not to mention whether the pay was more or less. And after working for over a month, I was told I wouldn't get paid, going door to door to get their paychecks. They were also planted and are facing compensation and jail time for losing their homes. Do job seekers dare to go job hunting in such an environment? If I were a job seeker, I'd rather lie flat and eat noodles at home than take a chance. Lu put up another screenshot of the hot search. The Golden Sun Homeschooling Organization, who had the audacity to post a blatant claim about the video. Lu, how's the case going now? Shirikyo inquired with concern. The case was just this morning. The trial just ended. Xiao Lu said. He opened the judgment paper of the Black Intermediary case again. This is the result of the Linhai City Court's judgment. Very happy that justice is not absent, but it is heartbreaking to see that in other victims, I am afraid that they do not even have the opportunity to file a lawsuit. Why do you say that? A leader frowned. Ordinary people don't even have a chance to file a lawsuit? It's not that bad, is it? Because the two plaintiffs in this case are Linhai University law students. One of the students named Yang Jinrong, but also on the network is very high visibility of the law blogger. He is currently involved in several major cases. All one, and it is also him. Let the black intermediary presented in the public's view. Roku explained. This law student named Yang Jinrong. Well done. Shirikyo made a mental note of this particular name. In addition, during the period of this case, another boss who colluded with the shady agency was killed for maliciously defaulting on $3,000 in wages. The contradictions and conflicts between labor agencies, job seekers or hitmen, and the capitalists are getting more and more intense, and if they don't intervene in a timely manner, it may lead to more fiascos and tragedies. Xiaolu finished his thoughts in one breath before adding at the end. Of course, this is only one of the many reasons why job seekers are reluctant to look for a job, and I'm just breaking it down from that aspect today. Aha! Sha Ruijing nodded affirmatively. If we can't solve even one problem, then we won't be able to solve the whole situation. So today we'll start with this one problem and set up a specialized group. Everyone, speak up with proposals. Sha Hall, if you want to completely solve this kind of black intermediary, you still have to legislate. A leader took the initiative to come forward and express his opinion. To formalize labor intermediaries, it is best for us to take the lead in standardizing the template of intermediary contracts, such as stipulating intermediary fees within a reasonable range, stipulating that no commission shall be taken if intermediary fees are collected, and the legality of the labor dispatch contract. We also have to face up to. Agreed. I agree. Many leaders have agreed. Who would have thought that a lawsuit by Yang Jinrong would attract so much attention from the higher authorities, causing the revision of relevant laws and promoting the formalization of the industry? If these proposals are actually implemented, I'm afraid, Young Cam Wing will become the public enemy of the entire agency industry. But so what? Duck duck. Sha Ruijing knocked on the desktop. Since this case is already on the hot seat, why don't we take this opportunity to add more fuel to the fire and start rectifying the intermediary industry with immediate effect? Sha Ruijing had already made the decision. How could the crowd dare to disagree? It wasn't long before the Linhai court received a written notice of assistance letter from the Office of Human Security with one thing in mind, the release of the video recording of the court hearing in the black broker case. The Linhai court did not refuse to assist. After they learned of the internet heat, they actually thought about releasing the courtroom surveillance video. Now that the higher-level manpower authorities have issued a letter requesting assistance to make an example of the intermediary sector, how can they possibly refuse? The Linhai court released the surveillance video of today's trial on all major platforms a few minutes later, using the official court account. The title is even simpler and more brutal. Today, our court heard a case of black brokerage, and we are now releasing the whole courtroom surveillance video. The 2-hour-long surveillance video of the trial was posted to the internet. There was also a small piece of courtroom surveillance footage of the Linhai City Security Bureau's indictment of Xiao Qiulian and the others. Once again, it added fuel to the fire of this event, pushing a topic that was already on the hot seat, straight to the top of the hot seat, topping the hot seat, and the top 10 of the hot search list, a full 5 associated with this case. Yang Jinrong's name, too, once again topped the hot search on the web. I wonder how many netizens immersed themselves in watching its 2-hour-long courtroom surveillance video. At 9 a.m., court convened promptly. Plaintiffs, Yang Jinrong, absent. Yu Huai, Gung Gung. Plaintiffs' counsel, Yen Yen. Defendants, Xiao Qiulian, head of Excel Human Resources Ltd. Ding Minhui, head of Golden Sun Tutoring Organization. Tan Xingzhong, etc. Defense counsel for the defendant, Vicky Lee. After the presiding judge announced the courtroom discipline and other processes, the defense of both sides began. The plaintiffs sued Ding Minhui, Xiao Qiulian and others for a series of charges of malicious non-payment of wages, misrepresentation of losses, planting evidence, making perjury, extortion and racketeering. Ding Minhui adamantly pleaded not guilty, and his defense attorney, Li Weiqi, immediately came up with evidence. First, defending malicious wage arrears. Our client, Mr. Ding Minhui, although there are wage arrears, but not maliciously owed wages. This is a labor contract signed between our client company and Premier Labor Agency, which means that our client company and plaintiffs Yu Huai and Gung Gung do not have a direct employment relationship and do not have the obligation and responsibility to pay wages directly. Yen Yen did not even look at the defendant's lawyer. As long as the labor relationship exists, both the worker and the employer have to comply with the labor law, and when a labor dispute occurs, regardless of whether there is a labor contract or not, mediation has to be enforced in accordance with the labor contract law. The argument stands. The presiding judge opened his mouth, announcing the charge. Defendant Ding Minhui, constituting malicious non-payment of wages. The defendant is ordered to reimburse plaintiffs Yu Huai and Gung for their wages of 5,214 yuan. And in accordance with Article 10 of the Notice on the Issuance of Measures for Economic Compensation for the Violation and Termination of Employment Contracts, Defendant Ding Minhui shall pay plaintiffs Yu Huai and Gung 90% of the wages and remuneration due to them, of the additional economic compensation, totaling 9,906.6 yuan. Now Ding Minhui, completely do not care about this. His mind do not go to jail on the line, hurriedly agreed to the compensation, so that the commission lawyer for the next item of defense, Li Weiji once again to the presiding judge to submit proof of material. On the plaintiff sued our party Ding Minhui. On the smashed property damage misrepresentation of loss. This is our proof of material. Each of the smashed damaged property. There is a list of acquisitions. We previously claimed 1,200,000 property loss. In line with the actual value. Does not constitute a misrepresentation of the loss. Presiding judge, we move to show exhibits. Yan made a request for instructions. And after receiving the permission of the presiding judge, the shakers carried the damaged items, one by one. And not only carried the damaged items over, but also recarried a copy of the exact same over. Over there is the property damaged by the defendant, and over here are all the same items purchased by our side. After our forensic investigation, the same brand, the same manufacturer, the same product, in the same sales store, the actual purchase price, totaling $28,500. That is, the defendant's side to open a false purchase order, misrepresented $91,500. This, Li Weiji was speechless for a moment, and the way he looked at Ding Minhui changed a little bit in a small way. For the first time, he felt pitied by his own defendant, who came to the country from Shangjiang for development, and although he had rewritten the domestic laws, he did not know much about the state of the country, and the purchase order thing could still be misrepresented so much. The presiding judge again named the defendant's charges. The next planting of evidence is Ding Minhui, Xiao Qiulian, Tan Xingzhong, including Yan directly apply to bring witnesses. That is, the day mixed in the crowd of wage hunters, led the vandalism, and then planted evidence to frame Yu Huai's two people. These two people have long been controlled by the City Security Bureau, suspected of perjury for others and other crimes, wearing a silver bracelet was escorted to the court, admitted their crimes on the spot, and accused in court, by Xiao Qiulian and others dispatched to the past, but also shook out the many times before to carry out similar acts. Xiao Qiulian's people were numb. These two people cannot spend a lot of her money on weekdays, pure and simple to raise, but do not want to bite her in court. Not only admitted the crime of the Yu Huai case, but also shook out the previous crimes. The next one is the heaviest one, and the one that Ding Minhui, Xiao Qiulian, and Tan Xingzhong several people are most afraid of. Insofar as the defendant is suing my client for alleged racketeering, it doesn't stand. Once again, Levicki presented the evidence to the presiding judge. My client's claim for $668.393 is in line with the market value except for the value of the damaged items, which is incorrect, and I asked the presiding judge to verify this. Presiding judge, Yan once again asked for the floor and was granted permission to continue. Your client's so-called gold medal teachers left, and the $294,000 in claims. In fact, a few teachers who left, is not a gold medal teacher at all. Ha! Levicki laughed, finally able to pull one back. They're all certified with advanced titles. Yan said expressionlessly, their senior title certificates are fake. Only the fake certificates produced are more realistic. How can that be? Levicki didn't believe it. He looked at the presiding judge. Our side requests to apply for the presence of witnesses. This was Ding Minhui's biggest card. Those gold medal teachers, they will never betray him. They will definitely stand by him because he had a handle on them in his hand. The three Golden Sun Tutoring Organization's former gold medal teachers, ready early, at this time have stood up, testify for Ding Minhui. Their documents are real. The tutoring organization to train them real money spent, so the claim is reasonable. Li Weiji finally won a round. His heart could not help but be slightly pleased. He slightly angled his head, looking at Yan in the seat of the plaintiff's lawyer. In his heart, he had more than a touch of evil thoughts about this high-cooled beautiful lawyer. If I can conquer her, wouldn't it be? Ding Minhui and the others also breathed a sigh of relief. This was their most stable card. Yes, but I didn't want Yan to apply for witnesses as well. And an older man stood up, his wrists covered with clothes, and handcuffs underneath his clothes as well. Only then did Yan slowly say, this is the boss who made the fake certificates for the three gold medal teachers in the first place. And the fake certificates he made were very realistic, enough to reach the point where they were fake.
and the archive of the fake certificates he helped the 3 so-called gold medal teachers to make is still preserved. This is Yang Jinrong through the Reddit technology, picking out one of the Linhai production of fake certificates, through screening, and finally locked the uncle. Reported to the police. The magistrate arrested the boss. The boss also truthfully admitted the crime, confessed to leniency. He can also be a few days less in jail. Yen submitted another piece of evidence. The bailiff took it and handed it to the presiding judge. ***. Ding Minhui was furious at that moment. I'm Nima. How could he have forgotten about this? Dang. The presiding judge banged his gavel and snapped. Defendant Ding Minhui, please pay attention to your words. Ding Minhui was instantly absent, while Li Weiji was completely dumbfounded. No, false billing for damaged items is even if it's not. Why can your gold medal teacher's advanced certificate be faked as well? How did he know that domestic counterfeiting was so sophisticated? It was completely beyond his cognizance, and the loss of class withdrawals, just as misrepresented. Yen rode the wave and submitted another piece of evidence. These are their so-called dropout students. In fact, all of them are fictitious using other people's ID information. Some of these students dropped out a few months ago. Some dropped out a couple of years ago. And the defendants misused their information to fake the so-called dropouts and fictitious dropout losses. To this point, Ding Minhui and others, all claims, are not valid and are illegal. These charges are enough to send a bunch of them to prison to stomp on a sewing machine until it smokes. However, it's not over yet. Yen spoke again. Presiding judge, the defendant party to our plaintiff Yang Jinrong, constitutes the crime of rumor slander. We demand the other party to delete the corresponding video of rumor slander. Public apology, elimination of negative impacts, compensation for moral damages of 50,000. In view of the fact that the defendant party has been placed under criminal detention and is unable to make a public apology and eliminate the negative impact, we claim an additional 100,000 yuan for damage to reputation. Netizens who have immersed themselves in the courtroom experience can't help but be stunned by what they see. Cavan stuck up and woo. End of chapter. 086, full internet reversal. Final verdict. Sister News cringes. Supplemental shift requesting subscriptions. The pop-ups of the video. 2, tumbled up like a tidal wave. And that's a claim? No way this can claim $150,000? Why not? According to the network impact, a claim of $150,000 is not enough. Do you know the concept of the number 1 hot search? If an advertisement can reach the number 1 spot on the internet, it will be at least $10 million. Are you guys focusing on the wrong thing? Shouldn't the focus right now be on the people that Sister News and other major media outlets have previously stood in solidarity with as criminal offenders? Netizens express their inner surprise by sending pop-ups, which do not affect the progress of the video. Ding Minhui and the others obviously did not expect this article, and visibly froze for a moment. They all looked at Li Weiqi, expecting the lawyer to give them a defense. However, I didn't want Li Weiqi to ignore the pleading gazes thrown over by several people, but instead looked at the presiding judge. Presiding judge, my client, only entrusted me with a criminal not guilty defense. The implication is that this indemnity is not part of his defense. Gotta add money. Ding Minhui's few people froze at that moment. It's not. You're our retained attorney. You're not so close to not defending us, are you? What kind of lawyers are these? Are all the lawyers from Hong Kong so outrageous? Ding Minhui and Xiao Qiulian both turned their heads and looked at Tan Xingjiang with questioning gazes. Lawyers, are you invited? Said good Xiangjiang from the top lawyers. 90% discount water bottle? Tan Xingjiang also has a bitter look on his face. It is not my fault. This lawyer Li Weiqi is really the disciple of the top lawyer from Shangjiang. Ding Minhui could only harden himself and get up to defend. Presiding judge, we didn't slander and rumor monger about Yang Jinrong. Our video never mentioned the 3 words Yang Jinrong positively. I blame Tan Xingjiang for the bad idea of having to post a video and bring up the tempo in the first place. If they hadn't posted this video in the first place, perhaps Yang Jinrong's subsequent money wouldn't have been given to them, and it wouldn't have constituted the crime of extortion. West 8. Ding Minhui cursed Tan Xingjiang in his heart. I asked the presiding judge to look at the photos of Linhai University in the video. Yen said directly, these Linhai University's accompanying pictures all have my client Mr. Yang Jinrong's back and side view. Such an obvious hint that a discerning person would associate it with my client Mr. Yang Jinrong at the first time. This is evident from the internet buzz and the self-published comments from netizens who have been misled by the videos crafted by Ding Minhui and others. The evidence was submitted, and the full court reviewed it quickly and finally, the presiding judge hammered home the point, that recovery is sustained. What follows is the final phase of the trial, when the panel begins to cautiously discuss the defendant's final sentence. This is also the most nerve-wracking moment, especially Ding Minhui.
Xiao Qiulian and Tan Xingzhong. They can accept losing money, but facing a prison term, they really don't dare to think about it. Fear. We are wrong. We'll give you a refund. We'll give you compensation. You're more than $600,000. We'll refund all of it to you. And double the additional compensation. Please drop the lawsuit against us. Yeah. If you're still not satisfied, how about we compensate more? Twice as much? Triple. We each compensate you double. Nearly $2 million of compensation. Enough to spend your whole life up. Please, hurry to withdraw the lawsuit. The three were truly afraid. When they were caught, they weren't afraid. They thought they could still turn it around. When they went into court, they weren't afraid because they thought they'd just lose some money at best. But now they're afraid because going to jail. 3 people can be the boss. Live either villa or 300 square feet of large flat. Driving a luxury car, although not rich level, but clothing, food, housing and transportation are quite luxurious. Enjoy to the extreme. How dare you imagine life in prison? When the three said this, Yan did not have any emotional fluctuations. She knew that Yang Jinrong's character will not bend over backwards to withdraw the case for this amount of money. But today's case is not Yang Jinrong alone. The plaintiffs, there are 2 other, Yu Huai and Gung. Yan looked at these two. Yu Huai's face changed slightly. Gung, on the other hand, looked at Yu Huai with an expression of all listening to him. Yu Huai's parents hurriedly shook their heads. They were the ones who had never seen so much money in their lives, but knew better than to take some of it. They just wanted their son to get down to business and go back to school. Never have any more accidents. Similarly, viewers watching the courtroom video on the internet buckled down and popped up when they heard about the $2 million settlement. WLGQ. 2 million? That's too good to be true, isn't it? But any extra second of hesitation is a disrespect to the 2 million. Want money. Must want money. Out of the society of social animals can clearly tell everyone. The school, your HD, to the society is worthless. If you do not choose 2 million, the future must regret. Even if you are a double first-class university graduation, give you 10 years, cannot save 2 million. Let's not talk about saving $2 million. I don't think I can even make $2 million in 10 years if I graduate from 985. 985 also has a gap. If you ask me, you have to send the opposite side in. Withdrawal? Settle? Wait for them to come out and get back at you? If you have the life to take the money, you also have to have the life to spend it. Spoiler alert, no need to be nervous. It's a video and there's no settlement at the end. A screen full of pop-ups that kept coming. While the trial is still going on in the courtroom surveillance video, Yu Huai finally chose not to withdraw the case, nor reconciliation. Eventually, the court rendered its final judgment after careful analysis and discussion of the considerations. Defendants Ding Minhui, Xiao Qiulian, and Tan Xingzhong, guilty of extortion and blackmail. The amount of money involved is particularly large, sentenced to 15, 12, and 10 years of imprisonment, respectively. Recover the extortion proceeds of 668, 393 yuan. Compensate the plaintiffs Yang Jinrong, Yu Huai, and Gung for the corresponding moral losses, travel expenses, and so on, totaling 150,000 yuan, and impose a fine of 50,000 yuan. Defendants Ding Minhui, Xiao Qiulian, and Tan Xingzhong, convicted of producing perjury, were sentenced to 3 years, 2.5 years, and 2.5 years of imprisonment. Compensated the plaintiffs Yu Huai and Gung for moral damages totaling 20,000 yuan, and were fined 10,000 yuan. Defendants Ding Minhui, Xiao Qiulian, and Tan Xingzhong, guilty of false accusation, planting evidence to frame, are sentenced to 2 years imprisonment, 50,000 yuan in compensation for the plaintiff Yu Huai's moral damages, and a fine of 20,000 yuan. Defendants Ding Minhui, Xiao Qiulian, and Tan Xingzhong, who published inaccurate network information, were convicted of rumor mongering and slander, fabricated criminal facts of seriousness, false accusations of bad tactics, and bad social impact, were sentenced to 3 years imprisonment. Compensated the plaintiff, Yang Jinrong, for 50,000 yuan of moral damage, 100,000 yuan of damage to his reputation, and were fined 10,000 yuan. On the basis of the several crimes, the defendant Ding Minhui shall be sentenced to 20 years of imprisonment, the maximum punishment. The defendant Xiao Qiulian shall be sentenced to 18 years of imprisonment, and the defendant Tan Xingzhong shall be sentenced to 16 years of imprisonment. Of course, the lawyer's fees, litigation costs, and all expenses incurred in collecting evidence were also ordered to be borne by Ding Minhui and others. Boom! Ding Minhui, Xiao Qiulian,
and Tan Xingzhong's collective head rumbled the moment they heard the final verdict, and the three of them were like suffering from a lightning strike. Their faces were white, their bodies stiff, and their sweaty hairs stood on end. Xiao Qiulian, a half-aged woman, was so scared that she couldn't urinate. However, that's not all. The city sheriff's department indicted them, the person being prosecuted, including but not limited to Ding Minhui, Xiao Qiulian, Tan Xingzhong, as well as their company's subordinate property, core employees, arranged to smash planted a few people, holding a fake certificate of perjury of the gold medal teacher, the production of the video of the female employees, do false testimony of the boss, and so on, and this case is related to the case of all the illegal and criminal elements. No one left out. All the ambush. The three men were ultimately convicted of the additional charges as follows: forgery of evidence, obstruction of judicial order, conspiracy to confess, production of false testimony, illegal seizure of identity cards, illegal sale of citizens' personal information, suspected of having financial dealings with a foreign power. Ding Minhui's few people were completely desperate. All these charges together. It's all enough for them to be reborn. I'm gonna spend the rest of my life in a cell. Especially the last charge was found guilty. Xiao Qiulian completely panicked. She relied on this some years ago to start a family, and then she had a way to make money, and wanted to get rid of it, but how could not get out of the way, but only deeper and deeper into the trap, until now caught. And the viewers who watched the video of the trial all froze after seeing the charges. What's going on here? No way. Sir, don't tell me it's true. Yet. These charges, it's enough for a few of them to be reborn several times. Illegal disclosure of citizens' personal information. The labor agency took our personal information to sell money? I've been to a few labor agencies. No wonder I've been getting harassing phone calls. RNM, get your money back. These few people, even with the collusion of foreign forces, this is not a new era of traitors? Could it be that the news sisters, Big Image News, etc., who were so vociferous in their support before, are also in league with these people? Do they all receive monetary sponsorship from forces outside the country? When you analyze it like this, it feels a bit reasonable. Otherwise, why would News Sister and Big Statue News come out in support of the tutoring organization in the first place? Sheriff's Department, hurry up and check. None of these people should be spared. As soon as the charge of involving forces outside the country was established, the online public opinion completely turned into a crusade against self-media outlets such as News Sister. Scared News Sister, Big Like News and other self-media, hastily deleted all the videos related to this case, and almost seconds out of the so-called apology announcement. In fact, to explain the cover-up, we are at fault for not checking the veracity of the information with the Sheriff's Department, and we apologize to our fans who supported us. Nope, the apology from News Sister and self-promoting media outlets such as Big Like News is as good as it gets, and it means only this, that. It's wrong, but the fault is not mine. I'm sorry, but only sorry to the fans who support us. 6. This apology is really 6. Beautifully called an apology, but it might as well be a skimming announcement that the fault is not mine. They do know how to apologize. These self-media really have no limits. For the sake of traffic, for the sake of eyeballs, intentionally magnify the incident, and when the matter is reversed by the official to hit the face, then issue a painless announcement. TSK, don't even have a face. XDM, report a walk. Netizens are not at all stingy with the keyboard in their hands, and they have been commenting on the News Sister and other self-media, sending their most sincere greetings. Sister News was honestly a little panicked, and so was her team. This is because one of the pictures in Yang Jinrong's previous developments was about the trial, which has now been confirmed by the court's release of the video of the trial, while the other picture was a court summons sent to the News Sister. There must really be no doubt about it. How about we issue an apology statement against Yang Jinrong personally? One of the News Sisters team weekly suggested. I think an apology might be a little better. A few people agreed, but there are also those who are in opposition. If we apologize now, then the fans who supported us before will surely leave us, knowing that the only reason why we are able to operate is because of the support of our fan families. That's right. Once we lose them, we'll be in trouble too. That's right, even if we are sued. So what? It's just a matter of losing money. We have news media credentials. We have the right to report and question news events. Even if we report fake news, apologizing plus losing money is enough to settle everything. Sure enough, the vast majority of this team maintains this view. Neither of them agreed to apologize now. Sister News ultimately did the same and refused to apologize. It's just that it's bitter for those fan families of hers, who were madly supporting her in the comment section before, madly etching Yang Jinrong, and even after Yang Jinrong released the dynamic court subpoena and trial documents,
Those people are still hard-mouthed on the internet, defending their idol. Sister News. May. By the time the video of the court hearing came out, they had completely lost the assumption that they could weasel their way out of it. Greeted by the netizens after. Below their comments, they were greeted with even more fear. They didn't know how to reply. They didn't know how to mouth off in the future. Some were so scared that they deleted their comments. Some were so scared that they turned off their private messages, and some simply logged out of their accounts. On the internet, the battle rages. The public opinion was completely in favor of Yang Jinrong. His account on all major platforms, also followed by a crazy increase in Powder. Douyin fans exceeded the 5 million mark. Baird the fans exceeded 2 million. Slowhand platform also exceeded 4 million fans. The whole network fans broke 10 million. The top 10 hot searches, up to 6 associated with Yang Jinrong. In the meantime, on the internet, more and more people come forward to expose the black intermediary cases. They have been exposed before, but there is no heat, and it does not attract much attention. Seize the opportunity at this time to take advantage of the heat and expose it in droves. Immediately attracted the attention of many netizens. Some are victimized by black agents themselves, while others are victimized by their relatives and friends. I also encountered the exact same black intermediary as this case. We went to defend our rights. The same was mixed into their people. Vandalism. We would rather live in a bridge hole, picking up garbage, but not to go to vandalism, but we have no evidence to prove that. People vandalized and burned and fled. We, a group of honest defenders, waiting in place, was arrested by the security department, and in the end, we chose to reconcile. Obviously we were owed wages, were pitched, lost money, and apologized to others, holding our breath. Several students in our dormitory go to play summer jobs. The same black labor pit collected 998 intermediary fees for each of us, introduced us to a black workshop, 12 hours of work a day, $9 per hour, regardless of food or housing, due a month, each of us to lose into the 2000. Woohoo! The black agency pressed my ID and finally reported it before pushing it on me. You are still being pitched by black agents. We are being pitched directly by the school. NND. Our school requires us to go into the factory for a month's internship without pay, but also to pay. Pay to go to work. Who has done it before? Who has ever paid to work? Our whole school has done it. Pay $2,100 per person. More than 300 people. More than $600,000. And a month's salary. Mad Fark. This is quite a blowout even if you look at the Manhwa circle. You guys, this is child's play. My brother. Loans to work. He went to work. Was cheated by the company online loans. 2 months on the shift. A hair did not take. But also owed more than 30,000 online loans. And finally by the security department on suspicion of telecommunication fraud. Was arrested in. Blow up. This brother is truly blowing up. Work a hammer shift. Slip and slide. Run with a bucket tonight. It's impossible to work part-time. It's impossible to work part-time in this life. And I can't do business. So I can only be a god in an internet cafe. Netizens have empathized with the case and have come out to denounce black agents. Yang Jinrong this time is even leading the whole network to rectify the agency industry. Becoming a thorn in the side of black agents. A thorn in the flesh. Just short of issuing a network hunting order to hunt down Yang Jinrong. As the netizens were abuzz, the official Office of Human Security issued a letter. In response to a number of issues related to labor intermediaries, set up a special investigation group to discuss the revision of the relevant bill, issue a corresponding template for the regulation of intermediary contracts, and concentrate on rectifying the intermediary industry and regulating its development. Network Questionnaire Survey. This questionnaire requires real names, one person, one vote. The results are related to the job seeker's personal interests. Please be careful to make a choice. At the same time, the relevant departments have set up an inspection team, which will, nationwide, carry out an in-depth reorganization of the intermediary industry. With the official release, the internet is once again buzzing. Is this the charm of Yang Jinrong? One of his cases was able to get the officials to amend the bill for the majority of job seekers. With his own strength, he rectified the intermediary industry, and with one man's strength, he overturned the black intermediary shroud, so that the sunshine shines into the heart of every job seeker. The name of Sir is well deserved. To establish a heart for heaven and earth, to establish a life for the people, to succeed the great learning of the past saints, and to establish peace for all ages. If we can get 10 million rooms in a wide building, we can shelter all the cold people in the world and make them all happy. Mr. Yang, great talent and great love. I personally swear that no matter what happens in the future, this life will not be black. Mr. Yang, half a sentence. If contrary, shotgun 100% brush to Phoenix. The second half of life look VN empty tears. 999. The internet is fishy. Classroom.
Yang Jinrong had already finished 2 classes, and once again he received a whole bunch of snacks and fruits from girls,
and a most outrageous schoolmate.
It directly caused Yang Jinrong's eyes to go black, and only after 3 seconds had passed did he regain his light.
Yang Jinrong, who had managed to get away, received a system alert tone.
Congratulations to the host,
completing the mission and receiving a reward.
Bronze level treasure chest.
Does the host open the chest now? Make up for yesterday and ask for subscriptions. There are 2 more shifts today. 10,000 words. Knock, knock, knock. Thank you all for your subscriptions and rewards. Kowtow. End of chapter. 087, hugging 2 gold bricks. Firefighting hero? Yang Jinrong, please answer me positively.
Yang Jinrong was thinking about opening the bronze treasure chest, but he didn't want the urgent cell phone ringing.
It was Yu Huai calling. Jinrong, come over to the Rongji opposite the school for lunch. There are important things to discuss with you. 2nd floor box. Okay. Yang Jinrong, holding a bunch of fruit snacks, arrived at the school opposite the Rongji. This place is familiar. Before Yang Jinrong is still a good old man. Often participate in some student activities. Get together, generally choose here. Enter the 2nd floor box. There were only 3 people in the box. Yu Huai, Gung Gung, and Yen Yen. Yu Huai immediately stood up to greet him. Boss, why are you holding so many fruit snacks?
Yang Jinrong raised his head and looked at Yu Huai with surprised eyes.
This guy. Something seems a little off.
They'd known each other for 2.5 years and had never been called by the title boss,
either by a nickname,
a first name or a shortened version. Yang Jinrong put a bunch of fruit snacks on the table.
What are you planning to do with this earth-shattering event? Boss, you think too highly of me, don't you?
Yu Huai smiled and helped Yang Jinrong move her chair out of the way.
Today is a banquet for lawyer Yen.
Thank her for her righteousness. My legal fees are not cheap. Yen Yen's face hung a smile. She seems to miss this kind of small gathering of the student era.
Completely without the usual frame. Laughed. You this case? I earned a lot. What do you want to eat?
I'll pay for this meal.
Gotta.
Yu Huai didn't push back and smiled as he handed Yen Yen the menu.
Next meal is on me.
By then I hope I can still afford to hire lawyer Yen.
4 people can't eat more than a few dishes. Soon the food was served. The 2 women, Gung Gung and Yen Yen, had a chat. Yang Jinrong was actually not very hungry, and after dealing with a few bites, he looked at Yu Huai. Tell me, what are you calculating here? Cents, Yu Huai said seriously. In this lawsuit, there are a total of 4 parts of the compensation. The part where Ding Minhui and the others rumored about you has nothing to do with us. Then there's the part that we have together, which is $150,000. This is something that Gung Gung and I have discussed, and all of this money will go to Jinrong. The 3rd part is the 2 of us, Gung Gung and I. There's $120,000. There's $150,000. Together it's $70,000 compensation. This we want to take out a part of it as a return to lawyer Yen Yen, and the other part to Jinrong Yu. After all, without the 2 of you, I should have gone to jail. The last part is the salary of Gung and I. The arrears of compensation is 9,906.6. Salary 5,214. This money we keep for ourselves. Yen Yen's eyes became odd as he looked at Yu Huai. This couple was looking around for a part-time job before. Definitely bitterly broke. You end up taking the money and thinking about splitting it? The grid opens up. Then the money doesn't have to be shared. Yen Yen smiled and said, this case of yours, Juanha firm and I both made a lot of money.
She stretched out her white and slender hands, 10 long and thin fingers like onions swinging to indicate that the whole case involves more than $1 million. Even if the firm's percentage is deducted, Yen Yan's hand is also more than $100,000.
Yang Jinrong was in no hurry to speak. He could see that Yu Huai's search for himself would definitely not be about sharing money. Yang Jinrong didn't say anything either, but just looked at Yu Huai with a smile on his face. I'm laying my cards on the table. I'm actually asking you guys for a loan. The previous playful smile on Yu Huai's face was completely gone. Only a serious face, looking for the 2 of you to borrow money. Yu Huai took out a few sheets of A4 paper and printed out a form, on which were densely written the names, manufacturers, selling prices, and regions of many snacks and drinks. You 2 couples, you want to open a snack bar? Yen Yen shook his head. A snack store should ideally be open 24 hours a day. You 2 students, how would you have time to guard the store? If you hire someone, odds are you won't make a few dollars and give away the franchise fee for nothing. Counselor Yen was only a little bit right, Yu Huai said seriously. After this incident, I cognized another thing. That is, working part-time can't earn money, can never earn money, even if we are all graduated from double first-class universities. After graduation, stay in Linhai, this international metropolis. Our salary, at most, more than 10,000, and then after a few years, it may rise to more than 20,000, even if we get $500,000 of annual salary. But how much are the house prices in Linhai? The cheapest schoolhouse is over 90,000 a square meter. Buy a house of 60 square meters. After the public amortization of more than 10 square meters, there are 40 square meters left. A family of 3 snail living for life. On this also have to pay a down payment of about $1.5 million. 30 years of loans, the monthly payment of more than 20,000 per month. Yu Huai was right. May. What about losing your business? Straight from moonshine to debt? You haven't thought about the fact that you'll lose money? Yang Jinrong reminded. Thought so. Yu Huai answered very decisively. If you lose money, then you can work honestly to earn money to pay off your debts. After paying the debt, then continue to toss. Yang Jinrong saw the determination from Yu Huai. He had really changed. In this case, you first calculate all the preliminary expenses. Exactly how much you need. I'll lend it to you later. Yan Yan's side is not necessary. I've done the math. Yu Huai took out another piece of information. The preliminary stage includes renting a warehouse, hoarding, and needs $300,000. Boss, you lend me money better. I'll write you an IOU. If I lose money, I'll work to pay off my debt. If I make money, I'll give you dividends. Nice guy. Open your mouth for $300,000. If anyone else had approached Yang Jinrong and asked him to speak, he would have decisively refused. Okay, I promise to lend it to you. Without much hesitation, Yang Jinrong agreed. Boss, don't you ever ask what I'm trying to do? Yu Huai licked his lips. I can roughly guess what you want to do. Yang Jinrong scanned the form. He looked at Yu Huai very seriously. I only have one request. You can't go and do anything illegal. If you do something illegal and criminal, I will immediately prosecute you and take back the loan. And I will also send you to Zhang Xin. He will definitely be happy to have this extra performance from you. Boss, don't forget, I studied law too. Yu Huai said painfully. Don't worry, if I break the law, one word from you and I'll immediately go to prison to reflect. Anyway, thanks brother, thanks. Gung followed suit and picked up a cup of tea, replacing the wine with tea. I hope you two do well. Yang Jinrong has no idea about doing business and still wants his brother to do well. After the meal was finished and the tea drunk, the four of them went downstairs together to leave. What is Gung's major? Yan Yan casually asked before leaving. Finance major. Gung smiled with two small dimples. Especially close to people. If Sister Yan needs a property consultant, when I get my license, I can give you a financial consultant for free. You'll have to work on your license then. Yan Yan got into her own car, a Volvo XC90. She waved her hand. I'm going back first. By the way, Yang Jinrong, the case of Sister News and Big Image News. The court will be held this Friday. Do you want to go? Friday? There were still 4 days left, and there weren't any classes on Friday. So Yang Jinrong nodded. Attend. It doesn't really matter if you participate or not. Yan Yan spread smile. The court this time is a network trial. The case is special. Go is also a special trial way. When the court will open the official live broadcast room. When you as a plaintiff can be connected to the microphone. Yang Jinrong nodded. Courts are now becoming more humane as well. It is said that there are quite a lot of long-distance divorce cases online that are decided by way of online court hearings. Bye. Yan Yan drove off in the Volvo. The three of them, Yang Jinrong, walked towards the school. Yu Huai suddenly came to Yang Jinrong's side, hooked his shoulders and joked in a low voice. Boss, you and Yan Yan, the beautiful lawyer, are quite compatible. You guys won't be. You're not having an underground romance, are you? Go. Yang Jinrong scattered Yu Huai's hand. Do you know how old she is? Looks tops. Yu Huai froze, stole a glance at Gung, and whispered, too so big, right? I don't have the heart to look at it after all. It's my future sister-in-law. Don't look at it inappropriately. Roll. Boss, you mean her age? Well, she's 26. Only 26. The female big three hold gold bricks. You hold 2 gold bricks. Proper. Anyway, I still think you two are a good match. Heavenly fairy match. Oh, a beating. Don't you? 2 law students get together and when they argue, they open their mouths and send each other in. The picture. Aesthetics. Then boss, you go back to your dormitory first. Gung and I have something else to do. Come on. You two be safe. Yu Huai took Gung to get busy, while Yang Jinrong returned to the dormitory and took a lunch break. There are still classes in the afternoon. Yang Jinrong attended class as usual. Nothing happened. Linhai Youth Entrepreneurship Industrial Park. Venture Building. In the top floor business parlor,
A young man with a lifelike heart tattooed on his arm was listening to the phone when an angry chortle came from inside. Why? Didn't you say that 100% of the deal would succeed? Why did it fail? The youth whispered. I'm sorry, boss. I didn't expect that the strong construction group would suddenly collapse without the shelter. And the old mare who traded with us is alive or dead. Where's the stuff? Where did it go? The shipment is alive but she's being very uncooperative. Now the security forces, who have been on the trail, are biting off more than they can chew, so I'm afraid it's going to be difficult. Can't we trade without that pig killer? The point is we can't ship it. Wait, doesn't that pig killer have a son? You go inform his son and ask him to think of something. The guest's side is sustained by hormones, and if the guest dies because of our problems, our business for a long time to come will be affected. Don't forget that we have enemies who are also pleasing the guests this time. Don't worry, I'm on my way to the son of a pig killer. The conditions can be given a little more leniency. As long as he can open up the channels and stabilize them, that laborious Tiansheng group will be changed back to strong construction group in the near future. Yes. The heart-tattooed youth hung up the phone and hurriedly opened the mobile game, a new version of the ship that no one had ever played, and he sent a unified message to his friends in the game inside. See you tonight at 8 p.m. in San City. Toward evening, Yang Jinrong received a call from Zhang Xian. I'll tell you good news and bad news. Yang Jinrong, are you also fond of talking like that now? Could it be the latest buzzword? Forget it, don't beat around the bush with you. The good news is very simple. Wang Chengwen's old house has finally been demolished and relocated to confirm that the demolition and relocation money has been allocated, and your compensation payment of $200,000 and $400 and $500 is expected to be issued within 3 working days. Down to your. Before Zhang Xian could finish her words, Yang Jinrong suddenly said, I received it. Just as Zhang Xian was talking, Yang Jinrong received a text message alert from his bank card, arriving at 200,000 and 4,500 yuan. Zhang Xian, if I'd known, I wouldn't have informed you. Young Jin Yong, where's the bad news? The bad news is that I met Zhuang Lu during the day. Little Chen Xiaotian's mom? Yes, previously helped you as a witness learned from her mouth. Recently Xiao Chen Xiaotian's body is deteriorating more and more. Has been admitted to the hospital. The situation is not optimistic. Do you know what hospital he was hospitalized in? Are you planning on visiting this? Let's go together. I'll just stop by. The two agreed to meet at the south gate of Linhai University. It didn't take long. Zhang Xian then walked over. He was carrying fruits in his hand, and when he saw Yang Jinrong, he jogged over, his eyes scanning left and right, wondering, where's your Ducati? Yang Jinrong spread his hands. You handled the case. My car was scrapped by Zhao Ruichang. And you're still asking me? No, don't you ever buy another one? Why would I want another one? This question stumped Zhang Xian. It made sense. So much sense. Completely at a loss as to how to answer. Zhang Xian sighed. Then I'll just have to take the subway there. I was going to rub your Ducati. Let's go. The subway is also quite good. Yang Jinrong took the lead and walked towards the subway station. On the way, he bought some fruits along the way. When he approached the station entrance, he suddenly reminded. Remember, when you enter the subway, don't play with your cell phone. Zhang Xian, why? Yang Jinrong, don't you go online? The rumor mill is buzzing and you didn't brush up on it at all? I've been so busy with so many cases lately. I just had a little time today. It's a good thing the two didn't encounter any odd incidents either. Arrived at the hospital. Visited the little Chen Xiaotian. The little guy has been very weak. Lying in the hospital bed. Body inserted full of tubes. Has been sleeping state. 2 people talked to Qin Xiaotian's mother, only to learn that Qin Xiaotian is a malignant brain tumor. Has not yet been operated on. Rather than the problem of surgical costs, is the deterioration of the body is too serious to meet the conditions of the operation. Chen Xiaotian has a major medical insurance. The water droplets also raised a lot of money. Zhuan Lu has also been frugal. The operation cost is basically almost the same. Chen Xiaotian never woke up. So Yang Jinrong and Zhang Xian didn't stay for too long. And after leaving a little token of their appreciation, they excused themselves and left. The 2 of them exited the depressing hospital, which was a relief. I hope the little one pulls through. It's malignant but there have been a number of successes. Aha, by the way. It suddenly occurred to me that your earlier Sheriff Hoshi from the Linhai District Sheriff's Office, how is he doing now? After he resigned, he went to the Traffic Sheriff's Department and became a minor traffic sheriff. Not that he's been in touch lately. Aha. The 2 of them chatted briefly and went their separate ways home. For the next 2 days, nothing happened. Yu Huai has not been seen, presumably busy. Yang Jinrong, on the other hand, is quietly enjoying campus life, studying, reading, listening to lectures, and from time to time there are girls who are chasing after him.
coming over to give him food or ask for autographs. The time wobbles. Came Thursday night.
Yang Jinrong received a special gift,
Juga Lily's wedding invitation.
She drove a Volkswagen Toucan alone to hand-deliver it to Yang Jinrong.
Don't tell me that you don't have time to attend. I've recently brushed on the internet. It's all about your hot search. I'm free all the time except tomorrow. Yang Jinrong smiled.
First of all, congratulations to you and your girlfriend on your new marriage.
That being said, why don't you bring her here, so that I can see what kind of beautiful woman that can mesmerize you?
She doesn't really want to show her face in front of my relatives and friends.
Juga Lily smiled, looking very heroic. You'll get to meet us at our wedding. Have a few more drinks then. No problem. I've got to drop off the next family,
so bear with me a little longer and I'll slip away.
Bye. Bae. In the meantime, on the web,
News Sister surprisingly released a video the night before the court date
tonight, which immediately sparked debate across the internet once again. Mr. Yang Jinrong,
I cannot help but ask,
about the Lin you have a case. You say, you are a firefighting hero. How I have searched the entire network of information,
but did not find your so-called firefighting hero deeds.
Please answer me positively to this question.
But also on behalf of the entire network of this case.
On your own,
there are concerned about the curiosity of the netizens.
To ask a question, please positively answer.
Worthy of being a host, worthy of being a news sister. This video was released and instantly provoked a large debate among netizens.
If you don't say it, I've forgotten about this one.
What virtue or ability does he,
Yang Jinrong,
have that he dares to fabricate a false identity of a firefighting hero out of thin air? I remember when Yang Jinrong relied on this name and attracted a lot of traffic, also relying on the life of a firefighting hero,
to win a lot of sympathy, but afterwards, it was not settled? Yang Jinrong, although I'm your fan, I still want to ask you, have you ever put out a fire or not? Is it a firefighting hero or not? Whether it's a firefighting hero or not, it doesn't even seem to matter, does it? Isn't the point of that case that Lin Yuyu was slandered? What's more,
Yang Jinrong had already proved in the security department at the time that he was just temporarily blind at the time, roaring how the court could have convicted Lin Yuyu. One size does not fit all.
Lin Yuyu was guilty and she was sentenced. But whether Yang Jinrong put out the fire or not,
whether he was a firefighting hero or not,
this has never been mentioned. Netizens have been feeling the heat. Even a lot of Yang Jinrong's fans couldn't help but hate Yang Jinrong, wanting to know the truth. Seeing that the public opinion on the internet, once again,
was falling back on itself and being controlled by her own rhythm, the news sister rushed to strike while the iron was hot and released another video.
Yang Jinrong,
if you are not a firefighting hero, you must come forward and apologize to all firefighting heroes. Your behavior has been suspected of the crime of infringing on the reputation and honor of heroes and martyrs.
Please answer me positively. Had to get it. Couldn't get 15,000. Felt like my head was empty. Holy, I'll pay my debt tomorrow. I can't get my head out of my ass. My forehead's covered in bruises. End of chapter. 088, it's official. Firefighting surprise reward, Allnet Jihad. Court.
2-in-1 must-read request for subscriptions.
News Sisters suddenly counterattacked and opened the group, sending 2 highly targeted videos in a row.
The 2 videos targeting Yang Jinrong were released and immediately caused a hot debate on the internet. The black fans who had already had their faces swollen by Yang Jinrong had finally found a breakthrough that they could spray.
One was excited. Family members,
I told you that this Yang Jinrong is not a good thing.
Sure enough, I saw through it. Sisters, take it easy on the spraying. Just in case, let's say just in case, this Yang Jinrong gets serious and sues us again. What should we do? Don't be afraid. So what if you get sued? Who wouldn't send a lawyer's letter? No, people send court summonses.
The guy never sent a lawyer's letter.
Did he?
The black fans who were just about to spray people calmed down all of a sudden.
There are women in this group of black fans,
pure and simple to engage in confrontation.
There are also a lot of men, posing as women. Get a woman avatar, take a woman's name, and bring the rhythm. Some of these people are purely envious and jealous, while others are paid sailors. The black fans were ultimately worried about spraying too much, and were wimped out by Yang Jinrong being served with a court summons. At Linhai University, don't you care if your students maliciously use firefighting heroes as a cover? Suddenly someone sent out this questioning comment. All of a sudden, the black fans see the direction of the spewing. Linhai University. They don't dare to spray Yang Jinrong. Do they still dare to spray the school? So, one by one, they have reversed course and sprayed Linhai University instead. I can't help but wonder if it's possible to get into a double first-class university like Linhai University by assuming the title of firefighting hero? At Lincoln University, the key is not to play deaf and dumb. Come out and take a couple steps. Excuse me, Linhai University. I scored 250 points on the college entrance exam, but I am a firefighting hero. Can I go to your law program? Thanks to the early discovery. Such a university. And double first class? I will never consider applying to Linhai University in my life. I'll just go to a vocational school, but I won't apply to a school like yours. Was quite fond of Linhai University. Now, for a time, Linhai University became the object of attack by the spammers. One by one, they left a big message in the comment area of Linhai University, frantically condemning. This naturally caught the attention of the leaders of Linhai University. How can a school turn a blind eye when the internet is abuzz with opinion? In the first instance, the school's senior leaders held a video conference to discuss a response plan. The principal dialed the old dean and explained the situation to him. In fact, the principal was very curious as to why the old dean had suddenly stopped mentioning the firefighting hero earlier. But the old dean didn't offer an explanation, and only said, "Don't you ask. Your school make a statement and leave the rest to me." The old dean was not the dean of the University of Linhai. Instead, he is the head of the Linhai prosecutor's office, who graduated from Linhai University. Although retired, the old dean did not say anything, and the principal naturally did not dare to ask any more questions, and after the communication, the principal immediately gave instructions. The first time Linhai University to the school official report. It also filed a lawsuit in court against Sister News and her team, exploiting public opinion and violating the school's right to reputation. Follow. Linhai University issued an official notice on the internet rumor that our junior student Yang Jinrong, fake firefighting heroes. Our school made an official response. Yang Jinrong is not a fake firefighting hero. The firefighting is real. With regard to the news sister and her team, malicious rumors, damage to our school's right to reputation. Our school has formally reported to the security department and filed a lawsuit with the court. The university reserves the right to pursue legal responsibility for those who speak ill of the university on the internet. This announcement is very simple, without any excessive explanation. Instead, the notice focuses on suing the news sis, as well as reserving the right to hold the jetsetters legally accountable. This one announcement not only did not ease the pressure of public opinion, instead, it made the black fans even more emotional. The news sister is even as if she had smelled the stench, sure that Linhai University is weak-minded, not daring to produce evidence and avoiding the important. She issued a counter-announcement at the first time. In the video, she dislikes the camera with her face and shouts a rebuke. Linhai University, since your university has confirmed that Yang Jinrong is not a fake firefighting hero, why don't you come up with evidence to convince the netizens? As a member of the media, I have the right and obligation to demand a truth for the netizens. I can't help but ask, why is it that more than 2 months have passed since the Lam Yaoyao case occurred, and your school has never mentioned or confirmed the fact that Yang Jinrong is a hero who saved the fire? Is it a weakness of heart? Or did you realize that you had impersonated him, but for some reason, you helped to hide the truth? Since your school is suing me and my team, we have no fear of your school's prosecution. As media people, we have the power to question and dig for the truth, and I believe that the law will be on our side, on the side of the truth. After reading Linhai University's evasive announcement, Sister News was so sure of her guess that she had no fear of being sued at all. The jetsetters on the internet, too, have shown solidarity with the news sis. Even the spammer community, which is vaguely on the verge of expanding in size. Linhai University can't produce evidence to prove that there must be a ghost in its heart. Right. I've seen a lot of announcements like this. 199.99%. The matter of putting out the fire is a fake. It's completely fictionalized by Yang Jinrong in order to frame Lin Yuyu. Otherwise, the court wouldn't have sentenced Lin Yuyu at the top. That's right. The truth is so. Linhai University and Yang Jinrong both thought they could hide the truth from the world, but they didn't want to. The eyes of the news sister are bright. Linhai University, I didn't expect you to be such a university. Thanks to the fact that I finished the college entrance exam, I also applied for your school. Fortunately, I didn't get admitted on it. Otherwise it would be the biggest mistake I've ever done in my life. A spammer with an ID called Linhai City Vocational College No. 1 Lu Benwei left this message. Sister News couldn't help but get excited as she watched the skyrocketing number of followers, reads, likes, comments and retweets. Even if the court tomorrow, she is still invincible tonight. Standing in the high point of public opinion, even if the lawsuit is lost, at most it is to lose some money, and she is the same role of sitting on millions of fans. Do not have to worry about losing their reputation. How did Sister News not think of that? Just as she was gloating over it, the Linhai City Security Bureau issued an official notice on the city's citizens Yang Jinrong, the courage to see justice, the courage to go into the fire, self-sacrifice to save the heroic behavior, to make a reward, Replacement firefighting hero banner and title for Yang Jinrong. For Yang Jinrong to reissue the Bravery and Courage Award medal. A bonus of 100,000 yuan.
Awards Linhai City downtown housing set, 60 square feet. This announcement from the Linhai City Security Bureau completely shook the entire internet after it was sent out. Not only shocked the mouths of the spammers, but also the other netizens who ate the melon. Greatly shocked. My god. This reward is horrible as hell. Damn. Yang Jinrong is really a firefighting hero. Even if the banner award, but also rewarded 100,000 cash, as well as a set of Linhai City downtown house. I'll go. The cheapest house price in Linhai City district also has to be more than 40,000. If it's a school district house, it has to be more than 90,000 to start with. The reward house is worth at least 2.5 million. Mama yeah. This reward is also too expensive. Right? General. What kind of divine reward is this? I'm crying with envy. That punch in the face came too soon. Sister News questioned the school 2 times in a row, and after the school slapped her in the face, she ended up with a stiff upper lip and was slapped in the face by the sheriff's department. Public opinion has also completely turned against Yang Jinrong. Yang Jinrong's fans, they are even more crazy. 8 News sister. Crazy with the little black people against the line, giving the little black men a dry silence one by one. Blacks, come out and take a couple steps. At News sister, is the announcement by the sheriff's department authoritative enough? Would you like to continue to question the veracity of the sheriff's department? This announcement from the sheriff's department is truly Galen out of a whisper. Silence and broken defense. News sisters and blacks. Straight up ed and silenced. Silence. In the office, the news sis, who was still excited, was numb with shock the moment she saw the announcement from the sheriff's department. It wasn't just a swollen face in front of the entire internet. In addition, it is also equivalent to her news sister, who has secured such a generous reward for Yang Jinrong. For Yang Jinrong, people sit at home and houses come from the sky. Pissed off, Sister News and a few of her team, collectively, broke their defenses and were furious. Sis, why don't, let's delete all the videos? Someone on the team suggested. If we delete the video now, won't it be equal to our malicious rumor? We can't delete the video, even if he, Yang Jinrong, is really a firefighting hero. We have the right to question it without official proof beforehand. Sister News stuck to her guns. No video deletion. She was determined not to delete the video, or else her persona would crumble, and her place in the hearts of her fans would come crashing down. What made the news sister break her defenses the most was that Yang Jinrong, from beginning to end, without even making any response, without making any moves, took her carefully planned scenario and beat her to the punch. Beat her to the punch, and she couldn't find her way out. Yang Jinrong, on the other hand, was in the school's library when he received a call from the security bureau informing him that he had been awarded a banner, a medal, a prize, and the establishment of a house. Tell him to pick it up at the sheriff's office within 3 business days. Yang Jinrong, who was reading a book, had no idea what was going on. What happened? Why did you suddenly lift the title of firefighting hero and give me such a generous reward? Skyfall? Is there such a thing as a good thing? Yang Jinrong also did not refuse. He hung up the phone and continued to read quietly again. There's gold in books. That's a true statement. You see, I looked at the book and I gained a sweet. I don't know if it's right to say that the book is in the right place. On the web. The little black men were cursed numb. One by one. They don't know how to reply. Just when the whole network was supporting Yang Jinrong, the whole network of small black people couldn't find a reason to spray people. Big Like News suddenly opens up the group, posted a long video accusing Yang Jinrong of all sorts of evil deeds, calling it the 7 deadly sins, counting the 7 deadly sins of young Cam Wing. The first sin, after being slandered, not reporting the case at the first time, but hiding in the dormitory, intentionally letting the incident ferment, letting the netizens misunderstand it, maliciously utilizing public opinion, infinitely magnifying the slandering incident, and himself standing on the moral high ground, condemning the whole network. The second crime, knowing that Lin Yuyu slandered him, he deliberately designed a trap, pretending to give Lin Yuyu a chance, but in fact letting her fall into the trap, maliciously utilizing the knowledge of the law and the loopholes, causing Lin Yuyu to be sentenced to the top. If, and I mean if, in case there really are women who are aggrieved, harassed, and spied on someday, will women still dare to stand up for their legal rights and interests? The third sin, knowing that the netizens are cynical, will be righteous, will attack the evil, he Yang Jinrong, but deliberately not in the first time to issue a clarification. Malicious use of the netizens to punish the evil and promote goodness of the heart of the article, luring dozens of netizens to break the law, and ultimately arrested. In the future, when we really encounter peeping incidents and need netizens to speak out for justice, will netizens still dare to come forward? The fourth sin, it is not right for the seafood market to be short of catty, but he, Yang Jinrong, deliberately provoked the boss and lured him to the abyss of crime. Today's entity business is struggling. He intentionally takes this opportunity to suppress the entity industry. This person has evil intentions. The fifth crime, when the old man pushed down his motorcycle, he obviously could have used the insurance subrogation recovery, but he did not have to care about it at all. But he deliberately induced the two sons of the old man to commit the crime, which ultimately caused the old man to pass away. And the two sons of the old man were even sent to jail, which can be said to be the death of the family. The sixth sin, the scenic spot queue jumping, which is nothing more than a little bit of a moral problem. Under his deliberate design, although morally questionable, but the crime is not to the prison of the mother and daughter, and finally be seduced, led astray, resulting in mothers and daughters have to go to jail. The seventh felony, the student union to check the bed, although violence is not right, but also just inappropriate use of violence issues, but he Yang Jinrong's serial design trap, so that the president of the student union step by step towards the abyss, and ultimately the family broke. The huge group collapsed. How many people lost their jobs as a result? Shouldn't the student union check the bedrooms? The school gave the student council the power. Even if the student council did not do the right thing, it should be the first time to report to the school, so that the school to deal with internally, rather than reporting the case. After Yang Jinrong's case, which school student council will dare to maintain order in the future? Dare to serve the students? Is he, Yang Jinrong, trying to cut off all the student unions in the country? Big Like News is really not blowing this ability to distort the truth. In every case, Big Like News finds loopholes, skews understanding, maligns and provokes, and leads their fans to misinterpret. The 7 Deadly Sins video, when released, once again set public opinion ablaze. The black people who were originally silent and broke the defense, at this moment, as if each one of them had received an imperial decree, stood out in unison, showing solidarity with Sister News and Big Like News, and angrily denouncing Yang Jinrong. And, this time, they no longer used swearing and cursing, but all of them followed the example of News Sister and Big Image News. Questioning Yang Jinrong with questioning can't help but ask questions. Standing on the moral high ground, they are also afraid of being settled in the fall. One by one, they've learned the hard way. Even if you are a firefighting hero, how do you explain these 7 sins? Yang Jinrong, are you a man? Dare you come forward and admit it? So many cases happen to you alone. It's not your problem. Is it society's problem? Why do you always have a case on your hands? Why are you always in trouble? Why is it that I've been alive for 18 years and nothing has happened to me? I'm surrounded by good people. But you're surrounded by evil people? Shouldn't you think about yourself? How come you always meet all kinds of strange people and I don't? Unless you're an oddball too. How can you meet so many? I can't help but ask. Yang Jinrong, up to this moment, you have refused to show up and respond positively to the hundreds of millions of netizens questioning. What are you hiding? Yang Jinrong, hurry up and answer the questioning of our hundreds of millions of sisters. I've already confirmed with Sister Yan Yang that it's the 250 million sisters. Yang Jinrong naturally did not answer, but only for a few moments. Then someone came forward to fight for young Jin Yong. Tang Xiao, who was bullied, was the first to stand up for Yang Jinrong. I am a student. My name is Tang Xiao. I have long been bullied by a few classmates at school. I have tolerated them time and again. In return, they have gotten the better of me again and again. I didn't know what to do before. I reported it to the teacher, who told them to go and talk to me. But after that, they came back to bully me, and I wrote a letter to the principal, which went unanswered, and nothing was heard of it. At Big Like News, this is what you call internal school processing. Until I swiped Yang Jinrong's video, he gave me the courage to take up the legal weapon and protect myself. I chose to report the case, and now the group of bullies who bullied me have been sent to the detention center. At Big Image News, I don't know why you guys want to put a hat on Yang for designing a full set of victimized bullies. If the punishment is not heavy enough, that group of bullies will never realize their own mistakes. They will only feel like bullies and will only intensify. They will become a social tumor in the future and jeopardize society. Tang Xiao's words, which hit the heart, quickly gained the support and backing of a large number of netizens. Follow closely. A netizen named Sun Jingyu stood up and posted a video pointing directly at Big Like News. I don't know what the 7 deadly sins of bull are, but I do know that it was only after I watched Cam Young's experience in defending his rights that I became determined to fight for them. I don't have many fans, only a few 100,000, but those who are familiar with me all know that I used to run a Netroots incubation company,
And the company's banner used to train several famous netroots bloggers from scratch. Just a while ago, 4 of my company's netizen bloggers, in order to zero-cost breach of contract and jump ship, intentionally concocted an elaborate molestation case, with several of them dividing up the work and jointly slandering me for sexual harassment so as to achieve the goal of terminating my contract. They managed to create a public opinion storm, discredit my company, cause my company to go bankrupt, and reach a zero-cost termination of my contract, while I was left with a bad reputation, with my company gone, and a bad name. But the appearance of Yang Jinrong made me see the light of the rights. Now the first instance verdict has come down. I won the case, but did not sentence them, just sentenced them to apologize. But they still have not apologized. The so-called apology statement issued by the entire sophistry, not the slightest bit of sincerity. This is exactly the same as Lin Yuyu, at Big Image News, your so-called first and second sins, accusing Yang Jinrong of amplifying the defamation incident and intentionally framing Lin Yuyu were topically punished. Let me ask you, my company with a market value of $20 million was bankrupted by their sentenced sexual harassment. My life's work is gone. My future is ruined. Should people like them be penalized topically? I will bring a second trial. None of them will escape. They must demand a sentence, with Yang Jinrong in the front to open the road, and me in the middle to build a bridge. I hope that in the future the victims of slander and rumor will be able to defend their rights on the road to prosperity, put an end to slander, and return social peace. This impassioned words, directly naming the big like news, a stone stirred up 1,000 layers of waves. All of a sudden, the big like news in front of the two sins to dry down. Netizens have spoken out in support of Boss Sun and Yang Jinrong. One by one, the Big Image News team's faces were gloomy. They didn't expect that Yang Jinrong hadn't responded positively, but there were others who stood out to speak for Yang Jinrong and fight them for him. That's not all. Another Linhai boss has come forward to speak out. He has more than 1 million fans in Douyin, a local seafood market fish killing boss, ID called, I'll kill fish. At Big Like News, do you self-media still have some conscience? For the sake of money, for the sake of traffic, your conscience has been eaten by dog, right? Allah, I don't have much education, but I still know good guys and bad guys well. I've been killing fish at the Westbridge Seafood Market in Linhai District for 10 years, and it's always been a fair scale. But you at Delight News, do you know how detestable their ghost scale vendors, who are short on pounds and short on weight, are? They deliberately use extremely low prices to attract customers over non-legitimate means of competition, and then use ghost scales with missing pounds and tails to gain illegal profits. 7-2 scales are considered conscientious, and 5-2 scales are their lower limit, which leads to all the consumers. By default, the entire market is a ghost scale, and even I'm being defaulted to a ghost scale here. Before the Yang Jinrong ghost scale case, my business was almost lost by that group of ghost scale crooks. After Yang Jinrong left, the relevant management department made great efforts to rectify the situation, fairness and justice, and put an end to the ghost scales. My business climbed up every day. And now I and those vendors who, like me, insist on using the fair scales from the beginning to the end, have become the benchmarks of the market. With the highest turnover, the best service, and the customers we have the highest business, the best service, and the most customers. The whole market, too, is thriving. What qualifications do you, at Delight News, have to accuse Yang Jinrong of luring Shangxia Seafood Restaurant to the abyss? Wasn't it they themselves who did whatever they could for profit, victimizing consumers and discrediting the market? What qualifications do you, Big Like News, have to put the hat of struggling entity business on Yang Jinrong's head? He restored the market to competition with a conscience and development with a conscience. He's the biggest contributor. This series of sharply worded rhetorical questions caused a stir once again, especially the fans of Allah's fish killers, who had always paid silent attention and never participated in online interactions. This time Allah took the initiative to stand up and speak out. The fans came out en masse and rushed to Big Image News in unison. The hot search list on the major online platforms has completely fallen. The big statue news is washed up all over the place. When the Big Like News team saw this rhetorical video, one of their faces changed dramatically. They didn't expect that the backlash would come so quickly. Until now, Yang Jinrong still hadn't moved a single inch, and had crushed their elaborate planning on the spot. That's not all. On the internet, a number of blind parents and loved ones have appeared, standing up for Yang Jinrong, because of the Yang Jinrong incident, which brought the importance of blind alleys to the attention of the city planning department. We in Linhai City have begun to refurbish blind alleys. Right, the blind alleys used to be full of bicycles, motorcycles, tricycles and cars, but now they are managed by law enforcement officers who strictly remove obstacles for the convenience of us blind people, family members speaking in lieu. I'm not from Linhai City,
But our city has also begun to pay attention to the problem of blind alleys. Before the blind alleys are repaired in a mess, now all neatly organized. Replanning, thanks to Yang Jinrong, gave the blind alleys a touch of heat, so that the blind benefit. And what have you, at Big Like News, ever done for us? And who are you to condemn Yang Jinrong? Relatives of the blind man have come forward to speak out in favor of Cam Young, denouncing Big Like News and their fans. Not only them, one after another. More people came forward to defend Yang Jinrong and denounce the Big Like News. Consumers who have a vested interest, they no longer have to worry about paying £1 for 5 taels of goods. There are also bullied people who, after seeing the case of Yang Jinrong's resistance to the violent bed check, bravely stood up to expose the bullying behavior and took up legal weapons to protect themselves. There are also many people in charge of scenic spots who have come forward to speak out in favor of Yang Jinrong. Before the case of queue jumping at Yang Jinrong's scenic spot, we had to deal with conflicts and clashes caused by queue jumping almost every day. Not only increase the burden of our staff, but also make our scenic business greatly reduced. Until Yang Jinrong's case of queue jumping in the scenic area after the fire of the whole network, queue jumping people, less and less, and now it is almost difficult to see the phenomenon of queue jumping. May I ask you, Big Like News, if you have the skills to do this? And what qualifications do you have to accuse Yang Jinrong? It's like news, you've got the nerve to call it news. Get out of here. Get out of here. You have no right to use the word news. It's degrading to journalists. Who would have thought that before Yang Jinrong even made a move? There were already so many people who stood up to happen for him and showed solidarity with him. The whole internet was blown away. Those black fans, they were completely crushed. No more audio. There is only one voice left on the internet. Big Like News. Hurry up and log off. News Sister. Hurry up and log off. Both teams, Big Like News and News Sisters, are completely ed up tonight, and one by one, they are silent, not knowing how to answer or how to deal with it. It's impossible Yang Jinrong, hasn't shown up or made a statement until now. So why would so many people support him? Holding his stinky feet? Sister News froze in her office. The whole person was struck by lightning. She doesn't believe it's true. I don't believe that his district, Yang Jinrong, what makes him able to sit on so many supporters? Behind her, someone in the group was already packing up and getting ready to run. They are afraid that they could not have imagined that the local law and order department had long been on to them. Can't run away at all. Just between the News Sister froze. Her cell phone suddenly vibrated. She mumbled and looked down at the caller ID. Suddenly her spirit was shaken. She got up in a hurry, quickly ran into her personal office, unlocked the door. Only then did she pick up the phone. Director. Hello, don't say it. The voice on the other end was a middle-aged man, who said with great disgust, your team is so incompetent that you couldn't even manage the tiny Yang Jinrong, and you even angered the entire network. You've now become a street rat that everyone is shouting about, and you've become the public enemy of the entire network. Director, you listened to my explanation. Sister News was anxious. She heard something in the director's words. I know you're in a hurry, but hold your horses. The director on the other end of the phone began. You and your team, from this moment on, will no longer have any association with our association. And from this moment on, our association will not inject a dime into you. In addition, the legal team we provided will also be withdrawn. You guys behave yourselves. No. The trial's tomorrow. You can't abandon us. Sister News cried and pleaded. She wants to pray again to be forgiven, ask for funding, and especially the legal team. Can't go. But the person on the other end of the phone didn't hesitate for a second and hung up cold-bloodedly and mercilessly. Sister News and her team, abandoned. The same thing happened within Big Like News. The head of Big Like News, Sima Tinglin, similarly received a call with the same content as News Sister. It was also abandoned. But they're not afraid. Their team is stronger than the News Sisters team and they have their own legal team. So far, there has never been any defeat for the legal team. The 100% win rate legal team, which claims to be big like Pizza Hut. So, Sima Tinglin didn't panic at all. Although tonight's cyber battle ended in defeat for them, they will not fail in tomorrow's court battle. They have an absolute certainty of victory and are invincible. This night, destined to stay awake all over the internet. I don't know how many netizens stayed up all night just to show their solidarity with young Kim Wing on the internet. After tonight's battle of the networks will go down in the annals of internet history as the first in the age of self-published media. Jihad.
A cyber jihad for all. Sleepless tonight. Countless netizens holding a cell phone all night. Holding a computer to stay up all night. Just for tomorrow. The first time. See the trial live. Cam Young vs. Sister News, Big Like News, Re to Help, and several other self-published media outlets. This internet lawsuit, from the very beginning, was destined to attract the attention of the whole internet, become the focus of the whole internet. Do not know how many netizens are looking forward to this battle. And Cam Young, then it was just coming out of the library. His world, so quiet, he had not moved a muscle, but the holy war had been won long ago. Young Jin Young took an early break. There was no talk all night. The next day, early in the morning, Yen Yen called, "Do you want to come to my house, so that after the court session later, it is more convenient to play?" Okay. Yang Jinrong got up, changed into formal clothes, put on his gold-rimmed glasses, and arrived at Yen Yan's house. The lawsuit, which has been dragged out for so long for a variety of reasons, is finally today. Court is in session. 2 shifts put together. I've been writing for a long time. My wrists are numb. Ouch. Ask for 1 billion votes for support and subscriptions. End of chapter. 089, live trial. Skyrocketing claims. How can you still laugh? Requesting subscription. The internet is already abuzz. After last night's holy war, the black fans are afraid to venture out again. Netizens are looking forward to today's live trial. Yang Jinrong won't lose today, right? Can't lose. The whole network is supporting him. How can he lose the lawsuit? What's more, both Big Like News and Sister News have already committed copyright infringement against Yang Jinrong. There's a 90% chance of winning this kind of lawsuit, but the odds are that it's just a public apology. If it's just a public apology, the cost is too low, right? Just the videos I swiped to the news sister dissing Yang Jinrong. There are as many as 9, each with millions of plays, and there are 2 days where the plays have broken 10 million, so the negative impact can be imagined. Maybe another $30,000 or $50,000 in damages? Hasn't this happened before? Why is it that so many netizens on the internet have no limits and do whatever they can for the sake of traffic? Do you think they all don't know the law? They understand. They just simply want to eat that traffic. They want to gain attention. Anyway, if they lose the lawsuit in the end, they'll just pay out a fraction of a cent. And as for an apology, just write a random statement with no sincerity. This whole thing is Ed. It would be good to win the case. In case you lose the case, it would be disastrous. Once he loses the case, Yang Jinrong will lose his reputation and be rushed by the black fans to exit the network. The heat is on. In the office of Sister News, since last night, underneath her video, it's been full of comments calling her names. In order not to be scolded so badly, she deliberately set the people she needed to follow in order to comment. And it turned out that the group of people had deliberately followed her in order to scold her. Up nearly 1 million followers in one night. It was all cursing her to the point where she had an emotional breakdown and her mind exploded. Sis, court will be in session soon. Let's get ready. Sister News assistant warned. Got it. Sister News was not in the mood to put on makeup, but she was worried that her fans would see her veiled face during the live broadcast of the trial, so she started to put on makeup. In the midst of all the anticipation, time passed little by little. Official website of the court. The live streaming URL was made public. After the live stream URL was made public, a large number of netizens flocked to it. The number of people watching the live broadcast online, at a surprisingly fast and incomparable speed, broke through 1 million people, and it didn't take long for it to break through 5 million people. Linhai District Court today's case attention is very high, so in advance to make the appropriate preparations, so as to avoid the court hearing process network card dropped this phenomenon. The live broadcast hadn't even started yet, and the live broadcast room was already rolling with pop-ups like boiling water. It's a good thing the court set it up so that only one pop-up can be sent per person per minute, easing the bandwidth pressure. Is the court in session? Is the court in session? Can't wait. Hurry up and hold court. When the director comes to inspect, take the time to touch the fish. Hurry up. Coming. I'm still on the subway. Where's Yang Jinrong? How come he hasn't left the country yet? Look at the photo, it's a big handsome guy. Hurry up and come out and let me Kong. Is this the internet's biggest courtroom confrontation? Am I witnessing history here? Rising violently actually saw the male prosecuting the female. Sleep some more. I recognize that your excellency is very strong, and if I were to pull out my criminal code and study it in secret for 2.5 years, how would your excellency respond once the court hearing was underway? It's on. With a screen full of openings, the trial finally opened. Online court hearings are very simple and brutal, pretty much the same as an anchor connecting P case. In the center is a shot of the court. On either side were the plaintiff and the defendant. After the presiding judge connected the live camera,
The plaintiff Yang Jinrong and his attorney Yan Yan appeared in another sector of the camera, and the defendants were divided into 3 columns. The news sister, the head of the big light news, the head of the small Lee come to help, as well as their respective defense attorneys. Each of them appeared in the camera. Plaintiff Yang Jinrong has appeared in court. Defendants, news sister, big light news, Xiaoli to help, I will not write the name of the person. According to the team, the 3 self-media team leader has appeared in court. The defendant Shanshuan Culture has no leader appeared in court. After checking the information of the parties, the presiding judge read the appearance of the plaintiff and the defendant. Yang Jinrong this time not only sued the 3 major teams of News Sister, Big Like News, and Xiaoli to help, but also sued the MCN company behind them, Shanshuan Culture, as well. Yamasan Culture is an organization registered in the country, but with capital from Sakurajima. It has the most webcam anchors. Among them, the News Sister has the most fans. And as of now, the News Sisters fan base has reached up to more than 20 million. However, no one in charge of Yamasan Culture appeared in court. There was not even a response. Mountain Lent Culture is also very low-key on weekdays. Do not engage in any topic of public opinion. Domestic netizens do not know what this company does, nor do they know who the capitalist is, and only some of them know that the News Sister and other Netroots V is under the Shanshuan Culture. Many netizens were puzzled when the presiding judge read out the defendant. Arisan Lenten Culture. Which company is this Mountain Lent Culture? How come it's on the list of defendants? It seems to be the MCN organization behind the News Sisters and the others. Not too sure about the rest. I can't even find any information about Yamazumi Culture online. The name sounds like the Yakuza. It's not the capital of that island, is it? Netflix is really smart. The truth was soon surmised. The presiding judge didn't bother with the pop-ups, and all the processes were the same as a court trial. But after all the processes were completed, the presiding judge then said, Plaintiff party, please read out the indictment. Under the camera, Yan Yan stood up. She wore formal attorney's formal dress today. Her voice cold. We sue the defendant. Sister News, requesting the other party to make a public apology to our client, Mr. Yang Jinrong, on the whole network for the rumor, slander, distortion of facts, intentional smearing, infringement of the right to portrait and other violations, and to request the Sister News and her team to remove the video, and to compensate our client with 4.525 million. Crooked day. 4.525 million claims out. Many netizens for the surprise. This claim put in the eyes of the internet. That is not low. A claim for $4.525 million? Crazy, right? This lawyer is onto something. A $4.525 million claim. And while it's hard for me not to support it, the court certainly won't. Yang Jinrong, the lawyer, has a high face value. Is your focus, is it skewed? Can you please discuss the issues related to the trial? 4,525,000. She's really daring. On the side of Sister News, hearing this claim, she was also stunned by it, and the members of the team behind her all had a flash of surprise on their faces. Only they don't feel that the court will uphold that amount of compensation, because there have been similar cases on the internet. Only $50,000 in damages, plus an apology. This court can't be any more outrageous than it is in favor of Yang Jinrong. Can it? I can't believe they opened their mouths for $4.525 million. Ha! Sister News sneered, mentally despising, and did not say the words out loud. This more than 4 million claims, just the beginning. Yan Yan and continued. We sued the defendant News Sister and her team, filed a claim for moral damages of 100,000 yuan, reputation loss of 100,000 yuan, to bear our attorney's fees, in addition. According to Article 243 of the Criminal Law, false accusations and slander. If a person fabricates facts to falsely accuse or slander another person with the intention of subjecting him or her to criminal prosecution, and the circumstances are serious, he or she shall be sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment of not more than 3 years. Criminal detention, or control, if the consequences are serious, he or she shall be sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment of not less than 3 years and not more than 10 years. Sister News and her team have repeatedly fabricated facts, falsely accused and framed our client, with particularly serious circumstances, and their release of related videos with a cumulative readership of more than 120 million across the internet, which have repeatedly appeared on the hot search lists of major online platforms, causing our client to endure more than 100,000 abusive comments and 10,866 abusive private messages, etc., which is a cause of serious consequences. We claim and ask the court to impose the maximum criminal penalty on the defendant, Sister News, and her team. Please ask the court to make a fair and just judgment based on the facts as well as the relevant evidence. As soon as Yin Yan's words came out,
The audience watching the live broadcast of the trial couldn't help but tremble. I'll rub it in. Are you serious?
That's asking for a 10-year sentence.
The claim is for 10 years in prison in addition to over $4 million. Kind of mean. It's true that good-looking women are scary. Where did Yang Jinrong find a lawyer? It feels a bit powerful. Even through the screen you can feel that stern aura of being in control. The court shouldn't support it, right? It feels like although the news sister is hateful and can't wait to send her in, but according to past practice, there has never been such an exaggerated prosecution, so it should be hard for the court to support it. The news sister's team, who had remained silent, couldn't help but laugh when they heard the claim. They were certain that the court would not support Cam Young. It's also impossible to support. If it is not in the middle of the live trial, a group of them probably could not help but laugh, and at this time they have all stifled their laughter, and their hearts are filled with disdain for Yang Jinrong's so-called claims. Ugly looking, beautiful thinking. Sister News laughed coldly. She still wasn't flustered at all until now. Although the higher-ups gave up on her and removed the company's legal team, she found her own attorney, a veteran of many similar lawsuits, with a very high win rate. This is not yet finished. Yen continued. News sister and her team, often using the identity of the news presenter, deliberately distorting the facts, exaggerating, creating all kinds of contradictions, radicalizing the netizens' emotions. Their intentions are sinister, poor professionalism, but also request the court to make a sentence, outlawed the news sister practitioner qualification certificates, and permanently no longer issue the corresponding practitioner certificates. The netizens were completely stunned. Asterisk. This move is really ruthless. Once the court supports it, this news sis will be at the end of her job. Outlaw their license to practice. Ha ha ha. Support. Absolutely. While netizens were shocked, the news sis herself was also surprised. Mad dog. This guy is a mad dog. Chasing and biting. It's disgusting. The corresponding evidence, which has been submitted to the court, is available to the presiding judge. Yen stopped speaking when he finished. The presiding judge looked into the camera. Sister News for the defense, please reply. Sister News, at the behest of her attorney, opened her mouth and said, is the other party's claim of $4,525,000 reasonable? Is it legal? What is the basis of the claim? Please elucidate. We claim $4,525,000 in damages against the defendant. News sister. Based on the circumstances of the other party's unlawful profits in the course of infringing on us, Yen took out a piece of evidence, which she had sent to the court in advance, and showed it to the netizens at this time. The defendant party utilized rumor-mongering to defame our client's video, and increased the number of fans to a cumulative total of 2,350,000, and according to the actual value of Douyin's fans of 0.7 yuan, the defendant is required to pay compensation of 164.5 W to us. The defendant, Sister News, team, also took on 3-star chart ads during this period at $600,000 each, totaling $1.8 million. The defendant, News Sisters, team, made a total of $1.08 million in illegal profits in the form of video bandwagons and the illegal use of videos related to our client's heroic deeds of firefighting. A total of $4,525,000. As Yen's words fell, the audience perked up one by one. Holy, so that's how it was calculated. I thought it was just random. With a basis, there's a high probability that you'll be able to get the appropriate claim. Not necessarily over $4 million, but certainly quite a bit. The clown is actually myself? I just saw a sneer on Sister News' face. And hey, guess what? In the blink of an eye, the smile disappeared from her face. The smile doesn't go away. It's just transferred to our faces. Human sadness and joy are not connected. Ha ha ha. And the News Sister's whole body was bad after hearing that answer. How much money will be paid out to Yang Jinrong once these profits are recognized by the court as illegal profits is uncertain. But one thing is certain, the money no longer belongs to her news sister. By this point, Sister News was starting to panic a bit. Not only do they face huge compensation, and face jail time, she craned her head to the lawyer at the side, her eyes full of help. This attorney has a high win rate, but he only received the commission last night and only had one night to prepare. And he didn't know enough about a lot of things and wasn't prepared enough. Such an unprepared battle is exceptionally difficult. As he flipped through the information and thought carefully, he suddenly had a flash of light and hurriedly typed out a series of words on his tablet, telling the news sister how to say the words. News sister saw the prompt, hurriedly requested the presiding judge to let himself speak. Get permission. News sister fixed the spirit. We admit that we did receive the corresponding advertisement. There may be part of the illegal income, but whether it is to receive advertisements, or increase the number of powder, or with goods to profit,
Are they a news sister? Account belongs to the company, Mountainland Culture, assigned.
My team and I are just according to the contract. Judge, I'm not lying. The relevant advertising process, the process of bringing goods, the flow of income, can be through the Douyin official query, all through the Shanshuan Culture assigned. If the court requires it, I can send someone now to obtain the relevant certificates. Judge,
the news sisters are very much in their own favor with this direction of defense.
She did make the video,
and there was a rumor and slander. But she did not subjectively have the purpose of making an illegal profit.
The mode of operation of Shanshuan Culture is that everything has to be reviewed by them, including videos, copywriting, materials, advertisements, endorsements, bandwagons, etc.
And the income gained will also go into their accounts before finally flowing into the accounts of news sisters and theirs.
This handful of dumping is perfect. Even Sister News lawyer couldn't help but smile. Nice.
Sister News even went from being flustered and nervous just now to being calm and collected after she finished.
That's a great move.
She couldn't help but look at the camera with a smile on her face, looking at Yang Jinrong in the live feed of the trial. The smile was slightly provocative.
The viewers in the live room couldn't help but be warmly angry when they saw it. That's okay? Holy crap. It feels like there's a little something to the News Sisters team, too. Hardly. What should Yang Jinrong do this time? It feels like we can't be convicted. And even compensation. It's hard to get. TSK. This hand of Sister News is a killer. It's not just the audience that thinks so. Sima Tinglin, the head of Big Image News, also showed a smile on the live screen. Even Nya Yangi,
the person in charge of Shelley coming to help,
nodded slightly. They are perfectly capable of learning now. It's used to wash away the main responsibility, to clear your name, reducing the sentence, not even having to be criminally liable, and even compensation, which can be fought for to the point where it is very little, and just an apology. This kind of painless punishment is almost enough. Yang Jinrong didn't expect that, did you? Just when everyone thought that Yang Jinrong's side was going to be routed, just as Sister News and the others broke into smiles. Yang Jinrong under the camera, but still maintain a breezy smile. That sunny handsome face. How to make women fascinated. It's as if everything is under control.
This smile became a great mockery when it fell into the eyes of the accused such as Sister News.
What are you laughing at? How can you still laugh? Not only did Yang Jinrong reveal a smile, even Yen Yen, who had originally been serious and earnest, likewise revealed a smile after listening to News Sisters' sophistry. It was as if the two of them had expected the News Sisters' side to offer such a card. Presiding judge. Yen Yen stood up once again. She put away her smile and said something, which made everyone not expect. We apply for the City Security Bureau of the city where News Sister is located to intervene in this case. A little stuck on the text. First shift. Second shift a little later. I'm sure there will be. Just get up in the morning and read it. End of chapter. 090, Trickster. Operation Thunderbolt. Heinous crimes. Top punishment. Second shift. What does that mean? Everyone was stunned by it. How does it sound? Did Sister News just make a subtle and brilliant comeback like it was right in the middle of Yang Jinrong and the rest of them? It's like Yang Jinrong and the others dug a hole on purpose and waited for the News Sisters' side to jump into it? It's too real. However, it doesn't feel scientific.
Are Yang Jinrong and his retained lawyer
really that strong? Expected all this? Set up a trap and waiting for the News Sisters gang to get into it? Once again, the audience in the live room froze. What's the situation? Shocked my mom for a whole year.
This beautiful lawyer is like a bamboo leaf green.
Look at her eyes. I feel scared. Cold and ruthless. That one-hit kill feeling. Is there a brother Knowles? Come out and squeak. Z. Understand a hammer. Hurry up. Report the case. Not let's live PK. Who has more gifts? Who will be judged to lose the lawsuit? Upstairs the main fight, a hatred of the rich. Not to mention the audience. Even several of the judges on the jury had looks of surprise covering their faces. It was not the first time that several of them had been involved in the Yang Jinrong case. Sensory. Every case, every strong defense of the defendant by Cam Young falls into his lap. They have seen large and small cases. There are hundreds of thousands of cases. There has never been any plaintiff can do Yang Jinrong like this, and the people on both sides of the fence that Big Statue News and Ray had come to help were just as disturbed by it at this point. Yang Jinrong. It's so evil. Completely out of the ordinary. Trickster. Especially the person in charge of Shaoli's coming to help, who became the first defendant after Yang Shaoli's strange disappearance. Reasoning. He was in charge of the program for so many years. Still, it's the first time I've been sued. The first time he sat on the defendant's bench. Although it was an internet trial. But precisely because it was an internet trial, he was directly facing millions of netizens. And that feeling. It's even harder. It's so humiliating. Just It's not a matter of shame now. Rather, it is a question of whether or not they will face criminal liability. After hearing Yan Yan's words, Sister News, as if she had been stepped on, angrily rebuked. Plaintiff's attorney, I can sue you for defamation. On what basis did you intentionally say that in the live broadcast? Slander me? Deliberately bringing the viewers into a rhythm? Dang! The sound of the gavel came from the live broadcast room, but the presiding judge said, the people from the Yuchang Security Bureau are in the live broadcast room. Plaintiff party, if you confirm that you need to apply for the intervention of the Security Bureau, you can apply on site, but you must ensure that the reasons you provide for the application, legal compliance, sufficient reasons, and solid evidence. How can there not be a sheriff's department on the air? The lawsuit drew millions of viewers. Cyber vigilantes have long monitored the entire process. Arrangements have been made for officers to watch the court hearings at the Security Bureau police stations in the areas where the persons involved in the cases are located. After all, it's such a big deal. No sheriff's office is going to let this go. The audience was instantly shocked. It's not, is it? Sir, you are now telling me that the pop-ups I just sent are monitored by the security department. It's very insecure. Many viewers hurriedly held back their fingers from snapping pop-ups, and some of them had snapped a tirade, but they also forced themselves to delete it. After all, the sheriff's uncle was present. It's better to be a little less flirty. Yan Yan immediately transmitted the application and evidence to the court. The moment the presiding judge got the application and the evidence, his face, which was originally ancient and unperturbed, changed violently, becoming more severe than ever before. Even his eyes changed. He looked up, glancing at the camera. And I don't know who to look at. Spin. He signaled the jury. Soon, the sheriff's department in Yuchang received an assisted letter from the Lin High Court. The Euclid Sheriff's Department was immediately dispatched. A dozen police cars, as well as special operations vehicles, winded toward the office building where Sister News and her team were located. And it's not just the Yuchang Sheriff's Department that receives emails of assistance from the Lin High Court. There's also the Central City Sheriff's Department where Big Like News is located. They are likewise following every development of the entire lawsuit on the air. Upon receipt of the letter of assist, the first response was the same as that of the Yuletide Sheriff's Department. More than a dozen police cars opened the way, followed by several special vehicles, galloping toward the Zhengzhou City News Building. As for the Security Bureau of Linhai City, it acted early. This time, the operation was led by Zhang Hui. Thunderbolt. The change of mood of the presiding judge was obvious to all. The audience in the live room was completely numb. There was a lot of speculation as to why, but no one guessed right. The presiding judge quickly gathered all his emotions. Dang! He banged down his gavel and said, solemnly and forcefully, plaintiffs, please continue to add your relevant claims. When the trial should have been adjourned, the presiding judge asked Yang Jinron's side to continue to add. Yan Yan and Yang Jinron looked at each other. Both men read the presiding judge. Yan Yan opened his mouth again and questioned Sister News. Defendant Sister News, my client, Mr. Yang Jinron, would like to ask you a question. And I hope that you can answer this question sincerely and positively in front of the millions of viewers in the live broadcast. Humph. Sister News grunted, hiding the panic that had begun in his mind. At the very beginning of the defamatory voyeurism case involving Mr. Yang Jinron, why did you follow the big star Zhang Yueli and dare to post a video defamatory rumor about Mr. Yang Jinron when there was no factual basis for it? Yan Yan's voice was not loud, but it went straight to the heart, like a sharp hook. Is it because you've been assigned in some way? Or is it because you've had private interests with the big star Zhang Yuqi? Zhang Yuqi. The name may have slipped the minds of many internet users. She's the one who was the initial driving force behind the Lin Yao case. If it wasn't for her retweets and rhetorical comments, the whole thing doesn't turn out to be so one-dimensional. Everything went to the most extreme. The audience was also tantalized. The vilification of the Peeping Tom case was the initial incident in which netizens were cognizant of Yang Jinron. That was the time of Yang Jinron. Still the good old boys from Linnan University help others from time to time. After putting out the fire, the eyes temporarily blind, because the blind pavement does not meet the norms, causing him to pass under the women's dormitory. In Linhai University, men and women's dormitory buildings are separated by the campus. The distance is far away, and all have a large iron gate isolation, thus being falsely accused of being a peeping Tom by Lin Yao. I also find it strange why Sister News took it upon herself to get involved in the case in the first place. It always feels like Sister News has an overly keen sense of smell. I'll bet a pack of chili fries that the news sis is afraid to tell the truth. I'm with a pack of Zuanman. The news sister won't tell the truth. With millions of netizens, and much anticipation, Sister News spoke up. I have the right to refuse to answer that question of yours. The netizens were dumbfounded.
They thought the news sister would make up an excuse to pass it off.
Never in a million years. It's amazing that she didn't even bother to make up a reason. Straight up no answer. When all is said and done,
it takes a million lies to make up one lie to cover it up.
Too much talk is too much. Not speaking is the best answer. It's okay if you don't.
Yen Yen didn't seem to be at all surprised by the news sister's answer as she continued.
Because your answer doesn't matter. We already have substantial evidence. You can't weasel your way out of this. Oof. Sister News is still talking tough.
But her body was incredibly honest. And she shivered hard. She craned her head to look at the client attorney beside her.
The lawyer, however, was frowning. Out of keen professional insight,
he smelled a death threat. He hurriedly grabbed his tablet and wrote a few words.
I'm going to the WC. Then pretended to go to the bathroom. Got up and took his things with him, slipping away in the process.
He had just taken the elevator and arrived at the lobby on the first floor of the building, and had just breathed a sigh of relief when he was controlled by several vigilantes.
You're under arrest. Still trying to escape early? Return with us. The lawyer man is numb.
Though he had been in court for a long time, and had seen countless criminals cuffed by silver bracelets, it was the first time he had ever worn a silver bracelet with his own hands.
This feeling, it's marvelous.
The barrister folded his arms and returned to the office of Sister News, who was turning her back to the door,
and upon hearing the commotion,
hurriedly turned her head,
intending to greet her, but was horrified to find dozens of baton-wielding vigilantes. Hands on your head. All crouch down. Hands on your head. All crouch down.
The stern voice immediately resounded throughout the spacious office.
Also at the same time,
it resounded throughout the broadcast.
With millions of people watching live, Sister News was sheriff's deputies, handcuffed to a silver bracelet.
Arrest the news sisters and their gang in front of millions of people on the air.
The audience was completely abuzz.
The head of Big Statue News and his team who saw the scene were similarly stunned,
and they subconsciously tried to take half a step back, and some even tried to run away.
But at this time, rushed up a group of security officers,
a blink of an eye, like the head of the news Sima Tinglin, including all the people, all under control.
Shali came to help the person in charge of Nia Yangi as even more not even have time to react, was controlled by Zhang Hui in public.
The moment, millions of people, live-streamed, witnessed the arrest of 3 major self-publishing gangs.
Members of Sister News team are still struggling and trying to clear their names.
Sheriff, are you guys mistaken?
We have committed no crime.
Why are you arresting us? Exactly. There must be some mistake. We are all good people. All journalists. It is impossible to commit a crime. I don't know anything. I'm the new intern. One man cried and pleaded.
The magistrate gave a cold look.
Intern? Look at you. Your license plate is all wrapped up in batter. And you're telling me about an intern? How long have you been an intern? Not much. The employee scowled. Just 2.5 years.
Get him a pair of rusty bracelets.
The sheriff, with a sense of shame at being teased, immediately replaced the 2.5-year intern trainee with a pair of rusty bracelets, which were old, weighed far more than the newer models, and were rusty enough to make wearing them super uncomfortable. But Sister News still tried to struggle. She raised the silver bracelet in her hand, pointed it at the camera, and hissed, "Presiding judge, what do you mean by this? Why are you handcuffing me with this? Even if I violated the plaintiff's rights and interests, it does not constitute a criminal offense. Why do you have the right to arrest me in public?" The presiding judge coldly glanced at the camera.
"You yourself know best what criminal acts you've done.
If you can't recall, I can remind you. Defendant Sister News.
You have committed a heinous crime and you still dare to plead guilty without any remorse. This court will punish you with the harshest maximum punishment."
A bit stuck in the text. Next chapter ends this storyline now, guaranteed to be awesome to the end. I swear. 15,000 words tomorrow. Send me a razor blade if it's not enough. End of chapter. 091, Final Judgment. All arrests. Amazing harvest.
Here comes the chicken soup, 2-in-1 kneeling for subscription.
You and your team, colluding with forces outside the country, are trying to divide the people in the country, enrage class conflicts, stir up national sentiments, engage in class antagonism, and jeopardize national security. The presiding judge's voice was noticeably harsher than before,
and this older presiding judge was particularly abhorred by such traitorous behavior.
Sister News' body shook, almost peed on the spot. How she hadn't thought about it. The day will come when you will be checked out yourself.
It's been too smooth a ride all these years.
Since being selected by the association, she has climbed all the way up.
From the original hundreds of thousands of fans of the small host,
in just 2 years,
quickly become a 10 million large network.
The number of fans exceeded 20 million,
and became the most successful case of the host transition to self-media. The feeling of being pursued by millions of fans was so addictive that she couldn't help herself.
It also gets deeper and deeper. Compared to her panic, Within the Great Statue News, it was obviously much calmer. The person in charge, Sima Tinglin, himself had Sakurajima bloodline, and even in his heart, he had always believed that he was not a Kyushu person, but a Sakurajima person. The three sheriff's bureaus quickly took control of all three teams: Sister News, Big Like News, and Lori to help. It also seized their company information, as well as contacted the bank to seize all their company and personal accounts at the first opportunity. Live in the booth. At this point in the picture, the three main teams, all in handcuffs, are being pointed at by the live camera. The netizens have been completely abuzz for a long time now. To collude with forces outside the country in an attempt to persecute us. What a heinous crime. New Age traitors and traitors. Walking 500,000. Damn. Really, the most frightening thing is not the enemy, but the own people lurking inside us. Thanks to the fact that I used to support Sister News and bought a box of chewing gum in her live broadcasting room. Yuck. No wonder that gum doesn't work well at all. My wife always says it's hard to put down. That the enemy should be within us is too terrible for defense. Say, what kind of evidence did Yang Jinrong and the others submit? Where did they get that evidence? A piece of evidence that directly knocked the three major teams down? The security bureaus of the three cities were mobilized for this. So what kind of evidence is it that can directly prove that Sister News and their three major teams are colluding with forces outside of the country? Curiosity killed the cat. I advise you not to be curious. Rat tail juice. As the audience murmured. Inside the court, after some careful and deliberate deliberation, the full court also rendered its final judgment. Because of the national security charges involved, it should have been the turn of the Big Like News, Lee, to help the two major teams' court process, and do not have to continue to review, verify the evidence submitted by the plaintiff, Yang Jinrong, and confirm that it is true, and the court will directly pronounce the final result. Presiding judge, a final judgment is hereby rendered in this case, with regard to the defendant News Sister and her team. To the plaintiff Yang Jinrong, rumor slandering, distorting the facts, intentional smearing, the facts exist, the evidence is conclusive. The comprehensive compensation for the plaintiff side of 4,525,000 yuan. Plaintiff Yang Jinrong's claims for moral damages and loss of reputation are included and not additionally supported. The defendant, Sister News and her team, violated Article 243 of the criminal law, constituting the crime of falsely accusing and framing. The circumstances are serious, and the person in charge, Sister News, will be sentenced to 10 years imprisonment, and the rest of the team members will all be sentenced to 3 years imprisonment. The first team was sentenced and the crowd side. This is just the verdict of the Yang Jinrong case. There is also the charge of endangering national security waiting for them. When the sheriff's department finds out everything, they will be escorted to the National Security Bureau and sentenced by a higher authority. Includes two major teams, Big Like News and Lori to help. The person in charge is 100% not getting away with it. Other team members, depending on the truth of the investigation, will be punished according to the different degrees of crime. No good man will be wronged, and it won't spare a bad guy. The presiding judge continued to pronounce the results of the subsequent trial. The defendant, Big Image News, team, through malicious editing and other means, created rumors and slanders, constituting the crime of rumor and slanders against the plaintiff, Yang Jinrong. The facts exist, the evidence is conclusive, and comprehensive compensation for the plaintiff, Yang Jinrong, is 1,080,000 yuan, and this compensation includes moral damages and loss of reputation. Sentence the defendant Sima Tinglin, head of Big Image News, to 3 years in prison. The remaining members of the Big Like News team are all sentenced to 1 year in prison. The defendant, Shaoli, came to help team and awarded the plaintiff party, Yang Jinrong, $100,000 for mental damages and $100,000 for loss of reputation. The person in charge, Nya Yangyi, was sentenced to 2 years in prison, and the rest of his team was sentenced to 6 months. Similarly, the crime of colluding with forces outside the country to jeopardize national security is referred to the relevant authorities for investigation and prosecution, and ultimately to a higher court for a uniform sentence based on the facts. The exact amount of sentence and the amount of property to be forfeited will be announced by the relevant authorities after the verdict is passed. The three media outlets, News Sister, Big Like News and Shelly Come to Help, will face subsequent and continuous scrutiny from the relevant management. The three media outlets are suspended from broadcasting and permanently revoked their license to practice as of today. The relevant personnel of the three media outlets revoke the host's credentials and reporters' credentials, and from now on, prohibit the personnel involved from engaging in the media, journalism, interviewing, hosting and other related professions. This paragraph of the trial judge's sentencing result even made all the members of the team from the three media outlets tremble. Even if the sentence is over, they can no longer work in related industries. No longer can they reign over the internet and yell like they did before. Who would have thought? Only half a day. They then fell from the clouds. To the ground. No. To the abyss. They should have expected this result the first day they touched the law. Don't reach out. You'll be caught if you do. Looking at the three major crime teams on camera, netizens have sent out their best wishes. What kind of ways to make money don't work? You have to collude with foreign forces. You have to be a traitor. My mom taught me to be patriotic from a young age. And although I've never contributed to my country, it's still a contribution if I lie flat at home and don't jeopardize my country or society. Hate traitors and rebels. My grandfather often taught me, when anything cannot be a traitor, no matter how poor and bad, but also cannot be a traitor to make money. I just want to say one thing, I hope the prison meals are to your liking. Looking at their expressions, it seems that there are still a few people who are not convinced. Martyr. Traitors still want to weasel their way out of this? Steaming buns? And someone who doesn't have an armature? People like them would have to be purged from the family tree in our village. Netizens send pop-up wishes while snapping words, while watching the trial follow-up. The presiding judge continued to announce the results of this trial. Plaintiff's side's attorney's fees, filing fees, car travel, etc., shall be borne by the defense. In addition, identified by the security department, the plaintiff, Yang Jinrong, successfully reported the forces that jeopardize national security. For each report of a family, a reward of $500,000, a total reward of $2 million, Shanshan culture as well. This case, closed. Dang. Accompanied by the presiding judge's last sentence fell. This implicates the whole network. Millions of netizens concerned about the case. Finally fell. Half a curtain. Mountain Lent culture will be investigated and arrested by the relevant departments. The subsequent verdict, which netizens want to know, will have to wait for the review by the National Security Bureau before it is submitted to a higher court for sentencing. The results will not be published until they are available. Today's final results. Thereon. The end. Finally a satisfying result. Comfortable. Does my support for Yang Jinrong count as my contribution to the country? News sister and big like news fall from grace. It's just too good to be true. I've long looked at these two families with displeasure, but I didn't realize that they're really traitors. These three have fallen, but that laborious Shanshuan culture, not even a single figure has disappeared. Presumably he has run away. How is there more than Shanshuan culture in the country? I always feel that after the advent of the short video era, there are more and more 1450s around, more and more 500,000, but it's just a pity that I don't have Yang Jinrong's ability to catch the evidence. I don't know what kind of evidence Yang Jinrong actually submitted to the court. How come it's a flat-out conclusion that Sister News and the others are colluding with forces outside the country? I want to know so much. Upstairs wouldn't be a 1450 reverse condescension, would it? The netizens were still talking about it when the courtroom broadcast suddenly closed. Netizens who are not yet finished have run to the Yang Jinrong account below to express the feelings in their hearts. Yang Jinrong's fans once again saw a surge after this battle. Douyin had skyrocketed from 5 million fans to more than 7 million. Slohan fans had also skyrocketed from 2 million to more than 3 million. And barely fans had also come to more than 2 million. The case also continues to hold sway on the internet. Surprisingly though, yet not many self-published media outlets followed up on this heat. There are even quite a few usually very active self-media. Surprisingly, on this day, the collective voice ban, and, in the next long period of time, remain silent, no longer as active as in the past. In the old townhouse in Yanyan, in the study, Yan turned off the computer, stood up, stretched out, slender curves at a glance, often difficult to grasp the two advantages, but also displayed in front of the eyes of Yang Jinrong. This action in front of me, plus a professional outfit over black silk. It's a good thing that Yang Jinrong has a strong determination, otherwise, Yan suddenly said, "It's noon time, do you want to stay for dinner?" No. How could Yang Jinrong have the heart to stay for dinner after knowing that she only knew how to poach eggs? Isn't that a pain in the ass for your stomach? Yan noticed Yang Jinrong's expression and raised his all-around eyebrows. Why? Look at your expression. A look of disgust. Are you worried that the dishes I made are poisonous? That's not so bad. Yang Jinrong waved his hand and babbled in a serious manner. I'm just simply not hungry. Right. My mentor asked me to talk about my graduation design this afternoon, so I'll go back first. Who are you kidding? Think I didn't go to college? Yan blankly glanced at Yang Jinrong. Stay for lunch at noon. I just learned cooking. You stay as a judge. If I feel I have a talent for cooking, I might enroll in a training course. In the future, if you have time, come to my place and be a judge for me. Do you still need a course to cook? Yang Jinrong, who grew up in an orphanage, seems to have never heard that cooking and cooking need to be taught. He cooked when he was a kid. It feels like you're born with something like cooking and suddenly you know how to do it. If you can't, watch a tutorial on a short video. Where do you need a training course? Yang Jinrong suddenly remembered. He didn't used to cook often. And when he was in the orphanage, it was the other sisters who did the cooking and the food. Thinking of the orphanage, Yang Jinrong remembered that the old dean had asked him to go back last week to help him look at the old dormitory bathroom and balcony leakage. Definitely going back for a visit this week. I don't know how the siblings I used to grow up with are doing after they got out of the society. Yang Jinrong hasn't had much contact with his former playmates since the Lin Yao Yao case. Sit down for a while I do the dishes. Yan Yan is the man of action. When she finished, she went downstairs, intending to go to the first floor kitchen and start pouring. Yang Jinrong stood by the stairs and looked down at Yan Yan who was descending. What are you going to do? Do the chicken. Yan Yan tilted his head and answered two words briefly. The white and tender neck, the sexy collarbone, and the two advantages that protruded out of it made one's blood run cold. Standing at the top of the stairs, Yang Jinrong felt a little fear of heights. Nope. What did she just say to do? Yang Jinrong felt that besides being a bit afraid of heights, he was also a bit forgetful. Forget it. Never mind what she's cooking. Yang Jinrong has already been mentally prepared. If it's not good, it's not good. It's as a reward for her dedication in these cases. Yang Jinrong took out his cell phone and casually flipped through his private messages and comment section. The little black powder has disappeared. Those who called people names, all clear to delete their comments and add an apology. Some of the timid ones even directly recorded a video of kowtowing and apologizing and sent it to Yang Jinrong to ask for forgiveness. Never sue. Some are sending over 1,000-word letters of apology. Indicate that you are a student. I hope to have the understanding of Yang Jinrong. For this kind of small essay writing quacking good. Yang Jinrong on the contrary, do not intend to forgive. He is now writing small essays of this kind of people. There is a kind of inexplicable antipathy. After scrolling for a while, Yang Jinrong swiped the video. Lately he's always brushing up on videos of anchors accepting challenges from their fans. For example, the challenge of going to a supermarket and approaching a saleswoman for a TT, no matter how small, and asking her if she has a smaller size. There was also a comment section viewer who challenged the anchor to go to the hospital and get eye drops for the nurse to help with the drops. And when the nurse asked if it was the left or the right eye, told her it was the asshole. Yang Jinrong was speechless. Surely the netizens are talented. I also wonder if any of the anchors took up the challenge. Yang Jinrong scratched through a few random videos, and suddenly a video popped up of a white man taking on the streets of the country. It doesn't matter if you don't look. One look at the challenge and the results of the challenge is just spicy. Street test, challenge to kiss 100 pretty Kyushu girls. Must be French kissed. It turned out that a surprisingly large number of girls agreed. Most outrageously, a woman who was waiting for her boyfriend to buy her a milk tea in line agreed to the test and turned around and French kissed a white guy for half a minute. Cam Young backhanded a retweet. Hopefully the girl's boyfriend will see this retweet from Young Jin Young. There's only so much that can be done to help him. Wait, I think this girl looks familiar. Yang Jinrong thought about it. Isn't this girl from their school? The woman who was in the cafeteria the other day, arguing that eating noodles makes you stupid? How about retracting that retweet? Yang Jinrong hesitated for 0.001 second and decided not to withdraw it. It's time to eat. Yan Yan called from the kitchen downstairs. So fast? Yang Jinrong had a small shock. Even if he was super sharp at cooking himself, he wasn't this fast, right? You're not buying takeout, are you? Yang Jinrong thought to himself, turned off his cell phone, and went downstairs to eat. He was turning off his cell phone, but as he retweeted it, the video of the white man street challenge to kiss 100 girls went viral. Cam Young is so hot right now, a random retweet. Straight out of the ring that video of the white man fires. Reads quickly broke 3 million and went straight to the 10 million mark. Reporting is also climbing fast. Some righteous people are directly etching the local street sheriff's office. The white man, who had been gloating over the video's hotness, didn't realize that only half an hour had passed before sheriff's deputies came to his door and arrested him. You guys, what gives you the right to arrest me? The white man is rather an enabler. We test of your own free will. I didn't force them, they volunteered, and clamoring for the embassy. The result naturally drew a scolding from the vigilantes, who were furious after watching the video. And how could they let go after catching the culprit? Disturbing the public order and corrupting the public morals. A security officer was about to punish him with the Public Order Act, but was stopped by another colleague. Don't be in a hurry. Lock him up for 24 hours first. Let's send out a bulletin and see if anyone reports the case. Okay? Why not? The sheriff didn't bother with what happened to the whites, and backhanded the official issuance of a detention notice. Today,
We arrested a foreign outlaw who is suspected of forcibly molesting a number of women on the street.
If any enthusiastic citizen can provide the appropriate evidence,
he or she will receive a $1,000 bonus.
We will keep the whole thing confidential.
The notice went out and it didn't take long for 2 women to report for registration,
identifying them as the victims.
The original crime of disturbing the peace has been transformed into a crime that constitutes forcible molestation of a woman,
with a sentence of up to 5 years imprisonment. Sure, these don't affect Cam Young. At this time,
Yang Jinrong was still sitting at the dining table,
waiting for Yen Yan's meal.
Yen Yan carried the steaming casserole towards the table.
Chicken soup is here. Duong. A large casserole of chicken soup was placed on the table. Yang Jinrong was filled with consternation. Not takeout. Did she make the stew herself?
But it's still not right.
Eat. Why are you looking at me? Yen Yan pushed the bowls and chopsticks in front of Yang Jinrong,
and smoothly gave him a bowl of chicken soup.
Quite thoughtful. Come and taste it. Don't worry. It's not poisoned. Good. Yang Jinrong nodded his head.
He looked at the bowl of chicken and soup that was clearly separated. He couldn't help but use his chopsticks to pull out a piece of chicken. Looking at the center of the meat still showing red color, the corners of his mouth subconsciously twitched, and he carefully asked,
Barrister Yen, this chicken water of yours, chicken soup has been stewed for a few minutes? Yen Yan said very seriously and earnestly. 10 whole minutes. Not a second more. Not a second less.
Yang Jinrong asked,
Did you start timing from the time you turned on the fire?
Of course.
Yen Yan nodded. The book says that tender chicken can be stewed for 10 minutes.
My stovetop comes with a timing function. I set it for 10 minutes and automatically tripped the fire off.
Yang Jinrong gave a very far-fetched smile. 10 minutes. Sister, what can you do in 10 minutes? Not enough foreplay. Wrong thing to say. 10 minutes in the winter can't even boil the water. And that's just the summer.
So I guess the water just boiled and you served the chicken soup down.
Look at this chicken. It's like it's blanched.
When the book says simmer for 10 minutes, it means simmer for 10 minutes after the soup has boiled.
How about this chicken soup? I'd better not drink it. I've been on fire lately. Do you have any boiled eggs? What's the point of making poached eggs when you have chicken soup?
Yen Yen gave himself a bowl of chicken soup, and used a spoon to send a whole spoonful to his red lips. His sexy lips lightly opened,
gently blew, and then drank the chicken soup. It's a little light. It feels okay. The flavor is not so good, but it's not bad.
At least the nutrition is there.
Just then the phone rang. Yu Huai. Boss, come over for lunch. To Ketsa House. Good. By the way, do you want me to pick you up?
That'll do. 2, Warding Road. An old lemon-colored looking townhouse. Yang Jinrong hung up the phone and got up to thank him.
Lawyer Yen, I have some urgent matters, so I'll take my leave.
Yen Yen blankly glanced at Yang Jinrong,
a pair of beautiful eyes showing a faint sense of loss, but did not stay. When you go out, help me close the gate. Next time it's on me. Yeo Jin-young hurriedly slipped away. This place can't stay. About half an hour later, Yu Huai drove over in a white Lincoln Cloud. The window lowered. Get in.
Yang Jinrong sat in the passenger seat and twisted his head to look at the back row full of snacks and drinks.
You're using the Lincoln Cloud as a van? How can a van be as good as this thing?
It's a great way to start a business. Yu Huai patted the steering wheel with one hand and pulled out a row of wanted milk from the back with the other.
Boss, want to drink? Yang Jinrong shook his head. Not really thirsty. Come on, let's go. Let's eat. Yu Huai threw the wanted milk back, started the car, kicked the gas, and sped out. When the wanted milk was thrown out of the corner of his eye, Yang Jinrong glimpsed the date of production. Soon, the two arrived at the delightful Moon Building, 3rd floor box.
It was only when Yang Jinrong and Yu Huai walked into the box that they found another acquaintance.
Yang Jinrong, nice to meet you.
He stood up and offered his hand in greeting.
Nice to meet you. Cam Young shook hands.
In his heart, he had already roughly guessed what Yu Huai meant. Yu Huai has indeed changed.
The former cynicism, the former impulsive and easy to anger.
And now he can even take the initiative to cooperate with He Ji, who once arrested him and almost sent him to jail.
The change. To say it was a turnaround would be an understatement.
There was no talk of any entrepreneurial endeavors at the table.
It was very much a simple meal. One meal later,
Ho Chi took the initiative to excuse himself.
Yang Jinrong and Yu Huai also went downstairs. How did you work with him? No shares, not dividends. Help him out with a pile of trouble. Boss, don't worry. I won't be stupid enough to send myself in again. A gentleman doesn't stand under a dangerous wall. I'm in a different kind of partnership with him now. And I even helped him send a few results in yesterday. Are you going back to school? No. I've got to get back to the warehouse. There's a couple of guys coming in to pick up some stuff. Just the wanted milk I just gave you. Batch by the ton.
4 boxes for about 66 cents.
Sell them 24 to 29.
1,000 rows to start.
Just don't break the law. Don't worry.
I'll never go into that hellhole again in my life.
Yang Jinrong looked at Yu Huai's current appearance, and inexplicably thought of the saying, if the money is gone, you can earn it again, but if your conscience is gone, you can earn more.
But this stuff isn't illegal or immoral.
Super cheap expiration date food that many people are willing to pay for.
When Yang Jinrong and the others were kids,
they couldn't even eat it if they wanted to. For example, the boxed Wanzai milk.
The normal retail price of $2.50 a carton.
Expiration date 98 cents a carton. As long as you can find a pickup channel. You can't spend all the money you make. You simply can't spend it all. Remember one thing, money doesn't come out. Yang Jinrong reminded gently. Don't worry boss, you still don't know me? Look at the car I'm driving. Linkage cloud. Change one a day to drive. The first few days I eat, drink and sleep in the car he. The laughter. Why does it feel like a bit of a silver bullet? You guys, what did you do in the car?
Don't worry. I just replaced this car and the passenger seat is usually clean.
Yu Huai started the car. A couple minutes later, Yang Jinrong went back to school. Yu Huai then went out again. He hasn't been going to class lately, and never went back to the dormitory. Another, riskier and potentially more beneficial path was chosen. The future is anyone's guess how. Nothing happened for the next few days. Cam Young was notified to go to the sheriff's department to collect the reward, including firefighting hero banner, bravery and courage award medal, a bonus of 100,000 yuan, and an award for a house 60 square feet in the downtown area of Linhai City. The only pity, the house is clear water.
Yang Jinrong also had to spend his own money on renovations.
Can't move in straight away. Zhuge Lili's wedding will come.
Yang Jinrong thinking in the end to send some gifts good,
and have not seen Zhuge Lili's fiancé. I do not know the two families in the end like what. The time wobbles. Come the weekend.
Yang Jinrong promised the old dean to help him go back to deal with the old house leakage problem.
But unfortunately, Yang Jinrong's Ducati is no longer available.
Otherwise he can ride his bike back and save a lot of time.
Gotta get a C license for that.
Yang Jinrong with a big bag of things.
After taking the subway, and then change the bus, and finally back to the orphanage, cannot help but sigh.
Have a driver's license.
He can buy a car,
or the whole linkage to the cloud to drive a little bit is also good.
Brother Cam Wing is back. Cam Wing Dove, you con me. Have I grown taller? Dove, here's a big peach for you to eat. Uncle Huang Wei said, eat a peach. You can have peach blossom lukta.
Yang Jinrong had just returned to the orphanage.
He was surrounded by a group of little kids. Well-behaved and cute little kids. Unusually knowledgeable, one by one.
They circled around Yang Jinrong, telling him interesting stories that had happened recently.
Who just called me Uncle Huang Wei? At this time,
a young man of similar age to Yang Jinrong walked out from the room.
He glared at the children. Call your brother? Do you hear me? Slightly. Just Uncle. Uncle Big Wang Wei. The kids were all joking around with their tongues out, happily romping around. Jinrong, finally ran into you. It should be that you come back less.
The two hammered each other's shoulders and smiled at each other.
Huang Wei is an orphan at the same time as Yang Jinrong. The two grew up together. But Huang Wei did not like to study, often mischievous, early into society. Drinks for lunch? Huang Wei blinked. I fixed 2 Moutai back.
The old dean drank too much last night and is still passed out in bed. Yang Jinrong was also convinced by this guy. I still have to go see the old dean's old house in the afternoon.
It's leaking. I'll fix it for him. That's fine. We'll drink tonight. The group finished lunch.
The old dean also finally came to his senses and led Yang Jinrong and Huang Wei to the old house. Old houses in the suburbs.
Old and broken. There is no property either.
The old aunt who was originally contracted to clean the neighborhood has recently fallen ill.
And the neighborhood is a messy, smelly mess everywhere. Gramps, why don't I buy you a new house? The old green kind. Huang Wei playfully joked. Asterisk off. Keep the money for yourself. And if you can't spend it all, send some money back for your younger siblings to go to school.
The old dean glared at Huang Wei in a bad mood, seemingly angry with him for getting drunk last night,
and blew his beard and eyes out. Look at your unreliable appearance. You're in your 20s and you're not looking for a wife. Collect yourself. Don't be playful all day long. Didn't Jinrong not find a wife either? Huang Wei laughed, wrapped his arms around the old dean's neck. Old master, I'll introduce you to an old partner chant. Dancing gaga good. That waist section. The famous leading dance. Go go go. No decent shape.
The old dean Liang Shuahai was this joke whole old face is red.
Coincidentally there are a few neighbors to greet. Hear this conversation.
The old dean on the spot social deaf.
Hurry to the old house at a quick pace. Steps to the 4th floor. Except for the old age of the house. The ventilation and light are not bad. The house is quite old, but other than the 2 areas that leaked, it was clean and tidy and items were neatly organized. The balcony, the bathroom, they are leaking badly. And my downstairs neighbors told me once the other day that they bought a new house and moved out. So they didn't rush me that much, the old dean said. A little guiltily, the keys were given one to me. When I get back to mending, I'll go downstairs and clean them up. Leave it to us, you old man can go back. Huang Wei patted his chest and assured, it's not just a water leak. Simple, me and Jinrong too. Half a day to fix. Go back for what? You guys go about your business and I'll see what I can do. The old man was still chattering in the room. And Huang Wei felt like he was listening to heavenly books. Yang Jinrong and Huang Wei both checked it out. Found out this thing leaks too much. And water leaking from the leveling layer, mud and sand under the tiles. The surface brush waterproof coating is useless. Either knock out the floor tiles, redo the waterproofing, and then lay the floor tiles. Or you have to look for a professional non-leakage team to be able to do so. Get a team of professionals to fix the leak. Huang Wei scratched his head and said with a bit of embarrassment. He had just patted himself on the back and bragged about it. Aha! Yang Jinrong nodded. Huang Wei hurriedly took out his cell phone. In 69 the same city on the search for leakage, and soon came out a large block of leakage information. He sifted through, looking for a good evaluation. Call over to ask. They quoted $199 for a balcony leak and $299 for a bathroom leak. After Huang Wei reported the address, he hung up the phone. It doesn't feel expensive. It's acceptable. I'll pay for this. Yang Jinrong cleaned the room. Just in time to repair the leak master came over. 3 people, 2 young tall and strong, an older uncle, carrying a black equipment bag. Hi guys, here's our card. Call us for any future leak repair needs. The older man smiled and handed a business card to the old dean. It was a quick glance for him to recognize the old dean as the homeowner. Yang Jinrong glanced at the business card. JAC Professional Leak Repair. Xianggui Wu. Let's test and determine a plan to fix the leak first. As soon as they entered the room, the trio started fiddling with the instruments, looking particularly professional as they conducted a leak test, poking and prodding here and there. Not for a while. Wu Xianggui walked to the side of the old dean, with a serious frown, said, "You've been in this room for too long. That is, the previous floor tiles are more durable. Only the floor tiles are good, and the sand layer below is all broken. And the severity of the leakage is far beyond expectations. Can it still be fixed?" The old dean asked with a worried look on his face. "Yes, it can. It just needs to be done in a different way of patching the leaks. Slightly more expensive." Wu Xianggui hesitated for a moment before saying, "How much is the estimate?" Huang Wei inquired. Wu Xianggui patiently said, "This is not allowed to count. We give the program. Is injected into the professional imported leak-fixing glue, a pound of 68 yuan, depending on how much to use. Some homeowners only use a few pounds. Get it right. That didn't amount to much." Huang Wei laughed. "Hurry up and get it done. We still have to go back for a drink in the evening. Don't delay it by repairing it too late." "Okay, Xiao Jiang and Xiao Hai. You guys go downstairs to the car and bring up that bucket of glue imported from Berlin. And then bring up the glue injection machine," Wu Xianggui commanded. And the 2 tall and stout young men obediently went downstairs to move things. Wu Xianggui checked back and forth in the room again. "I'll give you a free big checkup once. No charge, idle anyway." He didn't wait for Yang Jinrong and the others to nod, so he examined himself. Not for a while. Wu Xianggui suddenly said, "You guys come over and take a look. This room is also leaking. 2 in 1, over 8,000 words, 15,000 today, short of over 6,000 words. Should be fine. Keep the blades and send them next time. Right, please ask for tickets. Yo, please order all of them. Yo." End of chapter. 092, Oil paper bags. Sky-high fees, extortion, backbite. The old dean, Yang Jinrong, and Huang Wei all came forward. One wall of this room is near the bathroom. The possibility of water leakage exists. The 3 men watched carefully. It doesn't seem to be leaking, does it? Not a trace of water damage at all. Huang Wei observes from left to right. Indeed, no water damage was found, only a few mold spots. Mold and mildew is not unusual in old houses after years, especially in the spring and summer. Rainy season, high temperatures, easy to grow mold. Cleaned and cleaned year after year. Will grow back. Dean, this place, has it ever leaked before? Yang Jinrong turned his head to ask the old dean. There shouldn't have been one. Ryo Hakai recalled it carefully. No leaks have been detected at this location over the years. Just because it didn't leak before doesn't mean it won't leak in the future. He took out another instrument and punched a hole the size of a small thumb in the spot. Pull a little bit of sand out of it. You guys come over here and see if it's wet. The old dean padded over to take a look. It's a little damp. It's not damp anymore. Touch it, Wu Xianggui signaled.
The old dean followed his cue, reached down and pinched up a bit of sand and rubbed it with his fingers.
It's a little wet, right? I never lie.
Wu Xianggui was very satisfied with the result. He said with a serious face,
prevention is better than cure. How about managing leakage? This kind of thing. There are 2 guidelines. The first is better early than late. The second is better to prevent in advance than to repair after the fact. Kind of makes sense.
The old dean nodded.
How many years of warranty do you have on this leak-proofness? Yang Jinrong asked casually. How many years? Wu Xianggui laughed a little. Little brother, aren't you laughing at us? We are the glue imported from Berlin. Let me put it to you this way. Even if the service life of this house expires and the house collapses, our glue is still intact. You've heard of the German system, right?
Wu Xianggui seriously popularized how powerful his family's glue was.
It's the same country that repaired the sewers in our country more than 100 years ago. And they repaired the sewers, old and good, for 100 years, without having to worry about breaking down.
Oh, Yang Jinrong hurriedly nodded his head.
This I know. Many people on the internet have talked about this oil paper bag. Yes, it's called a grease paper bag.
Yang Jinrong continued to cudgel. They all say that even if it breaks down, they can find brand new parts wrapped in greaseproof paper in the nearby sewers.
Admire, admire, admire. See, I was right. A great sign that even the young people recognize.
Wu Xianggui by Yang Jinrong so a cudgel.
More complacent up. Boasted. So that we this glue. He is a lifetime warranty. 5 years, 10 years, 100 years do not bring bad. Aha. Huang Wei was stunned. Why do I feel this phrase is so familiar? Sticky airplanes, sticky cannons, sticky trains that don't fall off the track? Yang Jinrong, Senior Dean, Wu Xianggui. At that moment, 2 other men returned carrying a machine. The 2 men put the heavy machine on the balcony, not forgetting to complain. It's too hard to climb the 4th floor of this stepladder. The boss has to add money. Just kidding.
Wu Xianggui smiled at the old dean and turned his head to curse with a smile.
Xiao Jiang Xiao Hai, you guys go carry the glue up again. Remember, use that bucket of Berlin imports.
Speaking of the 4 words Berlin imports,
Wu Xianggui also deliberately aggravated the sound.
The 2 Xiao Jiang and Xiao Hai turned around and went downstairs. Then I'll start getting all the spots out and get ready to start.
Wu Xianggui first walked to the balcony, plugged the machine into the electricity, and then began to pound it.
He took a handheld instrument and tapped it on the ground, then marked the spots with chalk, and after marking 8 or 9 positions, he began to punch holes in the spots with the machine he had just lifted up. The buzzing of piercing beeps continued. The old dean covered his ears.
Huang Wei, take the old dean down for a sneak peek. Yang Jinrong smiled and said to Huang Wei, go yourself, old dean. I've got to keep an eye on this.
I'm afraid they won't be attentive and do a good job.
Huang Wei excused himself. All right,
I'll go down there myself, and I'll have a word with my old neighbor.
Lian Shuihai confided in the 2 men and went downstairs to chat with his old neighbor. Not for a while. The 2 of them, Xiao Jiang and Xiao Hai, came up carrying a large bucket of glue. The glue comes in a clear plastic bucket. The bucket had a series of English words written on it. I thought it was imported from Berlin. Why is it all in English? Huang Wei pointed to the text on it and wondered, don't they all speak English in Berlin?
Xiao Jiang spoke with full concern.
Yeah, what's so strange about that? You've never been to Berlin. How do you know people don't write in English? Xiao Hai heckled and stood up, staring at Huang Wei along with Xiao Jiang. Both men were over 5'9",
and with their stocky builds,
they were intimidating.
The atmosphere of the scene became tense all of a sudden. The swords are drawn. Huang Wei was subconsciously taken half a step back by this powerful oppression.
Yang Jinrong took a half step forward without any trace.
The color of the gods is unchanged.
In his mind, he was already thinking about how to strike first, in the fastest way possible, to gain the upper hand. What text? It's all the same, it's all the same.
Wu Xianggui rushed out to round up the situation.
He commanded Xiao Jiang Xiao Hai 2 people to carry the glue to the balcony. The 2 sneered and glanced at Huang Wei with contempt, their eyes provocative. Huang Wei was already very upset in his heart. It's just so hard to go back to the nursing home for once. He didn't want any trouble, don't want to get old Dean in trouble. Thought I'd hurry up and get the leak taken care of.
Wu Xianggui took 2 people and started punching holes in the balcony.
3 people punching holes speeds things up quite a bit. Just a few moments of work. Just punch all the holes. You 2 go to the bathroom and hit check. Remember, you must check in detail. You can't leave any position behind, or you won't achieve the best results in waterproofing and patching. Wu Xianggui commanded the 2 men. After the bathroom, there's that room next door, the row by the wall. That needs to be tested. The 2 men lazily lifted the machine, went to the bathroom, and began buzzing the holes.
Wu Xianggui himself set up another machine, with a white pipe inserted into a bucket of glue and a needle as thick as a barbecue skewer on the other side. He started the machine and injected glue into one of the holes he had just punched. Huang Wei had been staring carefully. Just a few moments of work. He was surprised to find a large bucket of glue with a big chunk missing to go with it. No, Master Wu. You put so much glue in this one hole for me? Huang Wei hurriedly called out to Wu Shangue. How many pounds of glue have you hit now? Let's see Wu Shangue examined the bucket of glue for a moment, then laughed. This is not much. I guess it's a small few pounds. A few pounds smaller? Huang Wei raised his eyebrows. His voice subconsciously enlarged by a few decibels. Only a few pounds here? Your bucket of glue is at least 50 pounds, right? You've knocked out a quarter of it, right? A hole hasn't even been punched out yet. A dozen pounds punched in. 68 pounds of glue. That's $1,000 gone. The more Huang Wei spoke, the louder his voice became. I'm Nima. The promised 199 a balcony. Came and told me that it could not be dealt with. It had to be glued. When it could be said that it was a few pounds to get it done. Now for one hole, a dozen pounds of glue went in. Charge 1,000. This hasn't stopped yet. There's more to fight. A balcony with 8 or 9 holes. Spend over $10,000 straight up? I couldn't have spent that much on this by knocking out the floor tiles, re-waterproofing and retiling. The more Huang Wei thought about it, the more angry he became, and his voice became a little bit louder. Who are you going to hit? At this time, Xiaojiang Xiaohai, who was punching holes in the bathroom, suddenly rushed out at the sound. The two men glared angrily at Huang Wei. What did you just say? You're going to hit my dad? Say it again if you dare. Asterisk asterisk. How dare this sprinkler? Curse? The two of them didn't care what the facts were, and they pointed at Huang Wei and cursed angrily on the spot. Wu Shangue is playing dumb. It seemed deliberate that the two sons would give Huang Wei a hard time. When did I curse? Huang Wei is also angry. He is also fearless than he up to the lanky Jian Hai two brothers. Retorted. You put aside to play me? Said good door-to-door repair 199, and then said glue can. A few pounds to get it done, and now a hole in the hole to play in $1,000. 8 or 9 holes. Is not one of our balcony leakage. Need to spend more than $10,000? Aren't you guys just plain blackmailing? Huang Wei angrily rebuked. Young man, you can eat nonsense, but you can't talk nonsense. Only then did Wu Shangue open his mouth, accusing Huang Wei. The construction plan for the glue. It was you who agreed to it, and only then did we start the construction. I have not guaranteed from beginning to end exactly how much glue can be put in. I just give an example. There are other owners of the balcony, only spent a few pounds of glue, and patched it up. Now this balcony of yours, with a hole punched in for a dozen pounds of glue, can't be blamed on me? It's your house that's to blame. It's too old and too dilapidated to need so much glue. Wu Shangue shrugged off the responsibility completely. The two Xiaojiang and Xiaohai also picked up the conversation. That's right, this shabby old house is still a walk-up 4th floor. If we had known we wouldn't have taken the order. Go and ask around. Is that the quote for the whole market of masters who can fix up old, shabby little houses like yours? If you're really good at this, why don't you buy a new house? And why are you fixing it here? If he could afford a new house, would he care about this trifle of fixer-upper money? Oh, the two dumped the pot without forgetting to taunt Huang Wei. They knew the ray all hold down was the old dean. With the old dean out of the picture, they weren't afraid to offend Huang Wei and spoke with impunity. Huang Wei just wanted to open his mouth to retort, but he was pulled by young Jinrong. Stopped him. Huang Wei sort of calmed down a little bit, and he immediately said, we don't need you guys to do it. Little brother, are you sure you don't want us to do it? Wu Shangue let out a laugh and said with a pinch, if you continue to look for us to mend it, we will only charge for the glue, but if you don't use us to mend it, then you'll have to recalculate the price. Door-to-door fee, inspection fee, moving fee, drilling fee. These don't come cheap. Wu Shangue smiled and said kindly, but his words, and yet it's not good at all. Do the math on how much. I'll give it to you guys without you having to do it. Huang Wei was already feeling very uncomfortable with the words and behavior of these three people. He'd rather pay for it out of pocket. Nor are they willing to let them continue to do it. 600 for 203 at the door. Inspection fee of 600 for 20 together with 30 holes. When Wu Shangue saw that the threat did not work, he switched to the ruse of settling scores, carrying charges, going up the stairs, and we don't charge much for that either. 50 for one person, 150 for 3, and the glue we just put in. Together it's 68 a pound. I'll weigh it out and count it. We're always fair and square. Add it all up and it's over 2,000 anyhow. Wu Shangue followed the good advice, and his tone became kind. If you don't let us do the construction now, all this money, it's all for nothing.
back or have to other construction team to do. The price still have to spend so much. Do you want to think about it? If you can't figure it out, you can call that old man up just now and let him make the choice. If you were a normal person, you'd hear 2,000 for nothing. It must be heartbreaking. Don't want to waste that money. Begrudgingly, it will be agreed upon. But Huang Wei's character is not this kind. He would rather spend more money than see people who upset him continue to make money. Not to mention, this money, it's not certain yet. What kind of bull ***** charges are you guys making? Huang Wei took out his cell phone. Pure extortion. I'm telling you, I can give you the money for the glue, but for the other expenses, I won't give a dime, or I'll report it to the police, and let the vigilantes handle it. Wu Xiangui's eyes immediately sank. The two brothers, Jiang Hai, even surrounded Yang Jinrong and Huang Wei. What? You guys can't afford to pay, or do you want to renege? Kid, you'd better think carefully before making a decision. What do you mean by extortion? It's you who wants to renege on your debt and not keep your word, not us who are extorting. The two bit back. The atmosphere of the scene once again became saber-rattling. Great to have a word. It's about to start a fight. Yang Jinrong pushed aside Huang Wei, who was playing with two stones in his hands, a smile on his face as he looked at the trio and laughed. Are you guys sure you want to do it here? Crooked day. It's not finished. It's not finished at all. I've been writing all day, and I'm completely out of it at night. I have to go to bed and code tomorrow. End of chapter. 093. Don't be too angry. Send it to jail. Open the treasure chest. Requesting subscription. Do it? What's the point of moving? We're just being reasonable. The two brothers, Wu Jiang and Wu Hai, blocked in front of Yang Jinrong, their movements skillful and their lines familiar. One look at this kind of thing and you don't see a lot of it. Handle it with ease. The two men were bullishly tall and overwhelmingly dominant for ordinary people. There's no money, so either call the police and settle this, or settle it here. Huang Wei didn't bring a wimp either. He stole a handful of long plum blossom starts and stuffed them into Yang Jinrong, signaling the latter to protect himself. Young people should not be too angry. Wu Xiangui said with a smile, you take the initiative to call us door-to-door repair leakage. Blue before we also asked you. You agreed. We just carry the machine on the floor. The price is also with you to say goodbye. I usually are 98 pounds of glue. Take the initiative to give you a discount counting 68 pounds. Enough benevolence and righteousness to the end of the right? But what about you? Going back on your word. A sudden demand for a work stoppage. I've agreed to the work stoppage. And as long as we pay what is due to us, let's call this thing a loss and make friends. It turned out well. You are still not willing to pay the money, but also backbite us? Slander us extortion. Heaven and earth conscience. We folk laborers work, but also earn a little hard money. Sell a little strength and technology. Earn a little money. Wu Xiangui said truly, as if it really is that they have suffered a great deal of wrongdoing. This acting, even when you look at the acting world, it's pretty bombastic. It is as if the two of them, Yang Jinrong, bullied the migrant workers and owed them wages in bad faith. 10 evils. The ability to turn black and white into right and wrong is a masterpiece. The Yang Jinrong duo are clearly victims. Being said so by Wu Xiangui, he became the aggressor instead. He, Wu Xiangui, became the poor forced victim. This is if you record a video and send it online. It can definitely cause countless netizens to fight for it and cyberstorm the two Yang Jinrong Huang Wei. This Wu Xiangui is not only a little something, but a lot. Underestimated the man. Yang Jinrong couldn't help but admire Wu Xiangui's ability to turn black and white right and wrong. Those who run the show really do have a few tricks up their sleeves. Pitfalls all require strength. In the beginning, young Kem Ling didn't know much about the leak-fixing piece of the puzzle. Seeing how these three initially acted, it gave the impression that they were quite professional as well. Further, the old dean was anxious to fix it, lest the downstairs neighbors say so. Yang Jinrong also agreed to let them fix the leak. But when Yang Jinrong smelled that pungent glue flavor, found that this thing is fishy, and then look at the other side of a hole, enough to inject more than a dozen pounds of glue, more certain of the heart of the guess. Darkness has fallen into the hole dug by the other side. Whether the glue they injected into it will fix the leak is another story, but that's the price. But it's the pits of the pits, the giant pits. He just searched the internet on his cell phone, found this industry to be a huge pitfall. The water is deep. Yang Jinrong, if he didn't meet it, forget it. Now that you've met yourself, naturally, they will not let Wu Xiangui's gang continue to pit themselves against each other. Yang Jinrong thought about how to send this sure group of people in. That's a little over $2,000. Not enough to make a case. Crux. This set of practices on the other side is a legal loophole, a gray fringe, and does not constitute a violation of the law. The sheriff's office won't even bother with such a dry call to the police. Do you deserve to be called migrant workers? Huang Wei was about to scold back, but he didn't want the old Dean Liang Shuehai to come back at this time, and he was saying goodbye to his old neighbors in the building. Hearing the old Dean's voice, Huang Wei hurriedly gathered his emotions. Pay the money. I'll give it to you. Huang Wei's voice lowered quite a bit. He can fight with these three people. He can also fight with these three people to the end. Whether it is the police, or a fight, can be accompanied, but he is not willing to let the old Dean know. Is not willing to let the old man worry. 370 yuan. I'll give you guys to transfer the microblogging it. I'll give it. Yang Jinrong said. He didn't want to worry the old Dean either. Originally he had a follow-up plan. Intended to send these three in, but think of the old Dean. Yang Jinrong also chose to do the same as Huang Wei. Old people don't want to be too tossed around. Much less do you want to see yourself in trouble with your children. As for this leak, go back and get it redone. It really can't. Yang Jinrong found someone to redecorate this old house. Or buy him a set if you want. This side of the country is a remote area in the suburbs and the prices are not expensive. Yang Jinrong saw Wu Shangui take out the QR code. So before Huang Wei paid the money. Is it done so soon? Liang Shuehai walked to the door and saw that Wu Shangui's trio was leaving, and hurriedly inquired, why are they leaving? Just ask them. When Wu Shangui saw the old Dean, he immediately changed his face and became very kind, speaking with a touch of aggression. Followed by his two sons, he carried the machine and glue and left downstairs. What happened? Senior Dean inquired. It's okay. Huang Wei explained. It's just that I don't think they're skillful. I don't want them to get it. Later Jinrong and I will go to look for other masters, and try to get the house leaking tomorrow Sunday. The old Dean obviously didn't believe Huang Wei and turned his head to Yang Jinrong. Wei is right. Those guys just now are not skilled. Old Dean doesn't need to worry. Yang Jinrong secretly passed the plum blossom starter to Huang Wei. He saw how Wu Shangui had just reacted to the old Dean and had a feeling that they wouldn't let this order go. Definitely going to find a way to make money on this one. Yang Jinrong plotted in his mind. Okay. Liang Shuehai could be said to have unconditional trust in Yang Jinrong. Old Dean. I don't think this patching solution is a good idea. Why don't we knock out the floor tiles, re-waterproof it, and lay new floor tiles? Huang Wei took the opportunity to make a suggestion. I estimated that knocking out the floor tiles and redoing it all over again wouldn't cost too much. 10,000 or so would be done. I'll pay for this, with the just glued-in patch solution. Whether it works or not is another story. And the sheer cost is more than the price of repaving. Took a loss of glue to fix a leak. Huang Wei doesn't even want to go to the next one. In fact, Huang Wei guessed correctly. The entire leak repair industry is pandemonium. A big difference. There are countless homeowners who have stepped into the pit. The old Dean raised his wrinkled head, looked around the old house and seemed to sigh. This old house carries too many memories and past events. Neighbors and old friends who used to live here have gone and left. Many people advised me to sell this old raggedy little house. Anyway, not often come to live. But I can't let go. The two young Jinrongs quietly listened to the old Dean's memories. This house was bought by him for his wedding back in the day. Decorating scheme selected with my fiancé and decorating materials chosen. But then something went wrong. The fiancé, who has been in love for years, finally appears in the marriage hall. Accidental death. The love of the older generation is simple and strong. The old Dean hasn't been in love since. Commitment to public service. Keep yourself busy. Forget that buried pain. It's no wonder. I've never been able to let go of the old house. Don't even want to move on the renovations. Yang Jinrong two people also kind of understand. This house is best to repair leaks. Cannot move the floor tiles. Do not move the floor tiles. Old Dean, you rest first. We'll go find a master to mend the leak. Huang Wei volunteered. Well, don't stay up too late guys. If you don't find it, we'll talk about it tomorrow. The old Dean was concerned. Don't worry, Huang Wei assured. We'll be able to find it soon. I remember in the past, near the labor market, a lot of leak repair masters. The old Dean nodded. That's good. Yang Jinrong and Huang Wei both went out. The last time I was looking for it was at 69 Homestead. Can no longer trust this app to find a regular repairman. Let's go to the labor market. Huang Wei proposal. He took the phone navigation. It shows 12 kilometers away. There is a labor market. Usually this kind of repair and fix the leaks of the master. Both will put a sign at the labor market, waiting for the right person. Wei, you go alone for a bit. Yang Jinrong suddenly said. I suddenly remembered that I have something urgent to do. Huang Wei froze for a moment, then nodded. Send it, then I'll go look for it myself, and call if anything happens. Aha. The two separated. Huang Wei went to the labor market more than 10 kilometers away to find a master to repair the leakage. Yang Jinrong, on the other hand, bought half of a chilled watermelon in a small supermarket,
Asked the boss for a plastic spoon. Came to the downstairs of the old dean's house. Found a stone bench a little bit to the side. Sat on the stone bench, and enjoyed the chilled watermelon by the spoonful. It's delicious. After Yang Jinrong finished off a small half of the watermelon, Wu Shangue did fold. It's called keeping a watchful eye. Only Wu Shangue was seen going up the stairs alone, and only after about 10 minutes did he come downstairs. The old dean won't be fooled by him, will he? Yang Jinrong's eyes flickered with a stern color. People like Wu Shangue, sure is insatiable. If they get away with it after whoring the 2,000 or so for nothing, as long as they don't run into Yang Jinrong in the future, nothing will happen. But he, Wu Shangue, is still not dead, and still dares to come to the door. Yang Jinrong ate the watermelon, stood up beautifully, threw the watermelon rind into the garbage can, folded his body and went to buy another watermelon, which returned to the upstairs. Dean, eat melon. Yang Jinrong handed the watermelon to the old dean. The latter held the watermelon. It's quite heavy. It looks like it should taste good. I taught you how to choose a melon when you were a kid. Haven't forgotten, have you? Remember, look at the vine on the handle of the melon. If it has no hairs it's ripe. If it has hairs it's raw. Yang Jinrong laughed. The old dean was very satisfied with Yang Jinrong's answer. And the sound of knocking, the crunchy sound, that is a good melon. The sound of empty drums, that is overcooked hollow melon. Aha! Yang Jinrong nodded. He casually asked, right, Dean, just now that Wu Shangue came up for what? Oh, he said he lost a gadget, looked for it, didn't find it, and left. Okay, by the way, why didn't you go to the labor market with Wei? He said he could handle it alone and told me to come back and play. The two chatted casually. The old dean cut up the watermelon and asked Yang Jinrong to eat it with him. Yang Jinrong had just eaten half of it, so how could he still eat it? Faking a bad stomach. I politely declined. Bad stomach? The old dean was concerned. You've got to eat more soft food, you know? Aha! The corner of Yang Jinrong's mouth twitched. This soft rice is not another soft rice. Simply means thin rice porridge or something like that. After a long time, Huang Wei called back and said that the press could not find a master to repair and mend the leak. The industry seems to be monopolized a little. No matter where you go to look, the uniform is a JAC patch. I specifically went to other vans that say they specialize in repairing leaks. And guess what? They started to promise well, but as soon as they heard the address I quoted for the leak repair, they all refused to come. I asked several in a row. All the same result. Huang Wei grumbled. Damn. I seriously doubt this industry has formed a gang. Odds are it's called the leak repair gang. Be confident and remove the doubt. Yang Jinrong laughed a little. It must be Wu Shangue and the others who are causing trouble. You come back first. We'll figure it out tomorrow. Wait for Huang Wei to come back. The old dean learned that he did not find a master who repaired and patched the leaks, but also did not get angry. He pacified. Then, for the time being, regardless of the first, really cannot. When I ask the old neighbors, see if they have any acquaintances to do this. Huang Wei returned to the old house. The three of them then went back to the orphanage together. Today was kind of a non-event, and lost over $2,000 for nothing. Huang Wei gas is not light. The house leaks a water, but also cannot find a normal repair master to repair. Really slippery. Almost to the orphanage. Huang Wei pulled Yang Jinrong and turned to the old dean. Dean, you go back first. Jinrong and I will go buy some food. The old dean nodded. Well, don't buy too many of you. Summer, they tend to spoil. Don't worry, we know in our hearts. When the old dean leaves, Huang Wei then pulled Yang Jinrong and said, guess who I just saw on the road? Wu Shangue? Cam Young guessed. No. What Wu Shangue? Huang Wei lowered his voice. Do you remember when we went to middle school together? There was a girl with a thieving body, double ponytails, melon face, called Li Qin. Remember? Don't remember. Yang Jinrong shook his head. He thought Huang Wei had seen Wu Shangue. Didn't realize. This guy's thinking spans so much. 1 second he was chatting indignantly about Wu Shangue, and the next second he started to chat about the girl. During his junior high school years, Yang Jinrong was completely obsessed with his studies and couldn't help himself. No attention to girls at all. Not to mention the names of the girls in his class. Even the name of his female classmate. He doesn't remember. Only, the girl had a mole on her chest. Don't get me wrong. Seeing the mole was also purely accidental. Go. I just saw Li Qin working at that honey snow iced orange milk tea store on the side. Go ask her if she has a boyfriend. Huang Wei egged on. Come on, ask yourself later. Yang Jinrong shrugged. This guy. You can't walk when you see a girl. The two of them walked for a short while before arriving at the milk tea store where Li Qin was, called Honey Snow Iced Orange, which felt a bit cottage-like.
What are you two drinking? Riken was keeping her head down,
wearing a tight white t-shirt on top,
denim shorts and knee-length black silk underneath,
and stepping on a pair of black piggyback shoes as she busied herself with making a cup of milk tea.
3 cups of Yangji mana. Huang Wei smiled and said, "Beauty, add more sugar. I like it sweeter." Packing?
Only then did Li Qin raise her head and look at Huang Wei,
and the moment she saw Yang Jinrong,
she froze for a moment.
The mind wondered, this man is so handsome, and so on. Does that look familiar? Haven't we met somewhere before?
Li Qin handed a cup of milk tea to another customer and walked over.
Looking at Yang Jinrong,
a touch of surprise appeared on her face with delicate makeup.
She blinked, the false eyelashes on her seat fluttered slightly. Handsome man, you look familiar. Ah, hey Riken, do you have to be so hurtful? Huang Wei man is numb. I'm Nima.
I should have known better than to ask young Kam Ling to come alone.
This guy is too handsome. Every time they go out together, they are all stolen the limelight. There are pretty girls. 100% of them are looking at Yang Jinrong. How do you know my name is Riken?
Li Qin froze for a moment, and then memory seemed to come flooding back as she pointed at Huang Wei and Yang Jinrong, saying with a hint of uncertainty in her surprise,
I remember. You too. It seems like you were junior high school classmates? Seen too many dudes to remember us? You too. Want 3 cups of Yangji mana? One more drink on you. Che, old classmates meet and buy a cup of milk tea?
The two had a conversation. Yang Jinrong was not a fan of Li Qin and did not have any intention of wanting to chat, sitting by himself on a stool outside the store, thinking about how to bring the 3 Wu Shangui people to justice.
Right.
I still have a bronze treasure chest I haven't opened yet.
Yang Jinrong's eyes lit up, and so on. Opening a treasure chest has to be a ritual. Shower and dress and burn incense. There has to be, right? Nope. I'm not a Taoist priest. I'm an Bachelor of Laws. The ritual has to have something to do with the penal code, right? Yang Jinrong recited the criminal law in his mind. Article 1, in order to punish crimes and protect the people. This law is enacted in accordance with the Constitution and in the light of our country's concrete experience in the fight against crime and the actual situation. Learn from the past. MO after about 10 minutes. Only then did Yang Jinrong call out the system in his mind. System, come out. I want to open the bronze treasure chest. Host, confirm to open the bronze treasure chest now? When opened, you can randomly obtain skills, items, money, consumables, etc. Is it confirmed? Confirmed. The ceremony has been performed. Is there any reason not to open it? After Yang Jinrong confirmed it, before his eyes appeared a mysterious and infinite splendor visible only to him. A bronze-colored ancient treasure chest entwined with mysterious runes appeared amidst the radiance. With a command from Yang Jinrong, the bronze treasure chest opens with it. Congratulations to the host for obtaining. First one shift to suppress the shock. The second one will be a little late. It's Monday, so I'm begging for recommendations. End of chapter. 094, Baji Fist. Despicable and shameless. Kindness for bullying. The second shift begs for subscription. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 copy of the Grandmaster Baji Fist and Spirit Potion. 8 Extremes Fist Note. In literature, there is Taiji to settle the world. And in martial arts, there are 8 extremes to settle the world. Fist method is fierce and violent. The momentum is compelling. Not out of the box. Once out of the box, there will be serious injuries. Please be sure to pay attention to the host to use the occasion. Spirit Potion Note, consumables. After use, it can make the spirit 100 times. No need to sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. No sleepiness. The body knows no fatigue. It can be stored in the system backpack, and the host can extract it at any time when he needs to use it. Please make sure that the host is careful to use it. Side effects: if the host uses it in an untimely occasion, it may make the other person bear no birds. Yang Jinrong, who had originally heard the notes on the 8 Extremes Fist, was quite excited. It wasn't until he heard the note on this spirit potion that he felt bad about his entire being. What do you mean? System? Is this the bus to kindergarten? Yang Jinrong was spitting out that the system drove everywhere. Suddenly felt that in all the limbs and bones of the body, there was an extra stream of subtle and mysterious energy, like the power of the flood, stirring in every cell of Yang Jinrong's body. At the same time, he had even more countless fight experiences and knowledge in his mind, especially the 2 fists and arms, but also has an inexhaustible force of rigidity. It's all as enlightening as it gets, and yet it seems to be all natural. His ability. It's like being born with it. Skillful. Let's make it up. Is this the Grandmaster's 8 Extreme Fist? Yang Jinrong's heart was like waves rolling and whistling. Shocked beyond words, his heart shook. Too strong. It's not comparable to fighting skills at all. The Baji Quan that I missed in the beginning. I finally got it now. As expected,
Yang Jinrong is aware that what he has done will surely attract the revenge of his enemies.
Nowadays, having Baji Quan is tantamount to having an extra guarantee of life. The only thing that worries him is guns. Zhao Haiba's diehard henchman Lao Mo, after fleeing, life and death unknown, although he was shot several times, seriously wounded and dying, but also jumped into the Pu River. Yang Jinrong still felt a sense of crisis exist in his heart. According to the normal plot, this kind of person usually have a better life expectancy. Even if he only has a 1 in 1,000 chance of surviving, it's still a deadly threat to me, because I'm in the light, he's in the dark. If he's alive, I'll have to think about devising a trap to lure him out. I should be able to get a bonus from the sheriff's department for capturing or killing a dangerous man like him, too, right? Yang Jinrong's heart thumped. While Yang Jinrong was thinking, the conversation between the two of them, Lai Qin and Huang Wei, continued to be heard in his ears. Since you don't have a boyfriend and I'm single and noble, why don't we get together? How about it? Huang Wei flirted as he sucked on his milk tea. Che, just you. Still want to chase me? Ricken, however, struck out. Can you afford to feed me? Can you afford it? How can you not? Huang Wei smiled. It's not just a house and a car. The price of housing in this neighborhood is not expensive. Make an effort and take a set or no problem. I don't care about the house or the car, but, Li Qin heckled. She took the latest model fruit phone, pointed at the front camera, took a look in the mirror, felt that the pupils and false eyelashes as well as eyebrow tattoos were perfect, and then said with her chin tilted up, you have to give me pocket money, at least $200,000 a year for my pocket money. Yang Jinrong, who heard this, froze. Not to mention Yang Jinrong, Huang Wei, who was still serious, was also stunned when he heard this pocket money of $200,000, followed by him suddenly laughing. What are you laughing at? Li Qin glanced at Huang Wei, and her gaze peered over to Yang Jinrong's side again, but did not get a reply from Cam Young. For a girl like that, Yang Jinrong could only say 2 words. You'd better keep selling your milk tea. You just said that to get you. You have to give $200,000 pocket change. The original seriousness on Huang Wei's face had all but dissipated long ago, replaced by a cynical smirk. A year, right? Right. Ricken grunted the word pair out of her nostrils. $200,000 a year, $17,000 a month, $507 a day, $24 an hour. The playful smile on Huang Wei's face continued. He bent down and picked up a coin from the ground, $1 in denomination, and tossed it to Ricken. Li Qin stared at a pair of pupilized eyes, false eyelashes lifted, and coldly snorted. What do you mean? Huang Wei said in a serious manner. It costs 24 to get you an hour. 40 cents a minute. $1. Give me 2.5 first. Asterisk 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 off. Li Qin cursed angrily and slammed the coins in her hand at Huang Wei. Huang Wei was quick to catch the coins. What are you doing? Can't I pay in installments? What can't be paid in installments now? That fruit cell phone of yours. It's also paid in installments, right? Why can't I pay in installments? GNMGB. Lai Qin rushed to Huang, great scolding. Contemptuous. On your shabby and downtrodden like, with the rice phone, stinking beggar, but also want to pick up the old lady. How far away to roll, how far away? Ugh. Huang Wei sighed and shook off the flowing sea. Great beauty Lai. I'll give you a word of advice. Why don't your excellency rise with the wind, and rock up to 90,000 miles? Ricken? What do you mean? You're calling me names again, aren't you? You're not gonna stop, are you? Looking at Li Qin's murderous gaze, Huang Wei laughed. I'm not cursing. I'm saying, why don't you go to heaven? Ricken. Yang Jinrong, good boy, went out to mix with society for a few years. Cursing actually has some culture. Gone. Huang Wei pulled Yang Jinrong and quickly left the place. The mood is dead. What a bummer. Behind her, Ricken broke into song. Huang Wei plugged his ears. It's changed. Times have changed. Back when she and I were still at the same table, she wasn't this kind of girl. Labor's first love. Huang Wei covered his ears with his hands and looked up to the sky. This isn't your first love. It's a crush, right? Yang Jinrong blankly glanced at Huang Wei. Do you want to buy a drink at night to drown your sorrows? Yes. Huang Wei clapped his hands together and exclaimed that it was a good idea. The two ran to the nearby food market and bought a whole lot of ingredients. Chicken, duck, fish, goose, beef and mutton, prawns and shells and crabs, and also bought a lot of brine for the wine, and bought drinks and cola juice for the children. By the time the two had bought their groceries and returned to the orphanage, it was completely dark. Dinner. The kids were all cheerful as hell, just like New Year's Eve. Yang Jinrong, on the other hand, was dragged by Huang Wei to drink, not beer. Instead, it's authentic flying mutai. The old dean was a little scared because he drank his head off yesterday,
so he just took a shallow sip to quench his thirst and didn't refill his glass.
Huang Wei, on the other hand,
can be built with vigor, thanks to Yang Jinrong's good capacity for alcohol.
After building a night, he was only slightly drunk.
I suspect you boys deliberately went looking for excitement purely for an excuse to drink.
Looking at Huang Wei, who was constantly greedy for a drink, Yang Jinrong couldn't help but spit. Ha ha, you saw it coming. Huang Wei also does not hide. To be honest,
suddenly see old classmates. There is so little nostalgia for the past feeling.
At first chat with her quite happy. Just did not expect. She will say so 200,000
pocket money a year.
This must have seen how much online toxic chicken soup.
I wouldn't dig her half as much if she even said, "You're a good person."
Huang Wei shook his head. That's it, don't talk about her. Come on, keep drinking. Us two brothers, it's got to be years since we've had a drink together. Also, Yang Jinrong nodded. When the two were studying together, they were really iron buddies with Huang Wei. School bullying. Huang Wei the first to rush up. The teacher corporal punishment. Huang Wei will also take the initiative to take the blame. Of course,
Yang Jinrong wouldn't drag his feet, although he was the good old boy.
He knew the school rules better than anyone else and often offered advice.
The two had teamed up as kids to send the unbeatable school bully away.
The expulsion kind.
The teacher who physically punished them also suffered, was criticized by the principal in front of the whole school, and lost his performance bonus. The two of them were blindly chatting about their childhood through their drinks. Instead, it felt like that's when the real joy was. Grow up. It seems that pleasure has nothing to do with you.
Yang Jinrong drank openly, and I don't know what time the two of them drank until they passed out. Early morning. After getting up early to take care of the children,
the old Dean Liang Shuihai was going to go for a little morning exercise when he received an unfamiliar phone call.
Hello, who is it? Hello. I'm the one who waterproofed and patched your house yesterday. Wu Xianggui.
On the phone came Wu Xianggui's voice.
He said as if to please.
Originally today we arranged for other construction site work, but the result is that the owners suddenly changed the time.
Our family, there is no work to do today. Wu Xianggui opened the game by playing the emotional card. He knew all too well the sympathy that flooded a kindly old man like the old dean. Just say, there is no work for the family.
Several mouths are waiting for food,
and there are old people and children at home, and you will get 100% sympathy from the elderly. He used this routine, tried and true, 100 times over. The family has grandchildren enrolling in the fall soon and financial difficulties.
Wu Xianggui continued to sell misery and said,
we are also destined to be. So how about this? I will give you a little discount.
Finish yesterday's work,
and never charge you a penny more.
May. The old dean wanted to say.
Huang Wei and Yang Jinrong said that your work is not done well, but on second thought, this is too much of a blow, and he, who is soft-hearted, feels a little sorry for people. Don't you be in a hurry to say no first.
Wu Xianggui seems to be very patient.
You spent more than $2,000 yesterday. The injection of glue. If you do not continue to finish today,
then yesterday's more than $2,000
can really be a waste of money. The glue rushed to continue to do it before noon today, but also can be glued. Whose money comes from the wind, right?
Waste the $2,000.
You also heartache, right?
These words again spoke to the old dean's heart.
He didn't care about his own money, but cared about Yang Jinrong and their group of children's money. I didn't realize I spent over 2,000 yesterday. If it's a waste, it does hurt too much.
The old dean was already soft,
and with the other party selling out and begging for mercy, he ended up playing the wasteful card. And,
I've already bothered Yang Jinrong and the others yesterday.
They're both drunk today and still sober.
The old dean naturally didn't want to cause any more trouble for Yang Jinrong and the others.
The old man, always thinking of your children and grandchildren.
Eventually he agreed with the other man.
Tell you what, I'll be there in about 40 minutes or so you guys can come over early and finish the rest of the construction.
Okay, we'll leave now and make sure we get there at the same time as you. Wu Xianggui hung up the phone and laughed out in triumph. The old dean made a point of going to a nearby cash machine to withdraw money before heading to the old house.
A couple minutes later, Liang Shuihai arrived at the old house, has seen a written JAC leakage, professional waterproofing, repair and dredging and other words of the van. Early parked downstairs. You're here, hurry upstairs. We even carried the machine and glue to your door.
Wu Xianggui hurriedly greeted him and said with a smile.
He even wanted to reach out to help the old dean Liang Shuihai with the bag in his hand. Ryogakai refused. He led the men upstairs, and sure enough there was glue and machinery at the door, and opened it to let them in.
Wu Xianggui was light on his feet and instructed the two Wu Jiang Wu Hai to install the things.
He then smiled and Liang Shuihai said, you can rest assured that this leakage repair, we are professionals, sure to give you the perfect, not a drop of water leakage. but also lest the downstairs neighbors complain. Is not it? Aha. The old dean nodded. Overall, roughly how much will it cost? I've spent over 2,000 yesterday. It shouldn't be too high, should it? It's not expensive. Don't worry.
Wu Shanggui smiled and pointed to have installed a good hose.
Began construction of the glue vat. Laughed. You see, we have just brand new unpacked glue,
which is the best material imported from Texas.
Domestic simply cannot compare.
Usually we are charged £268.
Today, see your good face, we'll give you £199. Ha!
Liang Shuehai thought he heard wrong and hurriedly asked,
didn't you say £68 yesterday? That one. Yeah,
that's the Berlin stuff.
That one's not as good as this one. This Texas import is better.
Wu Shanggui was very patient.
You see, yesterday that one still had a smell. Today this one is not a little smell? Seeing Liang Shuehai was still a bit hesitant. Wu Shanggui, on the other hand,
started to change his method and dumped the pot on the old dean's head.
You just gave us permission to do the construction as well, and we just unsealed the brand new glue, right? Once this glue is unsealed,
it will clump and be completely discarded.
You can't leave us to carry the loss, can you?
Okay. The old dean sighed inwardly.
I feel like I'm getting more and more confused as I get older. How do you let someone do construction without asking for a price? I've never done this before. Is it true,
as my old friend from yesterday said,
that I'm on the verge of Alzheimer's? He looked around the house. The heart can't help but feel a little sad. He didn't want to get Alzheimer's,
and he didn't want to forget about this place and her.
Wu Shanggui see the time is ripe. Hurriedly give two sons wink. Let them speed up the injection of glue. At the same time he also assured Liang Shuehai, you can rest assured. One-time construction. Lifetime warranty. I will give you a free warranty for 70 years. And write a warranty card for you.
This house will never have half a leak again.
Aha.
Ryo Hakai was still drowning in nostalgic sadness as he subconsciously asked,
about how many pounds of glue do we need for the budget?
Don't worry. It will never be more than 20 pounds. Wu Shanggui patted his chest and assured, I won't charge you for the excess. The old dean checked with him repeatedly, determining that it was no more than 20 pounds.
He let it go.
That's under $4,000. He gritted his teeth and could take it.
Ahem.
At this time an old master on crutches appeared outside the door.
Yo, Shuehai, you're here again today?
When the old dean saw his old friend Zhang Yuanzhao coming over, he hurriedly walked over to help his old friend. The two chatted very slowly. Zhang Ido invited Liang Shuehai to his home for tea. We had a great conversation yesterday and it would be great to talk again today.
At their age, seeing each other once is less. It's a luxury to be able to talk once. The hospitality is hard to resist. Liang Shuehai could not refuse. So he went back to his home with his old friend Zhang Yuanzhao, drinking tea and chatting. Buzz. Wu Shanggui hurriedly instructed his two sons to quickly inject glue, starting with the bathroom, which has a sinkhole and can inject more. The three men carried the machine and glue quickly to the bathroom. The machine is turned up to maximum power. Inject glue as fast as possible. One by one, the holes were filled with a large amount of glue by them, until close to noon. It was only the old dean and his old friend, Zhang Yuanzhao, who helped each other and returned to the old house. Is the construction finished? The old dean asked towards Wu Shanggui who was working on the room. Right away. Right away. The balcony and bathroom are done. 100% no more leaks. Over the hum of the construction came Wu Shanggui's reply. Wait a little. 3 minutes. 3 minutes were promised, but 10 or so minutes passed. Along with the glue bucket was sucked dry. Wu Shanggui stopped construction. Two old friends are chatting today. The old dean Liang Shuehai suddenly saw a big bucket of glue were used up. Then some anxious. Together with how many pounds of glue? This bucket is 100 pounds. Wu Shanggui grinned. What? Ryoga Kukai was stunned. 100 pounds? 199 a pound. That's 20,000 bucks. Liang Shuehai pointed at Wu Shanggui and trembled. Didn't you say before that it wouldn't be more than 20 pounds at most? Why did you use so much glue? You could have patted your chest with me and guaranteed that it wouldn't exceed 20 pounds. Not much. Wu Shanggui fussed. I am to ensure that no more than 20 pounds. A hole no more than 20 pounds. Together with a dozen or 20 holes it. The old dean was so angry that he almost lost his breath. What's the difference between that and getting a haircut for only 20 bucks and having to end up charging 20 bucks a hair? You are extortionists. The assholes of society. Scum. Zhang Yuanzhao was so angry that he struck the ground hard with his walking stick. He supported the old dean and looked at Wu Shanggui angrily. If this was put on the battlefield, I would have to arrest you guys and behead you. Hey, old thing. Who are you scaring? Wu Hai, who was tall and lanky, close to 2 meters, walked out. And on the battlefield, why don't you say the emperor's era? The old dean was really pissed off.
He covered his chest and lifted his breath. It was agreed that there would be no more than 20 pounds, and that there would be no charge for the excess, and now you guys are weaseling out of it, saying that there are 20 pounds in one hole, a whole bucket of 100 pounds all used up. What's this like?
He listened to Wu Shangui's several mouths waiting to eat, a family without work,
grandchildren in the fall to enroll in school to pay tuition fees, before he softened his heart.
In the end,
kindness was exchanged for meanness.
How can there be such a shameless person in this world?
The most basic trust between people is trampled by people like Wu Shangui.
Who told you 100 pounds together? The same strong Wu Jiang walked out from the bathroom.
He screwed a large empty bucket in his hand.
Thud, threw it to the old dean's feet, sneered and said, "Here is another bucket. You this house, together with our 2 buckets of glue, a total of 200 pounds. Slightly late, more than 5,000 words. Ask for a ticket at. I'm going to kill them tomorrow. Absolutely awesome."
End of chapter.
095, Deception. A tawdry operation that shatters the crowd. Jedi counterattack.
Kneeling down and begging for subscriptions and followers. Hearing Wu Zhang's words, both the old dean and his old friend Zhang Yuanzhao shivered with anger.
200 pounds. Do you know what 200 pounds is?
Zhang Yuanzhao hit the ground hard with his walking stick to express his anger.
200 pounds is enough to cover the entire floor of the house. You guys, 200 pounds of glue. How did it hit the bottom of the floor? Could this floor eat the glue? You guys just bully us old people into being easy to fool. Thinks old people have Alzheimer's, so good at cheating, right? Zhang Aichao is right. Even if the entire floor of this 60-square-foot old house is paved all over again, it won't take 200 pounds of glue. Now with just 3 leaks. I was told that 200 pounds of glue was used, simply away from the original grass. It's outrageous. The facts speak for themselves. And the facts are that we injected 200 pounds of glue in order to repair your house. In order to fix the leaks in your house, Wu Shangui said in an old-fashioned manner. First, before we constructed, we got your consent. Second, we 200 pounds of glue all injected into the floor under the tiles. If you are questioning, you can plan to open the floor tiles to see. In addition, our construction process, there are still photos. Third, if you want to cheat and not pay, we immediately call the police, so that the whole neighborhood all know what kind of person you are. It was the opposite of his previous ingratiating face. Wu Shangui has torn off his disguise. Construction is now complete. Against an old man like Liang Shuihai, who had never done anything bad in his life, they had 100 options for collecting construction fees. The old man who has had a good reputation all his life is most afraid of losing it late in life. This kind of person is too good to hold. This is the key to the emboldened trio of Wu Shangui. Just call the police. Zhang Yuanzhao trembling from his arms to pull out the presbyopia to put on, and then feel out his son to buy him a smartphone. Slow movements. He was about to press the demon spirit, but Wu Jiang shook his hand, hit his elbow, and the phone also barred, fell to the ground. You! Before Zhang Yuanzhao could curse, I heard Wu Jiang heave a laugh. Old man, are your hands shaking so much that you can't even hold your cell phone? Don't blame me. I didn't run into you. I'm far away. Or else, if you beg me, I'll be so kind. Maybe I can consider calling the police for you. You're bullies. The old dean picked up the phone and found that the screen had been shattered and the screen was black. He tried not to get angry. He was afraid of having a heart attack. He covered his chest. You 3 have no regard for the law. You are simply lawless, specializing in the matter of fraud. Will not have a good end. Who? Hawkeye. Zhang Yuanzhao saw that his old friend was so angry that he couldn't breathe, and hurriedly pacified him. Don't be angry. Don't be angry, I'll call my nephew to deal with it. Zhang Yuanzhao was wounded in battle some years ago and did not leave an heir. So he has been treating his nephew as his own son all these years, and his nephew is filial despite his busy schedule. Forget it. Don't bother your nephew him. He's busy working. The old dean covered his chest and assisted with Zhang Yuanzhao, walking to the sofa and slowly bending down to sit down. Throughout the process, Wu Shangui's 3 men, with their hands clasped on their chests, stared coldly. Don't pretend. Hurry up and pay the money. Otherwise everyone in the whole neighborhood will know what kind of people you are. Defaulting on the wages of civil workers. Disrespectful for the old, relying on the old to sell the old. Wu Hai said indifferently. You guys don't want to be old and late, do you? That's why my dad won't let us throw paint, scatter plutonium paper money, smear dog's blood and all that. Otherwise, if you didn't pay an hour later, you'd have to go through this house all over again. Wu Zhang's words were even more ruthless, a direct threat out of the blue. It's not like they haven't done this kind of thing before. Hurry up and pay the money, old man. No one will be better off if things get out of hand. Even if it goes to the sheriff's office, you'll still have to pay the money in the end. Wu Shangui said coldly.
I have the patience to wait. I am afraid that my 2 sons do not have the patience to wait.
You also know, young people, easy to be impulsive, may do something stupid, when, your face is not guaranteed, are almost in the ground for the age,
but also reduced to others on the dinner table laughingstock.
Is not worse? You.
The old dean was so angry at the words of the 3 that he couldn't speak.
You'll never get the money, Zhang Idao said in a hard voice. Old thing, I advise you to mind your own business. He's the one who owes us money, not you, and if you keep putting aside your words here, we'll run to your house later and repaint your front door. Wu Jiang threatened again.
Your nephew will also receive a surprise package at his place of work.
Wu Hai laughed recklessly. Will your nephew be fired from the company because of this? That would be pathetic. Gee, it's scary to think about.
Wu Jiang Wu Hai 2 people you a sentence and I a sentence.
Shelved to sing a double read. For a while,
the 2 sides were at a standstill. Every time the old dean tried to call the police, he was interrupted by the other side for various reasons.
In the orphanage, near noon,
Yang Jinrong just woke up leisurely.
Had a little too much to drink last night. It's good to get up in the morning with no headache. After washing up,
Yang Jinrong woke up Huang Wei and had breakfast and lunch together.
Wait for the 2 to finish eating. Where did the old dean go?
Yang Jinrong questioned a few children who were playing around him.
Grandpa Dean, he seems to have some kind of emergency and is out the door.
Probably went to get speedy heart pills.
How can that be? Grandpa Dean is in good health. I think he went to play chess at the What's His Name park. I think Grandpa Dean may have gone square dancing yesterday. He said he was going to be the lead dancer. A bunch of assholes. You and me. None of it is right. It's all I think. When did the old dean go out? Yang Jinrong asked again.
This is not a difficult question. Immediately a child replied.
It left in the morning. Quite early.
It's almost noon and the old dean hasn't come back yet.
I'm afraid he hasn't encountered something, right? Huang Wei was concerned. Yang Jinrong mused slightly. He guessed roughly. I'm going to my room for a bit. Yang Jinrong went back to his room.
He opened his computer and clicked on a cloud surveillance. He downloaded the surveillance video and saved it. Only then did he turn around and go out the door.
Rushing to Huang Wei,
the old dean went over to the old house and ran into trouble.
Let's hurry up and make a trip. Monitoring is a small camera installed by Yang Jinrong yesterday after eating watermelon and folding back. The size of a thumb.
Comes with a small battery.
Infrared sensing. When someone appears, it will record the video and upload it to the cloud space. And when there is no one, it will be on standby,
including audio and video recording functions.
Law students,
it's normal to carry around some audio and video gadgets and place them if needed.
When Huang Wei heard this, he was immediately startled. Old house? What kind of trouble? It can't be that gang from yesterday. Looking for trouble again, right? Yang Jinrong, let's get there first. The 2 set off immediately.
When the 2 rushed to the downstairs of the old house,
they happened to see the 3 Wu Shanguwei, wrapped up in the old dean downstairs. Old dean, what do you 3 want? The 2 of them, Yang Jinrong and Huang Wei, blocked the way of the 3 Wu Shanguwei. Your old dean, who owes us $40,000, is going to fetch us the money, and you'd better get out of the way. The 2 of them, Wu Hai and Wu Jiang, stepped forward and said aggressively.
The 2 men were already tall and imposing, and standing on the stairs added a bit more of a Tarzan-like aura. The eyes were even more fierce and brutal,
staring viciously at Yang Jinrong and Huang Wei. Hurry up and let go of the old dean. Huang De bellowed. I don't care if you owe money or rob. Let go of the people. At this time,
Zhang Yuanzhao inside the house walked out on his crutches.
Trembling, he said toward the 2 Yang Jinrong below. The 3 of them are the scum of society scum. Hurry up and call the police. You report Demon 20. Yang Jinrong instructed Huang Wei. Huang Wei didn't understand for a moment. What's the point of playing Demon 20? Shouldn't we be fighting demon spirits? Let's just say someone was hurt. Yang Jinrong didn't explain much,
while he himself took a step upwards.
3 of you, no matter what means you use to make the old dean owe money, if you hold someone hostage, you have already violated the criminal law. If you don't want to go to jail, I would advise the 3 of you, think twice before you act. Yang Jinrong secretly prepared the strength of Baji Quan. He actually wanted to try it. The power of the 8 fists, especially when combined with unrestricted fighting styles. How ferocious will it really be? Sure, he's not going to kill anyone. It will be kept within the bounds of self-defense. And this kid isn't even scared?
Wu Shanguwei felt surprised in his heart. He stopped his 2 sons who wanted to rush down to do it.
They men the leakage gang always only play dirty, will not explicitly violate the law.
Wu Shanguwei looked at Yang Jinrong. Your old dean called us over for construction in the morning,
and chose our better Texas imported glue,
199 pounds.
And after getting his permission, we constructed the building,
using a total of 200 pounds of imported glue,
And after the construction was completed, he tried to cheat and not pay. Young man, are you here to pay for him? Wu Shangui's words can be said to have shifted all the responsibility to the old dean's head. He was clearly the one who took advantage of the old dean's sympathy and begged for the construction to continue. It turned out that when it came out of his mouth, it was the old dean who told them to come to the construction. It was clear that they intentionally used the so-called Texas imported glue, but it became the choice of the old dean, who was not even given a choice at the time. The old dean struggled, trying to explain. There was no need to explain at all. Yang Jinrong didn't believe a single word that came out of Wu Shangui's mouth. So you guys want to hold the old dean hostage to get the money? You guys are guilty of robbery. How is it robbery if he doesn't pay and we want our construction money back? Wu Jiang said with a face full of disdain. Even if the sheriff comes, it's still the same reason we have a case. Wu Hai was equally indifferent to the call. Okay, let's wait for the sheriff then. Yang Jinrong walked to the old dean's side. Ignoring the three, he held the old dean. Go back to your room first. Take a rest. Don't worry. I'll take care of it. Ugh. The old dean had a million self-loathing in his heart. He should never have believed in Wu Shangui's bull sympathy, and caused such a big trouble. The two of them, Wu Jiang and Wu Hai, still wanted to make a move on Yang Jinrong, but were stopped by their father, Wu Shangui. It didn't take long. Sheriff's deputies, in police cars, were the first to arrive. Comrade Vigilante, here's the thing. Wu Shangui spoke up first, and began his art of inverting black and white, right and wrong, and distorting the facts. Two comrades of the security forces, you assess the reasoning. We want to get back what he owes us for the construction fee. Reasonable, right? Aha. One of the older vigilantes named Ho Qingfeng. He nodded first, but the next words, but let Wu Shangui speechless. You this 40,000 yuan to repair the leakage of the construction fee. Ha, I see you guys are in the morning to drink fake wine, right? Suburban sheriffs are not as organized as urban areas. There's not that much to say or do. Comrade Vigilante, heaven and earth. We migrant workers never tell lies. It's all about real construction costs. 199 pounds of glue. We beat in 200 pounds. Construction photos. Empty buckets after construction. We can all keep them. These are the evidence that we spent $40,000. Wu Shangui tried to weasel out of it, but Ho Qingfeng pressed not to listen. He waved his hand. I've seen a lot of your kind of routine. Don't have nothing with me? Said the real price. A few $100. I'll let them pay. That's it. What? A couple $100? What's the point of sending out the beggars? Wu Jiang Wu Hai stormed out on the spot, and the two of them stood up in a prancing manner, clenching their fists. You guys want to assault a police officer? Ho Qingfeng reached for his backside. Frightened Wu Shangui hurriedly rounded up. No. Give us 10,000 guts, but also dare not attack the police. Comrade magistrate, we just cannot accept. This glue can be imported from Texas? We imported a caddy on the, which knew that Ho Qingfeng interrupted him. Which Texas? Wu Shangui, that is. Ho Qingfeng didn't bother to listen to his nonsense, interrupted him again and continued to ask. Imported? Show me the import tax invoice, and show me the information related to imports. These words asked Wu Shangui completely speechless. Sign it or not. Ho Qingfeng is very experienced in dealing with this kind of person, without any unnecessary nonsense, directly setting out his attitude. Can't sign. Wu Shangui is trying to weasel his way out of this one. The sound of an ambulance came from downstairs. Jin Rong. Huang Wei cast an inquiring glance. Finished. He just followed Yang Jinrong's instructions and dialed Demon 20. And now that people's ambulances are here, no one is injured at the scene. Who called the ambulance? The downstairs doctor got off the car and shouted toward the upstairs. Just now Huang Wei only reported a building and unit number. Did not report the door number. Here. Yang Jinrong waved his hand toward the bottom. The doctor looked up to the fourth floor and rushed towards the upper floors with the nurse. Several people in the room looked at each other. No one's hurt. Even Ho Qingfeng froze. This young man? What the hell? Not for a while. The doctor arrives. Two nurses beside him with stretchers. Who needs saving? These two old men. Yang Jinrong pointed at the old dean and Zhang Yuanzhao. No need for a stretcher. We'll carry them down. Old dean? Zhang Yuanzhao? Everyone else in the room was dumbfounded. What the hell? How does anyone need an ambulance? The two old men look fine too. Huang Wei. One back. Yang Jinrong carried the old dean and commanded. Huang Wei was quick-witted. Although he didn't fully understand. Only a little bit. But he very much cooperated with Yang Jinrong. And without any further ado, a hand carried Zhang Yuanzhao. Be careful. The nurse lady saw that Yang Jinrong was handsome, and she also thoughtfully helped to support the old dean a little.
Yang Jinrong took the lead and carried the old dean down the stairs.
Huang Wei was close behind, crunching fast.
Zhang Zhanzhou on his back was still in a state of bewilderment.
Just get in the ambulance. The vigilante hurriedly followed, and so did Wu Shangui's 3 men. The old dean in the ambulance and Zhang Aichao bewildered. We did not suffer.
I know you guys haven't lost any weight.
The food has been good lately.
Yang Jinrong interrupted the two as he turned his head to look at the vigilante.
My family's old dean was terrorized by the 3 of them, and was so frightened that he had a heart attack. Saying that,
Yang Jinrong also reached out and pressed the old dean's heart. The old dean took the pain and subconsciously screamed ouch.
See?
Yang Jinrong repeated the same trick and went to press Zhang Yuanzhao again.
Hiss.
The latter sucked in a breath of cool air.
The 2 old men were not only by Wu Shangui father and son. 3 people. The heart attack scared out of the body. There are a number of complications. Yang Jinrong explained as he instructed the doctor. Doctor, when we go to the hospital, we request a comprehensive examination, inside and out.
From the smallest cells and organs to the largest brain and body.
Aha! The doctor didn't care about other conflicts. He only cared about treating the patient and saving him. When he saw the patient getting into the ambulance, after the registration was done, he urged, the old man shouldn't stay in the car for too long. He has to leave. Something to talk about when he arrives at the hospital. Come a family member to accompany. Yang Jinrong signaled Huang Wei to go. Remember, all expenses are invoiced. Don't skimp on money. Tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. I'll give you a WeChat transfer to do a comprehensive examination. As long as it is a complication related to any ailment, the best medical treatment should be chosen. Huang Wei hurriedly nodded and got into the ambulance,
followed by the sound of dripping dirt.
The ambulance drove away quickly. By this time,
Wu Shangui was considered to have completely understood.
You're ing blackmailing us, aren't you? Jussie, meals can be eaten indiscriminately, but words cannot be spoken indiscriminately. Yang Jinrong frowned. He looked at the vigilante Ho Qingfeng. Comrade vigilante. They previously pushed, shoved and intimidated the 2 old men, causing the 2 old men to fall ill. The 2 old men are too old.
I'm worried that if we don't send them to the hospital,
their lives will be in danger. Didn't do anything wrong, right? Aha. The corner of Ho Qingfeng's mouth twitched inadvertently. You kid. What a tough guy. You're spitting blood. What proof do you have that we shoved and terrorized the old man?
Wu Shangui was so angry that he jumped to his feet.
Comrade vigilante. He's bloodthirsty and slandering us. We're the victims. It's obvious that they owe us money.
Ho Qingfeng ignored Wu Shangui and looked at Yang Jinrong.
Do you have any evidence? This thing, right? It does have to be about evidence. Of course I have. The corners of Yang Jinrong's mouth rose slightly. Are you kidding? I don't have any evidence. How dare I do that? You have proof? Humph. What proof do you have? Wu Shangui didn't believe it. Based on your one-sided words? Comrade policeman won't believe you. If you have evidence, show it. First shift. Second shift is later. But it's cool. The plot is absolutely hilarious and awesome. End of chapter.
Thunder and rainstorm power outage.
Ow afraid. Take 1 shift off. Happy Dragon Boat Festival everyone. This thunder is horrible. Woohoo. Sister reported me for peeping? Sorry.
I'm blind. Thunder and rainstorm power outage.
Ow afraid of. Being hand-typed. Please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. 096. Stealing the chicken. Hot topic. Script? Jia Jia Jia, Duan Wuan Kong. The evidence is certainly there. Yang Jinrong took out his cell phone, opened the downloaded surveillance video,
and handed it to security officer Ho Qingfeng.
What is it?
Wu Shangui was dumbfounded on the spot.
You're installing surveillance?
He subconsciously looked around the ceiling of the house.
But again, he didn't see any cameras. Watch your mouth. Ho Qingfeng chortled as he watched the video. Inside, it shows 2 brothers, Wu Hai and Wu Jian, blocking the 2 old men. Coincidentally, the lens of the surveillance camera, which happened to be able to see only the backs of the 2 men, completely covered the 2 old men, and it looked from the picture as if the 2 men were shoving the 2 old men. Surveillance video can also be heard in the voice.
Wu Jiang Wu Hai and the threat to intimidate the elderly. What splash paint nephews lose their jobs do not want a piece and other threatening and intimidating words.
Heard a clear and clear. Done.
Wu Shangui trembled inwardly.
NND. I'm afraid I'm not going to steal a chicken today. Not only did they not get the money,
but they had to bear the medical expenses of the elderly.
Wu Shangui and the 3 of them all set their eyes on Yang Jinrong, their eyes filled with hatred. Cam Young took all of this in stride. He couldn't wait for his opponent to do it now. The matter is very clear. You few, bullying the elderly to be easy to fool, deliberately using a large amount of glue, trying to blackmail money, and as a result,
pushing and shoving and intimidating the elderly, leading to the hospitalization of 2 elderly people. Magistrate Ho Ching-fong brushes down this sentence on the report registration form. Come over and sign. You need to bear the medical expenses of the old man, including but not limited to ambulance fees, examination fees, medical fees and so on. Specifically how much? Waiting for the hospital to issue the relevant certificate. Wu Shangui was a bit flustered. The 2 old men are in their 70s, aren't they? What part of the body of an old man of that age doesn't have problems? Once you're in the hospital, it's 100% possible to find something wrong. Even if he wasn't sick, the doctor would prescribe a bunch of drugs for the old man. They have to bear the burden of this stuff too? Isn't this ing worse than dole? No, comrade security officer. We are innocent. The great injustice. We just want to get back what he owed us, the construction fee. The old man play cross not to give. We are anxious. Just a few words. Look at their 2 old men. And nowhere hurt, right? Why should we pay? Wu Xiangui felt quite upset, but Ho Ching-fong didn't listen to him at all. He knew too well the way these people played their routines. Hurry up and sign. Don't delay. Ho Ching-fong glanced at Wu Xiangui. Don't bull ****** me? You're set. It doesn't work well with me. Other vigilantes might be at their wits' end with the likes of Wu Xiangui, but he, Ho Ching-fong, will not. We're not signing. Wu Xiangui shook his head. Yeah. Who are we to sign? That's right, those 2 old undead geezers. It's their own bodies that are failing and they're about to go into the ground. And they're trying to blackmail us? Both Wu Jiang Wu Hai also refused to sign. You too, watch your mouths. Ho Ching-fong swept his gaze over the 2 men and finally looked at Wu Xiangui. You don't think that if you don't sign it, it won't take effect, right? This is a filing letter, not an adjustment letter. He decisively wrote responsible party Wu Xiangui. Wu Hai, Wu Jiang, refused to sign in the memo column of the filing book, and then handed the filing book to Yang Jinrong. This place, you sign. Aha. Yang Jinrong looked it over. The other party bears the responsibility for the medical bills related to the 2 elderly people, etc. We took responsibility for actually not stating how much, just an approximation. No more than $1,000 for glue construction materials. It was the first time that Yang Jinrong had seen a case-breaking vigilante like Ho Ching-fong. Reasoning. A lot of sheriff's deputies dread coming across a case like today's, because people like Wu Shangui and the others are particularly difficult to deal with. Sure enough, when Wu Shangui stretched his head to see the casebook, both sides bear the responsibility. On the spot, clamored up. You are favoring them. I do not serve. What is your security number? I want to go to your higher departments to complain about you. Railroad Security Office Ho Ching-fong. Security number, Demon Hole Demon Dick Jojo if you want to complain. Hurry. Ho Ching-fong was completely unafraid. If I dare to handle you, I'm not afraid of your complaints. We're definitely going to complain. The 3 Wu Xiangui were not convinced and did not sign. You can appeal to a higher authority if you don't like it, or file a complaint. Ho Ching-fong said sternly, but if you try to escape, you will be classified as a net fleeing suspect and be wanted nationwide. You can't sit on high-speed railways, moving trains, and airplanes in the country, and as long as you show up in a real name place, you will have the risk of being apprehended. Think for yourselves. Both parties had previously handed in their ID cards for verification of registration. After confirming the responsibility of both parties, one person gave a return receipt. Ho Ching-fong then left with another vigilante who hadn't said much the entire time. MD, kid, you're dead. The 2 Wu Jiang Wu Hai surrounded Yang Jinrong. At this time, within the house, Yang Jinrong was only alone, while Wu Shangui was a trio. Go. Wu Shangui stopped his 2 sons who wanted to make a move, and he didn't dare to make trouble in the house now that he hadn't seen where the surveillance cameras were. Kid, you wait for us. This is not over. Not a dime of the medical bills, and not a penny of the $40,000 you owe us. The 3 of them put down their harsh words and turned away in indignation. Yang Jinrong shrugged. It's certainly not over. Just kidding. People like Wu Shangui and the others will only jeopardize more people if they stay in the society. If Yang Jinrong hadn't encountered it, it would be fine. But since he had encountered it, he would definitely have to send them all in. Prison is where you end up. We'll make a video later to remind the fans. After the 3 left, Yang Jinrong checked in the old house. This is a big game. Cam Young found the end of the bathroom. It's also speculated how the house was able to inject 200 pounds of glue. Wait 24 hours for the glue to set and this thing will be done. Yang Jinrong wasn't in a hurry either. He took a series of photos for evidence, followed by making a video, describing the causes and consequences, attaching a series of videos and evidence, but did not attach the results of the vigilante's treatment.
for fear of causing controversy for Ho Chingfeng. The video ends with a sentence. Unfinished business. To know what happens afterward, let's listen to the next decomposition. Several platforms. Synchronized release. Finished. Yang Jinrong gave Huang Wei a sum of money in the past, which is the past WeChat video. Hey, Jinrong, how's it going over there? Huang Wei was eagerly concerned. It's okay, deal with it. Yang Jinrong smiled. They are gone. The vigilante ruled the responsibility of the book. We bear within 1,000 of the cost of glue materials. The other side to bear is the two old people's medical expenses. These. Awesome. Huang Wei gave a thumbs up. I found out that it still has to be you who can solve this kind of trouble. By the way, the old dean and the old master Zhang Yuanzhao are fine. Inside and out. What can be examined? What can be tested? All of them have done one. Except for a bit of high blood pressure. The body is twice as good. Is it okay? Yang Jinrong was a little lost. Nope. Is feeling a little surprised. So old. There is no reason to have no problems at all. Huang Wei was stunned. Why do I feel a bit of a disappointed expression on your face? No. Watch out, I'll sue you for slander. Yang Jinrong glared at Huang Wei. You're like this. Talk to the doctor. Arrange for the two old men to stay in the hospital for 2 days. And arrange to care for them. Ha? Huang Wei was surprised. You need to be hospitalized if you're not sick? This hospital stinks of disinfectant. And the two old men are now clamoring to go back. Young Jin Yong, does the sterilized water stink? Huang Wei nodded. Of course. I can't even stand it. I want to go back. Okay. Yang Jinrong had a look of regret on his face. Still sympathetic to the second oldest though. You can't let two old men suffocate in the hospital. You arrange for them to come back. Yang Jinrong chatted with Huang Wei for a bit more before hanging up the video. Yang Jinrong opened the short video he had just posted. No surprises. The video is on fire. It's only been 10 minutes or so, and the comments have already broken 10,000 and the likes have broken 100,000. Jin Yong flipped through the video messages. It's surprising to find that a lot of fans have been stumped by the whole blue to fix a leak thing. Don't ask me to ask what I feel deeply about. I used 60 pounds, tears.jpg, waterproofing, fluoridation, and toilet flushing. 3 big potholes. I've stepped on all of them. You're okay here. 2 old people. They don't dare to move the old people. If a young guy, I think they definitely won't talk properly. They'll definitely do it. Exactly the same words. A toilet injection of 13,000 of glue is not yet good. And then I called the police. The results cannot find people. This line really set deep. I cracked.jpg. They're looking for a sewer pipe, right? If they hit the drain pipe, not to mention 200 pounds, he'll pour it in until dawn if you don't stop him. 199 a caddy. Play 200 caddies. If the average family encountered this, what to do? A year's income is gone. Yang Jinrong looked at the comments, and the more he read, the more shocking it became. So many people fall for it. He hadn't been exposed to this type of incident before either. I didn't realize that this pitfall of fixing leaks was all over the country, and that internet users from all over the country had been pitted against each other. This mending leak gang seems to have some origins. Yang Jinrong thought about it. If it's true that organizations like the leak repair gang exist, they become one with each other, scamming all over the country. Such a pitiful gang. The number of people is large. The means are dark. The average family, even if they're screwed, wouldn't dare mess with them. The odds are that you'll just have to admit to yourself that you've spent money to get rid of it. Do not pursue it and do not dare to pursue it further. And so on. If the leaky cauldron isn't just a bunch of crooks, a group this large that dabbles in other criminal directions would seem to also very easy to do. For example, drugs, human traffickers. Another example, like the News Sisters and their ilk, involves collusion with forces outside the country to gather intelligence in the country? Yang Jinrong frowned. This leak repair gang could dig deeper. He continued to scroll through the comments. Injection of glue to repair leakage 100% liar. The set and the year to sell cut cake to play the same. 3 years don't open. 3 years open eat 3 years. The accent of this business is basically the same. What they call the leakage gang, I have also encountered. Charge me 15,000. At that time, I was almost angry to cry. The police are useless. The police officer came, but also cannot deal with it. When you meet a scammer, you have to be tough. Don't give money first. Go through the judicial process, and also let them know that it takes time and effort to pit people against each other. Wanted to see what air conditioner removal charges. I was going to move it, but I heard that someone moved it from the master bedroom to the second bedroom for 1,000 yen, petrified.jgp, and I'm scared, tears.jpg. I think it is now young people, including myself, do not quite understand the price. So move the air conditioning. Leakage through the toilet do not look for on the internet. the pit chances are quite high. There is really a need to the actual brand name of the brand is called after-sales service. The brand site is also the same pit. I Meow TV blue screen. The official after-sales let me replace the motherboard. Charge me 12,000. I Nima. Are enough to buy a new one. And finally a certain treasure to spend $25. Upgrade the system. Perfect solution. A very large number of fans in the comments section empathized, posting their experiences of having been pitched. There are too many pits in this world. Young people don't understand these routines either. There's usually no concept of money either. So as long as the charges aren't outrageous, you'll basically bite the bullet and pay. Some young people are thin-skinned in good face. Wait for people to finish and then quote it a sky-high price. Even haggling and bargaining dare not. Can only recognize their own bad luck. Out of pocket. Turn back to eat noodles to spend the day. Cam Young posted another dynamic. I will take this matter seriously to the end. So let's wait for the follow-up. A lot of fans are squatting on the follow-up. They knew that this matter would definitely have a final answer when they met Yang Jinrong. Yang Jinrong positively should mend the leakage of the gang was quickly reported by other media competing. Many self-published media outlets have retweeted it. But after a series of cases, self-media, they don't dare to comment carelessly, for fear of being sent in by Yang Jinrong. The vast majority of self-published media reposts come with only the sentence, has anyone stepped into the same pit? He didn't even dare to mention Yang Jinrong's name. Where there are characters in the video, they have been coded and treated. The heat on this thing is flying fast too. It's vaguely on the verge of hitting the top of the hit parade. Now Yang Jinrong has become a hot topic character all over the internet. Every dynamic may rush to the hot search. Also at this time, the Sin the newspaper, with more than 30 million fans surprisingly also retweeted Yang Jinrong's video and commented, the recent network of highly controversial characters Yang Jinrong, and then encountered a bizarre incident. The old house to repair leaks, was charged 40,000 yuan. The truth behind the sky-high repair costs. In the end, let us continue to pay attention. Not only did Sin the newspaper retweet it, but even Pangbei News, which has more than 40 million followers, followed up with a report. Do not repair, do not know. A repair shock. The old house to repair the leak. Injected 200 pounds of glue. This station consults the relevant people. The logo is quite shocked. Under the floor tiles. It is almost unlikely that the injection of 200 pounds of the much. What is the reason behind the cause of this in the end? Looking forward to the follow-up treatment of Yang Jinrong. Our station will also send a reporter. Contact both sides. As soon as the two major media outlets spin this, it immediately drew a big buzz across the internet. The incident hit the hot list and the headlines in a very short period of time. Especially the last sentence of Pangbei News. Will send a reporter to contact both sides. This sentence seems simple, but actually hides a deeper meaning. Secretly questioning that there exists another possibility that Cam Young is directing his own play for eyeballs and traffic. Many netizens have seen this layer of meaning. A lot of people think it's very possible. Why? Because there are countless self-directed productions on the internet these days. Eel touchers, fishermen, and sea catchers. Even among the big internet celebrities with millions and millions of followers. There used to be a lot of self-directed actors and actresses. In the age of traffic, everything is about traffic. It can be by any means necessary. There can also be no downside. With the inclusion of Pangbei News and Sin the newspaper's retweets, the winds of the comments section underneath Yang Jinrong's video have gradually changed. Many netizens ran over to question the veracity of the incident. Is there a possibility of self-direction? What's more, in the guise of a Sherlock Holmes sleuth, a direct blind BB analysis, the event will be analyzed as a script. Yes, it's very good at carrying the pace and the tactics. Yang Jinrong used his big number to give a nod to Sin the newspaper and Pangbei News. This time, the old dean and the two old men, Zhang Yuanzhao, helped each other and came back. Old dean, Grandpa Zhang. Yang Jinrong greeted the two old men and took the bag in their hands, which was filled with labs, checklists, tablets, etc., and a little bit of medicine, as well as invoices. Yang Jinrong swept a glance and estimated that the check plus ambulance fee alone cost a small 9,000. He suddenly felt that the hospital was even more shady than Wu Xiangdui. Yang Jinrong poured 2 cups of water for the two old men. Are the two old men all right? It's okay. Zhang Yuanzhao waved his hand and looked around. Where are the gang? Sent away. The vigilante was more forceful. Yang Jinrong took out the responsibility book and handed it to the two old men. There is time to give Ho Qingfeng's Law and Order Office. Send a banner. I feel that this Law and Order officer gaga good. That's right. Ho Qingfeng has an excellent reputation in our area. The old dean nodded. Yang Jinrong suddenly asked, by the way, where is Huang Wei? The old dean replied. He suddenly said it was a bit of an emergency, dropped us off at the gate of the neighborhood, and left on his own. Suddenly, Urgent matters.
Yang Jinrong heard these two keywords and had a bad feeling.
He walked to the door and dialed Huang Wei's cell phone, but he didn't want the person who answered the phone. Not Huang Wei, but another familiar voice. Yang Jinrong, right? Yang Jinrong didn't move. He casually found a reason to inform the old dean and the two of them, and then went out of the room. He tapped the recording on his cell phone, and only then did he say into it, "Woo hi, you two brothers, what do you want? Hey, pretty smart to hear who I am." Wu Hai laughed recklessly on the other end of the phone. "Your brother is in our hands. What do you think we want to do?" Yang Jinrong pretended to be nervous. "I'm warning you, kidnapping is a felony. You'll go to jail." "We didn't kidnap him. He followed us here on his own." Wu Hai laughed. "In addition, don't move to scare us with imprisonment. We have traveled all over the world. What big storms have not seen? Not scared. Don't bull ***** him. Tell him to bring the money and come to ransom. Yeah, hurry up and pay. How can we owe money to the leak repair gang just because we say we do?" I didn't expect that. On the other end of the cell phone, there were several people's voices, which made Yang Jinrong slightly frowned. "You are extortion. 3 years to start. Think about it. Don't listen to them. Jinrong, call the police. Hurry up Ohu." As Huang Wei's voice was ringing out, his mouth was covered, and the sound of struggling followed. "Yang Jinrong, you guys don't mess with my brother. I'll transfer you the money." "Transferring money? No, you go get cash now. We just want cash." Wu Hai heckled. Then warned, "I'm warning you, don't play tricks. If you dare to call the police, you brother, jia jia jia." A series of several guttural jia 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 laughs came from the other end of the phone. Hearing it made Yang Jinrong's body get goosebumps. "Why? You can hold it together. Duan Kong, thank you for your support. I wrapped a pot of meat dumplings, boiled for half a day. Should be cooked. Eat dumplings to go." End of chapter. 097, absolutely riotous. Hilarious humor. Must read chapter. Kneeling for subscriptions. Yang Jinrong had just hung up the phone when the system beep sounded. Host triggers mission. Option 1, it is incumbent upon us to eliminate the forces of evil and to sanction them with the iron fist of justice. Reward, golden gun pill, permanently effective. Note, unknown side effects may exist, requiring the host to explore the side effects on their own. Option 2, those who pit people. People will always pit them. Please host dig a pit and bury them all. Reward, the world's strongest excavator technology. Option 3, the industry is in chaos. Please think of a way for the host to bring the other party to justice and recover the loss, so as to set an example for the others and kill the monkey. Reward, ejaculation strike pass. Note, shooting proficiency is not limited to firearms, but also includes bows, arrows, crossbows, etc. Option 1, this reward is a bit tempting. The golden gun. Permanently effective? But Cam Young didn't need it. Why? Because Yang Jinrong felt that he was already quite durable. He was afraid that his future girlfriend could not stand it. Besides, the side effects were unknown, so he really didn't dare to take it. As for option 2, what's the best excavator technique? Aha! To digress, an ability like excavator technology was something that Yang Jinrong felt he shouldn't have to use. Though elders often say that skill is not enough, but there are some techniques that really don't work. Like unicorn arms or something, this technique is useless. Option 3, shooting mastery. This thing is good to make. The content of the quest was also in line with Yang Jinrong's thoughts, and he decisively chose option 3. Is the host sure he doesn't want to think about it again? For the first time, Yang Jinrong received a system beep when choosing a mission. What do you mean? What are you implying about the system? Host, please confirm. Do you choose option 3? Confirmed. Yang Jinrong doesn't even bring hesitation. After confirming the option, Yang Jinrong casually found an excuse to inform the old dean and left the old house, heading towards the location specified by the other party. Is he in love? Zhang Ido was a bit curious. The old dean nodded. Well, maybe. When young people are in love, when they answer the phone they like to do it behind other people's backs. The two of them secretly phone. Phone what? Telephone gruel. Zhang Yuanzhao added. Alas, it's a pity. A talented man, and a know-it-all. I was thinking of introducing my granddaughter to him. The old dean gave his old friend a blank look. Your granddaughter? Zhang Xiuqiu was surprised. Yeah, what's wrong? What's the problem? You don't think my granddaughter is good enough for Kid Young? No. The old dean fixed his mind and asked after him. How old is your granddaughter? Zhang Yuanzhao said. 18 years old. False age, right? Ryoga Kukai stared at his old friend. I've seen potholes. I've never seen a granddaughter like you. What's wrong with being a year old? Not to mention the ancient times. Even in the war years, that can go to the battlefield. Times have changed. Why are you still thinking about the old days?
The two old men chatted and began to reminisce about the past. Yang Jinrong found a hiking bag store on the road and chose a large size to buy, just feeling that the hiking bag was a bit old. It feels like a hiking bag that was sold last year. He found another ATM and withdrew $100,000 in cash, splitting it in two, one for $50,000 and the other for $50,000 as well, packed in two separate inner compartments of the hiking bag. That's before taking a cab to the designated hotel. It's a hotel, but it's really just a time hotel. It's still a particularly remote and suburban zone. None of the internet taxi drivers were willing to take the order, so I ended up adding money to take a taxi there, and was complained about by the driver. Why did you come to this hole? Yang Jinrong didn't explain. Carrying his hiking bag, he walked towards the front of the hotel. Wu Hai was already waiting at the door. He looked at Yang Jinrong greedily. Kid, have you brought enough cash? Don't worry. Yang Jinrong had a lazy face and said in a breezy manner, the last thing I need is money. Still the same sentence. Release the person, pay the money. Humph. Wu Hai walked up to Yang Jinrong and reached for his hiking bag, but the latter dodged it. Wu Hai let out a sardonic smile. Follow me. Spinning around, he walked behind, urging Yang Jinrong to walk into the hotel. When the big sister at the hotel reception desk saw Yang Jinrong, her eyes went wide, her mouth opened, and her harumph almost flowed out from the corner of her mouth. She couldn't help but gulp and suddenly pulled a long-handled black object out from underneath. It almost gave Yang Jinrong a fright. The elder sister hurriedly spoke in a soft voice. This handsome man, the lighting in my hallway is not good. Why don't I give you a flashlight? No. Wu Hai glared at the front desk elder sister and said fiercely. We just went up and down, and we didn't see you take a flashlight and shine it. Martyr, he has to shine it when he comes? Is he precious? Being treated differently by the female made Wu Hai a bit annoyed. I'm taller, stronger, and more powerful than him, so why should I be treated differently? The front desk elder sister was startled and hurriedly shrunk back, and the long black handle-like object in her hand was also retracted. Wu Hai urged, hurry up. Yang Jinrong walked up to the second floor. Enter a room at the very edge of the room. As told by Wu Hai, the door to the room was opened. 7 or 8 big men were sitting around and were fighting the landlord in 2s and 3s. Seeing Yang Jinrong come over with his bag, they all put down the cards in their hands and stood up. Jinrong, Huang Wei, who was tied up with 5 flowers, struggled to stand up. Why don't you call the police? Came here all by yourself? Yang Jinrong pretended to be disdainful. I'll give the money. They'll release the people. Too clear. I'm not short of money. Why should I call the police? Count on you, kid, being a little self-aware. Ha ha, money talks. This will be resolved today. Several other burly men spoke up. Wu Hai, who entered in the back, locked the door of the room behind him, said something that made Yang Jinrong's jaw drop in shock. Take off your clothes. Yang Jinrong's eyes went wide. I Naya, don't disgust me. I'll kill all of you with a single boing boing. Yang Jinrong secretly transported his energy. I have to try the power of the Grandmaster's 8 extreme fist today. Asterisk. What were you thinking? Wu Hai thumps Yang Jinrong with a low kick, but the latter ducked out of the way with a raised foot. Duong. He kicked this one right on the edge of the wall, grimacing in pain. Holy, looks like a talented person. Just you, kid, is the most dishonest. Last time it was your surveillance video that got you screwed. Wu Jiang stood up, twisting a stick in his hand. How do we know if you're pulling any tricks today? Messing with the video equipment? Meh. Yang Jinrong gave a disdainful laugh as he opened his bag and took out $50,000. 1, 2, 3, 4, counting $40,000. He threw it directly at Wu Jiang. Yang Jinrong took the remaining 10,000 and slapped it on his hand. Just $40,000. Do laborers need to videotape? Asterisk. That's really $40,000. Wu Jiang took the money and hurriedly counted it. A few others gathered around. It's a nice-looking slab of money. Wu Jiang looked at the money in Yang Jinrong's hand, his gaze eager. You kid is so rich? None of your business? Yang Jinrong had a loving expression. Hurry up and release them, or else. GGG. Several strong men surrounded. One of the bare-chested, tattooed strong man Jie laughed. Otherwise how? Or else give us all the money you have on you? Yang Jinrong faced 7 or 8 strong men. His face did not fluctuate in the slightest, and he blandly said, Wu Jiang Wu Hai, I've already paid off your so-called construction fees. Why do you still want to extort and blackmail? Inside, he was quite surprised. That's good. The greedier you are, the more you want, the longer the sentence will last. Don't be so harsh. Wu Jiang laughed insidiously. The $40,000 you just gave us is the principal. You owe us for so long. The interest rolled over. A total of $100,000 is already owed to us. And you're still short of us by $60,000. He said 100,000 because he had just peeked into Yang Jinrong's bag and there were still 5 piles of money.
With what's on hand, that's a total of 60,000. Jinrong. Huang Wei struggled, frantically imploring Yang Jinrong to escape. Don't you kids have money? What? You don't want to part with $60,000? 7 or 8 people were staring at the hiking bag in Yang Jinrong's hand. Shedding? No. 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 Yang Jinrong opened his bag. I can give you the money if you release them now. Release. Wu Jian waved his hand. One of them walked over and untied Huang Wei, who was tied up 5 ways. Wow. Yang Jinrong raised his hiking bag, and with a clattering sound, all the money in the bag was dumped on the ground. He threw the bag away with it, and said in a dashing and handsome manner, "It's only $100,000. Just give it to you guys. Take the money and get out. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's all money. So ing rich." 7 or 8 men instantly stooped to the ground to grab the money, but it all ended up in Wu Jiang's hands. Wu Jiang promised to split 60,000 of them together. Huang Wei gritted his back teeth and came to Yang Jinrong's side, whispering, "Jinrong, where did you get the money? Crazy. No harm done." Yang Jinrong waved his hand. His big brother temperament was rising furiously. "You guys, take the money and hurry up and get out. Don't let me see you again. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How dare you humiliate us? You kid really don't know what you're doing. Mud." Several people were humiliated on the spot, and one of them was quite upset. Go, Wu Hai, however, had no intention of letting go of the door to the room. He sneered, "We've changed our attention. The 100,000 you just gave us is only a part of the interest. Now, you already owe us $700,000. The 8 people in the room all showed their greed. They walk the streets and do their daily deeds of deceit. It's the first time I've encountered someone as rich and foolish as Yang Jinrong. A few of them glanced at each other. Okay, we're going to do a big job today. After this vote, directly far away, go abroad or to the remote northwest. As long as they get the money, they have plenty of places to go." Yang Jinrong did not move on the surface, but inwardly he was already overjoyed. 700,000 can be too good. 10 years to start. Maximum life. Are you sure you want $700,000? Yang Jinrong heckled. Okay. Wu Jiang's face showed a fierce look. Hurry up and pay, or else. Which knew that Yang Jinrong was fearless. Or what? Can you still kill me? Killing is a capital offense. You guys, are you good enough to lose your heads? Kill you? No, we don't kill people. Wu Hai revealed a ferocious and brutal color. We'll cripple you and drag you out of the country to act as beggars, so that you'll make begging your profession in this life and work for us to beg. Hurry up and pay. $700,000. Not a penny less. 1 point less and we'll blow your dog's head off. A few others have threatened as well. They then work together in partnership on weekdays. If we can get another 700,000 today, that's 100,000 each. That's enough money for them to escape to the northwest in style for many years. What if I don't give? Yang Jinrong said with a beaten expression. Ha? No give? Wu Hai revealed a stern look and slapped Yang Jinrong. Snap. A solid slap to Huang Wei's face. Ah! Huang Wei screamed miserably, and his entire body backed up several parts, hitting the wall before stabilizing himself. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Huang Wei held onto the wall, his head buzzing, his whole body blinded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Wu Hai didn't expect Yang Jinrong to dodge the slap. He raised his foot and kicked Yang Jinrong. Knock. He wasn't too slow with that kick, and before he could hit Cam Young, he was hit in the eye socket by a sandbag-sized fist. Yang Jinrong quickly threw a punch that was incredibly stiff and landed on Wu Hai's eye socket. Directly to the other party hit the stars, the whole person back 7 or 8 steps one after another, followed by falling to the ground, letting out a wail. On the contrary, Yang Jinrong stood calmly in place. He looked at himself and glanced at his fist, then glanced at Wu Hai. You can't even withstand 3 points of strength. You're too bad, aren't you? You must have jerked off too much during the week. Your body is too weak. Asterisk 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 asterisk. NTMD sneak attack. Wu Hai covered his eyeball that was almost blown out in misery. He endured the severe pain and screamed a curse in an attempt to salvage a bit of dignity. Wu Jiang said angrily, "Get together and beat the out of him." The remaining 7 people struck out, like hungry wolves pouncing on Yang Jinrong. This scene made Huang Wei, who had managed to slow down, look at his scalp. He was about to rush forward and resist the beating for Yang Jinrong. However, he didn't want Yang Jinrong to violently set up his fist style, and instead of retreating, the whole person was like a steel cheetah, instantly rushing out. Both fists exploded out in an instant.
A punch to the heart of the leader Wu Jiang. Put. Wu Jiang sprayed out a mouthful of blood and his entire body flew backwards. It smashed down on Wu Hai. It was too late. Yang Jinrong's second punch was a swinging punch. Swift and fierce. Hammering on a strong man's small arm. Clicking with a crunch. The strong man's small arm broke on the spot. Comminuted fracture. Yang Jinrong bullied his way up. His shoulders shook. And his power exploded as the burly man was knocked out and smashed on top of Wu Jiang's head. The rest of the martial arts is entirely Yang Jinrong's alone. He was rigid and domineering. Exploding and killing everything. An elbow strike that shattered another man's knee. Another punch. Another man's arm broken. Reversing back. It landed on one person's ribs. And while the crisp cracking of bones rang out, the burly man had already flown out backwards. And with a boom, like a stacked luohan, he was stacked on top of the crowd of Wu Jiang Wu Hai. Patriarchal Baji Quan is overbearing and fierce, coupled with the unrestrained martial virtues of unrestricted fighting, striking out to kill, and a single blow is bound to disable a person. 8 punches to finish. All 8 of the strong men had comminuted fractures. 8 people were stacked like a Jenga, stacked on top of each other, screaming and wailing. The picture is unforgiving. This, Huang Wei was dumbfounded, shocked. He looked at Yang Jinrong in front of him. The mouth was so wide open you could fit an ostrich egg in it. Inside, a huge wave was raised. Is this still human? Is this the same Yang Jinrong I know? Could it be that? Is it? The old Yuaning monster took over my brother. Huang Wei's body stiffened uncontrollably. Jinrong, if you've been taken over, just blink. Yang Jinrong withdrew his strength. Then he shrugged. I said that I met a strange man. He said that I have excellent roots and bones, and that I'm a national martial arts wizard that can't be found in 100 years. Do you believe me? Originally, Yang Jinrong was just joking, which knew that Huang Wei nodded his head frantically. He was so excited. I told you that the national art is real. Forget it. Yang Jinrong couldn't explain. He walked towards the 8 strong men stacked together, squatted down and grinned. I'm rich, but it's my money. You guys want to rob me? $800,000. I'm in self-defense, right? It was originally an extortion charge, but once there is violence, then it could turn into a robbery. The 8 strong men wailed and screamed. How dare they talk back? Did you just try to hit my big pussy root and branch? Yang Jinrong tilted his head and looked at Wu Hai at the bottom. Do you still want it now? Wu Hai was so scared that his face turned blue, and he was so panicked inside that he couldn't even speak. He had seen Yang Jinrong's terrifying tactics, so how could he dare to have such thoughts? Even if he was given 10,000 guts, he wouldn't dare. Your name is Wu Jiang. Yang Jinrong looked at Wu Jiang, who was under the penultimate, and ordered. You, slap him in the mouth for me, do you hear me? Wu Jiang was shocked. He broke one of his hands, leaving the other hand unheeded to lift up and slap Wu Hai in the face below. Pop. Not loud enough. Yang Jinrong's face was disgusted as he raised his fist, scaring Wu Jiang so much that he trembled and hurriedly endured the severe pain, raising his hand high and landing a slap on Wu Hai's face. Pop. Very crisp and loud. You hit him. Yang Jinrong's gaze fell on the third from the bottom, ordering him to slap Wu Jiang's great forced root and stem. This burly man's face went white with fear, and he hurriedly slapped Wu Jiang below him furiously. You. Yang Jinrong's eyes looked towards the fourth, and before he could say anything, this burly man had already struck out and slapped his brother below him. Pop. Pop. Snap. The 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th came next, all very knowledgeable, and one by one, without regard to the death of their brothers, fanned out the big forced root and stem. One time, there was a lot of snapping. This scene completely shook Huang Wei. He grew up so big. He had never seen such a shocking and soul-stirring picture. It was too spectacular. Hello, Sheriff? I'm here. Yang Jinrong kindly called the police. The location was a bit remote, quite far from the sheriff's office, but it didn't matter to Yang Jinrong. He hung up the phone. Let's go. We have to go. Ha! Huang Wei was at a loss. Seeing Yang Jinrong turn around and open the door, Huang Wei hurriedly followed, but he suddenly felt that something was missing somewhere. He turned back and quickly picked up the hiking bag, and picked up and loaded the 10 piles of money scattered on the ground. Before he followed Yang Jinrong out the door, Yang Jinrong backhandedly locked the door to his room. When the two of them went downstairs, the front desk elder sister once again threw winks at Yang Jinrong. The receptionist blinked her phoenix eyes. Handsome man, leave a WeChat. Huang Wei looked surprised. Me? Yang Jinrong. Yang Jinrong asked the front desk elder sister for 2 chairs and sat in front of the door, waiting for the vigilante to come to the door. Big sister tried to talk to Yang Jinrong and ignored her. It wasn't like she wanted to talk to Huang Wei, just had to pretend to go upstairs and clean. but as she walked upstairs, she heard an unmistakable, unrelenting series of pops. She pressed herself against the wall and listened carefully. It was creepy and goosebumps. No, they're actually good at this? If memory serves, there were 8 strong men living in the room, listening to the rhythmic snapping sounds coming out from inside. The receptionist only felt a vicious chill that swept through every cell of her body. Terrible. It's horrible. I'm calling the police. Hurry up and call the police. The front desk elder sister hurriedly pulled out her cell phone in a hurry and dialed the police, nervously lowering her voice. Hello, demon spirit? I want to call the police. Someone is acting up here. Second shift. Had to get together and it's that point out again. Asking for some refreshing votes. End of chapter. 098, Collective Shock of the Sheriffs. Family Disturbance. Requesting subscription. Someone's faking it? The female operator at the sheriff's office on the other end of the line froze. You call the police when someone else is pretending? Isn't this idle? What a waste of police resources. It's none of your business if he's pretending. It's not like someone is blowing awesome on the side of the road and you want to be in charge of it, is it? Do you live by the sea? The female operator settled down and said seriously. I'd advise you to talk nicely. Non-emergency, don't waste police resources. Someone's really faking it. The front desk elder sister was anxious. Her ear was pressed against the wall. The sound of snapping in the room. She heard it clearly, and her body's chilling hairs stood straight up. They 7 or 8 big men. Together. That. The operator frowned. Which one? The receptionist was a bit confused and said anxiously. Oops, that's the one. They're together. Men on top of men, get it? What male on male? And so on. The operator suddenly got it. 7 or 8 big guys together. My. PC? Ah yes. The receptionist's sister nodded her head like garlic, and her hands followed the hula hula. I opened a hotel at number 77 Shueitao Road in the suburbs, and 7 or 8 of them, big men, just opened a room. Now I can hear the voices coming from their room. Comrade vigilantes, you hurry over and take them to jail. They are behaving indecently. So indecently. It's disgusting. The front desk elder sister looked disgusted, covered her cell phone microphone, and after finishing the series of words, she couldn't help but put her ear against the wall again. It's disgusting, but couldn't stop the curiosity to hear more. The reason why the operator suddenly realized it was because she thought of an outrageous case that happened in the city a few days ago. There were 4 or 5 of them, caught with lube all over the floor. The scene, it was unforgiving. What's your name? My name is Suin Yang. ID number registered. 440XXXX. In 25 minutes or so, our vigilantes will arrive. Waiting to hang up the alarm phone, the receptionist's sister Suin Yang, and cannot help but listen to the side ear. The rhythmic snapping sound, still continuing. She sucked in a breath of cold air. Terrible. Want to go take a picture? Driven by curiosity, Suin Yang couldn't help but crouch forward a little bit with a cat's waist, and when she came to the window, she quietly stretched her neck to check the situation inside. It turned out that the curtains were closed tightly. Can't see a thing inside. But the unceasing sound was so crisp and clear. We can't let them get away. Suin Yang's heart was bursting with a sense of justice, took out her cell phone and recorded a sound, followed by quietly retreating, and when she arrived at the building, she unlocked the iron door in the middle of the building. This is the only entrance and exit from the hotel. Suin Yang was feeling proud of her righteous act, when she turned around and realized that the two of them, Yang Jinrong and Huang Wei, were sitting downstairs, looking at themselves. She smiled a little embarrassed for a moment. You guys, why haven't you left? A smile appeared on Suin Yang's chubby face. We're waiting for someone here. Yang Jinrong snorted in response. Huang Wei kept pushing Yang Jinrong to leave, but the latter didn't have the slightest intention of leaving. If you leave like this, all your previous plans will be for nothing. So what's your relationship with the guys upstairs? Suin Yang inquired tentatively. Her insides pounded wildly. I'm afraid Yang Jinrong will pop up and say I'm with them. In that case, the image of a male god in his own mind instantly collapsed. Never trust love again. They kidnapped my brother and then I came to deliver the ransom and then we came down. Yang Jinrong answered very truthfully, followed by a laugh. Did you call the police? Aha. Suin Yang nodded her head, and then her little brain reacted with an ah before saying, you mean they kidnapped him? She pointed at Huang Wei, and then blackmailed you? Right. Yang Jinrong nodded. Ash. Suin Yang slapped her tonnage-measured thighs with a sense of justice. It seems I locked the iron gate right. I didn't expect them. A bunch of them broken-sleeve lovers. How dare they kidnap and extort? I've called the police, and the sheriff will arrive later to arrest them all. Don't you worry. When the vigilantes come, you'll get your extorted money back. Suin Yang spoke truly. Huang Wei came to Yang Jinrong's ear and whispered, Jinrong,
Why do I think this big sister is kinda cute? It's pretty cute. Yang Jinrong nodded. Why don't you ask her if she's single or not? It feels like you guys are quite a couple with one fat and one thin. Huang Wei glanced at the tonnage-measured thighs. The heart sucked in a cold breath. Forget it. Your own back can't take it. Not blessed. I'm afraid it's going to be broken by sitting. Guilt. A flash of apology welled up in Huang Wei's heart. He shouldn't have been so superficial to discuss a person. Dirty. Not for a while. Several police cars drove up. The vigilante who got out of the car was, surprisingly, still a familiar face, Ho Qingfeng. He stepped out of the car and the first thing he saw was Yang Jinrong and Huang Wei. A little puzzled. Why are you guys here? It can't be that you two are mobbing the public fornication, right? Yang Jinrong and Huang Wei. Can we talk properly? At least you're a vigilante. An official figure. If you talk like that, aren't you afraid of being complained? Aha. This guy really doesn't seem to be afraid of getting complaints. No, not them. Suing Yang rushed forward. She could see that her male god could not be misunderstood, and hurriedly explained. I was the one who reported it to the police. Upstairs, 7 or 8 dudes, gathering a crowd to commit adultery. They also kidnapped for ransom. Extortion? Several of the sheriff's deputies who got out of the car together had their spirits lifted. Come to the big case. In the vast majority of cases, kidnapping for ransom is referred to the Criminal Justice Department. Did they meet them today? One and all couldn't help but be refreshed. Can't wait to rush up one by one and arrest the criminals. This is a rare opportunity to get credit. Starting a third class. It's simply not too tempting. However, due to the rules of the security department, they all looked at Ho Qingfeng. Team Ho, should we call for reinforcements? Or report it to the top? Are we authorized to handle this case? The vigilantes asked this with their mouths. But in his heart, he couldn't wait to do it now. All be quiet. Ho Qingfeng took out his baton. You, all of you, bring your equipment. Xiao Wang, you stay down there. Call the office to report. Wait for reinforcements. A few of us, go up together. How come I'm the one left waiting again? Xiao Wang muttered, complaining that the captain didn't give him a chance to show his performance. But he still followed the order because he knew that the captain wouldn't leave him behind when he reported his merits. Point the way. Ho Qingfeng didn't think the slightest and signaled Suing Yang to point the way. Suing Yang hurriedly turned around and went upstairs, pointing to the corresponding room after opening the iron door of the building. By this time the snapping in the room had gotten so small that it was almost inaudible. Looks like there's no energy left. It was loud just now. Suing Yang whispered. Shoo. Ho Qingfeng signaled her to lean back while the others prepared to rush. But he didn't want the two of them, Yang Jinrong and Huang Wei, to follow him at this time. Why are you guys following me? Ho Qingfeng signaled the two to back away. Take it easy. Huang Wei laughed. There are a total of 8 people in the room, and their condition, have completely lost their fighting ability. Ho Qingfeng and the other vigilantes frowned. Don't understand what that means. Huang Wei just wanted to advocate for Yang Jinrong, but he was interrupted by Yang Jinrong. Go in first and check the situation. Ho Qingfeng hurriedly led the people to the door of the room, and at this moment, he could hear the ouch sounds of several people coming from inside. It sounds like a soporific when you're done. It's just that billion more screams of misery. Ho Qingfeng turned back and was about to signal Suing Yang to come over and open the door, but he saw Yang Jinrong walk over and casually push the door open. With a creak, the door to the room was opened. The picture in the room was fully presented to everyone. It's a split second. Ho Qingfeng's entire body shook and froze in place. The rest of the sheriffs have been frozen in their tracks. Suing Yang's eyes were similarly wide and her small mouth opened into a shape. What's going on here? What happened? Why? They are full of big men? It is false to say that it is not shocked. Even Ho Qingfeng, who is used to seeing big waves, at this time, his heart is also bombarded. The scene is overly shocking, so that he, who has been a police officer for many years, for the first time, he feels at a loss for words. It is? What the hell happened? Them. How did they get stacked up in a Rolodex? Several of the sheriff's deputies, astonishment written all over their faces, looked in the doorway at the ghastly state of affairs inside the scene was pungent with the smell of blood. There was blood everywhere, and in the very center, 7 or 8 big men stacked together. Except for the top one, each of the rest had their faces swollen like buns. Some seemed to have broken bones, some seemed to have broken legs. Ouch and screams, one after another. Where are the promised criminals? What about the promised mobbing? The deal is, kidnapping for ransom? Why do we see such a miserable bunch of Lohan? A group of vigilantes were numb. Suing Yang also froze. She thought that a group of big men were playing with a broken sleeve fetish. But I don't want to. The truth is this. Help, me. Saving lives. Sheriff, Help us. Wu Hai Wu Jiang. A group of them first saw Yang Jinrong. All have been startled. A sense of panic swept through the body, and then a look. Found a few vigilantes, which reveals the light of hope, have asked for help. You too, tell me what's going on. Ho Qingfeng asked the two Yang Jinrong to explain that he did not recognize Wu Jiang Wu Hai at the bottom of the stack Luohan, mainly because both faces are so swollen. Miserable as hell. The voice was also hoarse with panic. Here's the thing. Cam Young recounted the whole story briefly. Extortion? $800,000 for violent robbery? Justifiable defense? The more the group of vigilantes heard, the more bizarre it became. The more I hear about it, the more I think it's too fake. You're telling me that a man was violently robbed by a bunch of them strong men, and then you, alone, beat them all up? No way. No science. The sheriff's deputies all spoke up and questioned it. Who believes this stuff? But anyone who was a normal person could not possibly think that young Jinrong alone could beat these 7 or 8 strong men in front of him into this miserable state. You must have called someone else, and there are other accomplices, right? A sheriff's deputy pulled out his handcuffs. I suspect you're in a gang-related firefight. I believe him. I didn't expect Su Yingyang to come forward at this time. I'll testify for him. No one else has come here from me. Her eyes were glazed over, staring straight ahead, just about gagging. I did not expect to look so handsome, God. Or a fierce, gaga fierce kind. A person can withstand 7 or 8 strong men. If only. Sheesh. Just thinking about it makes me feel hot in certain places. Do you have surveillance here? Ho Qingfeng inquired. Of course there is. I've got one entrance and exit here. That's the hallway I was just in. And above the iron door is the surveillance. Su Yang finished proudly and made a point of throwing Yang Jinrong an inviting look. Ahem. Huang Wei felt like he had received a 10,000 point blitz. Brother. Never go out with you again. Woo woo. One by one, the 7 or 8 strong men struggled. They want to explain. But because they were previously afraid that young Jinrong would turn around and find them in trouble, so when they slapped them, they were harder. And they hated to knock out the teeth of the people underneath them. Except for the one at the top. The rest of them all had swollen faces. Lisp. Can't speak. Coincidentally, the strongest man at the top was born with a stutter. Took another beating with a baji punch. Shattered his knee. And was so shocked that when he saw that face of young Jinrong, he was so horrified that he couldn't even say a word about it. Take it back to the facility first. With a wave of his hand, Ho Qingfeng instructed the other vigilantes to strip the burly men away. As a result, the more the vigilantes pick at it, the more alarming it becomes. These big men were not light in weight, and they were also all muscular and tall, and their skin was a dark color. One look at the group tells me that they have a lot of strength. I guess there aren't many fights on a regular basis. At this point in time, however, some of them have broken arms, some have comminuted fractures, some have cracked ribs, some have dislocated jaws. Is this really a wound caused by a human being? A sheriff's deputy said with a quivering voice. The odds are that only Tyson, the boxing champion, could do that, right? Another vigilante was equally horrified by it. Besides, even if Tyson came, he couldn't have managed to beat them all up with his own strength. Perhaps, only that rumored god of war in the army can do it. Several of the vigilantes mentioned the name, and their expressions became adoringly fervent. Stop muttering. Leave 2 people behind to take evidence at the scene. The others hurry up and drag the people down. Ho Qingfeng drank down the chatter from the group of no-good henchmen while he turned his head to look at Su Yingyang. Where's your surveillance? We have to take away the original storage pieces. It's downstairs. Su Yingyang slapped her breasts. A pair of big, plump papayas fluttering about. I'll take you there. Several people went downstairs together. The surveillance was soon seen. Surveillance shows several burly men escorting Huang Wei arriving first. The subsequent arrival of Yang Jinrong was brought up by Wu Hai. In the end it was Yang Jinrong and Huang Wei walking out unharmed. And the follow-up where Su Yingyang went up to listen to the wall. And it didn't take long for the vigilantes to arrive. There's only so much footage in the whole thing. Make sure no one else has been here. Much less the claim of being an accomplice of Yang Jinrong. This further shocked the group of vigilantes, including Ho Qingfeng. Notify their families first. Wheel the sheriff's office. For further investigation. Ho Qingfeng settled down. Today's scene was also a bit beyond his previous knowledge. Can I come along? Su Yingyang volunteered to apply. As a witness, can come along. Ho Qingfeng agreed. Next, Wu Jiang Wu Hai and the others were dragged onto the police car. And Yang Jinrong and the others also took the police car and headed towards the security office. Ho Qingfeng had already arranged for someone to contact the families of this group of strong men. When Yang Jinrong and the others arrived at the sheriff's office, Wu Shangguwei had already blocked the office hall of the security office with a group of people. Ho Ching-fong ordered the vigilantes to carry the injured strong men off the bus. 8 strong men, without exception, covered in blood, their cheeks red and swollen as if they had been stung by a wasp. Incredibly miserable. When Wu Shangdue saw the miserable state of his 2 sons, his entire body trembled a bit and roared inside the hall. What's going on? Who beat my sons like this? Who did this? The relatives of the other strong men, too, had gathered round with emotion. Who beat my brother up like that? What happened to your leg? Second brother? Son, what happened? Who beat you up like this? Is there any king's law left? Relatives, each in an angry mood, cried and questioned in the hall. At this time, Yang Jinrong stepped out of the police car. Wu Xiangui recognized it at first glance. Yang Jinrong, wasn't it you who did this? Brush up, everyone's gazes. They all looked at Yang Jinrong. Not only the strong man's gazes, the gazes of the strong man's relatives, and the gazes of the other vigilantes in the security office. They all looked at Yang Jinrong. Just for a moment, Cam Young then became the center of attention. However, many people shook their heads after seeing Yang Jinrong's well-mannered appearance. Neither felt possible. Yang Jinrong, however, smiled faintly as he stepped forward, his voice sounding like a bell. Wu Xiangui, you're right. I caused their injuries, so I can only say that they deserved it. Not only will I beat them up like this, but I will send them to prison, where they will spend the rest of their lives, so that for the rest of their lives, they will repent in prison. What? The moment Yang Jinrong's words came out, it caused a great reaction on the spot, and all the gazes on the scene, once again, fell on Yang Jinrong. Yesterday Dragon Boat Festival, today Mama's birthday, I cracked, vacation instead of the busiest and most tired, woohoo. End of chapter. 099, Shock and Awe, Life or Death, Beauty Plan, Hunting and Killing Order, Request for Subscription, Comrade Vigilante, arrest him. How dare you be so arrogant after hitting someone? Hurry up and cuff him, then arrest his accomplices together. Sentencing, he and his companions must all be arrested and sentenced. Pay up, you must pay up. Several family members, most of whom were women in their 40s, were all agitated and rushed toward Yang Jinrong, surrounding him and clamoring, wanting to bring Yang Jinrong to justice. The scene was drawn with swords. They defaulted to Yang Jinrong having a gang together in order to beat Wu Hai and the 8 of them into the state. In the face of the crowd's pressure, Yang Jinrong remained calm and composed as he swept his eyes over the many so-called family members present. Look at their excited reactions. It all feels a little too realistic. Normal loved ones would have rushed to call a doctor to treat the strong men at this point, concerned about exactly where the burly men are hurt, how bad it is, and so on. The group of them, instead, blocked Yang Jinrong one by one. Seemingly, they were afraid that Yang Jinrong would run away and no one would pay them back. Even Wu Shangui didn't bother with his 2 sons. He led the crowd and surrounded Yang Jinrong, clamoring for his arrest along with his gang. Let Yang Jinrong have to doubt whether the 2 Wu Hai Wu Jiang are Wu Shangui's own sons or not. I don't think I picked it up, did I? Also, let Yang Jinrong puzzled another point. The 7 or 8 strong man extortion 800,000, obviously ready to run away. If there are relatives, dragging the family, but also how to run away? But these people were relatives contacted by the sheriff's office and were certainly not extras. You're bloodthirsty. The tonnage Sui Yang got off the bus and angrily stared at the group of people in front of her. You're men. Those are criminals. To be shot at. How dare you mess around? Is it that you want to be like them? To be by UBUBO hit the target? And who are you? What makes us men criminals? And target shooting? Who are you scaring? We're all good law-abiding citizens. A few people on the opposite side naturally wouldn't admit defeat, and each of them stared angrily at Sui Yang. All be quiet. Ho Ching-fong chortled, pulled out his silver bracelet, looked around, and snapped. This is a security office, not a food market. Whoever of you makes trouble again will be detained first. The scene was immediately quiet. The people have a natural fear of the police station. Those who dared to cause trouble at the sheriff's office were, after all, a minority. A few of the men were weakened, but still felt unconvinced and grunted in low voices. But he injured our loved ones. So why don't we arrest him? That's right, Comrade Vigilante. It's so unfair for you to handle the case like this. According to the law, it should also be the arrest of the assailant. The group of people still surrounded Yang Jinrong without the slightest intention of giving in. Are you guys sure you want to stop me? Yang Jinrong sneered. The 8-member gang led by Wu Hai Wu Jiang is suspected of kidnapping for ransom and robbery with violence. And according to Article 263 of the criminal law, multiple robberies or robberies with huge amounts of money shall be sentenced to more than 10 years of imprisonment, life imprisonment, or the death penalty. Robbery is an absolute felony in this country.
Robbing a penny constitutes robbery and also carries a prison sentence of 3 years or more.
And Wu Jian Wu Hai led 8 people. Robbing Yang Jinrong 800,000 already belongs to the amount of money is particularly large. The circumstances are particularly bad.
The maximum sentence of death. It is worth noting here that gang robberies are based on the total amount of the robbery,
not on the amount each individual gets. You fart.
Wu Shangue pointed at Yang Jinrong.
How could my son rob you? What evidence do you have to prove that my son and the others are robbing? Evidence? Yang Jinrong laughed. He pulled out a tape recorder. Here's a full recording of their robbery. Cam Young presses play.
A recording of Wu Hai and the others at the hotel when they threatened Yang Jinrong to pay the money came from the recorder.
It's really $40,000. You kid is so rich? Give us all the money you have on you. Interest rolls in. And in total, we are already owed $100,000.
We changed our minds, you already owe us $700,000.
Kill you? No. We don't kill people. We cripple you and drag you out of town to serve as beggars. $700,000. Not a penny less. We'll beat you to death.
Get together and beat him to death.
It was followed by a couple of scuffles. Followed the recording to an abrupt end. Yang Jinrong's explanation was that there was a fight in the back and he accidentally hit the button and didn't record it.
This recording was played and directly incriminated Wu Hai and the others.
Even if Wu Hai didn't end up robbing
800,000 from Yang Jinrong and only robbed 100,000,
the crime was just as inescapable. The original crime of kidnapping for ransom also became robbery with violence because of the violence. This recording must be a fake.
Wu Shangue still wants to argue.
It's clearly you who owes us $40,000 in construction fees, and they're just looking for you to collect their wages. What's with the paychecks? Yang Jinrong laughed.
You used pitfalls to inject 200 pounds of glue under the floor tiles of our old dean's house.
And you're asking us for $40,000? Since you said this matter, I just happened to notify you. Because you haphazardly injected 200 pounds of glue, there has been a large portion of this soaked into the drainage pipe. At this moment, it is estimated that the whole building's bathroom pipes are blocked. You just wait to pay for the money. How is it possible to inject that much glue under the floor tiles? Yang Jinrong personally checked it first. They're 200 pounds of glue,
the vast majority of which was injected into the bathroom.
But also, when drilled into the pipes under the bathroom sinkhole. This glue was injected down, and in that old pipe, which was already partially clogged, the glue went in, and it simply wouldn't disperse. Several hours have passed now. Guess the glue has set.
The scene can be imagined when a blockage occurs in the bathroom drain.
Compensation could be sky high. Nonsense. Just nonsense.
Wu Shangue was dead set against admitting it.
Fixing leaks, we are professionals. How can we inject glue into the sewer pipes? And how can it be a pitfall? You're slandering, Comrade Vigilante. He's slandering us.
This movement in front of the sheriff's office.
Naturally, it also attracted a lot of passers-by.
But this would be a neighborhood populated by old men and women.
It's more back of the ear. They couldn't hear much. The chatter was quite loud. What's happening here? Seems like a dead man.
I heard it was caused by fixing a sewer pipe.
How can you die fixing a sewer pipe? You don't understand, do you? I'm telling you, there's poisonous gas in that sewer pipe. Isn't it normal to inhale the poisonous gas and die? Oh, no wonder. Those people being carried, 7 or 8 of them,
all of them fell to the ground from inhaling the poisonous gas from the sewer pipe.
Ha! Go. What nonsense. They obviously drank glue by mistake and are dying. More idle grandmothers, just back from the supermarket queue to grab eggs. See the fight in front of the police station. Have stopped, gathered together to eat melon discussion. Stand tired to take out the cardboard in the supermarket shun. Cushion on the ground to sit down. Began to talk about gossip. What's going on? Inside the security office,
the old director Deng Hongjun was also alarmed. He took a thermos cup and came out anxiously.
When he saw a lot of melon eaters surrounded outside, his face suddenly changed. Ho Qingfeng, call all the people in to be dealt with inside the office. He's the director.
Wu Shangue recognized the director,
and he rushed to take the lead in calling out. Get the director to deal with it. Director, you have to do us justice. That young man beat up someone, beat up our loved ones like this, and viciously turned against us. You must do something for us, originally quiet relatives. See the director out, and Wu Shangue led the opening. Have followed the so-called cry of injustice. Shut up,
Ho Qingfeng angrily rebuked as he looked to several other vigilantes within the security office. Go contact the nearby hospital and temporarily call a few doctors over to give a few of them dash.
He pointed at Wu Hai, Wu Jiang and the others. Take care of the injuries first. Ho Qingfeng turned back, his eyes sweeping from one relative to another. Have you all brought your ID cards? Those who have brought their IDs, register at the office. I don't have it. I don't have one either.
Upon hearing that they have to register with their identity cards, many of the so-called relatives have backed off, but there are a few convinced that this matter can claim a lot of money from Yang Jinrong.
Monetary interests driven. Took out the ID card. Into the office to register. Wait, I didn't realize I had my ID in my pocket. I found mine too.
A few people who had just said that they did not have their ID cards with them, once they saw that the others had gone to register,
fearing that they would not be able to share the money,
they all changed their words, felt out their ID cards and went to the office to register.
The recorder is going to be used as evidence. Give it to me.
Ho Qingfeng took out the evidence bag and signaled Yang Jinrong to put it in.
If there is any other evidence, give it to me as well. That's all for now.
Yang Jinrong handed the recorder to Ho Qingfeng.
Followed by the two were taken by Ho Qingfeng inside the police station to cooperate with the follow-up further investigation.
Wu Hai, Wu Jiang and the others, on the other hand, were carried in, because when Yang Jinrong struck, he controlled the force, did not explode with all his might, and converged at the critical moment. The points where the 8 extreme fist fell were where the bones were,
and several people would not be in danger of losing their lives. It just hurts. Miserable. It won't kill you, and it won't be good. You won't be crippled, but you'll be left with a dark disease for the rest of your life. The unidentified eaters outside were driven away by Ho Qingfeng. Inside the sheriff's office, Yang Jinrong and Huang Wei, both of them, were cooperating with Ho Qingfeng to register the relevant information. A female sheriff's deputy came over and lowered her voice. Ho team, found 2 people using fake IDs. Ho Qingfeng raised his head a bit. Cuff them all. What a windfall.
The act of forging or altering a resident's identity card has,
in principle, already constituted a crime,
and regardless of whether it is used or not, it has already violated the criminal law. And these 2 people still dare to use a forged identity card in a police station,
which is really punishable. According to the criminal law,
the penalty is imprisonment for a term of up to 3 years,
detention, control or deprivation of political rights, and a fine. The director would probably laugh his ass off when he found out about this. Why would anyone be stupid enough to use a fake ID at a sheriff's office? Huang Wei was astonished. You can't use it anywhere, but you have to use a fake ID in a sheriff's office? It's a worrying intelligence. When you've seen it more often, it won't seem strange.
Ho Qingfeng glanced at Huang Wei and casually said,
inside the security office, all kinds of oddballs can be encountered.
But of course, the ones encountered the most are still legally illiterate.
The road to legal literacy is a long one. Comrade Sheriff, is there a reward for reporting the use of a fake license?
Su Yingyang suddenly came up to Ho Qingfeng and said in a pleasing manner.
Benefits?
Ho Qingfeng glanced at Su Yingyang and said in a scientific manner.
It's every citizen's responsibility and duty to report offenders who use forged ID cards.
It's illegal for you to run a hotel and not report the discovery of a forged ID.
Yes, I know. Su Yingyang wasn't afraid as she pressed on. I mean, is it possible to get a reward for reporting this offense?
Well, there's usually a reward dash.
Ho Qingfeng didn't bother to explain anymore and said casually, a banner. What about $500? No, not even $500? So stingy. After a long time, Wu Hai, Wu Jiang and others, who don't look that serious, are given conservative treatment,
all in casts and bandages. Several of the more serious ones were handcuffed by the vigilantes and taken to the hospital for surgery and steel staples. The money will eventually have to come out of their own pockets. The redness on Wu Hai's and their faces had gone down quite a bit.
At least it looks human. It's all been beaten to before. The police officer Uncle Dan, you must do something for us. Wu Hai, who had one hand hanging below his neck and one with a silver bracelet, couldn't help but cry towards the vigilante when he saw Yang Jinrong. Be the lord of what?
Ho Qingfeng glanced at Wu Hai gruffly. All of you are now suspects of mob violence and robbery.
It's good to be able to treat you, and you'll be sent to the detention room later. Aggregate violent robbery? Wu Hai glared. No. We're just getting back the money that belongs to us. We didn't rob him. He's the one who dash. He tried hard to point at Yang Jinrong,
but he was met with a look from the latter. A look full of killing intent that reminded Wu Hai of the horrific scene in the hotel, and for a moment his body shivered.
He's the violent one. How can we be violent? Violent. Wu Hai couldn't figure it out. Obviously they are the ones who are hurt. How did they become violent robbers? They are. It's clear that the only way to be violent is to be violent. When he thought of the images in the hotel, Wu Hai couldn't help his body shaking as a sense of panic took over all his emotions. Yang Jinrong, that's a demon. Several other people didn't dare to look at Yang Jinrong again. This guy is horrible.
Take them all to the interrogation room. Ho Qingfeng gestured to a few other vigilantes.
Those other ones who need to be hospitalized for surgery.
Remember to remind Xiao Wang and the others to make a good interrogation statement before surgery at the hospital.
Aha! The two vigilantes nodded. Wu Hai. Several people were pressed away.
It was just at this time that Wu Shangue and the others, who had been taken to another office to register,
were brought back.
When they saw the back of Wu Hai and the others being taken away, they were about to rush up,
but were stopped by the vigilante. What do you want? We just wanted to see how their injuries were doing.
The doctors have already given them initial treatment, and you can naturally visit them when the legal procedures have been completed.
Mass violent robbery, involving $800,000. This case is enough to make headlines.
The case has been reported to the city's security bureau, which is expected to send a task force to guide the case. It is not destined to be dealt with simply.
When the sheriff finished, he escorted several people out of the sheriff's office. Outside the sheriff's office, Wu Shangui's group, 7 people when they came. When they left, there were only 5 people left.
Ma Chunmei and Wu Xiujuan both.
What to do?
One of them said with some hesitation.
What to do?
Wu Shangui was furious when he thought of this. The two of them are so stupid that they dare to use fake ID cards inside the security office. Really think that the security officers are all cuties.
What? People magistrate said. 3 years in prison. Several people couldn't help but feel a pang of fear. Indeed,
many of them had used false identity cards. Then the policy release was sent and they went back to get their ID cards back.
It's lucky I didn't get caught. Let's just think about how to get the people inside out. A woman said sadly.
I depend on him to make money to support me.
Yesterday played mahjong and lost all the money. Now the pocket is cleaner than the face. He went in again. What can I do?
Wu Shangue glared angrily at this piggyback teammate as his mind spun rapidly in thought.
Go ahead and talk somewhere else.
Wu Shangue left the sheriff's office with a group of people,
back to the isolated spot where they parked the van.
The others who had been working together to fix the leak had gathered around.
Wu Hai and the others were arrested. Sure about the sentence?
There were inquiries.
Wu Shangue told what happened in the security office,
and then told about fixing the leaks in the old house.
Bang! One of them slapped the van. Is this person called what's his name? Yang Jinrong, planning to make enemies of all of us in the leak repair gang? Others have also stormed out. What a nerve!
How dare you smash our rice bowls and cut off our wealth?
You're really looking for death. If you want me to say it, just issue a Jianghu hunting order and slaughter that Yang something's little tits. As the saying goes, cutting off someone's money is like killing their parents. This move by Yang Jinrong directly threatened their financial path. Said to issue a jungle hunting order. No kidding. Zhenghui Mend Gang, spread all over the country, in the lower 9 streams, is a certain Jianghu status. It's also the fact that in the past few years the fight against crime has intensified, and the rule of law has led to a lot of arrests and more people being reined in. Put 10 years ago, they can be a van stuffed with a few guns of ruthless people, the least of which also hit air guns and bird cannons, at the drop of a hat to shoot. Among their group, there are still people today who can build guns, cannons, with their bare hands and make their own gunpowder rattling paper and iron sand. It's the next best thing. Wu Shangue opposes this. In today's society where the rule of law prevails, we should all learn to drill legal loopholes instead of confronting the law head-on. Fighting the law head-on, even the most powerful being. In the end, there's only one way to die a horrible death. Bojai village was so great back in the day. Fighting head-on with the law ended in the annihilation of the entire village. Uncle Wu, you're here with us and have the highest seniority, so tell us what to do. Once there is an interest involved, the group is quite united. Allow me to think long and hard. Wu Xiangue mused. 2 of his sons are being held in the police station, and are among those who have the most at stake out of all the people on the scene. According to normal, this kind of thing, if you can make Yang Jinrong and Huang Wei both issue a letter of understanding, I guess this thing, it's simple. Wu Xiangue analyzed it. How can they possibly understand? I think they hate to send us in with them. A woman who had just been to the sheriff's office spoke up. A dangling man on the side whistled towards the female, his eyes surveying her ass with reckless abandon. Use the beauty plan. You go to him and sleep with him, serve him comfortably, make him issue a what's that book. Isn't that easy? Humph. The woman's name was Wang Susu, and she snorted coldly, sneering disdainfully. You think they're all as spermatic as you horse monkeys? You think they're all like you, the horse monkey, who can't move when they see a woman? That kid is so handsome. Even if I give him money to sleep with him, I guess he won't agree. Horse monkey flirted. TSK, that's because you can't live. The one in your family, who didn't fertilize the fields, doesn't know how to teach, so why don't you let me? Get out. Wang Susu cursed. All be quiet. Wu Xiangue was worried, and was even more annoyed by the noise of these 2 people. He scratched his scalp hard. Beauty. It's not a no-no. Although that kid is good looking,
but at the age when the hair just grows all the way up, it can be on the most energetic period. Usually at this age, several hairs a day, the girlfriend of the same age, that may satisfy it? It would take a woman who can suck dirt for 40 to be satisfied. Merely, Wang Susu, with this posture, really can't. Pure roadside hair salon level. This way, Wang Susu, do you know a better looking sister with a better body? Spend some money and get her help to take care of Yang Jinrong. Wu Shangue set up a 3-step plan. This is our first step plan. Remember, tell your sisters to collect what that kid shot after they're done banging that Yang Jinrong, and if he doesn't agree to a settlement, sue him for rape. Oh, Wang Susu was obviously a bit upset. I don't like what you're saying, Uncle Wu. You have to ask me to find a good-looking sister, can't I? Ha ha ha. The crowd couldn't help but let out a roar of laughter. Don't interrupt. Wu Shangue continued. Our second step. I'll go to that young Jinrong in Huangwei's old dean. That old man is quite kind, quite good to fool. I'll start from him. There are 70% to 80% certainty that I can handle him. That might as well be me seducing the old man. Wang Susu grunted. Ha ha ha. The crowd all laughed again. I know you're burning, but don't you burn yet. Ma Monkey sneered. Wait for Uncle Wu to finish his sentence. If you still want to burn, come to my car at night and I'll burn with you. Get out. Wang Susu cursed. Stop stop stop. Wu Shangue interrupted the sneers of the crowd and said seriously. This third step. He was about to speak when suddenly his cell phone rang. He pulled out his cell phone and saw the unfamiliar number. He couldn't help but frown slightly as he picked up the phone and asked, which one are you? Inside came a soft and melodious clip tone. You good. My side is Pangbai News in Linhai City reporter.